Xiao Yun's system possesses but a singular function: enlightenment. An ordinary physique? Enlightenment into the chaotic body. Difficult cultivation techniques? Enlightenment into the perfection realm. Challenging divine abilities? Enlightenment into the perfection realm. There is nothing that cannot be resolved by enlightenment. If there is, then simply attain enlightenment 10 times, 100 times. Chapter 1. The Chaos Sacred Land accepts disciples. In the nine heavens continent lies the Chaos Sacred Land. Once the most formidable of sanctuaries, it has gradually declined since the ascension of the Chaos Emperor to immortality. Today marks the day when the Chaos Sacred Land opens its doors to accept disciples. Nobles and kingdoms from near and far have dispatched their prodigies to seek mentorship. Despite its waning glory, the Chaos Sacred Land remains one of the preeminent forces across the entire nine heavens continent. Thus, throngs of eager aspirants continue to pour in, creating a bustling scene. At last, I have entered the Chaos Sacred Land. I have successfully completed the first task set by the system. With great effort, Xiao Yun finally navigated through the crowd and stepped through the grand gates of the Chaos Sacred Land, arriving at the expansive square within. Disregarding the myriad discussions swirling around him, Xiao Yun promptly closed his eyes to assess the system within him, the Enlightenment system. Function: grants the host enlightenment. Enlightenment instances: one can be utilized at will by silent invocation. Task: enter the Chaos Sacred Land. Completed. A new task will soon be generated. Upon seeing the task status change to completed, Xiao Yun was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. It had not been an easy journey after 16 years in this world. He had finally accomplished the first task set forth by the system. It must be said this task had proven exceptionally challenging. Despite the decline of the chaotic sacred land, it remains a prestigious sanctuary, not easily accessible to the average individual. Xiao Yun hails from a noble lineage in a small kingdom, and given the limitations of his family's influence, they could not facilitate his early entry into the chaotic sacred land. Thus, he patiently awaited 16 years for the day when the chaotic sacred land would commence the acceptance of disciples, allowing him to finally gain entry and accomplish the first task assigned by the system. Ding! New task: join the chaotic sacred land. Reward: 3 instances of enlightenment. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system resonated within Xiao Yun's mind. At that moment, Xiao Yun realized that his second task had arrived, and this time the reward was even more substantial: 3 opportunities for enlightenment. It is important to note that enlightenment occurs when a cultivator unexpectedly resonates with the principles of the Tao, entering a profound state of understanding. The odds of such an occurrence are exceedingly rare. Even prodigies may only experience it once in a lifetime. Even those exceptional talents might only achieve enlightenment 2 or 3 times throughout their existence. This illustrates just how precious the opportunity for enlightenment truly is. Therefore, despite the limited functionality of his system, Xiao Yun harbored no disdain. Join the chaotic sacred land? He mused, a smile spreading across his face. Very well, since I have arrived at the chaotic sacred land, I shall certainly join. Though the chaotic sacred land may have waned, it remains a formidable force in the realm, larger than the friendliest of camels compared to horses. Gaining access to the chaotic sanctuary 4. Cultivation undoubtedly enhances his prospects of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. With this thought, Xiao Yun navigated through the crowd, directing his gaze towards the elevated platform ahead. Upon the platform, a benevolent elder sat cross-legged, adorned in a flowing gray robe. His gaze was profoundly deep, reminiscent of the cosmic night sky, rendering it difficult for one to meet his eyes directly. I am the Elder of Guidance, tasked with welcoming you to this examination. The elder proclaimed with a warm smile, his eyes betraying a flicker of anticipation. This time, he wondered if any prodigious talents or celestial seedlings would emerge. At the very least, the birth of a few superlative geniuses would be commendable. Having pondered this, the Elder of Guidance continued in a resounding voice. Now, let us dispense with trivialities. Our chaotic sanctuary does not adhere to excessive formality. The disciple assessment comprises but a single challenge: to strike the chaotic bell. As he spoke, the elder flicked his finger, causing a vast rift to tear open in the fabric of space before him. Instantly, a radiant golden light erupted, and an ancient gray bell soared forth from the fissure, descending onto the plaza. When the bell landed, it produced a deafening sound, akin to the celestial chorus of divine beings, causing the souls of all present to tremble in resonance. This is the chaotic bell, a legendary imperial weapon. It is said that long ago, the chaotic emperor wielded this bell to traverse the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sweeping through the myriad realms invincibly. Even among all imperial weapons across the myriad worlds, this bell would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. The square was instantly abuzz with chatter. Those eligible to participate in the assessment hailed from noble families of even the smallest nations, each possessing remarkable experience. Xiao Yun, concealed within the crowd, gazed longingly at the distant chaos bell. If he were to possess such a treasure, there would be no corner of the world beyond his reach. Alas, this artifact was an imperial weapon, far beyond his current capability to wield. Form an orderly line, placing your palms upon the chaos bell one by one. If you can make the bell resonate, you shall be accepted as a disciple of our chaos sanctuary, proclaimed the elder in charge of the initiation. Upon hearing his words, the crowd began to queue, each individual reaching out to touch the chaos bell. However, instead of ringing, the bell emitted a golden light that teleported those who made contact away. Panic ensued among the gathered. The elder's voice rose above the commotion. Do not be alarmed. The imperial weapon possesses a spirit should it fail to ring. It will send you back to your homes, thus sparing you the journey. Reassured by the elder's explanation, the crowd gradually regained their composure and resumed their attempts to touch the chaos bell. Xiao Yun couldn't help but chuckle to himself, reflecting, who would have thought the chaos bell possessed such a feature? Even if one fails the assessment, they receive a complimentary ticket home. Yet, Xiao Yun had no desire to be sent back. He was determined to join the chaos sanctuary. He pondered how he might evoke a sound from the chaos bell. Observing the young men and women approaching the bell, he scrutinized their actions but could glean no insight. Upon encountering the chaotic bell, these individuals instinctively closed their eyes and were subsequently whisked away by a radiant beam of golden light. It was evident that those who were transported were undoubtedly failures. Thus, the pace of the assessment quickened remarkably. As time trickled by, no one managed to strike the chaotic bell, igniting a sense of concern among the onlookers gathered in the square. Eventually, the chaotic bell resonated, its resounding chime echoing throughout the sacred grounds of chaos. A palpable surge of energy coursed through the crowd as they turned their gazes toward the distant bell. A young lad stood before it, his face alight with exhilaration and fervor. From the elevated platform, the elder in charge of the introductions spoke calmly. With a single toll of the bell, one may barely qualify to join our chaotic sacred land. But such an individual may only become an outer disciple. Where is the outer disciple steward? Escort him to the outer sect. Indeed, elder. A man clad in black robes suddenly soared from the horizon, seizing the boy beside the chaotic bell and swiftly carrying him away. Upon hearing that this young lad was merely deemed worthy of becoming an outer disciple, the crowd collectively fell into a state of astonishment. In their eyes, merely being able to strike the chaotic bell was an extraordinary feat, yet to be relegated to the status of an outer disciple seemed excessively harsh for the trials of the chaotic sacred land. A voice arose from the throng, inquiring, Elder, may I ask how many times one can strike the chaotic bell? Furthermore, what is the correlation between the number of tolls and the privileges granted upon joining the chaotic sacred land? This was indeed a pivotal question. The assembly turned in unison to regard the elder on the platform. With a gentle smile, he replied, the chaotic bell tolls 9 times. A single chime qualifies one as an outer disciple. The sound echoed twice, signifying an inner disciple. 3 echoes indicated a true disciple. 4 echoes denoted an elder disciple. 5 echoes represented a disciple of the Grand Elder. 6 echoes proclaimed one as the holy son of our chaotic sacred land. As for 7, 8, and 9 echoes, it has been many years since they last appeared. Should they manifest, such an individual would instantly become the divine child of our chaotic sacred land. Listening to the words of the Elder of Guidance, the crowd in the square was enveloped in longing. The examination continued unabated, and as time passed, the number of individuals in the square dwindled. To Xiao Yun's astonishment, even after testing hundreds of thousands, only a mere few hundred had joined the chaotic sacred land, a probability exceedingly low. Amongst these few hundred, the highest number of echoes was merely 3. Xiao Yun distinctly observed that the expression of the Elder of Guidance atop the platform had turned grim, losing the previous warmth and kindness, replaced instead by a visage of deep gloom. Evidently, the lack of prodigies had left the Elder of Guidance profoundly disappointed. Each generation seems weaker than the last. Is our chaotic sacred land truly destined for decline? He lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the youths undergoing the test below. Yet he understood the underlying reasons. Any true genius would typically reveal their formidable talents early on, often attracting the attention of the other 5 sacred lands. Meanwhile, our chaotic sacred land has adhered to an ancient and peculiar rule. Aspiring members must refrain from practicing any techniques prior to the examination. Consequently, the youths who came to participate in the assessment were, in fact, mere mortals devoid of any cultivation. The true prodigies had long since embarked upon the path of refinement, thus leaving no opportunity for them to join the sacred land of chaos. Regrettably, this was a rule handed down from the ancestors, a regulation no one dared to alter. At last, it is my turn. In the midst of the crowd, Xiao Yun gazed at the looming chaos bell, his face alight with anticipation as he eagerly approached. After such a prolonged wait, it was finally his moment. I wonder if I can strike the chaos bell? Xiao Yun extended his palm toward the ancient bell's weathered surface. With a resounding boom, a tremor coursed through Xiao Yun's mind, and a cascade of golden characters manifested within his consciousness, elaborating on the myriad of the cosmos and elucidating the path of chaos. In that instant, Xiao Yun comprehended the requisite to resonate with the chaos bell. It was revealed that he must decipher these golden characters once he grasped the fundamentals. He could indeed sound the bell. Moreover, the more he understood, the greater the resonance of the chaos bell would be. With this realization, Xiao Yun felt a surge of determination and silently declared, "System, initiate a moment of enlightenment." A thunderous echo reverberated in his mind, and Xiao Yun's thoughts became increasingly lucid, a flurry of inspirations blossoming within him as the golden characters transformed into symbols, entering his gaze. Thus, this scripture is known as the chaos induction. Once perfected, it grants one the ability to harness the power of the chaos bell. The greater the strength, the more formidable the power one can borrow should one attain the sage realm. They would be able to refine this chaos bell. Xiao Yun was immersed in the profound realm of enlightenment, instantly grasping the essence of the scripture before him. Meanwhile, he remained oblivious to the fact that the outside world had already erupted in fervor due to his test. Chapter 2. 9 Chimes. The divine sun stands as Xiao Yun invoked his moment of enlightenment. The chaos bell resonated. Instantly, the youths in the square who had yet to undergo their assessments gazed at Xiao Yun with expressions of envy. It was evident that they recognized Xiao Yun had successfully passed the trial. Even a single chime was sufficient for admission into the chaos sanctuary. On the high platform, the elder responsible for guidance cast a glance at Xiao Yun and shook his head lightly. He discerned no remarkable constitution in Xiao Yun. Clearly, he was not a prodigy, and it seemed he could only produce a solitary chime. However, at that moment, another chime echoed. The chaos bell trembled, unleashing waves of golden light. The youths in the square, upon observing Xiao Yun, were now filled with jealousy. 2 chimes were enough to secure a place among the inner disciples. The elder on the platform looked at Xiao Yun with a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary youth could cause the chaos bell to ring twice, which had indeed caught him off guard. Then, a 3rd chime sounded. This time, not only were the youths in the square astounded, but even the elder on the platform displayed a look of surprise. Xiao Yun appeared to possess no extraordinary constitution and lacked sufficient spiritual energy. The fact that he could elicit a single chime was already yet how could he produce 3? The elder was perplexed. In truth, at his level, there was no need for the chaos bell to assess talent. His keen insight was enough to discern a mortal's potential. In reality, the talents of the youths who had tested before were all within his expectations. Who can strike the chaos bell, resonating with such precision? Yet, this seemingly ordinary youth before him has defied all calculations. This boy should not have been able to ring the bell even once. How could it resonate 3 times? The elder of guidance wore a perplexed expression. At that moment, the 4th toll echoed through the air. The entire square erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. On the high platform, the elder of guidance's demeanor shifted slightly, his gaze upon Xiao Yun growing increasingly grave. 4 tolls had sounded, according to protocol. This was sufficient to qualify him as a disciple of the elders. Such an individual could undoubtedly be labeled a super genius. However, what perplexed the elder of guidance was that he discerned no trace of the extraordinary within Xiao Yun. What could be the matter? Has my discerning eye been dulled by overuse? Unable to suppress his curiosity, the elder employed spiritual energy to cleanse his vision, his eyes gleaming with renewed intensity as he scrutinized Xiao Yun. Yet, in his perception, Xiao Yun remained unremarkable, devoid of any signs of being a super genius. When the 5th toll of the chaos bell rang out, the crowd was left in a state of stunned numbness. The elder of guidance could no longer maintain his composure. He stood up, his eyes ablaze with fervent light, fixating intently on Xiao Yun. Simultaneously, within the depths of the chaos sacred land, several formidable spiritual presences traversed the void, drawn by the commotion. The fifth toll of the chaos bell had stirred the attention of some powerful figures within the sacred land. As the sixth toll resounded, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Beside the chaos bell, Xiao Yun found himself levitating, his once mundane form gradually radiating waves of soft golden light. This was a blessing. The chaos bell had bestowed a blessing upon him. How could this be possible? Above, powerful divine thoughts emerged from the depths of the chaos sacred land, ancient whispers echoing through the void. Clearly, the six resounding chimes had thoroughly stirred the chaos sacred land. After all, according to tradition, a talent of such caliber could already ascend to become a holy son of the chaos sacred land. With a stroke of good, he might even become the sovereign of the chaos sacred land in the future, wielding dominion over one of the six formidable powers. How mistaken they had been. Who would have thought that an ordinary youth could elicit six chimes from the chaos bell? On the high platform, Elder Jane gazed at Xiao Yun beside the chaos bell, his face alight with astonishment, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Six chimes, such talent was akin to that of a prodigy. Even if no further genius, Elder Jane would hold no disappointment. After all, one prodigy was worth 1,000 talents. However, before Elder Jane could revel in his joy, the seventh chime of the chaos bell rang out. Instantly, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. The chaos bell in the square suddenly unleashed beams of golden light, illuminating the entire realm. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged beside the chaos bell, his eyes closed, as the golden radiance enveloped him in a cleansing embrace. A massive white light shield gradually encased Xiao Yun, rendering him akin to an infant nestled within the womb, washing the tendons and marrow. Returning to the womb on the high platform, Elder Jane's gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Yun, his face a portrait of astonishment. The seventh toll. The chaos bell unexpectedly assisted this young man in cleansing his tendons and marrow, stripping away his acquired essence, reverting him to a state akin to that of an unborn infant. Such a phenomenon of tendon and marrow cleansing the chaos bell has told 7 times. And it has been ages since our chaos sacred land has witnessed such a prodigy. Truly, the heavens have blessed our chaos sacred land. Ha ha. I have just emerged from seclusion, and already such a marvel has chosen to join us. This young man shall be mine. None shall dare to contest him with me. Undying ancestor, if you wish to claim my disciple, you have much to learn. Fear not. In the void, with the seventh toll of the chaos bell, streams of terrifying divine consciousness surged forth from the chaos sacred land. Among them, 2 formidable presences, reminiscent of ancient colossal beast awakening, emanated an overwhelming aura that rent the clouds and the sky asunder. The space above the chaos sacred land shattered like glass under the collision of a black fist and a purple lightning bolt. Even the long-slumbering undying ancestor and thunder ancestor were stirred. On the high platform, Elder Jane, sensing those 2 terrifying auras, was profoundly shaken. Those 2 ancestors were superlative powers from the ancient era, now having slumbered for a millennium, yet they were still roused. This illustrates just how rare the 7 tolls of the chaos bell truly are. Quickly, ascertain this young man's name and origins. The Elder of Guidance cast a glance towards the distant Xiao Yun while transmitting a message to the steward below. As the 8th bell of the chaos bell resonated, the Elder trembled, his face awash with disbelief as he looked at Xiao Yun, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The 8th toll had sounded. It had been many years since the chaos bell had rung 8 times consecutively. It had been ages since a prodigy of such caliber had graced the chaos sacred land. Now, those ancient beings would surely emerge to vie for disciples. The Elder murmured to himself, as if to confirm his words. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the chaos sacred land, the lids of numerous coffins exploded open, and with a haunting pallor, aged hands emerged from the pitch-black confines. The fossilized beings of the chaos sacred land crawled out of their coffins, calling forth battle souls from the dark abyss, unleashing formidable waves of spiritual energy. This is my disciple. Who dares to seize him? I shall confine you beneath a latrine for 10,000 years. A commanding proclamation echoed throughout the heavens, sending tremors through myriad paths of existence. Chapter 3. On par with the sovereign, the coffin lids could no longer contain the ominous presence. Waves of terrifying divine consciousness swept forth from the depths of the forbidden grounds of the chaos sacred land, carrying an overwhelming aura of might. Numerous forgotten, fossilized beings awakened from their slumber, drawn towards Xiao Yun. In the void not far away, powerful figures emerged, standing like deities, exuding an imposing presence that resonated across the 9 heavens. These were the formidable beings of the chaos sacred land. As the 9th bell of the chaos bell rang out, the entire chaos sacred land erupted in fervor. In the square, the youths who had yet to participate in the assessment stood in stunned silence. Upon the high platform, Elder Jean could no longer maintain his composure. He swiftly descended and positioned himself beside the chaos bell, his face alight with excitement as he gazed upon Xiao Yun. With 9 resonant sounds, the divine child was established. At last, a divine child was about to emerge from their chaos sacred land. Within this realm, the status of a divine child rivaled that of the sovereign, surpassing even the elders and the esteemed elders themselves. Thus, Elder Jean felt compelled to stand respectfully beside Xiao Yun, guarding him, even though such protection was unnecessary in the chaos sacred land. With the ancestors, esteemed elders, and the concealed fossilized beings lurking in the void nearby, none could harm Xiao Yun here. Nevertheless, Elder Jean maintained his demeanor of respect. Moreover, witnessing Xiao Yun before him, he was utterly willing to do so. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that under my stewardship, a divine child would emerge. Heh. Should this divine child ascend to the imperial throne, my name would be inscribed in the annals of our chaos sacred land, ensuring my legacy for eternity. A swell of pride surged within Elder Jean. This was a divine child, more formidable than those prodigies, rivaling even the offspring of emperors. With a high likelihood of becoming a quasi-emperor, perhaps even glimpsing the realm of the emperors. If their chaos sacred land were to witness the rise of another emperor, it would ascend to greatness, no longer languishing at the bottom among the 6 sacred lands. After so many years, this day had finally arrived. Elder Jean gazed at Xiao Yun, his aged face trembling with emotion, his eyes glistening with tears, on the verge of overflowing. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, within the sacred realm of chaos, a fervent commotion erupted as countless formidable beings ascended to the heavens, soaring high above while casting their gazes towards the square. Whether it be the long-buried fossilized bones, the slumbering ancestors of millennia, or the reclusive elders who had secluded themselves for years. Along with the mighty elders wielding great power and the chosen sons and prodigies of the Chaos Sanctum, all turned their attention towards the Chaos Bell. At this moment, Xiao Yun, standing beside the bell, became the epicenter of attention, captivating the gaze of the multitude. Yet, Xiao Yun remained oblivious to this phenomenon, enveloped in a golden divine radiance, appearing transcendent and as if he had achieved sainthood. With the resounding of 9 chimes, a divine sun emerged, at long last. Our Chaos Sanctum has brought forth the Son of Divinity. It is truly astonishing. To invoke the Chaos Bell to ring 9 times requires profound comprehension of the Chaos Induction, a feat beyond the reach of many seasoned warriors. Yet, this mere mortal has accomplished it in such a brief span. What remarkable insight! For many years, the other 5 great sanctuaries have had their divine sons, while our Chaos Sanctum has been devoid of one. Now, that has changed. Haha. The time for our Chaos Sanctum's rise has finally arrived. Who would have thought that in my lifetime? I would witness the birth of a divine son in our Chaos Sanctum? I have no regrets as I depart this world. It is said that once a divine son emerges from our Chaos Sanctum, he will be invincible in his era, destined for the imperial throne in no time. This youth possesses the potential of an emperor. Above the Chaos Sanctum, discussions erupted fervently. The elders, filled with excitement, shed tears of joy. The younger generation gazed curiously at Xiao Yun, wondering what extraordinary abilities this seemingly ordinary individual possessed to elicit such a tremendous uproar. It is worth noting that some holy sons, even in their mundane moments, radiate brilliance and exude spiritual energy, making their exceptional nature immediately apparent. Yet, Xiao Yun appeared remarkably unremarkable. Nevertheless, this seemingly ordinary person caused the Chaos Bell to toll 9 times, thereby ascending to the status of a divine son within the Chaos Sacred Land. Such a phenomenon undoubtedly piqued intrigue. Simultaneously, under the collective gaze of the multitude, Xiao Yun gradually opened his eyes and stretched his body with a sense of comfort, feeling an unparalleled lightness as if all his previous ailments had vanished. Suddenly, an unsettling chill coursed through him as he sensed many eyes fixated upon him. He instinctively glanced around and immediately spotted the Elder of Guidance beside him, along with numerous formidable figures in the distant sky. What was happening? Why were they all staring at him? The intensity of their scrutiny sent a shiver down Xiao Yun's spine, leaving him feeling quite apprehensive. Particularly, the gaze of the Elder of Guidance was akin to a radiant light, intensely fervent, leading Xiao Yun to momentarily suspect an ulterior motive. Elder of Guidance, Xiao Yun said awkwardly, taking a few hesitant steps back, fearful that the Elder might harbor unwarranted intentions. Xiao Yun, congratulations on joining our Chaos Sacred Land. Moreover, your actions have caused the Chaos Bell to toll 9 times, affirming your position as our divine son. The Elder of Guidance gazed intensely at Xiao Yun, as if he were beholding an extraordinary treasure. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. 9 chimes? Becoming the son of the chaos? One must admit, this revelation left him utterly astonished. While he anticipated that he would strike the Chaos Bell, he never expected it to resonate 9 times. This was truly remarkable. Excitement surged within Xiao Yun. Even a fool could discern the immense advantages of becoming the son of the Chaos Sacred Land. Undoubtedly, he would receive significant cultivation from the Chaos Sacred Land, and ascending to the status of an unparalleled powerhouse was merely a matter of time. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space beside him, and a golden figure emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura that inspired a profound sense of reverence. Upon recognizing this individual, the Elder of Guidance promptly bowed in respect, addressing him as the Sacred Lord. It was indeed the Sacred Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land. Xiao Yun froze for a moment, preparing to show his respects, but the Sacred Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land interjected, saying, "Xiao Yun, there is no need for you to bow. You are already the son of our Chaos Sacred Land, of equal standing with me." Greetings, Sacred Lord." Xiao Yun was somewhat bewildered. To be considered equal to the Sacred Lord felt akin to suddenly becoming an emperor, leaving him somewhat disoriented. The Sacred Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land offered a gentle smile and then addressed the Elder of Guidance, saying, "Elder of Guidance, I shall take the ancestors and the fossilized beings are awaiting their disciples. Farewell, Sacred Lord." "Farewell, son." The Elder of Guidance quickly bowed in respect. The Sacred Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land waved his hand, and a golden pathway instantly unfolded beneath him, leading into the depths of the Chaos Sacred Land. "Son, please." The Sacred Lord beckoned to Xiao Yun with an inviting gesture. "Your Holiness, please," Xiao Yun said politely, then stepped onto the golden pathway. The two of them soon entered the Sacred Land of Chaos side by side. Chapter 4. The Chaos Body standing upon the golden path. Xiao Yun appeared quite astonished, for it resembled the conveyor belt he had once experienced at the airport. One merely needed to stand still to be carried forward effortlessly and at remarkable speed. Before long, they ventured deep into the Sacred Land of Chaos. As Xiao Yun stood on the golden path, he could distinctly observe countless celestial caves and exquisite palaces flanking him, where many formidable figures respectfully bowed to him and the Holy Master. This sensation was immensely exhilarating. Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement. He had initially believed that upon joining the Sacred Land of Chaos, he would have to start from the grassroots level, yet unexpectedly, he had ascended to the status of a divine son, equating his position with that of the Holy Master, an indescribable delight. "Divine Son," the Holy Master of the Sacred Land of Chaos suddenly spoke. "Next, we shall proceed to the Grand Hall of Chaos, where numerous ancestors and ancient sages await your arrival. They all wish to take you as their disciple, but the final choice rests upon you. We will not impose." "Indeed." Xiao Yun nodded, though he curiously inquired, "Are the ancestors and ancient sages powerful? How do they compare to the Supreme Elders?" He, the Holy Master of the Sacred Land of Chaos, could not help but chuckle at his words, aware that Xiao Yun was still merely a mortal with little experience. Thus, he elaborated, "The Supreme Elders are merely at the extraordinary level, and are even inferior to me. The ancestors, on the other hand, are all at the very least saints. As for those skeletal fossils, they are even more terrifying. They were the formidable beings of a bygone era, long having ascended to the realm of the great sage, with some even having attained the status of quasi-emperor." At this moment, the two had arrived before the grand entrance of the chaotic hall. Suddenly, an aged voice resonated from within the hall. "The Holy Master is jesting. We, the Undying Ancients, are merely a group of failures on the path to emperorship." Upon hearing the words of the Holy Master of the chaotic sacred land, Xiao Yun was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated that the powerful figures within were all saints. Though they mocked themselves as failures on the road to becoming emperors, the strength of those who could contend with the emperors, even if labeled as failures, was unfathomable. With a heart brimming with excitement, Xiao Yun followed the Holy Master of the chaotic sacred land into the chaotic hall before them. Instantly, countless gazes turned toward him. The Holy Master stood respectfully to the side. Despite being the Holy Master of the chaotic sacred land, he was merely a junior here, lacking any authority to speak. Xiao Yun, curious, gazed at the indistinct figures on either side of the hall, unable to discern their true appearances. He wondered who among them possessed greater strength, silently conjecturing that if he were to seek a mentor, it would be wise to choose the most powerful among them. Not only would a strong mentor possess formidable cultivation techniques, but with such a powerful backing, he could navigate the world with ease. Oddly, the Son of God appeared rather ordinary, lacking any special constitution, and did not seem to be a reincarnation of a great being. His physical form was unremarkable, and while his soul was slightly stronger than that of an average person, he seemed to lag behind even some outer disciples. The chaotic bell does not detect errors. It seems our abilities are insufficient to perceive the divine child. After all, throughout the annals of our chaotic sacred land, only that singular chaotic entity has ever been capable of ringing the chaotic bell 9 times. While Xiao Yun scrutinized these formidable figures, they too were appraising him. Each of them, being a sage, had long since awakened their sacred eyes, rendering Xiao Yun as exposed as if he were clad in naught. They could discern even the minutiae of his cellular structure. Yet, despite their prowess, they could not perceive the enlightenment system within him. Thus, to them, Xiao Yun appeared utterly ordinary, lacking even a modicum of talent. Were it not for the ringing of the chaotic bell, he would not merit inclusion in the chaotic sacred land. After an extensive discussion among the powerful within the grand hall, the last to step forward was the Thunder Ancestor, who addressed Xiao Yun, saying, "Once my Thunder God technique reaches its perfected state, I can summon heavenly tribulations to strike my foes with boundless might. Would the divine child consider taking me as his master?" No sooner had the Thunder Ancestor spoken than another stepped forth. "I am the Undying Ancestor. Once my undying demon art is fully realized, my physical form shall remain imperishable. I am the Blade Ancestor. Mastering my Overlord Blade allows one to sweep through adversaries unchallenged. I am the Fist Ancestor. Practicing my Divine Dragon Fist enables one to transform into a divine dragon and traverse the vast void." Within the Grand Hall, these formidable beings introduced themselves, each hoping to take Xiao Yun as their disciple. However, the petrified figures remained silent, for they could not discern what set Xiao Yun apart, rendering them cautious in their observations. Due to the limited lifespan of these ossified fossils, they typically lie dormant within their coffins, seldom emerging to impart wisdom to apprentices. Thus, selecting an apprentice of inferior talent is akin to squandering one's existence. Consequently, the ossified beings remain composed. They shall not take on disciples until they discern something exceptional in Xiao Yun. These formidable figures appear quite impressive. Whom should one choose as a mentor? In this moment, Xiao Yun finds himself in a state of indecision, uncertain of which master to select. After all, each individual possesses remarkable strength, making it difficult to ascertain who surpasses the others. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land stands nearby, his expression serene. However, a flicker of astonishment crosses his eyes as he steps forward and addresses the esteemed elders within the hall. "Esteemed ancestors, the venerable elder Dition seeks an audience." Dition? Is he still alive? What brings such a diminutive transcendent here? Does he wish to take the divine son as his disciple? "Let him enter," he decrees. After a brief deliberation, the elders grant permission for Elder Dition to enter. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with white hair and a frail visage shuffles into the hall. He appears exceedingly aged, his steps unsteady, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Xiao Yun gazes at this elder with surprise. Is this truly the venerable elder? He seems younger than the other ancestors and the ossified beings, yet he bears the semblance of someone on the brink of death. At that moment, the venerable elder, Emperor Tian, bowed to the assembled ancestors and fossilized beings, then turned with a gentle smile towards Xiao Yun, saying, "Divine Son, though my cultivation is lacking, the chaos scriptures I have mastered is the supreme tome of our chaos sacred land. Once cultivated to perfection, it can forge the unparalleled sacred body of the chaos, making the attainment of the imperial path imminent." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The chaos body, even in his ignorance, he understood that such a physique was invincible in the world. Once perfected, it would undoubtedly lead to the path of the great emperor. Moreover, Xiao Yun was acutely aware of his ordinary talents without cultivating a formidable physique. He feared he would never rise to prominence. However, with the chaos body, all obstacles would be surmountable. Chapter 5, persisting in the cultivation of the chaos scriptures in an instant, Xiao Yun resolved to take Emperor Tian as his master. Perhaps this individual's cultivation and status could not compare to the esteemed ancestors within the hall, yet with the acquisition of the chaos body, would he need to fear for his strength in the future? Furthermore, as the divine son, his status was already equivalent to that of a saint lord. However, despite Xiao Yun's thoughts, the ancestors and fossilized beings in the hall were evidently opposed. How absurd! A cold snort echoed throughout the hall. As the Thunder Ancestor scoffed, "Emperor Tian, are you not aware of the arduous difficulty in mastering the chaos scriptures? Since time immemorial, apart from the Chaos Emperor who authored this scripture, has anyone else achieved its perfection? If one cannot cultivate to the realm of perfection, one will be unable to forge the chaos body. Thus, you are squandering the talents and time of the divine son." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun suddenly realized the arduous nature of this cultivation method. However, he remained undeterred, for he possessed the gift of enlightenment. What cultivation technique could elude him? The difficulty of cultivation? A single moment of clarity could suffice. If one instance proves insufficient, then 2, 10, or even 100 would do. Xiao Yun had an abundance of enlightenment moments. Speaking of enlightenment, he could not help but check his system. Enlightenment system. Function. Bestows enlightenment upon the host. Enlightenment opportunities, 3 times, can be invoked at any moment with a silent thought. Task. Join the chaos sacred land. Completed. Task refresh imminent. After perusing the system, a smile broke across Xiao Yun's face. He had successfully completed the task of joining the Chaos Sacred Land and had gained 3 additional opportunities for enlightenment. Just as he reveled in his accomplishment, Tian beside him raised his gaze toward the distant Lei Zhu, his expression solemn, and spoke with a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant. I report to you, Lei Zhu. It is precisely because of the Divine Son's extraordinary talents that I believe he is more suited to cultivate the Chaos Sutra. Perhaps the 9 chimes of the Chaos Bell serve as a reminder that the Divine Son is indeed the rightful heir to the Chaos Sutra. Upon hearing this, the elders and fossilized ancestors within the hall erupted into a flurry of discussion. Although no one had succeeded in mastering the Chaos Sutra over the years, it was undeniable that the allure of the Chaos Body was simply too great for them to resist. Should Xiao Yun truly succeed in forging the Chaos Body, the rise of their Chaos Sacred Land would surely be imminent. A great emperor, indeed one who has attained enlightenment through the chaotic essence, stands unrivaled even in the vast chronicles of the myriad realms, meriting a place among the top 10. Such temptation is undeniably immense. However, the arduous nature of mastering the Chaos Scripture has left the esteemed ancestors and ancient relics in a state of hesitation, observing their prolonged deliberation without resolution. Xiao Yun took the initiative to speak. Esteemed ancestors and venerable relics, I wish to apprentice under the Grand Elder of Empyrean Heaven and embark on the cultivation of the Chaos Scripture. Xiao Yun's declaration captivated the attention of the gathered ancestors and relics within the Grand Hall. The Thunder Ancestor furrowed his brow and remarked, Son of Heaven, you are still but a mortal, and it is likely that you do not comprehend the formidable challenges posed by the Chaos Scripture. Throughout the history of our chaotic sacred land, countless prodigies have emerged, some even causing the Chaos Bell to resonate 6, 7, or even 8 times. Yet, without exception, they have all faltered in achieving mastery of the Chaos Scripture. Xiao Yun responded earnestly, I am willing to make the attempt. At that moment, the immortal ancestor interjected, Son of Heaven, you may not be aware of the background of the Grand Elder of Empyrean Heaven beside you. His innate talent is remarkable. He once made the Chaos Bell resonate 6 times, becoming the most formidable saint son of our chaotic sacred land in his era. Alas, due to his pursuit of the Chaos Scripture, he has been unable to cultivate other techniques, leading to a waste of time and effort, and he remains stuck at the transcendent realm, with scant hope of entering the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, his contemporaneous saint sons have long since ascended to sanctity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun could not help but cast a glance at the nearby Emperor Tian. He had not anticipated that this individual possessed such a significant background, being the strongest holy son of the Chaos Sacred Land in a bygone era. Observing Xiao Yun's gaze, Emperor Tian's expression turned grave as he elucidated. Though I am unable to master the Chaos Sutra, it does not imply that you, holy son, are incapable of doing so. Moreover, despite my own limitations in cultivation, I remain invincible within the same realm. Should you cultivate the Chaos Sutra, you too could achieve invincibility among your peers. Not far off, the Thunder Ancestor scoffed, What folly! What use is being invincible in the same realm? While others ascend to sainthood, you remain ensnared in the extraordinary realm. Remember, beneath the saint, all are but ants. The undying ancestor concurred, stating, If one's cultivation cannot advance, then invincibility within the same realm is not but a jest. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement with this sentiment. Yet he maintained his stance, saying, Esteemed ancestors, revered fossilized beings, I still wish to make an attempt. The assembly within the Grand Hall fell into a contemplative silence upon witnessing Xiao Yun's unwavering determination to practice the Chaos Sutra. This was soon followed by a flurry of discussions. The Holy Son, endowed with exceptional talent and having garnered the recognition of the Chaos Bell, might indeed warrant a trial. It is too perilous. Our Chaos Sacred Land has not produced a Holy Son in ages, let alone one capable of summoning the Chaos Bell 9 times. This is a prodigious talent that should not be squandered. Indeed, another voice echoed, should we miss this opportunity with the Holy Son? It may be eons before our Chaos Sacred Land has another chance to rise. But what if the Holy Son is capable of forging the Chaos Body? Are we not sinners of the Chaos Sacred Land? I still believe this is too perilous. The difficulty of cultivating the Chaos Sutra is well known, and we cannot take such a risk. The Chaos Body, once forged, it renders one invincible across the world. The discussions within the Grand Hall escalated from initial murmurs to fervent debates, creating an endless clamor. Xiao Yun felt a sense of exasperation. Why could they not trust him? Unbeknownst to him, his mortal talents were exceedingly ordinary, failing to inspire any confidence in these ancient ancestors and fossilized beings. However, I possess the system. Xiao Yun could not help but glance at the Chaos Sacred Land's lord, who had been observing the commotion, and said, My lord, I have resolved to take Elder Tian as my master. I humbly ask for your support. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land furrowed his brow upon hearing this, desiring to express that, despite being the Lord, within this Chaos Hall, he wielded no authority whatsoever. No. At that moment, the Thunder Ancestor proclaimed loudly, I absolutely forbid the Chosen One from cultivating the Chaos Sutra, for if our Chosen One fails to attain sainthood, our entire Chaos Sacred Land will become a laughingstock. Indeed. Should the esteemed Chosen One fail to achieve sainthood, it would indeed invite ridicule, echoed the Undying Ancestor solemnly. Just as Xiao Yun was about to speak, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. New task. Abandon the identity of the Chosen One. Reward. 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Hearing this voice, Xiao Yun felt utterly speechless. Goodness, I have only just become the Chosen One. My seed is yet warm, and now I am to relinquish this identity? Is this not a trap? However, the reward for this task is exceedingly generous, offering an astonishing 10 opportunities for enlightenment, which left Xiao Yun feeling envious. Nevertheless, he resolved to abandon the notion. After all, the system reigns supreme. With that thought in mind, Xiao Yun raised his gaze towards the esteemed ancestors and the fossilized beings. His eyes filled with determination. He proclaimed loudly, esteemed ancestors and venerable fossils, I shall steadfastly continue my cultivation of the Chaos Sutra. For this, I am willing to relinquish my identity as the Son of God and become an ordinary disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land. Thus, even if I am unable to forge a Chaos body, I shall not bring disgrace upon the Sacred Land. Chapter 6. Seeking guidance from Emperor Tian. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's declaration, everyone present in the Grand Hall, including Emperor Tian and the sovereign of the Chaos Sacred Land, were taken aback, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief as they turned their gazes towards him. The Thunder Ancestor, equally astonished, exclaimed, Son of God. What are you saying? Do you comprehend the significance of your identity as the Son of God? It symbolizes the strongest legacy of our Chaos Sacred Land and guarantees you our utmost support and cultivation. How could you possibly consider giving that up? The Undying Ancestor solemnly interjected, Son of God, you must think this through carefully. With the title of Son of God, you will possess access to the most abundant cultivation resources within our Chaos Sacred Land. However, should you forfeit this identity, you would merely be an ordinary elder disciple, with conditions far inferior to those afforded to the Son of God. You must deliberate carefully, Son of God, do not act impulsively. Cautioned the sovereign of the Chaos Sacred Land, his expression grave. The Divine Son. Emperor Tian found himself at a loss for words. His sole desire was for the Divine Son to cultivate the Chaos Sutra and forge a Chaos body. However, relinquishing his identity as the Divine Son came at an exorbitant cost. After all, he was the Divine Son, a status coveted by countless disciples. Only a fool would forsake such a position. Xiao Yun sighed inwardly. He too did not wish to abandon his identity as the Divine Son. Yet for the sake of the 10 opportunities for enlightenment, he had no choice but to make that sacrifice. Resolutely, Xiao Yun declared, Esteemed ancestors, venerable fossils, I willingly renounce my identity as the Divine Son. Should I succeed in mastering the Chaos Sutra and forging the Chaos body, it would not be long before I could reclaim my status as the Divine Son. Conversely, if I fail to forge the Chaos body, then I shall have no right to call myself the Divine Son. The assembly was taken aback by his proclamation. They were struck by Xiao Yun's audacity. To forsake the title of Divine Son only to aspire to reclaim it required immense courage and determination. It was likely that one could scarcely find such an individual across the myriad realms. Unconsciously, the elders in the hall gazed at Xiao Yun with newfound respect. Even the fossilized beings regarded him with admiration and awe. After a brief silence, one of the fossilized beings spoke slowly, since the Divine Son possesses such audacity and resolve, how could we not support him? Let it be as the Divine Son has stated. Upon hearing this, there was no dissent among the crowd. One by one, the fossilized beings and the elders sighed and turned to depart. In the great hall, only the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, Emperor Tian, and Xiao Yun remained. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land gazed at Xiao Yun with a complex expression, then sighed softly and said, Xiao Yun, since this is your choice, we shall honor it. From this day forth, you shall be the disciple of the Supreme Elder of the Imperial Heaven, holding a status equivalent to that of the other Supreme Elder disciples. Thank you, Lord. Xiao Yun replied respectfully, bowing deeply. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land nodded and then turned to leave. Disciple Xiao Yun pays respects to Master, Xiao Yun said, bowing reverently to the Imperial Heaven. With a wry smile, the Imperial Heaven remarked, I never expected you to relinquish your status as the Son of God. It seems I have brought this upon you. Master, there is no need for such feelings. It is my determination to cultivate the Chaos Scripture, and it has nothing to do with you, Xiao Yun replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, the Imperial Heaven was moved and solemnly declared, if that is the case, then I assure you, during the remaining century of my lifespan, I will devote myself to nurturing you without reservation. Xiao Yun was taken aback and exclaimed, Master, how can you have only a century left to live? This is unacceptable. I have only just become your disciple, and now you are to perish. After your passing, whom shall I rely upon? Regret flooded Xiao Yun's heart. Had he known this, he would not have given up his identity as the Son of God. Alas, this cursed system, he lamented. The disciple is unaware that in the realm of the extraordinary, we possess a lifespan of merely 1,000 years. This year, I have reached the age of 900. Thus leaving me with only a century to live, the imperial heaven sighed. Xiao Yun frowned and asked, then, Master, how can you extend your lifespan? Tian shook his head and remarked, only by transcending one's current realm and stepping into the heavenly realm can one extend their lifespan to 2,000 years. However, as my cultivation is based on the Chaos Sutra, each progression is exceedingly arduous, making a breakthrough to the heavenly realm quite challenging. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was enlightened and promptly inquired, Master, I possess no knowledge of cultivation. May I ask what realms exist for cultivators? With a chuckle, Tian replied, As your master, it is indeed my duty to enlighten you. However, let us first depart from this place and journey to my cave dwelling. After speaking, Tian summoned a white cloud, carrying Xiao Yun as they soared into the distance. Along the way, Tian gradually elaborated. There are a total of 14 realms for cultivators, ranging from the lowest to the highest: body refinement, chi gathering, spirit bridge, cave heaven, spirit offering, awakening, out of body, nirvana, transcendence, heavenly realm, saint, great saint, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, felt a wave of emotion. The number of realms was indeed overwhelming. No wonder his esteemed master had spent so many years in cultivation yet had only reached the transcendence realm. The scenery within the Chaos Sacred Land was extraordinarily beautiful. As a supreme elder, Tian's cave dwelling was undoubtedly magnificent. Here, waterfalls cascaded down 3,000 feet, and a myriad of exotic birds flitted about. The mountain peaks basked in golden sunlight, shrouded in ethereal mist, exuding an aura of celestial grandeur. On a mountain peak rich in spiritual energy and resplendent in beauty, Tian and Xiao Yun descended upon a white cloud. Disciple, this is D Peak, my sacred cave for cultivation. From now on, you shall practice here, Tian introduced. Xiao Yun gazed ahead, beholding a colossal mountain adorned with numerous exquisite palaces, a testament to its former grandeur. Strangely, the palaces appeared devoid of life, rendering the entire peak eerily silent and lifeless. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun refrained from questioning further and obediently followed Tian toward the largest palace among them. This magnificent edifice, known as the Heavenly Palace, was the most splendid, luxurious, and grand of all. It had once served as the residence of his master, and now it was bestowed upon him. Tian led Xiao Yun into the grand hall. Speaking as they entered, Xiao Yun quickly replied, How could the disciple dare to be presumptuous? Tian waved his hand with a smile, saying, My esteemed master has long since vacated this place. I now meditate by the riverside, and this space has remained unoccupied for quite some time, making it perfectly suitable for your residence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun accepted without further protest. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair approached. Bowing respectfully to both of them, Greetings, master, greetings, young master. Tian gestured toward the old man, introducing him to Xiao Yun. This is my loyal follower. You may call him Uncle Fu. He will guide you in familiarizing yourself with the Imperial Peak. Later, when the starry energy is abundant in the evening, I shall impart the Chaotic Sutra to you, aiding your entry into the path of cultivation. Yes, master. Xiao Yun nodded and watched as Tian departed. Chapter 7. The first layer of the Chaotic Sutra. Uncle Fu. Xiao Yun addressed the elderly man with respect. Uncle Fu quickly stepped aside, chuckling wryly, Young master, please do not belittle this old servant. Xiao Yun felt a sense of helplessness, for he was a young man of virtue, embodying respect for the elderly and love for the young. Observing the age of the individual before him, it was evident that the person could easily be his ancestor, deserving of utmost respect. However, within the realm of cultivation, the hierarchy was undeniably rigid. Thus, Xiao Yun could only strive to adapt, and he spoke up. I would be grateful if you could guide me in becoming acquainted with this Imperial Peak. This would be his residence henceforth, and it was imperative to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Otherwise, he might find himself in a predicament even in the most basic of needs. The beauty of this place warranted more decorum than to relieve oneself indiscriminately by the roadside, a gesture unbecoming of civic responsibility. There is no need for such formality. Young master, this is merely the duty of an old servant, replied Fu Bo with a warm smile, his eyes brimming with joy. After so many years, the old master had finally taken on a disciple, and it was said that he was the divine son of their chaotic holy land, a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Consequently, Fu Bo respectfully led Xiao Yun on a tour of the entire Imperial Peak. Along the way, they observed that the numerous palaces stood empty, prompting Xiao Yun to succumb to his curiosity and inquire, "Fubo, why have so many palaces been constructed here, yet they remain uninhabited?" Upon hearing this, Fubo sighed deeply, filled with emotion as he recounted, in the past, the old master was known as the strongest holy son of the chaotic Holy Land, attracting countless followers. Thus, it was only natural to erect many palaces. However, over the years, those followers have either passed away or departed from the master, leaving only this old servant behind. Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, realized with a sense of enlightenment that since Emperor Tian was already 900 years old, it was likely that his followers had all succumbed to the ravages of time as well. No one has perished from old age. They have likely surpassed Emperor Tian in cultivation, thus it is only natural that they can no longer follow him. As he continued to explore the imperial peak with Uncle Fu, Xiao Yun encountered numerous celestial birds and spiritual beasts, as well as fields of golden rice, which undeniably infused the imperial peak with vibrant vitality. Uncle Fu remarked, "The young master has yet to commence his fasting. These celestial birds, spiritual beasts, and spiritual rice will serve as your sustenance in the future." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt a pang of desire. These are indeed precious treasures. One must acknowledge that joining the chaos sacred land is truly extraordinary. In the outside world, it is quite challenging to discover such rare and exquisite items. Furthermore, despite the seemingly docile nature of these celestial birds and spiritual beasts, their strength is formidable. Even 100 of the current Xiao Yun would not stand a chance against them. Thus, over the years, Xiao Yun has been deprived of such delicacies. And now he can finally indulge. The imperial peak is vast, and by evening, Xiao Yun had finally completed his exploration. He then accompanied Uncle Fu back to the heavenly hall. Upon entering, he saw his esteemed master, Emperor Tian, diligently working on a bronze cauldron that stood as tall as 3 men. At that moment, Emperor Tian was unleashing 3 kinds of true fire to refine the cauldron. A delightful aroma wafted from within, invigorating Xiao Yun's spirit. "Disciple," Emperor Tian exclaimed upon noticing Xiao Yun's return, a smile illuminating his face. "This is the foundation building liquid I have prepared for you. It contains the rare materials I have gathered over the years, including the blood of a dragon, which will undoubtedly enable you to forge a powerful body." Beside them, Uncle Fu elucidated to Xiao Yun, "Young master, the initial stage of cultivation is body refinement. For practitioners like us, the physical form is of paramount importance. Only by possessing a formidable physique can one navigate the path of cultivation with ease." Xiao Yun nodded, somewhat comprehending. Tian, with a grave expression, interjected, "Disciple, as the saying goes, a towering edifice rises from a solid foundation. Thus, the foundational stage of cultivation is crucial. This first realm, body refinement, is the time we establish our base. The sturdier your foundation, the greater your future accomplishments will be." This time, Xiao Yun understood completely, realizing that if a building's foundation is unstable, even the slightest tremor could lead to its collapse. Therefore, the foundation is indeed vital. "Fu, come here and assist me in the ritual." Tian beckoned to Uncle Fu, subsequently entrusting the task of the ritual to him while he himself settled down beside Xiao Yun on a nearby mat, sitting cross-legged. At this moment, the sky had turned utterly dark, countless stars twinkling in the heavens, their brilliance casting starry energies that descended from the cosmos, rendering the entire imperial peak enchanting and ethereal. Tian gazed seriously at Xiao Yun, stating, "Disciple, I shall now impart to you the chaos scripture, but you must first swear that, without the Holy Lord's permission, you shall never divulge the chaos scripture to anyone." Xiao Yun nodded, fully aware that this scripture is the supreme treasure of the chaos sacred land and must remain confidential. Thereupon, Xiao Yun solemnly took his oath. Upon witnessing Xiao Yun's vow, Tian offered a faint smile, then pointed gently to the center of Xiao Yun's brow, saying, "Disciple, focus your mind and earnestly comprehend the chaos scripture." Xiao Yun promptly closed his eyes, apprehensive that his talents and qualifications might fall short. He immediately invoked a moment of enlightenment. "The universe possesses profound truths, elusive to the senses. All things are not merely themselves, but are unified with me." The verses of the chaos scripture vividly emerged in Xiao Yun's mind, akin to his initial understanding of the chaos induction. Moreover, upon entering this state of enlightenment, Xiao Yun's thoughts became remarkably lucid. As he pondered the chaos scripture, inspiration surged within him. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he would suddenly experience a moment of clarity. It could be said that in this state of enlightenment, Xiao Yun resonated harmoniously with the principles of chaos, thus making his study of the chaos scripture effortless, akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking. Nearby, Tian watched Xiao Yun with a smile, while the anxious Fu Bai, who was refining the grand cauldron, kept a watchful eye on him. There is no need for concern, given Xiao Yun's aptitude. He should grasp the first layer of the chaos scripture within 3 days at most, Tian remarked, noticing Fu Bai's unease. Fubai replied softly, Master. You took 7 days to comprehend the first layer of the chaos scripture, which is already the fastest record. If the young master cannot surpass this record, he will be unable to surpass you in the future. Tian, exuding confidence, rest assured, if Xiao Yun can provoke the chaos bell to toll 9 times, he will undoubtedly master the first layer of the chaos scripture within 3 days. However, at that very moment suddenly, the surrounding aura of heaven and earth surged violently, resembling mighty rivers converging towards the meditating Xiao Yun. In an instant, Xiao Yun found himself enveloped by this spiritual energy, his body floating in midair, radiating beams of white light. How could this be? Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Xiao Yun. Meanwhile, Uncle Fu gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, The spirit energy is entering his body. Has the young master comprehended the first layer of the Chaos Sutra? My heavens! It has only been a mere quarter of an hour. Such innate talent is truly remarkable. Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixed his gaze on the airborne Xiao Yun, as if beholding an extraordinary treasure. Chapter 8. 9 Layers in 1 Day. A heavenly phenomenon. Is the cultivation of the Chaos Sutra difficult? Indeed, it is. However, with Xiao Yun's sudden enlightenment, he effortlessly mastered the first layer of the Chaos Sutra. The dense spiritual energy from all directions surged towards him, infusing his being and rendering him increasingly divine, while his physical form grew ever stronger. Observing this, Tian exclaimed with fervor, in just a brief moment, he has attained the first layer of the Chaos Sutra. My calculations were indeed accurate. Xiao Yun is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for cultivating the Chaos Sutra. He will surely forge the Chaos Body in the future. Uncle Fu, filled with anticipation, remarked, The Chaos Body, an invincible sacred physique. If I could witness the day the young master achieves the Chaos Body, I would have no regrets in death. Tian nodded in agreement, as this had once been his greatest aspiration, now entrusted to Xiao Yun. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun remained immersed in the profound insights of the chaotic scripture. However, the duration of his enlightenment was limited. Once he grasped the first layer, the opportunity for sudden comprehension would elude him. Indeed, the cultivation of the chaotic scripture proved to be extraordinarily challenging. Even the chaotic induction had only required a single moment of enlightenment for him to fully comprehend. Yet, the chaotic scripture consumed an entire opportunity for enlightenment merely at its first layer. Xiao Yun pondered quietly. What astonished him further was the revelation that the chaotic scripture comprised a total of 108 layers. Only through the complete understanding of all 108 layers could one forge the chaotic body. If the first layer posed such difficulty, how insurmountable would the task of comprehending all 108 layers be? It seemed nearly impossible to succeed in this cultivation. No wonder that throughout the years, no one had managed to forge the chaotic body. Truly, such an extraordinary constitution as the chaotic body was not easily attained, Xiao Yun mused. Nonetheless, this challenge did not faze him. If one moment of enlightenment proved insufficient, he would strive for 100. If that too failed, he would endeavor for 1,000. With the aid of his system, he was assured of ample opportunities for enlightenment in the future. Resolutely, Xiao Yun contemplated, let the enlightenment continue, for he still had 12 opportunities remaining. Originally, Xiao Yun had completed the task of joining the chaotic sacred land, earning 3 opportunities for enlightenment. After relinquishing his identity as a divine child, he had gained an additional 10 opportunities. Thus, after expending one just now, he still had the potential for 12 more moments of enlightenment. In his quest to grow stronger swiftly, Xiao Yun continued to engage with the second layer of the chaotic scripture. Meanwhile, in the external world, the influx of spiritual energy into his body persisted, and the surrounding spiritual energy continued to accumulate in increasing abundance. In the sky, countless star forces were drawn downward, converging towards Xiao Yun. Uncle Fu gazed in astonishment at Xiao Yun, who was floating midair, and queried in confusion, What is happening? The young master is still comprehending. Does he intend to grasp the second level in this moment? Tian was equally astounded, expressing disbelief. It took me a whole year to comprehend the second level of the chaos scripture. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, and the entire imperial peak shook. What is going on? Both Tian and Uncle Fu were startled. This was the chaos sacred land. Who would dare intrude? However, they soon realized their misjudgment. Golden lotuses began to rise from the ground, blooming with dazzling brilliance. Countless petals fluttered and swirled around Xiao Yun. The atmosphere was saturated with rich spiritual energy, cascading from the heavens like a flood that had burst its banks, inundating Xiao Yun without reserve. Additionally, innumerable stars in the cosmic sky erupted with radiant light, and thick beams of stellar energy shot down from the heavens, enveloping Xiao Yun entirely. The sequence of extraordinary phenomena left both Tian and Uncle Fu in a state of shock. Uncle Fu murmured in disbelief, This is the earthly erupting golden lotus. Tian's eyes widened, and the stellar energy refining the body. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment and incredulity they felt. This phenomenon signified that Xiao Yun had comprehended the ninth level of the chaos scripture and had stepped into the realm of initial enlightenment. My heavens! What sort of creature is this? As he gazed at the ethereal figure of Xiao Yun suspended in midair, Uncle Fu could not restrain his exclamations of astonishment. Tian, equally taken aback, stared at Xiao Yun, murmuring, "In my youth, I devoted 30 years to mastering the ninth layer of the chaos scripture, which had already surpassed the achievements of my predecessors." Both were profoundly astonished by Xiao Yun's prowess. While Tian had toiled for 3 decades to comprehend the ninth layer of the chaos scripture, Xiao Yun accomplished this feat in mere moments. The disparity between them was simply staggering. Truly, he is a prodigy worthy of the 9 tolls of the chaos bell. Master, you have indeed made a wise choice. Perhaps in our lifetime, we shall witness the birth of an invincible chaos body. Uncle Fu gazed at Xiao Yun in the air, his face alight with excitement. Tian, upon hearing this, was equally exhilarated. He looked at Xiao Yun and declared, "If this young man does not become a chaos body, it would be a travesty against the natural order. Our sacred land of chaos finally has the prospect of rising." Meanwhile, the extraordinary phenomena emanating from Deep Peak captured the attention of numerous cultivators from the sacred land of chaos, their gazes converging upon the mountain. However, due to the protective formations set by Tian, no one could penetrate the sanctum with their divine senses. All they could witness was the blossoming golden lotus atop Deep Peak, alongside an endless stream of stellar energy cascading from the heavens. It was puzzling. What could be transpiring at Deep Peak? Deep Peak? Isn't that the cave dwelling of Elder Tian? I have heard he has taken on a divine disciple. What divine disciple? I heard that young man has renounced his title and now serves as a disciple of the Elder. That fellow is truly foolish to have given up the position of divine disciple. Disciples of the chaotic sacred land engaged in fervent discussions. Within merely a day, the news of Xiao Yun renouncing his position as the son of God and becoming a disciple of Emperor Tian had spread throughout the entire chaotic sacred land. Initially, these disciples envied Xiao Yun, but now they found themselves mocking him. This reaction is a natural human inclination. Witnessing someone who once stood above them suddenly plummet evokes a sense of schadenfreude. Golden lotus erupts from the earth. Stellar energy refines the body. On a mountain peak, the lord of the chaotic sacred land gazed towards the direction of the Emperor Peak, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Emperor Tian, I never anticipated that you would expend such tremendous effort to forge an unparalleled foundation for this youth. Is it truly worthwhile? By doing so, the prospect of your own ascension to the heavenly realm becomes ever more elusive. The lord of the chaotic sacred land believed that these extraordinary phenomena were instigated by Emperor Tian. After all, Xiao Yun was still merely a mortal. No matter how exceptional his talent for cultivation, it was implausible for him to generate such significant disturbances. Others within the chaotic sacred land shared this sentiment. Recognizing the considerable investment Emperor Tian had made, the difficulty of cultivating the chaotic scripture was exceedingly high, and they deemed Emperor Tian's efforts to be a futile expenditure of energy and time. It was indeed a pity that the chaotic sacred land had finally given rise to a son of God, only for him to embark on a path fraught with improbability. One by one, the prominent figures of the chaotic sacred land cast their gazes towards Emperor Peak, their faces etched with profound sighs. Chapter 9. Transcending the Extremes. Realm of the Divine. Shortly thereafter, the myriad stars in the night sky vanished, and the horizon glimmered with a pearly white as the night swiftly passed. At Emperor Peak, within the heavenly hall, suspended in midair, Xiao Yun was enveloped in a radiant golden light, rendering him akin to a statue of bronze, resplendent with brilliance. Tian gazed at Xiao Yun before him, his expression awash with astonishment, exclaiming, "The golden light of the physical body. This signifies the attainment of the pinnacle of body refinement." Beside him, Fu Bo, who was still refining the bronze cauldron, was momentarily taken aback, and then, with a face full of disbelief, he remarked, "So, does this mean the young master has already forged an unparalleled foundation and no longer requires the foundational liquid?" Tian nodded, his face reflecting awe as he responded, "To ascend 9 levels in a single day, what extraordinary talent! The infusion of natural spiritual energy and the refining power of the stars have already propelled his physical form to the pinnacle of body refinement, rendering further use of the foundational liquid unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Fu Bo could not help but cast a forlorn glance at the bronze cauldron before him, lamenting, "So, does this mean my efforts throughout the night were in vain? After all the time spent harnessing the 3-flavor true fire for refining, it seems it was all for naught." Tian smiled gently and replied, "How could the foundational liquid, crafted through earthly means, possibly compare to the unparalleled foundation forged by the powers of heaven and earth? With such a foundation, Xiao Yun's future is beyond imagination." Fu Bo looked at the completed foundational liquid with a wry smile, saying, The heavenly materials and earthly treasures within are invaluable, having taken you a century to prepare. Is it truly to be wasted like this? Regardless, it serves no purpose lying around. Tian replied nonchalantly, and then, with a glimmer in his eyes, he added with a chuckle, consider it a gift to you. Your lifespan is limited. Why not take on a disciple? It would be fitting companionship for Xiao Yun. Upon hearing this, Master Fu was somewhat moved. Like Emperor Tian, he too had reached the limits of his lifespan and had long contemplated taking on a disciple. It is a common desire among cultivators, when faced with the inevitability of death, to seek a student to whom they may impart their lifelong knowledge, thus leaving behind a legacy. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Master Fu deemed it a pity to waste such exquisite foundational elixir. He nodded and declared, as it happens, the Chaos Sacred Land is currently recruiting new disciples. I shall select one. Emperor Tian nodded in agreement. Master Fu then took to the clouds and departed from Emperor Peak. At that moment, Xiao Yun happened to open his eyes and, observing Master Fu's departure, curiously inquired, Master, why has Fu gone? Emperor Tian, with a joyful expression, looked at Xiao Yun and replied, my disciple, you have ascended to the 9th level of the Chaos Scripture in merely one day, harnessing the power of the heavens and the earth to reach the pinnacle of the body-refining realm. Therefore, you have no need for the foundational elixir. Master Fu considers it a great loss to discard such elixirs, so he intends to choose a disciple from the newly recruited students to inherit his lifelong teachings. Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of enlightenment. However, as he gazed down at his own form, he found it hard to believe that he had already achieved the limits of the body-refining realm. According to his master's words, upon reaching this pinnacle, one would possess the strength of 100,000 pounds. Do I truly possess such immense power now? Xiao Yun could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. It was as if he had transformed into a superhuman within a single day. At this very moment, he indeed felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through his body, invigorating him entirely. Tian remained oblivious to Xiao Yun's errant thoughts and continued, Disciple, you have now reached the pinnacle of body refinement. The next step is to comprehend the 10th layer of the chaotic scripture and begin actively absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus entering the next realm of cultivation, the gathering Qi stage. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun smiled faintly and confidently replied, Master, do not worry. I shall grasp the 10th layer of the chaotic scripture in less than 3 days. He still possessed 4 opportunities for sudden enlightenment, ample enough to elevate the chaotic scripture to its 13th layer. Tian, gazing at the self-assured Xiao Yun, felt a sense of exasperation. It took him 50 years to cultivate the chaotic scripture to its 10th layer, while Xiao Yun believed he could achieve it in merely 3 days. Nevertheless, having witnessed Xiao Yun's miraculous progress of advancing 9 layers in a single day, Tian could not help but concede to his confidence. However, he shook his head, his expression grave as he addressed Xiao Yun. Disciple, you have misunderstood. I wish for you to restrain your cultivation. Do not hasten to comprehend the 10th layer of the chaotic scripture. Master, may I inquire why? Xiao Yun's face was a portrait of confusion. Isn't it the nature of cultivators to be bold and aggressive? Tian offered a wry smile, explaining, that advice is intended for those of lesser talent, to motivate them to strive harder. However, you are different. A prodigy like you cultivates at an extraordinary pace. Thus, to establish a more solid foundation, it is essential to frequently temper your cultivation, ensuring that each realm you attain reaches its theoretical zenith. Xiao Yun suddenly realized that it was all about establishing a solid foundation. He nodded and said, Master, I understand now. I will refrain from breaking through for the time being. Tian, somewhat speechless, observed his disciple's unwavering confidence. Indeed, comparing people can be disheartening. He continued to address Xiao Yun, Disciple, although you are temporarily suppressing your cultivation, you may still practice some combat techniques to further explore the potential of your physical form, thereby transcending the extreme realm and entering the legendary Forbidden Domain. Transcending the extreme realm? The Forbidden Domain? Xiao Yun paused, momentarily taken aback, and then asked, Master, isn't the extreme realm of body refinement the ultimate limit? Can it be surpassed? What is this Forbidden Domain? Tian elucidated. 100,000 pounds of strength is merely a theoretical limit of the extreme realm in body refinement, achievable only by extraordinary talents. However, some prodigies endowed with unique physiques can indeed surpass this extreme limit, attaining strengths of 110,000 pounds, 120,000 pounds, or even greater. This is what we refer to as the Forbidden Domain. Xiao Yun, filled with curiosity, inquired, Master, throughout the history of the cultivation world, what has been the maximum strength achievable in the extreme realm of body refinement? With a gentle smile, Tian replied, the extreme realm of 100,000 pounds. When doubled, becomes forbidden. Each doubling constitutes a prohibition, and 9 prohibitions elevate one to divinity. Our ancestral master, the Chaos Emperor of the Chaos Sacred Land, once attained a strength of 1,000,000 pounds in the realm of body refinement, entering the realm of 9 prohibitions, which is also referred to as the Divine Forbidden Domain, an area only accessible to the divine. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt somewhat speechless. After all this time, he realized that the physical cultivation realm could indeed reach a strength of 100,000 pounds, while he had only achieved 1/10 of that, still far from the pinnacle. What he did not know was that an ordinary person could attain a strength of 70 to 80,000 pounds to enter the chi-gathering realm, while some extraordinary geniuses could merely reach the extreme of 100,000 pounds. Only those with exceptional physiques could glimpse into the forbidden domains. Moreover, the physical cultivation realm was merely the first stage for practitioners, and few wished to squander excessive time in this realm. However, now that Xiao Yun was aware of this, he was determined to ascend to the peak of the physical cultivation realm. With a resolute expression, he looked at Emperor Tian and said, "Master, since our ancestor, the chaos body, was capable of this, so too can I. But how shall I continue to enhance my strength?" Emperor Tian smiled faintly, pleased with Xiao Yun's ambition. Although he did not believe Xiao Yun could reach the level of the Chaos Emperor, surpassing the extremes should not pose a problem. Thus, Emperor Tian replied with a smile. "To further augment your physical strength, mere cultivation of techniques will not suffice. You have already reached the extreme. Only by practicing combat skills can you continue to unearth your potential. Furthermore, your current strength is merely that strength. Only through combat skills can you transform that strength into combat prowess." Chapter 10. The Quirky Junior Sister Combat Skills. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun gazed at Emperor Tian and inquired, "Master, please impart combat skills to me at once." Tian shook his head with a smile and remarked, "Martial techniques cannot be practiced indiscriminately. They must be tailored to each individual's innate talents and physical constitution. In our Chaos Sacred Land, there exists a Star Pavilion, which houses all the martial techniques of our realm. Once you enter, the Star Pavilion will automatically select the techniques most suited to you." "Is it truly that remarkable?" Xiao Yun exclaimed in astonishment, and then quickly urged, "Master, please take me there at once." Tian chuckled gently, saying, "My dear disciple, you are perhaps a bit too eager. One must remember that haste makes waste. You have only just embarked on your cultivation journey for a day. There is no need for such impatience. Furthermore, your Uncle Fu will soon return, and his disciple will also be selecting martial techniques. You may go together." "Very well." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun calmed his mind and resumed contemplating his own situation, striving to acclimatize himself to the sudden surge of power within him. After all, his strength had increased dramatically, and he felt somewhat unbalanced. If placed in the mortal realm, he might have already shattered the ground beneath him. Fortunately, the protective formations of the heavenly hall safeguarded against his overwhelming might. Soon enough, Uncle Fu returned on a cloud. Behind him trailed a whimsical young girl, around 15 or 16 years of age, clad in a green dress with 2 playful braids, exuding an adorable charm and possessing a strikingly handsome appearance. "Young master, congratulations on establishing an unparalleled foundation." Uncle Fu beamed with joy upon seeing that Xiao Yun had awakened from his meditative state. Behind him, a curious young girl gazed at Xiao Yun. She had already recognized him when the chaos bell rang in the square yesterday. After all, Xiao Yun had been the center of attention, undeniably radiant. "There is no need for excessive courtesy, Fu Bo. By the way, is this your disciple?" Xiao Yun inquired, casting a curious glance at the young girl standing behind Fu Bo. With a gentle smile, Fu Bo pulled the girl closer and pointed at Xiao Yun, saying, "Xiaoya, do not hesitate to greet your senior brother." Lin Xiaoya blinked her big, sparkling eyes, her face alight with curiosity as she giggled. "I am Lin Xiaoya. Pleased to meet you, senior brother. I heard that you have relinquished your identity as the Divine Son. Is that true?" Fu Bo's expression shifted abruptly, and he admonished her sternly, "Silence. Do not speak recklessly." Startled, Lin Xiaoya pouted, tears welling in her round eyes, appearing pitifully wronged. Xiao Yun smiled gently and waved his hand. "Fu Bo, there is no need for such severity. I voluntarily relinquished my identity as the Divine Son. Why would I be upset over others discussing it? Moreover, there will come a day when I will reclaim my position as the Divine Son." Upon hearing this, Fu Bo recalled Xiao Yun's astonishing talent displayed the previous night, and he nodded with a smile. "Well said. With your extraordinary gifts, young master, it is only a matter of time before you ascend to the position of the Divine Son once more." After this exchange, Fu Bo took Lin Xiaoya to pay respects to Tian. Tian scrutinized the young girl before him, offering a slight smile as he inquired, "Your talent is commendable. You must have caused the chaos bell to resonate 3 times yesterday, correct?" "Yes." Lin Xiaoya nodded obediently. Emperor Tian then turned to Uncle Fu and said with a smile, "With such talent, coupled with the foundational elixir I have prepared over many years, Stepping into the realm of physical refinement should be a mere formality. This girl is indeed fortunate. Uncle Fu chuckled. Lin Xiaoya blinked her large eyes in confusion, pondering whether her potential to reach the realm of physical refinement was due to luck rather than her own innate abilities. Sensing the perplexity in Lin Xiaoya's heart, Uncle Fu pointed to the bronze cauldron before them and said with a smile, "This is the foundational elixir prepared by the master for the young lord over many years. Infused with numerous rare herbs and treasures of the earth, it is on par with the elixirs previously used by other holy sons. Unfortunately, the young lord has already entered the realm of physical refinement and has no need for these elixirs, so they are yours now, a grand opportunity indeed." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya was taken aback and turned to Xiao Yun, her round, glistening eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Senior brother has entered the realm of physical refinement? But he only joined the chaotic Holy Land with me yesterday. How could he have progressed so swiftly in just one night?" Uncle Fu replied proudly, "Your senior brother possesses unparalleled talent. Yesterday, while practicing the chaotic scripture, he broke through 9 levels in a single day, allowing the power of heaven and earth to forge his supreme foundation and enter the realm of physical refinement. This is far superior to entering the realm through the elixir." Breaking through 9 levels in a single day, Lin Xiaoya gazed at Xiao Yun, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Coming from a prominent family herself, she understood the immense difficulty of cultivating the chaotic scripture. She never imagined that Xiao Yun could achieve such a feat in just one day. His talent was nothing short of extraordinary. "Uncle Fu, you are too kind," Xiao Yun humbly remarked, standing beside him. Uncle Fu then playfully tapped Lin Xiaoya's head and commanded, "Enough of this idle chatter. Enter the cauldron at once and commence practicing the techniques I have imparted to you. The young master awaits, eager to accompany you to the Star Pavilion to select combat skills. Do not keep him waiting." "Yes." Lin Xiaoya nodded in response, and with a wave of Uncle Fu's hand, her body was involuntarily lifted above the bronze cauldron and gradually descended. Xiao Yun observed curiously. Thanks to the power of the heavens aiding his foundation establishment, he had bypassed the need for foundational liquid, making him somewhat intrigued. As soon as Lin Xiaoya entered the cauldron, she let out a piercing scream. "Ah, it's so hot. Master, are you intending to cook me alive after accepting me as your disciple?" Uncle Fu's expression darkened as he admonished her sharply, "If you cannot endure this minor discomfort, how do you expect to cultivate the great Tao? Enough of the nonsense. Quickly channel your energy and diligently absorb these medicinal liquids. Each drop is a priceless treasure. Wasting even a little would cost your entire family dearly. But it's truly unbearable." Lin Xiaoya continued to wail. Xiao Yun, watching with trepidation, felt fortunate for his moment of enlightenment. Otherwise, he would be the one enduring such torment. Moreover, Lin Xiaoya remained in the cauldron for an excruciating 3 hours, only to be retrieved by Uncle Fu at noon. Uncle Fu waved his hand, drying Lin Xiaoya's clothes. Although she had screamed for the entire morning, she now appeared even more spirited, her face brimming with curiosity as she examined her own body. Her sparkling eyes were filled with excitement. What immense power! I must have reached the pinnacle of body refinement, possessing at least 50,000 pounds of strength. Uncle Fu couldn't help but admonish her. What is there to be proud of? Your senior brother, without the aid of these foundational liquids, has already attained a strength of 100,000 pounds. You still have a long way to go. Senior brother is a freak. I cannot compare myself to him, Lin Xiaoya retorted, pouting. Beside her, Xiao Yun's expression darkened. All right. Ah Fu, please escort them to the Star Pavilion to select their battle techniques, Di Tian said with a smile. Uncle Fu nodded, then summoned a cloud, carrying Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya as they soared away from Emperor Peak. Chapter 11. Testing Combat Power. The Star Pavilion is situated in the outer gate area, far removed from the inner gate region where Emperor Peak resides. Even with Uncle Fu guiding their flight, it would take an hour to arrive. However, throughout the journey, neither Xiao Yun nor Lin Xiaoya felt the slightest impatience. The scenery within the chaos sacred land was simply breathtaking. The mountains below were shrouded in mist, exuding an ethereal aura, their beauty captivating and enchanting. Wow, this place is so stunning. Once I am able to fly, I shall explore our chaos sacred land thoroughly. Lin Xiaoya chirped excitedly, reminiscent of a joyful lark. Uncle Fu smiled and replied, once you reach the 3rd realm of cultivation, the Divine Bridge realm, you will be able to condense your spirit and soar through the skies on a sword. As they conversed, they had already entered the outer gate area, where proficient individuals were scarce. Unlike Uncle Fu, who could traverse the skies with ease, they, as he described, flew through the void upon their swords, soaring gracefully. The sound of swishing blades echoed as beams of sword light crisscrossed through the heavens, exuding an air of freedom and elegance. Lin Xiaoya gazed on with envy, her sparkling eyes filled with yearning. Xiao Yun also wore an expression of longing. It must be said that witnessing the disciples of the chaos sacred land, hands clasped behind their backs, gliding on their flying swords amidst the clouds, was truly exhilarating. Suddenly, the mist ahead parted, revealing a vast plaza that came into view for the trio. Xiao Yun noticed a magnificent pavilion within the plaza, suffused with ethereal light, towering into the clouds. Imposing and grand, exuding an extraordinary aura. This was the Star Pavilion. Uncle Fu let out a hearty laugh and descended with Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaya onto the plaza. The square was bustling with activity, teeming with thousands of people queuing to enter the Star Pavilion. Uncle Fu furrowed his brow and remarked, usually, the Star Pavilion sees few visitors, but due to the recruitment of numerous new disciples yesterday, many have come to select their battle techniques. Let us queue. I am in no rush. Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Uncle Fu nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted ahead. This individual possesses a strength of 50,000 pounds and has reached the pinnacle of body refinement. He is a new disciple who joined yesterday and has remarkably attained this level within a day. Such talent holds promise for becoming a potential holy son. An envious voice resonated from the crowd. Lin Xiaya's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, her love for lively scenes compelling her to exclaim, Master, brother. Let us hurry over to take a look. It appears someone is testing their combat strength. Uncle Fu smiled faintly and replied, there is a stone tablet in front of the Star Pavilion specifically designed for new disciples in the body refinement stage to assess their strength. However, given the young master's prowess, such tests are unnecessary. Master, brother does not need to test, but I can. Lin Xiaya pouted, and without hesitation, she tugged at Xiao Yun and dashed forward. Uncle Fu shook his head helplessly and followed them. Before long, the trio came upon a colossal stone tablet, radiating with vibrant light and adorned with swirling runes, resembling a primordial behemoth standing majestically beside the Star Pavilion. Beneath the tablet, a young man wore a smug expression, clearly proud of himself, as the number 50,001 illuminated the stone. The onlookers gasped in awe, showering praise upon the youth, which only served to inflate his pride further. Lin Xiaya, unimpressed, curled her lips and remarked, isn't it just 50,000? What's so remarkable about that? I could do it too. A middle-aged man nearby, overhearing her, cast a glance at Lin Xiaya and chuckled, little girl, do not speak so brazenly. A strength of 50,000 is a mark of great accomplishment in the body refinement stage. Only a select few geniuses can possess such power right after establishing their foundation. Indeed, little girl, you know nothing and should refrain from making such comments. Where did this naive child come from, lacking any insight? Truly, long hair, but short knowledge. The surrounding crowd echoed their disdain. Lin Xiaya's face flushed with anger as she bared her teeth at the crowd, her adorable little tiger teeth gleaming. Yet her charming demeanor failed to instill any sense of intimidation. The youth beneath the stone tablet, stirred by the commotion, turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaya, a mocking smile gracing his features. I recognize you, Lin Xiaya. You rang the chaos bell 3 times yesterday while I managed 4. Your talent pales in comparison to mine. And you dare to speak so boldly before me? Truly, the height of arrogance. Lin Xiaya was not one to suppress her indignation, unable to contain herself. She strode up to the young man, fury evident in her voice. Is it just 50,000 pounds? What is so impressive about that? Allow me to demonstrate. The youth extended his palm, graciously stepping aside, yet his countenance was rife with derision, clearly doubting Lin Xiaya's ability to surpass the 50,000-pound mark. Humph. Keep your eyes wide open. Lin Xiaya huffed angrily, then approached the stone tablet, raising her petite fists to strike it with fervor. The onlookers, drawn by curiosity, focused their attention on the tablet. As Lin Xiaya's fist connected with the stone, a radiant silver light erupted, enveloping the entire tablet. Silver light. How could this be? Such illumination only manifested upon striking above 50,000 pounds. Could it be that this young girl has reached the pinnacle of body refinement? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. The nearby youth, too, betrayed a look of shock and incredulity. Yesterday, he observed with clarity that Lin Xiaya had only struck the chaos bell 3 times, indicating her innate talent was undoubtedly inferior to his own. How could she possibly attain the peak of physical refinement after establishing her foundation? As the youth pondered these doubts, the silver light upon the stone tablet dissipated, revealing a series of numbers, 58,000. Although it remained in the realm of 50,000, it surpassed the previous youth's strength by a substantial 7,000 pounds. The crowd erupted in astonishment, showering praises upon Lin Xiaya, which brought her immense joy. Meanwhile, the young man, upon seeing the figures on the stone tablet, had already slinked away into the crowd, too ashamed to face anyone. Lin Xiaya returned with an air of pride, grinning at Master Fu. Master, did I bring you any shame? Master Fu sternly admonished, as cultivators, we must not harbor a spirit of boastfulness. Such impulsiveness is unbecoming. Upon returning, you shall write the character steadiness, say, 1,000 times. Oh, Lin Xiaya pouted, displeased. At that moment, as the crowd turned their attention to Lin Xiaya, They noticed Xiao Yun nearby, triggering a wave of exclamations. It's the Divine Son. What Divine Son? It is Xiao Yun. He is no longer the Divine Son. Did he truly renounce that title? He appeared rather ordinary. Could it be that the Holy Master had discerned his mediocrity, leading to his expulsion from the Divine Son's position? It is indeed plausible. How could a figure of such stature simply relinquish his title? I suspect he might have cheated during yesterday's trial, which is why he struck the Chaos Bell 9 times. Only to be discovered by the Holy Master afterward. He has also arrived and should have established a foundation by now, although it remains uncertain how much power he possesses. I doubt he can even reach 10,000 pounds, considering the immense difficulty of cultivating the Chaos Scripture. It is said that mastering the first level alone requires a month of diligent practice. As murmurs filled the air, Xiao Yun felt a multitude of gazes directed towards him, some filled with curiosity, while others harbored derision. Chapter 12, questioned by others listening to the mocking remarks. Xiao Yun remained silent, but beside him, Lin Xiaoyao was instantly displeased. She stepped forward and exclaimed, "You all should be quiet. My senior brother voluntarily renounced his identity as a son. He did not cheat. Young lady, do you have any idea how privileged a son's status is? Any person of sound mind would never relinquish such a title. Are you suggesting your senior brother is a fool?" Someone jested. Lin Xiaoya shot a furious glare at him and retorted, "My senior brother is certainly not a fool. Then why would he abandon the title of son? In my opinion, he must have resorted to cheating to ring the Chaos Bell, which led to his expulsion from the son's position," the man sneered. Xiao Yun coldly fixed his gaze upon the individual, who had repeatedly targeted him. While others merely expressed their schadenfreude in passing, this person was evidently intent on ridiculing him. "Young master, this individual was once a follower of the master, but was expelled due to his improper conduct. Thus, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for the master and has since allied himself with one of the master's adversaries." Suddenly, the voice of Fu Bo echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. Xiao Yun suddenly realized that the person before him was an adversary of his master, which explained the hostility directed towards him. At that moment, Uncle Fu stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at the individual opposite him. He exclaimed, "Zhu Ping. The Holy Master has issued a decree stating that the young master voluntarily relinquished his position as the Son of God by slandering him. Do you dare to question the Holy Master's command?" Zhu Ping responded with a disdainful scoff. "What an extravagant accusation, one I cannot bear. However, I have no desire to engage with a cheat, unlike our young master, who possesses genuine celestial talent. Having struck the Chaos Bell 5 times and achieved the perfected state of body refinement, now exuding the aura of a son of God." As Zhu Ping spoke, he stepped aside, revealing a young man adorned in splendid garments. Although he appeared youthful, his eyes were deep and piercing, akin to lightning flashing within, emanating an extraordinary presence. It was Chu Jingxiao, the sole genius, aside from Xiao Yun, who had resonated the Chaos Bell 5 times the previous day. It was rumored that he had become a disciple of the esteemed Elder Tianyi, the second-ranked elder within the sect, and was on the cusp of entering the celestial realm. To the astonishment of all, it seemed that Chu Jingxiao had already attained the perfected state of body refinement. It would not be long before he reached the ultimate realm of body refinement, undoubtedly destined to become a son of God in the future. Surrounding spectators gasped in awe. Xiao Yun cast a cursory glance at Chu Jingxiao. He did not recognize him, and since no other genius had struck the Chaos Bell 5 times before him, it was clear that this individual had tested afterward. Chu Jingxiao was also scrutinizing Xiao Yun, his eyes betraying a flicker of jealousy and animosity. Just yesterday, he had struck the Chaos Bell 5 times, a feat that should have secured his place at the pinnacle among his peers, garnering him fame and attention. However, with Xiao Yun's 9 resounding strikes overshadowing his own, all eyes were drawn to Xiao Yun, leaving even the exceptional talent of Chu Jingxiao unacknowledged. Thus, while he harbored some resentment towards Xiao Yun, it was predominantly jealousy that consumed him. After gazing at Xiao Yun for a moment, an idea struck him. He turned slightly towards Zhu Ping and smiled, saying, "Your praise is unwarranted, Steward Zhu. My master has remarked upon Zhao's extraordinary gifts. Had he not cultivated the Chaos Sutra, he would undoubtedly have reached the pinnacle in a single day. I still have a long way to go." With that said, Chu Jingxiao strode towards the stone monument, fully aware that the onlookers anticipated his test of strength. He approached with a commanding presence and, in an instant, unleashed a powerful punch against the stone. A thunderous roar erupted as brilliant silver light surged forth, cascading like the Milky Way pouring from the heavens, radiating with unparalleled brilliance. The spectators were taken aback. They understood that such intense silver light indicated Chu Jingxiao's formidable strength, far exceeding the 50,000 mark. As expected, when the silver light dissipated, the stone bore the number 90,000. In an instant, gasps of astonishment filled the air. 90,000 in strength. The completion of the body refinement realm. To ascend to such heights in a single day is a testament to extraordinary talent. The crowd marveled in disbelief, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Standing beneath the stone tablet, Chu Jingxiao's eyes flickered with a hint of pride. After all, he was still a youth. Despite his composure, he could not resist the urge to boast. However, it was evident that Chu Jingxiao possessed considerable depth of character. As he listened to the praises of those around him, he waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head with a humble expression, saying, "You flatter me, everyone. I merely struck the chaos bell 5 times, which pales in comparison to Brother Zhao's 9 strikes. Let us focus on Brother Zhao's performance instead." With that, Chu Jingxiao stepped away from the stone tablet and returned to the side of Zhu Ping, gazing with a cheerful smile at the opposing Xiao Yun. Following Chu Jingxiao's remarks, the eyes of the onlookers shifted towards Xiao Yun. Uncle Fu conveyed through thought to Xiao Yun, "Young master, this lad is quite astute at swaying public sentiment despite his tender years. He possesses a profound cunning. We must remain vigilant of him in the future." Having lived for several centuries, Uncle Fu had witnessed more than his fair share of human folly. He saw through Chu Jingxiao's intentions immediately. This was an attempt to compel Xiao Yun to test his combat prowess. Should Xiao Yun shy away from such a challenge, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow of timidity and weakness upon him in the eyes of the assembly. Nevertheless, Uncle Fu held no concerns, for he had unwavering confidence in Xiao Yun. After all, with Xiao Yun's mastery of the 9th layer and the pinnacle of heavenly assistance, who could rival him? Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping mistakenly believed that Xiao Yun, having cultivated the Chaos Sutra, would be unable to grasp its essence within a single day, thus lacking in combat strength. Alas, they gravely underestimated Xiao Yun's innate talent. "Brother, go and show these narrow-minded fools what true potential looks like," Lin Xiaoya urged from the side, feeling quite constrained. Her senior brother was undeniably formidable, and yet these individuals dared to question his talent. They were truly a group of ignorant simpletons. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, just as he was about to step forward to test his combat prowess. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "New mission. Astonish those around you and create a sensation. Reward: 3 insights. Note: this mission can be stacked indefinitely." At last, the mission had arrived. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement within. His insights were dwindling, and the timing of this task was simply impeccable. Moreover, the fact that this mission could be stacked without limit meant he could seize the opportunity to accumulate numerous insights. Xiao Yun couldn't help but glance once more at the system's latest task, to astonish those nearby? To create a sensation? Wasn't this compelling him to show off? In simpler terms, it was tantamount to flaunting. Testing his combat prowess right before him was indeed an excellent opportunity. A smile crept onto Xiao Yun's face as he silently thanked the system for its thoughtfulness, for he had stumbled upon a chance to gain insights. He then approached the stone monument under the gaze of the crowd. The Chaos Sutra was widely regarded as the most challenging cultivation technique in the realm. In just one day, he had yet to grasp even the first layer, likely lacking even a strength of 10,000 pounds. Not far away, Zhu Ping remarked with a face full of derision. Chu Jingxiao smiled slightly and said, "Zhu Steward, your words are misguided. While others may struggle to comprehend the Chaos Sutra within a day, Senior Brother Xiao is a peerless genius who caused the Chaos Bell to ring 9 times. I firmly believe he is capable of achieving it." Fu Bo cast a cold glance at the two individuals, one belittling and the other flattering, their collaboration remarkably synchronized. Alas, they have grossly underestimated the young master's innate talent. They shall soon be taken aback. Boom. At that moment, Xiao Yun struck the stone tablet with a powerful punch. "Ouch, my hand hurts," he exclaimed, deliberately rubbing his fist. Laughter erupted among the crowd, with Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping displaying mocking smiles, but their expressions quickly froze. For the stone tablet suddenly erupted with blinding golden light, akin to the sun rising abruptly, its radiance fierce and dazzling, illuminating the entire sky. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of body refinement would such light manifest. How could this be? He has achieved the pinnacle of body refinement in just one day. My heavens, what extraordinary talent is this? A reincarnation of an ancient sage? The square was filled with gasps of astonishment, creating a sensation. Chapter 13. The pinnacle revealed on the stone tablet beside the starry pavilion. Golden light surged forth, bathing the entire square in a rich golden glow, rendering the surroundings resplendent. All were astonished, gazing at the scene before them, gasping in disbelief. During the testing, the appearance of golden light signifies that the individual has stepped into the pinnacle of body refinement. As expected, as the golden light gradually dissipated, a staggering number emerged on the tablet. 100,000. 100,000 pounds of strength, indeed, the pinnacle of body refinement. Alas, Xiao Yun has only just established his foundation. Yet he has astonishingly ascended to the pinnacle of body refinement. Such talent is undeniably that of a saintly heir. What saintly heir? He is, in fact, a divine progeny who voluntarily relinquished his divine status. Truly, he is a peerless prodigy, worthy of the 9 tolls of the Chaos Bell. The onlookers gasped in awe, their gazes toward Xiao Yun devoid of any mockery, replaced solely by admiration and astonishment. To achieve the pinnacle of body refinement immediately after establishing one's foundation is a rarity. Even within the sacred land of chaos, only a select few saintly heirs are capable of such a feat. Thus, Xiao Yun's innate talent is beyond question. No one dares to doubt him any longer. Damn it, how could this be? Not far away, Zhu Ping gazed up at the staggering number inscribed on the stone tablet, his expression dark and incredulous. Beside him, Chu Jingxiao stood in stunned silence, staring at the number on the tablet. Previously, he had merely jested about Xiao Yun, but he never anticipated that Xiao Yun would indeed achieve such a one-day pinnacle, a bitter irony for him. He, I knew my senior brother was the strongest. Lin Xiaya exclaimed in exhilaration upon seeing the number on the stone tablet, hands on her hips, pointing at Zhu Ping and Chu Jingxiao, mocking. You dared to look down on him, even accusing my senior brother of cheating. Now you've witnessed his prowess. Let us go. Chu Jingxiao's face flushed crimson as he felt the weight of the gazes around him. He wished for nothing more than to burrow into a hole, utterly ashamed to face anyone. Zhu Ping, too, followed Chu Jingxiao, slinking away in defeat. Ha ha ha, senior brother, do take a look at their panicked retreat. Lin Xiaya felt a surge of exhilaration in her heart as she clung to Xiao Yun's arm, shaking it in uncontainable excitement. Xiao Yun smiled gently, currently engrossed in examining his system. Just moments ago, he had successfully elicited gasps of astonishment from those around him, creating quite a stir, thus fulfilling the requirements of his system and earning 3 opportunities for enlightenment. At present, he had a total of 7 opportunities remaining, yet it was still insufficient. The number of insights required for cultivating the chaos scripture was exceedingly high, and he needed to continue accumulating them. Xiao Yun mused quietly. Fortunately, he was not lacking in tasks ahead. He merely needed to continue showing off. Each time he displayed his prowess, he would earn 3 opportunities for enlightenment, which was undeniably delightful. However, this meant that he could no longer cultivate discreetly. He would have to seek opportunities to showcase himself continuously. Xiao Yun contemplated. The purpose of showing off was to evoke awe from others, and consequently, it was impossible to maintain a low profile in his cultivations. He must remain at the forefront of the cultivation world. Fortunately, Xiao Yun did not resent this. After all, he had already made a name for himself in the chaos sacred land by causing the chaos bell to toll 9 times, rendering any desire for modesty futile. He needed to swiftly break through the ultimate realm and step into the forbidden domain, as this should still provoke astonishment among others. Xiao Yun began to strategize his next display of brilliance, for each instance of showing off would grant him more opportunities for enlightenment. He had no choice but to proceed thus. Senior brother, it's our turn. Let us hasten into the Star Pavilion to select our combat techniques. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's voice broke through his thoughts. Xiao Yun lifted his gaze and noticed that they had already arrived at the entrance of the Star Pavilion. The grand entrance of the Starry Pavilion is remarkably spacious, capable of accommodating more than 10 individuals at once, allowing for a swift queuing process. At that moment, Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaya stepped into the Starry Pavilion. Upon entering, Lin Xiaya gasped in astonishment. Xiao Yun was equally taken aback. The interior of the Starry Pavilion encompassed a myriad of spatial wonders. Stars twinkled above their heads while towering pillars rose majestically toward the heavens, creating a scene reminiscent of the universe's edge, truly a breathtaking spectacle. Even more astonishing was the fact that the stars overhead were in constant motion, occasionally cascading downwards, landing in the hands of nearby individuals, revealing ancient tomes. Close your eyes, focus your minds, and await the Starry Pavilion to select your martial techniques. A resonant voice boomed in the ears of the gathered crowd. Xiao Yun understood that this voice belonged to a formidable guardian of the Starry Pavilion from the Chaos Sacred Land, and promptly shut his eyes. At this juncture, Xiao Yun remained unaware that his display of profound physical cultivation had attracted the attention of numerous powerful figures from the Chaos Sacred Land, including his own master, the esteemed Elder Di Tian. Meanwhile, another elder observed Di Tian and remarked with a smile, with Xiao Yun's exceptional talent, he is surely destined to be bestowed with a superlative martial technique by the Starry Pavilion. Di Tian offered a slight smile in response. That should indeed be the case. After all, to have caused the Chaos Bell to toll 9 times, the Starry Pavilion will likely categorize him at the highest level. A disdainful snort echoed from a distance, revealing a nebulous figure seated in the void, shrouded in a misty aura, exuding a chilling presence. Di Tian cast a fleeting glance at the individual, a cold smile gracing his lips. Tian, were you not in seclusion striving for the heavenly realm? What brings you out? Have you perhaps failed? Boom. As Di Tian's words fell, the nebulous figure erupted with a formidable aura, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd. It was a half-step to the heavenly realm. It seemed Tian was not far from attaining that exalted state. The assembly of elders and senior members expressed their admiration. Tian's expression grew serious. The figure known as Tian let out a cold huff. Tian, despite your astonishing combat prowess, you will ultimately be unable to step into the heavenly realm. In a century, you will merely be a handful of dust. Your disciple, Xiao Yun, shall meet a similar fate, no matter how extraordinary his talents may be. He will ultimately be but a fleeting shooting star. On the contrary, my disciple, Chu Jingxiao, will follow in my footsteps and reach the heavenly realm. With aspirations of the sage's domain not being out of reach, Tian's countenance darkened as he retorted sharply, regardless, you remain a defeated foe of mine, and your disciple shall likewise become a subordinate to my own. A momentary defeat signifies little. I shall ascend to the heavenly realm, extending my lifespan by a millennium, while you will be reduced to ashes. In the future, the world will know me, Tian, as a powerful being of the heavenly realm, while you, Tian, shall fade into obscurity, Tian stated coldly. The surrounding elders, witnessing the escalating conflict, hastily intervened. Why must the two of you be at odds? We are all of the same sect and ought to unite in purpose. At that moment, within the star pavilion below, a dim star plummeted into Xiao Yun's grasp. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were left dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief. Is this a third-rate combat technique? An elder stood in a daze, his face etched with disbelief. How could a prodigy, capable of causing the chaos bell to toll 9 times, be bestowed with the most rudimentary combat technique by the Celestial Pavilion? Chapter 14. A third-rate combat technique. It was utterly astonishing. The Assembly of Supreme Elders had not anticipated that the Celestial Pavilion would grant Xiao Yun the lowest-tier combat skill. Did they perceive Xiao Yun's talent as mediocre? How absurd. A being capable of eliciting 9 tolls from the Chaos Bell could not possibly possess ordinary talent. What was happening? Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. Has the Celestial Pavilion made an error? How could Xiao Yun be awarded the most basic combat skill? Not far away, Tian felt a twinge of surprise but seized the opportunity to mock Tian. Ha ha ha, it seems my disciple was right. This lad must have cheated to deceive the Chaos Bell, thus causing it to toll 9 times. His true talent is, in fact, quite ordinary. Tian retorted with a cold snort. Tian, do you truly understand what the Chaos Bell is? It is a divine weapon of the Emperor. Not even a sage could deceive the Chaos Bell, unless Xiao Yun has the backing of a quasi-emperor. Who knows? Tian replied with a glint of schadenfreude. You and I both see clearly that Xiao Yun's talent is indeed unremarkable, as do the ancestors and the fossilized elders. Presently, the Celestial Pavilion shares this view. Perhaps there is something unique about him that caused the Chaos Bell to toll 9 times, rather than his talent being the reason for such an occurrence. The Assembly of Esteemed Elders nodded in agreement, finding this reasoning more compelling. After all, the Chaos Bell cannot be deceived. Perhaps, as Tian suggested, Xiao Yun did not rely solely on his innate talent, but rather on some other force that enabled the bell to toll 9 times. Impossible, Tian retorted sharply. Such utter nonsense. Tian, my disciple Xiao Yun possesses unparalleled genius. Last night, he comprehended the Chaos Sutra, achieving 9 levels in a single day, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth, refining his body with stellar energy, and directly stepping into the extreme realm, establishing an unrivaled foundation. How could he be an ordinary person? What? 9 levels in a single day? That is the Chaos Sutra, the most challenging cultivation technique in the realm. The Assembly of Esteemed Elders gasped in astonishment. Tian, taken aback, quickly composed himself and sneered. Tian, this is merely your one-sided assertion. Perhaps yesterday you expended your own energy to assist Xiao Yun in achieving 9 levels in a single day. Otherwise, how could a top-tier technique like the Chaos Sutra be mastered in just one day? If I recall correctly, it took you 30 years to reach the 9th level, a feat that shattered previous records. Upon hearing this, the crowd cast skeptical glances at Tian. After all, achieving 9 levels in a single day was indeed astonishing. Tian had spent 30 years to cultivate the 9th level of the Chaos Sutra, a remarkable accomplishment that had stirred great excitement in the Chaos Sacred Land. However, 9 levels in a single day was simply too staggering, rendering it hard to believe. Tian was indeed taken aback, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. He would have found it hard to believe, thus he comprehended the skepticism of those around him. However, he could not permit anyone to cast doubt upon his disciple. He bellowed to the crowd, I, Tian, can swear by the great way that I spoke no falsehoods just now. The onlookers were astonished. Swearing by the great way was no trifling matter. To violate such an oath would render one's comprehension of the great way exceedingly difficult, and further progress in cultivation would become nearly impossible. Could it truly be that Xiao Yun had achieved the 9th level in a single day, reaching the pinnacle of heaven as assistance? That notion was indeed profoundly shocking. Not far away, Upon witnessing Di Tian's oath, Tian Yi could not help but sneer. Di Tian, you have but a century of lifespan remaining. The prospect of ascending to the heavenly realm is already beyond your reach. Even if you were to lie and break your oath, the repercussions would be negligible. The crowd began to regard Di Tian with skepticism. For Tian Yi's words bore a semblance of truth. How absurd. Di Tian, filled with indignation, glared at Tian Yi and coldly retorted, since you do not believe me, I shall say no more. In due course, my disciple shall prove his strength. He has already proven himself. Tian Yi scoffed, casting a derisive glance at the star pavilion below, mocking, third-rate combat techniques. TSK, these are the most inferior skills. It seems that in the eyes of the star pavilion, his talent is deemed the weakest, merely belonging to the ranks of the ordinary. Di Tian's countenance darkened. Yet he found no grounds for rebuttal, for indeed, the star pavilion had conferred upon Xiao Yun third-rate combat techniques. Simultaneously, he felt a profound sense of confusion. Within the starry pavilion, Xiao Yun gazed in bewilderment at the mountain-opening fist in his hand, alongside the insignia designating it as a third-rate martial technique. Third-rate martial technique? Does the starry pavilion regard me with such disdain? To bestow upon me nothing more than a third-rate skill, does it perceive my talents as only worthy of such mediocrity? A profound discontent brewed within Xiao Yun, an overwhelming sense of indignation. Prior to his arrival, his master, Emperor Tian, had informed him that martial techniques were categorized into 6 tiers: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, top-tier, superlative, and ultimate. The third-rate, being the lowest, was reserved for those of mediocre gifts and the most unremarkable aptitude, a designation bestowed by the starry pavilion. Casting a glance towards Lin Xiaoya beside him, he beheld her radiant countenance as she unveiled an ancient tome, revealing the first-rate technique Thousand Shadows Whip. A grimace twisted at the corners of Xiao Yun's mouth. His junior sister possessed a first-rate technique, while he was relegated to a third-rate one. How utterly humiliating. Senior brother, what martial technique have you obtained? Surely it must be a superlative one. At that moment, Lin Xiaoya opened her eyes, and upon discerning her own technique, swiftly turned her gaze towards Xiao Yun. Upon witnessing the third-rate technique in his grasp, she exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? Senior brother, you have only received a third-rate technique? This is absolutely inconceivable. What? Xiao Yun has acquired a third-rate technique. My heavens, has the starry pavilion made a grave error? With his talents, he ought to have been granted a superlative technique. What on earth is happening? How could Xiao Yun be conferred a third-rate technique by the starry pavilion? As the people around heard Lin Xiaoya's voice, they immediately turned to look, and soon gasps of astonishment filled the air. It was utterly unexpected that Xiao Yun had been bestowed with a third-rate combat technique by the Xingqian pavilion. Given Xiao Yun's innate talent, he should have been granted a superlative combat technique, or at the very least, a top-tier one. Ding! The system's prompt echoed in Xiao Yun's mind, announcing that he had once again elicited astonishment, causing a commotion and rewarding him with 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Xiao Yun could not help but twitch his mouth in displeasure at this unexpected reward. However, upon examining the system, he discovered that he possessed a total of 13 opportunities for enlightenment, which puzzled him. Before entering the Xingqian pavilion, he had only 7 opportunities. With the addition of the 3 just awarded, it should have amounted to 10. So how did it become 13? Unbeknownst to Xiao Yun, the elder masters hovering above the Xingqian pavilion had already gasped in surprise for him once, and that was counted by the system as well. Chapter 15. Cultivating in public. Standing within the Xingqian pavilion, holding the third-rate combat technique Kaishan fist, Xiao Yun wore an expression of displeasure. The peculiar gazes from those around him only intensified his irritation. Lin Xiaoya, standing beside him, offered words of comfort. Senior brother, do not be upset. Perhaps the Xingqian pavilion has made an error. Someone nearby chuckled and remarked, Lin Xiaoya, the Xingqian pavilion has existed for countless ages and has never made a mistake. Lin Xiaoya shot a glare at the individual and retorted emphatically, my senior brother has reached the pinnacle of his realm. Do you truly believe his talent is lacking? The person was rendered speechless. This is also a source of perplexity for many. To reach the pinnacle in a single day, how could one possibly be of ordinary talent? Truly, it is shrouded in mystery. Xiao Yun sighed inwardly. For only he understood that his ability to resonate the chaos bell 9 times and attain the ultimate state in a single day was solely due to the system that allowed him to enter a state of enlightenment. His innate talent. Best not to dwell on it, for speaking further would only bring tears. Nevertheless, I possess the system. What does it matter if my talent is lacking? I shall rise regardless. Xiao Yun quickly rallied his spirits, and as he gazed upon the star pavilion, a surge of indignation washed over him. Star pavilion, heed my words. My talents do not require your judgment. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. The techniques I wield are determined by me alone. Present to me the most formidable techniques that I may choose for myself. he proclaimed, his voice resonating through the sky. Beside him, Lin Xiaoya was momentarily entranced, her cheeks flushing as she gazed at her senior brother's commanding presence. Her bright, sparkling eyes were filled with admiration. Senior brother is simply too impressive. Above the Star Pavilion, the assembly of esteemed elders could not help but smile at Xiao Yun's audacity. This young man, evidently undeterred, naturally harbored doubts about his own talent. How the venerable elder guarding the Star Pavilion would respond remained a matter of curiosity for all. Such a significant establishment surely had a venerable elder, known as the Star Elder, overseeing it. As the crowd engaged in discussion, within the celestial pavilion, the stars shimmered brilliantly. Suddenly, the most resplendent among them, a cluster of dazzling stars, descended and materialized before Xiao Yun. Clearly, the esteemed elder of the stars had resolved to allow Xiao Yun to select his own combat techniques. Remarkably, the celestial pavilion truly granted him this privilege. The onlookers within the pavilion widened their eyes in astonishment, subsequently directing their gaze towards the light of the stars that hovered before Xiao Yun. At this moment, the celestial light began to dissipate, revealing a collection of ancient tomes. Titles such as 9 Turns Overlord Fist, Taiji Divine Palm, Godslayer's Scatterhand, Heavenly Might of the Night Skies, Bagua Celestial Palm, Divine Windsteps, 10,000 Blades Convergence, A Sword Across the Ages, and Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique emerged, dozens of combat techniques, all of which were undeniably superlative. The spectators were left in awe, their eyes alight with fervor. However, their envy was fleeting. If given the choice, they would not dare select any of these techniques. After all, the higher the level of a combat technique, the greater the difficulty in mastering it. The body refinement realm is merely the initial stage for cultivators, and they were reluctant to squander excessive time at this level, deeming it unwise. Even if one were invincible within the body refinement realm, a master in the divine bridge realm could still eliminate them in an instant. Only prodigies, whose cultivation speeds are extraordinarily swift, would strive to unearth their potential and establish a formidable foundation at this stage, aiming for a future of boundless possibilities. Ordinary individuals would not undertake such endeavors. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun gazed upon the multitude of superlative combat techniques before him and could not help but raise his head to inquire, Celestial Pavilion, why do you offer only superlative techniques? Are there no ultimate techniques available? Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily rendered speechless. You are dissatisfied with the extraordinary battle techniques and wish for ultimate combat skills instead? The Starry Pavilion seemed unprepared for Xiao Yun's inquiry, falling into a brief silence. At that moment, above the Starry Pavilion, the esteemed elders and elders exchanged amused smiles and shook their heads. This lad is evidently unaware of the true essence of ultimate combat skills. Tian, you are not fulfilling your role as a master. One of the esteemed elders jested, teasing Tian. Tian's face flushed with embarrassment as he glanced at Xiao Yun below and felt compelled to offer a reminder, disciple. The so-called ultimate combat skills are those that one creates for oneself, tailored to their cultivation, capable of unleashing their utmost power, hence they are deemed ultimate. The extraordinary battle techniques before you are, in truth, ultimate for their creators. In your hands, they can only exhibit the prowess of extraordinary techniques unless you can innovate upon them to forge a higher tier skill, which would then be your own ultimate combat technique. Within the Starry Pavilion, upon hearing Tian's voice, Xiao Yun's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Master, how is it that you are here? Tian replied, choose your battle technique swiftly. Do not be greedy or overly ambitious. Select just one. The body refinement stage is merely the first realm of cultivation. There is no need to squander excessive time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun became indignant and proclaimed loudly, as a disciple, I wish to demonstrate to the Starry Pavilion the true extent of my talent. Having spoken, Xiao Yun directly grasped in his hands the 6 formidable martial arts techniques, the 9 Turn Overbearing Fist, the Taiji Divine Palm, the God-Slaying Scatterhand, the Divine Windstep, the 10,000 Blades Converging Sea, and the Heaven-Severing Sword Technique. Within the Starry Sky Pavilion, the onlookers were utterly astounded, regarding Xiao Yun as if he were a madman. To practice 6 supreme martial techniques, did he intend to linger in the body refining realm for centuries? Such an action was utterly foolish. Above the pavilion, Emperor Tian observed Xiao Yun's antics, rendered speechless, his face adorned with a dark expression. The elder of the Tian faction scoffed, Emperor Tian, let us not even discuss this child's potential. It appears his intellect has been compromised. You must provide him with ample guidance moving forward. Even for a holy son, mastering these 6 techniques would demand over a century of dedication. Emperor Tian's countenance darkened further. Within the Starry Sky Pavilion, Xiao Yun cast a glance at the assembly, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Did they truly consider him a fool? His actions were merely a ruse to incite their astonishment, thereby garnering rewards from the system. Indeed, upon inspecting the system, he discovered that his comprehension count had risen to 19, an increase of 6. Clearly, his earlier demand for the supreme martial techniques had left the crowd in shock. Subsequently, his simultaneous selection of the 6 techniques had once again astonished them, fulfilling 2 system tasks. The ease with which he acquired this understanding was remarkable. Now, how might he provoke further astonishment? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Xiao Yun's eyes as he conceived a plan. He promptly retrieved the 9-turn overbearing fist from his robe and opened it, ready to proceed. As he opened the tome of the 9-turn overbearing fist, the book instantly transformed into a cascade of golden characters, surging into Xiao Yun's mind. In that moment, the cultivation methods of the 9-turn overbearing fist unfurled within his consciousness. System, I wish to enter a state of epiphany, Xiao Yun silently intoned, preparing to publicly cultivate this formidable technique to perfection, intending to astonish the onlookers once more. Meanwhile, the surrounding individuals, as well as the esteemed elders hovering above the starry pavilion, regarded Xiao Yun's actions with curiosity. What was he attempting? Why had he closed his eyes? Was he truly preparing to cultivate a battle technique here? It was absurd. The difficulty of mastering a superlative battle skill was immense, even for a holy son. Achieving success in such cultivation typically required over a decade. Was this boy really attempting to practice a superlative technique in front of everyone? It seemed nothing more than a ploy for attention. Such a level of combat skill could not be mastered in mere moments. The onlookers, including the esteemed elders above the starry pavilion, were skeptical of Xiao Yun, shaking their heads in disbelief. Only Di Tian's gaze sharpened, fixated intently on Xiao Yun below. He had witnessed Xiao Yun ascend through 9 levels in a single day, effortlessly grasping even the complexities of the Chaos Sutra. Surely, mastering these superlative techniques would be a trivial endeavor for him. Di Tian's heart brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 16. 9 turns of body refinement within the starry pavilion. Xiao Yun sealed his eyes and commenced his comprehension of the 9-turn overbearing fist, entering a state of epiphany. In this heightened state, his thoughts crystallized, inspiration surged rapidly, and he resonated harmoniously with the principles of the Tao. The once obscure 9 turns dominance fist now appeared remarkably simple to Xiao Yun. Akin to a university exam suddenly transformed into a primary school test, with the difficulty reduced to its bare minimum. So it is. Immersed in a moment of enlightenment, Xiao Yun swiftly grasped the essence of the 9 turns dominance fist. He then opened his eyes and began to execute this extraordinary martial technique. Whoosh! As Xiao Yun unveiled his gaze, 2 beams of golden light erupted from his dark eyes, within which faintly manifested the workings of the great Tao and scenes of the cosmic stars. He moved. Had he truly mastered this formidable technique? Such a feat seemed impossible. Around him, onlookers fixed their gaze upon Xiao Yun, as did the esteemed elders of the Star Pavilion, all keen to discern whether this young man possessed genuine skill or was merely seeking to attract attention. Boom! At that moment, Xiao Yun unleashed a powerful punch, the terrifying force ripping through space with a piercing howl that caused the air to resonate violently. Concurrently, a golden radiance suddenly enveloped him, casting a powerful aura that shrouded his entire being. This was the manifestation of golden light refining the body, the hallmark of having achieved the first turn of the 9 turns dominance fist. How could this be? It had barely been a moment. He had already completed the first turn. This was an extraordinary martial technique. Even those revered disciples would require a year of rigorous training to attain the first turn. My heavens, is this the measure of his talent? Such comprehension is truly terrifying. The surrounding crowd erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Witnessing Xiao Yun master the first transformation of the 9 turns overlord fist in mere moments, the shock they experienced was beyond imagination, bordering on disbelief. It is little wonder they reacted this way, for the spectacle was indeed overwhelming. Even the esteemed elders of the starry pavilion, hovering above, were left speechless, utterly captivated by Xiao Yun's display. Achieving the first transformation was nothing short of terrifying. One elder gasped in awe, marveling at such comprehension. I am beginning to believe Di Tian's earlier words. Perhaps he truly can attain the 9th layer of the chaos scripture in a single day, mused another elder. Nearby, Di Tian stroked his beard, a smile gracing his features, as Xiao Yun proved to be a source of pride. In stark contrast, the expression of Elder Tian darkened significantly as he scrutinized Xiao Yun below, a flicker of regret stirring within him. Had he known Di Tian would succeed, he might have ventured into the Chaos Hall himself to claim this prodigy as his disciple first, within the Starry Pavilion. Following his accomplishment of the first transformation of the 9 turns overlord fist, Xiao Yun continued to cultivate the second transformation. In a state of epiphany, he found the practice remarkably effortless, as natural as breathing. Boom! Soon, he had perfected the second transformation. As his fist surged forth, it resonated like thunder, causing the very air around him to tremble and explode in a series of violent detonations, an aura of terror emanating from him. The crowd, once again, was left in a state of astonishment. Boom. As time flows, Xiao Yun has perfected the ninefold Overlord fist to its ultimate ninth transformation. He swings his fist, and an endless stream of golden light converges, rendering his fist as radiant as a sun. This time, unlike before, as Xiao Yun unleashes the ninth transformation, his body suddenly emanates a searing flame, divine brilliance surging forth, with dazzling firelight and swirling colorful clouds transforming into golden symbols that rush into his being. The onlookers are utterly astounded. The esteemed elders hovering above the Star Pavilion also display expressions of shock. He has indeed mastered the ninefold Overlord fist to perfection. This signifies the pinnacle of body refinement. It is said that upon achieving perfection in the ninefold Overlord fist, one can temper their body into steel, reconstructing their very flesh. Having already stepped into the realm of ultimate body refinement, it is likely that he is on the verge of entering the forbidden domain. Such talent is truly terrifying. One wonders how far he can ascend. It is rumored that the true dragon's nest is about to open. Our Chaos Holy Land has always refrained from sending disciples inside, but perhaps this time we can allow Xiao Yun to venture forth, showcasing the might of our Chaos Holy Land. Amidst the admiration of the crowd, within the Star Pavilion, Xiao Yun's fist power grows increasingly ferocious and domineering, practically invincible, exuding an overwhelming aura that rivals the heavens and sweeps across the world. At this moment, Xiao Yun's body resembles an eternal divine furnace, radiating intense flames, forging his flesh and nourishing his bloodlines. Xiao Yun's pores were fully dilated, and every cell within him, every drop of blood, bore intricate golden symbols, exuding divine brilliance. As if a pantheon of deities were chanting in unison. With the 9 turns body refinement, Xiao Yun's physique grew increasingly formidable, radiating celestial light and enveloped in a dense array of golden symbols that transformed into tendrils of golden flame, beginning to refine his flesh. Above the starry pavilion, the esteemed elders gazed in awe, their eyes alight with wonder, for they could distinctly perceive the luminous white glow emanating from Xiao Yun's bones, while his flesh shimmered with golden hues. This was the manifestation of golden skin and jade bones. He had indeed entered the forbidden realm. One of the venerable elders expressed profound sentiment, reflecting on how long it had been since such a prodigious talent had emerged from their chaotic sacred land. Emperor Tian, brimming with excitement, could hardly contain his joy, for this unparalleled genius was his disciple, a source of immense pride. Boom. Within the starry pavilion, Xiao Yun began to withdraw his fist slowly, yet, within his being, it felt as though divine entities were beating celestial drums, causing his body to resonate and erupt in dazzling brilliance. As the rhythmic drumming ceased, all the golden symbols surged into Xiao Yun's body, coalescing into the most resplendent divine light that illuminated the entire starry pavilion. The onlookers instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the radiance. When the golden light finally dissipated, they lowered their hands, only to discover that Xiao Yun had returned to his original state. The only notable change was in Xiao Yun's demeanor. He had become more domineering than before. His pitch-black eyes bore a flicker of golden light, and his assertive gaze exuded an air of aggression that instilled fear, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze directly. Furthermore, Xiao Yun's physique had become remarkably more refined, his overall appearance strikingly handsome. "Senior brother, you seem to have become more dashing," exclaimed Lin Xiaya, her eyes fixated on Xiao Yun, resembling an ardent fan starstruck by her idol. Xiao Yun smiled softly. However, at that moment, he felt as if a dormant volcano within him had been awakened, with powerful forces surging forth ceaselessly. How much stronger have I become? Xiao Yun contemplated testing his newfound strength against the stone tablet outside the Star Pavilion. Chapter 17. Stepping into the Forbidden Realm within the Star Pavilion. As Xiao Yun prepared to depart, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Upon reaching the threshold, he looked up at the starry sky above and declared, "Next time I return, there is no need for you to present me with options. Simply provide me with the strongest." The onlookers stared at him in disbelief. Was he truly daring to threaten the Star Pavilion? Such audacity was utterly outrageous. However, what left them even more astounded was the sight of a colossal inscription formed by countless stars appearing in the sky above. Instantly, the crowd was rendered speechless, as it was the first time they had heard of anyone bold enough to threaten the Star Pavilion and to witness such a success. Xiao Yun, satisfied, nodded approvingly. Having once again reaped 3 opportunities for enlightenment, and he exited the Star Pavilion with a sense of joy. Naturally, Xiao Yun was still intent on maintaining his facade of grandeur. As he stepped outside, he murmured to himself, "I should venture into the Forbidden Realm and test my abilities." Upon the utterance of Xiao Yun's words, the crowd within the Star Pavilion was instantly stirred, and they rushed forth, eager to witness Xiao Yun's performance. Their curiosity was piqued by the question of how far Xiao Yun's power could extend after mastering the supreme combat technique. The frantic exodus of these individuals sparked intrigue among those gathered outside the Star Pavilion, but as they offered explanations, the entire plaza erupted in excitement. Soon, a throng of spectators surged forth, encircling the stone tablet beside the Star Pavilion in multiple layers. Standing beneath the stone tablet, Xiao Yun's eyes radiated with brilliance as he executed the 9 turns overbearing fist, delivering a mighty blow to the stone before him. At the moment he unleashed this punch, 9 spectral fists materialized around his arm, converging into a singular force, erupting in a dazzling golden light. A thunderous roar resounded, shaking the very earth beneath his feet as if a volcano had erupted, with the air filled with explosive sounds. The stone tablet, struck by Xiao Yun's punch, emitted an even more resplendent golden glow, akin to a blazing sun igniting the night, causing the stars to pale in comparison. One could only wonder how far this power would reach, surely exceeding 100,000. In the Forbidden Realm, surpassing 100,000 is a threshold not to be crossed. Surrounded by a throng, all eyes were intently fixed upon the stone monument, while above the starry pavilion, the esteemed elders and patriarchs also gazed solemnly at the stone. In the midst of this collective scrutiny, a series of numbers finally materialized upon the monument, 200,000. Such a figure was truly awe-inspiring, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered assembly. Indeed, he had stepped into the Forbidden Realm. This was a threshold that only the Holy Sun could traverse, signifying that Xiao Yun had already qualified for the title of Holy Sun. Although Xiao Yun was originally the son of God, he had willingly relinquished that identity. His innate talent warranted such an elevation. Perhaps in the future, he would once again ascend to the position of the Son of God. The crowd was abuzz with admiration, and Xiao Yun himself wore a smile of delight. 200,000 pounds of strength was a significant doubling, indicating his entry into this forbidden domain. He pondered inwardly whether mastering the second super combat technique would grant him an additional 100,000 pounds of strength. However, he was not inclined to continue honing his super combat techniques here. After all, excessive displays might render him a spectacle, attracting the attention of formidable experts who might wish to dissect and study him. Xiao Yun felt it prudent to wait a while before returning to this place for further testing. In any case, he had accumulated enough insights for the time being, and there was no rush to flaunt his abilities. At that moment, Xiao Yun inspected his system. Insight system. Function. Bestows insights upon the host. Insight count, 24 times, can be used at any time by silently reciting in one's mind. Task. 1. Latest task, about to refresh. 2. Unlimited tasks causing a stir among those around you will yield a reward of 3 insights. Xiao Yun glanced at the system and couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. Perhaps this system would be better off classified as a show-off system. Haha, my disciple, it is time for us to return. Just as Xiao Yun was examining the system, Emperor Tian descended from the heavens, subsequently taking Xiao Yun, Lin Xiaoya, and Uncle Fu back to the Imperial Peak. Although they had departed, the series of events involving Xiao Yun at the Starry Pavilion quickly spread throughout the entire chaotic sacred land, as tales were exchanged among the people. Instantly, Xiao Yun's name resonated throughout the chaotic sacred land once more. No one dared to question his talent any longer, and his decision to relinquish the identity of a divine son was no longer regarded as foolishness. Instead, it was seen as a testament to his courage and determination, earning him immense respect. At the Imperial Peak, in the Heavenly Hall, Uncle Fu was grilling a massive spiritual beast, the golden oil exuding an enticing aroma that left Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya drooling beside him. They had yet to undergo fasting and still required sustenance. Moreover, Xiao Yun felt an insatiable hunger, as if he could consume 10 oxen. He turned to Emperor Tian with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Master, why has my power increased? Yet my appetite has also grown." Emperor Tian replied with a gentle smile, "An increase in strength signifies a more robust physique, thus necessitating greater nourishment. You now possess the strength of 200,000 pounds, comparable to that of 20 elephants. Hence, your appetite should be proportionate to that of 20 elephants." Xiao Yun's face broke into a wry smile upon hearing this. "Does that not mean I've become a bottomless pit? To be able to eat is indeed a good thing, for it signifies that your physical form is becoming increasingly robust," remarked Di Tian nonchalantly. Beside them, Uncle Fu, who was tending to the barbecue, chuckled amiably, "Rest assured, young master, there is no need for you to consume such an abundance of food. The spirit beasts here are infused with immense energy. 1 per day will suffice for your nourishment." Xiao Yun gazed at the spirit beast before him, which loomed like a small mountain, and could not help but ask, "Master, at what level must cultivators reach to practice abstaining from food?" He certainly did not wish to remain a mere consumer. Di Tian replied with a smile, "To practice abstinence, one must attain the 4th realm of cultivation, the Cave Heaven realm. Upon reaching this stage, you will unlock the Cave Heaven world, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, sufficient to nourish your formidable physical body, eliminating the need to derive sustenance from food. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief. The fourth realm seemed easily attainable for him. In fact, he had already amassed 24 opportunities for epiphany. If he so desired, a breakthrough into the third realm, the divine bridge realm, would be effortlessly within his grasp. However, Xiao Yun aspired to possess a strength of 1 million jin in the body refining realm, akin to that of the Chaos Emperor, reaching the true pinnacle of physical cultivation. With this thought in mind, he again sought the counsel of Attain, Master. During my training at the Starry Pavilion, I cultivated a super battle technique that augmented my strength by 100,000 jin. Does this mean that if I master 8 more super battle techniques, I could enhance my strength by 800,000 jin, thus achieving the limit of 1 million jin? Beside them, Lin Xiaoya gazed at Xiao Yun with rapt attention, her large, glistening eyes filled with wonder. Truly, he was a remarkable senior brother. Aspiring to master the 9 supreme combat techniques, such talent was unparalleled in history. Tian and Fu Bo exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and admiration as they regarded Xiao Yun. Did he truly intend to cultivate 8 additional supreme combat techniques? Was he under the illusion that mastering such techniques was a simple endeavor? Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed effortless for Xiao Yun. They had witnessed firsthand how he had achieved perfection in a supreme combat technique in mere moments at the Star Pavilion. This recollection prompted a shared, wry smile between them. Subsequently, Tian turned to Xiao Yun, shaking his head with a sigh, saying, "Disciple, relying solely on cultivating supreme combat techniques will not enable you to attain a strength of 1 million pounds. For even the supreme combat techniques permit only 3 transformations of the physical body. In other words, while mastering these techniques may augment your strength by an additional 200,000 pounds, any further cultivation of supreme combat techniques will yield no further increase in strength." Chapter 18. The True Dragon's Nest. The dragon rearing plan. Upon hearing Tian's words, Xiao Yun could not suppress his curiosity and pressed further. "Master, how then can I continue to enhance my strength?" Tian elucidated. "By mastering 3 supreme combat techniques, you may augment your strength by 300,000 pounds. Furthermore, if you elevate these 3 techniques to the ultimate combat technique realm, you will gain an additional 300,000 pounds of strength." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun silently calculated in his heart, and then raised his gaze to Emperor Tian, saying, "Master, even so, I can only possess a strength of 700,000 jin. How can I enhance the remaining 300,000 jin?" After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Tian sighed and replied, "This is already the utmost limit achievable for a mortal physique. Even the Chaos Emperor could only attain this level at this realm. The reason he possesses a strength of 1,000,000 jin is due to the additional 300,000 jin granted by his chaos body." Xiao Yun was taken aback. "Does that mean I have no way to reach a strength of 1,000,000 jin in the body refinement realm? He possesses no special physique. He is merely an ordinary mortal." Emperor Tian smiled gently. "If you can attain a strength of 700,000 jin, that would be more than sufficient. There is no need to fixate on the 1,000,000 jin mark. In fact, throughout the entire cultivation world, even among those exceptional beings with unique physiques, very few can surpass 500,000 jin in the body refinement realm, and only a handful can reach 700,000 jin." Emperor Tian's assertion held truth. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to comprehend insights like Xiao Yun does at every moment. Even those extraordinary geniuses, despite their capacity to cultivate supreme combat techniques, often require several years or even decades to master a single one. Thus, they typically focus on just one supreme technique. Coupled with their unique physiques, even those legendary bodies, such as the primordial sacred body or the sky-devouring body, can only achieve a strength of 50 or 60,000 jin in the body refinement realm with the amplification of a supreme technique. However, Xiao Yun was not satisfied with merely possessing a strength of 700,000 pounds. He raised his gaze towards Emperor Tian, his eyes filled with determination, and inquired, "Master, is there truly no other way for me to continue enhancing my power?" Emperor Tian fell into a momentary silence, aware that his disciple possessed extraordinary talent and undoubtedly sought the pinnacle of strength. Convincing him to abandon such aspirations would be a formidable challenge. After a brief contemplation, Emperor Tian turned to Xiao Yun and spoke slowly. "It is not that there are no alternatives, rather. The key difference between a mortal body and a special constitution lies in the innate foundation. By compensating for this innate foundation, a mortal body can indeed catch up to a special constitution. How can one compensate for the innate foundation?" Xiao Yun eagerly pressed for clarification. Emperor Tian sighed. It is no simple matter. To remedy the innate foundation, one must consume exceedingly rare celestial materials. If you were still the divine son, our chaos sacred land would spare no effort to procure these materials for you. But alas, you are no longer the divine son. At this juncture, Emperor Tian expressed his regret, saying, ultimately, it is my own inadequacy that is to blame. Were I to possess the strength of a sage, I could venture into perilous realms to secure these celestial materials for you. Master, please do not speak in such a manner. Your guidance in my cultivation has already been a tremendous boon, Xiao Yun quickly responded. Yet, Emperor Tian remained somewhat self-critical. At that moment, Fu Bo, who had been standing nearby, suddenly recalled something and addressed Emperor Tian. Master, isn't the true dragon nest set to open in a year? Perhaps we could allow the young master to enter and give it a try. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian's eyes lit up. Indeed. I almost forgot about the true dragon nest. In the past, our chaotic sacred land refrained from sending individuals to the true dragon nest, as few among us possessed the capability to tread into the forbidden realm of the body refinement stage. Entering the true dragon nest would merely be a death sentence. However, my disciple, you are different. Di Tian, his countenance brimming with excitement, gazed at Xiao Yun and continued. If you can attain a strength of 700,000 gene within a year, you would be among the foremost powerhouses even within the true dragon nest. At that juncture, you could effortlessly acquire those precious heavenly and earthly treasures through your own prowess. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was engulfed in confusion and asked, Master, what exactly is the true dragon nest? Di Tian smiled gently and replied, the true dragon nest is a secret realm that opens once every century, accessible solely to practitioners of the body refinement stage. It is precisely for this reason that the heavenly and earthly treasures within have not been completely plundered by the multitude of cultivators. Therefore, if you manage to enter the true dragon nest, you will have the opportunity to seize those treasures that can aid in enhancing your innate foundation. As he spoke, Di Tian produced a tome and handed it to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun glanced at the cover, which bore the 5 character secrets of the true dragon nest. Intrigued, he opened it to explore its contents. Soon, he experienced an epiphany, realizing that the book detailed the origins of the true dragon nest. It is said that a true dragon once resided there, and before its ascension, it sealed the nest, permitting only practitioners of the body refinement stage to enter. Throughout the countless ages, numerous cultivators have sought to unearth the secrets of the true dragon's nest. Yet, due to the existence of the true dragon's seal, even the most formidable practitioners find themselves unable to gain entry. Conversely, those at the body refinement stage possess insufficient strength to uncover much regarding the mysteries of the true dragon's nest. However, one secret has indeed been revealed, the Dragon Rearing Project. This initiative appears to have been orchestrated by the ascended true dragon itself, which left behind many progeny within the nest. Every century, 10 of these progeny are resurrected. Although each of these beings possesses formidable power, they require further honing to evolve into true dragons. How is this refinement achieved? Through combat, of course. Only through the trials of bloodshed and the crucible of battle can they transcend their limits and elevate the essence of their existence to forge true dragon forms. Yet, within the true dragon's nest, dangers are scarce, preventing these progeny from engaging in battle. If released into the world, their lack of a true dragon's guardianship would render them vulnerable to capture by powerful cultivators, resulting in master-servant contracts that would enslave them. Thus, the true dragon established the true dragon seal, permitting only those at the body refinement stage to enter. This ensures that the intruding cultivators are on par with the progeny, allowing for a clash of talents. The true dragon intends to utilize these prodigies of the cultivation world to temper its progeny, and this constitutes the essence of the Dragon Rearing Project. The cultivation community wholeheartedly supports this endeavor. Every century, when the true dragon's nest opens, various sects dispatch their finest talents to engage in combat with the true dragon's progeny. There are numerous advantages to this endeavor. Firstly, within the true dragon's nest, an abundance of rare treasures awaits, capable of facilitating the evolution of these prodigies, while also allowing them to bring back benefits to their sections. Secondly, engaging in combat with the remnants of the true dragon and bathing in their blood will further enable these talents to transcend their own limits. The true dragon seeks to hone its remnants using the geniuses of the cultivation world, while the major sects aspire to refine their prodigies through these remnants. Each remnant possesses immense potential, rivaling that of those with extraordinary physiques. Should one manage to capture a remnant and establish a master-servant contract, they would gain an extraordinary ally. It is precisely because of these myriad benefits that the opening of the true dragon's nest is regarded as a grand event in the cultivation realm. With a year remaining until the next opening, anticipation mounts. Chapter 19. The Selfish Tianyi. After perusing the tome secrets of the true dragon's nest, Xiao Yun turned to Dtian with a face alight with excitement and declared, Master, I have made my decision. I shall venture to the true dragon's nest a year from now. Dtian pondered deeply, responding, the true dragon's nest harbors immense dangers. One must possess at least 500,000 gene of strength for safety. If you cannot reach this threshold, I shall not permit you to enter. Xiao Yun replied confidently, Master, rest assured, before entering the true dragon's nest, I will undoubtedly attain a strength of 700,000 gene. Dtian chuckled upon hearing this, saying, if that is the case, I shall not hinder your aspirations. Focus on your cultivation, and should any questions arise, feel free to consult with Uncle Fu or myself. Understood. Xiao Yun nodded, subsequently indulging himself in the exquisite taste of the spirit beast meat beside him. At that moment, Lin Xiaoya raised her head and inquired of Master Fu, Master, may I also venture into the true dragon nest? Absolutely not. Master Fu replied without hesitation, shaking his head. Given your current strength, you would likely meet your demise within mere days of entering the true dragon nest. Do you truly believe that the dangers inside are limited to those 10 remnants? The fierce competition among cultivators from various sects over rare treasures often leads to internecine strife. With your present capabilities, you are far from qualified to enter the true dragon nest. At this point, Dtian chimed in, indeed, every time the true dragon nest opens, countless prodigies enter. Among them, those who have reached the extreme body refinement stage are commonplace. The number of those who have stepped into the forbidden realm is also substantial, typically. Ordinary body refinement cultivators are merely cannon fodder, destined for death. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya cast a pitiful glance at Xiao Yun, her eyes brimming with hope as she said, but there's my senior brother here, right? Senior brother, you will surely protect me, won't you? Xiao Yun was about to nod in agreement, when Master Fu's stern voice interrupted, silence. The young master enters to surpass his limits. If you accompany him, you will only be a burden, thus endangering his safety. Lin Xiaoya pouted but refrained from further retorts. Xiao Yun smiled and remarked, Master Fu, I believe it is feasible to allow Xiaoya to enter. If we are merely facing body refinement cultivators, I am confident in my ability to safeguard her. Uncle Fu shook his head, saying, carrying this burden will ultimately drag you down. It is quite perilous. She is hardly a burden, Lin Xiaoya murmured from the side. Upon receiving a stern glare from Uncle Fu, she lowered her head, silenced. Xiao Yun chuckled, Uncle Fu, do you still doubt my capabilities? According to my master, even the most formidable special physiques, upon reaching the ultimate realm, possess only 400,000 pounds of strength. Even if they cultivate a supreme combat technique, they can only muster 500,000 pounds. Mastering 2 such techniques grants them merely 600,000 pounds. Yet, I possess a combat prowess of 700,000 pounds. While I may not sweep them aside effortlessly, I can certainly ensure my own safety. Uncle Fu hesitated at these words. Allowing Lin Xiaoya to enter the true dragon's nest could indeed be advantageous. After all, by following Xiao Yun, she would inevitably acquire rare treasures. While stepping into the forbidden domains might be a stretch, reaching the realm of body refinement should be within reach. However, Uncle Fu was acutely aware that Emperor Tian had invested heavily in Xiao Yun, and he could not afford to place him in even the slightest peril. At that moment, Emperor Tian, smiling, interjected, let us do this. If, prior to entering the true dragon's nest, Xiao Yun can truly demonstrate a strength of 700,000 pounds, then let Xiaoya accompany him inside. With Emperor Tian's endorsement, Uncle Fu felt no inclination to oppose further. Hooray! Exclaimed Lin Xiaoya, her joy palpable as she bowed to Emperor Tian, exclaiming, thank you, esteemed elder, for your generosity. Emperor Tian responded with a gentle smile. Beside them, Uncle Fu admonished, do not rejoice too soon. If you wish to enter the true dragon's nest, I shall ensure that you do not hinder the young master. For the coming year, I will relentlessly refine your abilities to enhance your strength. Lin Xiaoya immediately tucked her head down, her face filled with concern, as she understood the hardships that awaited her in the ensuing year. Observing Lin Xiaoya's pitiful demeanor, Xiao Yun and Dtian erupted into hearty laughter. At the chaotic sacred land, atop Tianyi Peak, lies the abode of the esteemed Elder Tianyi. Within a grand hall at Tianyi Peak, Elder Tianyi was diligently refining a pill furnace. Flames roared, illuminating the chamber with a brilliant glow, while a subtle, enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Nearby, Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping stood respectfully, attending to him. Moments later, Elder Tianyi successfully completed the refinement, opening the furnace to reveal 3 golden pills that floated gracefully into his hands. Chu Jingxiao gazed eagerly at the 3 golden elixirs in Elder Tianyi's grasp. With a warm smile, Elder Tianyi addressed him, disciple, These are the Enlightenment pills, crafted from countless rare materials at great expense. They will assist you in reaching the pinnacle of body refinement within a month and entering the first forbidden realm within a year. With that, Elder Tianyi extended the 3 golden pills to Chu Jingxiao. Gratefully accepting them, Chu Jingxiao prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, "Disciple is profoundly thankful for your guidance, Master. Once I enter the true dragon's nest, I shall surely procure sacred herbs for you, aiding you on your path to sanctity." The venerable Elder Tianyi nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the words. With a smile, he said, "You may proceed with your cultivation. I shall continue to forge your battle armor and blade, enhancing your combat prowess." "Thank you, Master. I shall not disturb you further. Please take care to rest well and not overexert yourself on my behalf." Chu Jingxiao expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing respectfully before exiting the grand hall. As he watched the young disciple depart, the smile on Elder Tianyi's face quickly faded. Beside him, Zhu Ping hesitated, saying, "Master, the young lord's talents are limited. Even if he enters a forbidden realm, he may not hold an advantage within the true dragon's nest. What if?" Elder Tianyi interjected with a cold snort. "If he perishes, so be it. A disciple lost can be replaced in due course. However, should he manage to procure a sacred herb for me, the returns would be immeasurable. After all, the divine enlightenment pills he had crafted for Chu Jingxiao merely required a few low-tier heavenly materials. A stark contrast to the value of a sacred herb. In Elder Tianyi's perspective, disciples and subordinates were no different. Both were mere pawns to augment his own interests. Easily expendable. In his heart, only his own strength held paramount importance. "With my invincibility, that is the essence," he scoffed, inwardly mocking that fool, Tian. With a mere century to live, still fails to grasp the urgency of his situation, seeking disciples instead, it's nothing short of self-destruction. Regardless of how formidable the disciple may be, what advantage does it confer after a century? In the end, one merely becomes a name remembered in passing. Chapter 20, is it not the pinnacle of physical cultivation? 3 days later, beside a spirit lake at Emperor Peak, Xiao Yun reclined leisurely in a chair, rod in hand, gazing contentedly at the tranquil surface of the lake, awaiting a fish to bite. "Ah, brother, save me." A heart-wrenching scream echoed from a distance. It was Lin Xiaoya, her cries tugging at one's heartstrings. Xiao Yun cast a casual glance and felt a chill run down his spine. In the distance, Lin Xiaoya was being lashed by Uncle Fu, who wielded a whip with precision. Each strike left her skin torn and bloodied, a sight both shocking and painful, eliciting her anguished cries. However, Uncle Fu was not punishing Lin Xiaoya. Rather, he was aiding her in the fortification of her physical body. His strikes were not random, but executed with a particular technique. Prior to the whipping, he had administered various spiritual elixirs to her, and now he was merely facilitating the absorption of their potency, hastening the stimulation of her physique to enhance her strength. After all, if Lin Xiaoya were to absorb these energies on her own, the time required would be excessively prolonged, hindering her rapid advancement. Thus, Uncle Fu was acting in Lin Xiaoya's best interests. "Oh, hiss." Xiao Yun could not suppress a sharp intake of breath and swiftly turned away, opting to utilize a moment of enlightenment. He had no desire to endure such treatment from Tian. Boom. As Xiao Yun entered a state of enlightenment, he immediately began to cultivate the second super combat skill, the Tai Chi Divine Palm. Within this state, he swiftly comprehended the intricacies of the Tai Chi Divine Palm. Subsequently, Xiao Yun began to demonstrate the Tai Chi Divine Palm by the lakeside. As his arms gracefully danced, 2 yin-yang fish, formed from the essence of heaven and earth, began to swirl around his body, creating a magnificent Tai Chi diagram. This extraordinary phenomenon captivated both Uncle Fu and Lin Xiaoya, who were not far away. Despite the pain coursing through her body, Lin Xiaoya, filled with curiosity, asked, "What is my senior brother doing?" Uncle Fu's pupils constricted in astonishment as he replied, "The young master is cultivating the second super martial technique, the Tai Chi Divine Palm. Observe the Tai Chi diagram enveloping him. It signifies that he has perfected the mastery of this super technique." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya felt a strong urge to bash her head against the ground. Here she was, enduring punishment from her master and suffering greatly, yet she had not even reached the body refinement realm, while her senior brother effortlessly mastered a super martial technique, enhancing his strength by a staggering 100,000 pounds. The disparity between them was truly infuriating. Xiaoya. This illustrates the distinction between mere mortals and prodigies. If you wish to keep pace with the young master, you must continue to endure hardship, Uncle Fu remarked, casting a glance at Lin Xiaoya as he raised his whip. Lin Xiaoya could only stare in disbelief. Moments later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed once more, eliciting sympathy from those nearby. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, Xiao Yun had gradually concluded his cultivation and resumed his leisurely fishing. With the second super martial technique mastered, I should now possess 300,000 pounds of strength. It's time to find an opportunity to test myself against the stone tablet, to elicit gasps of astonishment and create a stir, thus earning 3 chances for enlightenment. Xiao Yun reclined in the armchair, pondering silently. Alas, having a system makes all the difference. Cultivation is so effortlessly achieved, and life indeed feels most pleasant. Help! Senior brother, I dread going to the true dragon's nest, master. Please cease your efforts on the distance. Lin Xiaoya's voice grew increasingly mournful. Xiao Yun shook his head. This was the inevitable consequence of lacking a system. A month swiftly passed. On this day, Lin Xiaoya eagerly rushed to Xiao Yun, her face alight with excitement. Senior brother, I have successfully refined the medicinal potency. I should now have reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Let us hasten to the Star Pavilion for a test. Xiao Yun, intent on showcasing his prowess, smiled and nodded in agreement. Thus, the two, under the guidance of Uncle Fu, made their way to the Star Pavilion. However, upon their arrival, they discovered the stone tablet surrounded by a throng of onlookers, punctuated by gasps of astonishment. It appeared that yet another prodigy was undergoing testing. Lin Xiaoya, filled with enthusiasm, was eager to display her newfound abilities, especially after enduring so many trials over the past month. Young people are often this way. With progress comes the desire for recognition. Moreover, having faced numerous challenges, Lin Xiaoya was determined to revel in her moment of glory. Uncle Fu, understanding her pent-up frustrations, did not deter her and led Lin Xiaoya to the testing site. As the trio approached, they recognized a familiar figure standing by the stone tablet, Chu Jingxiao, the disciple of the esteemed Elder Tianyi. At that moment, Chu Jingxiao appeared triumphant, his expression brimming with pride. For the stone tablet displayed the impressive figure of 100,000, signifying that he had indeed entered the realm of body refinement. Beside him, the sycophant Zhu Ping wore a smug smile as he remarked, "Young master, you truly possess extraordinary talent. In merely a month, you have ascended to the pinnacle of body refinement. Your future as a holy son is but a matter of time." The surrounding crowd erupted in exclamations, showering praise upon Chu Jingxiao, which filled him with delight and brought a broad smile to his face. However, this smile swiftly faded, for his gaze fell upon someone who incited his displeasure, Xiao Yun. In the distance, Xiao Yun, Lin Xiaoya, and Uncle Fu approached. The crowd recognized them instantly and parted to create a pathway. Lin Xiaoya, glancing at the numbers inscribed on the steel, scoffed. It's merely a matter of reaching the pinnacle of body refinement. What is there to be proud of? My senior brother had already entered the forbidden realm a month ago. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingxiao's expression darkened. His fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth, rendered speechless. Despite achieving the pinnacle of body refinement in just 1 month, a remarkable feat within the chaos sacred land, ranking him as second among his peers, he would forever be overshadowed by the presence of Xiao Yun. Zhu Ping's countenance also soured. He shot a glare at Lin Xiaoya and coldly retorted, "No matter how formidable Xiao Yun may be, what relevance does it hold for you? What strength do you possess? Little girl? 60,000? Or 70,000? After uttering this, Zhu Ping turned his gaze towards Uncle Fu, mocking, "Ah Fu, perhaps you should take your disciple home soon, lest she embarrass herself further here." Uncle Fu, arms crossed, paid Zhu Ping no heed, instead regarding him with a look of derision. Lin Xiaoya stepped forward, disdainfully proclaiming, "Is it merely reaching the pinnacle of body refinement? What is so remarkable about that? I too have reached the pinnacle of body refinement." Upon uttering these words, Lin Xiaoya approached the stone tablet and delivered a powerful punch to its surface. Instantly, the tablet erupted with resplendent golden light, revealing a sequence of numbers, 100,000, the pinnacle of body refinement. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Xiaoya had also achieved this level. Since when had the pinnacle of body refinement become so attainable? The emergence of consecutive breakthroughs suggested that our chaotic Holy Land might be on the verge of resurgence. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. Lin Xiaoya, brimming with pride, cast a scornful glance at Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping, saying, "What do you think?" Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping's expressions darkened. They were taken aback by Lin Xiaoya's achievement, which left them thoroughly displeased. "Senior brother, it's your turn to shine." Yet, Lin Xiaoya paid them no mind and called out to Xiao Yun. Everyone turned their gaze towards Xiao Yun, filled with anticipation. How much stronger had he become in the past month? A slight smile graced Xiao Yun's lips as he stepped toward the stone tablet and struck it with a punch. 300,000. As a wave of intense golden light dissipated, a staggering number was unveiled on the tablet. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Chapter 21, The Black Iron Blade. 300,000 gene of strength. This marked the entry into the second forbidden realm. Truly, He was worthy of the title of one who willingly renounced the position of divine son. In merely a month, he had surpassed another level of forbidden realms, standing unrivaled in the cultivation world. With Xiao Yun representing our chaotic holy land, the future surely holds a promise of resurgence, positioning us at the forefront of the 6 great holy lands. Xiao Yun possesses such extraordinary talent that he is destined to ascend to the position of the divine son once more in the future. The onlookers gazed at Xiao Yun with expressions of awe, showering him with praise. As for Chu Jingxiao, he had been entirely forgotten by them in the realm of cultivation. People invariably remember only the foremost, disregarding the second. Moreover, in comparison to Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao fell woefully short. Witnessing the admiration surrounding Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he spoke to Zhu Ping. Let us depart. Zhu Ping's expression mirrored his own discontent. Unwilling to endure further ridicule from Fu Bo, he promptly led Chu Jingxiao away in a dejected retreat. At the Tai Chu sacred land, a magnificent and grand temple soared into the clouds, exuding an air of ancient majesty, as if a great emperor presided over it. Spiritual energy wafted through the air, and divine light sparkled, while myriad auspicious beasts paid homage to its presence. Within the hall, terrifying figures were shrouded in mist, their forms only vaguely discernible. These were the esteemed elders and senior elders of the Tai Chu sacred land. Additionally, a golden figure sat upon the throne at the hall's apex, the lord of the Tai Chu sacred land. At that moment, an elder spoke up to report, "Esteemed lord, we have received word from the Chaos sacred land that the Chaos bell has tolled 9 times. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted into discussion. The lord of the Tai Chu sacred land pondered deeply. Not long ago, it should have been the day for the Chaos sacred land to receive disciples. To cause the Chaos bell to toll 9 times, could it be that an exceptional prodigy has emerged? It has been many years since we have witnessed the bell toll 9 times. It appears that the Chaos sacred land has received a prodigious talent. This individual is destined to become a formidable adversary to our Tai Chu sacred land, and we must remain vigilant." Within the grand hall, the esteemed elders deliberated. The lord of Tai Chu's sacred land pondered for a moment before proclaiming, "Let us send someone to probe their intentions. We have heard that the Chaos sacred land has recruited a number of extraordinary talents, and we wish to engage in a friendly exchange. We must first ascertain the remarkable qualities of the one who has caused the Chaos bell to toll 9 times, and then we shall contemplate our next steps. Yes, we shall adhere to the Lord's decree." One of the elders nodded in agreement. In the Chaos sacred land, atop the imperial peak, Lin Xiaoya continued to endure the rigorous training imposed by Uncle Fu after returning from the Star Pavilion, while Xiao Yun began to prepare for the cultivation of other supreme combat techniques. However, upon realizing that only 3 supreme techniques would effectively enhance his strength, Xiao Yun hesitated to pursue additional ones, as this would squander his opportunity for enlightenment. Nevertheless, when it came to selecting the 3rd technique for his training, he found himself in a quandary, uncertain of which path to choose. Fortunately, he had a mentor. Thus, Xiao Yun sought the counsel of Emperor Tian. After reflecting on Xiao Yun's current techniques, the 9 turns overbearing fist and the Taiji divine palm, Emperor Tian contemplated for a moment before advising him, "Disciple, your 9 turns overbearing fist leans towards offense, while the Taiji divine palm is more defensive. These 2 techniques complement each other, yet you are in need of a technique to enhance your speed." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt as if he had been enlightened, his mind becoming clear as day. He eagerly nodded and said, "Master, you are absolutely right. By combining offense with defense and enhancing my speed, I shall become invincible." He had already contemplated which combat technique to cultivate, the divine wind steps. This extraordinary technique was designed to augment one's speed, and once mastered to perfection, it would allow him to move as swiftly as if teleporting. "Disciple," continued Di Tian, "as the saying goes, bare hands cannot match the might of weapons. If possible, you should also practice a weapon-based offensive technique." Xiao Yun nodded in agreement and replied, "I understand, Master. I shall cultivate both the divine wind steps and the 10,000 blades return to the sea techniques." Di Tian smiled and nodded approvingly, saying, "Indeed. These 2 techniques are well suited for you. By the way, I have a blade that I shall bestow upon you for the cultivation of 10,000 blades return to the sea." With a wave of his hand, an ancient black blade materialized before Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun gazed intently at the blade, which was approximately 1 meter in length. Broad and hefty, adorned with intricate, mysterious runes that exuded an air of distinction. However, he found it puzzling that the blade's edge was remarkably dull, as if it had yet to be sharpened. Unable to contain his curiosity, he looked up at Di Tian and inquired, "Master, this blade is not sharp at all. Can it truly kill?" Di Tian chuckled softly and replied, "Who says a blade must be sharp to take a life? Are fists sharp? With your current mastery of the 9 turns overbearing fist, A single punch is sufficient to slay an ordinary practitioner at the body refinement stage. Thus, the blade need only possess hardness. It is not the edge of the knife that delivers death, but rather the strength you wield. If your might is formidable, you shall unleash the true potential of this obsidian blade. Xiao Yun, feigning understanding, nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "So, does this blade possess great hardness?" Tian chuckled. "Why not take it for a test?" Xiao Yun acquiesced and grasped the hilt of the black blade, preparing to lift it. However, he was taken aback. He furrowed his brow in astonishment, directing his gaze towards Tian. "Master, why is it so heavy?" It is noteworthy that he currently possessed a strength of 300,000 pounds, theoretically capable of lifting objects of that weight. Yet, he found himself unable to raise the black blade, indicating that its weight exceeded 300,000 pounds, leaving Xiao Yun astounded. Tian, observing his disciple's confusion, remarked with a smile, "My dear student, this blade is forged from a millennium of mysterious iron. Not only incredibly sturdy, but also weighing an astounding 360,000 pounds. It is the weapon I wielded during my time in the Qi Gathering and Divine Bridge realms." Xiao Yun was profoundly shaken upon hearing this revelation. The weight of the blade was truly terrifying. Should he swing it, a single strike could fell a practitioner at the extreme body refinement stage. However, wielding such a heavy weapon was no simple feat, especially for Xiao Yun, who was currently at the body refinement stage. "Disciple, you are not yet ready to wield this blade. Once you attain a strength of 700,000 pounds, you may be able to manage it, albeit with great effort," Tian said with a smile. Xiao Yun nodded, gazing at the black blade before him, silently contemplating the necessity of enhancing his strength post-haste. Chapter 22. The arrival of the primordial being at the summit of Defeng, within the heavenly palace. Xiao Yun commenced his training in the techniques of divine wind step and 10,000 swords returning to the sea after returning from his master. Prior to beginning his training, he examined his system and discovered that he had 26 opportunities for enlightenment remaining. The increase was attributable to a prior excursion with Lin Xiaoyu to the Starry Pavilion, where they tested their strength and he had completed a display of prowess, thus earning 3 additional enlightenment rewards. With 26 opportunities at his disposal, Xiao Yun deemed it sufficient for his immediate needs. He promptly utilized one opportunity, entering a state of enlightenment to practice divine wind step. Before long, his figure became an array of afterimages throughout the hall, clearly indicating that he had perfected the technique. Upon completing his training in divine wind step, Xiao Yun expended another opportunity to commence his practice of 10,000 swords returning to the sea. Shortly thereafter, he wielded his palm as a blade, striking forth to conjure countless sword shadows that coalesced into a magnificent divine sword, cleaving through the stone pillars of the hall with astonishing force, rendering them in two. Undoubtedly, he had also perfected the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sea. Remarkably, within merely a day's time, Xiao Yun had achieved mastery over both formidable techniques. If such news were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the entire Chaos Sacred Land. Now, with 24 opportunities for enlightenment remaining, he contemplated visiting the Starry Pavilion once more to test his combat power, aiming to earn an additional 3 opportunities for enlightenment. After mastering 2 formidable battle techniques, Xiao Yun examined his system and quietly contemplated his next steps. However, he decided against heading to the Star Pavilion immediately, opting instead to wait a month. After all, he had only recently completed his preparations and deserved a moment of respite. Moreover, achieving 2 extraordinary battle techniques in a single day was truly astounding. It would undoubtedly invite scrutiny and analysis from others. Thus, he resolved to postpone any visits for a month. 1 month later, 3 unexpected guests arrived outside the Chaos Sacred Land. An elderly man in a gray robe with hair as white as snow, a young girl clad in a red dress, and a youth garbed in a white robe. The elderly man gazed at the entrance of the Chaos Sacred Land, smiled gently, and proclaimed, "From the primordial sacred land, I, Wan Yangui, come bearing the edict of the Sacred Master to pay my respects to the Chaos Sacred Land." Suddenly, the air trembled as a figure, reminiscent of a deity or demon, descended from the void, addressing Wan Yangui with a booming voice. "Ah, it is you, my friend Wan Ong. It has been many years. Your presence remains as striking as ever." This newcomer was none other than Elder Tianyi, the esteemed second elder of the Sacred Land. His presence was summoned not without reason. The Sacred Master of the Chaos Sacred Land had sensed Wan Yangui's formidable strength, having reached the heavenly realm. Sending anyone else to greet him might tarnish the reputation of the Chaos Sacred Land. Only Tianyi, being a half-step into the heavenly realm, could maintain a semblance of dignity for the Chaos Sacred Land. As expected, upon seeing Elder Tianyi, Wan Yangui could not help but smile and exclaim, "Ah, my friend Tianyi, observing your imposing demeanor, it seems you have nearly reached the half-step into the heavenly realm. and soon you shall step into the heavenly realm itself. Truly commendable. You are indeed worthy of being the second elder of the Chaos Sacred Land. Tian Yi's lips curled slightly in a modest smile as he humbly replied, Your praise is unwarranted, my friend. In comparison to Wan Daoyu, I still have a long way to go. Just then, a girl in a red dress murmured from behind Wan Yonghui, the second-ranked Supreme Elder is merely at the threshold of the heavenly realm. He can't even secure a place in the top 10 of our Taichu Sacred Land. Indeed, the chaotic sacred land has fallen into decline. Although her voice was barely a whisper, the two formidable figures, Tian Yi and Wan Yonghui, immediately caught her words. Instantly, Tian Yi's expression darkened, his demeanor becoming exceedingly grim. Wan Yonghui feigned indignation and admonished, Silence. The girl in the red dress promptly lowered her head. Wan Yonghui, glancing at the sullen-faced Tian Yi, offered an apologetic expression, saying, Tian Yi Daoyu, my young disciple is still quite naive and thoughtless. I hope you will not take offense. Children speak without restraint, Tian Yi replied nonchalantly. But internally he felt a sense of frustration and vowed to enter seclusion immediately upon returning, vowing not to emerge until he reached the heavenly realm. Wan Daoyu, please. Allow me to escort you to meet the Holy Master. With that, Tian Yi took the lead, losing interest in further conversation with Wan Yonghui. After entering the chaotic sacred land, the group soon arrived at a grand hall. Within the hall awaited the Holy Master of the chaotic sacred land, along with several Supreme Elders who had already gathered. At that moment, the Supreme Elders were engaged in conversation with the Holy Master regarding the unexpected arrival of emissaries from the Taichu sacred land, uncertain of their intentions. Perhaps they have come to invite us to the imminent opening of the true dragon nest with ulterior motives, one elder speculated. In the past, we have lacked disciples worthy of entering the true dragon nest, but this time, we have a prodigy in Xiao Yun. It is said that recently, he has demonstrated a remarkable strength of 300,000 pounds at the Starry Pavilion, stepping into the realm of the second restriction, which undoubtedly qualifies him to enter the true dragon's nest. However, the second restriction realm is somewhat tenuous. Our chaos sacred land is distinct from other sects. As one of the sacred domains, our every move is scrutinized by cultivators across the world. Once Xiao Yun enters the true dragon's nest, he will inevitably become a target for those exceptional prodigies. The mere second restriction pales in comparison to those peerless talents. Within the grand hall, discussions erupted. Suddenly, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land spoke, commanding silence. They have arrived. As he finished speaking, Tian Yi entered to report. Shortly thereafter, Wan Yonghui entered the hall with two young individuals and bowed respectfully to the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land, stating, Wan Yonghui pays his respects to the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land, wishing for your ascension to the sacred position soon. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of those present in the hall turned sour. This was merely a flattering remark, had it been directed towards the esteemed elders. It would have undoubtedly brought them immense joy and smiles. Yet, the recipient of this statement was the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land, which made all the difference. It is widely acknowledged that the other 5 sacred land lords have all ascended to the realm of saints, while the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land remains trapped in the heavenly realm. Thus, this seemingly kind remark, while appearing complimentary, subtly highlighted the Lord's shortcomings compared to the other 5, leaving the people of the Chaos Sacred Land utterly humiliated. However, despite their anger, the Master of the Chaos Sacred Land and several esteemed elders managed to temper their fury, for the words spoken by the other party were mere flattery. To dwell on their implications would be rather petty. The Master of the Chaos Sacred Land gazed at Wan Yonghui below and smiled gently, saying, Friend Wan, there is no need for excessive courtesy. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? Wan Yonghui clasped his hands in respect and replied, I come bearing the edict of my esteemed lord, inviting the Chaos Sacred Land to partake in next year's True Dragon Nest Agreement. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the Chaos Sacred Land exchanged knowing smirks, confirming their suspicions. At that moment, Wan Yonghui continued, Moreover, I have brought along 2 young talents from our primordial sacred land, wishing to engage in a friendly exchange with the esteemed disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land, allowing them to broaden their horizons. As these words fell upon attentive ears, the gazes of the gathering shifted towards the pair of youthful figures behind Wan Yonghui. Upon closer inspection, their expressions darkened. With their keen perception, they could discern the exceptional qualities of the young man and woman. It was evident that within their own ranks, few could stand against such prowess at the same level. After a moment of contemplation, the Master of the Chaos Sacred Land instructed, Send for Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya. The esteemed elders within the grand hall nodded in agreement. Among the cultivators of their realm, only these 3 had attained the pinnacle of their physical cultivation. Even if they could not secure victory, at the very least, they would preserve their dignity. Furthermore, with Xiao Yun in their midst, there was a reasonable chance of winning a match, thus avoiding a disgraceful defeat. Chapter 23. Exchange and Discussion. Difeng, Ditian, Xiao Yun, Fu Bo, and Lin Xiaoya stood together, watching as an elder departed. This elder was sent by the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land to summon Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya for a discourse with the disciples of the primordial sacred land. As they observed the elder's retreating figure, Xiao Yun could not help but inquire, "Master, why has the primordial sacred land inexplicably dispatched someone to engage with us?" Before Ditian could respond, Fu Bo interjected with a disdainful snort. "Every time before the true dragon nest opens, they send someone over. Ostensibly, it is an invitation for us to attend the true dragon nest. In reality, it is merely a mockery of our inability to send disciples there." Ditian turned to Xiao Yun, his voice grave. "The relationships among our 6 sacred lands are not as amicable as they appear. Beneath the surface lies constant rivalry. The primordial sacred land, in particular, competes fiercely with our chaos sacred land. Henceforth, if you encounter anyone from the primordial sacred land, exercise utmost caution." Xiaoya nodded, realizing that the primordial sacred land was indeed an adversarial force to their chaos sacred land, warranting vigilance. "Now, let us not keep the Lord waiting. Fu, please escort them at once," Ditian instructed. Fu Bo nodded in agreement and promptly led Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya away on clouds. Ditian watched them depart, a cold smile crossing his face. "Even before the true dragon nest has opened, the primordial sacred land dares to probe us. This time, our chaos sacred land shall not allow you to succeed. Let us see how my disciple vanquishes the many talents of the primordial sacred land." Humph. Within the grand hall, Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya entered the grand hall, first paying their respects to the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land and the esteemed elders. Only after that did they turn their attention to the trio from the primordial Holy Land. The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land gestured towards the 3 and introduced them, saying, "My friend Wan, these 3 are Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya, distinguished practitioners of the body refinement realm within our Chaos Holy Land." Wanong Hui had already been assessing Xiao Yun and his companions. He merely glanced over Chu Jingxiao and Lin Xiaoya, as his keen perception immediately discerned that they were merely ordinary practitioners at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. However, the youth named Xiao Yun, despite his seemingly average qualifications, had already cultivated his physique to the level of golden muscles and jade bones, stepping into the realm of the forbidden. Nevertheless, Wanyang Hui remained confident in his 2 disciples standing behind him. He smiled and remarked, "Indeed, they are exceptional talents, true to the reputation of the Chaos Holy Land. Yulong, Miaodong, do not hesitate to greet these esteemed disciples from the Chaos Holy Land." At his behest, a young man and woman stepped forward. The boy clad in a white robe looked at Xiao Yun and his companions with a calm demeanor, stating, "I am Jie Yulong, ranked 9th in the body refinement realm of the primordial Holy Land." The girl in a red dress wore a haughty expression, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yun and his companions, declaring, "I am Fu Miaodong, ranked 10th in the body refinement realm of the primordial Holy Land." Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land and several esteemed elders furrowed their brows. Their displeasure was not directed at the 2 youths' attitudes. After all, having lived for centuries, they deemed it beneath them to quibble with a pair of impetuous adolescents. What troubled them was the fact that these 2 seemingly formidable young individuals ranked merely 9th and 10th in the physical refinement realm of the primordial Holy Land. In stark contrast, Xiao Yun and his companions had already ascended to the ranks of the top 3 prodigies within their own Chaos Holy Land. Indeed, there is no greater injury than comparison. This juxtaposition vividly illustrated the inferiority of their Chaos Holy Land compared to the primordial Holy Land, thus rendering their expressions rather grim. However, since the discourse was primarily among the younger generation, the elders felt it inappropriate to interject, allowing the 5 younger individuals the stage. Xiao Yun cast a glance at the 2 prodigies from the primordial Holy Land, remaining silent. Beside him, Lin Xiaoya noticed Fu Miaodong's ungracious demeanor and, unable to contain her displeasure, retorted with scorn, "Only ranking 10th, yet you carry yourself with such arrogance. One might think you were first." Fu Miaodong turned her gaze towards Lin Xiaoya and proclaimed with haughtiness, "Although I am ranked 10th in the primordial Holy Land, in your Chaos Holy Land, I would undoubtedly claim the top position." At this, Lin Xiaoya could hardly restrain herself and shouted furiously, "Such brazen arrogance! Allow me to test your mettle and see if your skills match your boastful tongue. Since you seek humiliation, I shall oblige." Fu Miaodong remained defiantly proud, tilting her head back and exposing her fair neck, beckoning Lin Xiaoya dismissively with a finger. In response, Lin Xiaoya, incensed, brandished a fiery red whip and aimed it at Fu Miaodong. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun shook his head inwardly, reflecting that his junior sister was still too inexperienced, easily provoked by mere words. Despite this, Xiao Yun did not intervene. After all, sometimes experiencing setbacks can be a blessing. Allowing Lin Xiaoya to face a challenge would foster her growth for the future. Moreover, they were within their chaos sacred land, where Lin Xiaoya's safety was assured, at most. She would endure a little hardship. At that moment, Xiao Yun attentively observed the battle before him, eager to witness the prowess of the geniuses from the Taichu sacred land. Beside him, Chu Jingxiao was equally focused, aware that he would soon take the stage, and he had no desire to face defeat. Thousand shadows. Lin Xiaoya shouted fiercely, her whip transforming into a dense web that enveloped Fu Miaodong entirely. This was an elite combat technique that Lin Xiaoya had mastered to perfection, showcasing formidable power. The spectators in the grand hall nodded in appreciation. Considering Lin Xiaoya had only been training for 2 or 3 months, her achievements were indeed remarkable. However, Fu Miaodong, the disciple from the Taichu sacred land, appeared to possess superior strength. Armed with a precious sword, she navigated through Lin Xiaoya's web with the grace of a fish, unencumbered. Simultaneously, her sword energy surged forth, causing Lin Xiaoya's web to falter. One sword across time. Suddenly, Fu Miaodong let out a low cry, charging forward with her sword like a streak of lightning, aiming directly at Lin Xiaoya's throat. Lin Xiaoya's hand that wielded the whip froze in midair as she gazed down at the sword pressing against her throat, her delicate face turning pale. Cold sweat dripping from her brow. Should the sword advance even half an inch further, her fate would be sealed. It was evident that she had lost. Lin Xiaoya was not one to easily accept defeat. Clenching her silver teeth, she glared at her opponent, Fu Miaodong, with a face full of resentment. I may have lost, but you are certainly no match for my senior brother. Fu Miaodong sheathed her sword and, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yun and Chu Jingxiao behind Lin Xiaoya, retorted, which of them is your senior brother? Have him come forth. I will defeat him as well. Enraged, Lin Xiaoya hastily turned to Xiao Yun, urging, senior brother, please teach her a lesson for me. You were too hasty just now. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Xiao Yun offered a few words of guidance to Lin Xiaoya before stepping forward. As her senior brother, it was only fitting that he defended his junior. Facing Fu Miaodong, Xiao Yun spoke calmly. I shall not bully you. If you can force me to take a step back, I shall concede your victory. Such audacious words. Fu Miaodong, incensed much like Lin Xiaoya moments earlier, drew her sharp sword and aimed it at Xiao Yun. The blade glimmered fiercely, emanating a chilling aura. However, in the face of this formidable strike, Xiao Yun merely extended his palm forward, conjuring a vast taiji diagram that followed the momentum of his hand, forcing Fu Miaodong to retreat in rapid succession. The taiji divine palm. Not far away, the esteemed elder of Taichu's sacred land, Wan Yonghui, narrowed his eyes, suddenly regarding Xiao Yun with newfound seriousness. Chapter 24. The Lightning Body. Boom, boom, boom. Within the grand hall, Xiao Yun wielded the taiji divine palm, effortlessly neutralizing Fu Miaodong's onslaught. His taiji diagram exhibited an impeccable absolute defense. Regardless of how Fu Miaodong assailed, she could not breach Xiao Yun's defenses. She couldn't even approach his form, let alone force him back a mere step. Observing this scene, the white-robed youth, Xiao Yun, felt a weight of concern settle in his gaze as he addressed Fu Miaodong. Junior sister Fu, he has perfected the supreme combat skill, taiji divine palm, stepping into the forbidden realm. Meanwhile, your one sword across the ages remains at the great completion stage, rendering you no match for him. Fu Miaodong, embittered by this reality, shouted towards Xiao Yun, today, I shall defeat him beyond his rank. Perhaps it will elevate my one sword across the ages to perfection. With that declaration, she cast aside all distractions. Her mind solely focused on the path of the sword, her eyes igniting with a terrifying sword intent. I am the sword, and the sword is me. At that moment, Fu Miaodong subtly attained the realm of the unity of man and sword. She lunged forward with her blade, as if transcending the divide between heaven and earth, shattering the very void. A spark of brilliance flashed in Jie Yulong's eyes as he exclaimed in admiration, indeed, junior sister Fu has surpassed her limits. Breaking through in the heat of battle, entering the forbidden realm. Wan Yonghui, standing nearby, wore a satisfied smile. In that instant, a golden radiance enveloped Fu Miaodong's form. Wielding her treasured sword, she embodied the essence of sword itself, resembling a divine sword of golden light piercing through the mists, hurtling towards Xiao Yun. The high-ranking members of the chaotic sacred ground within the grand hall wore grim expressions, for Fu Miaodong had genuinely transcended her limits, stepping into the forbidden realm. Such potential, among their ranks in the body refinement stage, was nearly second only to Xiao Yun. Yet, in the body refinement stage of the Taichu sacred ground, Fu Miaodong ranked merely 10th. Have the disparities between the chaotic sacred land and the primordial sacred land grown so vast? The lord of the chaotic sacred land was filled with trepidation, his gaze fixated on Xiao Yun. His heart brimming with hope. May this young man truly elevate our chaotic sacred land. Boom. At that moment, Fu Miaodong, in a state of unity with her sword, unleashed a terrifying force, thrusting her blade fiercely towards Xiao Yun. Yet, Xiao Yun remained undeterred, striking forward with a palm as the Taiji diagram emerged, showcasing an astonishing defensive prowess. Rumbling. Fu Miaodong's strike was formidable, exerting a force of no less than 200,000 pounds. Yet it failed to breach Xiao Yun's Taiji defense, instead sending her hurtling backward. Sister Fu, it would be wise for you to withdraw. He has likely stepped into the realm of the second barrier, remarked the white-robed youth, Jie Yulong, his expression growing increasingly grave as he scrutinized Xiao Yun across the arena. Fu Miaodong, still unwilling to concede, raised her proud head, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at Xiao Yun, exclaiming, "Is it true that the people of the chaotic sacred land are only capable of defense? If you possess the ability, defeat me, otherwise, I shall not yield." Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly, "Very well." Before the word well had fully escaped his lips, his legs moved like lightning, leaving behind fleeting afterimages, while his true self appeared before Fu Miaodong. Boom. Xiao Yun unleashed the 9 transformations' dominant fist, delivering a powerful blow imbued with an overwhelming intent, as if capable of devouring mountains and rivers. An aura of invincibility that sent Fu Miaodong crashing through the air. Uffed. Fu Miaodong fell to the ground, blood spilling from her lips, her delicate face pale. "Sister Fu," Jie Yulong exclaimed in surprise, hastily assisting Fu Miaodong to her feet while examining her injuries. His expression darkened as he cast a reproachful glance at Xiao Yun. "It was merely a spar, yet your actions seem excessively ruthless." Xiao Yun replied coolly, "If I refrain from attacking, you claim that the disciples of the chaos sacred land are solely defensive. When I do strike, you condemn my actions as harsh. Is this the manner in which you, from the Taichu sacred land, conduct yourselves? Truly impressive, how you manage to twist reason to your advantage." You, Jie Yulong was rendered speechless. It was indeed Fu Miaodong who had compelled Xiao Yun to act. Thus, any resulting injury was not to be blamed on anyone else. At that moment, Wan Yonghui interjected sternly, "Enough. The Taichu sacred land is not one to shy away from defeat. You must understand that there are always greater mountains beyond the hills, and skies beyond the heavens. Do not let arrogance consume you." "Yes," Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong responded, lowering their heads. However, Jie Yulong soon lifted his gaze to Xiao Yun, stating solemnly, "Brother Xiao, your prowess is remarkable. I, Jie Yulong, seek your guidance." Xiao Yun replied indifferently, having just fought. "I am weary and wish to rest. Surely, your Taichu sacred land does not intend to employ the despicable tactic of wheel warfare?" The onlookers in the hall were left speechless. "You are fatigued? You clearly won with ease." Despite this, Jie Yulong found it inappropriate to force Xiao Yun into a wheel battle. He turned to the bystander, Chu Jingxiao, who had been idly observing, and said, "In that case, I shall first seek to learn from Brother Chu's esteemed techniques." Chu Jingxiao responded, "Why choose me? It was Xiao Yun who injured your junior sister. What relevance does that have to me?" Chu Jingxiao is not a fool. He has already discerned that he is no match for Fu Miaodong, let alone the more formidable Jie Yulong. Yet, with so many high-ranking members of the Chaos Sacred Ground present, he dared not refrain from battle. For doing so would imply cowardice, and he would be unable to hold his head high within the Chaos Sacred Ground henceforth. That accursed Xiao Yun. He must have done this intentionally. Chu Jingxiao cursed Xiao Yun vehemently in his heart, and then, with reluctance, stepped forward to spar with Jie Yulong. Xiao Yun stood by, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the two combatants. Lin Xiaoya whispered in his ear, "Senior brother, you are too cunning," deliberately setting up Chu Jingxiao for failure. Even a fool could see that Jie Yulong was brimming with pent-up frustration and would undoubtedly unleash it upon Chu Jingxiao. "It seems Chu Jingxiao is in for some misfortune." Xiao Yun replied softly, "Do you now recognize the cleverness of your senior brother? I merely intended to use Chu Jingxiao to gauge Jie Yulong's strength. Therefore, in the future, do not rush in impulsively. One must learn to wield intellect." Indeed, indeed. Senior brother is truly wise. Xiaya is grateful for your guidance." Lin Xiaya nodded eagerly. The onlookers in the grand hall exchanged glances of incredulity. With their prowess, they could hear even the faintest whispers of Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaya. The elder Tianyi beside them ground his teeth in frustration, his expression dark. Meanwhile, the leader of the Chaos Sacred Ground wore a smile, thinking to himself, "This is for the best. A son of God with wisdom and strategy is far more worthy of cultivation." In the arena, Chu Jingxiao regarded Jie Yulong as facing a formidable adversary. The situation for Jie Yulong was considerably more relaxed. He glanced coolly at the opposite Chu Jingxiao and remarked, You may strike first. Otherwise, should I choose to act, you shall find yourself deprived of any opportunity to retaliate. Such arrogance. Chu Jingxiao, acknowledging his inferiority to Jie Yulong, felt a surge of indignation at the latter's audacious words. Without hesitation, he unleashed his combat technique, charging toward Jie Yulong. Narrowing his eyes, Jie Yulong erupted with a fierce brilliance of lightning, preemptively striking like a bolt, sending Chu Jingxiao hurtling backwards with a single punch. It was indeed the lightning body. He was a prodigy endowed with a unique physique, which explained his formidable strength, possessing the lightning body and having perfected a superlative combat technique. His prowess had undoubtedly ascended to the realm of the second prohibition. Inside the Grand Hall, the elders of the Chaos Sacred Land were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. With a thud, Chu Jingxiao was sent flying by Jie Yulong's punch, landing heavily on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. His injuries were evidently more severe than those of Fu Miaodong before him. He cast a fierce glare at Jie Yulong, yet despair filled his heart. The latter's unique physique and mastery of a superlative technique rendered any aspirations of catching up in physical refinement utterly futile. Worthless. In the hall, Elder Tianyi's countenance darkened upon witnessing Chu Jingxiao's swift defeat. With a dismissive wave, he ordered Chu Jingxiao to be expelled from the Grand Hall. Outside, Zhu Ping, who had been waiting, immediately scooped up the injured Chu Jingxiao and swiftly took flight, retreating in haste. Beside them, Master Fu observed the scene with a look of schadenfreude. Within the Grand Hall, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land gazed at the figure of Jie Yulong below and remarked, "It is said that the lightning body possesses an innate ability to manipulate lightning, boasting remarkable speed and formidable attack power. When combined with your Taichu Sacred Land's unique lightning fist, its might is truly extraordinary." Wanyang Hui stroked his beard humbly and replied, "The lightning body is merely a royal physique. It is not considered a prodigy within our Taichu Sacred Land. Our generation has produced several divine physiques, including one supreme body. In comparison, the lightning body pales significantly." Such words elicited a gloomy atmosphere among the senior members of the Chaos Sacred Land. In their generation, not a single special physique had emerged. While others dismissed the lightning body with indifference, this stark contrast was unmistakable. However, upon hearing that the Taichu Sacred Land had indeed produced a supreme body, the high-ranking officials of the Chaos Sacred Land were visibly stirred. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land could not help but inquire, "Oh, a supreme body? May I ask which supreme body has emerged in your Taichu Sacred Land this generation?" Wanyang Hui, brimming with pride, responded, "It is the time-space body. Ranked fourth on the supreme list, the legendary time-space body. It is said that one possessing such a physique can manipulate time and space, wielding any divine ability to unleash boundless power. The emergence of such a unique physique in this generation is indeed terrifying." In the Grand Hall, a chorus of gasps echoed throughout. The esteemed elders of the chaotic sacred land were consumed with envy as they beheld the emergence of such a formidable genius, now a disciple of the primordial sacred land. It was evident that, in the years to come, this individual would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable adversary to their realm. Below the Grand Hall, Xiao Yun listened intently to the discussions among the prominent figures, his heart filled with astonishment. As he understood it, special physiques were categorized into 3 tiers. The third tier encompassed the royal physiques, such as the lightning body, the Xianbing body, and the Xiaoyang body, which were deemed inferior. The second tier consisted of divine physiques, renowned examples being the lunar divine body, the solar divine body, the berserker body, the 5 elements divine body, and the heavenly demon body. The first tier, regarded as the most powerful special physiques, was known as the 10 supreme bodies. These 10 were ranked as follows: the chaotic body, the devouring heavenly demon body, the innate sacred body Tao embryo, the time-space body, the Xian Wang indestructible body, the 10,000 Buddhas body, the primordial sacred body, the sovereign body of the heavens, the divine king body, and the celestial king body. It is important to note that this ranking is not absolute, for the differences among the supreme bodies are minuscule. Thus, even one possessing the 10,000 Buddhas body, ranked 7th, could potentially defeat the time-space body, ranked 4th. Ultimately, a special physique is merely a facet of one's being. An individual's strength relies not only on their physique, but also on their relentless efforts and myriad opportunities. Consequently, any of these 10 supreme bodies could rightfully be deemed the strongest. Whosoever possesses any one of them can stand tall above the masses, dominating an era. Why then would Xiao Yun willingly relinquish the position of the chaotic sacred land's chosen one? It was simply to forge the chaotic body, the paramount supreme body itself. Moreover, the chaotic sacred land has fallen into decline. Once he forges the chaotic body, it is unequivocal that the chaotic bell will be bestowed upon him to command. At that moment, possessing the chaotic body and wielding the chaotic bell, you would be utterly invincible. This embodies the desire that resides within Xiao Yun's heart. Brother Xiao, I wonder if you have sufficiently rested? At this juncture, the voice of Jie Yulong echoed from across the way. Xiao Yun turned to face Jie Yulong, offering a faint smile as he remarked, "It appears that junior brother Jie possesses the lightning physique. As for me, being merely an ordinary body, I fear I am no match for you. I kindly ask you to show some mercy." Jie Yulong, rendered speechless, thought to himself, calling you brother was merely a gesture of politeness. Did you truly take me for your junior? Nevertheless, Jie Yulong, being a disciple of the sacred land, maintained a semblance of composure. He replied coolly, "Brother Xiao, you are too modest. There are indeed instances where ordinary bodies have triumphed over special physiques in the realm of cultivation. Our special physiques merely grant us a slight advantage at birth. An individual's true accomplishments depend on their subsequent efforts." Xiao Yun smiled gently and concurred. "I share the same sentiment." Jie Yulong's lips twitched, his expression darkening with frustration. He felt an overwhelming urge to silence Xiao Yun, whose words were exceedingly irksome. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiao Yun added, "All right, junior brother Jie, please make your move. Let's conclude this battle swiftly, for I wish to return home for dinner." "Very well." Jie Yulong ceased his idle chatter, unable to restrain his desire to give Xiao Yun a thorough beating. Without hesitation, he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Xiao Yun. Jie Yulong, a prodigy endowed with a unique physique, unleashed a formidable force that was truly terrifying. Fiery bolts of lightning flickered around him, while his fearsome fists emitted blinding arcs of electric light. Xiao Yun's expression grew grave. He understood that this punch not only harbored immense power, but also bore the additional peril of lightning strikes, compelling him to remain vigilant. Thus, he resolutely invoked the Taiji Divine Palm, erecting an impenetrable defense to withstand Jie Yulong's assault. Bang! 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 Jie Yulong's fists collided with the Taiji diagram before Xiao Yun, producing thunderous echoes akin to raging storms, while the dreadful lightning relentlessly battered the diagram's defenses. In mere moments, Xiao Yun discerned faint cracks appearing upon his Taiji diagram, a clear indication that it would not endure for long. Truly, the genius with a special constitution was indeed formidable. Xiao Yun marveled inwardly, activating the divine wind steps beneath him, transforming into streaks of lightning as he initiated a counterattack against Jie Yulong. He recognized that prolonging his defense would inevitably lead to his defeat. Exactly. Individuals of our caliber should engage in direct confrontation and elevate ourselves through combat. Upon witnessing Xiao Yun abandon his defense to launch a counteroffensive, Jie Yulong erupted into hearty laughter, his face alight with anticipation. He too yearned for a breakthrough in battle. Akin to Fu Miaodong, 9 turns overbearing fist, Xiao Yun bellowed, executing this aggressive martial technique. Instantly, his entire demeanor transformed, his gaze turned fiercely domineering. Reminiscent of an unparalleled sovereign, radiating an aura of invincibility as he swept across the battlefield. Chapter 26, Defeating the Lightning Body. The 4 Forbidden Realms, the 9 Revolutions Overlord Fist truly lives up to its reputation as the most domineering of super combat techniques. Each time this formidable skill is unleashed, Xiao Yun's demeanor transforms into one of unparalleled dominance, exuding an aura of invincibility that causes even the formidable Jie Yulong to tremble. With a fierce determination, Xiao Yun strides forward with the grace of a tiger, his momentum extraordinary. He launches a powerful punch, merging countless luminous fists into a singular force that unleashes a terrifying power, causing the very air before him to explode. Sensing an immense threat, Jie Yulong does not retreat. Instead, he advances. His dark eyes erupt with a fierce divine light, akin to lightning streaking forth, radiating an overwhelming might. Subsequently, Jie Yulong employs the lightning fist, leveraging his extraordinary speed to strike first, colliding fiercely with Xiao Yun's fist. The impact of their fist meeting reverberates like 2 colossal mountains colliding, the sheer force of their physical prowess unleashing a series of terrifying energies, echoing through the grand hall like a clap of thunder. Xiao Yun's body is enveloped in a golden sheen, with golden rays subtly emanating from within, resembling a flickering flame in a fervent blaze. His formidable physical strength distorts the very fabric of the void. The 9 Revolutions Overlord Fist is propelled to its zenith, as punch after punch relentlessly crashes against Jie Yulong. Countless luminous fists coalesce into myriad golden runes, converging upon Xiao Yun's fist, elevating his combat prowess to its utmost potential. Jie Yulong did not dare to be careless. His expression was exceedingly grave. He harnessed his lightning body, pushing the technique of the lightning fist to its utmost limit, engaging directly with Xiao Yun without the slightest evasion. The sound of thunderous collisions echoed throughout the grand hall as neither combatant yielded an inch, relentlessly battling with fervor. Each clash resonated with the power of their formidable physiques. showcasing their immense strength. The spectators were left in awe, marveling at the sheer might of these two warriors, both having ascended to the second prohibition realm, wielding a staggering 300,000 pounds of force. Truly, the lightning body was remarkable, possessing not only tremendous power, but also incredible speed. Had it not been for Xiao Yun mastering the supreme combat technique, the divine wind step, the outcome might have been uncertain. Yet, it appeared that Xiao Yun was gaining the upper hand. Within the hall, the high-ranking members of the Chaos Sanctuary were intently focused on the fierce duel below. Their expressions were heavy with concern, for Xiao Yun was the foremost figure in the realm of body refinement within their sanctuary. A defeat to the 9th-ranked practitioner of the primordial sanctuary would be a significant embarrassment. Fortunately, Xiao Yun did not bring shame to the Chaos Sanctuary. With a resounding roar, his gaze ignited with fervor, akin to two divine lanterns ablaze, as the aura irradiating from his physique sent waves of trepidation through the onlookers, instilling a sense of fear. Kill. Xiao Yun advanced with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, exuding an overwhelming presence. His corporeal form shimmered with golden light, surging like a blazing inferno, radiating an intense golden brilliance reminiscent of a sunburst, rendering him dazzlingly resplendent. 9 revolutions dominating fist. Xiao Yun summoned the formidable might of this super combat technique to its utmost limit, launching a devastating punch infused with an overwhelming divine radiance that exuded an awe-inspiring force. Lightning fist. Xiao Yulong similarly roared, his hair dancing wildly as he stood bathed in the brilliant glow of lightning, charging forward with bold strides. As if no one could rival him, he resembled a formidable demon king, his body emanating resplendent arcs of electricity, while a myriad of purple runes converged around him, forming a dense web of lightning that enveloped Xiao Yun. The power of the lightning body was indeed deserving of its name. Boom. The two engaged in a fierce clash once more, their battle escalating into a fervent intensity, each extracting their full potential without the slightest reservation. However, at that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly let out a prolonged howl, his eyes ablaze with an endless, fervent light, and his punches grew increasingly fervent, unleashing an ever-mighty force. What? Jie Yulong's expression shifted as he sensed that Xiao Yun, who had previously seemed his equal, suddenly surged with an additional 100,000 pounds of power, decisively overwhelming him. Did you think I was merely in the second forbidden domain? Xiao Yun gazed at Jie Yulong, his fist radiating ever more fervently, the brilliance about him intensifying. Jie Yulong felt an immense pressure, being forced to retreat step by step under Xiao Yun's relentless onslaught. I apologize, but I have long since entered the third forbidden domain. Xiao Yun bellowed, his aura soaring like a rainbow, his eyes shooting forth divine light as he swung his blazing fist forward with unrestrained ferocity. Poof! Jie Yulong coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his body hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string amidst a blaze of fierce punches. Not far away, Fu Miaodan gasped in shock, her face paling in disbelief. Jie Yulong had actually sustained injuries. Nevertheless, Jie Yulong swiftly regained his composure and, harnessing the unmatched speed of his lightning body, transformed into a streak of lightning, darting through the void towards Xiao Yun's vulnerable back. Your strength indeed surpasses mine, but your speed cannot match my own. Combat is not solely about power, Jie Yulong bellowed, truly worthy of the title of senior brother. Upon witnessing this, Fu Miaoding's spirits lifted, her face brimming with anticipation. However, what transpired next shattered her hopes. Tai Chi Divine Palm. Sensing the impending threat from behind, Xiao Yun promptly unleashed the Tai Chi Divine Palm, conjuring a massive Tai Chi diagram that materialized behind him, effectively blocking Jie Yulong's lightning-fast punch. Boom. The searing electric fist struck fiercely against Xiao Yun's Tai Chi diagram. Yet this time, the diagram remained remarkably steadfast, absorbing the force of Jie Yulong's lightning blow. The two Tai Chi yin-yang fish appeared to come to life, ceaselessly rotating upon the diagram, devouring the incoming energy of the electric punch, significantly diminishing Jie Yulong's offensive strength. What? Jie Yulong's pupils constricted, his eyes widening in disbelief. Boom. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun swiftly turned and retaliated with a punch that sent Jie Yulong reeling, blood spewing forth. This time, the power that Xiao Yun unleashed was even more formidable. He shattered the lightning runes on Jie Yulong, rendering him devoid of combat capability. With a thud, Jie Yulong collapsed onto the ground nearby, once again spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Senior brother Jie, Fu Miaodong exclaimed, rushing over to assist Jie Yulong. Wan Yonghui cast a quick glance and discerned that Jie Yulong's injuries were not particularly grave. He had merely lost his fighting capability. Thus, he restrained his urge to approach and investigate further. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Yun in the distance and marveled, indeed, a distinguished disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land. At such a tender age, he has mastered 3 ultimate combat techniques and has even elevated the Taiji Divine Palm to the pinnacle of martial arts, stepping into the realm of the 4 bands. Such comprehension is truly remarkable. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yun was nearly driven to vomit blood in indignation. Weren't you just speaking of the 3 bands? Now it's the 4 bands, and he possesses an astonishing additional strength of 200,000 pounds. How can I possibly compete? Chapter 27, Confidence Within the Grand Hall. The high-ranking officials of the Chaos Sacred Land beamed with satisfaction as they witnessed Xiao Yun's triumph over Xiao Yun. Especially upon recognizing the extent of Xiao Yun's current prowess, their smiles grew even more pronounced. The leader of the Chaos Sacred Land chuckled and remarked, "My dear friend Wan, you flatter him. Xiao Yun merely possesses a modicum of understanding. Compared to your esteemed sex-temporal body, he is still vastly outmatched. I expect that during this expedition to the True Dragon's Nest, your Taichu Sacred Land will once again secure the top position. When the time comes, I hope your disciples will show some restraint." Upon hearing this, Wanonghui spoke in a congenial manner. "Rest assured, Your Holiness. As we are all part of the 6 great sacred lands, it is only natural that we stand united, supporting one another against external threats." The Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land narrowed his eyes slightly, skeptical of Wanonghui's words. In the past, the disciples of the Chaotic Sacred Land had faced the most ruthless attacks from the Taichu Sacred Land when entering the True Dragon Nest. Among the 6 great sacred lands, the Taichu and Chaotic Sacred Lands were undoubtedly archenemies, though they maintained a facade of cordiality, mindful of their reputations and avoiding open conflict. "Your Holiness, I shall take my leave," Wanonghui stated after the exchange of trivial banter, departing the Chaotic Sacred Land with Jia Yulong and Fu Miaodong. In the Grand Hall, after their departure, the Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land turned to Xiao Yun and remarked with a smile, "Xiao Yun, you performed admirably this time, bringing honor to our Chaotic Sacred Land." The surrounding elders regarded Xiao Yun with admiration, showering him with praise. Humbly, Xiao Yun responded, "Your Holiness, you flatter me. As a disciple of the Chaotic Sacred Land, it is my duty to uphold its dignity." The Lord and the esteemed elders nodded in satisfaction, greatly appreciating Xiao Yun's sense of duty. "Xiao Yun, has your master, Emperor Tian, mentioned the True Dragon Nest to you?" the Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land inquired. Xiao Yun promptly replied with respect, "Reporting to Your Holiness, my master has indeed spoken of the True Dragon Nest, and I am preparing to enter it next year." Upon hearing these words, the Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land's expression became slightly solemn, and he spoke with gravity. "Over the years, our Chaotic Sacred Land has not produced any talents of the body refinement realm, leading us to refrain from participating in the True Dragon Nest expedition, which has resulted in mockery from the outside world and a loss of face for our sect. Now that you possess such formidable strength, it is indeed time for you to venture into the True Dragon Nest. However, as you have observed today, the Taichu Sacred Land and our Chaotic Sacred Land are like fire and water. Once you enter the True Dragon Nest, the first threat you must be wary of is the people from the Taichu Sacred Land. They will show you no mercy." Xiao Yun nodded confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall vanquish the disciples of the Taichu Sacred Land within the True Dragon Nest." The Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land and the esteemed elders exchanged glances, rendered speechless by his audacity. The Lord then sighed with a bittersweet smile. "There is no need for such bravado. Once inside the True Dragon Nest, your primary focus should be on seeking rare treasures. If the Taichu Sacred Land does not provoke you, do not engage them. Moreover, they have recently produced a temporal body, one of the 10 supreme bodies. If you encounter him, do not hesitate for a moment. Flee immediately. At your current stage, you have yet to forge the chaotic body and cannot contend with other supreme bodies of the same realm." Though Xiao Yun felt somewhat dismissive of the Lord's words, believing that his own strength was sufficient to challenge the temporal body, he understood that as an exemplary disciple, he should not argue with the Lord. Thus, Xiao Yun nodded and said, "Rest assured, Holy Master, this time I shall undoubtedly slay that being of space-time, inflicting significant losses upon the Taichu Sacred Land." It was evident that Xiao Yun was not merely an exceptional disciple, he was a remarkably outstanding one, unafraid to challenge the Holy Master as authority. The Holy Master of the Chaos Sacred Land and the esteemed elders were once again rendered speechless. They believed that while Xiao Yun possessed many commendable qualities, his overconfidence was a flaw. A mere mortal body daring to disregard a supreme being of space-time was truly astonishing. "Very well, return and devote yourself to your training." After a lengthy pause, the Holy Master of the Chaos Sacred Land found communication with Xiao Yun to be futile and waved his hand, granting him leave. "Fear not, Holy Master, upon my return, I shall diligently cultivate, and by next year, I will assuredly vanquish that being of space-time from the Taichu Sacred Land." Xiao Yun nodded confidently. Then, taking Lin Xiaoyao by the hand, swaggered out of the Grand Hall. Inside, the esteemed elders exchanged bewildered glances as they observed his retreating figure. The holy master of the chaos sacred land shook his head and sighed. The chaos scripture not only poses a formidable challenge in cultivation, but also influences one's character. In the past, Emperor Tian, after practicing the chaos scripture, exhibited a similar pride and self-assurance as Xiao Yun. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. An elder chuckled and said, "There is no need for concern, Holy Master. I believe Xiao Yun may surprise us. We have just witnessed him perfecting 3 formidable combat techniques within a mere 2 to 3 months. Moreover, he has successfully extrapolated the Taiji Divine Palm to the ultimate realm of martial arts. With such formidable comprehension, it is conceivable that he may indeed cultivate the chaotic scripture, forging an unparalleled chaotic body." The gaze of the holy master of the chaotic sacred land flickered with anticipation as he remarked, "If he truly manages to forge the chaotic body, then the rise of our chaotic sacred land will be within reach." Outside the gates of the chaotic sacred land, Wan Yonghui, Xiao Yun, and Fu Miaodong took to the clouds. Above the clouds, Xiao Yun and Fu Miaodong hung their heads in shame, saying, "Elder, we have brought disgrace upon our Taichu sacred land due to our inadequacies. We implore you to punish us." Wan Yonghui waved his hand dismissively and pondered. "This is not a sin of battle. That Xiao Yun has already stepped into the realm of 4 restrictions, possessing a strength of 500,000 pounds, which is beyond what you can contend with at this moment." Xiao Yulong's expression turned grave as he remarked, "This individual is indeed formidable. Despite being merely a mortal body, he has managed to enter the realm of 4 restrictions, not only perfecting the 3 super techniques but also extrapolating one of them to the ultimate realm." Wan Yonghui displayed a look of disdain, sneering, "You are still too inexperienced. You must understand that comprehension can be enhanced, but it comes with side effects. For instance, using the Enlightenment pill once at each level will not incur any significant repercussions. However, if one uses the Enlightenment pill more than 3 times, substantial side effects will manifest." Xiao Yun has only been within the chaotic sacred land for a mere 2 to 3 months. How could he possibly master 3 super techniques? He must have consumed the Enlightenment pill multiple times. Xiao Yulong was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could the chaotic sacred land permit him to do so? Isn't this the destruction of a prodigy?" "What prodigy?" Wan Yonghui scoffed disdainfully, asserting he is merely a mortal. "And I can see clearly with my discerning eye that he possesses no innate talent whatsoever. At most, he has a slight aptitude for comprehension. Thus, the chaotic sacred land has utilized the Enlightenment pill to mold him into a so-called prodigy, solely to infiltrate the true dragon's nest and procure rare treasures on behalf of their chaotic sacred land. In any case, should there be any adverse effects, they would merely lose a mortal body, incurring minimal loss." Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong suddenly understood. It must be said that without the fact of the 9 tolls of the chaotic bell, any expert who encountered Xiao Yun would not regard him as a genius, given his woefully inadequate qualifications. As for the 9 tolls of the chaotic bell, Wan Yonghui, having not witnessed it himself, naturally harbored doubts, believing it could merely be the chaotic sacred land engaging in grandiosity for the sake of intimidation. Wan Yonghui continued with a cold laugh. To step into the realm of the 4 bands is already the limit of a mortal body. No matter how much he utilizes the Enlightenment pill, he will not grow stronger. With such meager strength, he cannot even secure a place among the top 3 within our Taichu sacred land's physical refinement realm. Once he enters the true dragon's nest, we shall eliminate him, thwarting the chaotic sacred land scheme." Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong nodded in agreement. They had witnessed powerful prodigies within their sect, particularly the one ranked first, the time-space body, who was an invincible being beyond defeat. Xiao Yun was surely no match for him. Chapter 28. How to confront the time-space body at D peak. Upon his return, Xiao Yun began to examine his enlightenment system. Originally, he possessed 23 opportunities for enlightenment. Having triumphed over 2 prodigies from the primordial sacred land this time, he had once again showcased his prowess, thus augmenting his opportunities by 3. Consequently, he now held a total of 26 opportunities for enlightenment. He contemplated the necessity of advancing the remaining 3 supreme combat techniques to the ultimate realm of martial prowess: the 9 transformations Overlord Fist, the Divine Wind Steps, and the 10,000 blades returning to the sea. With such an abundance of enlightenment opportunities at his disposal, he deemed it sufficient for the time being. By elevating these techniques, he would enhance his strength by an additional 200,000 genes, culminating in a formidable total of 700,000 genes, his current limit. Any further breakthroughs would necessitate his ventures into the true dragon nest. Just as Xiao Yun was poised to delve into the evolution of his combat techniques, Di Tian arrived. Immediately, Xiao Yun rose to greet him. Once they were seated, Di Tian regarded Xiao Yun with a smile and inquired, "What are your thoughts upon encountering the prodigies of the primordial sacred land?" Xiao Yun pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, the talents from the primordial sacred land surpass our own. Even those ranked 9th and 10th in the body refinement realm can effortlessly dominate the disciples of our chaotic sacred land. I alone was able to defeat them. Both Chu Jingxiao and my junior sister fell short against them. That is entirely reasonable, Di Tian remarked. I have heard that they also brought a lightning body this time. Although it is merely a royal physique, it far exceeds that of an ordinary constitution. Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile, Master, regardless of their strength, they remain beneath the feet of your disciple. Emperor Tian gazed at Xiao Yun with a look of satisfaction, but then his expression turned serious as he recalled something. I have heard that the Holy Master mentioned the emergence of a time-space body within this generation of the Taichu sacred land. This is a supreme body. Once you enter the true dragon's nest, you must be vigilant against this individual. Xiao Yun patted his chest, exuding confidence as he replied, Master, do you doubt my abilities? In no time, I shall possess a strength of 700,000 gene. Even if he is a supreme body, I am confident I can defeat him. Emperor Tian shook his head, saying, You underestimate the capabilities of a supreme body. It not only signifies immense talent, but also bestows unique abilities. Take the lightning body. For instance, you have surely felt the potency of its lightning by now, have you not? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's expression grew slightly grave as he responded, Indeed. That Jia Yulong's lightning body is formidable. Each of his moves is imbued with an additional lightning strike, and his speed is astonishingly swift. Were it not for his 300,000 gene of strength compared to my 500,000 gene, I would find it much more challenging to defeat him. Emperor Tian nodded, his demeanor becoming exceedingly serious. Exactly. That Jia Yulong is merely a lightning body. The time-space body is significantly more powerful. As far as I know, those who possess a time-space body inherently command the forces of time and space. What are time and space if not tremendous powers? You must understand. In the presence of such an individual, the speed of a lightning body becomes a mere jest. His swiftness far surpasses yours. Moreover, he can manipulate time, thereby diminishing your velocity. Di Tian gazed at Xiao Yun, his expression grave. Xiao Yun was taken aback, and then with a look of astonishment, he exclaimed, Even if he possesses the body of time and space, he is still merely at the body refinement stage. It is inconceivable that he could wield the powers of time and space, is it not? Time and space are formidable forces governed by the laws of the universe, accessible only to sages. I cannot fathom how a practitioner at the body refinement stage could master such powers. It seems you still do not comprehend the supreme body. Di Tian responded with a wry smile, shaking his head. The reason the supreme body is so named is due to its terrifying nature. Those who possess it are innately capable of manipulating certain dread abilities. Of course, the individual from the primordial Holy Land, possessing the body of time and space, may not be able to command potent temporal and spatial powers. However, even a mere fragment of control over these forces would suffice for him to vanquish all adversaries within the body refinement realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun fell silent for a moment. The powers of time and space seemed insurmountable. As the saying goes, space reigns supreme, while time is sovereign. Furthermore, the body of time and space embodies both of these forces, rendering it virtually invincible. Master, what should I do? Is there any method to withstand his temporal and spatial might? After a long pause, Xiao Yun lifted his head, his face solemn as he sought guidance from Di Tian. He believed that Di Tian's visit was not merely to instill fear, but rather to impart wisdom on how to counter the supreme body. Indeed, Di Tian smiled and said, It is quite challenging to contend with the body of time and space. However, he is presently merely at the stage of physical refinement. The powers he can wield over time and space are undoubtedly limited, which affords us a potential opportunity to resist him. Oh, please enlighten me, Master. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Di Tian continued with a smile. Time encompasses 3 fundamental abilities: time acceleration, time deceleration, and time suspension. However, I surmise that he can only barely grasp the skill of time acceleration, and even then, it is limited solely to accelerating himself. Yet, even so, combined with his innate talents in the spatial domain, he possesses a speed that is truly formidable. Thus, if you wish to contend with him, you must first restrain his velocity. Xiao Yun nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Di Tian's words, yet he expressed his confusion. Restraining his speed? But Master, I have already mastered the divine wind steps. Even if I were to elevate it to the pinnacle of martial prowess, my speed would only match that of the lightning body, which is still significantly inferior to the body of time and space, is it not? It is not merely a matter of being somewhat inferior. The disparity is vast. Di Tian shook his head. In the same realm, the speed of the body of time and space surpasses that of the lightning body by 100-fold. Goodness! Xiao Yun gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is the difference truly that immense? How can one possibly fight against that? I have witnessed the speed of the jade dragon lightning body. And to think that the body of time and space is 100 times swifter, it would be impossible to even catch a glimpse of its shadow. It would be akin to teleportation. How could one engage in combat? At that point, I would be defenseless, left only with the option of passive defense. Otherwise, how could it be called the supreme body? Dition sighed, stating that both the acceleration of time and the compression of space contribute to an enhancement of speed. When these two forces are combined, it naturally endows the time-space body with unparalleled velocity, making it nearly impossible for anyone of the same realm to contend with him. Xiao Yun, appearing utterly speechless, remarked, "Then how am I supposed to fight him? How can I restrain him?" Dition replied with a gentle smile, "Do not fret. My disciple, since I have mentioned that there are methods, there are indeed methods. There are numerous ways to limit his speed. The first method is long-range attacks. By augmenting your long-range offensive capabilities, you can strike him before he approaches, preventing him from closing the distance. The second is to enhance your defensive prowess. As long as your defenses are bolstered, you can temporarily withstand his assaults, granting you time to create distance and then engage him with ranged attacks. The third involves formations. Employing spirit stones to set up various formations, be they offensive, defensive, or even confinement arrays, can effectively curtail the speed of the time-space body. However, formations do have a drawback, requiring prior setup, so keep that in mind. Fourthly, there are sonic attacks. This method combines sound and force to intimidate and impact the enemy, causing their mental state to falter and significantly diminishing their power, hence reducing their speed. Upon concluding his explanation, Dition glanced at the astonished Xiao Yun and said with a smile, "As long as you acquire these techniques, you will be able to stand against the time-space body." Xiao Yun smiled wryly and said, "This is quite overwhelming. Please, just tell me directly what I need to do." Dition laughed heartily and, with a wave of his hand, tossed over several tomes, saying, "I have long prepared these for you. They consist of 3 supreme combat techniques and 3 formations. As long as you possess the capability to master them all, you will be able to contend with the temporal and spatial entity." Xiao Yun immediately turned his gaze to the 6 books before him. Chapter 29. The Hidden Dragon Rankings. The 3 combat techniques bestowed upon Xiao Yun by Dition were the Little Flying Dagger, the Golden Bell Shield, and Dragon Might. The remaining 3 formations were the Chaotic Void Formation, the Dragon Lock Formation, and the 8 Gates Locking Formation. After perusing them, Xiao Yun nodded. Mastering merely 3 supreme combat techniques and 3 formations was undoubtedly within his grasp within a year, thanks to his keen insight. "My disciple," Dition remarked with a wry smile, "if I were not aware of your extraordinary perception, I would not dare recommend that you cultivate so many supreme techniques and formations. In truth, these are only useful in the body refinement stage. Once you reach the Qi gathering and divine bridge stages, they will no longer serve any purpose. Thus, most others refrain from studying too much during the body refinement stage." Xiao Yun replied with a smile, "Rest assured, master. With my innate understanding, I can certainly master these within a year without it consuming too much of my time." Dition nodded, fully aware of Xiao Yun's exceptional talent. Otherwise, he would never have entrusted these teachings to him. At present, Emperor Tian introduced several extraordinary combat techniques to Xiao Yun, stating, "This technique, Little Flying Dagger, is an art of concealed weaponry, serving as a long-range attack skill. No matter how swift your opponent may be, you can effortlessly launch the flying dagger first. Furthermore, this Golden Bell Shield is a remarkable power created by a senior from our chaotic sacred land after observing the chaotic bell. What I present to you is merely a simplified version. The true Golden Bell Shield is not merely a combat skill, but a profound power of terrifying magnitude. Thus, you must diligently hone this technique before advancing to the complete version of Golden Bell Shield. Lastly, we have Dragon Might, which also qualifies as a long-range attack. It is an acoustic technique capable of mimicking the roar of a true dragon, unleashing a formidable sonic assault that can subdue all beasts and instill dread in the hearts of enemies." Upon hearing Emperor Tian's introduction of these 3 extraordinary techniques, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is undeniable that the power of these techniques is indeed formidable, and when combined with his previously learned combat skills, they elevate his prowess to unprecedented heights. Subsequently, Emperor Tian introduced 3 formations to Xiao Yun, all of which were confinement-type arrays, characterized by their simplicity and practicality in deployment. Having completed all this, Emperor Tian took his leave. Xiao Yun watched Emperor Tian depart, his heart brimming with gratitude. He understood that Emperor Tian had expended considerable effort seeking these resources for him, enabling him to confront the formidable entity from the primordial sacred land. Indeed, Having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. Xiao Yun smiled gently. He then picked up the combat techniques before him and began his training. In total, there are 3 supreme combat techniques, and Xiao Yun has elevated them to the ultimate realm of martial prowess, expending no less than 6 opportunities for enlightenment. Furthermore, he has also advanced his previously intended techniques, Divine Wind Steps, 9 transformations Overlord Fist, and Myriad Blades returning to the sea, each to the ultimate level, consuming an additional 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Ultimately, he mastered those 3 formations through 3 more opportunities for enlightenment. Thus, Xiao Yun has expended a total of 12 opportunities for enlightenment in this endeavor, following his previous cultivation of the chaos scripture. This day marks the most enlightenment opportunities one have utilized. On the following morning, Xiao Yun opened his eyes and immediately checked his enlightenment system. At that moment, he found that he had only 14 opportunities remaining. Fortunately, he did not require enlightenment at this time, so he felt no urgency. Instead, he resolved to engage in practical combat training. After all, acquiring combat techniques is one aspect, yet to truly unleash the potential of these techniques, one must undergo rigorous practical training. It is essential to recognize that combat scenarios are ever-changing, not a mere choreographed display of techniques on stage. The discernment of when to employ a specific technique is honed through repeated combat experience. Therefore, Xiao Yun understood that he needed more battles to enhance his combat experience and assimilate the formidable techniques he had learned. Ding. New task, challenge the potential dragon ranking. Aiming for the top 50 to earn 1 opportunity for enlightenment. Achieving the top 10 grants 3 opportunities, the top 3 bestows 5 opportunities. And securing the first place rewards 10 opportunities. Suddenly, a voice resonated within Xiao Yun's mind, announcing the arrival of a new task. His eyes brightened with anticipation. Having just expended a wave of enlightenment, he now had the opportunity to replenish his energy. However, he pondered the meaning of the dragon ranking, as he had recently joined the Chaos Sanctuary and was still unfamiliar with its intricacies. Yet, there was no need for concern, for his mentor had advised him that if one did not understand something, one should inquire. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun rose to seek out Uncle Fu. Such trivial matters he usually refrained from disturbing Dition, especially since his esteemed mentor had limited time left and needed to focus on breaking through to the celestial realm. It was best not to intrude unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, Uncle Fu had spent many years in the Chaos Sanctuary. Surely he possessed the knowledge Xiao Yun sought, making it more efficient to approach him directly. In a palace adjacent to the Heavenly Hall, Uncle Fu was instructing Lin Xiaoya in the art of the Divine Wind Step, having perfected the Thousand Shadows Whip. Lin Xiaoya realized that the only way to enhance her strength was to practice super combat techniques. The defeat she suffered at the hands of Fu Miaotong had left her discontented, intensifying her desire to master such techniques, prompting Uncle Fu to impart the Divine Wind Step to her. Given your innate talent, attempting to cultivate super combat techniques may be overly ambitious. It could take a decade for you to reach perfection, which would be a waste of time, Uncle Fu remarked, observing Lin Xiaoya as she executed the Divine Wind Step. Lin Xiaoya, upon hearing this, was left speechless. My senior brother learned it in a single day. Yet I am expected to toil for 10 years? The disparity is simply too vast. Uncle Fu sighed, remarking on the distinction between geniuses and mortals. You, my dear, should spend some time within the true dragon's nest, acquiring rare treasures to enhance your strength by 100 to 200,000 gene. And then swiftly advance to the gathering chi realm. Do not waste further time in the body refinement realm. Master, I understand. I certainly will not linger in the body refinement realm for too long. Otherwise, I shall find it impossible to keep up with my senior brother, Lin Xiaoya responded, nodding obediently. At that moment, Xiao Yun approached with a smile and inquired, Xiaoya, when did I acquire a tail? Senior brother. Lin Xiaoya exclaimed with delight upon seeing Xiao Yun. You have also practiced the Divine Wind Steps. Please come and guide me in mastering it. Xiao Yun nodded, saying, Very well, I will assist you after I consult Uncle Fu regarding a few matters. Having reached the ultimate mastery of the Divine Wind Steps, he was certainly not inferior to Uncle Fu in understanding the technique, and he was more than capable of guiding Lin Xiaoya. Young master, have you encountered any difficulties? Uncle Fu inquired with a smile. Xiao Yun replied with a slight smile. Indeed, I wish to inquire about the potential dragon rankings. The potential dragon rankings? Uncle Fu was taken aback momentarily before responding with a smile. This is a list of the top 100 outer disciples. Only the strongest among them can enter this ranking. Any outer disciple who makes it to the potential dragon rankings receives significant support from our Chaos Holy Land, along with access to more training resources than their peers. Can I also challenge this ranking? Xiao Yun immediately asked. Uncle Fu chuckled softly. Of course, external disciples are those at the body refinement and qi gathering stages. However, young master, as a disciple of the Grand Elder, you inherently possess more training resources than they do. Thus, there is no necessity for you to challenge the potential dragon rankings. I require practical combat experience to enhance my battlefield skills, Xiao Yun replied. Uncle Fu suddenly understood, pondering. You are indeed correct, young master. With your imminent journey to the true dragon's nest, it is essential to undergo additional combat training. Otherwise, your full combat potential cannot be realized. This sounds fascinating, master. I too wish to challenge the potential dragon rankings. Lin Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly from the side. Uncle Fu nodded, then summoned a cloud to carry Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya away from the Imperial Peak. Chapter 30. Sacred Weapons, Illusionary Demon Tower on their way. Uncle Fu elaborated on the rules for challenging the potential dragon rankings to Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya. To challenge the potential dragon rankings is not to confront the disciples who have ascended the list directly. Rather, one must enter the illusionary demon tower and contend with the phantom avatars they have left behind. Xiao Yun inquired, puzzled. Illusionary demon tower? What is its purpose? I know about that. Lin Xiaoya eagerly raised her hand, beaming as she spoke. Senior brother, the illusionary demon tower is truly remarkable. It contains the phantom avatars left by the strongest practitioners of the chaos sacred grounds throughout history, allowing us to spar with the most formidable disciples of past eras, thereby enhancing our combat experience. Uncle Fu nodded and remarked, indeed, the illusionary demon tower is capable of leaving behind your phantom avatars from battles fought within. Throughout the generations, the strongest disciples of our chaotic Holy Land have all left their phantom forms within the tower. Moreover, the top 100 from the current also have their phantom avatars stored there, allowing you to directly challenge them at your convenience. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun suddenly comprehended and chuckled. This illusionary demon tower is rather intriguing. So, if I manage to defeat those experts from them, my phantom avatar will also remain, providing future disciples with a formidable challenge? Precisely. Uncle Fu affirmed with a smile, continuing, as long as you have not surpassed the Qi gathering realm, your phantom avatar cannot remain indefinitely. However, should you triumph over those historical champions, your phantom form will endure eternally, allowing disciples from countless years hence to behold it. Xiao Yun, now genuinely intrigued, replied with a grin, that sounds splendid. It would allow future disciples to admire my unparalleled grandeur. Brother, is it customary to boast of oneself in such a manner? Lin Xiaoya interjected with a smirk. Uncle Fu smiled gently and cautioned, young master. Defeating those historical champions is no easy feat. Each one among them is a sovereign who has dominated an era, each a paragon of excellence. Such a challenge only heightens my resolve, Xiao Yun declared with unwavering confidence. Uncle Fu traveled swiftly, and within merely half an hour, they arrived at the illusionary demon tower. Xiao Yun gazed intently and beheld a magnificent pagoda, even more immense than the starry pavilion, towering atop a mountain peak. It exhaled clouds and mist, enveloped in celestial light, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The sheer size of this pagoda left Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya utterly astonished. With a proud expression, Uncle Fu remarked, this is a formidable sacred weapon. Should a sage personally wield it, that could envelop an entire kingdom. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was once again struck with awe. He hailed from a small kingdom and was well aware of its vastness, which encompassed over 100 cities and nearly 1 billion inhabitants. No wonder it is said that beneath the sage, all are but ants. A wave of determination surged within Xiao Yun. He yearned to attain sagehood, unwilling to remain an insignificant being. In a swift motion, the three had already descended before the entrance of the illusory magic tower. The throng of disciples bustling to and fro was far greater than that of the starry pavilion, creating an atmosphere akin to a vibrant marketplace. Uncle Fu, smiling, explained, in our chaos sacred land, there are rules. Only those who reach the divine bridge realm may venture out for training. Hence, outer disciples seeking to enhance their combat experience must come to the illusory magic tower, resulting in its lively ambience. Nodding in understanding, Xiao Yun's curiosity was piqued as he noticed 14 massive black and white stone tablets beside the illusory magic tower. He inquired with intrigue, Uncle Fu, what purpose do these stone tablets serve? Are they similar to the ones used for testing combat strength at the Starry Pavilion? Uncle Fu shook his head and chuckled. These stone tablets are not meant for testing combat prowess. Rather, they serve to commemorate names. Among them, the 4 white tablets respectively record the most formidable disciples of the current rankings, the Hidden Dragon List, the Rising Dragon List, the True Dragon List, and the Sacred List. The 10 black tablets, on the other hand, chronicle the mightiest individuals in history, from the body refinement realm to the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's interest was piqued as he remarked, I have heard that my master is the esteemed elder of the chaos sacred land, ranked first, and possesses formidable strength. I wonder what his position is among the transcendent realm? With that, Xiao Yun made his way towards one of the black tablets, with Uncle Fu following closely behind, still wearing a smile. This particular black tablet recorded the top 100 transcendent beings in the history of the Chaos Sacred Land, each a luminary of their era. As Xiao Yun gazed at the tablet, his eyes were immediately drawn to the name at the pinnacle, Ancestral Master. Uncle Fu, noticing Xiao Yun's fixation, remarked with a smile. The Ancestral Master is a chaos body, sweeping through the realms and unrivaled across the world. Hence, he holds the top position on all 10 of these tablets. The chaos body is indeed terrifying, Xiao Yun thought fervently. His desire to forge a chaos body intensified, envisioning how powerful he could become. He continued to scan the names beneath the tablet, most of which were unfamiliar to him, until he reached the final entry, the one ranked 100th, where he spotted the name of his esteemed master, Tian. Xiao Yun's expression turned to one of disbelief as he exclaimed, "How can this be? My master is not ranked first in the Chaos Sacred Land. I have heard he can contend with powerful beings of the celestial realm. How could he be placed at a mere 100th? Uncle Fu sighed, remarking that it was quite normal, considering that the Chaos Sacred Land had existed for countless ages. With innumerable prodigies emerging throughout its history, the fact that the master could enter this esteemed ranking was already a remarkable achievement. Indeed, within the present Chaos Sacred Land, only the master had managed to attain such a distinction among the stone tablets. Xiao Yun was profoundly astonished. Was this truly the most formidable disciple in history? It was utterly terrifying. Even a powerhouse like Emperor Tian could barely secure a spot on this list. One could hardly fathom the strength of the ancestor seated at the pinnacle of the rankings. Could he possibly confront a sage while transcending 2 levels? Someday, I too shall ascend to these revered stone tablet rankings, Xiao Yun silently vowed within his heart. Uncle Fu then interjected, "Young master, it is time to enter the illusory demon tower." Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yun proceeded alongside Lin Xiaoya into the tower, while Uncle Fu remained outside, intently gazing at one of the white stone tablets inscribed with the names of the top 100 disciples on the current hidden dragon list. Uncle Fu was confident that, with Xiao Yun's prowess, he would soon be able to join this esteemed list. As Xiao Yun stepped into the illusory demon tower, he found himself abruptly transported to a vast expanse of black earth, with a white sky overhead and nothingness surrounding him. Lin Xiaoya, who had entered alongside him, had vanished without a trace. What is this place? Xiao Yun pondered, bewildered yet unafraid, for he was within the Chaos Sacred Land, where danger was unlikely to lurk. This was the illusory demon space. Upon entering the tower, one would be teleported to this realm. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in Xiao Yun's ear. Xiao Yun immediately surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing. "Stop searching. I am the spirit of the Illusion Demon Tower. You may call me Illusion Demon." The cold voice echoed once more. Xiao Yun suddenly realized, having previously heard from Uncle Fu that the Illusion Demon Tower was a formidable sacred weapon. It naturally possessed a spirit. Xiao Yun promptly spoke, "Illusion Demon, I wish to challenge the potential dragon ranking." "Very well. I shall now summon the phantom of the disciple ranked 100 on the potential dragon ranking. If you can defeat him, you shall take his place as the 100th disciple." Illusion Demon replied indifferently. Then, before Xiao Yun, a flash of light revealed a young man clad in the attire of an outer disciple from the Chaos Sacred Land. "I am Lin Jie. Please offer your guidance." After a brief glance at Xiao Yun, the young outer disciple immediately lunged at him with a sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, its brilliance blinding. "Gathering Chi Realm." Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing that he was facing a master who had entered the Gathering Chi Realm. This was to be expected, as the potential dragon ranking comprised the strongest 100 from both the Body Refinement and Gathering Chi realms. It was improbable for a Body Refinement realm practitioner to contend with one from the Gathering Chi realm. It is known that masters of the Gathering Chi realm can refine spiritual energy into spiritual power, enhancing their martial technique significantly. However, the spiritual power of those in the Gathering Chi realm is relatively weak. Xiao Yun, confident in his formidable physical strength, felt no fear. He stood his ground, resolutely enduring Lin Jie's sword energy assault. Swish! Lin Jie's sword energy struck Xiao Yun, failing to breach even his physical defenses. With a dismissive motion, he brushed the dust off his clothes and scoffed. Is this what the Gathering Chi realm amounts to? Is it merely a force of 150,000? He now possesses a staggering strength of 700,000 pounds, rendering him impervious to the attacks of 150,000 pounds. Boom! Xiao Yun shook his head and, employing the divine wind step, unleashed a single punch that obliterated Lin Jie before him. This Gathering Chi realm practitioner was simply too weak. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from within the Illusion Demon Tower, reverberating throughout the entire mountain peak. "Congratulations to Elder Taishang's disciple Xiao Yun for ranking 100 on the Hidden Dragon list." The announcement was deafening, causing countless disciples who had come to the Illusion Demon Tower to pause in astonishment. It was Xiao Yun. He had actually come to the Illusion Demon Tower. Was he not a disciple of Elder Taishang? There was no need for him to challenge the hidden dragon list, was there? Incredible! He had merely reached the body refinement stage, yet he was able to defeat Lin Jie, who had already attained the pinnacle of the Gathering Qi realm. It was said that those who entered the realm of taboo could slay enemies beyond their level, and this was indeed not a mere rumor. One wondered how far Xiao Yun could ascend in the rankings. Outside the Illusion Demon Tower, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Increasing numbers of people flocked towards the monument before Uncle Fu, eager to discover how far Xiao Yun would ascend. Chapter 31. Sweeping the hidden dragon list that Lin Jie was surprisingly formidable. Inside the Illusion Demon Tower, Lin Xiaoya emerged with a sullen expression. Approaching Uncle Fu with a face full of shame. Master, I have brought you disgrace. I couldn't even secure a position in the top 100. Master Fu smiled gently and remarked, the one ranked 100th is already at the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm. You are separated by a significant realm, and thus, you are no match for him. Only by stepping into the forbidden domain can one surpass their opponents. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya immediately inquired, has my senior brother already entered the forbidden domain? He must have defeated that Lin Jie, right? Master Fu nodded and then pointed at the stone tablet before them. Smiling as he said, the young master has already secured the 100th position. Lin Xiaoya's gaze shifted to the white stone tablet, and she instantly spotted the last row, where the name Xiao Yun radiated a brilliant golden light. She exclaimed with joy, as expected of my senior brother. I wonder what rank he will achieve this time? Master Fu also looked at the stone tablet with eager anticipation. At that moment, more and more onlookers gathered around, creating an impenetrable crowd. The disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land widened their eyes, intently focused on the name Xiao Yun inscribed on the tablet. Everyone was waiting for Xiao Yun to continue his ascent. Inside the Illusionary Demon Tower, after defeating Lin Jie, Xiao Yun could not help but ask, Illusionary Demon, how could a disciple at the Qi Gathering Realm be so weak? Has he just barely entered the Qi Gathering Realm? The Illusionary Demon replied nonchalantly, Lin Jie has already reached the pinnacle of the Qi Gathering Realm. Xiao Yun was taken aback and incredulously responded, how is that possible? Is the pinnacle of the Qi Gathering Realm so feeble? The Illusionary Demon explained. When one progresses from the Body Refinement Realm to the Qi Gathering Realm, each breakthrough in a minor realm results in a doubling of strength. From the initial stage of gathering Qi to its mid and later phases, culminating in the peak in perfection, there exist 5 distinct realms. Lin Jie possesses a strength of 30,000 pounds in the Body Refinement Realm. Thus, upon reaching the pinnacle of the Gathering Qi realm, he wields a mere 150,000 pounds of strength fivefold. Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, was astounded and incredulously remarked, if I currently possess 700,000 pounds of strength, upon attaining the zenith of the Gathering Qi realm, would I not then wield 3,500,000 pounds? The disparity with those ordinary disciples is simply staggering. The Illusion Demon replied in a measured tone, the more solid the foundation established in the Body Refinement realm, the mightier the strength one will possess upon breaking through to the Gathering Qi realm. Xiao Yun, puzzled, inquired, then why did Lin Jie, with merely 30,000 pounds of strength, hasten to break through to the Gathering Qi realm? Is he foolish? The Illusion Demon explained, Lin Jie's potential is limited. He has already squandered several years in the Body Refinement realm. If he continues to linger, his future achievements will be greatly restricted. Hence, he does not wish to waste excessive time in the Body Refinement realm. Xiao Yun came to a sudden realization, no matter how formidable the Body Refinement realm may be, it pales in comparison to the Divine Bridge realm. Indeed, some disciples with inferior talents are reluctant to waste too much time in the Body Refinement realm. This delineates the distinction between genius and the mundane. Xiao Yun pondered, this time, I shall aim for the 50th rank. As you wish, the Illusion Demon responded. In the next moment, a flash of light appeared before Xiao Yun, revealing a youthful outer sect disciple. I am Wang Fei. I seek your guidance. The newcomer nodded towards Xiao Yun, refraining from further pleasantries, and charged directly at him. Xiao Yun understood that these individuals were merely illusory projections, not their true selves, and thus conversing with them was futile. Thus, Xiao Yun swiftly took action. This time, he did not hesitate. He brandished the 9-turned Overlord fist and charged forward, dispatching Wang Fei with merely 2 or 3 strikes. This fellow had likely broken through to the Qi Gathering realm while at the pinnacle of body refinement, possessing a mere strength of 250,000 G. As Xiao Yun gazed at the vanishing Wang Fei, he spoke. Just then, Xiao Yun unexpectedly received a notification from the system. The host had ascended to the 50th rank on the potential dragon list, earning a chance for enlightenment. The host had incited astonishment, causing a commotion, and was rewarded with 3 additional opportunities for enlightenment. Upon reading the system's message, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. but he quickly regained his composure. His rapid ascent to the 50th rank undoubtedly stirred excitement outside. Indeed, Xiao Yun's assumption was correct. At this moment, outside the illusory demon tower, an uproar had already ensued. As soon as the name Xiao Yun vanished from the 100th position, those present began searching for his name. Gone. Xiao Yun had risen in rank. Quickly, they searched to see where he had landed. Not within the 90th rank, nor the 80th. Oh my. Just how many ranks had he ascended? In the 50th position, my heavens. To leap to the 50th rank in one fell swoop signifies extraordinary strength. Those who reached the 100th rank were all peak experts in the chi-gathering realm. And to be in the 50th rank is to be exceedingly powerful, yet he was still no match for a body refinement realm practitioner. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Lin Xiaya, too, wore a face of astonishment, unable to believe it as she exclaimed, "Master, brother, this is simply incredible." She had fought against Lin Jie, who ranked 100th, and was aware of his formidable strength. However, Lin Jie was merely ranked 100th, and the gap between him and the 50th ranked individual was evidently substantial. Uncle Fu smiled slightly, stating, "At the peak of the chi-gathering realm, one possesses only 5 times the strength of the body refinement realm. For instance, if you possess a strength of 100,000 pounds, upon reaching the pinnacle of the chi-gathering realm, you would only wield 500,000 pounds of strength, making you no match for the young master." Lin Xiaya suddenly understood. Within the illusionary demon tower, Xiao Yun began selecting his opponent once more. This time opting for the 10th ranked challenger on the hidden dragon list. Suddenly, a radiant flash revealed a young man of impressive demeanor, who gazed at Xiao Yun with an air of arrogance, remarking, "To challenge me, Xiao Yun, is simply presumptuous." Xiao Yun was taken aback and promptly inquired, "Illusion demon, does this fellow possess any intellect?" The illusionary avatar lacks thought. These words are merely a remnant of his challenge. After your own challenge concludes, you too can leave a message for your illusionary avatar, the illusion demon replied nonchalantly. Xiao Yun understood at last. It seemed this Xiao Yun, an outer sect disciple, was rather haughty. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for Xiao Yun specialized in rectifying such arrogance. Immediately, he unleashed the 9 turns overbearing fist and executed the divine wind steps, delivering a fierce thrashing to the arrogant Xiao Yun before ultimately vanquishing him. The host ascended to the 10th position on the hidden dragon list, earning 3 opportunities for epiphany as a reward. The host's actions evoked gasps of astonishment and caused a commotion, leading to the reward of 3 opportunities for enlightenment. The system delivered another message. Xiao Yun examined his system and discovered that he had suddenly gained 6 insights, bringing his total to 24. He felt exhilarated and resolved to frequently challenge the illusionary demon tower, thereby harvesting more insights. He reflected quietly that the illusionary demon tower was indeed a splendid venue. It offered various leaderboards to conquer, and as long as he continued to elevate his rank, he would generate a commotion and naturally increase his insights. Truly, it was an exceptional place. Illusionary demon, summon the 3rd-ranked contestant from the hidden dragon leaderboard, Xiao Yun commanded. The system task required him to defeat the 3rd-ranked contender, promising 5 insights as a reward. Xiao Yun aimed to accumulate as many insights as possible, for he wished to cultivate the chaos scripture and forge the chaos body, which demanded an immense number of insights. This was a rare opportunity. "As you wish," the illusionary demon replied coolly. Immediately, a young outer sect disciple appeared before Xiao Yun. "I am Lu Haochu at your service." The young man nodded towards Xiao Yun before launching an attack. Xiao Yun tested him briefly and discerned that Lu Haochu possessed a strength of 450,000 pounds, indicating that he had broken through to the chi-gathering realm after achieving perfection in the body refinement realm. Such a person could already be deemed a genius. However, compared to Xiao Yun, he was still vastly inferior. In no time, Lu Haochu was defeated. After all, the disparity between 700,000 pounds and 450,000 pounds was insurmountable. Xiao Yun smoothly ascended to the 3rd rank on the hidden dragon leaderboard. Chapter 32. The first place is surprisingly a beauty. Xiao Yun had triumphed over the 10th-ranked Xiao Yun. Alas, even the 3rd-ranked Lu Haochu has been defeated, despite possessing a formidable combat prowess of 450,000 pounds. Next, it is anticipated that Xiao Yun will challenge the 2nd-ranked Zhang Jing, who has transcended the realm of body refinement to enter the chi-gathering stage, currently boasting a strength of 500,000 pounds. Meanwhile, outside the illusory demon tower, a throng of people has already gathered, their exclamations echoing through the air. This surge of interest is due to the news of Xiao Yun's challenge to the potential dragon ranking, which has spread throughout the Chaos Sacred Land, drawing numerous disciples eager to witness the spectacle. Even those disciples who were listed on the potential dragon ranking have arrived, including Lin Jie, who was previously ranked 100 but has now slipped to 101. Gazing at the name Xiao Yun inscribed on the stone tablet, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Truly deserving of the 9 resounding chimes of the Chaos Bell, Such a prodigious talent possesses formidable strength even in the realm of body refinement. Among the crowd stands Xiao Yun, ranked 10th, who suddenly recalls his own boastful words left behind in the illusory demon tower, his face flushing with embarrassment. Lu Haochu, ranked 3rd, turns to Zhang Jing, the second-ranked disciple, and remarks, "Brother Zhang, your combat prowess exceeds mine by a mere 50,000 pounds. I fear you two may not stand a chance against Brother Xiao." Zhang Jing replies with a calm smile, "Brother Xiao is unlikely to challenge me. He will undoubtedly set his sights on the first place." With that, both turn their gaze toward a young woman in a purple dress, standing not far away. She is Shi Chunyu, the first-ranked disciple on the potential dragon ranking, renowned among the outer sect disciples. Not only is Shi Chunyu exceptionally gifted, but her extraordinary beauty further amplifies her fame within the Chaos Sacred Land. It is said that the admirers of Shi Chunyu, when gathered together, could encircle the illusionary magic tower 10 times. Furthermore, rumors suggest that a scion from the chaotic sacred land has taken a liking to Shi Chunyu and is currently courting her. Thus, the place where Shi Chunyu resides has become the center of attention. Many individuals glanced at Shi Chunyu and then at the stone tablet before them, resulting in a flurry of discussion. Xiao Yun was about to challenge Shi Chunyu, and uncertainty lingered over whether he could defeat her. It seemed improbable, for it was said that Shi Chunyu possessed a combat strength of 750,000 pounds. Unless Xiao Yun entered the realm of the 7 restrictions, it would be impossible for him to contend with her. Should he succeed, it would be utterly astonishing. To be ranked first on the hidden dragon list at the body refinement stage is a feat that, throughout the history of our chaotic sacred land, could likely be counted on one's fingers. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Not far away, Shi Chunyu, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her dark hair billowing gently, with droplets of water cascading down, could only be described as a captivating beauty. She blinked her enchanting eyes, fixated intently on the stone tablet of the hidden dragon list. Xiao Yun. Shi Chunyu's gaze lingered on the name Xiao Yun inscribed upon the tablet, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance, her fair complexion radiating allure. She was not unfamiliar with this name. After all, Xiao Yun had caused the chaotic bell to toll 9 times, solidifying his fame throughout the entire chaotic sacred land. Moreover, not long ago, Xiao Yun had stepped into the realm of the forbidden, further establishing his reputation across the sacred land. The disciples of the chaotic sacred land, who initially regarded this young man, who willingly relinquished his identity as a scion, as a fool, had transformed their impression into one of respect, which subsequently evolved into admiration. Only such individuals are worthy of my allegiance. Li Bufan pales in comparison. Shi Chunyu seemed to recall something, her delicate face flushing with a rosy hue. Within the illusionary demon tower, after Xiao Yun triumphed over the third-ranked Lu Haochu, he began to challenge the top-ranked outer disciple. As a flash of light flickered, a young woman clad in a flowing purple gown, possessing an unparalleled beauty, appeared before Xiao Yun. He was momentarily taken aback, astonished to discover that the foremost disciple on the Qianlong list was a woman, and such an exquisite one at that. I, Shi Chunyu, have vowed that whoever can defeat my phantom avatar shall gain my allegiance. The woman spoke slowly, her raven hair dancing gracefully, her features as radiant as jade, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was left in a state of bewilderment. He could hardly believe that Shi Chunyu had left such a declaration within the illusionary demon tower. Did she not fear being bested by an unsightly opponent? However, Shi Chunyu had already reached the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering realm, poised to break through to the divine bridge realm at any moment. Therefore, even if someone could defeat her, she would likely ascend to the divine bridge realm first, causing her phantom avatar to vanish from the tower. This girl is indeed intriguing. Xiao Yun found himself fascinated by Shi Chunyu. Moreover, her beauty was extraordinary. If his junior sister Lin Xiaya was a beauty of 8 points, then Shi Chunyu was undoubtedly a perfect 10. Xiao Yun, a man of entirely normal inclinations, could not deny the stirrings of his heart upon encountering such a stunning beauty. Uncertain whether she would truly choose to follow him after his victory, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Xiao Yun's heart. At that moment, Shi Chunyu lunged towards him with fierce intent. "Rain needles," she called out, and a silver needle, propelled by the crimson thread of her technique, shot towards Xiao Yun with the speed of lightning. It was the covert Tai Chi Divine Palm. Xiao Yun's heart raced in alarm as he hastily unleashed the Tai Chi Divine Palm to counter Shi Chunyu's assault. Crack! The silver needle pierced through his Tai Chi diagram, sending cracks radiating outward in all directions. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, "Such power, 750,000 pounds. This woman has surpassed the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, nearly stepping into the realm of the forbidden." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yun could no longer afford to be careless. He swiftly activated another defensive super technique, the Golden Bell Shield. Instantly, a magnificent golden bell enveloped him, successfully deflecting Shi Chunyu's silver needle attack. A gentle drizzle fell as Shi Chunyu, undeterred by her initial failure, launched another assault. With her delicate hands, she deftly flicked her fingers, unleashing a barrage of silver needles that descended upon Xiao Yun like a spring rain. Knowing he could not remain on the defensive, Xiao Yun understood that he must engage proactively. Otherwise, he would stand no chance against Shi Chunyu, who possessed 750,000 pounds of strength, 5,000 pounds more than him. Admittedly, a mere 5,000 pound difference was negligible at their level, yet it still afforded Shi Chunyu a distinct advantage. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun possesses his own advantages. Notably his mastery of numerous ultimate combat techniques, a feat beyond the reach of Shi Chunyu, who has only honed a singular superlative skill. With a swift motion, Xiao Yun hurled a flying dagger, severing all the Vajra threads before him, thereby thwarting the onslaught of silver needles. Simultaneously, he employed the Tai Chi Divine Palm and the Golden Bell Shield to defend against Shi Chunyu's needle assault. Through the harmonious application of multiple ultimate combat techniques, Xiao Yun successfully repelled a series of attacks from Shi Chunyu. It was now time for him to counterattack. Xiao Yun was not one to passively endure strikes. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the sonic wave technique, Dragon's Might. The sound erupted from his lips like the furious roar of a true dragon, reverberating through the void and sending ripples cascading through the surrounding space. Shi Chunyu, evidently shaken by the terrifying sound wave, momentarily faltered in her advance, her delicate form trembling slightly, causing the silver needles she had launched to veer off course. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun adeptly capitalized on the moment of combat. He instantaneously executed the Divine Wind Step, a technique he had elevated to the ultimate realm, transforming himself into a bolt of lightnings. Matching the speed of the lightning body Jieyulong. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yun materialized behind Shi Chunyu. Without a trace of hesitation, he unleashed the ninefold dominating fist, delivering a powerful blow to the jade-like back of Shi Chunyu. After all, it was merely an illusionary clone, not her true self. Xiao Yun mused inwardly. Had it been the real Shi Chunyu, he would never have acted so ruthlessly. The host has secured the top position on the Hidden Dragon ranking, earning 10 insights. His remarkable achievement has elicited gasps of astonishment and caused quite a stir, granting him an additional 3 insights. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Yun promptly checked his status, discovering that his total insights had reached an impressive 45. This was truly exhilarating. These insights would undoubtedly augment his power significantly upon his return from the True Dragon's Nest. Chapter 33. Challenging the Greatest in History. Congratulations to Elder Taishang's disciple, Xiao Yun, for ascending to the pinnacle of the Hidden Dragon ranking. A resounding voice echoed within the illusory demon tower, reverberating throughout the entire mountain peak, igniting a frenzy among the crowd gathered near the stone tablet. Awestruck gazes were fixated on the top rank of the Hidden Dragon ranking, where the name Xiao Yun shone with a brilliant golden light. Astonishingly, he had directly challenged the top contender and emerged victorious. It was utterly inconceivable that he had defeated Shi Chunyu, whose strength was rumored to have reached an astounding 750,000 pounds. How could Xiao Yun possibly prevail? The fact that he could vanquish a powerhouse like Shi Chunyu implied that he had likely stepped into the realm of the 7 bands. The 7 bands! This revelation was utterly shocking. Even within the vast cultivation world, such talent was unparalleled, placing him on par with the signs of the other 5 sacred grounds. The crowd continued to exclaim in disbelief, a cacophony of astonishment filling the air. The outer disciples, upon seeing Xiao Yun's name on the Hidden Dragon ranking, were left feeling utterly powerless. This individual, at the refinement stage, had defeated the top 100 gathering Qi experts among the outer disciples, highlighting an insurmountable chasm in their abilities. So profound is their admiration that not a trace of jealousy stirs within their hearts. After all, it is natural for individuals to feel envious of those who surpass them to a slight degree. However, when faced with those who excel far beyond, they can only yield to admiration. Master, my senior brother has secured first place. It is truly remarkable. Lin Xiaya exclaimed with palpable excitement to Uncle Fu before the steal of the Hidden Dragon list. Uncle Fu himself was taken aback by Xiao Yun's triumph over Shi Chunyu. For Shi Chunyu possessed power that eclipsed Xiao Yun's, and there existed an inherent disparity in their realms, one being at the gathering Qi stage, and the other at the body refinement stage, thus naturally endowed with a positional advantage. This exemplifies that Xiao Yun not only cultivates at an extraordinary pace but also exhibits formidable combat prowess. With equal strength, he emerges victorious. Truly, he deserves the title of an unparalleled prodigy, having summoned the Chaos Bell to toll 9 times. The master has indeed made a wise choice. The young master is destined to forge the Chaos Body. Uncle Fu harbored silent hopes. At that moment, a hearty laugh erupted from the crowd not far away. How amusing. Senior brother Xiao has actually defeated senior sister Shi. Senior sister Shi, if my memory serves me right. Did you not proclaim within the illusionary demon tower that whoever could vanquish you would earn your allegiance? This statement ignited the atmosphere. The previously subdued crowd erupted once again into fervor. Amidst the throng, Shi Chunyu, already the center of attention, now commanded even greater focus, as all eyes turned toward her. The revelation that she had uttered such words within the illusionary demon tower left the audience in disbelief. With Xiao Yun having defeated Shi Chunyu, did this not imply that she would indeed follow him? It has come to my attention that within the realm of our chaotic sacred land, a certain holy son has taken a particular interest in Shi Chunyu. How intriguing this development is. The holy son, with his unparalleled might and esteemed status, renders Xiao Yun no longer the divine son, obliged to bow his head in deference, even should he encounter the holy son. A captivating spectacle is surely in store. The crowd buzzed with whispers. Amidst the throng, Shi Chunyu slightly furrowed her delicate brows and cast her gaze towards the speaker, only to discover that it was none other than Xiao Yun, ranked 10th on the hidden dragon list. Instantly, her fair countenance turned frosty, and she huffed disdainfully. Shi Chunyu was well aware of Xiao Yun's reputation. He had long been a brash and arrogant figure among the outer disciples, once having the audacity to flirt with a female disciple, only to be reprimanded by her. This had undoubtedly fueled his resentment. Thus, Xiao Yun's current antics could very well stem from a desire for revenge. Nevertheless, Shi Chunyu deemed this buffoon unworthy of her attention, for she had firmly resolved to follow Xiao Yun, and it was merely a matter of time before her intentions became apparent. This was hardly a matter of great consequence. That Xiao Yun, he is being deliberate. In the crowd, Lu Haochu, ranked 3rd on the hidden dragon list, cast a disdainful glance at the distance where Xiao Yun stood and scoffed. Beside him, Zhang Jing, ranked 2nd, smirked and remarked, he has always been arrogant and petty. After being reprimanded by junior sister Shi for his flirtations with a female disciple, he harbors a grudge, waiting for the opportune moment to retaliate. Lu Haochu nodded in agreement and then turned his gaze toward Shi Chunyu, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes as he sighed. I wonder if junior sister Shi will honor her promise. He often ventured into the illusionary demon tower to challenge Shi Chunyu. Thus he was well aware of the words she had left within its confines. Which youth would not be enamored by a transcendent beauty like Shi Chunyu? Thus, spurred by such sentiments, Lu Haochu relentlessly honed his skills, yet he still fell short of being a match for Shi Chunyu. Witnessing Xiao Yun's victory over her, an undeniable pang of jealousy tugged at his heart. Zhang Jing, standing nearby, shared a similar sentiment. He too held admiration for Shi Chunyu. However, he swiftly adjusted his demeanor and remarked calmly, a paragon of excellence like senior sister, she is likely only suited for someone of Xiao Shixiang's caliber. We ought to extend our blessings to her. Lu Haochu managed a bitter smile, acknowledging the truth in Zhang Jing's words. Nevertheless, this matter seemed far from straightforward. For the esteemed son had long regarded senior sister Shi as a coveted treasure, and given his status, he was unlikely to fear Xiao Shixiang. Suddenly, Lu Haochu appeared to recall something and voiced his concerns. Zhang Jing's expression tightened, and a hint of worry flickered in his eyes, as he was well aware of the son's domineering nature. Before the Qianlong ranking steel, Lin Xiaoya, overhearing the conversations around her, wore a frown. She glanced at Shi Chunyu in the distance, her round, expressive eyes betraying a flicker of jealousy as she pouted. What is this? How can a lady make such a vow? It's utterly shameless. One look at her beguiling demeanor reveals she is no virtuous woman, for reasons unbeknownst to her. The knowledge that such a stunning beauty as Shi Chunyu would pursue Xiao Yun stirred a sense of discomfort within Lin Xiaoya. Uncle Fu cast a glance at Lin Xiaoya. His extensive experience allowed him to discern her concealed admiration for Xiao Yun. However, being youthful and encountering her first stirrings of affection, she remained oblivious to the depth of her feelings, experiencing only a vague sense of yearning. Uncle Fu, undeterred by this revelation, had initially taken Lin Xiaoya with the intention of providing companionship to Xiao Yun. Yet, he felt compelled to advise her, Xiaoya. An extraordinary talent such as the young master will inevitably attract admirers. Presently, it is but a single individual, Shi Chunyu, but as the young master's prowess grows, followers will likely swarm around him, filling the entirety of the imperial peak. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya's expression turned to one of resignation. She acknowledged her senior brother's exceptional qualities, knowing he would surely garner attention from many in the future. After all, the saints from the chaos sacred land each boasted numerous followers. The top 10 among them had even more. Lin Xiaoya felt powerless to prevent this, recognizing that these followers would bolster Xiao Yun's influence, significantly aiding his future leadership of the chaos sacred land. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from within the illusionary demon tower, astonishing all those present on the peak. Subsequently, a black stone tablet beside the tower revealed the name Xiao Yun, which radiated a brilliant golden light. Witnessing this, The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Xiao Yun had dared to challenge the historical titans of the body refinement realm, and he had triumphed. A profound sense of shock enveloped everyone. In the crowd, Shi Chunyu's flowing hair danced in the wind, her beautiful eyes radiating a dazzling brilliance as they fixated on the distant black stone tablet. Lu Haochu and Zhang Jing stood in astonishment, their faces expressing sheer shock. Lin Xiaya and Uncle Fu, however, were filled with delight as they rushed towards the black stone tablet. The inscriptions on these tablets chronicled the mightiest figures in the history of the Chaos Sacred Land, each name representing an unparalleled genius. To etch one's name upon this monument would surely secure a place in history, garnering admiration even countless ages hence. Chapter 34, Historical Ranking, 10th place in the Illusory Demon Tower. Xiao Yun was indeed challenging the most formidable figures in the history of the body refinement realm. After defeating Shi Chunyu and claiming the top spot on the Qianlong list, the system presented him with a new task. Challenge the historical strongest in the body refinement realm of the Chaos Sacred Land. Rewards. Achieving the 100th rank grants 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Achieving the 50th rank grants 30 opportunities for enlightenment. Achieving the 10th rank grants 50 opportunities for enlightenment. Achieving the 3rd rank grants 70 opportunities for enlightenment. Achieving the 1st rank grants 100 opportunities for enlightenment. The rewards for this task were far more bountiful than those for the previous challenge of the Qianlong list, igniting Xiao Yun's excitement. If he could accomplish this task, he might instantly elevate the Chaos Scripture to the 108th layer, forging the Chaos Body. Filled with exhilaration. After defeating the historical strongest of the 100th rank, he promptly declared to the illusory demon, "Next, I shall challenge the 50th rank. As you wish." The illusory demon replied with a calm demeanor. In the next moment, an extraordinarily imposing and formidable young figure appeared before Xiao Yun. With his arrival, the temperature in the air plummeted significantly, and the ground became enveloped in a chilling aura, causing Xiao Yun to involuntarily shudder. It seemed that this individual possessed a unique constitution. Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened, though he was not taken aback. For he had already encountered a genius with a special physique among the 100 challengers he had faced. This was entirely reasonable, after all. The chaotic sacred land had existed for countless ages and had produced more than 100 prodigies with exceptional constitutions. Thus, it was highly likely that the opponents Xiao Yun would face henceforth would also be endowed with such remarkable traits. Boom. While lost in thought, the imposing figure before him launched a powerful punch. As the force of his strike descended, the temperature around them dropped drastically, and a layer of frost began to envelop Xiao Yun, threatening to freeze him in place. The Xianbing body. A jolt of understanding surged through Xiao Yun as he recognized the nature of this person's unique constitution. A third-tier royal physique, the Xianbing body. Although it was merely a third-tier royal physique, the individual before him had evidently refined it to its utmost potential and combined with his innate efforts. He was not in the slightest inferior to those geniuses possessing second-tier divine bodies. Upon their initial contact, Xiao Yun discerned the tremendous strength of this individual, far surpassing that of Xie Yulong from the Taichu Sacred Land, who also possessed a third-tier royal physique. In the realm of the four bands, this person's power had reached an astounding 50,000 G. Xiao Yun, having struck the Xianbing body before him, revealed a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. In the realm of the third-tier sovereigns, while the lightning body of Jie Yulong possesses a mere strength of 300,000 G, this individual boasts an impressive 500,000 G. The disparity in their prowess is unmistakable. However, this 500,000 G strength still pales in comparison to Xiao Yun's formidable 700,000 G, highlighting a significant gap. Without expending much effort, Xiao Yun swiftly vanquished the Xianbing body before him, thereby ascending to the remarkable rank of the 50th strongest in the history of body refinement. Upon examining his system, Xiao Yun discovered that he had accrued an astonishing 30 instances of enlightenment, bringing his total to 88. Elated, he thought to himself that if this momentum continued, mastering the Chaos Sutra and forging the Chaos Body would soon be within reach. Overflowing with excitement, he turned to the illusory demon and declared, "This time, I shall challenge the 10th rank." "As you wish," replied the illusory demon nonchalantly. In the next moment, a formidable figure materialized before Xiao Yun, exuding a powerful aura that sent tremors throughout the entire illusory demon space. Xiao Yun's expression hardened. He sensed a tremendous pressure emanating from this individual. This person was extraordinarily strong. Outside the illusory demon tower, a throng had gathered before the black stone tablet of body refinement, all eyes fixated on the name Xiao Yun in the 50th position, their faces awash with astonishment. Xiao Yun had defeated the formidable contender ranked 50th. It was truly remarkable. This was indeed a historical achievement. Given this, when we reflect on the annals of our Chaos Sacred Land, Xiao Yun's strength could certainly place him among the top 50 in body refinement. Such a figure may very well achieve mastery of the Chaos Sutra and forge the Chaos Body in the future. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussion. The young disciples held an even greater admiration for Xiao Yun, with some lamenting their own lack of talent, wishing they could follow in the footsteps of Xiao. Meanwhile, those who considered themselves to possess considerable aptitude found their gazes flickering, contemplating the prospect of aligning themselves with Xiao Yun. After all, to follow an extraordinary prodigy is to reap countless benefits. Primarily, such a prodigious talent possesses formidable abilities, destined for great achievements. Thus, being a follower would undoubtedly elevate their own status. Furthermore, one must consider the adage, to strike a dog, one must look at its master. Aligning oneself with a powerful figure equates to having a substantial backing. Additionally, the resources for cultivation that an extraordinary prodigy possesses are vast. Even a mere trickle of these resources would suffice to sustain his followers. Moreover, should Xiao Yun ascend to become the lord of the Chaos Sacred Land, his followers would undoubtedly occupy high positions within that realm. Therefore, the advantages of following an extraordinary prodigy are indeed manifold. However, Xiao Yun harbored a significant flaw that left these talents in a state of indecision: his pursuit of the chaotic scripture. The difficulty of mastering the chaotic scripture is well known, and few believe that Xiao Yun can successfully forge a chaotic body. His master, Emperor Tian, was once hailed as the foremost saintly scion of the Chaos Sacred Land, renowned throughout the cultivation world, second only to the other 5 Sacred Lands heirs. During that time, Emperor Tian basked in glory, attracting countless followers. Yet later, he found himself trapped in the transcendental realm, nearing the end of his lifespan, unable to break through to the celestial realm, leading his followers to either perish or abandon him one by one. Thus, these disciples harbored concerns that Xiao Yun might become the second Tian. Congratulations to the esteemed elder's disciple, Xiao Yun, for ranking as the 10th most formidable figure in the history of the Chaos Sacred Land's body refinement realm. Suddenly, a resounding voice emanated from within the illusory demon tower, reverberating throughout the entire mountain peak. Instantly, gasps of astonishment erupted, akin to a tempest sweeping across the scene. 10th place. This signifies the 10th most powerful in history. All present gazed in awe at the black stone tablet before them, where Xiao Yun's name had now ascended to the 10th position. In the first position, prominently displayed, was none other than the revered founder of their Chaos Sacred Land. This implies that there exists merely an 8-name gap between Xiao Yun and the founder. Such proximity to the founder is a tremendous honor. Moreover, unlike other rankings, the top 10 names shimmered in gold, perpetually radiating a soft golden glow, resplendently captivating the attention of all. To etch one's name in history is a cause for envy and admiration. Among the crowd, those who had previously wavered now revealed resolute determination in their eyes. They resolved to follow Xiao Yun, believing that even if he could not forge the chaos body, his displayed talent would ultimately surpass Tian, elevating him to the ranks of celestial powerhouses. Though such prowess may not rival that of the exalted sages, it remains sufficient for him to become the sovereign of the Chaos Sacred Land, promising immense benefits for them all. Chapter 35. I will not allow it. When Xiao Yun claimed the top position on the potential dragon list and challenged the strongest in history, the tempest he stirred within the illusory demon tower had already resonated throughout the entirety of the Chaos Sacred Land. The esteemed Elder Tianyi has long since entered seclusion to strive for the celestial realm. Upon learning of Xiao Yun's presence in the illusory demon tower, both Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping were visibly troubled. They had not anticipated that the young man possessed such formidable strength. It was likely that his venture into the true dragon's nest would yield significant rewards. A flicker of concern crossed Zhu Ping's eyes as he worried that Xiao Yun might acquire some unparalleled treasures within the true dragon's nest, thus aiding Tian in ascending to the celestial realm. Over the years, he had frequently opposed Tian, taking advantage of his limited lifespan, which rendered him a negligible threat. However, should Tian attain the celestial realm, his lifespan would extend by a millennium, allowing him to rejuvenate and reclaim his former peak. Nay, to surpass it. Tian, renowned as the first saint son of the chaotic sacred land, had long since forged a half-step chaotic body. Once he reached the celestial realm, it was conceivable that he could rival the saints, or at the very least, become invincible within the celestial realm. The mere thought of such a scenario filled Zhu Ping with trepidation, for at that juncture, even Tianyi would be unable to shield him. Moreover, given Tianyi's nature, he might very well surrender Zhu Ping without hesitation. After all, Zhu Ping had accompanied Tianyi for so long and was acutely aware of his exceedingly selfish disposition. Humph. Let him revel in his temporary triumph, yet it would not endure for long. Suddenly, Chu Jingxiao let out a cold snort, piquing Zhu Ping's curiosity. Oh, young master, what prompts this reaction? Zhu Ping inquired, surprised by Chu Jingxiao's demeanor. With a mocking smile, Chu Jingxiao replied. My master has informed me that during each expedition to the true dragon's nest, the Taichu sacred land invariably targets our disciples from the chaotic sacred land. This generation has birthed an individual with a time-space body. He will undoubtedly seek to eliminate Xiao Yun within the true dragon's nest. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Ping suddenly understood, and he nodded repeatedly with a sinister smile, saying, the young master is indeed correct. I almost forgot about the primordial sacred land. They would not wish for our chaos sacred land to give rise to unparalleled prodigies, so they will undoubtedly devise every possible means to eliminate that lad, Xiao Yun. At this moment, Zhu Ping felt a sense of relief. No matter how formidable Xiao Yun may be, can he surpass the being of the primordial sacred land? The one with the body of time and space? It is imperative to note that this is an exalted physique, comparable to the formidable chaos body. Thus, during this expedition to the true dragon's nest, Xiao Yun is bound to meet his demise within East Jade Peak. This is the abode of the formidable East Jade Hall. Among its disciples is one named Li Bufan, a saint of the chaos sacred land. To become a saint is a remarkable achievement, signifying one who has resonated with the chaos bell 6 times, a prodigious talent of extraordinary caliber. Li Bufan is indeed such a prodigy. At a tender age, he has already transcended the divine bridge realm, stepping into the cave heaven realm, with strength that sweeps through the inner sect, rivaling even those of true disciples. However, at this moment, Li Bufan's mood is quite dismal, for one of his followers has brought him troubling news. Shi Chunyu intends to follow Xiao Yun. Li Bufan's gaze turned cold. He had pursued Shi Chunyu for so long, and yet this ungrateful woman chose that waste of a person, Xiao Yun. Indeed, in Li Bufan's eyes, Xiao Yun is nothing but a waste. After all, the difficulty of cultivating the chaos scripture is common knowledge. In the past, the brilliance of Emperor Tian was unparalleled, yet he became ensnared in the transcendent realm due to his cultivation of the chaos scripture, ultimately being surpassed by his former subordinates, rendering him a waste. Li Bufan harbored a belief that this Xiao Yun would inevitably meet the same fate as Di Tian, descending into a state of utter helplessness. In contrast, he, Li Bufan, was destined to ascend to the realm of celestial might, perhaps even stepping into the domain of the saints. Wretched one. Since you display such a lack of insight, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Xiao Yun? Humph. Had you not relinquished your position as the sun, I would have regarded you with a degree of caution. However, now that you are no longer the sun, in my eyes, you are no different from an insect. The woman I, Li Bufan, desire shall be claimed by none. With a gaze as cold as steel and a derisive chuckle escaping his lips, Li Bufan rose to his feet and soared into the sky, heading towards the mountain peak that housed the illusionary demon tower. Within the illusionary demon tower, Xiao Yun sat on the ground, slightly out of breath and drenched in sweat, as he activated the chaos scripture to restore the energy he had just expended. Fortunately, the chaos scripture was exceptionally formidable. In but a brief moment, Xiao Yun's strength was restored to its zenith. Shall you continue to challenge? The voice of the illusionary demon echoed. Xiao Yun's lips twitched slightly, and he hastily waved his hand, saying, no more. It took every ounce of my strength to defeat the 10th-ranked contender just now. That was my utmost limit. Indeed, to vanquish the 10th strongest in the history of body refinement was the pinnacle of Xiao Yun's capabilities. This individual possessed a second-tier divine body and had mastered both an ultimate combat technique and a superlative battle skill, boasting a strength of 750,000 pounds, 50,000 pounds more than Xiao Yun, akin to that of Shi Chunyu. However, this individual's prowess far surpassed that of Shi Chunyu, with a strength of 750,000 pounds combined with the second-tier divine body. It was as if a deity had descended, exuding an unparalleled might. If Xiao Yun had not mastered the 7 ultimate combat techniques, he would likely have been unable to secure victory. Furthermore, even if he were to triumph, the exertion would be immense, far exceeding the challenges he faced in his battle against Shi Chunyu. Nevertheless, this confrontation yielded substantial gains for Xiao Yun, allowing him to truly comprehend the terrifying might of a second-tier divine body. If a mere second-tier divine body possesses such strength, how formidable must the time-space body of the one from the Taichu sacred land be? At this moment, Xiao Yun was filled with a profound sense of gravity, no longer harboring any trace of carelessness. Clearly, he must continue to strive, otherwise, he would find himself unable to contend with those supreme bodies. However, once he forges the chaos body, he would become invincible, no longer needing to fear those supreme entities. The mere thought of the chaos body ignited a surge of excitement within Xiao Yun, prompting him to check his system. To his delight, he discovered that his insights had increased to 141 instances. With such a wealth of insights, he would be able to forge the chaos body immediately upon his return from the true dragon nest. Xiao Yun felt a rush of exhilaration. Were it not for his impending journey to the true dragon nest, he would have already commenced seclusion to cultivate the Chaos Sutra. However, in pursuit of reaching the level of his esteemed ancestor, Xiao Yun believed it prudent to first establish the strongest foundation within the body refinement realm. This would entail elevating his strength to 1 million jin, matching that of his ancestor. Only then could he, like his ancestor, become the most powerful chaos body. Otherwise, the chaos body would be no different from any other supreme body, a fate Xiao Yun was determined to avoid. His ambitions were grand. He believed that since he had acquired the chaos body, he must strive for the pinnacle of strength. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the venerable ancestors, or even to surpass them, is the only path for him to sweep through the myriad realms, to dominate the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and to emerge as the unrivaled champion of the world. It is time to depart. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yun exited the illusory demon tower. Outside, a throng of people had gathered, all eyes fixated on the tower's interior. As Xiao Yun stepped out, he instantly captured the attention of the crowd. With eager gazes directed towards him, he furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment under the scrutiny of so many. However, upon spotting a young woman in a purple dress at the forefront of the crowd, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. It was Shi Chunyu. Having encountered the illusionary avatar of Shi Chunyu within the tower, Xiao Yun recognized her. Yet, now faced with her true form, he realized she was even more exquisite than her ethereal counterpart. Her unparalleled beauty rendered the surrounding mountain scenery pale in comparison. As the gentle breeze stirred, her purple dress billowed, accentuating her graceful figure, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the moon palace, embodying the essence of nature's elegance. Humph! Beside him, Lin Xiaya noticed Xiao Yun's gaze lingering on Shi Chunyu and pouted in discontent, letting out a cold huff. Fu Bo, standing nearby, regarded Xiao Yun with a warm smile. Reflecting on the significance of the moment, after all, this was the 10th strongest in history, a true figure destined for eternal remembrance. Just then, Shi Chunyu gracefully approached. Her movements reminiscent of a celestial being, her flowing black hair dancing lightly as if she were a fairy descending to the mortal realm. I once vowed that whoever can defeat my illusionary avatar, I shall follow him. In the present moment, Brother Xiao has vanquished my phantasmic doppelganger. My brother shall be willing to accept me as his devoted follower? Shi Chunyu gazed intently at the illustrious Xiao Yun, her eyes shimmering with brilliance and allure. It must be said, faced with the favor of such a peerless beauty, Xiao Yun found himself utterly at a loss for reasons to decline her advances. Should he dare to refuse, one could surmise that countless readers would obliterate his chaotic form. Thus, with utmost sincerity, Xiao Yun replied with a smile, I am grateful for your admiration, junior sister Shi. In the days to come, let us encourage one another and together validate the great Tao. Upon hearing this, Shi Chunyu beamed with relief, her heart easing slightly. She had harbored concerns about being rejected by Xiao Yun, which would have been quite embarrassing. Shi Chunyu, I shall not permit you to follow a waste. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from the heavens, reverberating throughout the entire mountain peak, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. In the next instant, a crimson figure descended from the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura that enveloped the mountain, instilling a profound sense of pressure in all present. Everyone turned to gaze in recognition of the figure's identity. It was the Holy Sun, Li Bufan. Chapter 36, The Overbearing Li Bufan. It is indeed the Holy Sun. Li Bufan. Rumor has it that Li Bufan has long pursued Shi Chunyu, yet now she has chosen to follow Xiao Yun. It seems that Li Bufan is prepared to confront this situation head-on. It is only natural. A man of his pride would find it intolerable to see the woman he desires turn her affections elsewhere. Xiao Yun, it appears, is destined for misfortune. For he is no longer a holy son. In terms of both identity and strength, he falls far short of Li Bufan. As the crowd murmured in hushed tones, they instinctively stepped aside, granting space to Xiao Yun and Li Bufan. Both Xiao Yun and Li Bufan were individuals of formidable stature, not to be trifled with, compelling onlookers to merely observe the unfolding drama. Among the throng, Xiao Yun, ranked 10th on the hidden dragon list, caught sight of Li Bufan's arrival and couldn't suppress a smirk directed at Shi Chunyu, thinking to himself, how delightful. You, who dared to reprimand me before. Now I shall witness how you contend with this esteemed son. Having been publicly humiliated by Shi Chunyu before, Xiao Yun relished the opportunity to exact his revenge. Feeling elated in this moment, however, a sense of alarm washed over Lu Haochu and Zhang Jing amidst the crowd upon Li Bufan's swift approach. They had not anticipated his arrival would be so imminent, leaving Xiao Yun with no avenue for escape. After all, once Xiao Yun and Shi Chunyu returned to the imperial peak, even a figure as illustrious as Li Bufan would hesitate to unleash chaos there. Yet, within the confines of the illusionary magic tower, the circumstances were decidedly different. Li Bufan stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes aglow with a fierce crimson light, enveloped in searing flames, resembling a deity of fire descending from the heavens. With a thunderous impact, his feet struck the ground, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble, emanating an overwhelming aura that exuded an air of unrivaled supremacy. The crowd was struck with awe and trepidation. Li Bufan's presence was not only imposing but also oppressive, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon them all. Even Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, recognizing that the prowess of Li Bufan before him was astonishingly formidable, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Indeed, Emperor Tian, Lord Fu, and the master of the Chaos Sacred Land far surpassed Li Bufan in strength. However, these individuals possessed the remarkable ability to perfectly conceal their formidable presence, rendering their might imperceptible to Xiao Yun. In stark contrast, Li Bufan displays no restraint whatsoever. He unabashedly unleashes his overwhelming aura, leaving Xiao Yun profoundly aware of his power. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun is a prodigious talent who has battled against the strongest figures in history, and Li Bufan's mere aura is insufficient to compel him to yield. Xiao Yun gazes directly at Li Bufan, his demeanor composed and his eyes icy as he declares, "I, Xiao Yun, require no permission from you to recruit followers." He stands unflinching even in the presence of the son of the Chaos Sacred Land. After all, he is one who willingly relinquished the title of Divine Son. Moreover, with the formidable Emperor Tian as his backing and the admiration of the master of the Chaos Sacred Land and numerous esteemed elders, his standing is not inferior to that of the Divine Son. "What are you, Xiao Yun? Do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Do you still consider yourself a Divine Son?" Li Bufan retorts, hands clasped behind his back as he looks down upon Xiao Yun with an expression of utter disdain and an unmistakable air of contempt. He regards Xiao Yun with little more than scorn, dismissing him as a mere cultivator of the Chaos Sutra, unworthy of comparison to a true Divine Son. As for Xiao Yun's might in the body refinement realm, the body refinement realm is merely the first stage of cultivation. No matter how formidable Xiao Yun may be within it, Li Bufan believes he could extinguish him with a single strike. Li Bufan is filled with unwavering confidence. "And what are you then? I recruit followers. What business is it of yours? Have I consumed your family's rice? Or am I your father, that you dare meddle in my affairs?" Upon witnessing the disdain in Li Bufan's eyes, Xiao Yun felt an immediate surge of irritation and unleashed a torrent of curses. Ever since he entered the chaotic sacred land, no one had dared to treat him with such contempt. Even Xu Jingxiao had only resorted to covert schemes. Yet here stood Li Bufan, brazenly dismissive, provoking a deep sense of annoyance within him. Xiao Yun was not one to endure such insolence. "If you irritate me, I shall return the favor. What I have to fear?" The bystanders were left utterly dumbfounded by Xiao Yun's outburst. Lu Haochu, Zhang Jing, Zhang Yun, and others stared blankly at him, while Shi Chunyu cast a peculiar glance in his direction. They had never witnessed anyone daring to insult a holy son so openly. It was a revelation. However, they believed that Xiao Yun was doomed. Even if he survived, he would surely suffer dire consequences. How audacious! Indeed, Li Bufan's fury erupted like a tempest. His pupils dilated, emanating an overwhelming presence akin to two piercing swords slicing through the void, exuding a terrifying aura. "You are the audacious one." Xiao Yun coldly fixed his gaze upon Li Bufan and retorted with equal fervor, his expression betraying no fear, as if the holy sun were insignificant in his eyes. "You are courting death." Li Bufan's forehead throbbed with barely contained rage. A mere disciple of the Supreme Elder dared to treat him with such disdain, an affront that was intolerable beyond measure. Does this fellow truly believe he is still the son of God? At that moment, Li Bufan radiated a dazzling brilliance, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, shaking the very fabric of the void. Crack! The void suddenly shattered, and behind Li Bufan emerged a series of black holes, voraciously devouring countless strands of spiritual energy, rendering Li Bufan an imposing figure. There were a total of 7 black holes, consuming the surrounding spiritual essence to the last drop, as if even the air had been siphoned away, inflicting a suffocating pressure upon the onlookers. All present were filled with astonishment, waves of disbelief surging within their hearts. 7 celestial caverns. Li Bufan had actually opened 7 celestial caverns. How terrifying. It was said that in the realm of celestial caverns, merely opening one was sufficient to ascend to the spirit offering realm. Opening 3 would classify one as a genius. Yet here was Li Bufan, who had opened 7. Such profound depth. Once he steps into the spirit offering realm, how formidable might he become? The spectators gazed in shock at the 7 black holes behind Li Bufan. Xiao Yun, too, was taken aback, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. To think a mere human could rend the fabric of space, how immensely powerful must he be? And if this is merely Li Bufan, how strong must the likes of Di Tian be? How terrifying must those saints be? In that moment, Xiao Yun's yearning for power intensified. Nevertheless, the immediate concern remained how to contend with Li Bufan. As Li Bufan revealed his 7 celestial caverns, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming pressure, compelling him to take a step back. "Son, Our chaotic sacred land strictly forbids infighting among brethren. I implore you to cease. The expression on Uncle Fu's face changed dramatically as he hurried to shield Xiao Yun, casting a solemn gaze at Li Bufan. He was acutely aware that Xiao Yun was not yet a match for Li Bufan, given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. After all, Li Bufan had trained for several decades while Xiao Yun had only practiced for a few months. How could they possibly be compared? Step aside. However, Li Bufan offered no regard to this formidable figure, casting a cold glance at Uncle Fu with palpable disdain. You are merely a follower of the esteemed elder of the imperial heaven. To put it bluntly, you are but a servant, daring to obstruct me, a distinguished holy son. Do you not fear the enforcers of our chaos sacred land will eliminate you? A shiver coursed through Uncle Fu's heart at the mention of the enforcers. The most terrifying individuals within the chaos sacred land, tasked with punishing disciples who committed grave transgressions, a looming threat over everyone. Young master, though my strength surpasses Li Bufan's. He is a holy son, and I cannot strike against him. Otherwise, my demise is inevitable. Young master, I will first delay Li Bufan. You must swiftly enter the illusory demon tower. Once you are within, Li Bufan will be powerless against you. By the time our master arrives, he will be unable to stir any significant trouble. At that moment, Xiao Yun heard Uncle Fu's voice resonating in his mind, evidently communicating with him telepathically. Subsequently, Xiao Yun observed Uncle Fu standing in front of him, continuing to obstruct Li Bufan. Uncle Fu then sternly admonished Li Bufan, holy son. Should you turn your hand against a fellow disciple, the enforcers will not spare you should they truly arrive. Li Bufan responded with a haughty smile, dismissively retorting, do you think I am unaware of the rules of the sect? I am the holy son, merely administering a lesson to an ordinary disciple. There is no reason for the enforcers to intervene. A sense of dismay enveloped Fu Bo, for this was indeed the reality. The holy son possessed such power and stature. Were it the divine son, the authority would be even greater, and the act of slaying a disciple would incur no repercussions whatsoever. Alas, Xiao Yun had relinquished his position as divine son, a thought that left Fu Bo sighing inwardly. Step aside. I shan't repeat myself a third time. Li Bufan declared imperiously from midair. He descended with the weight of 7 realms upon him, utterly unconcerned by Fu Bo's superior strength. Enveloped in flames, his presence was both intimidating and formidable. Li Bufan, it was my conscious decision to follow senior brother Xiao. If you are displeased, direct your ire at me. There is no need to humiliate senior brother Xiao. Shi Chunyu finally spoke up, feeling responsible for the turmoil and unwilling to let Xiao Yun bear the burden alone. You insolent wretch, silence yourself. Li Bufan shot a disdainful glance at Shi Chunyu, scoffing. Do you truly believe I hold any affection for you? My vision is solely fixed on the path of the saints. A woman like you would merely serve as a plaything. Upon hearing these words, Shi Chunyu's face turned pale with indignation, her body trembling in fury. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed. This Li Bufan was insufferably arrogant, truly believing that Xiao Yun was easy prey. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaya, standing beside Xiao Yun, observed Shi Chunyu daring to confront the esteemed Saint Li Bufan. Summoning her courage, she shouted at Li Bufan, what nonsense is this so-called saint? You only bully the weak with your might. After decades of cultivation, my senior brother has only trained for a few months. If he were to cultivate for decades as well, he could crush you with a mere finger. Impudent! Li Bufan bellowed, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Lin Xiaoya, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Oh, how audacious you all are to disregard my authority as a saint. Today, I shall make you understand that the dignity of a saint is not to be trifled with. As his words fell, the 7 cave heavens behind Li Bufan erupted in a blinding radiance. Young master, retreat at once. Fu Bo urgently conveyed telepathically, preparing to intervene. He resolved that, even at the cost of his own life at the hands of the enforcers, he could not allow Xiao Yun to suffer Li Bufan's humiliation. Fu Bo, step aside. I have my own means to deal with him. Xiao Yun suddenly declared to Fu Bo, taken aback. Fu Bo believed Xiao Yun had lost his senses. With his current physical cultivation, how could he possibly contend against the formidable Li Bufan of the cave heaven realm? The disparity between them was insurmountable. However, at that moment, Fu Bo witnessed Xiao Yun forming intricate hand seals, reciting some mysterious yet familiar scriptures. Instantly, the spiritual energies surrounding the mountain surged violently, coalescing above Xiao Yun's head like a tempestuous storm. This astonishing spectacle left everyone in awe. Chapter 37. The chaos spells might. As Xiao Yun performed a mysterious seal while reciting enigmatic scriptures, the surrounding spiritual energy in the void became utterly tumultuous, converging relentlessly above his head. This extraordinary phenomenon left the onlookers in a state of astonishment, all gazing towards Xiao Yun with bewilderment. What could this mean? How could Xiao Yun, merely at the body refinement stage, create such a significant commotion? How was he able to absorb such terrifying spiritual energy? Was he executing a profound technique? It seemed implausible. After all, he was still at the body refinement stage, lacking even the condensation of spiritual power. So how could he possibly wield such a technique? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their expressions a mix of confusion. Even Fu Bo and Lin Xiaoya, who were familiar with Xiao Yun, looked at him with incredulous expressions. When had the young master learned such a skill? Could it have been secretly imparted by the old master? Yet, even if it were some grand technique, it seemed impossible for the young master to execute it at his current level of cultivation. Fu Bo's curiosity was piqued. In Lin Xiaoya's eyes, there sparkled a glimmer of hope. She believed her senior brother must possess some hidden trump card and was about to unleash it, ready to strike down the insufferable so-called saint before them. Not far away, Shi Chunyu also watched Xiao Yun with shining eyes, her heart brimming with anticipation. Could it be that brother Xiao truly had the ability to contend with Li Bufan? However, the disparity in their cultivation levels was indeed vast. Everyone was fixated on the scene, eagerly awaiting Xiao Yun's eruption, wondering if he could turn the tide. It was merely a display of illusion. An ant at the body refinement stage, lacking even the condensation of spiritual power, what grand techniques could you possibly wield? In the sky, Li Bufan regarded Xiao Yun with utter disdain. His surprise was fleeting. Upon sensing no formidable energy fluctuations emanating from Xiao Yun, a look of contempt crossed his face. He believed Xiao Yun was merely attempting to intimidate him. How dare this insignificant insect compete with me for a woman and speak to me so insolently? Today, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm that lies between us. With a cold smirk, Li Bufan maintained his nonchalant posture, yet lifted one foot, descending with the intent to stomp on Xiao Yun. The crowd's expressions shifted subtly. Li Bufan's blatant humiliation of Xiao Yun was shocking. While this foot might not claim Xiao Yun's life, being trampled would bring an unbearable disgrace, one that would overshadow Xiao Yun for eternity, rendering him unable to hold his head high. Infuriating, Lin Xiaoya clenched her tiny fists, gritting her teeth in anger. Uncle Fu's eyes glistened with fury as he positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Yun, barely restraining the urge to retaliate. Just then, Xiao Yun completed the final hand seal, abruptly lifting his head. His pupils radiated with brilliance as a cascade of golden light surged forth from between his hands. Chaos spell. Come forth. With that resounding shout, the entire void trembled. An array of golden light merged with the substantial spiritual energy hovering above Xiao Yun, slowly coalescing into an ancient and grand bell. This colossal bell gleamed with swirling golden light, its four walls intricately engraved with countless enigmatic runes, as if myriad divine beings were chanting within, unleashing a terrifying aura from the ancient bell. The gathered crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. The appearance of the grand bell was all too familiar to them, for it was none other than the chaotic bell. As the chaotic bell materialized, a resounding voice echoed throughout the sacred land of chaos, prompting countless powerful beings to lift their gazes in bewilderment, subsequently unleashing their divine consciousness to probe towards the illusory demon tower. Simultaneously, the colossal chaotic bell stood resolutely before Xiao Yun, thwarting Li Bufan's formidable kick. In the presence of the immense chaotic bell, Li Bufan appeared diminutive, akin to an ant. His powerful kick, rather than sending the chaotic bell flying, was countered by an even mightier recoil, propelling him backward. How could this be? Li Bufan halted midair, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Xiao Yun. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "This cannot be the true chaotic bell. It is merely a fragment of its power condensed." Yet, as a mere mortal, possessing only the physique training stage, how could you summon the power of the chaotic bell? Even your master, the esteemed Elder Emperor Tian, would be incapable of such a feat. Li Bufan was utterly astonished, unable to fathom how Xiao Yun could harness even a fraction of the chaotic bell's power. It seemed improbable that this so-called waste of the physique training stage could achieve such a thing. Surrounding individuals bore expressions of incredulity and shock. The summoning of the chaotic bell by Xiao Yun had truly left everyone dumbfounded. After all, this was an imperial weapon, one that could only be wielded by those of saintly status. For ordinary disciples, the only opportunity to witness the chaotic bell was during the annual recruitment of new disciples. Under normal circumstances, no one had the chance to behold it. In this moment, Xiao Yun astonishingly harnessed the power of the chaos bell. Could he possibly be the favored offspring of the chaos bell? It is essential to note that he has merely attained the physical refinement level. Even those ancient emperors, at this level of cultivation, could not possibly wield the strength of an imperial weapon. It is akin to a 3-year-old child attempting to unleash an atomic bomb, utterly miraculous. Now it becomes clear. However, there exists an insightful individual. Fu Bo observing Xiao Yun before him, Fu Bo stroked his beard, a relaxed smile gracing his face as he remarked, "If I am not mistaken, it is the chaos induction. Each time a new disciple joins, they must comprehend the chaos induction to resonate with the chaos bell. The more one understands, the louder the chime. The young master has managed to summon the bell to ring 9 times, which signifies his complete mastery of the chaos induction. Consequently, as long as he is within our chaos sacred land, the young master can summon the power of the chaos bell at will. At this moment, Fu Bo felt no concern for Xiao Yun's safety. If he could wield the power of the chaos bell, what fear could he possibly have in confronting a son of a holy being at the cave heaven realm? It is crucial to remember that this is an imperial weapon. Even utilizing merely a billionth of its power is profoundly formidable. So it is the chaos induction. No wonder I found Xiao Yun's hand seals somewhat familiar. They are indeed the chaos induction that we once comprehended. I never anticipated that the chaos induction possessed such capabilities. Regrettably, aside from our initiation into the sect when we resonated with the chaos bell, we have not had the opportunity to delve into the chaos induction again. With such divine abilities, Xiao Yun is practically invincible within our chaos sacred land. As the onlookers absorbed the words of Elder Fu, a wave of enlightenment washed over them, followed by a chorus of astonishment as they regarded Xiao Yun with envious eyes. Although the chaos bell resided solely within the sacred land of chaos, allowing Xiao Yun to harness its power only within that realm, it was enough to elicit admiration. After all, who would dare to bully Xiao Yun in the sacred land henceforth? Not far away, Lin Xiaya, Shi Chunyu, and others exhaled in relief. It turned out Xiao Yun possessed such a trump card. No wonder he had remained so composed, wielding the might of an imperial weapon, a formidable force indeed. Chapter 38. Treading upon the saint's feet, damn it. It is indeed the chaos induction. Meanwhile, Li Bufan also heard Elder Fu's words and recalled his experience of comprehending the chaos induction. He realized that the seal Xiao Yun had just executed was precisely the one recorded within the chaos induction. Yet, would he simply retreat in defeat? He had arrived with unparalleled arrogance and overwhelming dominance, a veritable force to be reckoned with. If he allowed himself to be intimidated into a hasty retreat by Xiao Yun's chaos bell, he would never hold his head high in the sacred land of chaos again. With a clenched jaw, Li Bufan roared, "Regardless, you are but a mere ant in the body refinement realm. I refuse to believe that with just a fraction of the chaos bell's power, you can overcome me." With those words, Li Bufan unleashed his full might, disregarding any concern about potentially killing Xiao Yun. After all, with the protection of the chaos bell, it was impossible for Xiao Yun to fall to his hand. It is he himself who, should he not exert himself to the fullest, would indeed face true humiliation if vanquished by Xiao Yun. With a thunderous roar, as Li Bufan unleashed his full power, the 7 black holes behind him converged, bearing an overwhelming force that descended upon Xiao Yun. The might of the Holy Sun was unparalleled. "Since you seek your own disgrace, I shall oblige you." Observing this, Xiao Yun could not help but emit a cold smile, and he promptly continued to weave the incantation, channeling all his strength into the chaotic bell hovering above him. Suddenly, the chaotic bell above Xiao Yun erupted in a dazzling display of golden light, releasing a terrifying energy akin to colossal waves surging forth from the ocean, sweeping towards Li Bufan. "Begone!" Li Bufan bellowed, refusing to retreat even an inch, as he summoned the 7 celestial realms, converging in astonishing power to strike down upon Xiao Yun. The immense chaotic bell collided violently with Li Bufan's 7 celestial realms. A splendid explosion of flames erupted in the sky, engulfing the entire mountain, allowing all present to feel the cataclysmic force at play. Yet, the energy of the chaotic bell was overwhelmingly formidable. This terrifying power swept through the air like autumn winds scattering leaves, shattering Li Bufan's 7 celestial realms in an instant, causing him to spew blood and be sent reeling, stripped of any semblance of the Holy Sun's might, appearing utterly disheveled. In stark contrast, Xiao Yun remained unscathed, standing beneath the chaotic bell like a celestial deity, exuding unmatched authority, an inviolable divine presence. "Li Bufan, is this all the strength you possess? Quite disappointing indeed." Xiao Yun approached, stepping forward with the chaos bell, casting a disdainful gaze upon the prostrate Li Bufan. With a surging rage, Li Bufan spat blood. His face contorted with bitterness as he glared at Xiao Yun and bellowed, "Were it not for the chaos bell, crushing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant." Xiao Yun retorted with a cold laugh, "If I were at the cave heaven realm, dispatching you would be as simple as slaughtering a dog. Therefore, spare me your hypotheticals. You leverage your superior rank against me, yet I am not permitted to wield the chaos bell?" Humph. Li Bufan found himself momentarily speechless. Recognizing the truth in Xiao Yun's words, he indeed bore the suspicion of bullying the weak. Yet, his pride would not allow submission, and he glared back at Xiao Yun, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Very well, once you catch up to my cultivation, I shall grant you a fair duel." With that, Li Bufan rose to his feet, preparing to depart. "Am I allowing you to leave?" Xiao Yun sneered, and just as Li Bufan was about to take flight, he summoned the Chaos Bell once more. Striking it down upon him, Li Bufan, caught off guard and filled with a mix of astonishment and fury, was unprepared for the assault. The Chaos Bell crashed down, causing him to spew forth more blood. This time, his plight was even more dire, collapsing to the ground as he coughed up 3 more mouthfuls of blood, staining his garments crimson. His hair was disheveled, and he no longer exuded the aura of a saint, instead resembling a beggar. Xiao Yun approached Li Bufan with a mocking smile, scoffing, "Those who bully others shall themselves be bullied. Since you dared to strike at me, I shall ensure you pay a price today, lest others think Xiao Yun an easy target." With that, he once again activated the Chaos Bell, bringing it crashing down upon the helpless Li Bufan before him. He understood that Li Bufan was at the cave heaven realm, not someone who could be easily vanquished. Thus he resolved to strike multiple times, aiming at least to render Li Bufan incapable of rising. "Xiao Yun, you madman, if you kill me, the enforcers will not spare you," Li Bufan bellowed in a fury. Yet, faced with the impending assault of the Chaos Bell, he could only continue to fortify his defenses. However, severely wounded, he was no match for the Chaos Bell, which, under Xiao Yun's command, sent him careening backward, spitting blood, akin to a mere sandbag. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. What did they witness? The scion of the Chaos Sacred Land, being tossed about like a rag doll, was a humiliation beyond measure. Moreover, the one delivering these blows was merely a minor cultivator in the body refinement realm. If there were to be a ranking of the most unfortunate scions in the Chaos Sacred Land, Li Bufan's performance today would undoubtedly claim the top spot. Perhaps even the most notorious in history. Now he seeks the enforcers? Where was his fear of them moments ago? Xiao Yun continued to command the Chaos Bell, launching it toward Li Bufan with a mocking grin. Li Bufan, struck by the Chaos Bell, coughed up blood, gritting his teeth as he glared at Xiao Yun in fury. "I am the scion, and you are merely an ordinary disciple. The enforcers will undoubtedly side with me. Await your fate of being stripped of your cultivation. Is that so? Then today, I shall be the one to strip you of your cultivation." Xiao Yun scoffed coldly, once again urging the Chaos Bell to collide with Li Bufan, sending him reeling and bleeding. This time, Li Bufan found himself devoid of strength, lying on the ground as he hurled invectives at Xiao Yun. However, he was gravely injured, stripped of all combat prowess. "Young master, enough. If this continues, he will truly perish, and it will cause grave trouble." Just as Xiao Yun prepared to strike again, the voice of Uncle Fu resonated in his mind. "Young master, you are no longer the divine son. You cannot kill Li Bufan. A lesson will suffice. For an ordinary disciple to slay a holy son is a heinous crime, and turning against one's own sect is an unforgivable sin." Uncle Fu was genuinely concerned that Xiao Yun might act impulsively. Yet, Xiao Yun was not prone to rashness. He had no intention of perishing alongside the foolish Li Bufan. Nodding in agreement, he dissipated the chaotic bell hovering above him. As the bell vanished, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. After all, the oppressive aura emanating from the chaotic bell had been overwhelming, sending tremors through their very souls. "Xiao Yun, you dare to be audacious only within the confines of the chaotic sacred land. Once you step outside, we shall see if you can still wield the power of the chaotic bell." At that time, Li Bufan continued his tirade against Xiao Yun. Yet before he could finish, Xiao Yun approached him with purposeful strides. An ominous premonition washed over Li Bufan as he glared at Xiao Yun and bellowed, "Xiao Yun, what do you intend to do?" "I aim to accomplish what you could not," Xiao Yun retorted with a cold smirk, then lifted his foot, forcefully bringing it down upon Li Bufan's cheek. Li Bufan's pupils contracted in shock. If Xiao Yun were to stamp down with his foot, the humiliation he would endure could never be erased. Yet, in his current state of incapacitation and severe injury, he could not evade Xiao Yun's imminent assault. "Dare you challenge me? Today, I shall make you experience the might of my invincible foot." Xiao Yun sneered coldly, his foot crashing down upon Li Bufan's face, distorting his features and shattering several of his teeth. Li Bufan was driven to madness, his eyes blazing with rage. The indignity of being trampled upon was an affront he could never expunge from his life. "I shall teach you arrogance. I will crush you beneath my feet." Xiao Yun continued to press his foot into Li Bufan's face, ruthlessly tormenting him before finally relenting. At that moment, Li Bufan was overwhelmed by anger and fainted from the sheer fury. Onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to reconcile the image of the usually refined and cultured Xiao Yun with this ferocious side of him. "If one does not offend me, I shall not retaliate. But if one does, even from afar, they shall meet their demise." Xiao Yun uttered a cold snort before turning on his heel and departing. Chapter 39. The Great Power of Dong Yutong. This day marked a tumultuous occasion in the Chaos Sacred Land. Xiao Yun swept through the Qianlong rankings, securing the 10th position among the most formidable practitioners in the history of body refinement, and delivering a sound thrashing to the Holy Son, Li Bufan. Each revelation was more astonishing than the last, and the name Xiao Yun resonated throughout the entire chaos sacred land, becoming a topic of fervent discussion. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and his companions had already returned to the imperial peak. Accompanying Xiao Yun upon his return was a new member, Shi Chunyu. This enchanting beauty had already become a devoted follower of Xiao Yun. Emperor Tian expressed great satisfaction with Xiao Yun's acolyte, after all. Shi Chunyu was not only striking in appearance but also possessed remarkable talent, which would undoubtedly aid Xiao Yun in the future. Master, I hope my recent confrontation with Li Bufan has not caused you any trouble, Xiao Yun inquired. Emperor Tian, exuding an air of dominance, replied, What of it? A confrontation is merely that, nothing of great consequence. Xiao Yun, filled with concern, replied, But master, I have heard that Li Bufan is backed by a formidable mentor of the celestial realm. With a disdainful smirk, Emperor Tian retorted, I am aware. It is that fellow from Dongyu Hall, a former subordinate of mine, who has since become a celestial. Yet, even with this advancement, he remains no match for me. Xiao Yun was astounded by his master's prowess, realizing that his mentor could indeed triumph over adversaries of a higher realm. However, recalling that Li Bufan also practiced the Chaos Sutra, he felt a sense of reassurance. It was said that Emperor Tian had achieved a semi-chaotic body, which, while not on par with the supreme physiques, could rival that of a second-tier divine body. Otherwise, he would not have been hailed as the foremost disciple of the Chaos Holy Land. Clearly, his esteemed master was indeed formidable. With a sense of relief washing over him, Xiao Yun mused that he feared only the repercussions of his actions should a senior figure intervene, while it was generally uncommon for elder powers to bully the less experienced. Given Li Bufan's character, Xiao Yun suspected that his mentor, Dongyu Hall, was rather unimpressive. Once I forge my own chaotic body, I shall subdue them all. He thought with a silent scoff. Thanks to Li Bufan, Xiao Yun has once again gained 3 instances of enlightenment, bringing his total to an impressive 144. He eagerly anticipates returning from the true dragon nest, where he will forge his chaos body. However, Xiao Yun approaches his journey to the true dragon nest with utmost seriousness. In the days that follow, he diligently hones his combat skills, seizing every opportunity to engage with the most formidable warriors of the body refinement realm within the illusory demon tower. His battle experience skyrockets, and he witnesses a succession of powerful royal and divine bodies embodied by these historical champions. In a bold move, Xiao Yun even challenges the top-ranked ancestor, the embodiment of the chaos body. The outcome is predictable. Before he can even strike, the ancestor delivers a devastating blow that sends him reeling, bloodied. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the illusory demon, he might have faced a fatal end. This clash exposes Xiao Yun to the terrifying might of the chaos body, igniting an even stronger desire within him to achieve that form. When the ancestor unleashed his power, the resonance of 3,000 great avenues surged, with every casual move displaying an awe-inspiring might that Xiao Yun found impossible to withstand. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. I must forge the chaos body. After his encounter with the ancestor, this conviction burns more fervently in Xiao Yun's heart. Time slips away unnoticed. On Dongyu Peak, Li Bufan, who suffered a thorough beating at Xiao Yun's hands, spent the better part of half a year recovering from his injuries. Of course, the severity of his wounds was not solely due to Xiao Yun's kick. The true source of his injuries stemmed from the Chaos Bell, which had shattered 7 of his cave heavens, a devastating blow to his foundation. To mend the 7 celestial realms, he expended countless days and precious resources. Fortunately, as the scion of the Chaos Sacred Land, he possessed an abundance of cultivation materials. Otherwise, the restoration of his injuries would have taken him several years. However, although Li Bufan's physical wounds had healed, the scars upon his soul would remain indelible. Each time he entered meditation, he was haunted by a recurring nightmare, Xiao Yun's foot pressing down upon his face, surrounded by numerous disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land who observed with mockery and schadenfreude. This ignited a profound sense of humiliation within Li Bufan. How could a prestigious scion like him endure such a staggering disgrace? It had become a tormenting specter in his mind. Xiao Yun, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Li Bufan bellowed, overturning the gilded table before him, instilling trepidation among his followers, who stood trembling and apprehensive. In that moment, Li Bufan's acolytes dared not utter a word. They were acutely aware of the magnitude of his humiliation, and none wished to invoke his wrath. Has my master emerged from seclusion? After venting his frustrations, Li Bufan turned to one of his followers, his expression dark and questioning. With his current strength, avenging himself upon Xiao Yun within the Chaos Sacred Land was impossible, especially with the formidable Emperor Tian backing him. Thus, Li Bufan resolved to seek assistance from his master, knowing that his master, a being of celestial prowess, would undoubtedly surpass Emperor Tian in strength. Reporting to the Holy Sun, The peak master has remained in seclusion. A follower respectfully spoke, and Li Bufan slightly furrowed his brow. His master often secluded himself, emerging only once a year to impart his wisdom, for his master aspired to attain sanctity and could not squander time solely on him. However, without avenging himself, Li Bufan found it impossible to focus on his cultivation. The humiliation he suffered had become a tormenting specter, one he could hardly endure for a single day. I shall go and beseech my master to emerge from his seclusion. Li Bufan ultimately resolved to seek his master. Even if it meant facing his master's reprimand, he was willing to accept it. Moreover, his master had always treated him kindly and would undoubtedly not hold it against him. Without delay, Li Bufan made his way to the Eastern Jade Hall, where his master was in seclusion. Before a resplendent and majestic palace, he bowed deeply. Tears of grievance streaming down his face as he cried out, "Master, I have suffered injustice. Please come forth and avenge me." He understood well that a crying child is often attended to, so he endeavored to weep profusely, hoping to incite his master's anger further. In the distance, his followers watched, their lips twitching in an effort to suppress laughter. "Master," Li Bufan continued to weep, pouring out all his grievances. Indeed, he felt wronged. Despite being stronger than Xiao Yun, he had been humiliated, which left him deeply unsatisfied. At that moment, the grand doors of the palace creaked open, and an elderly man with white hair emerged. His attire was rather ordinary, yet his gaze was exceptionally piercing, with eyes of profound depth emitting wisps of ethereal brilliance, swirling with mysterious runes, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. "Disciple, what has caused you such distress?" the elder inquired, turning his attention to Li Bufan. "Master." Upon seeing the venerable elder, Li Bufan rushed forward, grasping his leg in a fervent embrace, eager to recount his grievances. This man was none other than the formidable Dong Yutong of the celestial realm. As Dong Yutong listened to Li Bufan's words, a sudden brilliance erupted from his eyes. Akin to two golden suns appearing in the firmament, their radiant light bursting forth, causing the very void to tremble with a resonating roar, his gaze utterly intimidating. What audacity from Xiao Yun, a mere disciple of the elder, daring to humiliate the holy son of the chaos sacred land, transgressing the hierarchy. Such an offense is utterly unforgivable. With a disdainful snort, Dong Yutong addressed Li Bufan. "Disciple, come with me. I shall lead you to the imperial peak to seek vengeance. In that moment, I will shield you from the chaos bell, allowing you to confront him in a fair battle." "Yes, master." A flash of cold determination ignited in Li Bufan's eyes. Without the chaos bell, he could easily subdue Xiao Yun, and then he would relish the opportunity to trample Xiao Yun's face, avenging his previous humiliation. Chapter 40. Taking on the young to reach the old. At the imperial peak, Xiao Yun was engaged in a sparring session with Shi Chunyu. Yet he found himself perpetually on the defensive, suffering a severe beating at her hands. This was due to Shi Chunyu having broken through to the gathering Qi realm and entering the divine bridge realm. "Sister Shi, let this be the end." After a while, Xiao Yun set aside his black iron blade, a bitter smile adorning his face as he gestured for her to cease. The divine bridge realm was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Previously, he could defeat Shi Chunyu, yet now he is no match for her. The disparity in their cultivation realms is insurmountable. No amount of talent can bridge this gap. "Brother Xiao, you have grown even stronger than before. Although your strength remains at 700,000 pounds, your combat prowess has multiplied 2- or 3-fold. Shi Chunyu gazed at Xiao Yun, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance, her visage as radiant as jade. Having spent over half a year together, she was acutely aware of Xiao Yun's formidable talent, having witnessed him masterfully deducing 7 supreme battle techniques to the ultimate stage. In the entire realm of cultivation, only Xiao Yun has achieved such a feat. Even their ancestral master of the chaos sacred land had only cultivated 3 ultimate battle techniques in the physical refinement realm. This was the first time Shi Chunyu encountered such a powerful cultivator in the physical refinement realm. She believed that even the disciples from the other 5 sacred lands would be comparable to Xiao Yun at this stage. But what of strength? If it cannot overcome the divine bridge realm? Xiao Yun sighed with a bitter smile. After entering the divine bridge realm, Shi Chunyu had consolidated her spiritual energy, enabling her to manipulate flying swords and strike down foes from 1,000 miles away, significantly enhancing her combat capabilities. In the face of Shi Chunyu's flying sword assaults, Xiao Yun stood no chance. Indeed, even without her flying swords, he would still be outmatched. For cultivators in the divine bridge realm, once they consolidate their spiritual energy, they can cultivate divine abilities. These abilities possess immense power, far exceeding that of ultimate battle techniques. In Xiao Yun's perspective, if the ultimate combat technique represents the limits of mortals, then divine abilities should correspond to the spells of immortals, transcending the boundaries of the mundane realm. Each divine ability possesses the capacity to upheave mountains and overturn seas, exuding an aura of formidable terror. However, Xiao Yun remains unfazed. After all, he is currently merely in the body refinement stage. Once he ascends to the divine bridge realm, he will undoubtedly surpass Shi Chunyu by a considerable margin. His foundation is profoundly solid, imbued with an unparalleled essence. Who is Xiao Yun? Come forth at once. At that moment, a thunderous shout reverberated through the heavens, akin to a clap of thunder that shook the very fabric of the void, causing the entire imperial peak to tremble. Xiao Yun and his companions instinctively looked up to see Li Bufan and an elderly man with flowing white hair approaching through the air. This elder emanated an aura of sheer terror, his body awash in a torrent of crimson blood, resembling an indomitable phoenix reborn from ashes. His golden eyes shone like twin lanterns, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. When Xiao Yun felt the elder's gaze upon him, an icy chill enveloped him, as though he were plummeting into an abyss, with no flicker of resistance stirring within his heart. Such strength! This was undoubtedly an ancient being. Observing the elder beside Li Bufan, Xiao Yun's mind began to piece together the identity of this formidable figure. Indeed, the old servant, Fu Bo, conveyed a message to Xiao Yun, saying, "Young master, this is Dong Yutong, the esteemed master of Li Bufan, a transcendent being of the heavenly realm." Xiao Yun's heart was shaken. This was a true powerhouse. In the absence of a saint, a being of the heavenly realm stands at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even the sovereign of their chaotic holy land is merely of the heavenly realm, while his master occupies a realm beyond that. Confronted by such formidable strength, Xiao Yun felt utterly insignificant. Even with the power of the chaos bell at his disposal, he found himself incapable of contending with this adversary. He pondered to himself, acknowledging that his cultivation was still insufficient. The extent to which he could harness the chaos bell's might was exceedingly limited. It was inconceivable that he could defeat a heavenly being like Dong Yutong with such meager strength. Fortunately, he was on the imperial peak. Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that had he encountered them outside, he would undoubtedly be in dire straits. After all, gazing at Li Bufan, who was nearby with a face full of resentment directed at him, Xiao Yun understood that these two had come seeking vengeance. Truly, the younger had been dealt with, and now the elder had arrived. The ancients do not deceive. Are you Xiao Yun? At that moment, Dong Yutong's gaze was firmly fixed upon Xiao Yun. In his mental scan, it became evident that among the throng on Imperial Peak, only this young man stood out, thus revealing his identity. Situated on the Imperial Peak, with the Emperor Heaven present, Xiao Yun felt no fear towards Dong Yutong. He replied calmly, "Indeed, I am Xiao Yun. May I ask what guidance you seek, senior?" Dong Yutong scoffed, impudent. "Knowing that I am a senior, yet you do not promptly pay your respects. You display no sense of decorum. And it is no wonder you dare to offend and humiliate a son of the Chaos Holy Land. Truly brazen." Xiao Yun chose to ignore Dong Yutong's words, instead casting a cold, mocking glance at Li Bufan. "When I was a child, I used to fight with the neighbor's children. If they couldn't best me, they would run home to cry to their parents. Who would have thought that as an adult, I would still encounter such a situation? Li Bufan, you truly embody the spirit of our Chaos Holy Land progeny." Li Bufan's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he soon glared at Xiao Yun with indignation, bellowing, "Xiao Yun, if you were not resorting to deceit by wielding the power of the Chaos Bell, I could crush you with a mere finger. So why not wait until I reach the Cave Heaven realm before we engage in battle?" Xiao Yun retorted with derision, "By the time you attain the Cave Heaven realm, I shall have already ascended to the Spirit Offering realm. Do you expect me to wait for you?" With an air of arrogance, Xiao Yun proclaimed, "Even in the Cave Heaven realm, I can still defeat you despite the disparity in our levels." Such audacity! Li Bufan scoffed, utterly disbelieving Xiao Yun's boastful claims. Nearby, Dong Yutong raised a hand dismissively, his expression indifferent as he addressed Xiao Yun. "In the realm of cultivation, fairness in battles of the same level is a myth. Since you have dared to provoke our Chaos Sacred Land's holy son, today I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on the respect owed to those above you. Dong Yutong, when did it become your place to discipline my disciple of Dtian? Is my Dfeng devoid of capable individuals?" From a distance, Dtian approached with measured steps. Though he moved slowly, he covered the distance in an instant, appearing beside Xiao Yun, casting a cold gaze upon the duo of Dong Yutong and Li Bufan. Upon seeing his esteemed master arrive, Xiao Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was only fair that elder confront elder. He, as a junior, would deal with another junior. A cold smile crept across Xiao Yun's face as he regarded Li Bufan, thinking to himself that since this fellow had come to his door, he might as well remain bedridden for another half-year. Li Bufan seemed to sense Xiao Yun's gaze, involuntarily shivering and hastily retreating. He had no desire to be struck by the chaos bell again. Dong Yutong shot a disapproving glare at Li Bufan, feeling humiliated that his disciple was intimidated by a mere practitioner of the body refinement realm. However, at that moment, Dong Yutong had no time to concern himself with Xiao Yun. His attention was already fixed on Di Tian. Coldly, he declared, Di Tian, you emerge at an opportune moment. I suffered a narrow defeat at your hands years ago, and today I shall seek to learn from your superior skills once more. Di Tian retorted scornfully. What do you mean by narrow defeat? You certainly know how to embellish your own failures. Back then, I reduced you to a pitiful state, akin to a beaten dog. You were nothing more than one of my defeated foes. Enraged by Di Tian's words, Dong Yutong soared into the sky, shouting fiercely at Di Tian below. Enough of your nonsense, Di Tian. Ascend immediately, for today I shall erase the shame of the past. Since you seek humiliation, I shall oblige. Di Tian sneered. Leaping into the air like a swift arrow, shooting straight upwards. Battles of their caliber could only unfold in the heights of the sky, otherwise they might obliterate the surrounding mountain ranges. Chapter 41. The Enforcer takes action above the Emperor Peak. Two formidable auras permeated the atmosphere, akin to divine wrath, instilling fear in those below. The altitude at which Di Tian and his opponent fought was so great that Xiao Yun, with his naked eye, could not discern the scene of their clash, only able to perceive the terrifying roars of thunder echoing across the sky. Xiao Yun felt a pang of regret. Such an exhilarating battle, yet he could not witness it firsthand. What a pity it was. However, it matters not, for another battle awaits. Xiao Yun gazed at Li Bufan in the distance and couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. He turned to his companion, Shi Chunyu, and said, Junior sister Shi, would you be so kind as to carry me on your flying sword? I intend to confront Li Bufan. He believed in the principle of non-aggression. If Li Bufan sought him out, he would certainly return the favor. Otherwise, who would dare to bully him in the future? Certainly, Shi Chunyu replied, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she nodded without hesitation. After all, Li Bufan had often troubled her in the past, and she had longed to teach him a lesson. However, her own strength had been insufficient until now. With Xiao Yun stepping in, she was more than willing to assist. At that moment, Shi Chunyu summoned a flying sword, carrying Xiao Yun into the sky. Whoosh! This was not Xiao Yun's first experience with flight, and he remained calm, reassured by Shi Chunyu's protective spiritual energy, leaving him unafraid of falling. Xiao Yun. In the distance, upon seeing Xiao Yun soaring towards him on his sword, Li Bufan's pupils constricted in terror, prompting him to turn and flee hastily. Xiao Yun pursued him closely, shouting, Li Bufan, are you not the Holy Sun? Why do you not dare to face me in a fair battle? Li Bufan nearly choked in frustration at the suggestion of a fair fight. Utilizing the power of the Chaos Bell, who could possibly stand against him? He had no desire to languish in bed for half a year again. So he escaped with great speed. Xiao Yun relentlessly followed, vociferously declaring, Li Bufan, you spineless Holy Sun, unable to confront even a mere cultivator of the body refinement stage. What right have you to be the Holy Son of our chaos-sacred land? If I were you, I would simply leap into a pit and drown. Xiao Yun's voice resonated loudly, echoing across the peaks where disciples were gathered, all of whom turned their gazes toward him. Li Bufan, witnessing this, gritted his teeth in fury, for he discerned the expressions of mockery and schadenfreude on many faces. As a distinguished saint, being pursued by an ordinary disciple, who was merely a low-level practitioner in the body refinement realm, was an unbearable humiliation. Li Bufan could not endure such disgrace. With a furious roar, he disregarded the possibility of confronting Xiao Yun's chaotic bell and charged toward him. Xiao Yun, I shall slay you. Li Bufan growled, his eyes ablaze with rage, his visage a mask of fury. Behind him, 7 celestial realms emerged, unleashing a terrifying force. Chaotic induction. Xiao Yun was taken aback and swiftly gestured to harness the power of the chaotic bell. Instantly, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heavens and earth surged violently, coalescing like mighty rivers converging toward Xiao Yun, forming a resplendent golden bell that radiated the overwhelming might of a divine weapon. With resolve, Xiao Yun activated the chaotic bell, propelling it toward the oncoming Li Bufan. Startled, Li Bufan attempted to evade, but the bell's momentum was too formidable. The mere shockwave sent him reeling, causing him to spit blood. Pooh! Halting midair, Li Bufan wiped the blood from his lips, his face twisted with indignation as he glared at Xiao Yun, bellowing. What skill is it to rely on the chaotic bell? Have the courage to face me in a fair battle. A fair fight? Xiao Yun gazed at Li Bufan with a mocking expression, sneering, you, a cultivator of the cave heaven realm, expect me, a practitioner of the body refinement realm, to engage in a fair battle with you? Do you presume that everyone possesses a mind as deranged as yours? Having said this, Xiao Yun continued to channel the chaos bell, hurling it towards Li Bufan. Enough. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from the heavens, akin to a clap of thunder in the ear. In the next instant, a commanding figure appeared beside Li Bufan, effortlessly shattering the chaos bell controlled by Xiao Yun with a single hand. Xiao Yun was taken aback, swiftly retreating. The individual who had suddenly manifested was terrifying beyond measure. Undoubtedly an elder he could not withstand at present. Fortunately, Uncle Fu arrived just in time, positioning himself protectively behind Xiao Yun. Young master, this person is an enforcer, Uncle Fu conveyed gravely to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun turned his gaze towards the imposing figure across from him, yet the individual's features remained obscured, rendering it impossible to discern his appearance. The enforcer coldly scrutinized Xiao Yun, his voice imbued with authority. Xiao Yun, you possess extraordinary audacity, daring to offend the Holy Sun. Undeterred, Xiao Yun retorted with a scoff, they came knocking at my door. Am I not entitled to defend myself? Impudent. The enforcer's expression hardened as he admonished Xiao Yun. You must comprehend your position. You are merely a disciple of a grand elder. Upon encountering the Holy Sun, you ought to exhibit respect and courtesy. Your disregard for hierarchy marks you as a future ingrate, and I shall ensure that you are incapacitated today to avert any future calamities. Xiao Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Fu Bo stood protectively in front of Xiao Yun, hastily exclaiming, Honorable enforcer, my young master possesses extraordinary talent. It is undoubtedly within his grasp to forge the chaotic body in the future. If you were to incapacitate him today, how could our chaotic sacred land ever rise again? The enforcer scoffed disdainfully, retorting, Does the ascension of our chaotic sacred land truly hinge upon a mere child at the body refinement stage? What of Tian's unparalleled gifts in his time? Did he ever manifest the chaotic body? To aspire for such a feat? I dare say you are merely indulging in a fantasy. With that, the enforcer raised a hand, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that instantly immobilized both Fu Bo and Xiao Yun, rendering them utterly powerless. The expressions on their faces shifted dramatically. They felt diminutive before the enforcer, akin to ants at the mercy of a giant. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yun. Having dared to offend the Holy Sun, you now comprehend the consequences, do you not? Li Bufan, standing beside the enforcer, reveled in the misfortune of Xiao Yun, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Xiao Yun glared at Li Bufan and the enforcer with intense resentment, vowing that if he survived this ordeal, he would inevitably seek retribution against the enforcer. Power, I crave power. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Only by wielding invincible might can one stand tall amidst the world and earn the reverence of all beings. In this moment, Xiao Yun was consumed by an insatiable yearning for strength. Humph. The enforcer seemed to sense the hostility in Xiao Yun's eyes, letting out a cold snort as his outstretched hand moved ominously towards Xiao Yun. At this moment, Tian was engaged in battle with Dong Yutong high above, wholly unaware of the turmoil unfolding below. Just as Xiao Yun and Fu Bo found themselves engulfed in despair, a soft sigh resonated from a distance. In the next moment, Xiao Yun felt the oppressive weight surrounding him dissipate, and both he and Fu Bo were instantaneously transported back to the peak of the Emperor Mountain. Concurrently, a familiar figure materialized before Xiao Yun, none other than the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Lord, Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his life had been temporarily spared. In the sky, the enforcer furrowed his brow upon seeing the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land intervene to rescue Xiao Yun. He spoke gravely, Your Excellency, it is commendable to see your impressive skills. It appears you have ascended to the threshold of the Saint Realm. Truly, congratulations are in order. However, even as the Lord, you cannot shield a disciple who transgresses authority and disrespects his elders. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land regarded the enforcer and sighed. King of the Eastern deities, this is merely a conflict between two juniors. It is unfortunate that it has drawn in the Dongyu Hall, but must you also intervene? Such an act of bullying the weak is hardly befitting of a true champion. For my sake, let us put an end to this matter. Behind him, Fu Bo's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the Lord's words. He hastily conveyed to Xiao Yun through thought, Young master. It turns out this individual is the king of the Eastern deities, the elder brother of the Dongyu Hall, who was once the second-ranked saint son of our Chaos Sacred Land and the greatest rival of our former master. Xiao Yun suddenly understood. No wonder the enforcer had come to Li Bufan's aid upon his arrival. They were indeed of the same lineage. Furious, Xiao Yun silently cursed, vowing that when he grew powerful, he would subdue all these scoundrels. Chapter 42. The Embryo of Chaos in the Sky. Upon hearing the words of the Master of the Chaos Sacred Land, the enforcer's visage was instantly stripped of its obscurity, revealing his true self. Humph, it is indeed this fellow. Fu Bo let out a cold snort and communicated with Xiao Yun telepathically. The Eastern God King cast a frigid gaze upon the Master of the Chaos Sacred Land atop the imperial peak and stated in a solemn tone, Master, Xiao Yun's transgressions against authority have already violated the regulations of our Chaos Sacred Land. I am merely enforcing the law impartially, and I implore you not to tarnish my reputation. The Master of the Chaos Sacred Land furrowed his brow and replied, Xiao Yun was once a son of God, having summoned the Chaos Bell 9 times. Must we truly pursue him for such a trivial matter? If this were to spread, outsiders might think that our chaos sacred land cannot accommodate brilliance. The Eastern God King shot a cold glance at Xiao Yun and declared, months ago, within the illusory demon tower, Xiao Yun injured Li Bufan. I spared him then out of consideration for his previous status as a son of God. However, this time, he has openly pursued and slandered Li Bufan, tarnishing his reputation. This is a grave affront to the dignity of the Son of God, and as the enforcer, I must uphold the law to rectify this situation. Xiao Yun retorted with a cold scoff, such lofty dignity the Son of God possesses. Can the sun strike at will against us ordinary disciples, while we are deemed in the wrong for merely defending ourselves? Is there such reasoning in the world? The Eastern God King regarded Xiao Yun icily and responded, in the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. The Son of God embodies immense potential, serving as the cornerstone of our chaos sacred land's future. Thus, he is afforded special privileges. Had you not relinquished the title of Son of God? Even if you had slain Li Bufan, no grave sin would have been attributed to you, such as the decree of our chaotic sacred land. Alas, upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt an even deeper regret for abandoning his divine identity. He immediately turned to the sovereign of the chaotic sacred land and inquired, might I ask, Sovereign, how can one become a son of God? He realized that if he could ascend to the position of Son of God within the chaotic sacred land, the Eastern God King would have no justification to punish him further. The Eastern God King, clearly grasping Xiao Yun's intent, let out a cold laugh and mocked. Do you now comprehend the significance of identity? Alas, it is far too late. In our chaotic sacred land, there exist but 3 paths to become a son of God. First, one must possess extraordinary talent and achieve great merit. Second, one must ring the chaos bell 6 times during the mountain opening and disciple gathering ceremony. Third, one must possess a unique constitution. After stating this, the Eastern God King looked down at Xiao Yun with disdain, sneering, regrettably, you are incapable of fulfilling any of these criteria. The sovereign of the chaotic sacred land then spoke with a solemn tone, Eastern God King, Xiao Yun is about to venture into the true dragon nest. With his talent, should he demonstrate the might of our chaotic sacred land within, he would indeed achieve great merit and be fully qualified for elevation to Son of God. The Eastern God King retorted coldly, that is a matter for the future. Presently, he is not a son of God, and thus must bear the consequences of offending one. Who says I cannot become a son of God at this moment? Xiao Yun bellowed, pointing at the Eastern God King with fierce determination. Today, I shall show you that the title of Son of God is something I, Xiao Yun, can seize. With that proclamation, Xiao Yun immediately settled into a meditative posture upon the ground, commencing his cultivation of the chaotic scripture. His actions left those around him utterly bewildered. However, it was not long before someone discerned Xiao Yun's intentions. I understand now. Xiao Yun seeks to cultivate the chaos scripture to forge the chaos body. Should he succeed, he would possess a unique constitution and could immediately ascend to the status of a saint's son. Fool, how could the chaos body be so easily forged? Yet, if he were to achieve the chaos body prototype, it would still qualify as a third-order royal body, sufficient to become a saint's son. To forge the chaos body prototype, one must cultivate the chaos scripture to the 36th level of perfection. In the past, Emperor Tian took 200 years to succeed. How could he possibly accomplish this in such a short span? Xiao Yun must be out of his mind. Murmurs of discussion circulated among the crowd, which had become densely packed with onlookers, including disciples of the chaos sacred land, elders, and even some grand elders. After all, the stir caused by a law enforcer and the master of the chaos sacred land was an event no one wished to miss. How absurd. In the sky, the Eastern God King paused momentarily, but soon regarded Xiao Yun below with a mocking expression, sneering, does he truly believe that the chaos scripture is so easily cultivated? To rely on it to forge the chaos body prototype in such a brief time, this boy must be delusional. The master of the chaos sacred land observed the meditating Xiao Yun and sighed inwardly, feeling that Xiao Yun was indeed cornered and somewhat at a loss. Nonetheless, the master of the chaotic sacred land endeavored to secure some time for Xiao Yun. He turned to the Eastern God King and said, Eastern God King, since this is the case, why not grant Xiao Yun a little time? Surely, that would not be excessive. The Eastern God King, harboring doubts about Xiao Yun's ability to forge the embryonic form of chaos body within a short span, sneered coldly and feigned generosity, replying, very well. I shall grant him a week's time to see if he can indeed create the embryonic form of chaos body. The Eastern God King was utterly unconcerned about the possibility of Xiao Yun overturning the situation. He was well aware of the arduous nature of cultivating the Chaos Sutra. After all, what unparalleled talent was Tian? Even he had been suppressed. And yet, it took Tian 2 centuries to forge the embryonic form of chaos body. a feat that had already shattered previous records. Thus, the Eastern God King firmly believed that Xiao Yun could not possibly achieve the embryonic form of chaos body in such a brief period. It was an endeavor destined for failure. In the cosmos, there exists profound truth that eludes perception. All that can be comprehended belongs to primordial energy. Without energy, truth cannot operate, and without truth, energy cannot manifest. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun had transcended his surroundings, entering a state of enlightenment, deeply immersed in the study of the Chaos Sutra. At this moment, he was unconcerned about whether he would break through to the gathering Qi realm or gain access to the true dragon nest. After all, with his life hanging by a thread, who could afford to worry about the true dragon nest? As Xiao Yun entered this state of profound realization, he had already grasped more than half of the 10th layer of the Chaos Sutra. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge towards his body like rivers flowing into the sea. An exclamation arose from the outside world. Xiao Yun had actually broken through to the 10th layer. What astounding comprehension! What significance does this hold? He had already attained the 9th level a year ago, and it is likely he could have broken through to the 10th level long ago. Alas, to forge the Chaos Body prototype, one must cultivate the Chaos Sutra to the 36th level, a distance he still has yet to cover. Achieving the Chaos Body prototype within a week is an undertaking even deities cannot accomplish. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Uncle Fu, with a face full of concern, exclaimed, "This is bad. The young master still needs to go to the true dragon nest. If he breaks through to the gathering Qi realm now, he will be unable to proceed to the true dragon nest." The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, overhearing this, chuckled and replied, "Not to worry. I can suppress his cultivation, preventing him from breaking through to the gathering Qi realm." With that, the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land waved his hand, enveloping Xiao Yun in a golden light shield, effectively blocking the surging spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Upon witnessing this, Uncle Fu breathed a sigh of relief. In the sky, the Eastern God King snorted disdainfully, paying no heed, for the 10th level was still a far cry from the 36th level. This individual aspires to forge the Chaos Body prototype, a mere daydream. Beside him, Li Bufan wore a cold smirk, convinced that Xiao Yun was doomed. To achieve the Chaos Body prototype within a week was utterly impossible. Even those great emperors at Xiao Yun's age could not have accomplished such a feat. Chapter 43. 3 flowers gathered at the crown, a great opportunity. Unexpectedly, cultivating the 10th level of the Chaos Sutra required 2 insights from me. At this moment, indifferent to the clamor of the outside world, Xiao Yun remained in a state of enlightenment, diligently practicing the Chaos Sutra. To his astonishment, the initial 9 layers of the Chaos Sutra could be mastered with a single epiphany for each layer. However, upon reaching the 10th layer, 2 epiphanies were required to achieve mastery of that level. It became evident that as one progressed further, the difficulty of cultivating the Chaos Sutra intensified, necessitating an increasing number of insights. Xiao Yun was suddenly enlightened. This revelation caught him off guard. He had initially believed that only 108 epiphanies were necessary to ascend the Chaos Sutra to its 108th layer, but it appeared he had underestimated the challenge. Nevertheless, he mused, as long as he could forge the primordial chaos body, he would be comparable to a 3rd-tier royal body, sufficient to elevate him to the status of a holy son. Fortunately, he realized that he only needed to forge the primordial chaos body and did not have to immediately create the complete chaos body. Xiao Yun had previously heard from Emperor Tian that merely cultivating the Chaos Sutra to the 36th layer was adequate for the formation of the primordial chaos body. With over 140 epiphanies still remaining, he thus resumed his cultivation of the Chaos Sutra. Layer by layer he progressed, the 10th layer, the 12th layer, the 14th layer. As time passed, Xiao Yun drew ever closer to the primordial chaos body. In a state of enlightenment, he resonated with the Tao of chaos. Finding the cultivation of the Chaos Sutra as effortless as the basic acts of eating and drinking, akin to copying answers during an examination, astonishingly swift. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. As Xiao Yun broke through each layer of the Chaos Sutra, the spiritual energy of the world outside surged violently, akin to a flood breaching its banks, relentlessly rushing towards him. However, a golden shield enveloped Xiao Yun, preventing the celestial energies of heaven and earth from penetrating his body. Otherwise, he would likely achieve a breakthrough to the Qi gathering realm in an instant. The surrounding onlookers gasped in astonishment. It was utterly terrifying. How many layers had he truly transcended? How could he attract such an abundance of celestial energies? When Elder Tian of the Imperial Heaven claimed he could ascend 9 levels in a single day, could it possibly be true? The sheer volume of celestial energy he attracted suggested that he had undoubtedly surpassed merely the 10th layer. As the crowd continued to marvel, the influx of celestial energies converging upon Xiao Yun intensified. Not far away, the Eastern God King wore an exceedingly grim expression. He had not anticipated Xiao Yun's exceptional comprehension, enabling him to break through several layers in succession. This was exponentially stronger than the initial prowess of the Imperial Heaven. Li Bufan, equally astonished, whispered to his master, "Uncle Master, is it possible that Xiao Yun can truly forge the embryonic form of the chaotic body?" The Eastern God King snorted coldly and communicated telepathically, "Rest assured, even with such formidable talent, he cannot master the chaotic scriptures to the 36th layer within a week." Upon hearing the Eastern God King's reassurances, Li Bufan finally felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the celestial energies swirling towards Xiao Yun continued to multiply, but due to the obstruction of the golden shield, they congregated around him. This phenomenon caused the celestial energies in his vicinity to thicken, almost transitioning into a liquid state, leaving many distant observers in profound awe. The density of these celestial energies surpassed even the most revered sanctuaries of cultivation. Remaining within such an environment would undoubtedly expedite their advancement. An esteemed elder sighed, and his words served as a reminder to Uncle Fu. His gaze shifted, and he promptly addressed the nearby Xiao Yun, saying, "Miss Shi, you should go and cultivate alongside the young master. He has no need for this ambient spiritual energy. You can fully utilize it to enhance your own cultivation." Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure and hurriedly seated herself in a cross-legged position beside Xiao Yun, commencing her meditation and absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence. Indeed, while Xiao Yun had no use for this energy, she could certainly benefit from it. It would be a shame to let such an opportunity go to waste. Uncle Fu observed Xiao Yun entering a state of cultivation and could not help but glance at Lin Xiaya, smiling as he remarked, "Xiaya, if you do not enter the true dragon nest now, this presents a splendid opportunity for you to break through to the Qi-gathering realm. Moreover, you might even seize this chance to reach the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering realm and possibly advance to the Divine Bridge realm." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaya was instantly engulfed in conflict. The prospect of swiftly achieving the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering realm, and possibly even breaking through to the Divine Bridge realm, was immensely enticing. Should she choose to cultivate on her own, it would likely take her over a decade to reach the Divine Bridge realm. Yet now, she had the potential to accomplish this in a matter of days, thus saving herself a considerable amount of time. However, if she were to break through to the Qi-gathering realm, it would mean she could no longer accompany Xiao Yun to the true dragon nest. What a dilemma. Suddenly, it was announced that Xiao Yun had achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm. It seemed she had only just ascended to the Divine Bridge realm not long ago, and now she had advanced so quickly, with such an opportunity at hand. It would indeed be remarkable if she did not break through. Unbeknownst to many, Xiao Yun's cultivation of the Chaotic Sutra had inadvertently facilitated Xiao Yun's advancement. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps erupted around them. Lin Xiaoya's gaze fixated on Xiao Yun, who was seated next to her senior brother in a meditative posture. She could unmistakably sense that Xiao Yun's aura had intensified, indicating a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm. How infuriating. This was her senior brother's opportunity. It was hardly her place to compete for it. Lin Xiaoya ground her teeth in frustration. At that moment, a disquieting thought crossed her mind. Following this event, the gap in cultivation between her and Xiao Yun would only widen. The very notion was intolerable. Particularly troubling was the realization that Xiao Yun's future cultivation pace would surely accelerate. When the time came for him to venture forth into the world, he would undoubtedly take Xiao Yun along, leaving her, with her inferior cultivation, as nothing more than a burdensome encumbrance. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Xiaoya raised her head and declared to Elder Fu, "Master, I shall not go to the true dragon's nest." With that, she rushed forward and settled herself beside Xiao Yun, assuming a meditative position to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom. Before long, Lin Xiaoya broke through to the gathering Qi realm, and her cultivation continued to surge. After all, her lower cultivation level allowed her to advance much more swiftly than Xiao Yun. Elder Fu beamed at this scene. Recognizing it as a remarkable opportunity, not only would it elevate Lin Xiaoya's cultivation, but it would also spare the young master from the burden of another encumbrance upon entering the true dragon's nest. Truly, a double boon. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land watched this moment with a smile, for to him, both Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya were disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land. Their growing strength would ultimately bolster the power of the Chaos Sacred Land itself. In the distance, the disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land gazed enviously at Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya as they broke through their realms. Regrettably, with the master of the Chaos Sacred Land standing guard for Xiao Yun, they dared not approach to seize the opportunity. Moreover, the Imperial Peak was protected by a formidable array, making it an inaccessible place for most. They could only watch helplessly as Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya's cultivation soared. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy erupted violently, coalescing in a frenzied manner towards the imperial peak. In the next moment, the onlookers beheld three blossoms gradually forming above Xiao Yun's head, radiating an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy. Good heavens! This was the manifestation of the three flowers gathering at the apex. Xiao Yun had ascended to the 18th layer of the Chaos Sutra. With a daily progression of 9 layers, I now find myself believing in the words of Emperor Tian. Xiao Yun truly advanced 9 layers in a single day, a boon from the heavens. It is utterly terrifying. How could his comprehension be so profound? Is he perpetually in a state of enlightenment? A chorus of astonished gasps erupted around him. Even the master of the Chaos Sacred Land and the Eastern Divine King, positioned not far away, looked at Xiao Yun with expressions of disbelief. The three flowers gathering at the apex, the 18th layer of the Chaos Sutra, was indeed an astonishing feat. Remarkably, not even a full day had passed. Even the ancient emperors could not possess such a terrifying level of comprehension, could they? Chapter 44, The 5Chi Returning to Origin, a shocking revelation as Xiao Yun mastered the 18th layer of the Chaos Sutra. Revealing the phenomenon of the three flowers gathering at the apex, a wave of exclamations ensued. However, it was not long before the crowd began to feel envious of Lin Xiaoya and Xiao Yun. Due to the three flowers atop Xiao Yun's head, he was unable to absorb them, as a seal set by the master of the Chaos Sacred Land effectively obstructed their entry. Thus, these three flowers seemed destined to be wasted. However, could Uncle Fu allow such a waste? Certainly not. Almost immediately, he took action, transferring the three flowers from Xiao Yun's head into the bodies of Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya. Among them, Xiao Yun, being the stronger cultivator, received 2 flowers, while Lin Xiaoya obtained 1. For them, these flowers represented an extraordinary opportunity. After absorbing her flower, Lin Xiaoya experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation, soaring directly to the pinnacle of the gathering qi realm. Following her absorption of the 2 flowers, Xiao Yun also broke through, advancing to the later stages of the divine bridge realm. The disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land, witnessing this spectacle from afar, were consumed by envy and jealousy, their expressions tinged with longing. The master of the Chaos Sacred Land smiled faintly, remarking that these 2 young ladies had indeed been fortunate. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, their companions also benefit. How true this is. Uncle Fu sighed in agreement. Many choose to follow geniuses for such rewards. In his earlier days, Uncle Fu had experienced this delight himself, having chosen to accompany Emperor Tian. Each time Emperor Tian made breakthroughs in the chaos scripture, he would also bestow some benefits upon his followers. It was through such fortunate circumstances that Uncle Fu reached the extraordinary realm. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would never have stepped into that domain. Now, it was Lin Xiaoya and Xiao Yun's turn to relish in such fortune. Truly, they were 2 extraordinarily lucky young ladies. Uncle Fu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for Lin Xiaoya and Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's innate talent undoubtedly surpassed that of Tian. The 2 girls accompanying him were destined for remarkable achievements in the future. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yun diligently practiced the chaos scripture, he encountered a perplexing dilemma. He discovered that advancing to the 19th layer of the scripture required an astonishing 3 instances of enlightenment. This cumulative demand suggested that to forge the chaos body, he would need to amass several hundred insights at the very least. Xiao Yun found himself at a loss. He finally comprehended the immense difficulty of mastering the chaos scripture. No wonder no one had succeeded in doing so for so many years. The challenge was exceedingly formidable. Without the assistance of the system, he feared he would never even be able to shape the chaos body prototype in his lifetime. Fortunately, he had the system. Xiao Yun silently rejoiced. Next, he examined his system and discovered that he still had 135 instances of enlightenment remaining. This number seemed to exceed his expectations. However, Xiao Yun quickly realized that his practice of the chaos scripture must have triggered some extraordinary phenomenon, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around him, and consequently granting him additional opportunities for enlightenment. How exhilarating! He had not anticipated that his training would provoke such reactions, thereby increasing his instances of insight. It appeared that forging the chaos body prototype was indeed within his grasp. A wave of confidence washed over Xiao Yun. Outside, darkness had fallen, and the stars shimmered brilliantly in the night sky. Yet, the onlookers remained, captivated by Xiao Yun's remarkable pace in cultivation. They believed he might genuinely succeed in shaping the chaos body prototype, and thus, they were unwilling to miss this extraordinary spectacle. As Xiao Yun continued to cultivate the Chaos Sutra through profound enlightenment, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth grew increasingly dense, eventually liquefying into water. flowing outward in all directions. This opportunity could not be squandered. Witnessing this spectacle, Uncle Fu swiftly employed his divine abilities to gather the liquefied spiritual energy, directing it towards Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. Both Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu experienced a breakthrough in their cultivation. Lin Xiaoya reached the consummate stage of the qi-gathering realm, poised to condense her mental strength and ascend to the God Bridge realm. Meanwhile, Shi Chunyu advanced to the pinnacle of the God Bridge realm, significantly enhancing her power. Uncle Fu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that Lin Xiaoya had a very high chance of breaking through to the God Bridge realm. As for Shi Chunyu, she could at least attain the consummate stage of the God Bridge realm, with the potential to even break through to the Cave Heaven realm. It was undeniable that this opportunity was extraordinarily formidable for them, potentially saving them 2 to 3 decades of cultivation time. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the void, and lightning flashed. Above Xiao Yun's head, clusters of golden clouds began to form. Upon closer inspection, there were 5 distinct clouds. One of the elders was taken aback, as if recalling something, and exclaimed in disbelief, "It is the 5 Xiao Yun. He has cultivated the Chaos Sutra to the 27th level." At this revelation, the crowd erupted in excitement. The convergence of the 3 flowers atop the head and the 5 Xiao Yun was astonishing. He had broken through 18 levels of the Chaos Sutra in merely one day. If this individual fails to master the Chaos Scripture and forge the Chaos Body, it is likely that no one else in this world will ever succeed. With the 5 Qi converging towards the origin, Xiao Yun is merely 9 levels away from the creation of the prototype of the Chaos Body. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, utterly shaken by the spectacle before them. Even the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land was rendered speechless, gazing at Xiao Yun with a visage of incredulity. Meanwhile, the Eastern Divine King, from a distance, appeared exceedingly grim, his expression as dark as the depths of the ocean. Li Bufan was utterly dumbfounded, resembling a fool as he watched Xiao Yun, murmuring in disbelief, "Impossible, impossible, this is absolutely impossible." The scene before them left the onlookers in complete shock. Prior to this moment, who could have anticipated that Xiao Yun would cultivate the Chaos Scripture to the 27th level in a mere day? This was nothing short of an impossible miracle. Such extraordinary comprehension undoubtedly paves the way for the creation of the Chaos Body, igniting hope for the resurgence of our Chaos Sacred Land. After a moment of reflection, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land sighed, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he observed Xiao Yun meditating in a cross-legged position. At this juncture, he had resolved that even if Xiao Yun ultimately failed to forge the prototype of the Chaos Body, he would protect him, ensuring that the Eastern Divine King could not inflict any harm upon him. Xiao Yun's formidable understanding had profoundly moved the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land. Although a year prior, Xiao Yun had also achieved 9 levels in a single day that had merely been conveyed by Emperor Tian and not witnessed firsthand by the Lord, which had left him skeptical. However, this time, it was the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land who personally witnessed the terrifying talent of Xiao Yun, which convinced him that Xiao Yun could indeed master the Chaos Sutra and forge an unparalleled Chaos Body. This revelation illuminated a glimmer of hope for the resurgence of the Chaos Sacred Land, a hope that resided within Xiao Yun. Chapter 45. The embryonic form of the Chaos Body, Ascension to the Holy Sun, yet another wave of fortuitous opportunities. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Uncle Fu gazed at the 5 resplendent golden clouds coalescing above Xiao Yun's head, reflecting on the fortuitous circumstances of Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. These 5 clouds would undoubtedly enhance their strength far more than the previous 3 flowers. Thus, once the 5 clouds had fully formed, Uncle Fu swiftly took action, drawing one of the clouds towards him and bestowing it upon Shi Chunyu. As for Lin Xiaoya, he refrained from sharing with her, for she was currently trapped at the peak of the qi-gathering realm, unable to condense her spiritual energy, preventing her from stepping into the Divine Bridge realm. She could not absorb the essence of heaven and earth at this moment. Meanwhile, after absorbing 1 cloud, Shi Chunyu's cultivation ascended to the peak of the Divine Bridge realm. Yet she too found herself ensnared at a bottleneck. Uncle Fu had no choice but to seal away the remaining 4 clouds. Observing Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu as he sighed, "Now, it is up to your own fortunes." The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land, standing nearby, smiled and remarked, "Very well, encounters are fated. Today, I shall lend them a helping hand." As the words fell, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land began to chant some scriptures. Yet curiously, no sound emerged. However, not far away, Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu found themselves enveloped in a radiant golden light. The profound silence of great sound. This was the sacred sound. Fu Bo, with a look of astonishment, recognized the technique of the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land. After all, he was an extraordinary master with considerable insight. This sacred sound could only be emitted by a sage, akin to the resounding thunder of the Buddha in the Buddhist realm, capable of enlightening individuals and offering profound clarity. In simpler terms, it bore effects akin to enlightenment, albeit not on the monumental scale. Perhaps a mere fraction of a true awakening. Nevertheless, it could significantly assist individuals in transcending their limits. Moreover, the bottlenecks of the gathering Qi realm and the divine bridge realm were not overly arduous, given the talents of Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. Their breakthroughs were merely a matter of time. The actions of the Lord of the Chaos sacred land merely expedited their ascension. As the sacred sound resonated forth, Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu felt a jolt in their bodies, as if thunder had erupted within their minds, granting them a fleeting glimpse of the barriers before them. Almost in the next moment, both began to surge against their limitations, striving to ascend to the next realm. Among them, Lin Xiaoya, due to her lower cultivation, broke through the quickest, swiftly consolidating her mental energy and stepping into the divine bridge realm. Excellent. Fu Bo, witnessing this, was instantly filled with joy. He waved his hand, sending a cloud of yellow light towards Lin Xiaoya, allowing her to absorb its essence. In an instant, her cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. Having just breached the early stage of the divine bridge realm, she immediately ascended to its midstage. Uncle Fu, having no reservations regarding his disciples, promptly sent forth another yellow cloud. Lin Xiaoya's cultivation continued to advance, reaching the late stage of the divine bridge realm. Subsequently, Uncle Fu dispatched the remaining 2 yellow clouds simultaneously. Lin Xiaoya, ever eager, absorbed these 2 clouds, propelling her cultivation to the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm, placing her on par with Shi Chunyu. However, at that moment, Shi Chunyu also finally broke through her bottleneck, entering a new realm, the cave heaven realm. Suddenly, a black hole materialized behind Shi Chunyu, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, swiftly expanding in size. At this juncture, Lin Xiaoya had reached the threshold of the divine bridge realm, rendering her unable to break through in the short term. She had no choice but to open her eyes and abandon her cultivation. Meanwhile, the intensely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them flowed to Shi Chunyu, aiding her in rapidly establishing her cave heaven space. Before long, Shi Chunyu began to condense her second cave heaven. Sister, she is truly remarkable. Effortlessly stepping into the cave heaven realm. At this point, Lin Xiaoya had returned to Uncle Fu's side. Observing Shi Chunyu's significant progress, she felt little jealousy. After all, she had attained the consummate stage of the divine bridge realm, merely a step away from entering the cave heaven realm herself. Comparatively, one could say she had soared like a rocket. The benefits she had received were immense, almost catapulting her to new heights. Uncle Fu, with a gentle smile, remarked, "You 2 young ladies are extraordinarily fortunate. However, do not rejoice too prematurely. Your swift rise in cultivation is quite unstable. Thus, henceforth, you are to visit the illusionary tower daily, seeking out those phantasmal avatars for training and honing your combat experience, thereby solidifying your cultivation." "Yes, master." Lin Xiaoya obediently nodded, her face aglow with joy, for she had ascended to the divine bridge realm, enabling her to soar through the skies on her sword, a day she had long anticipated. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested above Xiao Yun's head. This time, it was neither the convergence of 3 flowers nor the 5 energies converging, but rather vibrant pillars of light piercing the heavens, resembling celestial columns that upheld the vast sky and cosmos. Furthermore, golden lotuses began to emerge incessantly from the earth beneath. A resounding symphony of profound Tao resonated through the void, echoing across the entire imperial peak. In the night sky, countless stars cast their silvery glow, illuminating the imperial peak with unparalleled brilliance, reminiscent of a waterfall cascading down from the heights, as if the Milky Way were descending from the heavens. Such a spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, leaving the onlookers in awe, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. However, as they turned their gaze towards the meditating Xiao Yun, their astonishment deepened further. At that moment, Xiao Yun's body began to levitate gently, radiating a resplendent golden light, dazzling and magnificent, akin to a sun erupting in glorious divine radiance. Behind him, the colorful pillars of light had multiplied to 30, akin to 30 celestial columns supporting the vast firmament. Even more astonishing was the continuous emanation of profound Tao sounds from these vibrant pillars. Could these be the projections of the Tao? It is undoubtedly the projection of the great Tao. I have once witnessed the 300 projections of the Emperor's Tao. Xiao Yun possesses 30 projections of the Tao. Could it be that he has already forged the chaos body prototype? Hiss. The crowd gasped in astonishment, many inhaling sharply, utterly overwhelmed by the revelation. Xiao Yun has indeed crafted the Chaos Body prototype, elevating his mastery of the Chaos Scripture to the 36th level. What a staggering achievement. Some of the venerable elders, caught up in the moment, inadvertently plucked at their own beards. Such was their astonishment. In just a single day, Xiao Yun has managed to forge the Chaos Body prototype. Nothing could be more shocking than this. Should this news reach the cultivation world, it would surely incite a frenzy throughout. Such profound comprehension is truly terrifying. The day when he fully realizes the Chaos Body is merely a matter of time. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land gazed in disbelief at Xiao Yun. Suspended in midair, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Beside him, Uncle Fu wore a broad smile. Meanwhile, not far off, the Eastern God King and Li Bufan wore expressions as dark as a stormy sea, their faces devoid of color. They understood that they had failed this time. Xiao Yun had indeed forged the Chaos Body prototype and had ascended to the rank of Saint Sun. Indeed, in the next moment, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land proclaimed loudly, Elder disciple Xiao Yun possesses extraordinary talent, having forged the Chaos Body prototype. We hereby elevate him to the status of Saint Sun. His resounding voice echoed throughout the entire Chaos Sacred Land. In that instant, all disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land erupted in fervor. Chapter 46, Transformation, 800, Gene of Power upon mastering the 36th layer of the Chaos Scripture. Xiao Yun felt as though heavenly auspices descended and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, each lotus blooming in resplendent array. Celestial radiance filled the sky, dragons soared, and phoenixes danced, while purple energy surged from the east. A full 30 pathways manifested as projections behind him, their multicolored divine light illuminating both heaven and earth. With 7-colored brilliance pouring over the entirety of the Chaos Sacred Land, numerous wondrous phenomena and enigmatic portals unfolded before him. The resonant sound of the great Tao echoed in layers, akin to the admonishments of a venerable monk or the enlightening teachings of a Taoist sage, resonating profoundly within Xiao Yun's heart. His expression was solemn and reverent, entranced as if he had encountered a life-giving rain in the desert, instantly revitalized. The dust upon his spirit was swept away in an instant, revealing a clarity akin to a pristine mirror, untouched by the minutiae of the world. In this moment, Xiao Yun's physical form underwent a complete metamorphosis, evolving from a mere mortal body to that of a sovereign. Having taken the initial steps towards the embryonic form of the Chaos Body. Is this the embryonic form of the Chaos Body? At this juncture, Xiao Yun ceased his cultivation and turned inward, discovering that his flesh, organs, and bones had undergone a qualitative transformation, each radiating a sacred, colorful glow. Simultaneously, he sensed his body had grown stronger than ever before, with vigorous blood pulsating through him, teeming with boundless vitality and an inexhaustible reservoir of power. It was estimated that he had gained at least an additional 100,000 gene of strength. Thus, Xiao Yun now possessed a formidable power of 800,000 gene, stepping firmly into the realm of the 7 bands. This was only natural, for possessing a third-tier sovereign body inherently conferred an additional 100,000 gene of strength compared to a mortal body. Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming excitement. With such formidable strength, who could stand against him once he entered the true dragon's nest? He could effortlessly sweep away all formidable foes. Of course, he owed this to the benevolent guidance of the Chaos Sacred Land's leader, who had helped him suppress his cultivation. Otherwise, he would likely have ascended directly to the Cave Heaven realm by now. For Xiao Yun, there was no urgency to elevate to the Cave Heaven realm. What he desired was to attain unparalleled mastery at each stage, thereby establishing an unassailable foundation. This was a shared choice among the most extraordinary prodigies. For these exceptional talents, advancing their cultivation was hardly a challenge. What they required was to forge the most potent foundation, which would ultimately empower their ascent to the status of emperor. Without a robust foundation, the opportunity to rise to emperor would be elusive. Xiao Yun's ambition was undoubtedly to become an emperor, which is why he was not in haste to advance his cultivation. Besides, with moments of enlightenment, his progress in cultivation was swift, akin to water flowing naturally, effortlessly. As an extraordinary disciple of the elder, Xiao Yun was recognized for his remarkable talent, having forged the initial form of the Chaos Body and was thus elevated to the status of Holy Son. At that moment, he heard the voice of the leader of the Chaos Sacred Land. Xiao Yun promptly opened his eyes, gazing at the leader before him, and bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your protection, Holy Leader. He understood that the leader was on his side, which fostered deep respect within him. The leader of the Chaos Sacred Land regarded Xiao Yun with great admiration and, with a smile, responded, There is no need for formalities, Holy Son. It brings me immense joy to witness you forge the initial form of the Chaos body. This is a grand occasion for our Chaos sacred land. I hope you will continue to strive and endeavor to fully manifest the Chaos body, leading our Chaos sacred land to greatness. Xiao Yun's expression was solemn. His gaze resolute as he proclaimed, "Rest assured, Holy Master, I shall forge the Chaos body." The Master of the Chaos sacred land nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his attention to the Eastern God King in the sky, stating calmly, "Eastern God King, Xiao Yun is now also a Holy Son. According to our rules, as long as the Holy Sons do not harm one another, we shall not interfere in their disputes." The Eastern God King's countenance darkened, and he replied icily, "Tian has indeed acquired a commendable disciple. I hope he truly manages to forge the Chaos body in the future." With that, the Eastern God King ascended into the air and departed. Li Bufan stood there, feeling quite at a loss. He gazed down at Xiao Yun, his heart heavy with sorrow. Xiao Yun had ascended to the rank of Holy Son, placing him on equal footing with Li Bufan. Henceforth, Li Bufan could no longer use his status to constrain Xiao Yun. Within the confines of the Chaos sacred land, with the power of the Chaos bell at his disposal, Xiao Yun's strength would undoubtedly surpass his own. It was evident that if he wished to avoid misfortune, he would have to steer clear of Xiao Yun in the future, which left Li Bufan feeling exceedingly resentful. At that moment, Xiao Yun also turned his gaze toward Li Bufan, smiling as he inquired of the Holy Master, "Holy Master, as long as I do not incapacitate Li Bufan's cultivation or take his life, am I free to strike him at will?" The Holy Master of the Chaos sacred land, taken aback by the question, took a moment before responding. "As long as the life of a Holy Son is not at stake and their cultivation remains intact, we shall not intervene in the grievances between Holy Sons." With that, the Holy Master departed into the skies. Xiao Yun then cast a cold smile toward Li Bufan above, clenching his fist and stating, "Li Bufan, did you hear that? From now on, each time I see you, I shall strike you." Before Xiao Yun could finish his words, Li Bufan in the sky had already fled, moving with astonishing speed that left Xiao Yun dumbfounded. Alas, it seems I cannot yet confront this fellow. Xiao Yun felt a tinge of helplessness. Although he could harness the power of the Chaos Bell to defeat Li Bufan, he was still merely at the body refinement stage and lacked the ability to fly, rendering him far slower than Li Bufan. If Li Bufan truly wished to escape, Xiao Yun would be unable to pursue him. "Humph, once I return from the true dragon's nest and enhance my cultivation, I shall settle the score with you." With a cold snort, Xiao Yun quickly dismissed Li Bufan from his mind. A mere Li Bufan was not worthy of his concern. To be regarded as a rival, one must at least possess the stature of a supreme body. As for Li Bufan, he was still far from that mark. Brother Xiao, Brother Xiao." At that moment, Fu Bo, Lin Xiaoya, and Shi Chunyu approached. Xiao Yun immediately noticed the significant improvement in Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya's cultivation, prompting him to smile and say, "Congratulations on your remarkable advancement. This is all thanks to the opportunities bestowed upon us by Brother Xiao." Shi Chunyu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. She had made tremendous progress, entering the cave heaven realm and saving decades of arduous training. Beside her, Lin Xiaoya chimed in with delight, "Brother, I have now reached the perfection of the divine bridge realm, surpassing you by far." Xiao Yun chuckled softly. "In that case, does this mean you can no longer accompany me to the true dragon's nest?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya's expression immediately fell. Beside them, Uncle Fu chuckled and remarked, "Without her as a burden, young master, you could navigate the dragon's nest with greater freedom." Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiao Yun couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "You all," Lin Xiaoya pouted, stamping her foot, her expression one of displeasure as she glared at them. Just then, Emperor Tian descended from the heavens, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a beaming smile and exuding an air of triumphant satisfaction. Observing the smile upon Emperor Tian's face, Xiao Yun surmised that his master had emerged victorious and promptly congratulated him, saying, "Master, you are indeed formidable, able to defeat even a transcendent being of the heavenly realm." It is noteworthy that Emperor Tian was merely at the extraordinary realm, where most practitioners of this level would appear as children, easily overwhelmed in the presence of a heavenly realm expert. Yet, Emperor Tian managed to triumph over a being of the heavenly realm, showcasing the sheer terror of his prowess. A mere early-stage heavenly realm waste. If I, possessing a half-step chaotic body, cannot vanquish him, it would indeed be an affront to the supremacy of the chaotic body, the foremost of all supreme physiques. Emperor Tian nonchalantly waved his hand, then gazed at Xiao Yun with a look of deep satisfaction, reflecting, "Disciple, you surpass me by far. You have swiftly forged the embryonic form of the chaotic body. In time, you shall undoubtedly mold the true chaotic body, becoming invincible across the world. Although he battled Dong Yutong in the skies, his divine consciousness remained attuned to the events unfolding below. When the Eastern God King appeared to confront Xiao Yun, it was Emperor Tian who had communicated with the Lord of the chaotic sacred land, requesting his timely intervention. Otherwise, one might wonder if the Lord of the chaotic sacred land would have arrived so promptly. Fortunately, later witnessing the embryonic form of the chaos body, Tian was filled with exuberance. The more he observed his disciple before him, the more his satisfaction grew, invigorated by the realization that he indeed had a worthy successor. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yun, the extent of his master's endeavors, he smiled in response to Tian's words, assuring, "Rest assured, Master, I shall undoubtedly forge the chaos body." His longing for it was palpable. The chaos body, ranked first among the 10 supreme bodies, has been hailed throughout the ages as the most formidable special physique across the myriad realms. Xiao Yun felt an eagerness that was almost overwhelming. Once he succeeded in forging the chaos body, he would soar like a divine dragon, triumphing in the heavens. Chapter 47. Arrival at the True Dragon Nest half a month later, at D Peak. Xiao Yun and Tian prepared to embark on their journey to the True Dragon Nest. Fu Bo, Lin Xiaoya, and Shi Chunyu arrived to bid them farewell. "Young master, this is a spatial ring containing an abundance of spirit beast meat, as well as a dark iron flying knife and numerous spirit stones," Fu Bo said, presenting a spatial ring to Xiao Yun with a solemn expression. Xiao Yun nodded appreciatively, accepting the ring and expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoya gazed at Xiao Yun with lingering reluctance, saying, "Senior brother, you must take care." With a gentle smile, Xiao Yun ruffled Lin Xiaoya's hair, exuding confidence as he replied, "Do you still doubt my strength? Wishing you a victorious journey, senior brother Xiao." Shi Chunyu softly offered her blessings. Xiao Yun returned her smile, and, shortly thereafter, departed D Peak alongside Tian, riding upon the clouds. Meanwhile, atop the peaks within the chaotic sacred land, numerous individuals gazed towards Xiao Yun and his companions, seemingly aware of their purpose. After all, the opening of the True Dragon Nest is a grand event within the cultivation realm. Who remains oblivious to it? Brother Xiao is heading to the True Dragon Nest. For many years, the prodigies venturing to the True Dragon Nest have faced ambushes from the primordial sacred land, suffering heavy casualties. It is feared that Brother Xiao may encounter peril this time. Humph! Brother Xiao has attained the 7th Forbidden Realm, possessing a staggering strength of 800,000 gene, ranking 10th among the strongest in the history of body refinement. He is surely capable of sweeping through the True Dragon Nest. Indeed, Brother Xiao is formidable. Yet I have heard that this time the primordial sacred land has unleashed a supreme physique, purportedly the 4th-ranked temporal body, whose prowess may surpass that of Brother Xiao. We hope Brother Xiao can achieve victory and uphold the prestige of our chaotic sacred land. Many disciples of the chaotic sacred land extend their blessings to Xiao Yun. After all, Xiao Yun's expedition to the True Dragon Nest represents the dignity of their chaotic sacred land. Should he triumph, their faces will shine with glory. If he falters, they will be subjected to ridicule in their future endeavors. Thus, with the exception of a couple of fools, nearly everyone harbors hopes for Xiao Yun's resounding success and a glorious return. So many eyes are upon me. In the sky, Xiao Yun and Tian stood upon a white cloud, acutely aware of the multitude of gazes directed at them, imbued with fervent anticipation. Xiao Yun could not help but feel a twinge of pressure. This journey to the True Dragon Nest bears immense responsibility. Tian sighed. Our chaos sacred land has remained in silence for far too long, to the extent that the cultivators outside have forgotten that we are one of the 6 great sacred lands of the central continent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's face brimmed with confidence as he clenched his fist tightly, his gaze radiating determination. Then let me, Xiao Yun, proclaim to them that our chaos sacred land remains the strongest of all sacred lands. Tian smiled slightly, pleased with Xiao Yun's self-assurance. As an unparalleled prodigy, such confidence is essential. To be invincible, one must first believe in oneself. Otherwise, how can one hope to vanquish their foes? Thus, every invincible genius possesses the conviction of with me, there is invincibility. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in the ears of Xiao Yun and Tian. It was the master of the chaos sacred land. The two promptly bowed respectfully towards him, and the master returned their gesture with a smile and a nod. Xiao Yun could sense the expectations in the master's eyes, igniting a surge of ambition within him. He could not help but proclaim loudly, "Today, I, Xiao Yun, shall venture to the True Dragon Nest and sweep away all talents, elevating the prestige of our chaos sacred land." His resounding declaration reverberated throughout the entire chaos sacred land. eliciting smiles of satisfaction from the master and the numerous elders present. The disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, silently wishing Xiao Yun success in their hearts. Upon departing the Chaos Sacred Land, Tian quickened their pace towards the true dragon nest. After several days of travel, the two finally arrived at their destination. This is a vast canyon, enveloped by a golden protective formation, within which billowing mists swirl and spiritual energy rises, obscuring the scenery. One can only faintly perceive the overwhelming presence of dragon might, instilling a sense of awe. At the entrance of the canyon, a grand platform of azure stone is bustling with youthful figures, engaged in animated conversations and lively discussions. Disciple, await the opening of the true dragon's nest here. I shall meet with some old friends first, said Tian, as he left Xiao Yun and ascended into the air. Xiao Yun, with keen eyes, soon noticed a young woman suddenly appearing among the clouds, departing alongside his master. A hint of infidelity crossed his mind, and his eyes narrowed slightly. However, he felt no surprise, for Tian was once the foremost saint of the Chaos Sacred Land, basking in glory. It was only natural for him to have one or two female companions. Xiao Yun could only sigh at his master's enduring charm. That must be senior brother Xiao, I presume. At that moment, a young girl approached, her large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity as she observed Xiao Yun. He was taken aback for a moment, then inquired with intrigue, "May I ask for your name, fair maiden? How do you know me?" The young girl, beaming with a smile, replied, "My name is Tang Yun, hailing from the Mountain Water sect. As for how I know you, the beauty who just left with your master is my own teacher." With that, Tang Yun playfully winked at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun could not help but smile, realizing that this young lady was indeed a disciple of his master's lover, which made her, in a sense, his junior sister. After all, who could predict whether her master might one day become his matron? Instantly, Xiao Yun adopted a courteous demeanor and said with a smile, "Ah, it is junior sister Tang. I extend my greetings." Tang Yun scrutinized Xiao Yun. Her eyes filled with curiosity. With a cheerful demeanor, she remarked, "My master often speaks highly of you, saying that Senior Emperor Tian has taken on an extraordinary disciple who will undoubtedly make a name for himself across the Nine Heavens continent. Meeting you today, Senior Brother Xiao, I can truly see that you are indeed remarkable." "Junior Sister Tang, you flatter me," Xiao Yun replied. "However, I must say, you radiate with a magnificent golden light. You must have already reached the pinnacle of body refinement." The two engaged in mutual admiration. Just then, a carriage came rushing from a distance, heading directly toward Tang Yun's position. The coachman, seeing her in the way, shouted, "The Overlord sect is here. Step aside immediately." In his view, anyone who heard the name Overlord sect would obediently make way. However, Tang Yun was not one to endure such insolence. With a cold huff, she leapt forward and struck down with a palm, instantly slaying the fierce horse pulling the carriage. The coachman yelped in shock as he tumbled to the ground. Miraculously, the carriage, enveloped in a flash of azure light, landed steadily on the ground. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, sensing two formidable auras emanating from within the carriage, each surpassing Tang Yun's strength. It seemed they were both geniuses who had entered the forbidden realm, which explained their audacious arrogance. "You dare obstruct the carriage of our sovereign sect, and even slay our noble steed? Are you tired of living?" The coachman, rising from the ground, glared at Tang Yun with fury. With a cold snort, Tang Yun retorted, "Such arrogance from your sovereign sect. You collide with someone, and yet have the audacity to act so indignant?" The coachman glared at her with rage. Just then, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a young maiden clad in a resplendent red gown. She regarded Tang Yun icily and inquired, "Did we strike you?" Taken aback, Tang Yun swiftly replied, "Had it not been for my formidable strength, I would have been struck by you." "So, we did not hit you," the girl in red coolly asserted, before her figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Alarmed, Xiao Yun's expression shifted, but by the time he contemplated intervening, it was already too late. A sharp sound echoed, a crisp slap. Xiao Yun watched in shock as one side of Tang Yun's face turned crimson, blood trickling from her lip. Her eyes filled with rage as she glared at the girl in red. Chapter 48. Slap in the face. Xiao Yun's gaze turned icy. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to take action here, and his negligence had prevented him from stopping it in time. The girl in red continued, "Our sovereign sect does not bully others, yet we will not allow anyone to bully us. Should we have struck you, we would have offered our apologies. However, since we did not, the death of my horse shall be the price for this slap." Tang Yun, covering her face, her eyes ablaze with fury, glared back at the girl in red, exclaiming, You twist words and create chaos. The girl in the red dress gazed at her and spoke calmly. Our Bawang sect has always valued reason. You may inquire with those around us whether I truly collided with you moments ago. Upon finishing her statement, her gaze swept coldly over the crowd. The onlookers, feeling the chill of her stare, hastily averted their eyes, none daring to defend Tang Yunyun. What a domineering Bawang sect. Xiao Yun approached Tang Yunyun's side, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his sharp gaze upon the girl in red. You will slap yourself immediately and apologize to her. Or do not blame me for being impolite, he declared with icy authority, as Tang Yunyun was the disciple of his future master. Xiao Yun felt compelled to stand up for her, especially in the face of such blatant arrogance from the girl in red. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? The girl retorted, her cold eyes narrowing with derision. Do you wish to play the hero? I fear you are merely a coward. Xiao Yun's glare intensified, his eyes radiating a chilling resolve. You will slap yourself and apologize to her. I do not wish to repeat myself a third time. Such bravado. Then allow me to grant you a slap, fulfilling your fantasy of a heroic rescue. The girl's brows furrowed as she scoffed, then transformed into a blur, dashing toward Xiao Yun. In nearly an instant, she stood before him, delivering a fierce slap. Even the most beautiful of women can be detestable if their hearts are as venomous as a serpent's. Xiao Yun's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. He had initially deemed it beneath him to act against a woman, yet the girl's audacity and arrogance compelled him to abandon his restraint. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, despite being the later entrant to the fray, and seized the wrist of the girl in the red dress, simultaneously constricting her throat, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, who had not anticipated Xiao Yun's formidable prowess. Such skill. He subdued Zhang Yakin with a single move. Indeed, Zhang Yakin of the Overlord sect was renowned. Her brother, Zhang Yunfei, possessed the 5 elements divine body and was the foremost disciple of the sect. She herself had entered the realm of the forbidden, celebrated as one of the twin prodigies of her lineage. Yet, today she found herself bested by an unknown individual. Given his extraordinary strength, he could not possibly be a mere nobody. The question lingered as to which esteemed sect he hailed from. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes toward Xiao Yun filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yakin, subdued and visibly troubled, had not anticipated such formidable strength in her adversary, at least at the level of the 3rd forbidden realm. Nevertheless, she remained undaunted, fixing Xiao Yun with a piercing glare and demanding, "Release me at once." Xiao Yun replied coolly, "If you refuse to strike yourself, I shall assist you in delivering a blow, and then I will release you." At his words, Zhang Yakin's brows furrowed in fury, her eyes blazing as she retorted, "Do you dare? Why would I not dare?" Xiao Yun grasped Zhang Yakin's throat, lifting her effortlessly into the air. He then raised his right hand, poised to strike. Zhang Yakin's pupils constricted, her face contorted with fury as she shouted at Xiao Yun. "My brother is Zhang Yunfei. If you dare to lay a hand on me, he will not let you go." Xiao Yun smirked coldly, replying, "I'm afraid I am unfamiliar with this individual, rendering your threat ineffective." He raised his hand, his gaze frigid. Zhang Yakin glared at him with venomous eyes. "Stop." At that moment, another person inside the carriage could no longer remain silent. She called out imperiously before stepping out. The crowd turned their attention to see a graceful figure emerge, possessing an angelic visage and a devilish form, akin to a blooming divine lotus. Her skin radiant and her beauty unparalleled. It was none other than Mu Qianxue. She was known as the most stunning beauty of the younger generation in the Central Plains. A peerless enchantress with an extraordinary ice body. Rumor had it that she was betrothed to the one with the temporal body from the Taichu Holy Land. This promised to be quite a spectacle. Upon her appearance, the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. Even Xiao Yun was momentarily entranced, for her beauty rivaled that of Shi Chunyu. However, Xiao Yun was not one to be swayed by physical allure. Regardless of her beauty, he remained undeterred and continued to raise his hand towards Zhang Yakin. Seeing Xiao Yun's audacity to strike, Mu Qianxue could not help but declare, "You cannot harm her." Xiao Yun halted his hand, a laugh of incredulity escaping him as he regarded Mu Qianxue with a frosty smile and asked, "Why?" Mu Qianxue gazed at Xiao Yun with clear eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of blooming flowers. "Just consider this a favor for me, shall we?" Xiao Yun, with an indifferent expression, inquired, "Do we know each other?" Taken aback, Mu Qianxue quickly replied with a charming smile, "We did not know each other before, but now, since we are not acquainted." Xiao Yun interrupted her, coldly regarding her as he stated, "Why should I grant you any favor?" The surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned, then erupted in astonishment. How audacious to speak so disrespectfully to Mu Qianxue. It was the first time anyone dared to converse with her in such a manner. Could this young man be employing a strategy of allure and retreat, attempting to deliberately capture Mu Qianxue's attention? The whispers among the crowd proliferated. Mu Qianxue was momentarily taken aback, contemplating her esteemed status as the foremost fairy of the younger generation in Central Land, endowed with extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty. Wherever she went, who would not show her a modicum of respect? Yet, Xiao Yun paid no heed to the murmurs, having already delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed, smack. His strike, imbued with tremendous force, not only left Zhang Yakin's cheek swollen, but also knocked out 3 of her teeth, leaving the onlookers in shock. Did this bold individual truly dare to act? The arena fell silent, the air thick with tension. The crowd was utterly astonished. After all, that was Zhang Yakin of the Overlord sect, whose brother was a prodigious talent possessing a 5 elements divine body. Mu Qianxue's gaze also turned somewhat dazed. It appeared she had not anticipated that Xiao Yun would genuinely take action. Get lost, and do not be so arrogant next time. After Xiao Yun had finished, he unceremoniously cast Zhang Yakin aside. Mu Qianxue promptly caught Zhang Yakin, shielding her behind herself. In Chapter 49, the tyrant sect, Zhang Yunfei vowed, I will not let you escape. I swear, my brother will grind your bones to dust and scatter your remains. At that moment, Zhang Yakin cowered behind Mu Qianxue, her eyes ablaze with venomous fury, nearly igniting with rage as she screamed. She, Zhang Yakin, was a direct disciple of the tyrant sect, a prodigious female who had ventured into forbidden realms. Her brother, Zhang Yunfei, was an unparalleled genius possessing the 5 elements divine body. With such a prestigious lineage, who would dare provoke her? Yet today, she had been publicly slapped, a humiliation of the highest order. Zhang Yakin was seething, trembling with rage. Her once fair and charming visage twisted into a ghastly expression, her eyes glaring malevolently at Xiao Yun. Very well, I shall await your brother's arrival. By the way, I am Xiao Yun. Ensure your brother does not mistake his target. Xiao Yun replied coldly, regarding Zhang Yakin with indifference. Should they seek their own demise, he would show no mercy. Once they entered the true dragon's nest, he would not hesitate to unleash slaughter. Just wait. Zhang Yakin glared fiercely at Xiao Yun before swiftly retreating. Meanwhile, Mu Qianxue gazed at Xiao Yun as if he were a mere specter, softly sighing. You should not have acted. I intended to save you. Alas, it seems fate has decreed otherwise. Indeed, it appears that Mu Xianzi seeks to resolve this enmity and avert a calamity. No wonder the world reveres her as a reincarnation of the Bodhisattva, embodying immense compassion. Those around her expressed their admiration. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes, bemused by the thought processes of these individuals. Gazing at Mu Qianxue, who wore an expression of self-righteousness, he retorted, so according to your reasoning, if someone strikes my friend, we are to endure it passively and accept our fate? Mu Qianxue looked at Xiao Yun and gently replied, I understand your resentment and anger. Yet you must realize that sometimes taking a step back opens up a world of possibilities. I'm afraid I am not one to retreat, Xiao Yun responded coldly. Mu Qianxue shook her head, as if sighing. Stubborn impulsiveness may lead you to suffer great harm. Why subject yourself to such unnecessary pain? Xiao Yun replied icily. Perhaps my enemies will meet their demise at my hands. Confidence is commendable, yet lacking the corresponding strength renders it nothing more than a spectacle, a self-inflicted disgrace. Mu Qianxue remarked, shaking her head with indifference. Xiao Yun sneered. How can you be so certain that I lack the requisite strength? Mu Qianxue gently brushed her hair aside and softly stated, While I cannot claim to know all the heroes of the world, I am well acquainted with many prodigies possessing extraordinary abilities across the realm. Yet, among them, the name Xiao Yun does not resonate. Is possessing a special constitution truly formidable? Must the ordinary always succumb to the extraordinary? I refuse to believe that. Xiao Yun retorted with a cold snort. Mu Qianxue gazed at Xiao Yun and shook her head, remarking, a mortal body is ultimately just that, mortal. It is inherently inferior to those with special physiques. This is a universally acknowledged truth in the realm of cultivation, and cannot be refuted simply by your disbelief. Xiao Yun retorted coldly, such a perspective only reveals your short-sightedness and lack of experience. His words provoked the ire of the surrounding audience. What an arrogant individual! How utterly presumptuous! To dare claim that Fairy Mu possesses a limited vision is simply outrageous. Once Zhang Yunfei arrives, I shall witness his downfall. It must be said that Mu Qianxue's entourage is quite substantial, rendering Xiao Yun the target of collective disdain. However, Xiao Yun paid no heed to these nameless bystanders, turning instead to Tang Yunyun and inquiring, Are you all right, Sister Tang? Tang Yunyun glanced at Mu Qianxue in the distance before whispering to Xiao Yun, Brother Xiao, I have brought trouble upon you. You should leave quickly. That Zhang Yunfei is formidable. Xiao Yun smiled gently. I must ultimately venture into the true dragon's nest. Even if I flee now, how would I escape once inside? Tang Yunyun was momentarily taken aback. Then her face filled with remorse as she lamented, "It is all my fault." Xiao Yun shook his head and chuckled. "You have done nothing wrong. How can you claim to have harmed me? She may not have erred, but you certainly have." Just then, a voice as frigid as ice echoed from afar. The crowd turned to see a young man striding towards them with an imposing presence. His raven-black hair flowed like ink. His face was chiseled as if carved from stone, with long brows that met at the center, and his eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, exuding an aura of dominance that seemed to overshadow all. Behind this individual stood the self-satisfied Zhang Yakin, who proudly lifted her chin and cast a disdainful gaze upon the surrounding crowd, reminiscent of an arrogant peacock. However, upon her eyes landing on Xiao Yun, her expression instantly morphed into one of seething rage, her eyes brimming with malice. Zhang Yunfei had arrived, possessing the formidable five-element divine body. It was said that his strength rivaled that of the scions from the sacred lands, second only to the one from the Taichu sacred land, the embodiment of time and space. This lad named Xiao Yun was doomed. Upon witnessing the imposing figure beside Zhang Yakin, the onlookers were taken aback, gasping in astonishment. From a distance, several young prodigies also turned their attention to this scene. Initially, they had dismissed Xiao Yun and Zhang Yakin, but now, with both Mu Qianxue and Zhang Yunfei present, their interest was piqued. After all, both Mu Qianxue and Zhang Yunfei were among the most exceptional talents, undoubtedly ranking within the top 10 of this congregation of young cultivators. Who had dared to provoke Zhang Yunfei? How intriguing that someone had the audacity to incite his wrath. Was it a scion from a sacred land? A spectacle was about to unfold. A throng of prodigies began to converge towards this spot. These individuals were renowned and formidable, prompting the casual observers to part ways. In the midst of the gathering, Zhang Yunfei's eyes sparkled with intensity as he coldly regarded Xiao Yun. With each step he took, a wave of overwhelming pressure radiated outward, enveloping the surroundings. He did not deliberately exude a formidable power. Rather, it was a natural aura that emanated from him, a presence only a true prodigy could cultivate. At that moment, the surrounding air grew unbearably oppressive, as if the very fabric of space had solidified. A terrifying momentum surged forth, making one feel as though they were being crushed by a great mountain. Zhang Yunfei's overwhelming presence left the approaching young geniuses visibly shaken, their expressions reflecting astonishment. When they turned their gaze towards Xiao Yun, their faces were marked by disbelief, for they could not fathom how this seemingly ordinary mortal dared to offend Zhang Yunfei. "Do you now regret your actions?" Suddenly, Mu Qianxue sighed softly, her eyes fixed on Xiao Yun, as if she sought to uncover shock, fear, despair, and regret within his gaze. Such individuals she had encountered countless times before. Yet this time, she had misjudged him, for in Xiao Yun's eyes, there was not a trace of fear or remorse, only the same calmness and confidence he always possessed. This expression was one she had only witnessed in the eyes of extraordinary prodigies. Zhang Yunfei? The five elements divine body? Is he truly formidable? Xiao Yun cast a dispassionate glance at Mu Qianxue, then turned to face Zhang Yunfei, coldly stating, "I do not find you impressive." Chapter 50. A stunning revelation. I do not find you impressive? Goodness, this fellow is excessively arrogant, daring to claim that Zhang Yunfei is not strong. Does he believe himself to be the time and space body of the primordial Holy Land? I have encountered many arrogant individuals, but none as audacious as this one. In the realm of arrogance and audacity, I, Zhang San, would dare to proclaim him the strongest in the cultivation world. As Xiao Yun's words resonated through the air, a cacophony erupted around him. The sheer audacity of his proclamation was staggering. Who is Zhang Yunfei, you may ask? He is none other than the foremost true disciple of the Overlord sect, possessing a second-tier divine body, the five elements divine body. His combat prowess in the realm of physical cultivation rivals that of the most extraordinary prodigies from the sacred lands. Who would dare to dismiss him? Yet, who is this Xiao Yun? The crowd murmured, as none recognized a genius by that name, marking him as an unknown entity. Xiao Yun? I have not heard of you. A nameless individual daring to be so brazen is indeed the epitome of arrogance, Zhang Yunfei remarked with a calm demeanor, his presence exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain, instilling a sense of dread in those around him. Unfazed, Xiao Yun met Zhang Yunfei's gaze with icy defiance, mocking. When it comes to arrogance, who can rival your overlord sect? As for you, Zhang Yunfei, I am unfamiliar with your name. Does that not imply you two are merely an obscure figure? The onlookers fell silent, astounded by Xiao Yun's audacity to confront Zhang Yunfei in such a manner, deeming him utterly contemptuous. Did he truly believe himself to be a transcendent prodigy from the sacred lands? A hollow laugh escaped Xiao Yunfei's lips upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, his formidable aura suddenly transforming into a tempest, compelling those nearby to retreat in trepidation. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun felt the overwhelming dominance bearing down upon him. Do you not recognize me? Very well, but from this day forth, I shall be forever etched in your heart. Xiao Yunfei's gaze was icy, fixed upon Xiao Yun, his eyes sharp as the edge of a blade. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent instantly enveloped the atmosphere, surging towards Xiao Yun. At that moment, an extremely frigid and formless chill froze the very space around them, rendering the air so suffocatingly cold that it threatened to halt their heartbeats. Apologies, but my heart belongs solely to beautiful women. I harbor no interest in men, so please refrain from harboring any illusions. Xiao Yun abruptly took a step back, casting a look of disdain towards Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei's expression darkened. Did you misunderstand? I merely wish to impart a lesson upon you, one that will forever remind you of who truly holds your interest. The onlookers appeared utterly speechless. The previously tense and oppressive atmosphere had been shattered. And this young man was indeed remarkable. Tang Yunyan could not stifle a laugh, quickly covering her mouth thereafter. Mu Qianxue also cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Yun. Boom. Zhang Yunfei's veins pulsed visibly at his temples. He was finally provoked. He threw a punch towards Xiao Yun. This strike seemed ordinary, bland, and its speed sluggish, as if devoid of any power. Yet, it emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to a mountain descending from the heavens, instilling a sense of suffocation. At that moment, the talented individuals opposite Zhang Yunfei displayed expressions of astonishment, for under the weight of his punch, they felt as though their bodies were ensnared, rendering them momentarily unable to evade. Xiao Yun also experienced a similar sensation, and his expression grew somber. The strength of the individual before him, Zhang Yunfei, was indeed formidable, far surpassing that of Jia Yulong, whom he had previously vanquished. Yet, Xiao Yun felt no fear. He too raised his fist and launched an assault. Unlike Zhang Yunfei's ordinary strike, Xiao Yun's punch exuded an extraordinary dominance, for he was employing the ninefold overbearing fist, a technique that radiated unparalleled power. With a thunderous roar, as Xiao Yun unleashed his punch, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, and a beam of golden light burst forth from his fist, resembling waves of golden seas crashing relentlessly toward Zhang Yunfei. This punch bore an unmatched momentum, an overwhelming force that felt utterly unstoppable. The onlookers gazed in astonishment, clearly taken aback by Xiao Yun's remarkable prowess. After all, they were all gifted individuals and could discern the extraordinary nature of Xiao Yun's strike. At that moment, the fists of Xiao Yun and Zhang Yunfei collided, erupting like a thunderclap. The surrounding spiritual energy detonated, casting a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire platform. In that fierce exchange, neither side emerged victorious, prompting them to continue their relentless assault upon one another. Their fists clashed repeatedly in the void, engaged in a brutal contest of strength, with neither willing to yield. The intensity of their battle ignited a fervor among the spectators. The crowd turned pale. While Zhang Yunfei's might was anticipated, who was the Xiao Yun? How could he possess such terrifying strength? Everyone was far from foolish. They could all perceive the formidable nature of Xiao Yun's abilities, yet they remained oblivious to the level of mastery he had achieved. How could this be possible? Beside her, Zhang Yakin, who had initially worn a proud expression, now found her countenance altered, her smile abruptly frozen. She had believed that with her elder brother's intervention, Xiao Yun would undoubtedly be vanquished with a single blow. Yet now, her brother was inexplicably unable to best Xiao Yun. Who exactly was he? Such a figure did not exist among the esteemed sacred grounds. A look of confusion also flickered in Mu Qianxue's eyes, for she had not anticipated Xiao Yun's formidable prowess. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. All present retreated hastily as the ground cracked, fissures sprawling in all directions. The clash between Xiao Yun and Zhang Yunfei was monumental, their fists colliding with the force of two great mountains colliding. Terrifying energy radiated outward, stirring up tumultuous waves, a golden storm engulfing the arena. In an instant, Zhang Yunfei let out a resounding roar, and a dazzling five-colored halo erupted from his being. With a powerful punch, he directed it from the heavens toward Xiao Yun. Instantly, the earth shattered around them, the void quivering under the immense pressure. This was the Five Elements Divine Fist, reputed to be a superlative technique forged from the amalgamation of 5 premier combat arts, its might far surpassing that of ordinary super techniques. A few gifted individuals in the crowd recognized this move and could not help but gasp in awe. Others lauded. Zhang Yunfei is indeed a prodigious genius possessing the 5 Elements Divine Body. Mastering the 5 Elements Divine Fist is an immense challenge. and only he is capable of such a feat. The synergy between the five elements Divine Fist and Zhang Yunfei's unique physique could unleash power rivaling that of ultimate combat techniques. Those surrounding them sensed that the resolution of this confrontation was imminent. Zhang Yunfei has unveiled his five elements Divine Fist, undoubtedly aiming to vanquish this individual known as Xiao Yun. Boom. In the face of Zhang Yunfei's formidable technique, Xiao Yun did not dare to be careless. He channeled his 9 turns overbearing fist to its utmost limit. Instantly, a powerful force was unleashed, capable of shattering everything in its path, an unstoppable force of nature. Zhang Yunfei's five elements Divine Fist was met head-on and shattered, causing him to stagger backward. The onlookers, as if witnessing a ghost, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What were they witnessing? Zhang Yunfei's five elements Divine Fist had been decisively defeated? Chapter 51. Creating a new realm. Zhang Yunfei had unleashed his five elements Divine Fist, yet it was repelled outright by this individual, truly a terrifying prospect. Who is he? How could he possess such strength? This person is certainly no nameless figure. The spectators gasped in astonishment, each of them profoundly shaken. The power exhibited by Xiao Yun left them utterly awestruck. Mu Qianxue and Zhang Yakin's eyes glimmered with disbelief. They had not anticipated Xiao Yun's remarkable prowess, which was somewhat beyond their expectations. The battle intensified, with both sides striving to elevate their combat capabilities. At this moment, Xiao Yun resembled an invincible war god, wielding his fearsome luminous fists. His entire being surged with vitality, akin to golden flames engulfing him, emanating waves of terrifying, tumultuous energy. Although Zhang Yunfei was indeed strong, this only fueled Xiao Yun's excitement, igniting within him a fervent fighting spirit that grew ever stronger as the battle raged on. Boom. Xiao Yun exerted all his strength to unleash the 9 revolutions dominant fist. His fists erupted with resplendent golden light, dazzling and radiant like the sun, emanating an aura of terrifying might. Subsequently, these luminous rays coalesced into 9 radiant fists, gradually merging into a singular entity, which instantaneously detonated from Xiao Yun's fists. It resembled the explosion of a sun. In an instant, the brilliance was blinding, and the momentum was astonishing, as waves of force surged towards Zhang Yunfei, who stood opposite him. Zhang Yunfei's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an overwhelming pressure that was suffocating. The strength of Xiao Yun was undeniably formidable, overpowering him with sheer might. This left Zhang Yunfei filled with resentment and fury. Who was Zhang Yunfei? He was the foremost disciple of the Overlord sect. If the Overlord sect were a sacred ground, then he was akin to a divine offspring of that sanctity. Moreover, he possessed the 5 elements divine body, a powerful and rare physique ranked at the 2nd tier, second only to the supreme bodies. Such a prestigious background naturally fostered Zhang Yunfei's prideful nature, and he was unwilling to be defeated by this nameless individual. He simply would not permit it. 5 elements domain, unleash. In a fit of rage, Zhang Yunfei roared, his entire being consumed by fury. Suddenly, a vibrant 5-color domain manifested around him, enveloping him like a shroud and extending towards Xiao Yun. As Xiao Yun was engulfed by this 5-color domain, he felt his body momentarily stagnate, as if the surrounding space had compressed, significantly slowing his speed. What is this? Xiao Yun's expression changed slightly, a hint of shock evident on his face. He sensed that this vibrant domain of 5 colors had yet to fully take shape, otherwise its power would undoubtedly be even more formidable. It was the domain of the 5 elements. Legends speak of those who possess the divine body of the 5 elements being inherently endowed with such a domain, a truly powerful manifestation. It is said that only cultivators at the spirit offering realm can forge a domain, yet Zhang Yunfei achieved this even at the body refinement realm, which is indeed terrifying. This was merely the nascent form of the domain, yet it was already exceedingly fearsome. After all, among all those at the body refinement realm, only Zhang Yunfei had managed to shape a semblance of a domain. Surrounding spectators gasped in awe. Zhang Yakin, having regained her confidence, held her head high, casting a disdainful gaze at Xiao Yun, and proclaimed with immense pride, "Once my brother's 5-element domain emerges, who among all but the exceptional prodigies of the 6 sacred lands can rival him?" No one dared to refute her, for Zhang Yunfei's prowess was indeed renowned far and wide. Boom. With the enhancement of the 5-element domain, Zhang Yunfei became an even more terrifying force. He unleashed a series of powerful punches, each strike crashing down like an avalanche, seemingly intent on engulfing Xiao Yun. "Forcing me to wield my 5-element domain means you have indeed made a name for yourself today," Zhang Yunfei declared proudly. His confidence finally restored as he gazed at Xiao Yun. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from Xiao Yun's surface, coalescing into a massive bell that enveloped him entirely. Thunderous sounds resonated as Zhang Yunfei's fists relentlessly struck the golden bell, yet he could not breach its defenses. failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon Xiao Yun. How could this be possible? Zhang Yunfei's pupils constricted suddenly, and his expression changed drastically. Outside the arena, Zhang Yakin's smile froze. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at Xiao Yun. Beside her, Mu Qianxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with realization as she exclaimed, "This is the Golden Bell Shield, a formidable divine skill from the Chaos Sacred Land. Could it be that he hails from the Chaos Sacred Land?" At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The Chaos Sacred Land, a venerable institution in the Central Plains, though gradually declining in recent years, still commanded respect due to its historical significance. No wonder this individual is so formidable. He is a prodigy from the Chaos Sacred Land. The onlookers suddenly understood the implications. The saying holds true: a renowned master produces exceptional disciples. Given that he is nurtured by the Chaos Sacred Land, he is undoubtedly extraordinary. Even if the Chaos Sacred Land has fallen from grace, it remains incomparable to ordinary sect disciples, as its profound heritage is unmatched. Zhang Yakin's expression darkened. She had not anticipated offending someone from a sacred land, and a twinge of regret washed over her. However, she soon seemed to recall something, and with a disdainful sneer, she retorted, "The Chaos Sacred Land currently ranks at the bottom among the 6 sacred lands, having long since fallen from its former glory. What is there to be proud of, HM? Indeed, it is true that the Chaos Sacred Land has experienced significant decline over the years, having not sent any disciples to the true dragon nest for several generations. Previous disciples from the Chaos Sacred Land seem to have perished within the true dragon nest, suffering grievous losses, which is why they have refrained from sending representatives in recent years. During the previous grand exchange of the 6 sacred lands, a scion from the Chaos Sacred Land astonishingly succumbed to a disciple of the Sacred King sect, a clear indication of their utter decline. Indeed, in recent years, the Sacred King sect has grown increasingly formidable, and it is said that their current generation has produced a divine body rivaling the temporal entity of the primordial Sacred Land. Should this individual attain the status of a great emperor in the future, the Chaos Sacred Land may well be supplanted by the Sacred King sect." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Yun, present in the arena, overheard these remarks, his expression turning icy, his fist growing ever more formidable. Resembling a humanoid behemoth rampaging through Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements domain with unparalleled ferocity. All around, spectators derided the Chaos Sacred Land. Had the Chaos Sacred Land truly fallen into ruin? If that were the case, then let Xiao Yun carve out a new realm for himself. With a fierce roar, Xiao Yun ceased to suppress his power. Torrents of formidable energy erupted from within him, amplifying the might of his 9-turned overlord fist. Boom! As Xiao Yun's fists surged with vigor, beams of radiant force coalesced into a singularly potent assault, launched forth like celestial brilliance piercing the heavens. As Zhang Yunfei made contact, he was immediately struck by a tremendous shock, incredulity filling his gaze. Chapter 52. Follow me, and one day I shall crown you as king. Faced with the suddenly ferocious Xiao Yun, Zhang Yunfei was taken aback, for he realized that Xiao Yun's strength had markedly intensified, rendering him an unstoppable force. In fact, Xiao Yun had previously been suppressing his strength while battling Zhang Yunfei. Otherwise, with his current power of 800,000 pounds, a single punch from Xiao Yun could have severely injured Zhang Yunfei. After enduring such a prolonged confrontation, Xiao Yun had discerned that Zhang Yunfei's strength was merely 400,000 pounds, just half of his own. It was merely out of curiosity regarding the capabilities of the 5 elements divine body that Xiao Yun chose to engage with Zhang Yunfei for a while longer. However, upon hearing the jeers from the onlookers, Xiao Yun lost all desire to prolong the encounter. Suddenly, amidst the astonishment and disbelief of the crowd, with a resounding crack, Xiao Yun shattered the nascent form of Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements domain with a single punch. His formidable figure surged forward, exuding an invincible aura that seemed to dominate the world. It must be said, the ferocity of Xiao Yun's punch was truly terrifying. The 9-turn overbearing fist had been pushed to its zenith. The radiant fist, converging into a singularity, resembled the crashing waves of a tumultuous sea, rushing forth with overwhelming force towards Zhang Yunfei. Under such a formidable punch, the ground seemed to tremble as if 1,000 horses were galloping, and the once solid bluestone surface cracked and splintered under the residual force of Xiao Yun's power. Zhang Yunfei spat out blood, his arms trembling violently, his palms ruptured. He was propelled backwards by an overwhelming force, his complexion turning ashen. He had been defeated, and not just in any manner, but thoroughly vanquished in direct confrontation. Even his 5 elements domain obliterated. Zhang Yunfei had never experienced such a devastating loss. A deep sense of unwillingness surged within him, and in his agitated state, he inadvertently exacerbated his internal injuries, unable to suppress another spurt of blood. Hiss. Possessing the extraordinary physique of the five elements, the seemingly invincible Zhang Yunfei has been defeated. The onlookers collectively held their breath, and after a moment of stunned silence, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. All eyes turned toward Xiao Yun, a disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land, whose formidable strength was astonishing. It appeared that the long-dormant Chaos Sacred Land had finally unearthed a remarkable genius. Yet, one could not help but wonder whether this individual possessed any extraordinary attributes. "Brother," Zhang Yakin exclaimed, rushing over to support Zhang Yunfei. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a resentful glance at Xiao Yun, who stood not far away. The humiliation of being publicly defeated weighed heavily on him, for he had never tasted defeat before. Of course, this was also due to his avoidance of engaging with the unparalleled prodigies from the sacred lands. Although Zhang Yunfei was mighty, he was not foolish enough to challenge those supreme beings. However, he never anticipated that a seemingly fallen disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land could best him. Was this truly the depth of the sacred lands? Even in its decline, the Chaos Sacred Land remained beyond the reach of his sect. A wave of despondency washed over Zhang Yunfei. Such formidable power. He had evidently stepped into the realm of the four bands, if not the five. Nearby, Mu Qianxue observed the imposing figure of Xiao Yun with a newfound gravity in her beautiful eyes. "Senior brother Xiao, so you are this powerful." Master was indeed correct. She mused. Tang Yun approached, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Xiao Yun, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Since time immemorial, which maiden has not adored a hero, especially one who stands up for her? From the moment Xiao Yun decisively defeated Zhang Yunfei, his imposing figure became indelibly etched in Tang Yunyun's mind, an image that could never be erased. A mere Zhang Yunfei was hardly worthy of mention. Xiao Yun glanced at Tang Yunyun with a faint smile. Not far away, Zhang Yunfei, upon hearing this, felt his face flush with anger. Unable to suppress another spurt of blood. "Brother, let us quickly seek our master to tend to your wounds." Upon witnessing her brother's defeat at the hands of Xiao Yun, Zhang Yakin dared not linger any longer, promptly assisting Zhang Yunfei away, fearful that Xiao Yun might seek retribution against her. In truth, Xiao Yun had little regard for them. His attention was fixed on Mu Qianxue, as he coldly remarked, "It appears I did not suffer any grievous injuries. Rather, it was my enemy who met their demise." Mu Qianxue was momentarily rendered speechless, taken aback by his pettiness in recalling her earlier taunts. However, upon learning of Xiao Yun's origins from the Chaos Sacred Land, her demeanor shifted. With an indifferent expression and a chilling tone, she stated, "I acknowledge your strength, which somewhat exceeds my expectations. Yet, many disciples from previous generations of the Chaos Sacred Land have perished within the true dragon nest. I advise you to tread carefully." With that, Mu Qianxue gracefully turned on her heel and departed. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes and scoffed at her retreating figure, declaring, "I am aware of your engagement with the time-space entity from the Taichu Sacred Land. However, I would advise you to reconsider your betrothal post-haste, lest you find yourself a widow prematurely." At this, an uproar erupted among the onlookers, for anyone with sense could grasp the implication behind Xiao Yun's words. After all, Mu Qianxue is betrothed to the temporal entity of the Taichu Sacred Land. To render Mu Qianxue a widow, one would have to eliminate that temporal being. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. The onlookers were taken aback, perceiving Xiao Yun's audacity as reckless, having merely defeated Zhang Yunfei. He dared to challenge the temporal entity of the Taichu Sacred Land, an act of sheer arrogance. Although the temporal entity is still youthful, merely a practitioner at the body refinement stage, his extraordinary talent has already manifested an aura of supremacy, destined to be invincible in the future. Despite Xiao Yun's remarkable performance against Zhang Yunfei, the crowd discerned an insurmountable gap between him and the temporal entity of the Taichu Sacred Land. It is noteworthy that Zhang Yunfei could not withstand even a single strike from that being, while Xiao Yun had engaged Zhang Yunfei for an extended period, the outcome of which was indisputable. Arrogance. Even Mu Qianxue, an elegant celestial maiden, was incensed at this moment, unable to suppress a cold snort. She disregarded Xiao Yun and turned away. Xiao Yun, with a chilling smile, acknowledged that since she was the fiancée of that temporal entity, she was his adversary. When confronting an enemy, he would show no mercy, regardless of their beauty. Boom. Shortly after Mu Qianxue departed, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing down with such force that the ground trembled beneath him. The onlookers beheld a person radiating golden light, as if his entire being were forged from gold. Even his hair shone with a resplendent golden hue, emanating an aura of divine brilliance. "Just moments ago, I observed the battle from above. You performed admirably. Follow me and become my foremost warrior." In the future, when I sweep across the 8 realms and stand invincible, I shall bestow upon you the title of king, granting you dominion over your own territory. This figure, entirely clad in gold, gazed down upon Xiao Yun with an undeniable tone, his eyes sharp and commanding. What arrogance! Someone murmured in response. Another bystander, seemingly recognizing the figure, suddenly exclaimed, "This is the sacred body, the primal sacred body. He is Zhao Wuji of the primal sacred land." The revelation of the primal sacred body sent the crowd into a frenzy. Chapter 53. This must be madness. The primal sacred body ranks among the top 10 supreme bodies. Renowned as the body of saints, a natural embodiment of unparalleled might. This is the true embodiment of an extraordinary prodigy. In comparison to Zhao Wuji, Zhang Yunfei pales significantly. Consequently, the area erupted with excitement as more and more individuals flocked to witness the extraordinary presence of the primal sacred body. However, under Zhao Wuji's scrutiny, Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, contemplating the audacity of these talents. They dared to attempt to subdue him, exhibiting an arrogance surpassing that of Zhang Yunfei moments prior. Xiao Yun's gaze turned icy as he darkly inquired, "Who are you? What are you to think you can subdue me?" The onlookers were taken aback by Xiao Yun's audacity to confront the primal sacred body, their expressions filled with astonishment. Some could not restrain themselves from speaking up, saying, "Xiao Yun, to serve as a follower of a primal sacred body would not tarnish your name. In the future, when the holy son Zhao reigns supreme, you too could share in his dominance and bring glory to your lineage. What a delight that would be. Indeed, the ancient sacred body is unparalleled in might, and the prospect of attaining the status of a great emperor in the future is not beyond possibility. To have the opportunity to follow such an ancient sacred body is a fortune bestowed upon you for 8 lifetimes. We are unworthy even to aspire to accompany an ancient sacred body, and yet you remain unsatisfied. This is an extraordinary chance, should you let it slip away. When the ancient sacred body reigns supreme in the future, you will undoubtedly be filled with deep regret." The surrounding individuals began to voice their opinions. Xiao Yun's expression darkened further. How dare these scoundrels underestimate him? What nonsense about the ancient sacred body. He could single-handedly defeat 100 of them. However, Xiao Yun refrained from retorting, for there were too many of these bystanders. He deemed it a waste of time and unnecessary to argue with a throng of fools. Once he swept through the true dragon's nest, no one would dare to belittle him again. "I am Zhao Wuji, bearer of the ancient sacred body and the holy son of the ancient sacred land. Though you hail from the chaotic sacred land, which has already fallen from grace, following me shall not tarnish your status," Zhao Wuji proclaimed with his arms crossed, an air of arrogance about him, as if having Xiao Yun as his follower were an immense honor. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes, pondering the source of Zhao Wuji's audacity. With a darkened gaze, he scoffed. "Zhao Wuji, I've never heard of you. What significance does the ancient sacred body hold? The moment our chaotic body emerges, who in the world would dare to contend with it?" Upon hearing his words, the crowd deemed Xiao Yun excessively arrogant, with some unable to contain their scorn. Chastising him, "Xiao Yun, you are too presumptuous. The ancient sacred body ranks among the top 10 supreme bodies, not inferior to the chaotic body. Moreover, has your chaotic sacred land produced a second chaotic body in all these years?" Zhao Wuji waved his hand, his gaze piercing as he looked at Xiao Yun, and with a smile, he remarked, "Every genius possesses an unruly spirit. Should you choose to follow me at this moment, I would be inclined to underestimate you. It would be prudent for you to first enter the true dragon nest, and when I have swept through its depths, you may then decide whether to accompany me." Xiao Yun's expression darkened considerably. This arrogant fool before him was insufferably presumptuous. He scoffed, "With your capabilities, you dare to envision conquering the true dragon nest? I could subdue you with a mere hand." "Excellent. Your defiance only endears you to me further. It signifies your exceptional talent, which could undoubtedly position you as my foremost warrior," Zhao Wuji responded, his demeanor unmarred by anger, instead radiating admiration. Xiao Yun, his patience wearing thin, retorted, "You're insane." He found himself utterly speechless before this individual, whose arrogance was ingrained to the core. Engaging in further discussion seemed futile. He resolved to teach the man a lesson once they entered the true dragon nest. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Xiao Yun's mind, the long-awaited system notification. New mission. Defeat a genius with a unique physique to earn 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Eliminate such a genius for 10 opportunities. And subdue a genius with a unique physique for 20 opportunities. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Yun's spirits soared. It had been quite some time since the system had issued a task, resulting in a stagnation of his opportunities for enlightenment. After the initial forging of the chaos body, he had only 78 opportunities remaining. Although he had recently garnered 2 opportunities by defeating Zhang Yunfei, he found himself with a mere 84 opportunities for enlightenment. Although it may appear substantial, Xiao Yun is acutely aware that the frequency of these epiphanies is far from sufficient for the cultivation of the Chaos Sutra. In his practice of the Chaos Sutra, each layer from the 27th to the 36th requires 4 epiphanies for advancement. He estimates that transitioning from the 36th to the 45th layer will necessitate 5 epiphanies per layer. As one progresses further, the requisite number of epiphanies for each successive layer of the Chaos Sutra will only increase. Thus, Xiao Yun surmises that without several hundred epiphanies, he cannot hope to forge the chaos body. Consequently, he finds himself in dire need of these epiphanies, making the current system task exceptionally timely. To eliminate a genius with a unique constitution rewards him with 10 epiphanies? Delightful. Capturing such a genius grants 20 epiphanies, though the challenge is considerable. After all, super geniuses possess an unwavering belief in their invincibility, making it exceedingly difficult to compel their submission. Xiao Yun mused silently. Zhao Wuji, observing Xiao Yun's contemplative silence, mistakenly assumed that he was deliberating on whether to follow him. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Take your time to consider. As the saying goes, when one ascends, all associated with him shall also rise. Should you choose to follow me, once I attain the status of a great emperor, the Chaos Holy Land shall once again soar because of you." Zhao Wuji exuded an air of confidence, as if his ascension to the great emperor was a foregone conclusion. His eyes shone like 2 radiant golden suns, their blinding brilliance rendering them almost unbearable to gaze upon. The might of the Zhao Saint was intensifying. Foolishness. That is the aura of supremacy, a unique presence inherent to the supreme body. It is rumored that the ancient sacred body possesses astonishing combat prowess, growing stronger with each battle, truly a paragon of martial excellence. Surrounding individuals offer their accolades, as prodigies like Zhao Wuji invariably draw the attention of the masses wherever they go, captivating all eyes. With a sullen expression, Xiao Yun raises his head. He had just checked the system and had overlooked Zhao Wuji. This scoundrel, incessantly proclaiming his path to becoming a great emperor and claiming to subdue him, was utterly intolerable. To be candid, Xiao Yun had been on the verge of striking him moments ago. However, upon receiving a mission from the system, he abruptly altered his course of thought. For he yearned to subdue Zhao Wuji, to claim this ancient sacred body as his own. Firstly, capturing the ancient sacred body would grant him the reward of 20 insights. Secondly, merely defeating Zhao Wuji would not suffice to satiate Xiao Yun's vexation. Yet, if he could subdue Zhao Wuji and have an ancient sacred body as his follower, that would undoubtedly bestow upon him great prestige and vindicate his grievances. As this notion took root, Xiao Yun couldn't help but smile. Observing Xiao Yun's grin, Zhao Wuji mistakenly believed he had acquiesced and nodded slightly, saying, "Since you have agreed, you may enter the true dragon nest first. Should you encounter any peril, simply invoke my name." With that, Zhao Wuji departed with a sense of satisfaction. Xiao Yun gazed at Zhao Wuji's retreating figure, his teeth clenched in anger, vowing that once he entered the true dragon nest, he would compel this individual to kneel before him, weeping as he became his follower. Little did he know, Xiao Yun's decision to follow Zhao Wuji would undoubtedly lead him to fame, illuminating an era. One cannot help but acknowledge that Xiao Yun's fortune is exceptionally favorable. To be esteemed by Zhao Wuji is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. The surrounding individuals engaged in animated discussions, with a darkened expression. Xiao Yun grasped Tang Yunyun's hand and promptly departed from the scene. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he would succumb to the urge to unleash a devastating fury. Patience, he thought, would serve him well. Once he entered the true dragon's nest, he would let them understand why the flowers bloomed so vibrantly. The so-called ancient saint body and temporal body would be crushed beneath his feet. Chapter 54. A generation of prodigies. A resplendent era after Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun left, they made their way toward the entrance of the canyon, eager to enter the true dragon's nest as soon as it opened. "Xiao Shixiao, are you truly intent on following that ancient saint body?" Tang Yunyun inquired, her face a canvas of curiosity as she walked beside him. With a grim countenance, Xiao Yun gritted his teeth and replied, "I plan to subdue him and make him my follower." Tang Yunyun was momentarily taken aback. The notion of subduing the ancient saint body was indeed bold. If such a statement were to circulate, it would undoubtedly stir the entire cultivation realm into a frenzy. However, it was likely that many would mock Xiao Yun for his audacious ambition. Despite her reservations, Tang Yunyun encouraged him, "Keep it up. I believe you can succeed, Xiao Shixiao." Upon uttering these words, her cheeks flushed, feeling as though she had inadvertently confessed her feelings. Oh, how mortifying. Xiao Yun cast a glance at Tang Yunyun, a faint smile gracing his lips. Without a doubt, after his junior sister Lin Xiaoya, he had gained yet another little admirer. Alas, being handsome and gifted certainly attracted attention from the fairer sex. Xiao Yun felt a sense of helplessness. His sole aspiration was to attain the status of a great emperor, not to indulge in the frivolities of a harem. The two individuals continued their journey, and upon reaching the entrance of the canyon, they discovered numerous edifices. There were intricately carved pavilions and quaint bridges adorned with flowing waters, all constructed on either side of the canyon's mouth. At this moment, the area was already bustling with a multitude of people. Among them stood the audacious ancient saint body, Zhao Wujin, in a grand pavilion, surveying the throngs below with a commanding presence. He radiated an overwhelming golden light, captivating all who beheld him. Many cultivators cast reverent glances towards Zhao Wujin, recognizing the arrival of the ancient sacred land's figure. Truly, he embodied the supreme physique. Even in a casual stance, he exuded an oppressive aura, akin to a colossal mountain pressing upon one's chest. This era was indeed resplendent, marked not only by the emergence of the temporal body, but also the ancient saint body. One might easily overlook the divine king body of the sacred king sect and the overlord body of the overlord sacred land, as four supreme physiques coexisted in a single epoch, a phenomenon unprecedented in history. It was destined to be a magnificent era, and to exist within it was both a lament and a blessing. Around them, the crowd murmured in contemplation, expressing their awe. Tang Yunyun also sighed, reflecting, to share an era with such unparalleled prodigies, we are fated to remain mere supporting characters, which is indeed tragic. However, witnessing their fierce competition is a fortune in itself. Beside her, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence, embodying a belief in his invincibility. Regardless of the ancient saint body, the temporal body, the divine king body, or the overlord body, he vowed to conquer each one. In this era, who dares to claim invincibility in my presence? What nonsense about geniuses or young supremes? I'll ensure that no one in this world dares to call themselves supreme. Xiao Yun's resolve was unshakable. In the path of the future sovereign, he aims to sweep across the vastness, instilling awe across the heavens and the earth. Much like the revered ancestors of their chaotic sacred land, asserting dominance over the realm and remaining unrivaled across myriad worlds. The divine king has arrived. Suddenly, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the distance. Amidst the crowd, a young lad approached, his lips curving into a subtle smirk, his eyes radiating a brilliance that seemed to disdain the very fabric of existence. Though still youthful, he exuded an ominous aura, as if it were destined for him to rise above the multitudes, gazing down upon the myriad realms like an incarnate deity. Upon witnessing this individual, Xiao Yun could not help but acknowledge his formidable strength, akin to that of Zhao Wuji, profound and inscrutable. Yet, he remained confident in his ability to subdue him. Look, Lu Nanshan from the Heavenly Blade Sacred Land and Yi Wuqian from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land have also arrived. One possesses an innate sword physique, while the other wields an innate blade physique, destined to be fierce adversaries. The question of which is superior, the blade or the sword, will undoubtedly be settled by their hands. From afar, another wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Xiao Yun lifted his gaze to behold two youths approaching. One emanated an aura of soaring sword energy, while the other exuded a fierce blade momentum, both extraordinary prodigies in their own right. Although the innate blade and sword physiques do not attain the status of supreme physiques, they rank among the second tier of divine bodies, comparable to Zhang Yunfei's five-element divine body. However, these two hail from a sacred land, and due to its profound heritage, their prowess surpasses that of Zhang Yunfei. The celestial overlord body has also arrived. It is said that a year ago, Zhao Wuji challenged the body-refining practitioners of the overlord sacred land, sweeping through his opponents until he encountered Wu Gang, the celestial overlord body, resulting in a stalemate. This time, in the Dragon's Nest expedition, they are destined to clash once more. The ancient sacred body and the celestial dominator are sworn enemies, and their future confrontations are inevitable. Suddenly, gasps filled the air as discussions erupted among the crowd. Another supreme body had emerged. Xiao Yun surveyed the celestial dominator in the distance, a formidable youth named Wu Gang. Clad in a black and gold battle robe, his flowing purple hair danced in the wind, exuding an extraordinary aura akin to an ancient behemoth, instilling a sense of overwhelming terror. The onlookers parted ways, wary of inciting the wrath of this powerful celestial dominator. Zhao Wuji, during this expedition to the true dragon nest, I shall surely bring you down. Wu Gang lifted his gaze to Zhao Wuji atop the pavilion, his eyes emitting two beams of terrifying light, his piercing gaze immensely intimidating. From the pavilion, Zhao Wuji looked down upon Wu Gang, his eyes radiating with a brilliance akin to that of the sun, amplifying his already fearsome presence to an almost divine degree. Wu Gang, relish your final moments, Zhao Wuji coldly declared. The atmosphere instantly ignited with fervor. The tension between the two was palpable, their murderous intent unmistakable. It appeared that this journey to the true dragon nest would indeed yield a victor. Perhaps, this time, a supreme body might truly fall, a significant event in the realm of cultivation. Among the crowd, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Each successive appearance of these youthful prodigies ignited a fervent fighting spirit within him. In life, what one should fear is not the strength of one's enemies, but rather the absence of adversaries. Xiao Yun harbored an indomitable belief, unafraid of any formidable foes. Whoosh! Suddenly, from within a nearby pavilion, an enigmatic figure materialized, as if conjured from thin air, evoking a profound astonishment. This individual donned a white garment, adorned with a gentle smile, and radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Enveloped in a silvery halo reminiscent of a sage enlightened under the moonlight, exuding an air of ethereal transcendence. Xiao Yun's pupils contracted as he sensed a formidable aura approaching. Yet, he could not discern how this person had entered the pavilion, for their speed surpassed comprehension, an astonishing hundredfold greater than his own, akin to instantaneous teleportation, strikingly terrifying. This extraordinary velocity brought to mind a singular individual. Li Qingdi, the embodiment of time and space from the Taichu sacred land, had finally arrived. It was said that he was not originally named Li Qingdi, but had adopted this title only after becoming a disciple of the Taichu sacred land. Clearly, he was resolute in his ambition to attain the status of a great emperor. Xiao Yun was not the sole one to deduce the identity of this person. A chorus of gasps erupted around him, a fervor surpassing that of the previously appeared supreme beings. Xiao Yun scrutinized Li Qingdi in the pavilion, fully aware that this was his formidable adversary within the true dragon nest, the only opponent capable of matching him in battle. Chapter 55. The True Dragon Nest Opens. The archenemy approaches. Upon Li Qingdi's emergence, the entire platform of cultivators became electrified, a throng of individuals converging to witness the unparalleled splendor of the embodiment of time and space. It must be noted that even the ancient sacred body, the heavenly tyrant body, and the divine king body, exceptional prodigies in their own right, seemed somewhat diminished in the presence of Li Qingdi. The fourth-rank supreme body holds an immense reputation. Moreover, this Li Qingdi not only possesses a formidable space-time physique, but also boasts exceptional innate talent, making him all the more terrifying when these attributes are combined. Among the crowd, many young women gazed at Li Qingdi, their beautiful eyes shimmering with fascination. Whether in talent or appearance, this Li Qingdi stands at the pinnacle, embodying the ideal Prince Charming in the hearts of all female cultivators. Xiao Yun harbored a strong disdain for this individual, inwardly contemplating, how dare he flaunt his prowess before me? Once we enter the true dragon nest, I shall ensure he emerges in a state of defeat. Brother Xiao, this Li Qingdi is quite formidable. If you encounter him in the true dragon nest, please exercise utmost caution, reminded Tang Yuyun. Although Li Qingdi is indeed impressive, Xiao Yun's preconceptions had already etched themselves deeply in Tang Yuyun's mind. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yun smiled slightly and replied, "Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly be invincible in this world." His eyes radiated with confidence and dominance, leaving Tang Yuyun momentarily spellbound. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. At this moment, the crowd around them grew larger, the air filled with incessant discussions, all centered around Li Qingdi, which provided Xiao Yun with a wealth of information about him. It was said that Li Qingdi had reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm and could effortlessly defeat cultivators at the Gathering Qi stage within the Taichu sacred land. What is the Gathering Qi stage? I've heard that Li Qingdi has already triumphed over the projections of the strongest body refinement realm practitioners throughout Taichu's sacred land's history, securing his position as the foremost figure in the annals of the body refinement realm, surpassing even the ancestors of Taichu's sacred land. Indeed, I have also heard of this matter. It is said that even the fossilized remains within the primordial sanctuary were stirred by the event, promptly declaring Emperor Li Qing as the quasi-son of the primordial sanctuary. Were it not for Emperor Li Qing's relatively low cultivation and the presence of another divine son within the primordial sanctuary, he would likely have already ascended to the position of divine son. The brilliance of Emperor Li Qing is simply too radiant, rendering him the focal point of all attention. Even the unparalleled prodigies nearby, such as the ancient saint body, the celestial tyrant body, and the divine king body, cast their gazes upon Emperor Li Qing, their eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. Clearly, it is not only Xiao Yun who regards Emperor Li Qing as a formidable adversary. These exceptional talents also perceive him as their greatest rival. At that moment, a resounding roar erupted from within the canyon, akin to the explosion of divine thunder in the heavens, an ear-splitting sound that silenced all discussions among the gathered crowd. Following this, An overwhelming dragon might surged forth like tumultuous waves from the ocean, sweeping across the entire expanse and causing all present to tremble in their hearts. Even the extraordinary prodigies like Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wuji could not help but feel a shiver within. Xiao Yun, too, was taken aback, sensing an unprecedented terror. This was the might of the dragon, the roar of a true dragon. It seemed the dragon's nest was on the verge of opening. Whispers circulated among the crowd, and Xiao Yun suddenly realized the source of such dread. Merely a single roar possessed such immense power. The strength of a true dragon is formidable enough to rival that of an emperor. However, this must be a remnant from before the true dragon ascended. Otherwise, should the true dragon roar in person, even a sage would immediately fall, transformed into a deluge of blood. The true dragon's lair has been unveiled. Let us hasten inside. If I can acquire some treasure this time, I shall step into the realm of body refinement. What is the realm of body refinement, after all? My ultimate aim is to penetrate the forbidden domain. The true dragon's nest appears once every 100 years. We cannot afford to miss this extraordinary opportunity. Quickly, into the lair. As the echo of the true dragon's roar faded, a gap finally emerged in the golden array shield at the entrance of the canyon, prompting a rush of individuals to surge forward. Among them, the unparalleled prodigies such as Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing into the entrance. Come, Sister Tang, allow me to guide you through the true dragon's lair, Xiao Yun said as he took Tang Yunyun's hand, leading her into the depths of the nest. Tang Yunyun blushed deeply, trailing shyly behind Xiao Yun. Unbeknownst to him, some faces within the crowd were coldly fixated on his retreating figure. Among them were two familiar visages, Jia Yulong and Fu Miaodong from the Taichu Sacred Ground, who had previously battled Xiao Yun upon their arrival at the Chaos Sacred Ground. Is that the Xiao Yun from the Chaos Sacred Ground? A young man beside them asked disdainfully. Jia Yulong nodded, affirming, indeed, he possesses formidable strength. It is said that not long ago, he defeated Zhang Yunfei, and he is likely even more powerful now. Zhang Yunfei? What of him? Though he possesses the 5 elements divine body, he is not a disciple of the sacred grounds and lacks their foundational depth. His 5 elements divine body has not been fully realized. The young man beside them wore a disdainful expression and proudly declared, I possess the body of immortality. Now boasting a strength of 550,000 pounds, Zhang Yunfei is utterly insignificant in my presence. Killing a mere mortal like Xiao Yun would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. As Brother Zhou has said, compared to him, Zhang Yunfei is nothing. Xiao Yun will certainly prove no match for you. Beside them, Fu Miaodong gazed at the young man with admiration, her eyes brimming with reverence. Come, let us also enter the true dragon nest and follow Xiao Yun, ensuring that the Chaos Sacred Land returns empty-handed once more. With that, the young man led Jie Yulong and several other young prodigies from the Taichu Sacred Land into the true dragon nest. Inside the true dragon nest, towering ancient trees loomed, and spiritual herbs and flowers flourished abundantly. However, the vastness of the space, combined with the dense foliage, caused many cultivators to become quickly scattered upon entry. Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun advanced without a specific direction, simply delving deeper into the true dragon nest. For the emperor had once mentioned that the more valuable treasures lay at the core of the nest. Naturally, this area was inhabited by remnants of true dragons, presenting considerable danger, yet Xiao Yun felt no fear. He was eager to capture a dragon to serve as a steed in the future. Suddenly, 9 powerful auras surged toward them from behind, capturing the attention of Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun. In the next moment, 9 young figures appeared before them, each regarding them with an icy demeanor. Xiao Shixiang. Tang Yunyun's expression was grave, as if she were facing a formidable enemy, for she sensed that the strength of these individuals far exceeded her own. However, Xiao Yun recognized both Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong among them. With an icy demeanor, he remarked, Jie Yulong, it has been a while since we last met. After your previous defeat at my hands, have you come seeking assistance this time? Today marks your demise, Xiao Yun. Do not blame me. Blame yourself for aligning with the Chaos Holy Land, Jie Yulong replied. His gaze as frigid as the depths of winter, emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent. The Taichu Holy Land and the Chaos Holy Land were arch-rivals, and historically, disciples from both holy lands who encountered each other in the true dragon nest were destined to determine their fates. This occasion would be no exception. Chapter 56, Approach. And I shall cleave you asunder, what audacity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun cast a disdainful glance at Jie Yulong. You, a mere defeated foe, dare to be arrogant before me? Though I may not be your equal, the Taichu Holy Land is replete with heroes, and there are many who can bring about your end, Jie Yulong replied coldly. With a scoff, Xiao Yun retorted, who might that be? the so-called time-space body. He continued, I shall soon go and slay him. You are exceedingly arrogant, Jie Yulong responded, his eyes icy. The time-space body, Li Qingdi, was the pride of the Taichu Holy Land and a figure whom Jie Yulong admired. Beside them, Fu Miaodong glared at Xiao Yun with venomous intent, exclaiming, Why waste words with him? Let us surround and eliminate him at once. Xiao Yun coldly regarded her and declared, Killing you is as simple as butchering a dog. A mere mortal dares to utter such hubris. How far the chaotic Holy Land has fallen. The leading young man gazed at Xiao Yun with disdain and shook his head. Xiao Yun regarded him coldly and retorted, And who might you be? The young man's expression darkened at the response. Who am I? Is that a term for a person? It is a term for beasts. Zhou Feiyu's countenance was suddenly shrouded in frost. His icy gaze fixated on Xiao Yun as he coldly declared, Remember, my name is Zhou Feiyu. When you descend to the realm of Yama, do not forget who brought about your demise. Xiao Yun coolly regarded him, beckoning with a dismissive finger and scoffing. A mere fish dares to be insolent before me? Come forth, and I shall slay you now and prepare a fish head soup. Impudent. You are exceedingly arrogant, daring to speak thus to senior brother Zhou. One of the disciples exclaimed, Senior brother, this fellow is but one man. There is no need for you to intervene. Together, we can vanquish him. The remaining 6 disciples of the Taichu Holy Land were incensed by Xiao Yun's arrogance. Clamoring in outrage, Xiao Yun snorted disdainfully, sweeping his gaze over them. Come at me together. I shall escort you on your journey. How outrageous. This fellow is utterly presumptuous. Let us all attack and slay him. One disciple of the Taichu Holy Land could no longer contain himself. Brandishing a sharp sword, he charged at Xiao Yun, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth, chilling like frost and enveloping the land, causing the temperature to plummet. It must be acknowledged that those hailing from the Taichu Holy Land, who could venture to the true dragon's nest, are indeed the elite among their ranks. This individual, seemingly unremarkable, has already ventured into the Forbidden Realm, surpassing both Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong in prowess. Young man, I do not hesitate to inform you that I rank 8th among the body refinement practitioners in the primordial sacred land. Yet I possess sufficient strength to sweep through your chaos sacred land. The newcomer exuded an air of arrogance, completely disregarding Xiao Yun. He unleashed a torrent of sword energy, aiming directly at Xiao Yun's forehead, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Crack! Xiao Yun extended his hand and caught the incoming sword with ease. The overwhelming power of his physical form surged forth, effortlessly shattering the blade, causing the assailant's pupils to constrict. In this mere second forbidden realm, you are not significantly stronger than Jie Yulong. Who granted you the audacity to believe you could slay me? Xiao Yun regarded him coldly, and without waiting for a response, he unleashed a powerful punch. Stop! Shouted Zhou Feiyu from a distance. Xiao Yun, foolishly ignoring him, recalled that his master, Emperor Tian, had previously stated that within the true dragon's nest, one could kill freely without instigating a war between the 2 sacred lands. Thus, Xiao Yun acted without mercy, channeling all his strength to obliterate the 8th-ranked disciple of the primordial sacred land with a single punch. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the void crimson. From afar, Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong were both astonished. A senior brother, even stronger than themselves, could not withstand even a single blow from Xiao Yun. The disparity in strength was truly staggering. You all retreat. This individual is beyond your capacity to contend with. He has already stepped into the 4th forbidden realm. Zhou Feiyu waved his hand, and then stepped forward, his gaze sharp and filled with murderous intent as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Yun. A junior disciple was ruthlessly slain before him, and he found himself unable to render aid, an indelible stain of shame upon his honor. Furthermore, the incident would inevitably reach the ears of the higher-ups at the Taichu Holy Land, subjecting him to their reproach. Thus, at this moment, a tempest of murderous intent surged within Zhou Feiyu. With a frigid gaze fixed upon Xiao Yun, he spoke in a voice laced with foreboding. Xiao Yun, out of respect for our shared status as disciples of the Holy Land, I shall grant you a fleeting moment to deliver your final words. Otherwise, once I make my move, you shall find no opportunity to utter another syllable. Xiao Yun beckoned him forward with a slight curl of his finger, coldly retorting, Come closer. I can hardly contain my eagerness to end your life. Splendid. Zhou Feiyu, consumed by rage, responded with a derisive smile. His blood surged with fervor, akin to golden divine flames blazing fiercely, transforming him into a resplendent golden sun radiating brilliance. A wave of terrifying momentum cascaded from his being. Since you are so eager to court death, I shall oblige. With that declaration, Zhou Feiyu propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, rivaling that of the lightning-fast Duan Yulong. Die. Eternal life is but a fleeting illusion. He bellowed, an overwhelming force accompanying his palm as it descended towards Xiao Yun with the weight of a mountain, shattering the void in its wake, an unimaginable terror unleashed. To perish beneath my eternal life palm is a mark of pride in itself, Zhou Feiyu proclaimed, a triumphant expression adorning his face as he envisioned Xiao Yun's demise beneath his hand. Boom. As the formidable Zhou Feiyu charged forward, Xiao Yun let out a cold snort, unleashing his full combat prowess. A blazing golden light converged around his form, enveloping him as if he were clad in a magnificent suit of golden armor, transforming him into a godlike figure. Ninefold, overbearing fist. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yun struck forth, his fist manifesting 9 golden shadows that coalesced into a colossal sunlit aura, erupting explosively from his hand. Boom. Instantly, a surging torrent of power surged forth, akin to the tumultuous waves of the ocean, advancing with unstoppable momentum. This terrifying force, as relentless as a natural disaster, obliterated Zhou Feiyu's Longxing palm. The residual shockwaves sent Zhou Feiyu staggering backward, crashing into a towering ancient tree, which splintered under the onslaught of the aftermath. Impossible. This cannot be. Am I seeing things? Is Zhou Shixiang's strength truly inferior to his? The 7 disciples of the Taichu's sacred land, watching from a distance, widened their eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. It was profoundly shocking. Zhou Feiyu, possessing a Longxing body with a strength of 550,000 gene, had been sent flying by a single punch from Xiao Yun. Just how formidable was Xiao Yun's power? Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong's faces turned ashen. They realized they had gravely underestimated Xiao Yun's strength, a grim revelation for them. After all, this was not merely a sparring match, but a life-and-death struggle. Xiao Yun would show no mercy henceforth. Chapter 57, The Annihilation of the 9 from Taichu. A Longxing body? Merely that. Xiao Yun cast a disdainful glance at the 8 disciples of the Taichu Holy Land before him, his expression replete with contempt. He radiated golden light. Resembling a golden war deity, his long black hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, surrounded by a halo of divine radiance that enveloped him entirely. You are all too weak. I have no desire to squander any more time with you. Come forth and meet your demise. Standing in the center, he gazed down upon Zhou Feiyu and the others like a god looking down from the heavens, exuding an unparalleled aura that belittled all existence. Zhou Feiyu and his companions wore grim expressions, for as disciples of the Taichu Holy Land, they had never been so scorned. Attack! Everyone! Let us encircle and eliminate this person, they shouted, fueled by their fury. How dare a mere individual, regardless of his strength, act so arrogantly? Enraged by Xiao Yun's audacity, the disciples of the Taichu Holy Land charged toward him in unison. Zhou Feiyu joined the fray. There was nothing left to discuss. If Xiao Yun was indeed powerful, they would collectively overwhelm him. After all, they were unconcerned about the ethics of numbers in the absence of witnesses. Longevity palm, golden wave fist, Hungshan seal. The 8 disciples surrounded Xiao Yun, each unleashing their ultimate techniques, conjuring a barrage of terrifying attacks aimed squarely at him. It was unexpected that the disciples of the Taichu Holy Land would resort to overwhelming numbers. How despicable. Nearby, Tang Yun, witnessing this scene, was filled with rage and immediately intervened, confronting one of them, Fu Miaodong. You, a mere practitioner of the body refinement realm, dare to obstruct me? You are courting death. Fu Miaodong cast a scornful glance at Tang Yun, then merged her being with her sword, charging toward her adversary with lethal intent. Tang Yun's pupils constricted in horror. Her complexion pale, the strength of her opponent was terrifying, far beyond her imagination. Suddenly, a silver-throwing knife sliced through the air, piercing the center of Fu Miaodong's forehead, causing her head to explode instantaneously, leaving behind a lifeless, headless corpse. Junior Sister Fu, Jie Yulong exclaimed in terror at this sight, his eyes turning a furious crimson as they fixated on Xiao Yun. The fatal blow had originated from Xiao Yun himself. Unfortunately, the speed of the knife was so swift that Jie Yulong could not intervene in time. Forget about that woman. Let us first surround and eliminate Xiao Yun, Zhou Feiyu shouted. In his view, Tang Yun had merely reached the body refinement realm once they dispatched Xiao Yun. It would be a simple task to deal with Tang Yun subsequently. I will kill you, Jie Yulong cried, his face twisted with rage. His eyes ablaze like a madman as he charged towards Xiao Yun. Fu Miaodong had been his partner. To see her decapitated by Xiao Yun was a blow that left him seething with fury, especially as her body lay in ruins, unrecognizable. How could Jie Yulong not be enraged? The other disciples of the Taichu Holy Land, too, were thoroughly incensed, unleashing their full power as they surged towards Xiao Yun. Boom. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Xiao Yun, his blood chi boiling like molten lava, churning restlessly. swirling into the sky and transforming into a crimson river that surged endlessly above. A bunch of worthless fools. Next year on this day will be your day of mourning. With his full combat prowess unleashed, Xiao Yun struck out with a punch that sent Zhou Feiyu flying. He then brought down his palm, cleaving through one of the charging disciples from the Taichu Holy Land. Blood gushed forth as the lifeless body fell to the ground, leaving the remaining disciples of the primordial sanctum in a state of shock and trepidation. Fear gripped their hearts as they realized that Xiao Yun had already slain 3 of their own, displaying an overwhelming force. Xiao Yun accompanied Sister Fu to her grave. A sudden shout pierced the air. It was Jie Yulong who charged forward. He did not attempt to defend against Xiao Yun's onslaught, but instead unleashed his most formidable attack, determined to perish alongside him. His speed reached an astonishing peak, making him appear as a blur, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Clearly, the death of Fu Miaodong had inflicted a profound blow on Jie Yulong, propelling him to a new height of power and unleashing an extraordinary level of aggression. Your courage is commendable, yet you remain woefully inadequate. Xiao Yun cast a dispassionate glance at Jie Yulong before extending his hand. His palm shimmered with a translucent brilliance, resembling a formation of exquisite jade, pulsating with radiant energy and surging with vigor at an inconceivable pace. With a crack, Xiao Yun intercepted Jie Yulong, akin to seizing a bolt of lightning, capturing him with astonishing swiftness. His other hand descended like a divine blade, carving an elegant arc through the air, emanating an unparalleled sharpness that cleaved Jie Yulong's body in two. A scream escaped Jie Yulong's lips, but before he could utter his final words, he met a gruesome demise on the spot. His form was severed in half by Xiao Yun's strike, blood erupting and staining the sky, creating a scene of harrowing brutality. The few disciples of the primordial sanctum who had rushed forward turned pale, paralyzed by fear, unable to continue their assault against Xiao Yun. Due to Xiao Yun's performance, which was truly terrifying, not only was his strength unparalleled, but his strikes were merciless, each one resulting in death without a hint of mercy. Xiao Yun, you are exceedingly cruel. As a disciple of the Holy Land, how can you so ruthlessly slaughter the disciples of our Taichu Holy Land? Zhou Feiyu exclaimed, horrified, as he gazed upon the shattered body of Jie Yulong, his eyelids twitching in fear. Xiao Yun, nonchalantly wiping the blood from his hands with a jade cloth, cast a cold glance at Zhou Feiyu, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You Taichu Holy Land have relentlessly exterminated our Chaos Holy Land disciples in the True Dragon Nest for 5 consecutive generations, and you dare to accuse me of cruelty? It is utterly laughable. Enraged by Xiao Yun's words, Zhou Feiyu retorted, you may kill, but why must you desecrate their corpses? This is akin to the actions of a demon. How can you still claim to be a disciple of the Holy Land? Xiao Yun scoffed, to kill is to kill. Why must one leave behind intact bodies? Are you all engaged in art? A bunch of fools, come forth and meet your demise. Fully aware of the brutality of the cultivation world, Xiao Yun executed his strikes with utmost ferocity, showing no mercy. For he understood that failure to do so would only lead to future troubles. The individuals before him, though currently no match for him, possessed unique physiques, and should they grow stronger in the future, they could pose significant threats in numbers. Therefore, Xiao Yun was determined to eradicate them completely, preemptively eliminating any potential threats. Kill. There was nothing more to be said. Xiao Yun had no desire to waste time. He charged directly towards Zhou Feiyu, his blazing fist poised to strike with tremendous force. For 5 consecutive sessions of the True Dragon Nest expedition, the disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land were utterly annihilated by those of the Primordial Sacred Land, instilling such fear that the Chaos Sacred Land dared not send forth its disciples again. This humiliation, today, I, Xiao Yun, shall cleanse. The Chaos Sacred Land has fallen. Thus, I shall once again elevate it to the skies and carve out a new realm. In this session of the True Dragon Nest, I shall ensure that every one of you from the Primordial Sacred Land is buried here. What nonsense about the temporal body. It shall inevitably fall beneath my fists. Xiao Yun's voice was as cold as ice, his eyes sharp as blades, resembling a grim reaper as he cornered Zhou Feiyu, instilling dread among the remaining disciples of the Primordial Sacred Land. Chapter 58. The Might of Chaos. Zhou Feiyu's shock arrogant. Xiao Yun, you are exceedingly presumptuous. Seeing your brotherly possesses the temporal body, rendering him invincible among peers, you will inevitably perish at his hands. Zhou Feiyu exclaimed, struggling to fend off Xiao Yun's relentless assault. Despite witnessing Xiao Yun's formidable power, he still doubted that Xiao Yun could contend with Li Qingdi. After all, he had personally experienced Li Qingdi's might, particularly his speed, so swift that it left no room for counteraction. No practitioner of the same realm could hope to match Li Qingdi's pace. In the face of such terrifying velocity, anyone who encountered Li Qingdi faced certain defeat. Invincible among peers? Does he even deserve such a title? Xiao Yun scoffed. his fist growing increasingly ferocious as he battered Zhou Feiyu, causing him to spew blood and break ribs. With a sudden force, Zhou Feiyu was sent hurtling backwards. Blood sprang forth. Even Brother Zhou is far from being his match. The remaining disciples of the Taichu Holy Land, witnessing Zhou Feiyu's miserable state, felt an even deeper sense of dread. They had already begun to contemplate retreat. However, as long as Zhou Feiyu was still alive, they dared not flee, otherwise they would bear the grave sin of abandoning a fellow disciple. Even if they returned to the Taichu Holy Land, death would be their only fate. Kill. Xiao Yun paid no heed to such matters. He began to showcase the incredible speed of the divine wind steps, traversing the void with ease. With a swing of his golden fist, he sent a disciple of the Taichu Holy Land flying, spitting blood. Brother Wang. The others gasped in astonishment. He was the second strongest after Zhou Feiyu, ranked third in the physical cultivation realm of the Taichu Holy Land. Yet he could not withstand even a single blow from Xiao Yun. You are all too weak, Xiao Yun exclaimed with a look of disdain. His body radiated golden light. His blood energy surged, enveloping him like a golden ocean. The terrifying power surged within him, coalescing in his fists, displaying an aura of invincibility. Poof. Another disciple of the Taichu Holy Land was struck down by Xiao Yun. The arena was left with only 4 individuals, like an invincible war god. Xiao Yun looked down upon all, charging towards the remaining 4 disciples of the Taichu Holy Land, intent on slaying them all. At that moment, Zhou Feiyu finally comprehended that he and his companions were utterly no match for Xiao Yun. Remaining here would surely lead to their complete annihilation. He could not help but shout, "Run! Everyone scatter! We must inform Brotherly. He will avenge us." With that, Zhou Feiyu unexpectedly charged toward Xiao Yun, prepared to sacrifice his life to hold him back, thus granting the others a chance to survive. It must be said that even Xiao Yun was somewhat taken aback. He gazed at the blood-soaked Zhou Feiyu before him, a flicker of admiration surfacing in his eyes, though an adversary. Your audacity to act as the rear guard commands my respect. I shall grant you the opportunity to leave a final message. Xiao Yun, I never anticipated that a mere mortal could possess such formidable combat prowess. It is no wonder that your chaotic sacred land dared to send you into the true dragon nest. However, a mortal is ultimately just that, merely mortal. You shall never comprehend the terror of the supreme body. Brotherly will surely avenge my grievances, Zhou Feiyu declared vehemently. Xiao Yun replied coldly, Is this your farewell message? What a pity. While I would relish the sight of you alive to witness my slaying of Emperor Li, I am averse to complications. Therefore, you may depart this life now. In a few days, Emperor Li will descend to reunite with you. Do you presume you can vanquish Brotherly? Upon encountering him, you will grasp the vast chasm that separates you from him. I, Zhou Feiyu, shall await you below. With a fierce roar, Zhou Feiyu charged at Xiao Yun, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Kill. Xiao Yun refrained from further dialogue, instead unleashing his might, no longer concealing his true strength. Boom, boom, boom. From behind Xiao Yun, 30 resplendent pillars of light emerged, a projection of the Tao, imbued with inscrutable power, rendering Xiao Yun an invincible war deity. This extraordinary phenomenon immediately struck awe into the remaining disciples of the Taichu sacred land, including Zhou Feiyu. They all stared in disbelief at the 30 colorful pillars behind Xiao Yun. Is this the projection of the great Tao? How could he possess such a phenomenon? This is an anomaly exclusive to the chaos body. Several disciples from the primordial sacred land wore expressions of shock and bewilderment. However, Zhou Feiyu suddenly recalled something. His face filled with disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Yun, his pupils constricting in horror as he exclaimed, You have actually cultivated the chaos scripture, and have reached the 36th layer, forging the nascent form of the chaos body. His heart surged with a tempest of emotions, utterly astounded. The chaos scripture is renowned as the most arduous cultivation method in all realms, aside from the Chaos Emperor, who was born with the chaos body. No one else has ever mastered this extraordinary technique. Yet, how old is Xiao Yun? Barely 20, perhaps? To have cultivated the chaos scripture to the 36th layer and forged the nascent form of the chaos body, what kind of comprehension is required? What kind of innate talent is this? No, Elder Wan Yangui was mistaken. We were all mistaken. Zhou Feiyu looked at the terrifying manifestation before him, a bitter smile emerging. When Elder Wan Yangui returned from your chaos sacred land, he claimed you merely possessed a modicum of insight, relying on the consumption of the insight pill to achieve a few formidable combat techniques, thus gaining commendable strength. Yet, due to the side effects of the insight pill, we in the primordial sacred land dismissed you, thinking you were merely a pawn concocted by the chaos sacred land to contend against the talents of our primordial sacred land. To my astonishment, you have indeed mastered the chaos scripture, and your remarkable comprehension is truly formidable. It is no wonder that there were rumors suggesting that during the initiation of disciples at the chaos sacred land, the chaos bell resonated 9 times. Zhou Feiyu gazed at the approaching Xiao Yun with a grim smile, a glimmer of realization dawning in his eyes. That person must be you. Indeed. How could one who provoked the chaos bell to ring 9 times not possess such unparalleled talent? My defeat is not unjust. Is this your final farewell? As Xiao Yun approached Zhou Feiyu, his demeanor was icy and indifferent. His body radiated a golden light, and behind him, 30 colorful celestial pillars extended skyward, resembling an invincible war god of unfathomable might. With that, Xiao Yun unleashed an overwhelming force, obliterating Zhou Feiyu effortlessly. Even though you have cultivated the chaos scripture and forged the embryonic form of the chaos body, you have yet to achieve the true chaos body. You remain no match for senior brotherly. As Zhou Feiyu's voice faded, his body was torn to shreds by the ferocious power, transforming into a mist of blood that stained the heavens and the earth. Senior brother Zhou, the remaining 3 disciples of the Taichu sacred land, exclaimed in horror. The death of Zhou Feiyu left them feeling a chilling dread. All transpired in the blink of an eye, and no one could intervene or halt the unfolding chaos. We must flee. The 3 disciples, paralyzed by terror, fled in disarray. Swish, swish, swish. Without even a glance in their direction, 3 silver flying daggers shot forth, swiftly ending their lives. Thus, all 9 prodigies of the Taichu Holy Land met their tragic demise at the hands of Xiao Yun. The entire army was annihilated. Chapter 59. 9-Leaf Celestial Ginseng. After vanquishing the 9 disciples of the Taichu Holy Land, the formidable aura surrounding Xiao Yun gradually subsided. The ethereal projections of the Tao that loomed behind him dissipated, and the dazzling golden light receded into his being, no longer radiating brilliance. Not far away, Tang Yun gazed at Xiao Yun with a pallid complexion, her body stiff and trembling. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. The scene was too gruesome. Mangled corpses, severed limbs, and scattered entrails littered the ground, resembling a veritable realm of Azura. And Xiao Yun stood as the harbinger of death within this hellish landscape, evoking profound awe. Even though Xiao Yun now bore an innocuous visage, adorned with a smile and devoid of murderous intent, he still instilled fear in Tang Yun. After tidying the battlefield, he retrieved the spatial rings from the fallen disciples of the Taichu Holy Land and approached Tang Yun, casually inquiring, "What is it? Do you find me cruel?" His gaze was somewhat detached, with a glint of sharpness directed at Tang Yun. She inhaled deeply, then shook her head, responding softly, "No, they sought to kill you. Brother Xiao, it is only right that you defended yourself. Let us proceed." Upon hearing this, the chill on Xiao Yun's face vanished, replaced by his previous cheerful demeanor as he departed with Tang Yun. Fortunately, Tang Yun was not of the same disposition as Mu Qianxue. Otherwise, even if she were a disciple of his future master, he would have chosen to maintain his distance, unwilling to engage further. As Xiao Yun traversed the path, he simultaneously perused his system. Among the 9 disciples of the Taichu sacred land that he had vanquished, 6 possessed extraordinary physiques, granting him a remarkable 60 opportunities for enlightenment. This was indeed exhilarating. Xiao Yun found himself brimming with anticipation. Should he eliminate more gifted individuals with unique constitutions, he might just forge a chaotic body in one fell swoop. After journeying for an hour, Xiao Yun and his companions stumbled upon some precious herbs and treasures. Before him stood a small tree radiating with iridescent light, adorned with several plump, crimson fruits. This was the Millennium Zhu fruit, known to enhance one's cultivation upon consumption. "Brother Xiao, look, there's a 10,000-year-old ginseng. It's actually running away." Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rang out from Tang Yun. Turning to investigate, Xiao Yun beheld an elderly ginseng scuttling away on its roots, moving with a speed surpassing that of an average human. Nonetheless, being a practitioner of the body refinement realm, Tang Yun swiftly captured the elusive ginseng. 10,000-year-old ginseng, it has truly attained sentience. Xiao Yun marveled. Such high-grade herbs were exceedingly rare in the outside world. And even within their sacred land, only the saintly heirs were deemed worthy to claim them. He could not help but acknowledge that this place was indeed a treasure trove. Hastily, Xiao Yun stored the Millennium Zhu fruit and, alongside Tang Yun, continued their journey in search of more treasures. As they delved deeper into the true dragon's nest, their bountiful discoveries multiplied, and smiles illuminated their faces. "Brother Xiao, our harvest this time is tremendous. Once we emerge, I fear I shall swiftly ascend to the divine bridge realm." Tang Yun appeared exceedingly joyful, resembling a cheerful lark, chattering incessantly beside Xiao Yun. Although Xiao Yun shared in her happiness, he was not entirely satisfied. After all, he was now the saint's son of the chaotic sacred land, fully entitled to acquire treasures that would enhance his cultivation therein. His purpose for entering the true dragon's nest was singular: to obtain a treasure that would facilitate the metamorphosis of his physical form and another to extend his lifespan. The former aimed to elevate his corporeal strength to the zenith of 100,000 pounds, while the latter was intended as a gift for his somewhat ungrateful master. For without it, she would be destined to perish within a century. Thus, Xiao Yun found his current gains rather lacking and urged Tang Yun. Let us hasten our pace and swiftly make our way to the core of the true dragon's nest. Tang Yun nodded, closely following in his wake. The duo quickened their speed, traversing forward and continuing to scavenge the rare treasures they encountered along the way. Before long, they reached the very edge of the core of the true dragon's nest. Xiao, come quickly and see. Is this not the legendary nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma? She exclaimed with delight beside a verdant vine. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yun's expression shifted dramatically, and he transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing at Tang Yun's side in an instant. He gazed intently at the green vine before him, where a colossal Ganoderma thrived. Unlike ordinary varieties, this one was crystalline in nature, translucent and sparkling, boasting 8 golden leaves, with the 9th leaf already halfway formed. Within the chaotic sacred land, Xiao Yun had perused numerous tomes regarding celestial materials and earthly treasures, for he was about to enter the true dragon's nest. It would be folly to venture forth without knowledge of such invaluable resources. Thus, he had become quite familiar with the treasures of the cultivation realm. Almost at first glance, Xiao Yun recognized the fungus before him. Indeed, it was the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, the legendary supreme artifact spoken of by Tang Yun. Most importantly, this treasure possessed the remarkable ability to facilitate a transformation of the physical body. Xiao Yun's face instantly lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "This is indeed the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma. Although it has yet to reach full maturity, it will not be long before it does. This is a treasure capable of instigating a profound evolution of the physical form." Beside him, Tang Yun also appeared elated. With a radiant smile, she replied, "Xiao, you are already formidable. If you were to refine this 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, your strength would ascend even further." Although she had been the one to discover the Ganoderma, she understood well that without Xiao Yun's guidance, she would never have reached this point, let alone acquired such a precious item. Therefore, Tang Yun generously conceded the treasure to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, in turn, was not one to refuse such a boon. He would not relinquish this treasure. Moreover, he had already assisted Tang Yun in obtaining numerous artifacts throughout their journey, thus he felt no debt towards her. "Truly, Sister Tang, you are my lucky star. Were it not for your keen eyes, I would never have encountered this 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma." With a smile and a nod towards Tang Yun, Xiao Yun continued, "You should rest for now. I will remain here to guard this treasure until the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma has fully matured." Upon hearing this, Tang Yun nodded, then sat cross-legged to cultivate her mind and spirit. Xiao Yun stood guard beside the 9-leaf heavenly Ganoderma, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings with utmost vigilance. The 9-leaf heavenly Ganoderma was on the verge of ripening, and at this critical moment, he had no desire for any disruption. However, as fate would have it, after Xiao Yun had stood watch for an hour, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the jungle ahead, and a figure was swiftly approaching. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed instantly, his gaze cutting like a blade into the thicket before him. Whoever dared to seize his 9-leaf heavenly Ganoderma would meet only one fate: death. Ha! My great fortune has arrived. I have encountered the legendary 9-leaf heavenly Ganoderma. With this treasure, Yi Wuchen shall no longer be my rival. Even the temporal body from the Taichu sacred land would find it challenging to contend with me. Even before the figure arrived, a voice had already reached him. A tall silhouette emerged from the jungle, bearing a battle knife on his back, his long hair flowing as if caught by an unseen breeze, exuding an imposing aura of blade intent. He was Lu Nanshan, the son of the heavenly blade sacred land, possessing a natural affinity for swordsmanship. Xiao Yun recognized him at once. Chapter 60. I do not wield a blade, only invincible strength. By this time, night had fallen, and the silvery moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the forest in a veil of ethereal mist, creating a dreamlike ambience. On a vividly blooming vine, the 9th golden leaf of the 9-leaf heavenly Ganoderma began to slowly take form, radiating a faint golden glow, exuding an aura of utmost sanctity. Not far away, Lu Nanshan fixed his gaze upon the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, his eyes brimming with unmasked greed. He exclaimed, "To encounter such a treasure capable of transforming the flesh is indeed an extraordinary fortune." Only after uttering these words did Lu Nanshan notice Xiao Yun beside him, instantly revealing a look of disdain. "Begone. In light of your assistance in finding the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, I shall spare your life today, for my mood is favorable." His tone was overwhelmingly domineering, as if he were bestowing a favor upon Xiao Yun, laden with an unmistakable air of authority. However, as the holy son of the Heaven S blade sacred ground, possessing an unparalleled innate blade physique, Lu Nanshan certainly had the qualifications to be arrogant. Neither Zhang Yunfei of the Overlord sect nor Zhou Feiyu of the primordial sacred land could hold a candle to Lu Nanshan. Yet today, he found himself confronted by Xiao Yun. Gazing at the audacious and imperious Lu Nanshan before him, Xiao Yun's hand shimmered with light, and a black battle blade forged from mysterious iron materialized in his grasp. As he caressed the dark blade, he regarded Lu Nanshan with an indifferent expression and remarked, "An innate blade physique, you say? I too wield a blade. Let us see whose weapon reigns supreme." With those words, Xiao Yun's eyes transformed, becoming sharp and piercing. Reminiscent of a blade's edge, a fierce and overwhelming intent emanated from him, as if the very fabric of the surrounding space were being cleaved apart. In that moment, Xiao Yun resembled a divine sword poised for battle, exuding an extraordinary brilliance. On the opposite side, Lu Nanshan furrowed his brow momentarily. Yet soon his expression turned to one of utter disdain. With an air of arrogance, he declared, "To dare wield a blade in the presence of my innate blade body. I must say, you are exceedingly foolish." Lu Nanshan regarded Xiao Yun with indifference, for in his eyes, there were only a handful of worthy adversaries: the temporal body Li Chitian, the primordial saint body Zhao Wuji, the celestial titan Wu Gang, the divine king body Jiang Haoran, and his arch-nemesis, the innate sword body Yu Wuchen. Beyond these, he deemed all others insignificant. Individuals like Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei were mere trifles beneath his notice. As for the figure before him, Xiao Yun, Lu Nanshan had never laid eyes on him and presumed him to be an inconsequential nobody, thus he dismissed him outright. Innate blade body? Xiao Yun listened to Lu Nanshan's arrogant words, his expression remaining unperturbed. He continued to caress the dark blade of Xian iron in his hand and slowly remarked, "This blade has accompanied my master for decades. Forged from a millennium of Xian iron, weighing 360,000 jin. My master once wielded it to sweep away foes of equal rank. To cut you down, a so-called innate blade body, would not be a disgrace to this weapon." With that, Xiao Yun rose, gripping the blade firmly. He stood resolute, his gaze piercing and formidable, exuding an unparalleled brilliance. The 360,000 jin Xian iron warblade felt as light as a feather in his grasp, as if it bore no weight at all. This was due to Xiao Yun's strength, which had reached an astounding 800,000 jin, allowing him to wield the blade with effortless ease. A millennium of Xian iron? 360,000 jin? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Lu Nanshan reacted as if he had been told a joke, his face contorted with derision. "Are you jesting? Do you truly believe that you can wield a blade weighing 360,000 pounds? Do you take me for a fool? You think mere bravado can intimidate me? Intimidate you? No, I intend to kill you." Xiao Yun replied coldly, raising the mysterious iron warblade in his hand. He had not forgotten the system's mission. Slaying a gifted individual with a unique constitution would grant him 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Since Lu Nanshan had so willingly placed himself on the path to demise, Xiao Yun would show no mercy. What audacity! A mere nameless wretch dares to be arrogant before me. It's tantamount to seeking death. Lu Nanshan, incensed, exuded an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of a sovereign commanding respect, capable of toppling millions with a single wrathful strike. Just by his presence, it was evident that Lu Nanshan was extraordinarily formidable, far surpassing Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei. However, Xiao Yun remained undaunted. Armed with the mysterious iron warblade, he was prepared to unleash his full strength. Even Zhou Feiyu had not compelled him to wield the blade, which illustrated how seriously Xiao Yun regarded Lu Nanshan. Die! Lu Nanshan refrained from further banter, immediately launching a ferocious strike toward Xiao Yun. The force of the blow was both fierce and overwhelming, enveloping the arena. To Xiao Yun's eyes, the strike appeared rather ordinary, yet it was executed with remarkable precision, as if it severed all techniques and variations in its wake. Every evasive maneuver and clever stratagem was rendered futile before this singular, decisive strike. What appeared to be an ordinary strike severed all of Xiao Yun's avenues for retreat and evasion, ensnaring even his spirit within the formidable momentum of the blade. As if he had plunged into an illusion from which he could not extricate himself. What a natural sword body! Xiao Yun could not help but commend this, for in terms of swordplay alone, he was undoubtedly no match for the present figure of Lu Nanshan. With his innate sword body, Lu Nanshan stood unrivaled in the realm of swordsmanship, a true master without equal. However, Xiao Yun was not merely a practitioner of sword arts. His essence lay in sheer strength. No matter how formidable your techniques, as long as my power surpasses yours, I shall cleave through your every maneuver with unwavering resolve, leaving naught but devastation in my wake. With a swift motion, Xiao Yun brandished his dark iron battle blade towards Lu Nanshan, executing a seemingly casual slash devoid of any elaborate technique, revealing numerous openings in his approach. Lu Nanshan's gaze swept over him, and he immediately scoffed. Is this the extent of your prowess? In our sacred land of heavenly blades, even a mere practitioner of body refinement surpasses you in the art of the sword. I concede. Xiao Yun nodded, and with that, he delivered a direct downward strike, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power that surged forth like a tempest, tearing through the heavens. Lu Nanshan's expression shifted to one of horror as he was confronted with an oppressive force akin to a mountain crashing towards him. I may not wield the sword, but I possess an immense strength that transcends all. Regardless of your techniques, I shall cleave through them all. I firmly believe that sheer force can conquer a multitude of skills. Xiao Yun unleashed a powerful strike towards Lu Nanshan, sending the long blade from his opponent's grasp flying into the air. The residual force from the blow caused Lu Nanshan to spew forth blood, sending him crashing backwards. In the face of such overwhelming strength, Lu Nanshan was unexpectedly forced to retreat by Xiao Yun's single strike. Should those outside witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for it was nothing short of breathtaking. Lu Nanshan, possessing a natural affinity for the sword, was no ordinary foe, but rather a true prodigy of unparalleled talent. Xiao Shixiang is truly formidable. Once he refines the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, he may indeed possess the power to slay that being of time and space. Nearby, Tang Yunyun observed the clash, her heart awash with tumultuous waves, her face a mask of shock. A transcendent genius had been severely wounded by Xiao Yun's blade. What sheer strength this is! Chapter 61. Even the mightiest blade falls short with a thud. Lu Nanshan collided with a large tree but quickly regained his footing. Though he could not suppress a cough of blood, his expression was one of disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Yun, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Your blade truly weighs 360,000 pounds. He exclaimed, regret gnawing at him. He had underestimated Xiao Yun, failing to realize that his blade was forged from a millennium of profound iron with an astonishing weight. Had he known, he would never have dared to confront Xiao Yun so recklessly. It was tantamount to courting death. Who exactly are you? Lu Nanshan demanded, swiftly consuming a medicinal pill as he attempted to regulate his injuries while scrutinizing Xiao Yun intently. A nameless individual could not possibly possess such strength. Reveal your true identity. Are you attempting to buy time to heal? With a mocking gaze, Xiao Yun directed his attention towards Lu Nanshan. Instantly, Lu Nanshan's expression shifted. He indeed harbored such intentions. After all, he had just suffered a significant blow due to his own carelessness, and engaging with Xiao Yun again at this moment would place him at a disadvantage. Little did he expect that Xiao Yun could perceive his thoughts so easily. While I could allow you to recover from your injuries, I remain unafraid. However, I shall not be so foolish as to permit you that opportunity. In the world of cultivation, the ruthless principle is to strike when your opponent is vulnerable. Xiao Yun declared, once more brandishing his mysterious iron blade in an assault against Lu Nanshan, to grant Lu Nanshan a chance to recuperate. Only to engage in a fair battle? Xiao Yun was no fool. After all, they were already locked in a life-and-death struggle. Notions of fairness were irrelevant. Eliminating the opponent was the only objective. Kill! Xiao Yun bellowed, unleashing the combat technique known as 10,000 blades returning to the sea. Instantly, countless blade shadows coalesced, resembling a dense shower of raindrops, forming an immense net that ensnared Lu Nanshan within its grasp. This technique had long been refined to the utmost pinnacle of martial prowess through his Enlightenment system, rendering it extraordinarily powerful. It was precisely because of Xiao Yun's training in this technique that the Emperor Tian had gifted him the mysterious iron blade. Although Xiao Yun had predominantly relied on his fists in battle, it was with the blade that he truly reached his peak form. After all, how could unarmed combat ever surpass the sharpness of a weapon? Moreover, Xiao Yun's blade was exceptional, forged entirely from a millennium's worth of mysterious iron. It weighed a staggering 360,000 pounds, exuding immense power. Wielding this blade allowed Xiao Yun to unleash extraordinary levels of strength. Damn it! Lu Nanshan's expression changed dramatically. His injuries had yet to fully heal, and he could only exert 70% of his combat prowess. At this moment, engaging in battle was too disadvantageous for him. However, there was no alternative. Xiao Yun had resolutely decided not to wait for Lu Nanshan to recuperate. Thus, Lu Nanshan, with no other option, could only advance with his blade in hand. This time, however, Lu Nanshan displayed considerable acumen, aware that his strength paled in comparison to Xiao Yun's. He refrained from direct confrontation. Instead, he employed agile maneuvers to evade while skillfully dissipating the tremendous force of Xiao Yun's strikes. With a mere flick of his wrist, he redirected the force. Lu Nanshan uttered a low shout, executing a diagonal slash that emitted an inexplicable power, diverting the trajectory of Xiao Yun's mysterious iron blade, allowing him to slip past unscathed. Xiao Yun's countenance shifted slightly. Lu Nanshan's swordplay was astoundingly clever, utilizing leverage to negate his formidable strength. Yet, Lu Nanshan would not squander such an opportunity. As a seasoned warrior with extensive combat experience, he swiftly merged his being with his blade, channeling his spirit and vitality into a powerful ascent. In that instant, Xiao Yun sensed a hint of perilous energy emanating from Lu Nanshan. In this state of unity between man and sword, Lu Nanshan's power surged immensely, far surpassing his previous capabilities. With a thunderous roar, Lu Nanshan unleashed a torrent of blade energy akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. The blade shimmered with a brilliant white light, radiating an undeniable brilliance. This strike possessed an unparalleled momentum, resembling an invincible sword that swept across the heavens, shattering mountains and rivers with its might. Before such a relentless aura, anyone would feel their spirit quail, their very souls trembling in awe. This is my most formidable strike, originally intended for Yi Wuchen. But today it shall be wielded to vanquish you, roared Lu Nanshan, his gaze piercing and his countenance brimming with confidence, fully assured in the potency of his blow. This strike encompassed all his might, merging his essence and spirit into one, undoubtedly a terrifying blow that transcended all limits. The inherent strength of the blade was magnificently displayed within this singular attack. This was an invincible strike, one capable of obliterating all in its path. With a relentless force, it surged forth, unstoppable and unassailable. As Xiao Yun beheld the deadly approach of this strike, he felt his body stiffen, as if his very soul were on the verge of rupture, rendering him utterly immobile. Lu Nanshan's blow not only bore immense physical power, but, more critically, it was infused with his unwavering spirit and essence. This was the most potent amalgamation of material and spiritual assault. Indeed, one must not underestimate the heroes of the world. In his astonishment, Xiao Yun could not help but reflect on Lu Nanshan's prowess. He was truly a peerless prodigy, his strength surpassing all expectations. For the first time in the face of Lu Nanshan's strike, Xiao Yun felt the chilling breath of death looming over him. Unlike previous adversaries such as Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei, who could never instill such a sense of peril, Lu Nanshan had achieved this, showcasing the magnitude of his strength. Truly befitting of a legendary genius. You are formidable. I shall wield my utmost power to defeat you, as a mark of my respect. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Yun immediately manifested the embryonic form of the chaos body, with 30 vibrant pillars piercing the heavens, unleashing a terrifying aura that shattered Lu Nanshan's spiritual onslaught. What? Lu Nanshan stared in shock at the 30 projections of the great Tao behind Xiao Yun. As the holy son of the sacred land, he undoubtedly recognized the significance of these manifestations, the embryonic form of the chaos body, the 30 projections of the great Tao. Lu Nanshan, his face awash with astonishment, gazed at Xiao Yun and exclaimed, "You are from the chaos sacred land, and you have cultivated the chaos scripture?" "Correct, but alas, there is no reward." Xiao Yun, having revealed the embryonic form of the chaos body, immediately unleashed the formidable defensive techniques, the Golden Bell Shield and the Taiji Divine Palm. Boom. At that moment, Lu Nanshan's most powerful strike collided fiercely with the Golden Shield enveloping Xiao Yun. The Golden Bell Shield, a potent defensive technique, erupted with immense strength, steadfastly resisting the advancing force of Lu Nanshan's ultimate strike. "Shatter for me." Lu Nanshan's eyes blazed with determination as he bellowed, fully aware that if he could not slay Xiao Yun with this blow, his demise was inevitable. For such a supreme strike, he could never unleash a second. Once this blow was executed, either the enemy would perish, or he himself would meet his end. Such was the overwhelming nature of this strike, for otherwise, it would not bear the title of the strongest. "Kill, kill, kill." Lu Nanshan roared incessantly, striving to breach the golden shield surrounding Xiao Yun. He was utterly desperate. The searing light of his blade relentlessly battered against the golden shield, causing it to tremble with each impact. Crack! A sharp sound pierced the air as a minute fissure finally appeared in the golden shield encasing Xiao Yun, a sight that ignited a flicker of exhilaration in Lu Nanshan's eyes. Yet, that smile quickly became frozen. As the golden bell shield shattered, a colossal Taiji diagram surged forth, violently propelling both Lu Nanshan and his blade into the air. A cry of despair escaped Lu Nanshan's lips as he was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, his face a portrait of hopelessness. Chapter 62, The Maturation of Lingxi. What an extraordinarily powerful strike! Xiao Yun gazed at Lu Nanshan, who had been struck by the Taiji diagram, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Lu Nanshan's most formidable blow moments ago had been nothing short of breathtaking, akin to a divine execution that left him profoundly shaken. Were it not for his superior strength and his mastery of the Golden Bell Shield and Taiji Divine Palm to their ultimate realms, he might well have found himself at a disadvantage against Lu Nanshan, although they both belonged to the second tier of divine physiques. Lu Nanshan was significantly more formidable than Zhang Yunfei and Zhou Feiyu. Such a powerhouse had only been encountered by Xiao Yun within the illusory demon tower and could easily rank among the top 20 strongest in the annals of body refinement. Regrettably for Lu Nanshan, he had crossed paths with Xiao Yun. The latter showed no mercy to his foes. He merely sighed in reflection before lunging forward with his blade once more. Boom! Gritting his teeth, Lu Nanshan swung his sword in a desperate attempt to parry Xiao Yun's assault. However, in his severely weakened state, he stood no chance against Xiao Yun's might. Suffering further injuries and being driven to a state of utter despair, Xiao Yun was somewhat taken aback by the drastic reduction in Lu Nanshan's strength. It appeared that the formidable strike had come with considerable repercussions. With a smile, Xiao Yun addressed Lu Nanshan. The latter's countenance darkened, and he gritted his teeth, pleading, "Spare my life, and I shall assist you in dealing with Li Qingdi." He had succumbed to begging for mercy, a humiliation that weighed heavily upon Lu Nanshan, marking one of the greatest shames of his life. However, he truly did not wish to perish in this place. Possessing an innate blade physique, he was an extraordinary prodigy of the celestial blade's sacred land, endowed with the potential to become an emperor. His resplendent life had only just begun, and he was not ready for it to end. Moreover, Lu Nanshan believed that if given time, he would undoubtedly defeat Xiao Yun in the future, cleansing the humiliation he faced today. Poof! As soon as Lu Nanshan's words fell, he was struck by Xiao Yun's blade, causing him to spurt blood and be sent flying. Xiao Yun continued to swing his blade at Lu Nanshan, a cold smile gracing his face as he said, "If my strength were inferior to yours, you would have already slain me. Now that you have lost, you seek mercy. Do you think this is merely a child's game? Apologies. But this is a ruthless realm of cultivation. Since you have lost, there is only one path left for you, death. As for Emperor Li Cheng, I shall personally deal with him, and I have no need for a defeated subordinate such as yourself to assist me." Driven to the brink by Xiao Yun, Lu Nanshan felt a surge of fear and shouted, "You underestimate Emperor Li Cheng far too much. The supreme body possesses terrifying power, beyond your imagination. I admit your strength is formidable, but I must inform you that when I once sparred with Emperor Li Cheng, I was nearly slain by a single move of his. That was merely a sparring session." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's heart stirred, yet he continued to swing his blade towards Lu Nanshan, sneering, "If Emperor Li Cheng is truly that formidable, then I have even less need for your assistance, considering you cannot withstand even one of his blows." The ferocity of Xiao Yun's blade intensified, his overwhelming power causing Lu Nanshan to cough up blood and retreat continuously. Lu Nanshan felt himself nearing his limit. He bellowed at Xiao Yun, "You madman! If you kill me, our heavenly blade's sacred land will not spare you. My grandfather is." This was the last phrase uttered by Lu Nanshan. Before he could finish, Xiao Yun's mysterious iron warblade had already shattered Lu Nanshan's internal organs. His corpse remained intact, eyes wide open, yet within him lay nothing but a mass of pulverized flesh. Xiao Yun's formidable power, amplified by the iron blade, had decisively vanquished this unparalleled prodigy, who was born with a heavenly blade physique. This marked Xiao Yun's first kill of an extraordinary genius, the first son of the sacred land. And he gained an additional 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Xiao Yun checked the system, and his face lit up with joy. Slaying a genius with a special physique rewarded him with 10 chances for enlightenment. For this reason alone, Xiao Yun would not spare Lu Nanshan, thus. No matter how desperately he pleaded, it was all in vain. After Xiao Yun removed Lu Nanshan's spatial ring, he returned to sit beside the 9-leaf celestial ginseng, awaiting its maturation. Not far away, Tang Yun, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle, hurried over to start digging a pit beside him. Xiao Yun, taken aback, looked at Tang Yun with confusion and asked, "Junior sister Tang, what are you doing?" Tang Yun replied with a serious expression, "Brother Xiao, we must not let anyone know you have killed Lu Nanshan, or it will invite trouble." Xiao Yun felt a warmth in his heart. Yet he shook his head and replied, "Sister Tang, you are overreacting. My master once stated that within the true dragon's nest, we may engage in combat without causing enmity among the various sections." Upon hearing this, Tang Yun cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Yun and inquired, "Brother Xiao, you are perhaps unaware of Lu Nanshan's true identity, are you?" Xiao Yun, puzzled, responded, "Is he not the holy son of the heavenly blade's sacred land? Could there be some other significant identity?" Tang Yun nodded, her expression growing solemn as she said, "The current divine son of the heavenly blade's sacred land, known as Overlord Blade, is none other than Lu Tiandu, his grandfather." Xiao Yun was taken aback by this revelation. He had heard Emperor Tian mention Overlord Blade Lu Tiandu, a peerless prodigy of the same era as Emperor Tian himself. Emperor Tian had remarked on his formidable strength, already a half-step saint, and once he achieved sainthood, he would ascend as the new leader of the heavenly blade's sacred land. It was no wonder Lu Nanshan mentioned his grandfather before his demise. Xiao Yun suddenly recalled Lu Nanshan's final words. However, he did not feel fear. He was the holy son of the chaos sacred land. No matter how powerful Lu Tiandu might be, could he truly come to the chaos sacred land to kill him? Curiously, Xiao Yun asked, Sister Tang, since Lu Tiandu is a contemporary of my master, he must be at least 1,000 years old. How could he possibly have such a young grandson? Tang Yunyun sighed. Once we practitioners enter the extraordinary realm, our lifespans extend to a millennium, so we typically do not settle down before achieving this state. After all, if your partner fails to reach the extraordinary realm, would you not be left in sorrow for 1,000 years? Xiao Yun suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. It appears that practitioners tend to delay starting families. Tang Yunyun continued, moreover, individuals like Lu Tiandu, who possess extraordinary talents, are solely focused on the pursuit of becoming a great emperor. They typically do not engage in romantic entanglements. It is only upon encountering equally formidable women that they might develop feelings, resulting in later marriages. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. He would likely make the same choice. There is little choice in the matter, as a practitioner's lifespan extends with their strength. If one's partner cannot transcend to the extraordinary realm, they would only possess a few hundred years of life, leaving one to endure solitude for thousands of years. Thus, practitioners tend to seek partners of equal standing, not in terms of status, but rather cultivation and potential. Individuals like Xiao Yun, a prodigy destined for sainthood, are assuredly on a path to becoming quasi-emperors, with lifespans of several thousand years, even tens of thousands. With such longevity, Xiao Yun would certainly not consider women with mere hundreds of years of life. He would at least seek a woman capable of attaining sainthood. Of course, that is a matter for another time. At this moment, Xiao Yun's gaze was captivated by the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma before him. The 9th leaf of this remarkable herb had fully condensed into form, radiating a gentle golden light and exuding an enchanting fragrance that invigorated the surrounding flora, causing rapid growth and a profusion of blossoms. Undoubtedly, this 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma had reached complete maturity. Chapter 63. Successful Transformation. 900,000 Gene of Strength finally matured. Xiao Yun's face was instantly alight with excitement. The moment he refined the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, his strength would surge by an incredible 100,000 pounds. With a might of 900,000 pounds, would he still need to fear Li Qingdi? Brother Xiao, hurry and harvest it. I have heard Master say that if the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma is not picked in time, it will gradually dissipate into the ether, reminded Tang Yunyun anxiously from the side. Xiao Yun smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. It will take a week before it begins to fade. Nonetheless, he promptly set about harvesting the magnificent 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, cradling it in his palm. This extraordinary fungus was immense, comparable in size to a human head, with a translucent body adorned with 9 golden leaves, radiating a resplendent glow. Brother Xiao, quickly refine the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma. I will guard you. With that, Tang Yunyun began to patrol the vicinity, ready to alert Xiao Yun at the first sign of an intruder. Xiao Yun then settled into a meditative posture, consuming the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma. Despite its considerable size, it melted upon contact, its cool essence invigorating him profoundly. Soon, he felt a torrent of vital energy surging within him, nourishing his physical form and causing his skin to emit a shimmering radiance. Truly, it was a treasure beyond compare. Xiao Yun commenced the cultivation technique, drawing upon the immense life force with all his might. In that moment, his entire being was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of light, a mist of brilliance swirling around him. This forest was illuminated by Xiao Yun's radiant form, as if it were midday. A stream of verdant life essence began to emerge from Xiao Yun's pores, enveloping his entire being in a luminous embrace. In this moment, he felt a profound warmth coursing through him, a sense of unparalleled tranquility enveloping his form. His internal organs, flesh, and bones seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, continuously elevating in strength and vitality. The life force emanating from the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma was immensely potent. Even after absorbing it for half a day, he had yet to fully harness its energy. By midnight, his body radiated light, evolving and growing stronger with each passing moment. As another hour slipped by, once Xiao Yun had completely absorbed the life essence of the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, a surge of golden divine flames began to manifest around him, igniting his physical form as though he were being reforged anew. Enduring the searing trial of these flames, Xiao Yun understood that this was a pivotal juncture in his transformation. For an ordinary body to aspire to the level of extraordinary physiques, it must endure rigorous trials. The blazing divine flames scorched his flesh, dismantling his old form and forging a new one. Had he not absorbed the vast life essence of the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma beforehand, his body would have been consumed by these divine flames. Yet, Bolstered by the Ganoderma's immense life energy, Xiao Yun's physical form could withstand the flames, catalyzing the enhancement of his life essence and propelling his body to a higher realm. Golden rays gradually emanated from his flesh and bones, even radiating outward, merging him with the golden divine flames. The following morning, the dawn mist enveloped the entire forest, and the nearby leaves and flowers glistened with dew, refracting a crystalline brilliance akin to exquisite, transparent water pearls. A gentle breeze wafted in, delivering a breath of fresh air. Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, discovering that his physical body had grown even stronger than before, with a slight increase in height. Within him surged an immeasurable power, akin to the roaring Yangtze River, yearning to burst forth. Every cell in his being seemed to harbor immense energy, as if his entire physique had undergone a rigorous tempering. This was a rebirth through fire, reminiscent of the immortal phoenix's nirvana, marking a successful transformation of Xiao Yun's corporeal form. The last time he experienced such a change was during the forging of his chaotic body's embryonic form. At this moment, he possessed a force of 900,000 pounds, tantalizingly close to the limit of 1,000,000 pounds. With such strength, who could possibly rival him within the true dragon's nest? A brilliant light sparkled in Xiao Yun's eyes, his face radiating confidence and an extraordinary aura. Whoosh! Tang Yunyun sensed that Xiao Yun had concluded his cultivation and swiftly soared from a distance. Xiao Yun smiled at her, expressing gratitude. Thank you, junior sister Tang, for safeguarding me. You're too kind, senior brother Xiao. By the way, how do you feel now? Tang Yunyun waved her hand and, with wide, curious eyes, stared intently at Xiao Yun, eager to discern the changes he had undergone. However, Xiao Yun had concealed all his aura, and with Tang Yunyun's limited strength, she could not fathom the truth. I feel unprecedentedly well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun broke into a grin and waved his hand, saying, let us proceed to the heart of the true dragon's nest. Tang Yunyun nodded in agreement, and the two resumed their journey towards the core of the true dragon's nest. In less than half a day, they arrived at the heart of the nest, where faint sounds of commotion caught their attention. Brother Xiao, it seems there are many people over there. Should we go and take a look? Tang Yunyun inquired, listening intently before turning her gaze towards Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment, then replied, it would be wise to investigate. Who knows what treasures we might seize? Tang Yunyun was somewhat speechless. Her elder brother was indeed quite confident. However, considering that treasures within the true dragon's nest were unclaimed, it was true that Xiao Yun, possessing strength, could indeed lay claim to them. The law of survival here was one of the strong prevailing and the weak being devoured. In the lush, verdant forest, a jade-green river wound its way into the distance, flanked by a small tree, roughly a man's height. Its sturdy trunk exuded an ancient and weathered charm. The tree's branches were adorned with an abundance of foliage, interspersed with numerous white blossoms. Curiously, it bore but a single fruit, golden and radiating a soft, golden luminescence. Strikingly brilliant, this golden fruit was unmistakably extraordinary. A group of young cultivators in the distance gazed at the fruit with expressions of greed. Yet none dared to approach and pluck it. In close proximity to the diminutive tree stood three formidable figures, each a paragon of excellence: the time-space entity Li Qingdi, the divine king body Jiang Haoren, and the primordial holy body Zhao Wuji. With these three extraordinary prodigies present, who would dare to seize treasures in their midst? Forming a triangular formation, they encircled the small tree, and any who dared to encroach upon their territory would undoubtedly face the wrath of the other two. The expressions on their faces were rife with gravity and vigilance. Heavens! That is the Bodhi tree, the fabled divine tree. It is said that the Bodhi tree blooms once every millennium and bears fruit in the same span, with flowers falling and fruits ripening. This fruit, known as the Bodhi fruit, grants instant enlightenment to those who consume it, ranking among the 10 rarest treasures in the world. Even sages and those on the verge of becoming emperors would be driven to madness for it. If this treasure were taken from here, it could be exchanged for a sacred weapon. Li Qingdi, Jiang Haoren, and Zhao Wuji stood there, and it remained uncertain which of them would ultimately claim the Bodhi fruit. When Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun arrived, they overheard the surrounding crowd engaged in animated discussions. Chapter 64. The Three Extraordinary Prodigies. The Bodhi tree? The Bodhi fruit? As Xiao Yun listened to the murmurs, he turned his gaze toward the river ahead and indeed spotted a small tree adorned with a golden fruit, roughly the size of a fist, radiating a brilliant golden hue. However, what captivated Xiao Yun's attention even more were the three exceptional prodigies standing nearby: Li Qingdi, Jiang Haoren, Zhao Wuji. The unexpected gathering of these three unparalleled talents took Xiao Yun by surprise. However, Xiao Yun soon found himself in high spirits, for he had been searching for Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji for quite some time, and at last, he had encountered these two individuals. Eliminate Li Qingdi and subdue Zhao Wuji. Xiao Yun mused inwardly, This was the course of action he intended to pursue next. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir, for Xiao Yun's ambitions were indeed audacious. Was it so simple to slay Li Qingdi, the embodiment of time and space? He was already recognized as the strongest in the true dragon nest. And then there was the ancient holy body, Xiao Wuji, whose strength was formidable as well. Despite being slightly inferior to Li Qingdi, he was no less powerful. Yet, Xiao Yun remained imbued with confidence. Having just undergone a transformation, his strength had reached an astonishing 900,000 gene, placing him at the pinnacle among his peers. Senior brother Xiao, this is a Bodhi fruit. Once consumed, it enables one to instantaneously enter a state of enlightenment. It is one of the 10 rarest treasures in the world and will undoubtedly be of immense assistance to you. Came the excited voice of Tang Yunyun from beside him. Xiao Yun then turned his gaze to the golden fruit and the small tree, which indeed bore a resemblance to the Bodhi tree and Bodhi fruit described in ancient texts. Nevertheless, he found himself less captivated. After all, he still possessed 154 opportunities for enlightenment. With his enlightenment system in place, such moments held little value for him, far overshadowed by the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, a treasure capable of catalyzing a transformation of his very being. Senior brother Xiao, this Bodhi fruit is exceedingly precious. Li Qingdi and his allies will undoubtedly vie for it with fervor. You must exercise caution. It is essential to understand that this Bodhi fruit has the potential to usher individuals into a state of enlightenment, thereby enabling them to grasp a formidable martial technique that enhances their strength by a staggering 100,000 pounds. Tang Yunyun spoke with a solemn expression, stating that it would be a waste to consume this Bodhi fruit while in the body refining realm. It is far more likely that they would utilize it upon reaching a bottleneck in the heavenly realm. At that juncture, they could leverage the state of enlightenment to achieve a breakthrough and ascend to sainthood. Upon hearing Tang Yunyun's subsequent remarks, Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, rendering him momentarily stunned. Indeed, while this Bodhi fruit may hold no value for me, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to my master. My master has been ensnared in the transcendent realm for many years, and with the aid of this Bodhi fruit, he could surely surmount his bottleneck and enter the heavenly realm. Once he steps into the heavenly realm, he would gain an additional millennium of lifespan. What more treasures could one seek to extend life? Xiao Yun's thoughts raced. Initially, he had only considered his own circumstances. For someone endowed with an enlightenment system like himself, the Bodhi fruit seemed trivial and unworthy of his attention. However, for Emperor Tian, its value was immeasurable. The reason Emperor Tian remained trapped in the transcendent realm was due to his inability to advance beyond the current level of the chaos scripture. Yet, with the assistance of this Bodhi fruit, he could swiftly transcend to the next layer. At that moment, Emperor Tian would break through his bottleneck and elevate himself to the heavenly realm. Not only would a heavenly realm powerhouse gain an additional millennium of lifespan, but they would also possess even greater strength. Once Tian ascends to the realm of celestial beings, Xiao Yun will no longer need to worry about Tian's downfall. Moreover, a more powerful Tian will serve as a formidable support during his weaker days. Contemplating this, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with determination as he fixated on the Bodhi fruit before him, his gaze radiating an undeniable fervor of ambition. This Bodhi fruit is mine, he murmured confidently. In an instant, he resolved to seize the fruit and present it to his master, aiding him in achieving celestial greatness. Tang Shimi, please wait here for a moment while I go and claim the Bodhi fruit. Xiao Yun whispered to Tang Yunyun. She nodded in understanding, aware that her presence might hinder Xiao Yun, given the overwhelming strength of Li Qingdi and his companions, far surpassing that of Zhou Feiyu. Nevertheless, Tang Yunyun cautioned Xiao Shixiao, be cautious. Furthermore, the Bodhi fruit has yet to ripen. It will only attain full maturity once all the blossoms from the Bodhi tree have fallen. Xiao Yun nodded, recalling that this was indeed recorded in the text of their chaos sacred land. The reason Li Qingdi and the others had yet to act was precisely because the Bodhi fruit remained unripe. Should a conflict arise and the fruit be destroyed in the ensuing chaos, they would be heartbroken. With that, Xiao Yun approached the Bodhi tree, his figure standing out amidst the crowd. He immediately drew the attention of those around him, who began to murmur amongst themselves. A multitude of gazes converged upon Xiao Yun. Who is that guy? Does he wish for his own demise? How dare one approach the Bodhi tree? Humph, with 3 unparalleled prodigies present. Does he still dare to covet the Bodhi fruit? Truly, he values riches over his own life, utterly oblivious to the peril he invites. I believe I recognize him. His name is Xiao Yun, a disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land, who previously triumphed over Zhang Yunfei. Oh, how surprising that the Chaos Sacred Land has sent someone here. Do they not fear being utterly annihilated by the primordial sacred land? A mere Zhang Yunfei cannot possibly compare to these 3 extraordinary beings. Even though he hails from the Chaos Sacred Land, he stands no chance against Li Qingdi and his companions. The Chaos Sacred Land has indeed fallen into decline. Not only do their disciples lack strength, but it seems their wits have also deserted them. A murmur of discussion arose from the crowd. With a slight twitch of his ear, Xiao Yun conjured 5 silver flying daggers that he instantly launched, transforming them into streaks of silver meteors as they darted into the throng. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by 5 anguished cries, 5 young cultivators collapsed to the ground, each with a silver dagger embedded in their foreheads. The crowd gasped in horror, their gazes turning to Xiao Yun, who now inspired a palpable fear that caused them to recoil. Xiao Yun cast a cold glance at them and spoke in a chilling tone. One may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak carelessly, lest it lead to death. His voice was as frigid as winter's ice, chilling to the bone, causing the temperature around him to plummet. The crowd shivered involuntarily, falling silent, no longer daring to utter a word about Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun let out a cold snort, turning his gaze back towards the Bodhi tree. Within this true dragon nest, he held no reservations. Anyone who dared to be impudent would meet with swift execution. Simultaneously, his actions drew the attention of Li Qingdi and his companions. These 3 extraordinary prodigies fixed their penetrating gazes upon Xiao Yun, their eyes radiating an intimidating aura. Xiao Yun met their stares with equal intensity, his eyes sharp as blades, exuding a fierce brilliance akin to a sword unsheathed, heralding the onset of unparalleled might. Chapter 65. The Maturation of the Bodhi Fruit. Li Qingdi scrutinized Xiao Yun before him, a flicker of doubt appearing in his eyes. He had previously overheard discussions around him. Thus he was aware that Xiao Yun hailed from the chaotic sacred land. Indeed, this was the very individual mentioned by the esteemed elder Wanyangui, who had once vanquished their thunder body, Jialong, from the Taichu sacred land. This revelation puzzled Li Qingdi. Prior to their entry, the higher-ups of the Taichu sacred land had issued a strict command to Zhou Feiyu and his group to eliminate Xiao Yun, ensuring that the chaotic sacred land would return in defeat once more. As for Li Qingdi, the higher-ups had not given him such an order. They deemed that a mere mortal like Xiao Yun posed no threat to Zhou Feiyu and his companions, and thus did not require the intervention of Li Qingdi. Upon hearing that Xiao Yun was merely a mortal, Li Qingdi dismissed him from consideration. By this point, they had been within the true dragon nest for some time, and logically, Zhou Feiyu and his group should have already dispatched Xiao Yun. Yet, why did this individual appear here? A flicker of doubt crossed Emperor Li Cheng's eyes. Could it be that the useless Zhou Feiyu and his companions had failed to locate anyone? As Emperor Li Cheng scrutinized Xiao Yun, both Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji turned their gazes toward him. Zhao Wuji instantly recognized Xiao Yun and couldn't help but exclaim with a hearty laugh, "Xiao Yun, I didn't expect to see you here. I trust your journey was devoid of peril?" His tone surprisingly conveyed a semblance of concern, eliciting astonishment from the nearby crowd. Only a handful were aware that Xiao Yun had aligned himself with Zhao Wuji, who had, in turn, regarded Xiao Yun as his devoted follower. After all, he was the first general he had personally appointed. What a lunatic! Xiao Yun shot Zhao Wuji a glare, contemplating that had it not been for Emperor Li Cheng's presence, he would have slapped him across the face. Nevertheless, he recognized that his greatest adversary at present was Emperor Li Cheng. Once he dealt with the emperor, he could turn his attention to Zhao Wuji later. Thus, as he approached the Bodhi tree, he carefully observed Emperor Li Cheng, trying to gauge his strength. "Stop." Jiang Haoran finally spoke, his eyes sharp as he fixed his disdainful gaze upon Xiao Yun. With an air of arrogance, he declared, "This place is not meant for just anyone. Be gone, for you lack the qualifications to vie with us for the Bodhi fruit. And who might you be to bark at me?" Xiao Yun retorted coldly, fixing Jiang Haoran with an icy stare. "Impudence." Jiang Haoran, taken aback by the audacity of this nameless individual, erupted in fury and prepared to strike. "You are the one being impudent." Beside him, Zhao Wuji cast a cold glance at Jiang Haoran and scoffed, "This is my follower, the foremost general under my command. I summoned him here. Do you have any objections?" Jiang Haoran's expression darkened, yet he refrained from further words. Although he too was an extraordinary prodigy, Zhao Wuji was a disciple of the sacred land. While their sacred king sect boasted a formidable reputation, rivaling the sacred land, it ultimately lacked the same depth of heritage. However, Jiang Haoran cast a lingering glance at Xiao Yun, a fleeting glimmer of coldness in his eyes, clearly marking him for future reckoning. Xiao Yun, however, paid little heed to Jiang Haoran, his gaze fixated on the imposing figure of Emperor Li Cheng, his eyes flickering as he assessed the emperor's strength. Li Cheng regarded Xiao Yun with indifference and inquired nonchalantly, "You were fortunate. It seems you did not encounter Zhou Feiyu and his companions." Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a nonchalant smile, realizing that Li Cheng assumed his survival was due to evading Zhou Feiyu and his group. Little did the emperor know that Zhou Feiyu and his allies had already met their demise at Xiao Yun's hands. Such news was simply too staggering to fathom. Contemplating this, Xiao Yun looked at Li Cheng and replied with a chilling smile, I have always been fortunate, for instance, this Bodhi fruit, which remains unripe, seemingly awaiting my arrival." At this, Jiang Haoran let out a derisive laugh, his expression laced with scorn as he regarded Xiao Yun, clearly finding his arrogance absurd. As if he could lay claim to the Bodhi fruit, dismissing the three extraordinary prodigies as mere trifles. Zhao Wuji, however, remained unfazed. With his arms crossed and his piercing gaze fixed upon Xiao Yun, his golden eyes gleamed as he praised, "Truly, you are my foremost general, exuding an extraordinary aura. I can almost envision the day when you and I shall sweep across the world." Xiao Yun, dismissive of this eccentricity, shifted his attention to the Bodhi fruit before him. He noted that only 3 blossoms remained on the Bodhi tree, nearing maturity. Until the Bodhi fruit reached fruition, Xiao Yun would refrain from making a move. Otherwise, with 3 unparalleled prodigies in attendance, any one of them could effortlessly obliterate the Bodhi fruit. Xiao Yun fixated on the 3 blossoms upon the Bodhi tree, patiently awaiting their development. The other 3 prodigies also exhibited patience, not deeming Xiao Yun worthy of consideration. After all, aside from his victory over Zhang Yunfei, Xiao Yun had little to showcase in terms of accomplishments. Had he been a genius of extraordinary physique, hailing from the chaos sacred land, he might have garnered the attention of Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wuji. However, as an ordinary body, he was overlooked by them. The disparity between ordinary physiques and supreme physiques was simply too vast. As time trickled by, 2 blossoms eventually fell from the Bodhi tree, landing softly upon the ground, merging into the earth and transforming into formless spiritual energy that nourished the tree. The Bodhi tree emanated a gentle radiance, and the Bodhi fruit became increasingly resplendent, its golden brilliance dazzling and a captivating fragrance wafting through the air. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, and everyone present held their breath in anticipation. As everyone is aware, the Bodhi fruit is nearing maturity. Only the final blossom remains, and once it falls, the Bodhi fruit will be ripe. At that time, the 3 extraordinary prodigies before me will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to vie for it without hesitation. The gazes of Li Chengdi and his companions have sharpened, resembling a trio of keen blades, fixated on the Bodhi fruit while remaining vigilant of one another. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun has been overlooked by them. He finds joy in this oversight as he casts his eyes upon the Bodhi fruit for a moment, then glances at Li Chengdi and his companions, contemplating whom to target first. It is evident that Li Chengdi possesses the greatest strength and speed. If I were Zhao Wuji or Jiang Haoran, I would undoubtedly team up to confront him first. Calculating in his mind, Xiao Yun's eyes flicker with determination. He has already resolved whom to strike at, Li Chengdi. Eliminating him first is crucial, for his swiftness is formidable should he lay claim to the Bodhi fruit. No one would be able to pursue him if he chose to flee. A flash of silver light emanates from Xiao Yun's hand as he retrieves a silver throwing knife, firmly grasped within his palm. At that moment, the last flower on the Bodhi tree descends, and a cascade of golden light converges, rendering the Bodhi fruit as radiant as the sun. The 3 exceptional prodigies present immediately narrow their pupils, and their eyes blaze with brilliant divine light. Chapter 66. Contest of Prodigies. The Bodhi fruit has finally ripened. Those observing from a distance widen their eyes, fully aware that a confrontation among the 3 extraordinary prodigies is imminent, and none wish to miss such a captivating spectacle. Near the Bodhi tree, the extraordinary trio of Li Chengdi, Zhao Wuji, and Jiang Haoran swiftly sprang into action. Whoosh! It must be said that Li Chengdi, possessing the body of time and space, exhibited astonishing speed, akin to teleportation, as he almost instantaneously appeared before the Bodhi tree, reaching out to pluck the Bodhi fruit. Halt! Insolence! Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji exclaimed in unison, launching their attacks toward Li Chengdi, for should he dare to seize the fruit, they would unleash their fury upon him. This tactic was a classic case of surrounding way to rescue Zhao. At that very moment, a silver flying dagger had already been launched before Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran could strike. The dagger sliced through the void, leaving an elusive trail in its wake, and swiftly struck the back of Li Chengdi's hand as he reached for the Bodhi fruit. Li Chengdi furrowed his brow, turning to cast a glance at Xiao Yun, surprise flickering in his eyes as he had not anticipated such a move from him. Furthermore, the force carried by the dagger was formidable enough to send his hand flying, accompanied by a trace of blood. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yun was equally astonished. He had distinctly felt that the dagger he had sent toward Li Chengdi suddenly slowed upon contact with the back of his hand, drastically diminishing the force he had imparted. Otherwise, with his terrifying strength of 900,000 pounds, he could have obliterated Li Chengdi's hand. This was a manifestation of time deceleration. He could manipulate the flow of time even at the body refinement stage. Xiao Yun's expression turned grave as he reined in his earlier nonchalance, focusing intently on Li Chengdi with a wary gaze. The prowess of Emperor Li Cheng was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, his current predicament was far from favorable. Although he had successfully thwarted Xiao Yun's flying daggers, he found himself subjected to a combined assault from Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran. The formidable strength of these two extraordinary individuals was undeniable, for each possessed a supreme physique. When the two supreme beings launched a coordinated strike, even Emperor Li Qing had to treat the situation with utmost seriousness. He was compelled to abandon his quest for the Bodhi fruit and instead turned to confront Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran. A silvery radiance emanated from Emperor Li Qing's form, cascading like flowing water, manifesting as a resplendent full moon, pure and sacred, nearly the same size as himself, hovering behind him, enveloping him in a brilliant glow. One cannot help but acknowledge the immense power of Emperor Li Qing as he stood before the Bodhi tree, resembling a divine statue, his entire being illuminated with dazzling light. The silver moon revolving around him, a force akin to the tumultuous waves of the ocean surging outward in all directions. Boom! The combined assault of Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji was successfully repelled by Emperor Li Qing, who merely stepped back half a pace yet remained steadfast before the Bodhi tree, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength. The onlookers from afar were utterly astounded. It was the manifestation of the moon rising over the sea. The extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Emperor Li Qing was indeed a formidable one. His might was awe-inspiring, as he effortlessly withstood the joint attack of two exceptional prodigies without sustaining any harm. The crowd marveled in amazement. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yun had stealthily approached from behind Emperor Li Qing while he was engaged in his confrontation with Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran. Perhaps Emperor Li Qing noticed. Yet he regarded Xiao Yun with indifference. In his mind, the true adversaries before him were Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran. Thus, even upon discovering Xiao Yun, Emperor Li Qing paid him no heed, merely establishing a layer of defense behind him. He continued to summon his extraordinary phenomenon, the bright moon rising over the sea, hurling it towards the approaching Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji, who had once again united to strike. "We're God Fist," Zhao Wuji bellowed, shaking the very heavens. His aura surged like a tempest, golden flames flickering in his eyes as he unleashed a powerful punch, carrying with it an overwhelming force. Behind him, the manifestation of a mighty war god emerged, charging in tandem with his devastating blow. Ruling the world, Jiang Haoran struck towards Emperor Li Qing with an open palm, a scene of deities bowing in reverence materializing behind him, an awe-inspiring spectacle. He resembled a true sovereign among gods, seated high in the celestial realms, reigning over myriad worlds, as countless divine beings knelt in worship before him. Both extraordinary prodigies unleashed their most formidable assaults, their momentum utterly terrifying. A profound seriousness clouded Emperor Li Qing's eyes. He dared not underestimate these two. Immediately, he summoned his own phenomenon, preparing to confront their onslaught. With a thunderous roar, the ocean surged with relentless waves, and a resplendent full moon ascended, resembling an unparalleled curved blade, poised to cleave through Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran with unmatched brilliance and overwhelming might. Simultaneously, the attacks from Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran cascaded forth. Instantly, the area was engulfed in a dazzling spectacle, radiant and blinding. A thunderous roar erupted, the sound of explosions resonating in waves, unrelenting in its intensity. Suddenly, amidst the dazzling brilliance, came the furious bellow of Emperor Li Qing. The onlookers turned their gaze, their shock palpable. For in their sight, Xiao Yun, seemingly oblivious to the danger, charged toward Emperor Li Qing, wielding a black war blade, fiercely aiming at the emperor's back. At that moment, Li Qing was locked in a fierce struggle against Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran, and one could not deny that Xiao Yun had astutely seized the opportunity. A considerable portion of Emperor Li Qing's strength was devoted to fending off Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran, leaving him with scant ability to counter Xiao Yun's assault. However, Emperor Li Qing was, after all, an unparalleled prodigy. Even with limited power at his disposal, he regarded Xiao Yun with disdain, casually swatting at him as one would a fly, utterly unconvinced that Xiao Yun posed any threat. Yet, he failed to notice the sinister smile creeping upon Xiao Yun's lips. "Underestimate me, will you? Humph, you have brought this upon yourself." With a gaze as frigid as ice and a chilling grin, Xiao Yun raised the black war blade high, channeling the immense power surging within him, akin to the mighty currents of a vast river, into the blade. Instantly, the black war blade seemed to come alive, emanating a dark, ethereal glow. As it sliced through the void, it appeared to conjure an abyss of darkness, consuming all surrounding light. A sudden, intense sense of peril surged within Emperor Li Qing as he beheld the black war blade in Xiao Yun's grasp, his pupils contracting in alarm. "Have you realized? Alas, it is too late." With a hearty laugh, Xiao Yun unleashed the terrifying force of 90,000 pounds, surging forth with the Xian Tai battle blade, delivering a resounding strike towards Emperor Li Qing. Chapter 67. The victorious one. Xiao Yun's strike was overwhelmingly powerful. As his full might erupted, Emperor Li Qing found himself at the forefront, acutely sensing the dreadful intent to kill embedded within. How could this be? A wave of horror washed over Emperor Li Qing. He had never anticipated Xiao Yun's strength to be so formidable. In that critical moment, attempting to muster his own power for defense proved futile. In a state of urgency, Emperor Li Qing could only summon a fraction of his strength to execute his ultimate technique. Time, slow down. Space, solidify, he bellowed, pushing his temporal and spatial body to its limits, unleashing a forbidden maneuver of time and space. The surrounding space appeared to solidify, attempting to ward off the encroachment of the Xian Tai battle blade. However, Xiao Yun's force was far too immense. The meager spatial strength that Emperor Li Qing could currently summon was utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of 90,000 pounds. Even as Emperor Li Qing subsequently attempted to invoke the time-slowing technique, it was in vain, for Xiao Yun was too close. The Xian Tai battle blade had already descended before him, rendering his ultimate move too late to be effective. It must be noted that Xiao Yun had deftly chosen the opportune moment to strike, leaving Emperor Li Qing no time to summon his own extraordinary manifestation. Given Xiao Yun's overpowering strength and his full frontal assault against Emperor Li Qing's hasty response, the outcome was all too evident. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated through the air, as if the very fabric of space had fractured. The spatial stasis of Emperor Li Qing could not obstruct the obsidian blade of Xiao Yun's war knife, which tore through the layers of void, aiming directly at his chest. In that moment, Emperor Li Qing felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered him breathless. The eruption of 900,000 pounds of force unleashed the terrifying might of the obsidian blade, reaching its zenith. A torrent of dreadful energy surged towards him like a monstrous wave. His palm imprint was instantly shredded, and the formidable power struck with the force of a raging tempest, sending Emperor Li Qing hurtling backward. As he flew through the air, he coughed up blood, his complexion ashen, staring in disbelief at Xiao Yun beside the Bodhi tree, his heart tumultuous with a storm of emotions. He was utterly astonished. Only upon experiencing the full force of Xiao Yun's strike did he comprehend the sheer terror of the latter's power. Even without a sneak attack, it posed a significant threat. Is this what the esteemed elder of the Wanyang Hui referred to as merely a mortal body? Emperor Li Qing could not help but curse inwardly. If Wanyang Hui were before him now, claiming Xiao Yun was just an ordinary mortal, he would not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap. Have you ever encountered a mortal with 900,000 pounds of strength in the realm of body refinement? Emperor Li Qing felt utterly deceived by Wanyang Hui. Had he been slightly more cautious of Xiao Yun earlier, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. He gasped in disbelief. What have I just witnessed? I was actually forced to spew blood and fly from a single slash by that man. Is this disciple of the chaotic Holy Land, Xiao Yun, truly this formidable? How can this be? Emperor Li Qing was grievously wounded by Xiao Yun's blade. Not far away, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd observing the scene. Many were left breathless, their eyes wide with disbelief etched upon their faces. Even Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran were momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to fathom that Xiao Yun could genuinely inflict harm upon Emperor Li Qing. Moreover, with their discerning eyes, they could clearly perceive the severity of Emperor Li Qing's injuries. The pallor of his face alone was indicative of the significant toll he had endured. This revelation left both Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran in a state of disbelief. Just how formidable was Emperor Li Qing? Moments ago, the two of them had joined forces, yet still found themselves unable to subdue him, even being at a disadvantage. This underscored the immense power possessed by Emperor Li Qing. Yet, this unparalleled prodigy was unexpectedly gravely wounded by Xiao Yun, a mere unknown. Although there were suspicions of a sneak attack, it nonetheless highlighted Xiao Yun's formidable strength. After all, if an ordinary individual were in his place, even if Emperor Li Qing stood still, it is doubtful they could have inflicted any harm upon him. The body of time and space? It seems to be not as extraordinary as one might have thought. Meanwhile, under the gaze of the onlookers, Xiao Yun plucked the Bodhi fruit from the Bodhi tree, exclaiming with a grin, "Indeed, this Bodhi fruit is now mine." In the distance, Emperor Li Qing consumed a pill, quietly recuperating from his injuries, utterly unable to prevent Xiao Yun from seizing the fruit, forced to watch helplessly as his expression darkened, losing the calm demeanor he once possessed. Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran, having also been sent flying by Emperor Li Qing moments earlier, were equally unable to stop Xiao Yun from claiming the Bodhi fruit. In this decisive moment, Xiao Yun emerged as the undeniable victor. Nonetheless, Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran positioned themselves one in front and one behind, effectively obstructing Xiao Yun. It was evident that they would not relinquish the precious Bodhi fruit so easily. In the distance, Emperor Li Qing was biding his time, silently recuperating from his injuries. "Young man, I never anticipated that you could injure Emperor Li Qing. Yet, It was merely a sneak attack. Surrender the Bodhi fruit, and I may spare your life. Jiang Haoran stated coldly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yun. Although Xiao Yun had wounded Emperor Li Chong, Jiang Haoran remained unconvinced of Xiao Yun's superiority. This was a common understanding within the cultivation world. Special physiques were revered, and few believed that an ordinary mortal like Xiao Yun could triumph over a prodigy with a unique constitution. Of course, if Xiao Yun were to reveal the embryonic form of a chaotic body, the situation would be entirely different. Only Emperor Li Chong, nursing his wounds from a distance, understood the true extent of Xiao Yun's terrifying potential. However, he was astute enough not to alert Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji, allowing them to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Xiao Yun while he awaited the opportune moment to reap the benefits. At this moment, Zhao Wuji also regarded Xiao Yun with a hint of surprise, smiling as he remarked, "Xiao Yun, you have truly exceeded my expectations. I am increasingly impressed by you. Hand over the Bodhi fruit, and in the future, when I ascend to the status of Great Emperor, you may serve as my representative, overseeing the myriad realms, standing just below me while above countless others. What do you say?" Xiao Yun glanced at Zhao Wuji, then cast a fleeting look at Jiang Haoran before beckoning them with a finger, coldly declaring, "Come here, kneel, and submit to me. Today, I shall spare your lives." Such words were undeniably arrogant, a brazen provocation directed at two extraordinary talents, a display of sheer audacity. However, following the earlier scene where Xiao Yun decisively defeated Emperor Li Chong, the onlookers in the distance refrained from mocking, their focus entirely captivated by the spectacle before them. In the arena, Jiang Haoran, upon hearing Xiao Yun's brazen words, could not help but let out a cold snort. "You are utterly unaware of your own mortality. It seems necessary for you to realize that your chaos sacred land has fallen into decline. What are you barking about? Come here, and I shall slay you now." Xiao Yun regarded him with a frigid gaze, his tone laced with disdain. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jiang Haoran launched a direct assault on Xiao Yun, unleashing a golden palm imprint that swiftly enveloped the sky, seeking to engulf Xiao Yun entirely. Boom. In response, Xiao Yun erupted like a volcano, the previously tranquil space now infused with a surging energy that gushed forth from his fists. With a single strike, 9 radiant punches soared into the air, their might sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Jiang Haoran's palm imprint was shattered by Xiao Yun's fists, the terrifying force surging through the remnants, crashing toward Jiang Haoran like a tidal wave. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Haoran was repeatedly forced back, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at Xiao Yun across from him, disbelief filling his eyes. The power of his opponent was astonishingly superior, reaching an astounding weight of 900,000 pounds. Chapter 68, Defeating the Divine King Body, Achieving Renown in Battle. Heavens! As the crowd observed Jiang Haoran being repelled by Xiao Yun, a wave of gasps and excitement rippled through them. They could now ascertain that Xiao Yun possessed strength that rivaled the most extraordinary prodigies. He was indeed a dark horse, finally revealing his unparalleled brilliance. Jiang Haoran's countenance darkened as he gazed at the figure of Xiao Yun across from him. In a low, resonant voice, he remarked, "I must admit I underestimated you. I never anticipated that the Chaos Sacred Land would produce a prodigy such as yourself. No wonder they dared to send someone in this time." Xiao Yun replied coldly, "Now it is my turn to strike." He unleashed the 9 turns Overlord Fist, coalescing 9 radiant punches into a singular, awe-inspiring blow that surged toward Jiang Haoran. "Do you think I fear you?" Jiang Haoran bellowed, unwilling to evade under the watchful eyes of the crowd, for such an act would be a source of humiliation. After all, he was a supreme body, while Xiao Yun was merely a mortal. Should he, a supreme body, retreat from an attack launched by a mere mortal? Such an action would undoubtedly undermine the dignity of the supreme body. With unwavering resolve, Jiang Haoran summoned the full might of his divine king body, emanating an aura reminiscent of a sovereign descending upon the world. Each strike of his hand carried overwhelming force, akin to the heavens themselves crashing down. A torrent of radiant light erupted from his palm, cascading toward Xiao Yun like an unstoppable deluge, accompanied by a thunderous roar, its momentum staggering. In that instant, Jiang Haoran radiated an unparalleled presence. His body shimmered with brilliance, divine light soaring to the heavens, a terrifying aura pervading the entire space. Observers from afar marveled at the scene, acknowledging the formidable strength of the divine king body, rightfully ranked among the top 10 supreme bodies. Yet, Xiao Yun remained unfazed, his expression remarkably calm. He retaliated with a single punch, golden light intertwining like bolts of golden lightning tearing through the firmament, its power immense. Boom. The two engaged in relentless combat, shaking the very earth, uprooting towering trees that shattered in the sky above. A terrifying force surged forth, leaving the surrounding landscape in utter devastation, with countless trees uprooted and strewn across the ground. Enormous fissures, resembling a spider's web, sprawled across the earth, stretching into the distance. Kill. Each strike from Jiang Haoran bore an overwhelming might, akin to the wrath of a deity, laying waste to countless foes in its path. Yet, Xiao Yun's fist proved even more formidable. His strength, a staggering 900,000 pounds, erupted with catastrophic intensity, effortlessly dispelling Jiang Haoran's palm strikes. With a resounding crash, 9 radiant punches coalesced into brilliant beams of light, forcing Jiang Haoran to retreat repeatedly. The sheer power caused blood to spill from the corners of his mouth, his complexion turning ashen. Observers from afar were utterly astonished. Jiang Haoran had unexpectedly fallen into a disadvantageous position and was even wounded by Xiao Yun, revealing that he was no match for him. It was evident to discerning eyes that Xiao Yun had secured absolute dominance. Even the divine king body is no more than this. Xiao Yun scoffed, as blazing fists surged forth, engulfing Jiang Haoran. The terrifying force continued to batter Jiang Haoran, causing him to spout blood uncontrollably. Nearby, Li Chengdi and Zhao Wujia bore serious expressions, their demeanor gravely solemn. Xiao Yun's prowess had rendered them unable to underestimate him any longer. Meanwhile, Jiang Haoran seethed with rage. It was intolerable for him to be overpowered by a mere mortal. You are too arrogant. Today, I shall make you witness the absolute chasm between a mortal body and a divine king's body. The gods shall annihilate the world. Jiang Haoran suddenly bellowed, and behind him, the magnificent visions of divine halls emerged, with countless ethereal deities rushing towards Xiao Yun, as if the gods themselves were intent on annihilation. Is this an extraordinary phenomenon? Do I lack such a spectacle? Xiao Yun scoffed, his long black hair swirling without wind as 30 resplendent pillars of light materialized behind him, reaching towards the heavens, exuding immense power. The projection of the great Tao manifested, causing distant onlookers to gasp in astonishment. What is that? It is the projection of the great Tao. He has actually cultivated the legendary chaos scripture, and has even forged the embryonic form of the chaos body. Indeed, it is the embryonic form of the chaos body. No wonder he is so formidable. How old is he? To have already forged the embryonic form of the chaos body, even the first holy son of the chaos sacred land, Emperor Tian. Was not this terrifying? The crowd erupted into fervent discussions, all deeply shocked. The chaos body, as the supreme entity of all realms, radiates unparalleled brilliance. Even though Xiao Yun has merely forged the embryonic form of the chaos body, it is sufficient to astound everyone present. Even Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji, not far away, widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment. The reputation of the chaos body from the chaos sacred land is indeed monumental. Or perhaps, the legendary chaos emperor was simply too fearsome, the greatest sovereign across the realms, the strongest of all time. This has birthed the myth of the chaos body, universally acknowledged as the supreme entity among all realms. So it is, what mere mortal body could possibly compare? Li Qingdi silently cursed Wan Yonghui once more in his heart. This scoundrel is utterly disgraceful. As a venerable elder, he ventured into the chaos sacred land to test the waters, only to fail to perceive that Xiao Yun had cultivated the chaos scripture and forged the embryonic form of the chaos body. He is nothing short of a fool. It is astonishing that after years of silence, the chaos sacred land has birthed another audacious soul bold enough to practice the chaos scripture. No wonder he dares to disregard me. Not far away, Zhao Wuji gazed at the imposing figure of Xiao Yun and finally relinquished his desire to subdue him. In the realm of cultivation, it is universally acknowledged that those who practice the chaos scripture are considered madmen. How can one expect such individuals to submit? It is utterly impossible. The previous generation Emperor Tian was renowned for his battles against the supreme body and the dual pupil, never once conceding defeat. Indeed, no one could vanquish Emperor Tian, who had already forged a half-step chaos body, making him comparable to those of the supreme body, truly invincible at his level. Now, another Xiao Yun has emerged from the chaos sacred land. What astonishes everyone is Xiao Yun's age. He is not yet 20, and he has already forged the embryonic form of the chaos body. With such comprehension, it is certain that he will eventually forge a half-step chaos body. If fortune favors him, he may indeed achieve the unparalleled chaos body that reigns supreme across worlds. Just as the crowd was in shock, the battle within the arena had determined its victor. With the eruption of his embryonic chaos body, Xiao Yun unleashed his strength of 900,000 pounds, swiftly dismantling Jiang Haoran's manifestation, sending him crashing back, bloodied and battered. This time, Jiang Haoran sustained grievous injuries, collapsing to the ground while incessantly coughing up blood. His condition far more severe than that of the recently defeated Li Qingdi. Xiao Yun would show no mercy as he continued his assault on Jiang Haoran. He had no intention of leaving behind a formidable foe for his future. However, at that moment, a golden figure appeared before him, emanating a terrifying aura that compelled Xiao Yun to halt his advance. This individual was Zhao Wuji, a peerless prodigy endowed with the ancient sacred body. Chapter 69. Defeating the ancient sacred body again. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow as he regarded Zhao Wuji, planning to eliminate Jiang Haoran first before addressing this unexpected challenger, who seemed all too eager to meet his doom. Zhao Wuji, with piercing eyes ablaze with battle intent, boldly proclaimed, "It is rare to encounter a chaos body in the cultivation realm, and today I find myself blessed with such an encounter. Although you have yet to fully forge your chaos body, you are nonetheless worthy of my attention." Undoubtedly, he was a battle fanatic, a martial enthusiast. Zhao Wuji's penchant for combat was evident. Otherwise, he would not have dared to challenge all the cultivators of the body refinement realm single-handedly. It is worth noting that during their time in the body refinement realm, practitioners typically remained confined within their sects, honing their skills and seldom venturing out. It was only upon reaching the divine bridge realm, acquiring the ability to traverse the skies on a sword, that one would embark on adventures for experience. Thus, it is clear that Zhao Wuji was indeed a martial enthusiast, born for battle. Yet, such individuals are also exceedingly formidable, possessing extensive combat experience and fighting with unwavering tenacity, living and dying for the thrill of battle. The ancient sacred body, known as the battle sacred body, is no mere jest. Among the 10 supreme bodies, the ancient sacred body stands as a unique entity. It may exhibit weakness or reveal extraordinary strength. In moments of weakness, the archaic sacred body ranked at the bottom among the 10 supreme bodies, even inferior to certain second-tier divine bodies. Yet, in times of strength, the archaic sacred body could challenge the chaos body. During the ancient epics, a fully realized archaic sacred body once confronted the chaos emperor, although ultimately defeated. This encounter solidified the archaic sacred body's legendary reputation. Following this, the lineage of the archaic sacred body sought to challenge the chaos body, yearning to cleanse the shame of past defeats. Alas, since the chaos emperor, no second chaos body has emerged. Now, upon witnessing the rare emergence of a chaos body prototype, how could Zhao Wuji remain unmoved? The fervor of battle ignited within him. To engage in combat with the chaos body is his lifelong aspiration. Zhao Wuji strode forward, approaching Xiao Yun, his form radiating a brilliant golden light, akin to a sun merged within him, rendering him dazzling and resplendent. Behind Zhao Wuji loomed a colossal golden figure, reminiscent of an ancient war god, transcending the streams of time, conquering the heavens and the earth, exuding an aura of divine might and indomitable will. With a thunderous boom, Zhao Wuji took a step forward, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the ground to sink, creating a terrifying spectacle of upheaval all around. It seemed as though the earth itself had been shattered beneath his feet. Amidst the roaring fury, Zhao Wuji's fist surged before Xiao Yun. This was a pair of golden fists, seemingly forged from gold, radiating a luminous brilliance, akin to twin suns, their glow strikingly radiant. The war god fist. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Wuji unleashed an overwhelming force from his fist, akin to a mighty river surging forth, rushing towards Xiao Yun. Behind him, the golden battle deity followed suit, delivering an equally formidable blow, instilling terror in all who beheld it. The 9 turns overbearing fist. Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh as he activated the 9 turns overbearing fist, unleashing a staggering combat power of 900,000 pounds. His fist was truly terrifying, striking like a bolt of lightning, cleaving like a colossal axe through the mountains, cascading like a waterfall in full flow, rushing downwards with unstoppable momentum. The sheer force of this attack was immensely powerful and utterly tyrannical. None could withstand its domineering might. Under the impact of Xiao Yun's punch, even the heavens and spirits would be compelled to submit. In an instant, Xiao Yun elevated his spirit, energy, and essence to its zenith, enveloping the surroundings with his formidable presence, rendering Zhao Wuji unable to evade. However, Zhao Wuji had no intention of retreating, his heart ablaze with the fervor of battle. Kill! Kill! Both warriors roared in unison, engaging in a ferocious clash reminiscent of 2 prehistoric behemoths locked in a relentless struggle, fierce and brutal. The visceral nature of their combat was striking, leaving spectators in awe. Meanwhile, the injured deity, Jiang Haoran, seized the opportunity to flee into the distance, vanishing into the thicket. He understood all too well that remaining would spell disaster, potentially leading to his demise at Xiao Yun's hands. It was wiser to withdraw for now. Xiao Yun noticed Jiang Haoran's escape, but regrettably lacked the opportunity to pursue, for the formidable Zhao Wuji before him was not an adversary to be easily dispatched. Since he has fled, I shall subdue you first. Xiao Yun gazed coldly at Zhao Wuji, then summoned the 30 colorful pillars of heaven behind him. Instantly, These projections of the Tao erupted with terrifying energy, intensifying the ferocity of his fists. As Xiao Yun invoked this extraordinary manifestation, Zhao Wuji sensed the dire predicament he was in. He had already utilized his own manifestation, yet he was still unable to contend with Xiao Yun. How could he withstand Xiao Yun's renewed assault? Indeed, as Xiao Yun's manifestation emerged, the overwhelming force of his punch shattered the very fabric of the world, sweeping through with an unstoppable momentum, as if it had detonated the universe itself, its power unparalleled. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Wuji felt utterly isolated. As if everything around him had vanished, sky and earth alike dissolved into an abyss of darkness, leaving only a singular fist looming ominously, hurtling towards him. Within this realm of shadows, Xiao Yun stood as an invincible deity of war, an unmatched sovereign, a supreme ruler whose dominion was absolute. Boom! As the might of Xiao Yun's punch descended, Zhao Wuji felt his arms tremble violently, his palms splitting, his body soaring like a tree uprooted, launched away like a projectile. Thud! Mid-flight, Zhao Wuji coughed up blood, his face as pale as a sheet. It was evident that in this direct confrontation, he was utterly outmatched by Xiao Yun, who had decisively defeated him. At that very instant, the injured Li Chengdi, who had been healing from a distance, vanished as if through teleportation. However, Xiao Yun sensed an intense wave of danger emanating from behind him. Do you intend to launch a surprise attack on me? Humph. I have long been prepared for your approach. Xiao Yun secretly scoffed, recognizing that Emperor Li underestimated him by planning to strike as he had before. Xiao Yun had always been cautious of Emperor Li, given that the latter's prowess surpassed even that of Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren. Indeed, as Xiao Yun anticipated. At this critical moment, Emperor Li attempted to ambush him from behind. The speed was astonishing, swifter than lightning, akin to teleportation. However, just as Emperor Li drew near to Xiao Yun, a blinding light erupted from the surroundings, resembling a domain that enveloped the entire land, ensnaring both Xiao Yun and Emperor Li within its grasp. It was a formation. Someone nearby gasped in astonishment. Emperor Li, too, was taken aback, realizing that the space around him had seemingly solidified, significantly hampering his speed. Moreover, countless silver flying daggers shot forth from all directions, surrounding Emperor Li completely. I have been waiting for you to fall into my trap. Xiao Yun gazed with a cold smirk at Emperor Li, who was ensnared within the formation. Chapter 70. Suppressing the temporal body boom. As Emperor Li's speed diminished further and he became entangled by the silver daggers, Xiao Yun effortlessly countered his assault, forcing him to retreat. After all, a force of 900,000 pounds is no trifling matter, undoubtedly surpassing Emperor Li. Furthermore, Emperor Li's injuries had not fully healed. He had merely recovered to half of his former strength. Even when faced with Emperor Li at his peak, Xiao Yun felt no fear, let alone when confronting a half-damaged version of him. Under the relentless onslaught of Xiao Yun's 9-turn overlord fist, Emperor Li was forced to retreat continuously, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments a deep crimson. It was evident that Xiao Yun held an undeniable advantage in strength. When did you set up the formation? Emperor Li inquired with a darkened expression, attempting to fend off Xiao Yun's attacks while hastily retreating. At this moment, within the confines of the formation, Emperor Li's speed was severely hindered, compounded by the presence of another formation that distorted space, rendering him unable to harness the power of spatial manipulation. Clearly, Xiao Yun had made meticulous preparations, establishing two formations specifically to counter him. While you were engaged in battle with Jiang Haoren and Zhao Wuji, I was already orchestrating the formation, Xiao Yun retorted with a smug smile, his golden fists raining down blows upon Emperor Li, forcing him into a defensive retreat. From the very beginning, Xiao Yun had regarded Emperor Li with utmost vigilance. For his master, Emperor Tian, had equipped him with numerous strategies aimed specifically at this adversary. Thus, while Emperor Li fought against Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren, Xiao Yun had secretly arranged the formations. Discreetly placing a few spirit stones in critical locations ensured that they would be difficult to detect. Moreover, cultivators of the body refinement realm seldom delved into formations, as they scarcely had time to practice formidable combat skills, let alone waste their efforts on the study of formations. Consequently, no one considered that Xiao Yun might possess expertise in this area. At that time, as Emperor Li and his companions were preoccupied with battle and underestimated Xiao Yun, they failed to notice his covert actions. Subsequently, after Xiao Yun had dealt a significant blow to Emperor Li Cheng, the latter was preoccupied with his injuries and had little time to pay attention to Xiao Yun, seizing the opportunity during his battles with Jiang Haoren and Zhao Wujia. Xiao Yun successfully established two formations, the Chaos Void Formation and the Dragonlock Formation. Both were relatively simple to set up. The most formidable formation, the 8 Gates Locking Formation, was deemed too complex for him to deploy at this time. Nevertheless, with the combination of the Chaos Void formation, the Dragon Lock formation, and his own prowess, Xiao Yun was well equipped to confront Emperor Li Cheng. The Chaos Void formation could disrupt the spatial dynamics, thereby limiting Emperor Li Cheng's spatial abilities, while the Dragon Lock formation served to diminish his speed. As a result, Emperor Li Cheng's velocity was considerably hampered, rendering him no longer a threat to Xiao Yun. "It seems you have been plotting against me for quite some time. My injuries are not unjust," Emperor Li Cheng remarked, his countenance darkened. Yet he conceded defeat with a sense of grudging respect. It was evident that Xiao Yun had been devising strategies against him long before entering the true dragon nest, whereas he had dismissed Xiao Yun entirely, failing to regard him with the seriousness he warranted. In light of this comparison, Emperor Li Cheng felt that his defeat was indeed justified. "Haha, that Wan Yangli claimed you were an embodiment of time and space, extolling your virtues to such an extent, naturally. I had to take you seriously," Xiao Yun replied with a grin, before launching a powerful punch that sent Emperor Li Cheng reeling, blood spurting from his mouth. Wiping the blood from the corner of his lips, Emperor Li Cheng mentally cursed Wan Yangli once more, that fool who, without ascertaining the enemy's strength, had exposed his own vulnerabilities. This time, Emperor Li Cheng truly felt betrayed by Wan Yangli. It was the formations. How could it be formations? Moreover, there are two formations. When did Xiao Yun set these up? It seems that Emperor Li Cheng is destined to fall into Xiao Yun's grasp this time. I never anticipated that Xiao Yun possessed such a skill. How formidable is his comprehension? Not only has he mastered numerous superlative combat techniques, but he is also well-versed in formations, and he is yet to turn 20. This formation is specifically designed to counter Li Cheng's time-space body. It appears that the Chaos Sacred Land has made ample preparations for this day. The Taichu Sacred Land has undoubtedly been outmaneuvered. The Chaos Sacred Land, despite its decline, remains a beacon of brilliance, as it is the most ancient of sacred lands. In the outside world, discussions are rampant. It is evident to all that, with the aid of the formations, Xiao Yun has completely seized the upper hand, forcing Emperor Li Cheng into a retreat. The once pristine garments of Emperor Li Cheng are now stained crimson with blood. He has sustained grievous injuries and is increasingly overwhelmed by Xiao Yun. The crowd is astounded. After all, that is the time-space body. And today it is on the verge of being defeated by a mortal body. Of course, it would be inaccurate to label Xiao Yun as merely a mortal body now. He has already cultivated the embryonic form of the chaos body, equivalent to a third-tier royal body. Yet, for a royal body to triumph over a supreme body is nothing short of a miracle. Undoubtedly, Xiao Yun has created this miracle. After today, the name Xiao Yun shall resonate throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Some lamented, and many nodded in agreement. Today, Xiao Yun has consecutively vanquished Jiang Haoran, Zhao Wuji. And now Emperor Li Cheng. If he does not achieve fame now, it would be as if the entire cultivation world were blind. Within the formations, as Emperor Li Cheng deftly defended himself against the ferocious onslaught of Xiao Yun, he pondered an escape strategy. However, after a prolonged contemplation, he found himself unable to identify a moment for flight. The intensity of Xiao Yun's attacks was overwhelming, and the sporadic strikes from flying daggers rendered him incapable of evading capture. The two formations enveloping the area, though relatively simplistic, boasted formidable defensive capabilities that Li Cheng could not dismantle instantaneously. Only an external assault on the formations could provide an opportunity for his escape. Yet, who would dare to assail these two arrays? Others lacked the capability and the courage. Only Zhao Wujin possessed the means to do so. Thus, Emperor Li Cheng bellowed urgently. Zhao Wujin, swiftly breach the formations, or else my demise shall also herald your misfortune. Although the formations shrouded the vicinity, they were merely rudimentary constructs and could not impede Li Cheng's voice from reaching the outside. Consequently, Zhao Wujin, who was recuperating outside, immediately heard the emperor's call. His eyes flickered with contemplation, weighing the decision of whether to intervene and rescue Li Cheng. In truth, his optimal choice would be to seize the opportunity to flee, thereby rendering Xiao Yun a non-threat, much less a killer. Thus, he had no obligation to save Li Cheng. Rather, he could utilize Xiao Yun's hand to eliminate this future adversary. Nonetheless, ultimately, Zhao Wujin resolved to act. He was unwilling to retreat in disgrace, for that would be utterly humiliating. Moreover, he perceived Xiao Yun as the more formidable opponent, an inevitable rival in his future pursuits. Thus, seizing this chance, he opted to ally with Emperor Li Cheng to vanquish Xiao Yun. Boom. Once Zhao Wuji made a decision, he acted with immediacy. He unleashed the God of War fist. Gripping an invincible fist imprint, its radiance dazzling and intense, striking fiercely at the formation before him. Within the array, Xiao Yun's expression turned icy as he declared, Zhao Wuji, you are courting death. Chapter 71. 1 against 2. Invincible at the same level. Boom. The formation was ultimately shattered by Zhao Wuji, for it was merely too simple a raise, lacking sufficient defensive strength to withstand the assault of such an extraordinary prodigy. Swish. As the formation crumbled, Xiao Yun immediately lost sight of Emperor Li Qing. Freed from the constraints of the array, Emperor Li Qing could now utilize spatial power, employing the ability to traverse distances in an instant. Augmented by a time acceleration that granted him terrifying speed, Xiao Yun could scarcely perceive Emperor Li Qing's form. He could only sense the rapid approach from behind. Golden Bell Shield. Tai Chi Divine Palm. Without a moment's hesitation, as the formation was breached, Xiao Yun swiftly invoked these two defensive techniques. Instantly, a Tai Chi diagram encircled his body, while a golden bell enveloped him, providing layers of protection. Boom. Simultaneously, Emperor Li Qing struck the golden bell, unleashing a torrent of force that erupted in a brilliant display of light, the sound resonating like thunder. However, Emperor Li Qing could not breach Xiao Yun's golden bell shield. For Xiao Yun now possessed a strength of 900,000 pounds, rendering the bell's defenses exceedingly formidable. Moreover, Emperor Li Qing had already sustained severe injuries from the prolonged assault by Xiao Yun, leaving him with a very limited capacity to exert his strength. Battle God Fist. Zhao Wuji surged in from another direction, joining forces with Emperor Li Qing to besiege Xiao Yun. The onlookers in the distance revealed expressions of astonishment. The sight of these two unparalleled prodigies attacking Xiao Yun was something they could scarcely have imagined before. At that time, Xiao Yun was merely an unknown figure. Who would have dared to envision him contending against two extraordinary talents, one of whom was Emperor Li Qing himself? In the arena, as Xiao Yun steadfastly defended against the attacks from both Emperor Li Qing and Zhao Wuji, his demeanor remained chillingly indifferent. His voice, laced with a bone-chilling coldness, resonated. Very well. Do you think that without the formation, I am powerless against you? Today, I shall slay you both. What trivial notions of the temporal body and the primordial sacred body are these? Before me, Xiao Yun, they are nothing more than refuse. Xiao Yun's tone was undeniably domineering, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet he possessed such confidence, for he wielded a staggering force of 900,000 pounds, coupled with the embryonic form of the chaos body, rendering his power far surpassing that of Emperor Li Qing and Zhao Wuji. Kill. Xiao Yun unleashed the 9 revolutions overbearing fist, propelling himself forward with a tremendous punch. His momentum soaring skyward like an undulating mountain range stretching for 100,000 miles, connecting heaven and earth in a magnificent spectacle. Emperor Li Qing and Zhao Wuji could only perceive a celestial dragon rushing towards them, the overwhelming force suffocating them, while the terrifying power cascaded like the waters of the Milky Way, threatening to overturn the very fabric of this realm. Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji fought with all their might, yet they could not withstand the onslaught. They were like a frail boat tossed upon the tumultuous sea, swiftly upended by the towering waves. With a gasp, both men coughed up blood and were hurled backward, unable to fend off the immense force of Xiao Yun's blow. Such terrifying power transcended their limits. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as these two unparalleled prodigies fell before Xiao Yun, a disciple from the chaos sacred land, who seemed utterly invincible among his peers. With a triumphant roar, Xiao Yun did not relent. Instead, he intensified his assault. The very fabric of the void quaked under his voice, resonating waves slicing through the air, causing the towering trees around to sway violently and explode. The might of his shout was overwhelming. He charged after Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji, his momentum exponentially magnified, resembling an invincible war god. His fists sweeping forth and driving Zhao Wuji and Li Qingdi into retreat. War goddess fist, I am the war god. Zhao Wuji was consumed by fury, unwilling to accept defeat at Xiao Yun's hands. With a deafening roar, he merged with the celestial phenomenon behind him, transforming into a golden war god, launching a devastating punch towards Xiao Yun. Space is king, time is revered. Witness as I shatter the very fabric of time and space. Li Qingdi, too, fought desperately, channeling the powers of time and space to their utmost limits. His palm radiated with the essence of these forces, making his strike appear as though it transcended the continuum, imbued with immense power as it hurtled towards Xiao Yun. Amidst a fierce clash between two extraordinary beings, the surrounding towering trees erupted violently, their power radiating outward and causing the earth to fracture, resembling an intricate web of cracks. Kill. There was nothing more to be said. Xiao Yun unleashed his 9 turns overbearing fist, enveloped in a resplendent golden aura, his entire being radiating with brilliance, akin to donning a golden battle robe, exuding an overwhelming presence. As Xiao Yun struck with his fist, the very void trembled. The fearsome force drained the spiritual essence from the atmosphere around him. His golden fist surged forward, unstoppable and invincible, akin to a towering mountain, imposing an immense sense of pressure. Boom! The battleground erupted with a terrifying sound, deafening those who stood afar. The dazzling light soared into the heavens, resembling a blazing fire, illuminating the sky and making the area as bright as day. Xiao Yun demonstrated unparalleled might, with 30 majestic projections of the Tao behind him, advancing in unison with him. His figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, pressing forward with relentless determination, akin to chasing the stars and the moon, rapidly closing in on Zhao Wujing. Boom! Xiao Yun swung his golden fist, unleashing a searing radiance as he struck fiercely at Zhao Wujing's chest. The overwhelming force seemed to warp the very fabric of space, causing Xiao Yun's figure to blur momentarily. Roar! Zhao Wujing bellowed as he raised both fists to counter with all his might. The collision of their fists produced a thunderous explosion, followed by a cascade of brilliant divine light that sent Zhao Wujing flying, blood spewing forth. Kill! Taking advantage of the moment, Emperor Li Qing struck with a palm that shattered the air itself, causing the flow of time around to slow considerably, rendering Xiao Yun's movement somewhat sluggish. With a formidable roar, Xiao Yun unleashed a terrifying sound wave that reverberated outward, momentarily staggering Emperor Li Qing. This was the supreme battle technique, Dragon Might, which Xiao Yun had perfected to its ultimate form. Its sudden eruption caught Emperor Li Qing off guard. After all, sound wave attacks are exceedingly rare, and few have mastered them. Under the tremendous impact of the Dragon Might, Emperor Li Qing faltered, providing Xiao Yun the opportunity to launch a powerful punch. Left with no alternative, Emperor Li Qing braced himself for a direct confrontation, countering with a punch of his own. The collision of their fists produced a resounding metallic clang, radiating brilliant light that enveloped both combatants in a golden glow, akin to two deities of war locked in fierce combat. Shortly thereafter, the spectators witnessed Emperor Li Qing spitting blood as he was sent flying, prompting a collective intake of breath. In Chapter 72, Subduing the Ancient Sacred Body, Xiao Yun faced two opponents yet emerged victorious, having defeated both Emperor Li Qing and Zhao Wujing. This time, he relied solely on his personal combat prowess rather than any formations, leaving all present in utter astonishment. The arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard, as all seemed to have their mouths covered, unable to utter a single word. The shock was overwhelming, rendering everyone speechless. Emperor Li Qing, renowned for possessing the fourth-ranked supreme body, the temporal body, a name that resonated throughout history, had now been vanquished by Xiao Yun, who had only just begun to forge the embryonic form of the chaos body. The renown of the chaos body has once again penetrated the hearts of many. After a brief pause, someone exclaimed, "The chaos body truly deserves its status as the supreme entity. Even in its embryonic form, it exhibits such formidable strength." However, this statement is somewhat biased. The power of Xiao Yun is not solely attributed to the embryonic chaos body. His profound comprehension is the true source of his prowess. Observe his martial techniques. They are all superlative skills, each meticulously refined to the ultimate realm of mastery. What remarkable insight he possesses. It is no surprise that he was able to forge the embryonic chaos body in such a short span of time. Indeed, Xiao Yun's innate understanding is extraordinary. With such talent, I find myself increasingly convinced that he may truly cultivate the chaos body, potentially becoming the second of its kind since ancient times. Once the chaos body is fully realized, it would be virtually invincible, sweeping across the 8 desolations. Could it be that in our lifetime, we are to witness the birth of a second chaos emperor? It is said that once the chaos body reaches maturity, it can rival the ancient sacred bodies, challenging even the emperors themselves. While the ancient sacred bodies are shackled by limitations, making it nearly impossible for them to attain the emperor's path, the chaos body is different. Its path to emperorhood is comparatively less arduous, and once it succeeds, it would undoubtedly emerge as the mightiest among the emperors. Throughout the ages, the Chaos Emperor has ranked among the top 10 of all emperors, with only a handful of exceptionally gifted heavenly emperors and divine monarchs able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, highlighting the terrifying potential of the chaos body. Should Xiao Yun succeed in manifesting a true chaos body, it is likely that the chaos sacred land will reclaim its zenith, once again becoming the foremost sacred ground. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, their sentiments echoed the significance of this moment. As the battle between Xiao Yun, Emperor Li Qing, and Zhao Wujing reached its climax, the two adversaries, having suffered severe injuries from Xiao Yun's relentless assaults, found themselves increasingly outmatched. In a decisive moment, they swiftly chose to flee in opposite directions, clearly driven by a fear of death. After all, having only recently embarked on their journey within the realm of cultivation, they possessed boundless potential and were unwilling to perish here, for such an outcome would be utterly unprofitable. Xiao Yun cast a glance in the direction of Emperor Li Qing's escape but chose not to pursue him. Instead, he set his sights on Zhao Wujing. Despite his grave injuries, Emperor Li Qing's speed still surpassed that of Xiao Yun, rendering any pursuit futile. Xiao Yun resolved to find a way to enhance his own swiftness. For facing Emperor Li Qing was undeniably disadvantageous. With a discreet signal to Tang Yunyun amidst the crowd, he then surged after Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, significantly slower and further hampered by his wounds, proved no match for Xiao Yun. Indeed, Xiao Yun had already mastered the divine wind step to the pinnacle of combat techniques, making him nearly unparalleled in speed among his peers, save for Emperor Li Qing. Moreover, Zhao Wuji's injuries only exacerbated his predicament. Before long, Xiao Yun caught up to Zhao Wuji. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yun delivered a powerful punch that sent Zhao Wuji crashing backward, blood spewing forth as he collided with tree after tree, staining the ground red. Xiao Yun approached with a cold demeanor, his face etched with fury, and declared, "Look at the havoc you've wrought. Not only did you allow Zhang Haoran to escape, but you also let Emperor Li Qing slip away. If I do not end you today, my resentment shall remain unquenched." In a realm where the fates of Zhang Haoran and Li Qingdi intertwined, the prospect of their demise promised 20 opportunities for enlightenment. Yet, these chances were squandered by Zhao Wuji, igniting a tempest of fury within Xiao Yun's heart. Moreover, eliminating Zhang Haoran and Li Qingdi would eradicate two formidable adversaries destined to rise against him. Particularly, the prospect of Li Qingdi was dreadfully alarming. Although Xiao Yun had triumphed over him this time, it was crucial to recognize that Li Qingdi had yet to fully mature. His command over time and space was but a mere whisper of its potential once he ascended in power. His mastery over temporal and spatial forces would become an unparalleled threat. In contrast, while Zhang Haoran's divine king body was indeed formidable, Xiao Yun regarded it with less concern. Should I kill, then let it be so. I, Zhao Wuji, am born for battle and shall die for it. At worst, I shall rise again as a hero in 18 years, Zhao Wuji bellowed, his entire being surging with vitality, radiating golden light as he summoned his final reserves of strength to charge at Xiao Yun. It must be acknowledged that the ancient sacred body was indeed a paragon of combat, especially when faced with a martial fanatic like Zhao Wuji, which rendered the ancient sacred body even more potent. Alas, Xiao Yun's prowess far surpassed that of Zhao Wuji. With a resounding impact, Xiao Yun once again sent Zhao Wuji flying, his foot firmly planted upon Zhao Wuji's chest. The latter's eyes blazed crimson. His face contorted with rage as he roared, "If you wish to kill, then do so. Why must you humiliate me? Is this the breadth of your chaos body?" Xiao Yun gazed indifferently at Zhao Wuji beneath his feet and coldly remarked, "I have suddenly changed my mind. I want you to become my follower, to accompany me in conquering the heavens and the earth, to survey the myriad realms on my behalf, and to serve as my foremost general." Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback, finding the words strangely familiar. However, he quickly regained his composure, his face flushing crimson with indignation, trembling with fury. Was this not precisely what he had once said to Xiao Yun? Back then, Zhao Wuji had been unaware of Xiao Yun's immense strength and had merely perceived a glimmer of talent, wishing to bring him under his wing. Now, however, the roles were reversed. Xiao Yun dared to claim him as a subordinate. This was an utter humiliation, a resounding slap to his face. Fuming with rage, Zhao Wuji shouted at Xiao Yun, "You are deluding yourself. Throughout history, there have been only fallen ancient sacred bodies, never a subservient one. If you wish to kill me, then do so, but to think I would yield to you is sheer folly." Xiao Yun responded with a cold smirk, "Do not be hasty in your judgments. Beware the law of true regret. Go to hell." Zhao Wuji roared, igniting the ancient sacred blood within him, unleashing the peak of his battle prowess, shattering Xiao Yun's foot's grip, and launching a fierce punch towards him. A glint of admiration sparkled in Xiao Yun's eyes as he remarked, "As expected of an ancient sacred body, truly the foremost combatant in the world. The better you perform, the more I admire you. Submit to me. Join me in conquering the myriad realms, and you too can claim dominion over a territory and etch your name in history. What is there to lose?" With that, Xiao Yun engaged Zhao Wuji in a fierce exchange of blows, once again sending him hurtling backwards. Even if Zhao Wuji were to regain his former peak, he would still not be a match for Xiao Yun. Infuriated by Xiao Yun's words, Zhao Wuji let out a furious roar. For those very words were once spoken by him to Xiao Yun. This reversal was a profound humiliation for Zhao Wuji. Chapter 73. A gentleman's agreement. In the heart of the forest, the battle raged on. Yet, it was Xiao Yun who relentlessly pummeled Zhao Wuji, leaving him in a woeful state. Zhao Wuji was no match for Xiao Yun, relying solely on the peak power derived from burning the ancient sacred blood. He could not endure for long before reverting to his original state. What followed was a one-sided conflict, with Xiao Yun delivering blow after blow, reducing Zhao Wuji to a pitiful condition. Consider this carefully. As the saying goes, when one achieves enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs rise to prominence. Should you choose to follow me, Once I ascend to the throne of the emperor, your ancient sacred land shall soar once more because of you. I understand that geniuses are often unruly. If you agree too readily, I may regard you with disdain. The more you resist, the more I delight in it. For it demonstrates the strength of your will, proving you could be my foremost general. Be my follower, and when I achieve the status of emperor, you shall become my envoy, surveying the myriad realms, standing second only to me, with countless beneath you. What joy could there be in refusing such an opportunity? As Xiao Yun spoke, he continued to rain blows upon Zhao Wuji, transforming him into a grotesque figure. Zhao Wuji could endure the physical pain. Yet he found himself unable to withstand the torment of his spirit, for the words Xiao Yun uttered were echoes of his own past taunts. How ironic indeed. He sought to recruit Xiao Yun as his foremost general, yet now Xiao Yun turned the tables, seeking to enlist him as his chief commander. How swiftly the tables have turned. Zhao Wuji's eyes blazed crimson, his face a mask of fury as he bellowed, I, Zhao Wuji, will battle the heavens and the earth. I shall never submit to anyone. There exists only the ancient sacred body that perishes in battle, not one that submits. Bang! Xiao Yun delivered a powerful punch, causing Zhao Wuji to spew blood once more. This time, his injuries were grievous, rendering him unable to rise from the ground. Nevertheless, Zhao Wuji's eyes remained ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit and unyielding resolve. Clearly, subduing such a peerless prodigy as Zhao Wuji was nearly impossible. Xiao Yun understood that those of extraordinary talent would never bow to another. Were he in Zhao Wuji's position, he too would prefer to die in battle rather than serve another. Talents possess their own pride. How much more so these unparalleled geniuses, endowed with an invincible will, steadfastness, and resilience that would not easily yield. Perhaps another attempt would suffice. If it fails, then he would have no choice but to eliminate him. Xiao Yun contemplated inwardly. He then crouched before the nearly breathless Zhao Wuji and spoke solemnly. Let us establish a gentleman's agreement. I will not submit to you. It would be wise for you to relinquish this notion and grant me a swift end, lest I come to disdain you, this chaotic body. Zhao Wuji retorted coldly. You best listen to me first. Zhao Wuji remained silent, his expression one of mockery as he regarded Xiao Yun. To think he would ever submit? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. He would rather perish in battle than lower himself beneath another. Xiao Yun, unperturbed, continued, let us make a pact. Whoever proves stronger shall assume the role of the leader. In other words, having bested you today, you shall be my follower. Should the day come when you surpass me, I shall then become your follower. What say you? Zhao Wuji emitted a cold snort, remaining silent. With a teasing smile, Xiao Yun provoked further, do you truly believe you will forever remain inferior to me? Keep in mind, I have merely begun to forge the embryonic form of the chaos body. Whether I can fully achieve it in the future remains uncertain. You have been defeated by me today, but does that mean you lack the confidence to triumph over me in times to come? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted. He would never concede to the notion that he might not surpass Xiao Yun in the future. In fact, he harbored no belief that Xiao Yun would ever eclipse him. After all, Xiao Yun had yet to truly forge the chaos body, and his current strength was merely a result of diligently practicing several supreme combat techniques, which he had elevated to their ultimate form. However, as they progressed through their cultivation realms, the balance of power could very well shift. Zhao Wuji held great confidence in his ancient saint body, let alone the embryonic form of the chaos body. He would not even flinch at the prospect of facing a fully realized chaos body. In the primordial era, ancestors of the ancient saint body had challenged the chaos emperor. Observing Zhao Wuji's silence, Xiao Yun pressed on, take your time to ponder this. I can assure you that for each realm I transcend, you will earn a chance to challenge me. Should you manage to defeat me, I shall willingly become your follower. Of course, if you are unable to best me consistently, what grievance could there be in serving as my follower? I will not be defeated by you in the future. Zhao Wuji bellowed in anger. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and replied, then let us establish this gentleman's agreement. I swear by the path of chaos, you can rest assured. Do you truly dare to swear by the path of chaos? Zhao Wuji, taken aback, gazed at Xiao Yun with disbelief. It is crucial to note that Xiao Yun intended to forge a chaos body, destined to tread the path of chaos. However, if he were to swear by it, any violation of that oath would preclude him from attaining the status of a great emperor in the future. Of course, as long as you agree. I shall immediately swear by the path of chaos, Xiao Yun said with a beaming smile, exuding confidence in his ability to consistently surpass Zhao Wuji, thereby rendering any breach of his oath unnecessary. It would be absurd, with the assistance of the Enlightenment system, if he could not defeat Zhao Wuji. It would truly be an insult to his identity as a transmigrator, and even more so to the system itself. Very well, as long as you swear. I shall accept your terms. Zhao Wuji pondered for a moment before nodding. He had faith in himself, believing that after progressing through several cultivation realms, he would undoubtedly surpass Xiao Yun. Moreover, whether Xiao Yun could truly forge a genuine chaos body remained uncertain. In due time, as their powers grew, his ancient sacred body would only grow stronger. Thus, Zhao Wuji brimmed with confidence regarding his future. Excellent, you have made the right choice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun finally smiled, and he promptly swore by the path of chaos. After hearing Xiao Yun's solemn vow and confirming that there were no issues, Zhao Wuji spoke in a deep voice. Very well, for the time being, I shall be your follower. Once we emerge from the true dragon's nest, I will proclaim it to the world. However, Zhao Wuji had not anticipated that he had previously declared he would never become Xiao Yun's follower, yet here he was, embracing the role. How ironic. Xiao Yun nodded, confident that Zhao Wuji would not deceive him. After all, a man unafraid of death had no need for deception. At that moment, Xiao Yun helped Zhao Wuji to his feet, allowing him to recover from his injuries while he himself examined his system. Indeed, after subduing Zhao Wuji, his system had granted him an additional 20 opportunities for enlightenment. This confirmed that Zhao Wuji was truthful. Otherwise, the system would not have rewarded Xiao Yun with those 20 chances. This was truly a significant gain. With a beaming expression, Xiao Yun reviewed his system. In addition to acquiring 20 opportunities for enlightenment from subduing Zhao Wuji, he had previously garnered 3 opportunities each from defeating Jiang Haoran and Li Qingdi, as well as 3 from overcoming Zhao Wuji, totaling 9 opportunities. Moreover, during the battles, Xiao Yun had sparked several waves of astonishment, earning him an additional 9 opportunities. In total, he had acquired 38 opportunities for enlightenment, bringing his overall count to 192. He was now one step closer to forging the chaotic body. How could Xiao Yun not be elated? Chapter 74. Journey to the core beyond amassing a substantial number of enlightenment opportunities. Xiao Yun's greatest achievement was gaining Zhao Wuji as a follower. As an ancient sacred body, once he fully matured, he would be capable of challenging the emperors, truly a formidable warrior. Moreover, there exists the Bodhi fruit, a treasure capable of aiding his master, Emperor Tian, in transcending his limitations and ascending to the realm of the heavens, thereby greatly enhancing both his strength and longevity. It can be said that since entering the true dragon nest, Xiao Yun has largely accomplished his objectives. Now, he is left with but one goal, to discover another treasure that can facilitate the metamorphosis of his physical form, elevating his power to the staggering limit of 1 million pounds. Should he fulfill this task, his journey to the true dragon nest would be deemed an overwhelming success. Naturally, should the opportunity arise, it would be prudent to eliminate Li Qingdi and Jiang Haoran within this realm. Otherwise, once he departs from the true dragon nest, the chance to vanquish them would be exceedingly slim. After all, should he slay Li Qingdi outside, it would undoubtedly provoke a cataclysmic conflict between the primordial Holy Land and the Chaos Holy Land, a burden that Xiao Yun is ill-equipped to bear at this juncture. Thus, within the confines of the true dragon nest lies Xiao Yun's sole opportunity to strike them down. He mused that finding the treasure takes precedence, while also hoping to encounter them in the process, in comparison to eliminating Li Qingdi and his companions. Locating the treasure that could induce his physical transformation is of greater significance. It is essential for establishing his supreme foundation, which would greatly assist him in his future quest for ascension as a great emperor. As Xiao Yun focused on regulating his breathing, he awaited Zhao Wuji's recovery. It must be said that the ancient sacred body truly lives up to its reputation as a supreme physique, exhibiting astonishing recuperative capabilities. Xiao Yun witnessed firsthand that after Zhao Wuji ingested several medicinal pills, his injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. The swelling on his head had vanished, and his wounds had returned to their original state. A powerful aura, surging with a fierce vitality, radiated once again from Zhao Wuji, enveloping his form in a resplendent golden glow. The ancient sacred body truly exemplified the essence of a combatant. Xiao Yun couldn't help but marvel at this. What defines a combatant's sacred body? It is a constitution that grows stronger with each battle, exhibiting an astonishing recovery ability. This is the hallmark of a battle's sacred body. In this regard, the ancient sacred body holds an absolute advantage, with the celestial tyrant body trailing closely behind, making them eternal rivals, both fervent warriors at heart. Thus far, Xiao Yun had yet to encounter the celestial tyrant body. If he could also subjugate this individual, it would be quite the commendable feat suddenly. He recalled the celestial tyrant body from Wugong. If he were to bring Wugong under his control, he would stride forth with both an ancient sacred body and a celestial tyrant body at his side. Such a notion was simply exhilarating. However, subjugating the celestial tyrant body would not be an easy task. Xiao Yun was uncertain if the method he employed against Zhao Wuji would prove effective. After all, he was aware that those of the celestial tyrant lineage were notoriously domineering and mad, akin to the scions depicted in the anime of his previous life. If the ancient sacred body is a warrior fanatic, then the celestial tyrant body is a battle maniac, a true demon. They share similarities yet remain distinctly different. Xiao Yun could only wait for the opportunity to confront the celestial tyrant body and see how it unfolds. Senior brother Xiao. Not long after, Tang Yunyun finally arrived, having struggled to catch up to Xiao Yun and the others due to her slower pace. Observing Tang Yunyun, who was panting heavily, Xiao Yun smiled and said, "Sister Tang, please take a moment to rest." At this moment, Tang Yunyun caught sight of Zhao Wuji, who was recuperating nearby, and her face was instantly filled with astonishment as she inquired, "Brother Xiao, he..." In her perspective, Xiao Yun should have slain Zhao Wuji. Why was he still alive? "Fear not, he is now my follower, one of our own," Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Nearby, Zhao Wuji opened his eyes for a fleeting glance at Tang Yunyun before closing them again, clearly dismissing her as a mere waste. Tang Yunyun was left in a state of shock, her heart surging with tumultuous waves as her eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Wuji had become Xiao Yun's follower? Xiao Yun had subdued Zhao Wuji? The incredulity was overwhelming. Had the world turned mad? Was the sun rising in the west? The mighty ancient sacred body had actually bowed to another? Even if Xiao Yun were formidable, it seemed implausible. After all, it is one thing to kill a man. It is an entirely different matter to earn his willing allegiance. Especially someone as exceptional as Zhao Wuji. Their pride is as formidable as their indomitable will, refusing to yield even to the heavens. How could they possibly submit to another? Yet, witnessing Zhao Wuji's silence in the face of Xiao Yun's claims compelled Tang Yunyun to accept the truth, albeit reluctantly. The revelation was simply too staggering. After a moment of contemplation, she finally exclaimed, "Brother Xiao is truly impressive." Xiao Yun smiled gently. "Rest for now, shortly. We must venture into the heart of the true dragon's nest." At this juncture, they had merely grazed the periphery of the nest's core. Yet considerable distance remained before reaching its innermost sanctum. After all, they had yet to encounter the true dragon's remnant. Tang Yunyun nodded, then settled down nearby to recuperate. After such a long journey, her strength had waned significantly. Fortunately, they all had reserves of medicinal pills and food, enough to sustain them. Half a day later, as dawn broke the following morning, Zhao Wuji suddenly opened his eyes. His golden irises emitted a brilliant light, resembling two resplendent lanterns, shining with an extraordinary brilliance. "Are you ready?" Xiao Yun inquired, having sensed Zhao Wuji's movements. Zhao Wuji coldly replied, "Ready." "Where are we headed now?" Though he had become Xiao Yun's follower as per their agreement, it did not imply that he would offer Xiao Yun any semblance of respect. Xiao Yun, unfazed, responded, "To the core of the true dragon's nest, to seek treasures that can transform our corporeal forms, and perhaps capture a few true dragon remnants as mounts." Zhao Wuji regarded Xiao Yun with a hint of astonishment, saying, "With your innate talent, did the chaos sacred land not bestow upon you treasures for bodily transformation? Or has your chaos sacred land declined to the point of lacking even such items?" His tone carried a note of derision. For the chaos sacred land had indeed fallen swiftly in recent years, particularly after the era of Emperor Tian, with no remarkable talents emerging since. "I am merely a mortal body, not a supreme body like yours, so the chaos sacred land would naturally not value me," Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. However, Zhao Wuji's expression darkened, feeling insulted by Xiao Yun's words. "A mere mortal body? If you are but a mere mortal, then I, bearing the ancient sacred body, would be utterly humiliated to have been vanquished by such a being. It would be a disgrace." Zhao Wuji would rather believe that he was bested by the primordial entity. Such a tale would spare him some dignity. "Come, let us not squander any more time." Xiao Yun roused Tang Yunyun and promptly led Zhao Wuji towards the heart of the true dragoness nest. Should anyone have witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For Zhao Wuji trailed behind Xiao Yun like a devoted follower. Chapter 75. Encounter with the True Dragon's Legacy. Above the platform outside the True Dragon's nest, towering figures stood upon billowing clouds. Their might was formidable. Each exuded a radiant aura, their presence commanding and awe-inspiring, akin to deities surveying the world from on high. Without a doubt, these individuals were the esteemed elders of the prodigies within the True Dragon's nest. At this moment, 5 days had elapsed since the talented individuals entered the nest. Traditionally, the True Dragon's nest remains accessible for only 7 days. On the 7th day, all must depart, for those who linger beyond risk being annihilated by the nest's formidable array. Thus, on this 5th day, some had already exited the True Dragon's nest, emerging from the gorge's entrance. Instantly, their elders rushed to greet them, inquiring about their well-being and the circumstances within the nest. Consequently, astonishing news began to circulate. Li Qingdi, the embodiment of time and space, swept through all opposition, advancing relentlessly towards the core of the true dragon's nest. In the ancient realm, the sacred body of Xiao Wuzhi and the celestial dominance of Wu Gang engaged in a fierce battle upon their entry, neither able to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, their confrontation was curtailed out of respect for the powerful spectators, including the formidable Li Qingdi and Zhang Haoren. Meanwhile, the duel between Lu Nanshan and Yi Wuchen also ended in a stalemate. As news of these events spread, the powerful beings in the skies took notice. Wan Yonghui, the esteemed elder of the Taichu sacred land, stroked his beard with a smug expression as he turned to the opposite side, addressing Emperor Tian with a sardonic smile. It appears we have yet to hear any news from your chaos sacred land. Could it be that your disciple has perished within? He continued, if I recall correctly. His name was something like Xiao, was it not? It is only fitting that a nameless wretch such as he would fade into oblivion without a trace. On a cloud, Emperor Tian stood alongside a young woman named Xiao Yun, the esteemed elder of the Shanshui sect and mentor to Xiao Yun. Upon hearing Wan Yonghui's derisive remarks, Emperor Tian retorted with a cold snort, do not rejoice too soon. Be wary of the folly that follows unbridled joy. He held steadfast confidence in his disciple. For Xiao Yun possessed an extraordinary strength of 800,000 pounds, complemented by an array of ultimate combat techniques, ensuring his dominance within the dragon's nest. Emperor Tian, do not be so obstinate, Wan Yonghui sneered, his expression dripping with mockery. I am well aware of your disciple's limitations. He is merely a pawn in your chaos sacred land's game, with some insight and the aid of the Enlightenment pill to elevate his cultivation. He has merely learned a few formidable techniques. Yet, this is insufficient to stand against true genius. Your ambitions for the chaos sacred land are destined to end in failure. Emperor Tian wore a look of incredulity. His disciple had utilized the Enlightenment pill? His disciple, Xiao Yun, was capable of mastering a superlative combat technique to perfection in mere moments. Did he truly require such a detrimental and inferior elixir? With a cold smile, Emperor Tian regarded the opposite Wan Yonghui, aware that Wan Yonghui had misunderstood Xiao Yun. If this were the case, the disciples of the primordial sacred land were destined to suffer significant losses. As if to validate Emperor Tian's assertions, a gasp erupted from the platform below. The 9 esteemed disciples of the primordial sacred land, including Zhou Feiyu and Xie Yulong, had been mercilessly slain by a mysterious powerhouse. Eyewitnesses reported their lifeless bodies. The scene drenched in carnage. Xie Yulong had been severed in half, transforming the area into a veritable hellscape. The shocking news sent tremors of disbelief through the ranks of powerful beings in the sky. The preceding reports could be overlooked. Those prodigies had only just entered the true dragon nest and would undoubtedly engage in sparring, not foolishly resorting to deadly combat immediately. Thus, the absence of a decisive victor was entirely plausible. However, this revelation left everyone in a state of utter shock. Zhou Feiyu and his companions had been murdered, and outside the core of the true dragon nest, no less. Suddenly, a formidable figure plunged from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura that pressed upon all present. It was Wan Yonghui, the esteemed elder of the primordial sacred land. At that moment, his hair and beard stood on end, his eyes emanating beams of astonishing light. His presence was as deep and unfathomable as the ocean, captivating all hearts. He fixed his gaze upon one of the youths and thundered, "Speak. How did Zhou Feiyu and the others meet their demise? Were you a witness? Who was responsible for their demise?" This youth was merely a disciple of a common sect, utterly unable to withstand the imposing aura of Wan Yonghui, and promptly sought refuge behind his master. The master, too, dared not confront Wan Yonghui and hastily whispered, "Quickly relay all that you have witnessed to Elder Wan. He is a senior and will not stoop to your level of understanding." At this moment, Wan Yonghui recognized that he had somewhat overstepped, for it was unreasonable to expect a junior to endure such pressure. He immediately tempered his formidable presence and spoke in a gentler tone, "Young one, there is no need for trepidation. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters." With that, Wan Yonghui presented a fine spiritual treasure to the youth. Only then did the young man compose himself and begin recounting his experiences. Above, powerful divine senses probed the atmosphere, clearly indicating a widespread concern regarding the situation at the Taichu sacred land. After all, individuals like Zhou Feiyu were not nameless figures, and the fact that they had perished outside the core of the true dragon nest was truly astonishing. Tian, wearing a smile, remarked to the nearby Xiao. "I just cautioned him to be wary of excessive joy leading to sorrow. See, it has come to pass in an instant." Xiao lightly smiled, her gaze tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Tian chuckled as he observed the youth below. In truth, he could surmise without the boy's account that it was undoubtedly his own disciple responsible for the incident. After all, had it been anyone else, even with such power, they would not have dared to provoke the Taichu sacred land. Only Xiao Yun would engage in such reckless behavior. The young man spoke slowly. After entering the true dragon's nest, I wandered in search of treasures, but it wasn't long before I sensed intense fluctuations from a fierce battle ahead. I discovered that numerous formidable warriors were present, each one more powerful than myself, which frightened me into hiding, too afraid to approach and observe. Wan Yonghui quickly inquired, "What happened next?" The youth continued, "Eventually, when the presence of combatants dissipated, I cautiously approached to investigate. To my horror, I found Brother Zhou lying in a pool of blood, alongside the other 8 brothers from the Taichu Holy Land. With that, the young man opened his spatial ring and retrieved the bodies of Zhou Feiyu and the others, unleashing a pungent stench of blood. The onlookers were confronted with a gruesome scene, numerous dismembered limbs and 8 heads, wide-eyed and expressing a profound sense of injustice. There were 9 corpses in total, yet only a few remained intact. The others were either severed at the waist or had their skulls violently shattered, presenting a truly horrific sight. Seeing this, Wan Yonghui's pupils constricted, and he roared in anguish and fury, "Feiyu, Yulong, who could have committed such atrocities? I vow to tear that murderer limb from limb." Wan Yonghui was driven to madness, for he recognized that these 9 individuals were ranked 2nd to 10th among the body refining realm of their Taichu Holy Land. It could be said that, with the exception of Li Qingdi, nearly all those who had ventured into the true dragon's nest with him were now dead. How could Wan Yonghui not be consumed by rage? For so many years, had the Taichu Holy Land ever suffered such humiliation within the true dragon's nest? In that year, Emperor Tian caused considerable losses to the Taichu Holy Land, yet it was inconceivable that so many prodigies could perish. Wan Yonghui had completely lost his composure. His hair stood on end, fury radiating from him, and his gaze was nothing short of intimidating. The young man hastily sought refuge behind his master, trembling as he spoke. "Elder, I am unaware of who is responsible, but from the situation at hand, it appears that senior brother Zhou and his companions were besieging a single individual. I only discovered 2 unfamiliar footprints, one of which remained distant, seemingly observing the battle." Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly struck with profound shock. Zhou Feiyu and his companions were besieging someone, and they were suffering such a devastating defeat? Who could that individual be? A peerless genius? Wan Yonghui's eyes glimmered with divine light, exuding an overwhelming aura as he cast a furious glance at the members of the other 5 holy lands in the sky, huffing in anger. "Very well, very well. The only ones capable of single-handedly defeating Zhou Feiyu and his group must be those exceptional prodigies." In an instant, his suspicions turned towards Jiang Haoran, Zhao Wuji, Wu Gang, Lu Nanshan, Yi Wuchan, and others. For aside from them, it was impossible for anyone else to have vanquished Zhou Feiyu and his companions alone. The assembled crowd shared this sentiment, including the elders from Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji sections. Among them, a senior elder from the ancient Holy Land spoke solemnly. "Wan Yonghui, I express my regret regarding the demise of Zhou Feiyu and his comrades. However, our 6 holy lands have long established an agreement within the true dragon nest. We may freely engage in battle, and none may use this animosity to harbor hatred against another. In the face of one's inadequacies, it is futile to cast blame upon others. Can the revered Taichu sacred land truly not bear the weight of defeat?" Wan Yonghui scoffed, "Rest assured, I shall not target mere juniors for the time being. However, do not rejoice too soon. Within our Taichu sacred land resides Li Qingdi, who will undoubtedly seek vengeance for Zhou Feiyu and the others." With that, Wan Yonghui ascended into the skies once more, his gaze fixed intently upon the entrance of the gorge, hoping to soon receive favorable news regarding their sacred domain. Within the true dragon's nest, Xiao Yun, accompanied by Tang Yunyun and Zhao Wuji, had journeyed for 2 days and finally reached the very heart of the nest. Their prolonged journey was not due to a lack of swiftness, but rather the numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures encountered along the way, which necessitated pauses for collection. Regrettably, despite Xiao Yun gathering a considerable bounty of these treasures, none possessed the potency to facilitate the transformation of his physical form. Frustrated, he pondered, "Is there truly no second specimen akin to the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma within this realm?" His countenance was marked by indignation as he surveyed the surrounding jungle. Zhao Wuji, well aware of Xiao Yun's acquisition of a 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, felt a pang of envy in his heart, yet could not refrain from mocking. "Do you truly believe treasures of such caliber are as commonplace as cabbage? To seek a second one is but a dream. To encounter even a single treasure of this level within the true dragon's nest is an immense stroke of fortune. Senior brother, there are treasures here." Suddenly, a voice filled with delight rang out from Tang Yunyun, not far away. Xiao Yun immediately burst into hearty laughter and remarked to Zhao Wuji, "It is not I who possesses fortunate destiny, but rather my junior sister." Seeing her so elated, she must have discovered an immensely valuable treasure. Otherwise, she would not display such exuberance. Humph, do not rejoice too soon. I refuse to believe that a second nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma could possibly appear. Zhao Wuji scoffed coldly and followed suit. In but a brief moment, Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji found themselves by Tang Yunyun's side. Not far from them, beside the rocks at the entrance of a cave, enormous emerald green vines entwined the landscape, adorned with clusters of bright red fruits, glistening with an alluring sheen that rendered them particularly enticing. Xiao Yun instantly recognized these fruits and exclaimed with delight, "It is the fabled dragon saliva fruit." Zhao Wuji, though somewhat taken aback, soon wore a mocking grin and replied, "Though the dragon saliva fruit holds considerable value, it merely extends one's lifespan by a decade. For individuals like us, it is not but a triviality. With our unparalleled talents, ascension to sainthood is assured. In the grand scheme, what significance does an additional 10 years hold?" Indeed, Xiao Yun had no need for the dragon saliva fruit, yet he felt a surge of joy. For it could be gifted to old Master Fu. The elder's lifespan had reached its limit, and unlike Emperor Tian, he lacked such extraordinary qualifications. Thus, even the Bodhi fruit would not enable him to transcend his constraints. The dragon saliva fruit, however, would be far more suitable. Ignoring Zhao Wuji's derisive comments, Xiao Yun promptly collected the dragon saliva fruits, amassing a bountiful total of 30. Tang Yunyun remarked beside him, "Xiao Shixiang, each person can only consume 10 dragon saliva fruits. Any more would be futile." "I am aware." Xiao Yun nodded. 10 fruits equate to a century of life, though it may seem meager. It grants him ample time to grow stronger. By then, when his prowess has reached its zenith, he can venture into forbidden territories, perhaps aiding Uncle Fu in acquiring even greater treasures. Tang Yunyun did not vie for the dragon saliva fruits. She was discerning enough to willingly concede such valuable treasures to Xiao Yun. As for Zhao Wuji, he exhibited no interest whatsoever in the fruits. Roar! Just as Xiao Yun finished collecting the dragon saliva fruits, a series of furious roars erupted from the nearby cave. Subsequently, 2 immensely powerful auras emanated from within, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes glinting with intensity. It is indeed the progeny of true dragons. They say that wherever dragon saliva fruits are found, true dragons lurk nearby, and this proves to be the case. Tang Shimi, retreat. Xiao Yun bellowed, positioning himself alongside Zhao Wuji. Though both were aware of the true dragon progeny within the cave, neither showed any inclination to withdraw. Instead, their spirits surged with combat fervor. What was their purpose for entering the true dragon's lair? Aside from seeking treasures, it was to engage in combat with formidable foes. For only through such trials could they attain greater strength. The true dragon progeny not only possessed extraordinary talent but also formidable strength, each comparable to unparalleled geniuses. Truly the adversaries Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji had long aspired to challenge. There are 2 true dragon progenies. Zhao Wuji spoke in a deep voice, having sensed 2 immensely powerful auras surging forth from the cave, just in time to capture them as mounts. Xiao Yun grinned broadly. Zhao Wuji's eyes glimmered with excitement. To ride the remnants of true dragons would be nothing short of magnificent. Furthermore, once these true dragon remnants grew stronger, they could evolve into formidable allies in battle. A rare opportunity indeed. Roar! At that moment, 2 true dragon remnants burst from the cave, appearing before Xiao Yun and the others like colossal creatures, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying presence. Are these dragons? Xiao Yun gazed at the massive beings before him, somewhat bewildered. He had imagined the true dragon remnants to resemble the Eastern divine dragons from the myths of his past life. Yet the 2 true dragons before him were clearly not the serpentine creatures he had envisioned. Rather, they bore a striking resemblance to legendary tyrannosaurs. Their bodies were not excessively large, standing only a few meters tall, but they were covered entirely in black and golden scales, resembling metal forged from steel, radiating a brilliant luster. They exuded an aura akin to ancient ferocious beasts, their blood surging with fervor, their roars echoing like thunder, instilling a deep sense of dread. One was a juvenile black dragon, and the other, a juvenile golden dragon. Zhao Wuji stared at the 2 true dragon remnants before him, his face alight with exhilaration. Indeed, they are genuine true dragon remnants, each imbued with an exceedingly rich true dragon bloodline. However, they are still in their infancy. Only when they reach maturity can they evolve into true divine dragons, soaring through the heavens and the earth. So that is how it is. Xiao Yun nodded, having heard of the saying that a dragon has 9 offspring, each distinct in nature. Perhaps it would only be upon reaching maturity that these 2 ancient dragon breeds would evolve into the image of the Eastern divine dragon he envisioned. Roar! Roar. As Xiao Yun conversed with Zhao Wuji, the two ancient dragons charged toward them, one emanating a shadowy aura and the other radiating a brilliant golden light. They brought with them an overwhelming stench of blood and an aura of terror that struck like a tempest. Xiao Yun bellowed, "You handle the black dragon. I shall confront the golden one." With that, he advanced toward the golden dragon, while Zhao Wuji faced the black one. Xiao Yun had discerned that the golden dragon possessed slightly greater strength, thus sparking his intrigue. Thunderous roars erupted as the battle commenced, fierce and unrelenting. Tang Yunyun had long retreated to a safe distance, daunted by the sheer ferocity of the clash, for it was a realm far beyond her reach. The might of the two ancient dragon breeds was formidable, each rivaling the unparalleled prowess of Zhao Wuji, perhaps even surpassing it in subtle ways. With a staggering force of 800,000 gene, these ancient dragons were indeed formidable. Xiao Yun released a resounding battle cry, his fighting spirit surging. As for Zhao Wuji, he found himself unable to utter another word, for he realized the black dragon before him was subtly stronger, demanding his undivided attention. Chapter 76. Defeating the golden dragon. The strength of the ancient dragon breeds was astonishing. The black dragon Zhao Wuji faced boasted a force of 700,000 gene, while the golden dragon Xiao Yun confronted possessed an impressive 800,000 gene. It is noteworthy that Xiao Yun has encountered the most formidable opponent in the true dragon nest thus far, the Emperor Li Cheng. However, this being of temporal and spatial prowess possesses merely 700,000 gene of strength. As for Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran, they can only muster 600,000 gene. Yet now, upon encountering two true dragon remnants, one boasts a staggering 700,000 gene of strength, while the other surpasses it with 800,000 gene. It is undeniable that the innate talent of the true dragon bloodline is extraordinarily fearsome, truly worthy of being the direct descendants of the divine beast, the five-clawed golden dragon. Indeed, only such powerful mounts can befit me. With a resounding roar, Xiao Yun's eyes gleamed with an overwhelming battle intent. The mightier this golden dragon appeared, the more he was drawn to it. Roar. The golden dragon, seemingly comprehending Xiao Yun's words, erupted in fury, its ferocious eyes glinting with a sanguine light. It opened its gaping maw, revealing its menacing fangs, and lunged violently at Xiao Yun, emanating an aura of terror. "Come forth," Xiao Yun bellowed, leaping forward to meet the challenge. He delivered a powerful punch towards the approaching golden dragon, a straightforward yet direct assault that collided forcefully with the creature's head, unleashing a terrifying wave of force. Surrounding towering trees toppled one after another, and fallen leaves danced into the air, swept away as if by a violent gust, while scattered stones were sent flying in all directions. Xiao Yun's strength of 900,000 gene clashed against the golden dragon's 800,000 gene. A confrontation akin to that of heaven and earth colliding, the sound reverberating like thunder, echoing across the sky, creating an extraordinarily breathtaking spectacle. Then, with a resounding roar, the golden dragon staggered backward, its body swaying as it shook its head in a daze, feeling a sense of dizziness as one of its teeth was dislodged, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. In stark contrast, Xiao Yun charged forward toward the golden dragon, his face alight with exhilaration as he exclaimed, "What a thrill! Aside from Emperor Li Cheng, you are the only one capable of clashing with me in terms of strength. Let us engage in a proper battle today." Xiao Yun was overwhelmed with excitement, having encountered a worthy adversary against whom he could unleash his full potential. A fierce warrior spirit surged within him, igniting his blood like a volcano that had lain dormant for eons, finally erupting with searing magma. Boom! Xiao Yun unleashed the 9-turn bearing fist, employing the divine wind steps as he wielded his blazing fists, transforming them into arcs of lightning that struck relentlessly at the golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon bellowed in fury. Since its emergence, it had always been among the strongest of its kind, even among the true dragon descendants. It had never been bested before. Although this human displayed formidable strength, the golden dragon remained undaunted, its eyes ablaze with unprecedented battle fervor. Its entire being radiated with a fierce golden light, charging towards Xiao Yun like a golden comet. Boom! Xiao Yun's fist shone brilliantly, resembling a streak of lightning as they pounded against the golden dragon's form. The golden dragon retaliated with its formidable head and massive claws, launching a relentless assault on Xiao Yun. Their battle raged with intensity, brilliant light engulfing the realm, and the sheer force of their clash sent shockwaves through the earth, fracturing the ground as if the very fabric of existence were being torn asunder. Xiao Yun was profoundly astonished. The golden dragon was truly terrifying. Although it did not match his strength, its physical form was remarkably robust, exhibiting an extraordinary defensive capability. This was to be expected. As the corporeal forms of demonic beasts inherently surpass those of humans, and the true dragon lineage is regarded as divine among such creatures, one can only imagine the formidable strength of this dragon's bloodline. To date, aside from dislodging a tooth and a few scales from the golden dragon, Xiao Yun had been unable to inflict any significant harm upon it, as its defense was exceedingly formidable, coupled with a terrifying recovery rate. Nonetheless, Xiao Yun remained unfazed, continuing to wield the 9 turns overbearing fist, relentlessly striking at the formidable dragon before him. As the aftermath of their battle surged forth, the surrounding flora and stones were obliterated, leaving a barren expanse of shattered earth. With a furious roar, the golden dragon was driven to madness. Being consistently suppressed by Xiao Yun ignited feelings of profound humiliation within it. Unable to contain its rage, it unleashed a terrifying dragon's might, its voice resounding like a thunderclap, threatening to rend the very fabric of the soul. Sensing the oncoming wave of this dreadful sonic attack, Xiao Yun couldn't help but sneer. Is that all you know of dragon's might? With that, he too let out a resounding roar, invoking his own dragon's might. Instantly, a terrifying wave of sound erupted into the sky, sending tremors through the void. Golden ripples soared heavenward, akin to the tumultuous waves of the ocean, causing the very heavens and earth to resonate with a continuous roar. The two powerful sonic waves collided with one another, resulting in the towering trees around them erupting in a cacophony of destruction. Even the distant observer, Tang Yuyan, could scarcely endure the terrifying sounds that echoed around her, instinctively covering her ears and retreating. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Xiao Yun unleashed his full power, revealing 30 vibrant pillars of light behind him, showcasing the might of the grand Tao projection. His fists, enveloped in blazing radiance, resembled 2 stars hurtling towards the golden dragon before him. With a roar, the golden dragon retaliated with all its strength, raising its enormous claws, each strike unleashing a cataclysmic force that resonated with the earth itself. The collision of Xiao Yun's fists and the dragon's claws erupted in a thunderous sound, a manifestation of overwhelming power that filled the arena with dread. However, the golden dragon ultimately succumbed to Xiao Yun's might. A single punch shattered its claw, golden blood gushing forth and igniting the surrounding grass. Die! Xiao Yun bellowed, pressing on with relentless pursuit. At this juncture, his blood surged with fervor, his eyes blazing like cold lightning, exuding an intense aura as he charged towards the golden dragon. With a crack, Xiao Yun's ferocious punch struck the dragon's chest, leaving a profound dent and inflicting severe damage, provoking a primal roar of agony from the beast. Submit to me. Xiao Yun leapt onto the dragon's back, raining down blows upon its head, causing it to bleed profusely. The golden dragon, infuriated, roared in rage, humiliated to have a mere human atop it, demanding its submission. In a fit of desperation, it thrashed violently, striving to dislodge Xiao Yun. However, the already battered golden dragon was no match for Xiao Yun, who struck it with such force that stars danced before its eyes, blood splattering everywhere, and its injuries worsening by the moment. Submit or perish. Xiao Yun bellowed fiercely, relentlessly pummeling the golden dragon until it lay prostrate on the ground, unable to rise. Chapter 77, Dragon Flesh, A Million Limitations. Submit or die. Xiao Yun continued to assault the golden dragon beneath him, his expression icy, his voice chilling to the bone, devoid of any semblance of emotion. Regardless of whether the true dragon lineage was a divine beast or not, it ultimately remained a mere creature. Imparting profound truths to such beasts was futile. Only sheer force could subdue them. Yet it was evident that this golden dragon was exceedingly proud. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, it roared defiantly, its eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit, showing no inclination to submit whatsoever. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Yun's gaze. Did this true dragon lineage look down upon him, deeming him unworthy of its submission? It seemed it had never tasted the harsh realities of the world. Observing the golden dragon sprawled on the ground, he swung his blazing fist once more, delivering another punishing blow. The golden dragon, now unable to lift its head, gasped feebly, yet its eyes still shimmered with defiance and fury. It seemed to convey to Xiao Yun, my life is one to be cherished. Submission is out of the question. With a sigh, Xiao Yun coldly addressed the golden dragon. Since that is the case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch, caving in the dragon's skull. The golden dragon's eyes widened in shock, emitting a mournful howl before its gaze dimmed. Roar. Not far away, the black dragon, engaged in a fierce battle with Zhao Wuji, noticed the demise of the golden dragon. Overwhelmed by profound sorrow and rage, it roared fiercely, shaking off Zhao Wuji and lunging toward Xiao Yun. You shall not be granted a chance to survive. Instead, embrace your demise. Xiao Yun scoffed coldly, swinging his blazing fist towards the black dragon with unrelenting ferocity. He felt no remorse for slaying the golden dragon. After all, had he been inferior in strength today, it would have been his life extinguished. Historical records in the realm of cultivation reveal that no true dragon lineage ever spares defeated human cultivators. On the contrary, those bested by them have invariably been devoured. Thus, Xiao Yun struck mercilessly, causing the black dragon before him to spew blood and retreat. His radiant fists relentlessly battered the black dragon, eliciting anguished cries of despair. The black dragon, though formidable, was inferior to the golden dragon and had already sustained injuries and exhausted energy from its prolonged struggle with Zhao Wuji, rendering it no match for Xiao Yun, who dominated the confrontation. Damn it, that is my adversary. Zhao Wuji approached, glaring at Xiao Yun with fury. Xiao Yun retorted with a hint of scorn. You have squandered far too much time. With that, Xiao Yun delivered a final, devastating blow that felled the black dragon. He made no attempt to subdue it. For the deep-seated resentment reflected in the creature's eyes made it clear that submission was an impossibility. Consequently, Xiao Yun extinguished the life of the black dragon without hesitation. Zhao Wuji, observing the scene, felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He turned to Xiao Yun with indignation, exclaiming, "You are truly squandering a divine treasure. These are two genuine dragon progenies. Once they reach maturity, they will attain the level of a sage. How can you disregard such magnificent steeds and even slay them?" Xiao Yun retorted with a disdainful scoff. They are exceedingly proud and utterly unwilling to submit. Shall I keep them merely to become my adversaries? Zhao Wuji fell silent. If they refused to yield, their demise was indeed justified. Yet, a pang of regret lingered, for such mounts are exceedingly rare, and it was a pity that he could not tame them. Brother Xiao, the corpses of these dragon progenies are treasures in themselves. We must not let them go to waste, interjected Tang Yuyun, who had rushed over upon witnessing the fallen dragons. Xiao Yun chuckled. As the saying goes, donkey meat is found on the ground, while dragon meat is found in the heavens. I have savored donkey meat, yet I have yet to taste dragon meat. Today, we are fortunate. Let us feast on roasted dragon meat. At this declaration, Zhao Wuji and Tang Yun felt a flicker of excitement. They had indulged in numerous spirit beasts, but dragon meat was an experience they had yet to encounter. However, Tang Yun hesitated, voicing her concern. Brother Xiao, this is the lair of the true dragon. If we consume dragon meat here, might we provoke the true dragon and violate the protective formations? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression turned serious, his gaze focused. Rest assured, that true dragon has already ascended to the celestial realm. We shall be unharmed. Xiao Yun dismissed their concerns, eagerly urging Zhao Wuji to gather firewood while he retrieved the grilling equipment from his spatial ring, which he had meticulously prepared in advance. Brother Xiao, I shall venture to gather some mushrooms, wild vegetables, and spirit fruits. Later, we can concoct a broth with dragon bones. After Tang Yun finished speaking, she busied herself with her task. As evening descended, the three of them sat around the campfire, savoring the dragon bone soup while relishing the roasted dragon meat, indulging in a delightful feast. Ah, how sweltering it is. After consuming a dragon leg, Tang Yun suddenly felt a wave of heat envelop her. With steam rising from her body, the blood within her seemed to boil, surging with vigor. The dragon meat harbors such immense life, force, and energy. At that moment, Xiao Yun also sensed a profound change within himself, realizing that the dragon meat bore a resemblance to the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, both initiating a transformation of his physical form. However, it was evident that mere morsels of dragon meat would not suffice for a complete metamorphosis. Xiao Yun promptly seized another dragon leg, devouring it with fervor. While advising Tang Yun, Sister Tang, consume a bit more, and you shall catalyze a transformation of your physical form, enhancing your strength by 100,000 pounds. Indeed, Tang Yun recognized the positive changes within her body and eagerly resumed her consumption of dragon meat, accompanied by sips of the dragon bone soup. Beside them, Zhao Wuji wore an envious expression, exclaiming, I've heard that true dragon blood can instigate a transformation of the physical form. These remnants of true dragons also contain true dragon blood. It is astonishing that it can genuinely facilitate your metamorphosis. Although he felt a pang of envy, he was powerless to change his own fate, for as a supreme body, his physical form had already reached its pinnacle, and further enhancement of his strength was impossible. Zhao Wuji now seeks to enhance his power, and his only options are to cultivate super battle skills or to elevate these skills to the ultimate realm of combat. Thus, for Zhao Wuji and Li Qingdi, venturing into the true dragon's nest is a quest for the Bodhi fruit, a treasure that can elevate one's comprehension. Otherwise, other treasures could be easily obtained given their esteemed status in their respective sacred lands. I can no longer consume this, I said, sensing a transformation within my physical form. After devouring approximately 1/3 of the black dragon, Tang Yun's body began to emanate a searing aura. Her blood surged vigorously. akin to torrents of molten lava cascading in all directions. The temperature in the vicinity escalated due to the overwhelming vitality radiating from her, while boundless spiritual energy from the cosmos converged upon her, nurturing her flesh and initiating her metamorphosis. Xiao Yun promptly settled into a meditative posture, focusing her breath and spirit to commence her corporeal transformation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yun experienced a radical transformation after consuming an entire golden dragon. His robust vitality surged forth, erupting like boiling magma, seemingly intent on igniting the sky above him. At that moment, Xiao Yun's body shimmered with divine radiance, resembling an eternal furnace ablaze, casting brilliant hues of light that illuminated the surroundings in resplendent glory. Endless vitality erupted from the flesh of the golden dragon, flooding Xiao Yun's being, as pure energy continuously refined his essence, nourishing his flesh and bones. Pure energy flowed through Xiao Yun's body, coursing along his meridians in harmony with his rhythmic breath, radiating boundless vitality. This energy nourished his flesh, organs, and bones, initiating a profound transformation within him. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted in astonishment as he realized, this rascal has undergone yet another metamorphosis. Following this change, Xiao Yun's physical form now possessed a staggering strength of 1 million jin, achieving the pinnacle of body refinement. Chapter 78. Unaware of peril as Zhao Wuji observed Xiao Yun's body undergoing transformation, a look of resignation crossed his face. He comprehended that, within the realm of body refinement, he stood no chance of defeating Xiao Yun. In fact, even in the gathering energy realm, he found himself at a disadvantage. With 1 million jin of strength, once Xiao Yun stepped into the gathering energy realm, he could potentially reach 5 million jin. In contrast, upon entering the gathering energy realm, Zhao Wuji could muster a maximum of 3 million jin, leaving him with a daunting gap of 2 million jin. How could he possibly contend with such odds? He would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat at Xiao Yun's hands. It seemed that the only hope Zhao Wuji had of overcoming Xiao Yun lay in reaching the Divine Bridge realm or the Cave Heaven realm. With this thought lingering in his mind, Zhao Wuji began to wander nearby, serving as a protector for Xiao Yun and Xiao Yun. Having established a gentleman's agreement with Xiao Yun, he was determined to fulfill his responsibilities as a follower. Zhao Wuji, a man of his word, would never waver. As time elapsed, the natural energies of heaven and earth began to converge towards Xiao Yun, aiding both him and Xiao Yun in their corporeal transformations. At this moment, Xiao Yun found himself enveloped in a resplendent radiance, feeling as though his internal organs, blood, flesh, and bones were all emanating a fierce golden glow. Even every single cell within his body radiated a golden light, intensifying the brilliance of his form, akin to a golden sun illuminating all directions and casting light upon the entire forest. Throughout this transformation, Xiao Yun could distinctly sense his flesh becoming remarkably solid, his bones growing increasingly resilient, and the surging power within him exceeding 900,000 pounds, ultimately reaching 1 million pounds. He had finally attained the pinnacle of body refinement, rivaling that of his esteemed ancestor. Xiao Yun's heart was filled with exhilaration as he realized he had achieved his goal, reaching the zenith of body refinement, comparable to the legendary Chaos Emperor of yore. This signified that he had acquired a foundation equal to that of the Chaos Emperor. And once he forged the true Chaos body, ascending to the realm of the Chaos Emperor in the future would not be beyond his grasp. Moreover, with the assistance of the Enlightenment system, the likelihood of surpassing the Chaos Emperor appeared exceedingly high. From this day forth, across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, I shall sweep aside all adversaries. From this day forth, the name of Xiao Yun shall resound throughout the myriad realms. Rising to his feet, his gaze burned with fervor. Dazzling and extraordinary, his entire being shrouded in a radiant divine halo that rendered him almost impossible to behold. His form resembled a blazing furnace, exuding an intense light, with each cell bursting forth with divine brilliance, specks of light appearing in abundance, as if countless celestial beings were chanting, their divine glow strikingly luminous. Has he completed his transformation? Zhao Wuji hurried over from a distance, his eyes glimmering with a golden radiance as he meticulously scrutinized Xiao Yun before him. Instantly, he sensed a palpable aura of danger emanating from Xiao Yun. At this moment, Xiao Yun projected an even greater sense of threat than before, indicating a substantial enhancement in his prowess. What an anomaly! Zhao Wuji could not help but murmur within himself. He had always been labeled an anomaly by others. Yet now he found himself bestowing that title upon someone else. Ah, such a delightful irony. Brother Xiao, I have ventured into the forbidden realm. Beside him, Xiao Yun had also undergone a transformation, breaking through the physical refinement stage and stepping into the domain of the forbidden, her delicate face flushed with excitement. For based on her innate talents, It seemed implausible that she could penetrate the forbidden realm. However, with the aid of dragon meat, her physique had experienced a metamorphosis, allowing her to surpass the pinnacle of physical refinement. Tang Yunyun felt immense gratitude towards Xiao Yun, for she knew that without his assistance, she would never have reached this core area of the true dragon's nest, nor would she have had the opportunity to consume dragon meat. Her gaze towards Xiao Yun grew increasingly fervent, her beautiful eyes shimmering with enchanting brilliance, captivating in their allure. Xiao Yun, somewhat overwhelmed by Tang Yunyun's intense gaze, awkwardly turned his head to Zhao Wuji and said, "Let us split up to search for Li Chengdi and Jiang Haoren. If you find them, signal me immediately." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted, and he gazed at Xiao Yun in astonishment. "You intend to eliminate them here?" Xiao Yun replied with a cold smile. "Since we have forged enmity, it is only prudent to eliminate them beforehand. Should we wait for them to grow stronger?" To his surprise, Zhao Wuji scoffed, expressing a hint of fear regarding their potential growth. Xiao Yun shook his head and replied, "It is not fear. I simply wish to avoid trouble." Zhao Wuji ceased further inquiries and asked, "I have located them. How shall I signal you?" "It is quite simple," Xiao Yun chuckled. "Set the trees ablaze, and the smoke will rise. If I am nearby, I shall see it. If not, then it matters not." Nodding in understanding, Zhao Wuji strode away. Xiao Yun turned to Tang Yunyun and said, "Let us depart as well." Tang Yunyun nodded but, after walking a short distance with Xiao Yun, exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior brother Xiao, are we not in search of Emperor Li Cheng and the others? Yet, you seem to be heading back." With a cold smile, Xiao Yun replied, "The true dragon's nest is vast. Who can say if we will find them? We shall return and guard the entrance instead. I am not concerned about their arrival." Tang Yunyun was taken aback, realizing the audacity of his plan. To guard the entrance, to stand as a lone sentinel against countless foes, such was an assertion of unparalleled might. It seemed only Xiao Yun could undertake such a bold endeavor. Xiao Yun's objective was straightforward, to secure the entrance of the true dragon's nest. Sooner or later, Emperor Li Cheng and his companions would emerge, and they would have to confront him. With the formation set at the entrance and bolstered by his current prowess, vanquishing Emperor Li Cheng and Jiang Haoren would pose no challenge. Xiao Yun radiated confidence. Within the true dragon's nest, he was invincible. Coupled with the formation restricting Emperor Li Cheng's speed, defeating him would be an effortless task, fueled by unwavering conviction. Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun hastened towards the entrance of the true dragon's nest. As Xiao Yun journeyed along, he encountered numerous individuals hastening back. For it was already the 6th day. If they did not depart soon, they would find themselves trapped. Particularly those of weaker stature would not foolishly await the 7th day. For the potential for unforeseen calamities loomed, and their demise would be inevitable. Hence, on the 5th and 6th days, many had already vacated the entrance of the true dragon nest. Only a select few prodigious talents, brimming with unwavering confidence, dared to linger until the 7th day. Suddenly, as Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun raced forward, a figure descended abruptly from a towering tree. He exuded an air of dominance, slamming his foot onto the ground, causing the earth to fracture, a massive crevice expanding towards Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun, obstructing their path. "Brother Xiao," Tang Yunyun gasped, nearly losing her balance. But Xiao Yun swiftly caught her and evaded to a nearby boulder. Once on solid ground, Xiao Yun raised his gaze, his eyes sharp and penetrating. Who possessed such audacity to wreak havoc before him? "Are you the Xiao Yun who vanquished Zhang Yunfei, hailing from the Chaos Sacred Land?" The newcomer's eyes shone fiercely, their intensity daunting and commanding. Recognizing the individual, Xiao Yun scoffed, "So it is you, the Celestial Titan. What business do you have with me?" The visitor was none other than Wu Gang, the Celestial Titan. Wu Gang surveyed Xiao Yun with a grin, his tone chilling as he declared, "I have heard that Zhao Wuji intends to recruit you as his foremost general. I shall thwart his ambitions and prevent his success. Come with me, and become my foremost warrior. In the future, I shall lead you to slay Zhao Wuji and sweep across the world, instilling terror from the heavens to the earth." Wu Gang exuded confidence, his tone undeniably domineering, radiating a dazzling brilliance that emanated an aura of formidable power. However, Tang Yunyun hastily stepped back. Her gaze towards Wu Gang tinged with sympathy. She understood that yet another soul was courting death. Did he not realize that senior brother Xiao had already subdued Zhao Wuji? Chapter 79. The invincible Xiao Yun in a secluded forest, facing the audacious Wu Gang. Xiao Yun's expression had darkened considerably, his eyes sharp as blades, cutting through the atmosphere with their piercing gaze. He fixed his gaze upon Wu Gang and, with a voice as frigid as the depths of winter, declared, "To be so heedless of death, daring to be arrogant before me is nothing short of sheer folly." His mood was far from pleasant. Having just reached the pinnacle of body refinement, he had believed himself invincible within the true dragon nest. To his astonishment, there were still those who dared to act recklessly in his presence. This was indeed a death wish. Very well, to dare refuse me means you have outlived your usefulness. Wu Gang's countenance darkened instantaneously. His purple hair swirled without the aid of wind, and within his obsidian eyes, a fierce killing intent surged forth, as chilling as the frost that froze the very void around him. Wu Gang regarded Xiao Yun with disdain, for the chaos sacred land had languished for many years. And the only notable achievement of Xiao Yun was the defeat of Zhang Yunfei. As for Xiao Yun's victories over Li Qingdi and Jiang Haoran, Wu Gang remained oblivious. The vastness of the true dragon nest meant he could not possibly cross paths with those who had witnessed such events. You truly believe you can kill me? Xiao Yun let out a disdainful snort, his face etched with contempt as he mocked. It seems that news of my battle with Emperor Li Qing and Jiang Haoran has yet to circulate. How audacious! Wu Gang, unyielding in his skepticism towards Xiao Yun's bluster, stepped forward with an air of dominance, his icy gaze piercing as he declared, I am not like Zhao Wuji, since you dare to refuse. Then prepare to meet your demise. As his words fell, a fierce violet radiance erupted from Wu Gang's being, resembling a tempestuous storm at sea. Swiftly closing the distance between them, he unleashed a devastating punch aimed squarely at Xiao Yun's head, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Wu Gang was brimming with confidence, believing that within this true dragon nest, apart from a few unparalleled prodigies, no one could withstand the might of his strike. After all, Xiao Yun had merely defeated Zhang Yunfei. How formidable could he truly be? Wu Gang dismissed him entirely. Kill. As Wu Gang's fist surged toward him, Xiao Yun exhibited no hesitation. He raised his own fist to counter with lethal intent, his expression frigid and laced with scorn. Viewing Wu Gang as utterly oblivious to his impending fate, boom. The two fists collided with a thunderous roar, akin to the cataclysmic thunder of a heavenly tribulation. Wu Gang's pupils constricted in disbelief as he beheld his own arm bending unnaturally, a result of his fist unable to withstand the force of Xiao Yun's. The sheer power exerted by Xiao Yun had twisted his arm in a brutal display. Crack. Subsequently, the sound of shattering bones reached Wu Gang's ears, and an intense wave of agony engulfed his entire being, prompting an involuntary, heart-wrenching scream. Ah! Wu Gang bellowed in despair, dragging his bent and powerless severed arm as he hastily retreated. Within him, tumultuous waves of disbelief surged as he gazed at Xiao Yun, his eyes brimming with incredulity. In just one punch, Xiao Yun had managed to fracture his arm. Such terrifying strength was utterly unprecedented in his experience. How could a mere cultivator in the body refinement realm possess such formidable power? The force was a staggering 1 million pounds, surpassing his own by a staggering 400,000 pounds, almost a doubling of strength, a disparity far beyond what he could withstand. Have you now tasted the bitter lessons of your folly? Xiao Yun remarked coldly. He continued to advance, employing the godly wind steps, his speed akin to lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Wu Gang. He swung a fist enveloped in blazing light, crashing down mercilessly towards Wu Gang. Boom. Wu Gang attempted to defend with one hand, but was met with overwhelming force, forced to retreat step by step, until he was sent flying, spitting blood. His remaining hand trembled as he gasped in shock. The searing pain from his broken arm drenched him in sweat. With only one arm left, he was no match for Xiao Yun, whose strength was insurmountable. Wu Gang was not a fool. He turned to flee into the distance. Now you wish to escape? It is too late. Xiao Yun sneered, his feet gliding on the godly wind steps, transforming into a streak of lightning, swiftly closing in on Wu Gang once more. In comparison to speed, aside from the Emperor Li Qing, Xiao Yun feared no other cultivator of the same rank. Boom. Xiao Yun unleashed a powerful punch that sent Wu Gang hurtling backward, blood spurting from his mouth, his violet hair disheveled, appearing utterly disheartened. Subsequently, Xiao Yun stepped forward with a forceful kick, firmly pinning Wu Gang to the ground. Such humiliation ignited a furious blaze in Wu Gang's crimson eyes. His face contorted with rage. Ah! Wu Gang howled to the heavens, his expression one of utter disbelief. He was the celestial overlord, a prodigious genius, a scion of the sacred land. How could he endure such oppression? Even against the seemingly invincible Emperor Li Chong, he felt no fear, believing himself only slightly inferior, confident in his ability to remain unbeaten. Yet, the presence of the Xiao Yun rendered Wu Gang utterly powerless, the latter's strength far beyond his wildest imaginings. It was unfathomable that such an extraordinary talent remained obscure until now. Cursed be the chaos sacred land for concealing this individual, preparing for a spectacular revelation in the true dragon nest. That fool Zhao Wuji, foolishly attempting to subdue him. How wretchedly he had ensnared himself. Wu Gang's heart seethed with indignation. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life, allowing you to join me in conquering the realms and sweeping through the myriad worlds, Xiao Yun proclaimed coldly. his foot pressing down on Wu Gang's chest. Wu Gang glared at Xiao Yun, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, and coldly retorted, "No one has ever dared to insult the celestial overlord." With those words, a fierce radiance erupted from Wu Gang, akin to a dormant volcano awakening after millennia, unleashing a cataclysmic eruption of its long-accumulated power. A terrifying force continuously surged from Wu Gang's body, transforming into a searing torrent that rushed towards Xiao Yun. Startled, Xiao Yun quickly retreated, then unleashed a powerful punch forward. With a resounding boom, Wu Gang retaliated with a strike of his own, his face twisted in madness, his purple hair turning blood red. An overwhelming aura of blood energy surged upwards, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that seemed to dominate the heavens and the earth. Their fists collided with tremendous force, erupting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the void, causing the surrounding trees to explode one by one. The ground fractured, creating a multitude of spiderweb-like cracks that extended into the distance. After this clash, both Xiao Yun and Wu Gang staggered back, though Xiao Yun only retreated 3 steps while Wu Gang was forced back by over 10. Despite Xiao Yun maintaining the upper hand, both he and the distant onlooker, Tang Yun, were filled with astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. How could Wu Gang, who seemed so inferior, suddenly unleash such extraordinary power? Tang Yun was perplexed. Xiao Yun's heart was also laden with confusion as his gaze sharpened like a blade, fixating on Wu Gang before him. Suddenly, he realized, so it is. You have self-detonated the Tsangtian dominance body. What audacity! Even Zhao Wujie does not possess such resolve. No wonder it is said that the lineage of the Tsangtian dominance body is filled with battle maniacs. Chapter 80. The turmoil outside Xiao Yun was utterly shocked. He had not anticipated Wu Gang's decisiveness in self-destructing his Tsangtian dominance body. How utterly reckless. This is akin to Xiao Yun self-destructing his chaotic form. Who possesses such audacity? Were it Xiao Yun himself, he would lack that fortitude. After all, for an unparalleled prodigy, a unique constitution serves as the very foundation for their strength, the innate talent and potential for their future ascendance to supreme power. Yet now, Wu Gang has audaciously detonated the celestial overlord body, obliterating this supreme physique with his own hands, truly an act of madness. From this moment forth, Wu Gang is no longer the celestial overlord body. He has transitioned from an extraordinary genius to an ordinary individual. Xiao Yun, I shall remember all that has transpired today, and in due time, I will repay it 100-fold. Wu Gang's combat prowess surged with overwhelming vigor, nearing the limit of 1 million pounds of strength. However, he chose not to continue battling Xiao Yun. Instead, he merely uttered a menacing remark before swiftly turning to flee, his speed akin to lightning. Wu Gang understood that the power gained from self-detonating the celestial overlord body was fleeting, lasting no more than an hour, and could not possibly vanquish Xiao Yun, who also possessed a strength of 1 million pounds. To remain and fight Xiao Yun would ultimately lead to his own demise. Thus, he decisively fled towards the entrance of the true dragon nest. Xiao Yun wished to pursue him, but upon witnessing Wu Gang's astonishing speed, he realized that Wu Gang had employed a certain secret technique with significant side effects to enhance his velocity. Very well, I shall spare your life. After all, you will henceforth be but a shell of your former self. Xiao Yun shook his head, choosing not to chase further, and instead resumed his journey alongside Tang Yun. With a face full of curiosity, Tang Yun inquired, "Senior brother Xiao, why did Wu Gang suddenly become so formidable?" Xiao Yun sneered, "He has detonated the celestial dominance body. From this moment forth, he is no longer the unparalleled prodigy he once was. Without the celestial dominance body, his innate talents are comparable to those of ordinary geniuses. Even a mere special physique would surpass him effortlessly." Tang Yun, upon hearing this, was struck with realization. She could not help but exclaim, "Wu Gang's audacity is truly remarkable. The celestial dominance body is one of the 10 supreme physiques, a coveted special constitution that countless individuals yearn for. Yet, he destroyed it with nary a blink. Such boldness is commendable." Xiao Yun dismissed her words, stating, "It was merely to preserve his life. However, it matters not. Stripped of the celestial dominance body, his potential is severely diminished, and the likelihood of attaining sainthood is nearly non-existent." Tang Yun nodded in agreement. Although Wu Gang had managed to save his life this time, the cost was exorbitant, as he had fallen from the status of an unrivaled prodigy to that of an ordinary genius, akin to plummeting from the heavens to the ground. For someone like Wu Gang, such a fate might be more unbearable than death itself. At the entrance of the true dragon's nest, several young cultivators arrived in succession, preparing to depart from the nest. It was now the afternoon of the 6th day, with the 7th day approaching, and many dared not linger any longer within. "Brother Wang, how were your gains this time?" "Brother Zhang, I discovered a millennium-old snow spirit mushroom. Haha, I am hopeful of stepping into the divine bridge realm. I found a celestial fruit, which will aid me in opening another cave heaven in the future. One cannot deny that the true dragon's nest is indeed a treasure trove, brimming with countless treasures. Regrettably, our capabilities can only allow us to explore the periphery. It is said that the treasures within the core zone are far more abundant. As for the core zone, it is best not to dwell on it, for rumors suggest that 7 or 8 true dragon relics have emerged there, claiming the lives of many talented individuals. One wonders if anyone will manage to capture a true dragon relic this time. As the crowd made their way toward the exit, they engaged in spirited discussions. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from a ferocious beast resonated from a distance, shaking the very fabric of the void and causing the crowd to wince in surprise, prompting them to turn their heads in unison. Before them stood a young lad alongside a crimson true dragon relic, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Good heavens, someone has indeed tamed a true dragon relic. It is none other than Xiao Yun. Truly deserving of his reputation as an extraordinary prodigy with a divine king's physique, he has managed to subdue a true dragon relic. Surely, he will eclipse Li Qingdi now. What of Li Qingdi, you may ask? Have you not heard? Both Li Qingdi and Xiao Yun were defeated by the formidable Xiao Yun in the core zone. Is that truly the case? Who is this Xiao Yun, to possess such remarkable prowess? The crowd buzzed with excitement and speculation. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow as the name Xiao Yun reached his ears, casting a shadow over his countenance. After all, his previous defeat at the hands of Xiao Yun was a source of considerable embarrassment. Nevertheless, upon gazing at the true dragon relic beside him, a radiant smile spread across Xiao Yun's face. Xiao Yun, Li Qingdi, you surely did not anticipate that I would tame a true dragon relic, did you? Humph. Once this true dragon progeny matures, the combined might of the two of us will be sufficient to sweep across the world. Who could possibly rival me? Confidence radiated from Xiao Yun's eyes. Possessing the divine king physique, he had now acquired a true dragon progeny of boundless potential. In the future, with one person and one dragon united, who could stand against him? Even Xiao Yun and Emperor Li would have to concede. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with self-assurance as he wore a broad smile, departing the true dragon nest alongside the true dragon progeny. Outside the nest, a throng of young cultivators had already gathered, their chatter creating a lively atmosphere. It was Xiao Yun. He had emerged with a true dragon progeny. Truly, he was a divine king physique. When Xiao Yun made his entrance, it instantly caused a sensation. After all, he had brought forth a true dragon progeny, an astonishing feat that captivated the attention of all present. An esteemed elder from the Sacred King's sect descended with a hearty laugh, his face glowing with admiration as he addressed Xiao Yun. Indeed, you are the unparalleled genius of our Sacred King's sect. Xiao Yun, your performance has been commendable. Upon your return, you shall undoubtedly become the divine son of our sect, receiving the full support of the Sacred King's sect. Thank you, elder, Xiao Yun replied, his face alight with excitement. With his exceptional talent already recognized by the Sacred King's sect, the addition of a true dragon progeny nearly assured his status as the future of the sect. It is evident that the Sacred King's sect will place immense importance on him in the future, undoubtedly dedicating their utmost efforts to nurture him as a potential great emperor. Xiao Yun, rest assured, although our Sacred King's sect has yet to attain the status of a holy land, the collective strength we shall invest in your cultivation will undoubtedly enable you to surpass other extraordinary prodigies. The Supreme Elder of the Sacred King's sect wore an expression of unwavering confidence. In the skies above, numerous powerful figures cast envious and jealous glances, recognizing that the Sacred King's sect was poised for ascendance. Not only had they acquired the divine king physique, but they also possessed a true dragon lineage. At that moment, Wan Yonghui from the Taichu Holy Land spoke up. Congratulations, young Jiang, on subduing a true dragon lineage. May I inquire if you encountered our Taichu Holy Land's Emperor Li Qing within the dragon nest? Has he uncovered the identity of those responsible for the deaths of Zhou Feiyu and others? Jiang Haoran looked at Wan Yonghui, astonished, and replied, Zhou Feiyu and the others are dead? I'm afraid I am unaware of this matter. However, I did indeed encounter Emperor Li Cheng in the core region. He was ensnared by Xiao Yun's formations, and I am uncertain of his fate. What? Wan Yonghui's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. The powerful figures in the sky also widened their eyes in disbelief, seemingly having received news of tremendous significance. A storm of commotion suddenly engulfed the entire scene. Chapter 81. The storm caused by Xiao Yun. As Jiang Haoran's words spread, they triggered a tempest that swept across the skies. Waves of divine consciousness probed the area, and the onlookers cast astonished glances toward the unfolding drama. Xiao Yun had captured Emperor Li Qing? Who is Xiao Yun? Can anyone enlighten me on the identity of Xiao Yun? Where did he emerge from? It seems that Xiao Yun is a disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land, or perhaps a student of Emperor Tian. How could a mere mortal body possibly confine Emperor Li Cheng? A chorus of astonished gasps filled the air, as the esteemed figures in the sky displayed expressions of disbelief. Only Emperor Tian wore a knowing smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Beside him, Lu Xianwan remarked with a smile, "Your disciple is truly remarkable, capable of subduing the embodiment of time and space." Emperor Tian responded with a slight smile. "What is this in the grand scheme? He is destined to ascend to the position of emperor." Lu Xianwan, somewhat taken aback, gazed at Emperor Tian. She had followed him for hundreds of years and was aware of his pride and arrogance, yet now he held such high regard for a young junior. It was evident that the young man named Xiao Yun possessed extraordinary abilities. How could this be possible? Below, Wan Yanghui's eyes widened in disbelief after hearing Jiang Haoren's words. "Jiang Xianzi, are you not deceiving me? Emperor Li Cheng is the embodiment of time and space, possessing unparalleled talent. While I might entertain the notion that a few extraordinary prodigies could confine him, who is Xiao Yun? He is merely a mortal, a pawn that the Chaos Sacred Land could easily sacrifice. How could he possibly restrain Emperor Li Cheng?" Jiang Haoren stood there, dumbfounded, and looked at Wan Yanghui with confusion. "Senior, why do you say that Xiao Yun is merely a pawn to be sacrificed by the Chaos Sacred Land? I once engaged in a battle with him, and his strength has reached an astounding 900,000 pounds, nearing the pinnacle of the physical refinement realm. I am no match for him. Such an individual could hardly be regarded as a mere pawn to be sacrificed at will." "What?" As Jiang Haoren's words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The elder of the Holy King's sect hastily inquired, "Jiang Haoren, you too have fought against that Xiao Yun?" Jiang Haoren nodded, acknowledging the truth that he could not conceal, for many had witnessed his defeat at the hands of Xiao Yun. Thus, he chose honesty, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he recounted. "That Xiao Yun seemingly appeared from nowhere. At the time, I, along with Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji, were contending for the Bodhi fruit when he suddenly charged in, delivering a devastating blow to Li Chengdi with a single strike, and subsequently injuring me. In the end, I witnessed Li Chengdi seizing the opportunity to ambush him, only to be ensnared by his formation, while I managed to escape. The events that followed remain unclear to me." The surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief. The notion that Xiao Yun could inflict such severe harm upon Li Chengdi, coupled with his possessing 900,000 pounds of strength in the physical refinement realm, was simply terrifying and difficult to fathom. How could one in the physical refinement realm possibly wield such formidable power? Wan Yanghui, with a somber expression, remarked, "Jiang, my dear nephew, you assert that Xiao Yun's strength has reached 900,000 pounds? How can the physical refinement realm be so potent? Even Li Chengdi possesses only 700,000 pounds of strength, and you are at 600,000 pounds, are you not?" Jiang Haoren smiled wryly and said, "Senior, I am not deceiving you. I was indeed defeated by him, and it is hardly a matter of glory. There is no need for me to lie. Furthermore, there were numerous witnesses present at the time, and some should have emerged by now." After speaking, Jiang Haoren glanced around at the young cultivators nearby. Among the crowd, a young cultivator nodded and declared, "I can attest that Xiao Yun is indeed formidable. He has cultivated the Chaos Sutra from the sacred land of chaos, forging the nascent form of the chaos body, and his power is exceptionally potent." Another added, "Indeed, I can corroborate this. I was there in person. Xiao Yun single-handedly defeated both Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji. Even when Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji joined forces, they were no match for Xiao Yun. I witnessed him vanquishing them." A third voice chimed in. Li Chengdi managed to escape thanks to his speed, while Xiao Yun pursued Zhao Wuji. The surrounding young cultivators spoke up. Clearly those who had witnessed the event were now coming forward. Upon hearing their words, the atmosphere fell silent, with shock evident in every pair of eyes. Soon after, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Wan Yanghui's face darkened, his eyes filled with disbelief, and his heart roiled like a tempest, tumultuous and chaotic. How could Xiao Yun be so powerful? How had he misjudged him? Wan Yanghui felt a pang of guilt. Had he not been so short-sighted, the losses incurred by the Taichu sacred land would not have been so severe, and even Li Chengdi had nearly perished. Fortunately, Li Chengdi had ultimately managed to escape. Wan Yanghui involuntarily lifted his gaze towards the sky, addressing Emperor Tian with a cold tone. "Emperor Tian, your chaotic sacred land has concealed itself remarkably well. I did not foresee this." Emperor Tian looked down upon Wan Yanghui, sneering. "It is you who lacks vision and has underestimated my disciple. Who can you blame?" Wan Yanghui's face flushed with fury as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Emperor Tian, do not become too complacent. Although Xiao Yun excels in the body refinement realm, his cultivation of the chaotic sutra will inevitably lead him to a bottleneck, preventing him from stepping into the celestial realm. Emperor Tian merely chuckled coldly, possessing unwavering confidence in his disciple after witnessing Xiao Yun's formidable comprehension. However, he chose not to elaborate, allowing others to believe that Xiao Yun could not forge the chaotic body. This would ensure Xiao Yun's safe growth. Otherwise, there might be those from the primordial sacred land who would covertly target Xiao Yun, a scenario that Emperor Tian wished to avoid. Observing Emperor Tian's silence, Wan Yonghui scoffed. A temporary defeat means nothing. As long as the temporal body remains, Li Chengdi will eventually surpass Xiao Yun and redeem his former disgrace. Emperor Tian, our primordial sacred land bears no animosity towards your chaotic sacred land, but your disciple seems excessively ruthless. At this moment, an elder from the primordial sacred body, with a somewhat grim expression, spoke to Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian cast him a sidelong glance, sneering, I recall you previously stating that our 6 sacred lands had an agreement. Within the true dragon nest, we may engage in unrestricted combat, but grievances must not be carried outside. How could you forget so swiftly? The ancient elder of the sacred body of the prime, momentarily rendered speechless, found himself ensnared by the very words he had once uttered to Wan Yonghui, now unexpectedly returned to him by Emperor Tian, leaving him in a state of profound discontent. At that moment, a gasp echoed from the entrance of the gorge. Songtian Badian had emerged. Wugong, drenched in blood and barely clinging to life, appeared gravely injured. Who could have inflicted such harm upon him, transforming him into this pitiful state? At the entrance of the gorge, Wugong was supported by a young cultivator as he staggered out of the true dragon nest. His pallid visage resembled that of a ghost, his breath faint, and he exuded an aura of utter weakness, devoid of the majestic presence that once defined Songtian Badian, with even his once vibrant purple hair now turned to black. Chapter 82. Blocked at the entrance. Wugong's plight was truly tragic. All present could discern the severity of his injuries. It seemed as though his physical form had crumbled, stripped of any trace of power, reduced to the state of an ordinary mortal. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the same Songtian Badian, once brimming with unassailable pride and unrivaled prowess? How could such an extraordinary prodigy meet this fate? Wugong, exclaimed a senior elder from the holy land of Batian, who immediately descended from the heavens to stand before him, hastily assessing his condition. As he examined Wugong, he turned to the young cultivator beside him and inquired, Noble nephew, I thank you for bringing Wugong forth. What transpired? Who was it that harmed him? The young cultivator promptly replied, Senior, I encountered Wugong along the way. He was lying on the ground, unconscious, with barely a breath remaining. The elder of the Bashan Shengdi remained silent, for he had already discerned the situation regarding Wu Gang. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he bellowed, What on earth is happening? Wu Gang actually self-destructed that Songtian body. Who could have compelled him to undertake such a reckless act? The surrounding individuals were momentarily stunned, their exclamations echoing with astonishment. This area erupted in a fervor. Not far away, Wan Yonghui, upon hearing that Wu Gang had indeed self-destructed that Songtian body, inexplicably felt a surge of relief. Perhaps it was the shared misfortune that lightened their spirits. Above the clouds, Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, suspecting that this might be the doing of his own disciple. Indeed, with the aid of the elder from Bashan Shengdi, Wu Gang finally regained his senses. With a furious expression, he shouted, Xiao Yun, I will not let you off. After uttering these words, he fainted once more. However, the crowd had already grasped the situation. Wu Gang had undoubtedly encountered Xiao Yun, who had nearly beaten him to death, and it was only through the self-destruction of the Songtian body that he had managed to escape. Yet, even if he had survived, without the Songtian body, Wu Gang was rendered powerless, no longer capable of becoming an unparalleled prodigy, and henceforth, unqualified to vie for the title of emperor alongside Jiang Haoran and Xiao Yun. The elder of Bashan Shengdi was filled with sorrow and indignation. They had finally witnessed the emergence of its Songtian body, only to see it destroyed in such a manner. The hatred he felt was profound. Nevertheless, this was a battle within the true dragon nest, and according to the agreement among the 6 great sacred lands, grievances within the true dragon nest could not be carried outside. At least, on the surface, Bashan Shengdi could not claim any justification. Very well. The venerable elder of the dominant sacred land seized Wu Gang with a firm grip, casting a chilling glance towards the emperor of heaven above. In a frigid tone, he declared, Emperor Tian, your chaos sacred land thrives well. While the mountains may not shift, the waters surely will. We shall meet again at the next true dragon nest. With that, he took hold of Wu Gang and ascended into the void. The surrounding crowd erupted in fervent discussion, their faces etched with astonishment. They could hardly contain their awe. Xiao Yun had triumphed over Li Qingdi, Zhang Haoren, and Zhao Wuji, and now he had compelled Wu Gang to self-destruct his Songtian dominance. This individual was undeniably formidable. Previously, Xiao Yun had been virtually unknown, emerging now as an extraordinary dark horse. Many powerful figures from prominent sects were fervently hoping their disciples would steer clear of this harbinger of doom. Xiao Yun's prowess was astonishing. He had swept through the true dragon nest, leaving no one capable of opposing him. Upon the clouds, Emperor Tian beamed with a smile, his face brimming with pride. Beside him, El Xianwan remarked, "This young man possesses an invincible aura at such a tender age, surpassing your might from yesteryears. It is unfathomable to consider how far he may ascend in the future. He is destined to achieve the path of the great emperor." Emperor Tian's tone was imbued with unwavering confidence, his eyes reflecting the same belief. He was certain that his disciple, Xiao Yun, would reach the pinnacle of the great emperor, sweeping across the realms and reigning over the myriad worlds. El Xianwan smiled gently and said, "It appears your chaos sacred land is on the brink of rising." At her words, anticipation filled Emperor Tian's gaze. Xiao Yun's performance had far exceeded his expectations. At present, Emperor Tian harbors a fervent hope that Xiao Yun may swiftly ascend to greatness, for his own lifespan is waning, and he is uncertain whether he will live to witness the day when Xiao Yun reigns supreme. If he could indeed behold such a moment, he would die without regret. Emperor Tian inwardly sighed, recognizing that this aspiration may prove exceedingly difficult to fulfill. After all, he has but a meager century of life remaining. Even with unparalleled talent, it is improbable for Xiao Yun to attain the status of a great emperor within such a brief span. In fact, achieving sainthood within a century is a formidable challenge. In the annals of Zhuxiao continent, the youngest sage was already over 200 years of age. Thus, the prospect of becoming a great emperor in a century is virtually impossible. At the entrance of the true dragon's nest, Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun have both arrived. Xiao Yun gazes at the entrance and speaks to Tang Yunyun. "Sister Tang, you should exit first. I shall remain here alone." "Take care, brother Xiao. I wish you success in your endeavor to vanquish Li Qingdi," Tang Yunyun replied with a nod. Understanding that her limited strength would only hinder Xiao Yun, and it would be wiser for her to wait outside for favorable news. After bidding farewell to Tang Yunyun as she departed from the true dragon's nest, Xiao Yun retrieved spirit stones from his spatial ring and commenced the arrangement of formations at the entrance. This time, he meticulously set up the chaos array, the dragon locking array, and the 8 gates sealing array. With these 3 formations in place, Li Qingdi's demise is assured. Xiao Yun proclaimed with unwavering confidence. At that moment, a group of young cultivators approached from a distance, preparing to leave the true dragon's nest, when they suddenly spotted Xiao Yun diligently arranging the formations, and they were taken aback in unison. "Who is that? What is he doing?" It appears to be Xiao Yun, the one who previously vanquished Emperor Li Cheng, Zhang Haoren, and Zhao Wuji. "He seems to be arranging a formation. As we are on the verge of departing from the true dragon nest, why is he still setting up this formation? I understand now. He intends to lie in wait here, preparing to strike down Emperor Li Cheng and his companions in one fell swoop. Goodness, this fellow is exceedingly ruthless. He aims to annihilate them completely, leaving no chance for survival." Not far away, the young cultivators gasped in astonishment, having discerned Xiao Yun's intentions, their hearts filled with shock. Xiao Yun cast a glance at them and coldly remarked, "If you wish to leave, do so quickly, or I shall slay you along with them." Upon hearing this, the faces of the young cultivators turned pale with fear. "Let us go, quickly," they cried, rushing towards the entrance of the true dragon nest. They were acutely aware of Xiao Yun's formidable strength. Even those who were previously unaware had heard of his triumph over Emperor Li Qing, and thus dared not linger any longer, hastily fleeing the true dragon nest. Outside the true dragon nest, upon seeing Tang Yunyun emerge, Lu Xianwan immediately waved her hand, beckoning Tang Yunyun onto the clouds of Emperor Tian. "Master, Uncle Master." Tang Yunyun promptly saluted Lu Xianwan and Emperor Tian. With a smile, Emperor Tian inquired, "How is Xiao Yun? Is he not with you?" Tang Yunyun quickly responded, "Senior brother has been with me all along. He is currently at the entrance, setting up a formation to eliminate Emperor Li Qing and Zhang Haoren within the true dragon nest." A cold snort emanated from a nearby cloud. Tang Yunyun turned her head and immediately spotted an elderly man, accompanied by Zhang Haoren. "You actually came out." Tang Yunyun expressed her surprise, as Zhang Haoren, a remarkable prodigy, had emerged before the 7th day. With a grim expression, Zhang Haoren felt a lingering trepidation. Had he not subdued a true dragon's offspring, he might have indeed remained until the 7th day. At that juncture, he would have found himself cornered by Xiao Yun at the entrance, facing certain death. What an absurd situation. Not far away, Wanang Hui also heard Tang Yunyun's words, his face contorted with rage, while his heart was heavy with concern. Chapter 83. This place shall be your grave, the entrance to the true dragon nest. After arranging 3 formations, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged within the array, adjusting his mental state while awaiting the arrival of Emperor Li Qing and his companions. Occasionally, when someone approached, Xiao Yun would bark a command for them to leave promptly. In recent days, his name had begun to circulate within the true dragon nest, deterring anyone foolish enough to provoke him. In fact, following Xiao Yun's victory over Zhang Yunfei, few dared to challenge him, save for those extraordinary prodigies. Thus, Xiao Yun waited until the afternoon of the 7th day. At that moment, a young man with a long sword slung across his back approached the entrance of the true dragon nest. Upon seeing Xiao Yun seated in meditation, the youth paused momentarily. While Xiao Yun sensed a formidable sword intent surging towards him, he slightly opened his eyes and, upon gazing at the young man before him, instantly recognized his identity. Yi Wuchen of the Sacred Sword Sect, a natural-born sword body. Xiao Yun continued to keep his eyes closed, disregarding the world around him. He was not a maniac. As long as one did not provoke him, he would remain indifferent. Yi Wuchen, unlike Wu Gang, did not exhibit arrogance or tyranny, a demeanor influenced by the rumors he had overheard. Just yesterday, he had encountered a group of young cultivators discussing Xiao Yun, claiming he had vanquished Emperor Li Cheng, as well as Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji, asserting he had subtly begun to embody the might of the foremost figure in the true dragon nest. Initially, Yi Wuchen found this hard to believe, but after inquiring further, he confirmed the truth of these assertions. Thus, he was not foolish enough to provoke Xiao Yun. With a demeanor of detached composure, Yi Wuchen approached the entrance of the true dragon nest. As he neared, he distinctly sensed the fluctuations of the formation, which compelled him to gaze at Xiao Yun in astonishment. You have actually set up a formation here. Do you intend to ambush Emperor Li Cheng? He was not ignorant. The presence of the formation and the blocked exit clearly indicated a murderous intent. As for the target of this potential assassination, there could be no doubt. It was undoubtedly Emperor Li Cheng. The enmity between the Taichu Sacred Land and the Chaos Sacred Land was common knowledge. What concern is it of yours? Xiao Yun opened his eyes briefly, casting a fleeting glance at Yi Wuchen before closing them once more. Yi Wuchen's expression hardened, his gaze sharpening, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Had anyone else spoken to him in such a manner, he would have struck with his sword without hesitation. However, considering that even Emperor Li Cheng had been defeated by Xiao Yun, he lacked the confidence to confront him. Moreover, with the formation Xiao Yun had established, engaging in battle here would undoubtedly lead to misfortune. Thus, Yi Wuchen took a deep breath, gazing at Xiao Yun with a solemn expression. I did not expect that this generation of the Chaos Sacred Land would produce someone of your caliber, Xiao Yun. I shall remember you. In the future, during the imperial competition, I shall seek to experience your esteemed prowess once more. With that, Yi Wuchen turned and departed from the true dragon nest. Xiao Yun paid no heed to Yi Wuchen. Although the latter possessed commendable talent, he paled in comparison to figures such as Zhao Wuji, Wu Gang, and Jiang Haoran. Consequently, Xiao Yun did not regard Yi Wuchen as a threat. The only genuine threat to him was Li Qingdi, whose speed was truly unparalleled. It was impractical to set up formations each time he encountered Li Qingdi. Such opportunities were rare. Thus, Xiao Yun resolved to eliminate Li Qingdi once and for all, lest he become a future calamity. Shortly thereafter, as the sun began its descent, 2 familiar figures approached from the distance. One of them was indeed Li Qingdi, clad in a pristine white robe that billowed with the gentle breeze, resembling an ethereal being emerging from a scroll, exuding an extraordinary presence. Beside Li Qingdi stood a young and beautiful woman, akin to a fairy from a painting. Her bright eyes and radiant smile complemented her waist-length dark hair, embodying grace and elegance. She was none other than Mu Qianxue, the holy maiden of the Su Nu sect, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Central Lands. It must be said, this pair of youthful individuals walking side by side resembled a match made in heaven. However, the expressions on the faces of Li Qingdi and Mu Qianxue were far from pleasant, for they had spotted Xiao Yun blocking their exit. Xiao Yun, Li Qingdi's piercing gaze was both formidable and captivating. Since his birth, he had never suffered defeat in the realm of body refinement, not even against the projection of the ancestors left in the Taichu Holy Land. Yet, he had uniquely fallen to Xiao Yun, even when joining forces with Zhao Wuji. He remained no match for Xiao Yun, a humiliation he could scarcely bear. This fellow, beside him, Mu Qianxue's enchanting eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Yun in the distance, her heart brimming with disbelief. Although Xiao Yun's victory over Zhang Yunfei had taken her by surprise, she had always believed that he was far from rivaling those peerless prodigies, especially when compared to Li Qingdi. However, upon learning that Li Qingdi had been bested by Xiao Yun, Mu Qianxue felt as though she were living in a dream. unable to comprehend how anyone could defeat Li Qingdi in the realm of body refinement. It felt surreal. She had always held the conviction that Li Qingdi was invincible, at least among his peers. Li Qingdi, I have awaited your arrival for a long time. Today, this place shall be your grave. In the distance. Upon noticing Li Qingdi's approach, Xiao Yun's eyes emitted two sharp beams of light. His gaze was as cold and cutting as a blade, causing the temperature around him to plummet. You are exceedingly arrogant, Xiao Yun. Li Qingdi retorted icily, his white robe billowing like a resplendent moon standing still, exuding an extraordinary aura akin to a divine being surrounded by endless celestial rings. Hearing Xiao Yun's words, Mu Qianxue could not help but shout, Xiao Yun. As disciples of the Holy Land, why must you pursue such ruthless extermination? In the depths of the true dragon's nest, where all vie for treasures, one might excuse the fierce competition. Yet, as we prepare to depart, why do you still obstruct us? Xiao Yun cast a fleeting glance at Mu Qianxue and said coolly, in previous iterations of the true dragon's nest, the Taichu sacred land has relentlessly pursued our chaotic sacred land. Where were you then? Mu Qianxue's lips moved. But before she could respond, Xiao Yun continued with a chilling tone, do not tell me you were yet to be born at that time. If you had no influence then, you wield none now. Today, I shall ensure that every member of the Taichu sacred land perishes within the true dragon's nest. With that, Xiao Yun turned his gaze to Li Qingdi, sneering, it would not be unwise to inform you that Zhou Feiyu and his companions all met their end at my hand. Not a single one was spared. Once I have dealt with you, the disciples of the Taichu sacred land who entered the true dragon's nest will be utterly annihilated. At these words, both Li Qingdi and Mu Qianxue's expressions shifted dramatically. Li Qingdi then roared, his hair thrashing wildly as an aura of murderous intent ascended around him. Glaring fiercely at Xiao Yun, he declared, Xiao Yun, if I do not slay you today, I shall cease to be known as Li Qingdi. Mu Qianxue added coldly, this man is ruthless, a harbinger of death, and has succumbed to madness. If we fail to eradicate him today, he will undoubtedly pose a grave threat to the entire cultivation realm in the days to come. Xiao Yun's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he coldly regarded Mu Qianxue, saying, hypocritical saint, do you think I would shy away from ruthless measures? This very ground shall become your tomb. As the words fell, Xiao Yun had already risen to his feet, an overwhelming aura erupting from within him, surging forth like a tidal wave towards Li Qingdi and Mu Qianxue. Chapter 84. The Destruction of the Formation. Xiao Yun's presence was overwhelmingly formidable. The tempest that rushed towards them bore the terrifying weight of a heavenly tribulation, instantly filling the entire expanse with its oppressive force, compelling Mu Qianxue to feel an urge to kneel. This man's strength was truly fearsome. Mu Qianxue's expression shifted. For the first time, she felt the full extent of Xiao Yun's might, which was exceedingly potent. A stark contrast to the Xiao Yun she had encountered during his fierce battle with Zhang Yunfei, he seemed almost like a different person. The disparity was akin to that of heaven and earth. It was evident that Xiao Yun had concealed his true power then. Otherwise, Zhang Yunfei would have been unable to withstand the force of even a single punch from him. No wonder he had been so audacious. Dismissing Zhang Yunfei so easily, he had possessed ample confidence and assurance all along. Mu Qianxue's countenance turned icy. She perceived Xiao Yun not as a righteous cultivator, but rather as a formidable demon. After all, a true cultivator of the righteous path should act with integrity and transparency, without the need to conceal their cultivation level. Only those with ulterior motives would intentionally shroud their true abilities. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yun, Mu Qianxue's thoughts were laced with disdain. Had he been aware, he would have been even more convinced that this woman was a sanctimonious hypocrite, someone he utterly detested. Xiao Yun, prepare to meet your demise. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Qingdi was striding purposefully toward Xiao Yun. Though his steps were deliberately slow, akin to the leisurely pace of an ordinary mortal, to the eyes of cultivators, he moved with the sluggishness of an ant. Yet, Li Qingdi's body seemed to transcend layers of space, appearing to leap from one point to another in an instant. Li Qingdi's body flickered several times, and in the blink of an eye, he had approached Xiao Yun. The ability to traverse space in an instant. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, filled with an intense apprehension regarding Li Qingdi's speed. Li Qingdi's spatial power allowed him to effectively shrink the distance, akin to a diminished form of instantaneous teleportation. Furthermore, his ability to accelerate time rendered his own movements even swifter. While his power to decelerate time could impede the speed of any adversary he touched, it must be acknowledged that the forces of time and space are indeed the most formidable powers in existence. Possessing these two terrifying abilities, Li Qingdi's speed was unparalleled, making him an invincible force among peers. This was merely in the realm of body refinement, due to his relatively low cultivation. His mastery over time and space was not yet fully developed. However, should Li Qingdi's strength increase in the future, he could potentially teleport directly, traversing vast distances in an instant, making it exceedingly difficult to vanquish him. Xiao Yun's gaze was sharp and unwavering as he focused on Li Qingdi's approach. Preparing to activate his formation, he was determined to eliminate this formidable foe. Otherwise, Li Qingdi would undoubtedly become his most powerful adversary. Although Xiao Yun held great confidence in his abilities, he preferred to avoid complications. Why prolong the inevitable when he could swiftly and effortlessly dispatch his enemy? Thus, Xiao Yun continued to deliberately provoke Li Qingdi, stating, "Li Qingdi, I can hardly wait for you to reunite with Zhou Feiyu and the others." This remark indeed struck a nerve with Li Qingdi. Li Qingdi was instantly filled with fury. Among the people who had entered the Taichu sacred ground, he was the sole survivor, which was an unspeakable humiliation. With a roar, he accelerated, ready to breach Xiao Yun's formation. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, fully prepared for the imminent activation of the array. However, Li Qingdi abruptly halted, stopping just before the formation set by Xiao Yun, mere inches from stepping into it. At this critical juncture, he paused. Xiao Yun's gaze intensified as he fixated on Li Qingdi. With a smirk of derision, Li Qingdi sneered, "Xiao Yun, do you truly believe I would fall for your trickery again? Knowing your expertise in formations, I have long been on guard against you." With that, Li Qingdi stepped back, refraining from entering the array. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he coldly remarked, "You have seen through my intentions." Li Qingdi responded with a chilling smile, "Previously, I underestimated you, which led to my carelessness and eventual entrapment within your formation. However, now I regard you as my greatest adversary. How could I possibly be so easily ensnared again?" Indeed, after their last confrontation, Li Qingdi had already considered Xiao Yun his foremost enemy. Thus, when facing Xiao Yun again, he was devoid of any complacency. Just moments ago, upon witnessing Xiao Yun block the exit of the true dragon nest, he immediately surmised that Xiao Yun must have set up a formation here. For if Xiao Yun had arrived earlier, he certainly had ample time to prepare. Moreover, Xiao Yun harbored a profound apprehension towards his speed, inevitably leading him to employ formations once more against him. Thus, without the need for meticulous probing, Li Qingdi could surmise that the path ahead was certainly ensnared by an array of traps. Indeed, the reality unfolded just as he had anticipated. Gazing at the retreating Li Qingdi, Xiao Yun coldly remarked, "Even if you are aware, what can you do to me? Unless you wish to remain trapped here forever. You underestimate me far too much." Li Qingdi retorted with a chilling laugh, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at a short distance away. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted, for he recognized that this location was precisely where he had concealed the spirit stones to establish his formations. With a thunderous impact, Li Qingdi unleashed a punch that shattered the ground before him, pulverizing the concealed spirit stones within. Instantly, the chaotic void formation Xiao Yun had set up lost a crucial component, its potency severely diminished and on the verge of collapse. Swiftly, Li Qingdi flickered around, obliterating all the spirit stones buried in the earth by Xiao Yun. In a mere moment, both the chaotic void formation and the dragon-locking formation fell under Li Qingdi's relentless assault. Yet, he did not relent. His eyes gleamed with determination as he continued to seek out the spirit stones buried by Xiao Yun, commencing the destruction of the 8-gate confinement formation. At this juncture, Xiao Yun's countenance had darkened like a stormy sea, and he bellowed at Li Qingdi, "How did you discover the location of my hidden spirit stones? Do you also comprehend formations?" As Emperor Li Cheng obliterated the spiritual stones buried in the earth, he coldly scoffed at Xiao Yun, asserting, "Though I lack knowledge of formations, your mere cultivation at the body refinement stage renders your array incapable of fully concealing the fluctuations of the spiritual stone's aura. Nor can it integrate the stones with the ley lines. With a mere exertion of spatial power, I can discern everything with clarity." Upon concluding his words, a silvery divine light emanated from his eyes, and his form flickered several times, systematically shattering the hidden spiritual stones. In an instant, the entire 8 gates locking formation was dismantled, reducing Xiao Yun's painstakingly arranged 3 formations to mere rubble. Xiao Yun wore a dark expression. He did not attempt to thwart Emperor Li Cheng, for such an endeavor would be futile. Li Cheng's speed was beyond his reach. Moreover, with the discovery of the formations by Li Cheng, there was no longer any means to confront him effectively. Without the aid of formations, "How will you contend with me now, Xiao Yun?" After dismantling the formations, Emperor Li Cheng fixed his sharp gaze upon Xiao Yun, his eyes brimming with confidence. "Do you truly believe that I rely solely on formations to deal with you? What a farce. I merely sought to ease the burden with their assistance. Did you genuinely think I could not contend with you?" Xiao Yun coldly regarded the imposing figure of Emperor Li Cheng, a powerful wave of energy surging forth. Such arrogance. Before Li Cheng could finish his taunt, he had already lunged behind Xiao Yun, delivering a fierce palm strike that enveloped Xiao Yun in a blaze of searing silver light. Chapter 85, Flying Daggers, the Golden Bell Shield. Upon witnessing Emperor Li's imminent strike, Xiao Yun swiftly activated his Golden Bell Shield, fully aware that his speed could not match that of Emperor Li. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on defensive techniques to withstand the impending assault. Suddenly, a radiant palm, akin to a colossal mountain, crashed down upon Xiao Yun, causing the golden shield enveloping his form to quiver violently, reminiscent of tumultuous waves surging in the ocean. Xiao Yun was taken aback. Indeed, Emperor Li's velocity was astonishingly swift. His attack had arrived almost instantaneously as Xiao Yun had just completed the activation of his shield. However, it seemed that the force behind Emperor Li's strike had intensified. Xiao Yun cast a surprised glance at Emperor Li, who, with widened eyes and an expression of disbelief, remarked, "How is your Golden Bell Shield more formidable than before? Bear in mind, I now possess a strength of 800,000 pounds. It should be impossible for your shield to withstand my power." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's expression shifted to one of realization, and he retorted with a cold smirk, "So, you've increased your strength by 100,000 pounds. No wonder you boast so audaciously about defeating me. However, it is unfortunate for you, as I too have augmented my strength by 100,000 pounds, reaching the zenith of body refinement. You actually possess a strength of 100,000 pounds." Emperor Li's countenance paled, his eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. The limit of 100,000 pounds in body refinement was a level that even their ancestral masters in the Taichu sacred land had never attained. A realm so unfathomable that few dared to even conceive of its existence. For eons, only one individual had ever reached such heights. Thus, it is the patriarch of the chaotic sacred land, the unparalleled emperor of chaos who swept across the 9 heavens and 10 realms, dominating all worlds. Now, Xiao Yun has astonishingly attained this realm. Could he truly forge a chaotic body and become the second emperor of chaos? Within Li Qingdi's heart, a tempest raged. He regarded Xiao Yun with heightened seriousness, his gaze growing increasingly grave. This figure before him was undoubtedly a formidable adversary on his path to imperial power. As Xiao Yun sought to eliminate Li Qingdi preemptively, Li Qingdi harbored the same intention towards Xiao Yun. Both their eyes brimmed with an unparalleled murderous intent, akin to the emergence of a divine blade, showcasing its sharpest edge. Kill, kill. With no further ado, they exchanged no words, for they perceived the boiling animosity reflected in each other's eyes. Thus, there was no need for dialogue, only action. Boom, boom. Despite Xiao Yun's speed not matching that of Li Qingdi, the protection of the Golden Bell Shield enveloped him, rendering him unafraid. After all, it was inconceivable that Li Qingdi could breach his defenses instantaneously. Furthermore, he possessed the Taiji Divine Palm, a defensive martial technique that would allow him to establish a protective barrier even if the Golden Bell Shield were shattered. On the other hand, Li Qingdi relied on his unmatched speed, continuously maneuvering from all directions to assault Xiao Yun, thus maintaining absolute dominance. The battle raged fiercely. Li Qingdi's strikes were both vigorous and swift, relentlessly pounding against Xiao Yun's Golden Bell Shield. It resembled a torrential downpour, saturating the entire sky and covering the earth, leaving Xiao Yun with nowhere to evade. Yet, Xiao Yun remained steadfast, employing unwavering resolve to uphold his strongest defense while awaiting the opportune moment to counterattack. Although he rarely managed to strike at Emperor Li Qing, whenever he did land an attack, his unparalleled strength would send Li Qing flying. Thus, it appeared as though Emperor Li Qing held the upper hand, yet in reality, he had already suffered considerable losses. This exemplifies the absolute disparity in power. Even invincible speed cannot alter this truth, unless Emperor Li Qing could breach Xiao Yun's defenses, thereby leveraging his unmatched speed to defeat him. Regrettably, Xiao Yun had long anticipated Emperor Li Qing's invincible speed since their time in the Chaos Holy Land. His master, Emperor Tian, had guided him in the mastery of the Golden Bell Shield and Taiji Divine Palm, both of which belonged to the realm of defensive super techniques. Now, he had refined them to the pinnacle of combat prowess, rendering his defenses among the strongest at his level. Even the Chaos Emperor, in the realm of body refinement, could not match Xiao Yun's defensive capabilities. Moreover, Xiao Yun possessed a trump card, the Little Li Flying Dagger. In a flash, seizing an opportunity, a silver dagger unexpectedly shot forth from Xiao Yun's hand, akin to a bolt of lightning aimed at Emperor Li Qing. It traced a meteoric path through the air, evading capture. In that instant, a surge of intense danger surged within Emperor Li Qing's heart. The dagger hurtled towards him, aimed directly at his head, moving with the swiftness of lightning and the ferocity of thunder. In the next moment, the dagger grazed the top of his head, its shimmering blade reflecting a cold, chilling light. A shiver ran down Emperor Li Chang's spine. Although he narrowly evaded disaster at a critical moment, several strands of hair were severed from his forehead, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Humph! Xiao Yun, witnessing Li Qingdi narrowly escape a calamity, felt a twinge of regret in his heart. The moment he had seized with great difficulty was now elusive, and the prospect of capturing such an opportunity again seemed exceedingly remote. After all, Li Qingdi was no fool. He was acutely aware of Xiao Yun's formidable throwing knives and would undoubtedly remain vigilant and prepared. Of course, Xiao Yun did not harbor the illusion that a single knife could fell Li Qingdi. Otherwise, the temporal body would be far too feeble. Xiao Yun had his own strategies. Yet he unleashed a barrage of flying knives that surged forth like a torrential downpour, enveloping Li Qingdi before him. The knives whistled through the air in a relentless cascade, leaving Li Qingdi with no avenue for escape. Nevertheless, Li Qingdi's speed remained astonishing, akin to a sprite of the ether, as he darted across the ground, evading the onslaught of blades aimed at him. However, the sheer volume of knives forced Li Qingdi to continually retreat, rendering him unable to approach Xiao Yun. Yet, this dynamic meant that while Li Qingdi could not strike at Xiao Yun, the latter was equally incapable of reaching his target. Xiao Yun, I shall no longer indulge your games. At the next sacred land exchange, I will publicly defeat you and prove that the temporal body surpasses the chaotic one, Li Qingdi declared, realizing that he could do nothing further against Xiao Yun. After all, this was already the 7th day. Who could say when the formation of the true dragon's nest would close? Should it suddenly seal, trapping them all within, their fates would be sealed. With a swift motion, Emperor Li Cheng darted to Mu Qianxue's side, propelling them both towards the entrance of the true dragon's nest. Planning to escape? Xiao Yun's gaze flickered with a cold light as he sneered. Did I grant you permission to leave? As he spoke, a flurry of silver throwing knives was unleashed towards Mu Qianxue, causing her complexion to pale dramatically. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Li Cheng could not contain his fury, exclaiming, Xiao Yun, you have gone too far. This is a battle between you and me. Why involve others? Xiao Yun scoffed. A battle? Do you think this is child's play? Apologies, but I am not here to engage in a mere skirmish. My intent is to eliminate you. With that, the barrage of knives aimed at Mu Qianxue intensified. Emperor Li Cheng, desperately pulling Mu Qianxue to dodge, found his speed hampered by her presence. Ultimately, one of the knives struck him, piercing through his shoulder and erupting in a cloud of crimson mist. Chapter 86. Despicable Threat. Xiao Yun, you are utterly despicable. Emperor Li Qing gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his shoulder, his face contorted with rage as he hurled invectives at Xiao Yun. Beside him, Mu Qianxue glared furiously, exclaiming, Xiao Yun, you have succumbed to madness. There is no saving you. A person like you will undoubtedly become a scourge upon our Jiuxiao continent, bringing untold suffering. You vile woman, seeking death. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed with malice. He had long desired to eliminate this saintly harlot. He promptly unleashed another volley of knives, engulfing both Emperor Li Qing and Mu Qianxue. Hurry! You must leave this place at once. Li Qingdi let out a thunderous roar, positioning himself before Mu Qianxue to shield her from the onslaught of flying daggers, commanding her to flee immediately. Qingdi, Mu Qianxue exclaimed, her beautiful eyes brimming with emotion as she gazed at him. As the saying goes, only love that has endured trials of life and death is genuine. This time, Mu Qianxue was profoundly moved. From this moment forth, it seemed her heart would belong solely to Li Qingdi, with no room for another. Since your bond is so deep, may you both descend into hell together, to keep each other company, Xiao Yun scoffed, suddenly feeling as though he had assumed the role of the villain. However, the realm of cultivation was merciless. It was either kill or be killed, leaving no room for leniency. Moreover, showing mercy to one's enemies was akin to cruelty towards oneself. Xiao Yun would not commit such a blunder. The daggers he launched became even more ferocious, resembling a torrential downpour. During his time at the chaotic sacred land, Uncle Fu had forged 100,000 daggers for him. Since entering the true dragon nest, he had scarcely used many, leaving him with still several tens of thousands. He had only unleashed a few thousand thus far. Go, hurry, Li Qingdi urged, standing resolutely in front of Mu Qianxue, compelling her to escape the true dragon nest. Understanding that her presence would only hinder him, Mu Qianxue suppressed her anguish and sprinted towards the entrance. As she glanced back at Xiao Yun, her eyes were filled with resentment and fury. Xiao Yun, you vile demon, you will inevitably face retribution. Xiao Yun replied with a cold smile. Demon? By the time I attain the status of a great emperor and reign over the world, the grass on your graves will have grown 3 zhang high. You, such a malevolent being, shall never hope to attain the status of the great emperor. Only Li Qingdi can achieve such a feat. You are destined to become merely a stepping stone for him. Mu Qianxue glared at Xiao Yun with seething hatred before turning and rushing towards the entrance of the true dragon nest. Boom. At that moment, a colossal formation surged forth, ensnaring Mu Qianxue and preventing her escape from the true dragon nest. What? Li Qingdi exclaimed in astonishment, his face contorting with fury as he glared at Xiao Yun, bellowing. You actually possess another formation. Xiao Yun replied with a cold smirk. That obvious formation was merely a fade for your sake. This dragon lock formation is my true trump card. With that, Xiao Yun continued to launch flying daggers at Li Qingdi while hastening towards the entrance of the true dragon nest. Li Qingdi, should you dare to dismantle the formation, I will eliminate Mu Qianxue first. He taunted as he entered the formation. Li Qingdi's expression shifted. Although he could destroy Xiao Yun's formation from outside, by the time he succeeded, Mu Qianxue would likely have already fallen to Xiao Yun's blade. After all, the disparity in strength between Mu Qianxue and Xiao Yun was far too great. Thus, gritting his teeth, Li Qingdi promptly followed Xiao Yun into the formation to prevent him from slaying Mu Qianxue. Excellent! Xiao Yun exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon seeing Li Qingdi enter the formation, and he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards him. His strikes were as swift as thunder, his movements as quick as lightning, while Li Qingdi found his own speed significantly hampered by the formations, making him appear restricted and overwhelmed as he retreated step by step under Xiao Yun's relentless assault. Kill! With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yun unleashed the peak of the 9 revolutions overbearing fist, his strength erupting with the ferocity of a volcanic explosion, enveloping the heavens and the earth in a searing wave of energy. In a flash, his fist surged forward like a shooting star, striking fiercely at the chest of Emperor Li Cheng. His blazing fist radiated a golden brilliance, the terrifying force surging forth like a torrent breaching a dam. At the critical moment, Emperor Li Qing shifted his body to the left, meeting the oncoming force with a palm strike. The collision of fist and palm unleashed a cataclysmic explosion of sound, a brilliant light cascading outward, as if both warriors were cloaked in divine radiance, resembling two deities engaged in a fierce battle. In the midst of this intense clash, as they swiftly separated, Emperor Li Cheng felt a tingling numbness in his arms, his hands trembling violently. He was astounded by Xiao Yun's terrifying strength, with a limit of 1 million pounds. Such overwhelming power was indeed invincible within the realm of physical refinement. Had Li Qing not reached a strength of 800,000 pounds, amplified by the temporal body, he would have undoubtedly been defeated by Xiao Yun's single blow. Slightly adjusting his combat strategy, Emperor Li Cheng refrained from confronting Xiao Yun head-on. He maximized the potential of his temporal body, evading Xiao Yun's assaults, weaving through the formation in search of an opportunity to escape. For he was acutely aware that he was not yet a match for Xiao Yun. Remaining any longer would spell certain doom. Fortunately, at that moment, Mu Qianxue had exited the array through the entrance of the true dragon nest, relieving Emperor Li Qing of any lingering concerns. The situation for Emperor Li Cheng grew increasingly dire, as the presence of the locking dragon formation severely restricted his speed, rendering him incapable of evading Xiao Yun's relentless pursuit. As time elapsed, Li Qing's injuries worsened, and his combat effectiveness diminished steadily. In stark contrast, Xiao Yun remained vibrant and vigorous, his spirit at its zenith. In a battle like this, I could fight for days and nights without fatigue, Xiao Yun proclaimed confidently, his eyes radiating an intense brilliance. His blood surging within him like a formidable humanoid dragon, exuding unmatched dominance. Meanwhile, Emperor Li Cheng was already breathless, his arms trembling violently, with wounds from flying daggers continuing to bleed, sapping his strength further. The scales of victory had irrevocably tilted in favor of Xiao Yun. The fall of Li Cheng was merely a matter of time. Xiao Yun did not afford Li Cheng any opportunity to delay. With a powerful leap, he charged towards him, unleashing a terrifying force that resonated through the air. Boom! Li Qing gritted his teeth and met the attack with a palm strike, a blinding silver radiance erupting forth as he summoned all his strength to counter Xiao Yun's punch. Bang! Under the onslaught of Xiao Yun's overwhelming power, Li Cheng ultimately could not withstand the force. He felt a numbness in his arms before being launched backward by the torrent of energy, blood spewing forth. Prepare to meet your end, Emperor Li Qing. Xiao Yun shouted fiercely, brandishing his blazing light-infused fist as he pressed the attack, determined to capitalize on his advantage. Li Chengdi's expression shifted dramatically, and as if he had made a resolute decision, he clenched his teeth fiercely. His eyes, now a furious crimson, fixed on Xiao Yun as he bellowed. Xiao Yun, you have forced my hand. Even if it leads to our mutual destruction, I shall slay you today. With that declaration, a surge of scarlet flames enveloped Li Chengdi's body. An overwhelming wave of blood energy erupted from him, akin to a volcano erupting. Chapter 87, The Burning Temporal Body. Xiao Yun's gaze remained locked on Li Chengdi, for he discerned that Li Chengdi's power was escalating at a visibly rapid pace. In but an instant, Li Chengdi's strength surged by a staggering 100,000 pounds, reaching 900,000 pounds, and he continued to grow stronger. Could it be that he had detonated his temporal body? A glint of realization sparked in Xiao Yun's eyes, having witnessed Wu Gang's self-detonation of the Sangtian dominance body. He immediately surmised that Li Qingdi had similarly unleashed his temporal body. However, upon observing the flames enveloping Li Qingdi, a sense of unease began to creep in. When Wu Gang detonated the Sangtian dominance body, he experienced an instantaneous increase of 400,000 pounds, hitting the 1 million pound limit. Yet here, Li Qingdi had only augmented his strength by a mere 100,000 pounds, and the rate of increase appeared to be slowing. It seemed that it would take a considerable amount of time for him to reach the 1 million pound threshold, lacking the ferocity exhibited by Wu Gang. Xiao Yun, you have compelled me to ignite my temporal body. If I do not slay you today, I vow I shall not rest. Meanwhile, Emperor Li Cheng transformed into a streak of silver lightning, charging towards Xiao Yun with unparalleled speed, rendering even the dragon-locking array incapable of diminishing his momentum. At this moment, Emperor Li Cheng's strength had reached an astounding 1 million pounds, matching Xiao Yun in attaining the zenith of physical refinement. Under such immense power, even the formation could not restrain him, as it was merely a rudimentary array. Boom! With a fierce strike of his palm, Emperor Li Cheng launched a direct assault, brimming with confidence in his current strength. Both wielding a force of 1 million pounds, his temporal and spatial body was of the supreme lineage. While Xiao Yun's chaotic form was still in its nascent stage, rendering him inferior in the same realm. Bang! Xiao Yun slightly tilted his body, his hands executing the 9 turns overbearing fist in counteraction, while simultaneously exerting force from his waist, releasing a tremendous power akin to a volcanic eruption, reminiscent of a taut bowstring, as he propelled his fist forward. Boom! The deafening sound echoed as Xiao Yun's fist collided forcefully with Emperor Li Cheng's palm, the two forces of 1 million pounds erupting simultaneously. It was as if two colossal mountains had collided, the overwhelming power dispersing and cracking the ground beneath them, causing the surrounding earth to churn violently, presenting a scene of utter chaos. Concurrently, the 30 projections of the great Tao behind Xiao Yun surged forth, bearing an imposing might as they advanced towards Emperor Li Cheng. However, behind Emperor Li Cheng, an expanse of cerulean ocean unfurled, within which a resplendent moon gradually ascended, its silvery radiance cascading across the heavens and earth, rendering Xiao Yun's projection of the great Tao unable to advance further, merely a nascent form of the chaos body. It is only upon mastering the true chaos body that one can contend with my extraordinary manifestation. A cold smile graced Emperor Li Cheng's lips, his eyes brimming with confidence. As his words resonated, the brilliant moon behind him transformed into a silver divine blade, exuding an unparalleled sharpness, which surged forth to strike at Xiao Yun. Boom! The projection of Xiao Yun's great Tao was struck by the divine blade, instantly quivering as if on the brink of collapse. In that moment, the moonlit manifestation of Emperor Li Cheng suppressed Xiao Yun's projection. Clearly, in terms of manifestations, Xiao Yun, merely a nascent form of the chaos body, was conspicuously inferior to Emperor Li Cheng. Nonetheless, Xiao Yun remained unfazed. He unleashed the Golden Bell Shield, relying on its formidable defensive prowess to counter all changes. Charging toward Emperor Li Cheng, the latter reciprocated with equal fervor, their movement swift as lightning, almost synchronously appearing before one another, engaging in an escalating exchange of blows. Boom! In the midst of this fierce combat, Xiao Yun was struck backward for the first time, though he sustained no injuries. Even the golden shield enveloping his form remained intact. Yet, this marked the first occasion he had been sent flying by a fellow cultivator of the same rank. In Xiao Yun's eyes, a chilling glint emanated, akin to the icy edge of a blade, as he fixated intently on Li Qingdi across from him. Excellent, he thought. To encounter an equally matched adversary fills me with exhilaration. My blood begins to surge with fervor. With that, Xiao Yun charged once more towards Li Qingdi. In that moment, his gaze was imbued with unparalleled combat fervor. He no longer regarded Li Qingdi with enmity, but rather as a formidable opponent worthy of respect. Xiao Yun held a deep reverence for the strong, for they merited admiration. This recognition only intensified his battle spirit, as he roared skyward, his entire being ablaze with vitality, akin to molten magma surging within him. Boom, 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 boom. The ground trembled as the two engaged in a fierce and relentless clash, their immense powers colliding and unleashing thunderous echoes. The earth beneath them lay in ruins, ravaged by the pulsating force they exerted. Even the dragon lock array Xiao Yun had previously established lay utterly shattered. The fierce confrontation between these unparalleled prodigies, both having reached the pinnacle of body refinement, was far more terrifying than that of practitioners at the gathering chi stage, resembling two young true dragons locked in a fierce struggle. Boom! Xiao Yun fought with wild abandon, his raven hair billowing, each strand emanating brilliant divine radiance. His punches grew increasingly ferocious as radiant fists converged from all directions, striking alongside him towards Li Qingdi. Time slowed. Time accelerated. Emperor Li Cheng deeply comprehended Xiao Yun's 9 transformations of dominance fist. He dared not exhibit even the slightest carelessness and immediately activated his temporal and spatial body, perfectly harnessing the power of time. Simultaneously, liberated from the constraints of the formation, his speed surged, allowing him to strike first. He delivered a forceful palm strike aimed at Xiao Yun's back. "I've been expecting you." Xiao Yun, without turning his head, retaliated with a punch that sliced through the air like a lance. The tremendous force reverberated through the void as it collided fiercely with Emperor Li Cheng's palm imprint. With a resounding crash, both warriors were propelled backward, Xiao Yun retreating further yet refusing to relinquish his assault. As he flew back, he unleashed a flurry of silver flying daggers from his hand. Swish, swish, swish. The silver daggers fell like raindrops, relentlessly obstructing Emperor Li Cheng's escape routes, forcing him to evade and retreat, unable to advance closer to Xiao Yun. Coldly fixating on Emperor Li Cheng, Xiao Yun scoffed, "Your power is merely temporary. When the time comes, it shall wane. Moreover, the longer this drags on, the more your temporal and spatial body will be consumed." Emperor Li Cheng's expression shifted, and he could no longer afford to pursue the kill. Instead, he dashed towards the entrance of the true dragon's nest, intent on fleeing the scene. Otherwise, should his temporal and spatial body be entirely burned away, he would be rendered akin to Wu Gang, forever stripped of his extraordinary prowess, with his chances of achieving sanctity dwindling significantly. This was not the outcome Emperor Li Cheng desired. Swish, swish, swish. Before Emperor Li Cheng could soar towards the entrance of the true dragon nest, Xiao Yun's flying daggers surged forth with precision, forcing the emperor to retreat. Simultaneously, Xiao Yun positioned himself at the entrance, his gaze icy as he addressed Emperor Li Cheng. "Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple. Today, you are destined to perish." Chapter 88. The Human Tool. Emperor Li Cheng. Xiao Yun stood resolutely at the entrance of the true dragon nest, unleashing a continuous barrage of silver daggers that left no room for Emperor Li Cheng to approach, compelling him to withdraw rapidly. "Emperor Li Cheng, I possess an abundance of flying daggers, and I am eager to witness how long you can endure." Xiao Yun sneered coldly. His immense strength, quantified at 1,000,000 pounds, was a testament to his rigorous cultivation, whereas Emperor Li Cheng's power was derived from his burning space-time body. However, that space-time body remained frail, and its burning could not be sustained for long. Furthermore, should the space-time body be utterly consumed, he would be rendered akin to Wu Gang, merely an ordinary genius, stripped of the qualifications to contend with Xiao Yun ever again. Naturally, with Xiao Yun obstructing the entrance, once Emperor Li Cheng's space-time body was extinguished, death awaited him. He was far less fortunate than Wu Gang, who managed to escape. Xiao Yun. Emperor Li Cheng ground his teeth in fury, his face contorted with rage. The searing flames enveloping him blazed intensely, the silver radiance growing ever more resplendent, akin to a colossal moon rising from the ocean, bearing down upon Xiao Yun. Boom! Xiao Yun exerted his utmost in executing the 9 turns overbearing fist, his golden bell shield reaching its pinnacle, seamlessly blending offense and defense as he staunchly prevented Emperor Li Cheng from advancing. Simultaneously, a flurry of silver-throwing knives, radiating with a fierce luminescence, shot towards Emperor Li Cheng. With a sharp hiss, one of the knives left a crimson mark on his arm. In his full-speed dash, he could not evade all of Xiao Yun's projectiles. Had Emperor Li chosen to retreat, he would have certainly escaped unscathed, yet he pressed forward, advancing towards the entrance of the true dragon's nest. Time was of the essence for him. Should he fail to escape swiftly, his temporal body would soon ignite, leading to his inevitable demise. Thus, even wounded, Emperor Li refused to falter, propelling himself at full speed towards the entrance. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Yun swung one fist while launching throwing knives with the other, persistently thwarting Emperor Li's approach. Swish, swish. The silver knives carved multiple wounds across Emperor Li's body, blood streaming forth to stain his once pristine robes crimson. "Die, Xiao Yun," he bellowed, suddenly enduring a punch from Xiao Yun, closing the distance with remarkable speed, and delivering a fierce blow against Xiao Yun's golden barrier. With a splutter, just before the strike could land, Emperor Li coughed up blood. It was evident he had employed a forbidden technique, incurring significant backlash. Nevertheless, the force of his strike was formidable, shattering the golden shield enveloping Xiao Yun and fracturing his Tai Chi diagram, causing Xiao Yun to stagger backward. Kill! Emperor Li had completely succumbed to madness. Disregarding his own injuries, he roared, propelled by the celestial image of the bright moon behind him, charging fiercely towards Xiao Yun. Bang! Due to the overwhelming speed, Xiao Yun was unable to evade in time and was struck fiercely in the chest by Emperor Li Cheng. The impact caused him to cough up blood, and his expression darkened. This marked the first injury he had sustained since entering the true dragon's nest. However, having honed his skills in the illusory demon tower for an extended period and having battled numerous former geniuses of the chaotic sacred grounds, his combat experience was extensive. At this critical moment, a black battle knife materialized in his hand, and with a swift diagonal slash, he severed Emperor Li Cheng's left arm. A cry of agony escaped Li Cheng as his face contorted in pain, revealing a ghastly expression. The severing of his arm inflicted excruciating agony, exacerbating his injuries. Nevertheless, Emperor Li Cheng was a determined warrior. He understood that retreating was not an option. If he withdrew now, given his already grave injuries, he would certainly fall short against Xiao Yun. Therefore, gritting his teeth, he pressed forward, taking advantage of the moment when he had wounded Xiao Yun to surge past him towards the entrance of the true dragon's nest. With icy resolve, Xiao Yun unleashed his strength, hurling the mysterious iron knife with great force, resembling a shooting star. Instantly, this formidable weapon, weighing 360,000 pounds, transformed into a fearsome projectile propelled by Xiao Yun's immense strength of 1,000,000 pounds, sweeping towards Emperor Li Cheng's legs. Without any obstruction, the battle knife cleaved through Li Cheng's legs, blood gushing forth as severed limbs were flung aside, the sheer agony distorting his visage further. Xiao Yun let out a mournful cry as he beheld the woeful state of Emperor Li Cheng. In that moment, he was utterly pitiful. His left arm and both legs had been severed, transforming the once dashing figure into a mere semblance of humanity. Yet, Li Cheng was no ordinary man. Through sheer force of will, he summoned the last remnants of his strength, grasping the ground fiercely with his remaining right hand. Utilizing the reactionary force, he propelled his broken form towards the entrance of the dragoness nest. Truly, he was like an indomitable cockroach, refusing to succumb to defeat. Xiao Yun, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but admire Li Cheng's unwavering resolve. However, he had no intention of allowing Li Cheng to escape unscathed. With a decisive wave of his hand, he launched 5 silver flying knives, his sole means of attack given the urgency of the situation. The distance between them rendered it impossible for him to reach Li Cheng in time to prevent his departure from the dragoness nest. Thus, he resorted to the lethal projectiles. Fortunately, at that juncture, Li Cheng had exhausted his remaining strength. The temporal body had ceased to burn, leaving him with but a final breath. As such, he was powerless to evade Xiao Yun's knives, each one striking true. As Li Cheng's battered form soared into the entrance of the dragoness nest, Xiao Yun discerned that one of his knives had pierced the Emperor's heart, while another had found its mark in a most unfortunate location. Xiao Yun believed that Li Cheng was doomed. And how pitiful it was that even his manhood would not be spared. Outside the dragoness nest, the earlier words of Tang Yuyun had incited a fervor, and all eyes were riveted upon the entrance of the dragoness nest, as they were aware that Xiao Yun was guarding Emperor Li at the entrance of the true dragon's nest. The prospect of a cataclysmic clash between these two extraordinary prodigies loomed ominously. Thus, they were eager to discern who would emerge alive from this impending confrontation. When Mu Qianxue stumbled out in a disheveled state, a myriad of penetrating gazes converged upon her, fixated on her every movement. "Miss Mu, how fares the emperor now?" Wan Yonghui, from the Taichu sacred land, rushed towards her upon her emergence. An elder from the Su Nu sect also hastened over. The eyes of the gathered crowd turned towards Mu Qianxue, their ears pricked with anticipation, desperate to uncover the current circumstances within. Upon seeing Wan Yonghui, Mu Qianxue's beautiful eyes blazed with fury, as she indignantly declared, "Xiao Yun has gone mad. He is a tyrant who dares to use me as leverage against the emperor. In his attempt to save me, the emperor is now trapped inside." A chilling voice resonated from the heavens, causing Mu Qianxue to tremble, her countenance turning pale. Wan Yonghui swiftly turned, glaring fiercely at Di Tian, and reproached him. "Di Tian, how dare you exploit your power to bully a junior?" The icy disdain emanated from Di Tian, who coldly replied, "The conflict within the true dragon's nest has been collectively agreed upon by our 6 sacred lands. The enmity harbored within must not be brought to the surface. Do not presume that your status as a junior grants you the liberty to slander the scion of our chaos sacred land. Should this happen again, I shall personally end you." Mu Qianxue's face paled in fright, and the elder from the Su Nu sect, standing beside her, dared not retort, even in its decline. The chaos sacred land was far more formidable than their own sect. Wan Yonghui cast a fierce glare at Emperor Tian, then hurriedly turned to ask Mu Qianxue, "Miss Mu, what is the current strength of Li Qingdi? Is he still unable to defeat Xiao Yun?" Mu Qianxue replied solemnly, "Although Qingdi has already attained a strength of 800,000 gene, Xiao Yun not only forged the embryonic form of the chaos body, but also possesses a strength of 1 000,000 geneth, reaching the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. Furthermore, Qingdi fell into his formation while rescuing me. Upon hearing this, Wan Yanghui's complexion immediately turned ashen. The surrounding crowd erupted in an uproar. Chapter 89. Wishing you sisters happiness and joy 1,000,000 gene of strength, the peak of the body refinement realm. The attendees were left utterly astonished by this revelation. The notion that one could possess such formidable power in the body refinement realm was beyond their comprehension, shattering their previous beliefs. Those hailed as geniuses among the crowd wore expressions of shame, for they had entered the forbidden domain with a strength of 200,000 gene and felt exceptionally proud. Yet, compared to Xiao Yun, they paled significantly. This individual would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary on my path to supremacy. Yi Wuchen from the heavenly sword Holy Land narrowed his eyes, filled with a sense of trepidation. He had already regarded Xiao Yun as his greatest rival. Similarly, Jiang Haoran felt an immense sense of relief, thankful for having departed from the true dragon nest a step earlier. Otherwise, he might have truly perished at the hands of Xiao Yun. As for Zhang Yunfei, who had once been defeated by Xiao Yun, he experienced an unexpected sense of ease, for he believed that being bested by such an extraordinary prodigy was not a disgrace, but rather an honor. Incredible. A strength of 1,000,000 pounds. If he were to enter the realm of Qi gathering, he could potentially reach a staggering 5,000,000 pounds of power, rendering him virtually invincible. It is astonishing that a prodigy of such magnitude has emerged in this generation of the Chaos Sacred Land. In the past, Emperor Tian also cultivated the Chaos Scripture. Yet he possessed merely 300,000 pounds of strength, far inferior to his disciple. This individual may indeed have the potential to forge a chaos body in the future. Is the Chaos Sacred Land on the verge of a resurgence? In the skies above, the elder powerhouses were expressing their astonishment. A strength of 1,000,000 pounds. The pinnacle of the body refinement realm. This was their first encounter with such a feat in their millennia of existence. In fact, throughout the history of the Nine Heavens continent, aside from the Chaos Emperor, only Xiao Yun has achieved such heights in the body refinement realm. My disciple possesses the talent of an emperor. Ha ha ha. On a white cloud in the sky, Emperor Tian stroked his beard, brimming with pride and inner excitement. Beside him, Lu Stin congratulated with a smile. Your disciple is truly remarkable. He will undoubtedly surpass you in the future. That is a certainty. Emperor Tian held unwavering confidence in Xiao Yun. While they reveled in joy above, those below, including Wan Yanghui, appeared as if they had lost their parents, their expressions dark and grim. Xiao Yun's immense power signified peril for Li Qingdi. At the very least, Li Qingdi might be forced to resort to self-detonating his time and space body, akin to Wu Gang, to escape calamity. However, such an outcome would entail a significant loss for the Taichu Sacred Land. After all, the primordial Sacred Land had finally witnessed the emergence of a supreme body, and notably, the fourth-ranked supreme body, possessing the unparalleled talent of a Tao-empowered emperor. Wan Yanghui's heart bled at the thought. If the time-space body of Emperor Li were truly to be destroyed, he could scarcely fathom how to report this to the higher-ups of the primordial Sacred Land. It seemed he would have no choice but to take his own life in atonement. After all, it was he who had led the expedition to the Chaos Sacred Land for probing, only to return with the absurd claim that Xiao Yun was merely a mortal body, a pawn easily expendable by the Chaos Sacred Land, unworthy of concern. His foolishness was staggering. Should anything happen to Emperor Li this time? The upper echelons of the primordial Sacred Land would likely demand Wan Yanghui accompany him to the grave. Cursed be Xiao Yun. Cursed be the Chaos Sacred Land. Cursed be the Emperor of Heaven. Wan Yanghui silently cursed, his gaze fixed intently upon the entrance of the true dragon nest, fervently hoping for a miracle. Others too were riveted to the entrance, now certain that Xiao Yun would undoubtedly emerge victorious. The only question remained whether he could successfully slay Emperor Li. As time passed, each moment felt interminable, the surrounding silence palpable, as if a pin drop could be heard, with all awaiting the outcome of the battle within. Suddenly, a bloodied figure, reduced to half of its form, burst forth from the entrance of the true dragon nest, crashing violently to the ground, lifeless or otherwise. Mu Qianxue and Wan Yanghui, sharp-eyed, instantly recognized the figure as Emperor Li, exclaiming in shock, "Emperor!" The two rushed forward, while the others turned their gaze towards Emperor Li. Upon seeing him, a chill gripped everyone's hearts, for he was in a truly pitiful state. Not only had his left arm been severed, but both of his legs were also brutally removed, leaving only his upper body, shrouded in a blood-stained robe. His long hair hung disheveled, and his body was a gruesome tableau of flesh and blood. It was truly difficult for onlookers to fathom the horrors he had endured, resulting in such a tragic fate. Moreover, 5 silver daggers were embedded in the body of Emperor Li Cheng. One pierced his left cheek, another lodged in his right arm, a third struck his heart. The fourth was embedded in his abdomen, and the last, well, it was positioned most inappropriately. The sight sent chills down the spines of those who beheld it. Xiao Yun was indeed merciless. Each strike aimed to be fatal, leaving no glimmer of hope for Emperor Li Cheng, the illustrious body of time and space. An unparalleled prodigy of the primordial sacred land had met such a miserable end. Emperor Wan Yonghui, witnessing Li Cheng's dire state, could not help but shed tears of sorrow, his heart aching with empathy. He hastily summoned his spiritual energy to assess Li Cheng's condition. He was unconcerned about the severed limbs, for the cultivation realm was replete with treasures that could restore Li Cheng's arms and legs. His primary worry lay with the silver dagger piercing Li Cheng's chest, for it was dangerously close to his heart. "Senior, is he going to be all right?" murmured Mu Qianxue, her beautiful eyes reddened with grief, utterly heartbroken. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Yun, vowing to avenge Emperor Li Cheng should he perish. Ah, is this not the unparalleled prodigy of the primordial sacred land? Emperor Li Cheng? How could he be in such a wretched state? Who is responsible for this? I, Xiao Yun, would gladly acknowledge him as the strongest talent among his peers. Just then, a chilling remark echoed through the air. The crowd turned to see Xiao Yun leisurely emerging from the true dragon's nest, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the fallen Emperor Li, who lay on the ground, teetering between life and death. Suddenly, Di Tian, El Xianwan, and Tang Yunyun descended from the heavens, landing beside Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun. Mu Qianxue glared at him with fury. Xiao Yun, however, paid her no mind. Instead, he turned to Di Tian, who was tending to Emperor Li, and inquired, "Master, does Brother Li still have a chance for survival?" Di Tian squinted at Emperor Li, slowly responding, "It is hard to say. The final dagger was plunged into his heart, which is exceedingly fatal. He has but a last breath remaining, and Wan Yonghui is currently utilizing his origin power to heal him." Sighing, Xiao Yun lamented, "It is truly a great loss for our cultivation world to see Brother Li, so young, meet such a fate." Mu Qianxue could no longer contain her anger. She glared at Xiao Yun and retorted, "Xiao Yun, spare us your feigned sympathy. This is all you're doing." In response, Xiao Yun spoke earnestly, "Fairy Mu, how can you so readily defame another? Which of your eyes witnessed me slaying Emperor Li? It is well known that I am merely immortal. How could I possess the strength to vanquish a being of time and space? You." Mu Qianxue nearly spat blood in her fury. "You claim to be immortal? Do you still have any shame left? Instead of shouting and bickering, perhaps you should concern yourself with Brother Li's injuries." Xiao Yun directly disregarded Mu Qianxue, and soon he noticed a knife lodged beneath Li Chengdi's waist, prompting an exclamation of surprise. Alas, this knife is unexpectedly embedded in Brother Li's. Cough. Let's maintain decorum. Master, will Brother Li's, that part, still be salvaged? Otherwise, wouldn't Miss Mu be destined for a life of solitude? Di Tian stifled a laugh, his gaze fixed on Li Chengdi, pondering. One must admit, this knife is rather astonishingly remarkable. It coincidentally penetrated at the moment Brother Li relinquished his temporal body, thus provoking a backlash from it. It seems that part, may not easily recover. I suspect it will only restore once his temporal body reaches a minor completion stage, achieving sanctity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun could not help but exclaim loudly, "Heavens, does this mean Brother Li will become sisterly?" The surrounding individuals exchanged peculiar glances, their lips twitching as they struggled to suppress their laughter. Mu Qianxue, infuriated, nearly spat blood. She pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Yun, her eyes ablaze with rage. "Xiao Yun, you are utterly despicable, you wretched fiend." Xiao Yun regarded Mu Qianxue with feigned sympathy, gently reassuring, "Miss Mu, do not be too disheartened. I, being a man myself, understand that men are not to be trusted. They merely covet your form. Only women can offer true affection. Hence you and Sister Li shall surely find happiness." Xiao Yun, uffed. Mu Qianxue glared at Xiao Yun, her body trembling with fury, unable to refrain from spewing another mouthful of blood. Xiao Yun chuckled, remarking, "Miss Mu, why does your body tremble so? Do you also believe that I am right and feel excited? Haha, do not mention it. When you two tie the knot, please send me an invitation. I shall certainly attend and partake in the joyous celebration. Allow me to extend my heartfelt wishes for your happiness and everlasting love." Alas, Mu Qianxue's eyes turned crimson, overwhelmed by a surge of anger, causing her to spurt a mouthful of blood and promptly faint. Qianxue, the grand elder of the Su Nu sect, glared fiercely at Xiao Yun before hastily carrying Mu Qianxue into the air, swiftly departing from the scene. Xiao Yun paid them no mind. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Li Chengdi. No, Li's sister. He pondered whether this Li's sister would survive. Sigh. How he wished for her survival, so that she and Mu Qianxue could fly together in bliss. How beautiful that would be. Xiao Yun mused that he was far too compassionate. harboring such benevolence even towards his adversaries. Who in the world possesses such a heart? From this day forth, I, Xiao Yun, shall be known as the saint of benevolence. He quietly murmured to himself. Beside him, Tang Yunyun clearly heard his muttering and could not help but stifle a laugh. Tian and Lu Xianwen also struggled to contain their amusement, for they were, after all, figures of seniority and needed to maintain a semblance of dignity. Haha. Of course, even venerable figures have their moments of weakness. Among the surrounding crowd, many could not suppress their laughter, hastily covering their mouths to stifle their mirth. Struggling to contain themselves. Chapter 90. The followers on the platform outside the dragon's nest, everyone's gaze was fixed upon Li's sister. At that moment, Yang Wei was exerting all his strength to summon his primordial power, enveloping himself and Li's sister in a hazy white light. It is evident to all that Sister Li's injuries are rapidly healing, and her breath is gradually strengthening. However, Yang Hui's condition is rather dire. His once raven hair is turning increasingly white, and his formerly rosy complexion is now becoming more and more haggard. He resembles a candle flickering in the wind. On the verge of extinguishment, Emperor Li Cheng has managed to preserve his life. Yet, Yang Wei is in a lamentable state. Having expended over 90% of his primordial energy, even if he survives this ordeal, he is left with only a few years to live. A formidable figure of the heavenly realm is on the brink of demise before our very eyes. Alas, it is inevitable. Emperor Li Cheng possesses the body of time and space, with the potential to attain the status of a great emperor in the future. Yang Wei is merely safeguarding the hope for the continued prosperity of their Taichu Holy Land. This time, Emperor Li Cheng has burned through his temporal body, and it will likely take a considerable time for him to recover, requiring numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures for assistance. This should not pose a problem, for their Taichu Holy Land is vast and prosperous, alleviating any concerns regarding this matter. The onlookers are abuzz with discussion. Xiao Yun furrows his brow, surprised that Sister Li has managed to survive. This was beyond his expectations. It must be said that she is indeed a resilient fighter. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun remains unconcerned, confident in his abilities. This time, he will defeat Sister Li, and in the future, he is certain he will triumph over her once more. Moreover, given Sister Li's grave injuries, it is uncertain how long her recovery will take. Xiao Yun is already one step ahead. Disciple, do not dwell on it. She has already fallen beneath your might, and she shall not pose a challenge to you in the future. Tian seemed to perceive Xiao Yun's disappointment and softly offered words of comfort. Xiao Yun shook his head, his eyes brimming with confidence. I have never known disappointment. With my strength, I fear no adversary, for they are destined to be my stepping stones, aiding me in my quest to attain the status of the great emperor. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a profound sense of relief. My disciple possesses such a mindset. It brings me great solace. At that moment, a cold snort echoed from a distance. It was Yang Wei, who had just completed his healing efforts, successfully reviving Li Chengdi, whose breath gradually stabilized. No longer in imminent danger. However, Yang Hui's condition was rather pitiful. His once black hair had turned white, and his previously vibrant visage now appeared exceedingly aged. The skin of his face resembled the bark of an ancient tree, making him look far older than Tian. Clearly, this formidable being had expended too much of his primordial energy, sacrificing nearly a millennium of his lifespan, now reaching the brink of his existence, likely with only a few years remaining. Nevertheless, Yang Hui's eyes remained bright and piercing, filled with an unfathomable depth. He coldly regarded Tian and Xiao Yun, devoid of any trace of anger, only exuding a chilling aura. In this era, the one destined to achieve enlightenment is none other than Li Chengdi. He spoke little, yet his tone brooked no dissent, and his gaze was resolute. It was evident that he held unwavering confidence in Li Chengdi, believing that he would undoubtedly attain the great emperor title in the future, erasing the shame of this day. Indeed, Sister Li is exceptional. I, Xiao Yun, hold her in high esteem, Xiao Yun remarked mockingly, his expression one of disdain. Yang Wei was not angry. He merely cast a cold glance at Xiao Yun before addressing Tian, saying, I shall descend first to await your arrival. In the future, beneath the nine nether, we shall see whose disciple can attain the status of a great emperor. With that, Yang Wei embraced Li Chengdi and stepped into the void. Tian observed his retreating figure and sighed softly, reflecting, after so many years of rivalry, I never anticipated that he would meet his end at the hands of my disciple. With Tian's formidable strength, he could discern that Yang Wei had but a few years left to live, destined to perish even before him. The plight of a heavenly realm powerhouse reduced to such a fate was indeed tragic. Furthermore, Yang Hui's demise was indirectly linked to Xiao Yun, marking him as the catalyst of his death. Disciple, let us return, Tian remarked, before turning to Xiao Yun. Farewell, brother Xiao. Tang Yun bid her goodbye, gazing at him with lingering reluctance, before being escorted away by El Xianwan. After watching Tang Yun depart, Xiao Yun addressed Tian, saying, Master, I have acquired a follower within. According to the rules, may I bring him back to our chaotic sacred land? Tian paused, then smiled warmly, replying, Certainly. Our chaotic sacred land welcomes all. As long as he wishes to follow you, he may accompany you to our abode. Xiao Yun nodded, and then turned his gaze towards the entrance of the true dragon nest, pondering the whereabouts of Zhao Wujia, who had yet to emerge. At that moment, most of the crowd had dispersed, leaving only a handful still awaiting the return of their disciples. Indeed, as of now, there has been no sign of emergence, and thus the mortality rate is likely quite high, casting a pall of heaviness over their spirits. Among these individuals are the esteemed elders from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground and the Ancient Wilderness Sacred Ground, who, however, harbor little concern, for they possess unwavering confidence in their disciples. After all, Lu Nanshan and Zhao Wujia are unparalleled prodigies, unlikely to perish within the true dragon's nest. After waiting for an hour, Zhao Wujia emerged, bloodied and in a state of disarray. Wujia, exclaimed the elder from the Ancient Wilderness Sacred Ground, rushing to support him. Master, we should join him, Xiao Yun said to Emperor Tian, promptly heading towards Zhao Wujia. What purpose would that serve? Emperor Tian inquired, somewhat perplexed. The relationship between the Chaos Sacred Ground and the Ancient Wilderness Sacred Ground was neither marked by enmity nor camaraderie. Disregarding this, Xiao Yun approached Zhao Wujia, playfully teasing. Oh dear, how have you found yourself in such a predicament? Zhao Wujia replied with a wry smile. Fortune was not on my side. While seeking Liqingdi, I encountered a remnant of a true dragon. I intended to subdue it, but its strength was astounding, boasting a force of 900,000 pounds, nearly leading to my demise. It was only through sheer luck that I managed to escape. Such a formidable remnant of a true dragon exists, Xiao Yun remarked, astonished yet somewhat regretful, pondering the thrill it would bring if captured for consumption. Meanwhile, the elder from the Ancient Wilderness Sacred Ground and Emperor Tian observed with intrigue as Xiao Yun and Zhao Wujia engaged in their familiar banter, seemingly surprised by the unexpected camaraderie between the two. At that moment, Xiao Yun addressed Emperor Tian, saying, Master, allow me to introduce to you. This is Zhao Wujia, who is now my follower. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian rolled his eyes, exclaiming, Am I not acquainted with Zhao Wujia? Do you really need to introduce him to me? Wait a moment, what did you just say? His eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Zhao Wujia, then turned to Xiao Yun in astonishment. The follower you mentioned. Is he truly the one? Xiao Yun nodded in affirmation. Emperor Tian was instantly rendered speechless, as if turned to stone. Chapter 91. A sensation. Not only was Emperor Tian taken aback, but the Grand Elder of the ancient sacred land, who stood nearby, also erupted in fury, shouting, Preposterous. Xiao Yun, do not presume that just because you have defeated Liqingdi, you can act arrogantly before us at the ancient sacred land. Zhao Wujia was a peerless prodigy of their sect, a holy son, and had the potential to become a divine son in the future. How could he possibly follow another? It was evident to him that Xiao Yun had lost his senses and was indulging in fanciful delusions. You can ask Zhao Wujia, Xiao Yun coldly responded, fixing his gaze on the Grand Elder of the ancient sacred land. What nonsense! Zhao Wujia is the holy son of our ancient sacred land. How could he ever follow you? The Grand Elder was utterly unconvinced. He turned to Zhao Wujia, only to find his expression dark and foreboding. What is happening? The Grand Elder felt a surge of anxiety, sensing an ominous premonition. He hastily inquired, Wujia, you must tell me that what he says is untrue. How could a prodigy of your caliber ever willingly submit to another? Zhao Wujia fell into a moment of silence before solemnly declaring, what he said is indeed true. I am now his follower. Zhao Wujia, a man of his word, was unwilling to utter falsehoods, and he firmly believed that one day he would vanquish Xiao Yun, thereby turning Xiao Yun into his own follower. What? The elder of the ancient sacred land gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity as he stared at Zhao Wujia. Trembling, he exclaimed, Are you jesting? You are the holy son of our ancient sacred land, an unparalleled prodigy endowed with the ancient sacred body. How could you possibly follow another? You are destined to attain the emperor's path and reign supreme. How can you submit to another? Zhao Wujia replied gravely. This is the agreement between Xiao Yun and myself. Whoever proves stronger shall be the master. Currently, he surpasses me, thus I am his follower. Once I triumph over him, he shall become my follower. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian suddenly comprehended the situation. He had previously been perplexed, thinking that someone like Zhao Wujia would never consent to be Xiao Yun's follower, even in death. However, upon listening to Zhao Wujia's words, everything became clear. While Zhao Wuji feared not death, he also did not wish to embrace it. Thus, having considered Xiao Yun's proposition, he was willing to temporarily yield to him, finding a graceful exit for himself. Furthermore, with Xiao Yun leading the way, Zhao Wuji would be imbued with the motivation to cultivate diligently, striving ever higher. For there remained a possibility that he could one day defeat Xiao Yun and turn him into his own follower, the esteemed elder of the primordial sacred land. Having contemplated the matter, still found it difficult to accept. He glared at Zhao Wuji and exclaimed, "Never has a scion of the sacred land been a mere follower of another. Zhao Wuji, you shall be remembered infamously, a sinner of our primordial sacred land." Zhao Wuji retorted coldly, "With my invincibility, I firmly believe I will defeat Xiao Yun and attain the path of the great emperor, reigning supreme over the world. At that time, the primordial sacred land will eagerly seek my return. Truly deserving of being my foremost general, you possess remarkable ambition. Once I ascend to the celestial realm, you shall be the mightiest in the 9 heavens continent," praised Xiao Yun from the side. Zhao Wuji shot him a fierce glare and scoffed, "Do not grow too complacent. I will defeat you sooner or later." The elder of the primordial sacred land turned his gaze towards Di Tian, his expression darkening. "Di Tian, our primordial sacred land will never permit a scion to follow a disciple of your chaotic sacred land. You must provide us with an explanation." Di Tian merely smirked, dismissively stating, "Whether he chooses to follow another is Zhao Wuji's own affair. I have no authority over it, nor can you dictate it." "You." The elder of the primordial sacred land seethed with anger, then turned to Zhao Wuji, bellowing, "Zhao Wuji, I will not allow you to follow another. Return with me to the primordial sacred land at once." Zhao Wuji shook his head resolutely. "I, Zhao Wuji, am a man of my word. How could I go back on my promise? If I were to waver today, it would leave a flaw in my heart's resolve, and I would never again have the opportunity to attain the great emperor's path." The grand elder of the ancient Holy Land, upon hearing this, displayed a countenance of grave concern. He was acutely aware of Zhao Wuji's unwavering integrity, a man whose word was as solid as gold. Should he publicly retract his promise, not only would his reputation be tarnished, but it would also leave a flaw in his state of mind, making it exceedingly difficult for him to ascend to the imperial throne in the future. Nevertheless, the grand elder continued to counsel, "Zhao Wuji, even if you cannot attain the path of the emperor, should your ancient holy body reach perfection, you would have the strength to contend with an emperor, and would not necessarily be inferior." Zhao Wuji shook his head, asserting earnestly, "In a bygone era, my perfected ancient holy body would have allowed me to sweep across the world. However, this age is a radiant golden age, replete with not only the time-space body, but also the divine king body, and even Xiao Yun may potentially cultivate the chaos body. If I cannot attain the path of the emperor, they undoubtedly will. With their supreme bodies, once they ascend to the emperor's realm, they will surely surpass the common emperors and be far more formidable than I." The grand elder of the ancient Holy Land was left speechless, his frustration evident as he cast an irritated glare at Zhao Wuji. He then turned to Di Tian, stating coldly, "Di Tian, this matter is far from over. I must return to report to the Holy Master. You are to ensure Zhao Wuji's safety. Should anything befall him, the ancient Holy Land will not let this go lightly." After delivering this remark, the grand elder soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. He needed to urgently inform the Holy Master of the ancient Holy Land, for this was beyond his capacity to manage. Di Tian scoffed dismissively and then summoned a white cloud, transporting Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji towards the Chaos Holy Land. At this moment, a number of onlookers gasped in astonishment. Zhao Wuji had astonishingly become a follower of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was exceptionally formidable. He was a being of ancient sacred stature. Even if he could not attain the path of the great emperor, he would still be capable of challenging one. The fact that he had subdued Zhao Wuji was nothing short of remarkable. Xiao Yun was indeed extraordinary, and I sensed he would preside over an era, emerging as a figure comparable to the Chaos Emperor. However, it remains uncertain. If he could successfully cultivate into a true Chaos body, he might indeed become the second Chaos Emperor. Yet, should he fail to achieve this, he would lack the qualifications to rival figures like Emperor Li Cheng and Zhang Haoran. The ancient sacred lands would likely not relent, and one must wonder if these two great sanctuaries would come to blows. The entire realm of cultivation was on the verge of upheaval. The crowd was abuzz with speculation. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light enveloped the entire true dragon nest. Subsequently, the entrance to the nest gradually vanished from sight, becoming obscured and shrouded by a golden formation. The true dragon nest had closed. Would my disciple perish within? Alas, my disciple, our sect had only just produced a cultivator at the pinnacle of body refinement. How could he possibly meet his end inside? Many cried out in distress, their faces twisted with indignation. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy surged through the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. How could this be? Lu Nanshan had not emerged? Who could have slain him? In the sky, the remaining elder of the heavenly blade sacred land was filled with disbelief. Roaring madly, the onlookers were equally stunned. Lu Nanshan of the heavenly blade sacred land had perished, a peerless prodigy, a natural-born sword body. Who could have slain Lu Nanshan? Was it Xiao Yun? Chaos sacred land. You must provide an explanation to the heavenly blade sacred land. The elder of the heavenly blade sacred land bellowed a few times before transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Below, the crowd was shaken, sensing that monumental events were about to unfold in the cultivation world, as Lu Nanshan's origins were extraordinary, backed by formidable forces. Chapter 92. The Return Above the Clouds. Xiao Yun and his companions were en route to the Chaos Sacred Land, apart from Zhao Wujie, who bore a heavy heart. Both Xiao Yun and his master wore expressions of carefree joy, for they had achieved resounding victory in the Chaos Sacred Land, earning renown across the realm, a cause for celebration. However, recalling the situation of Emperor Li, Xiao Yun, with a hint of worry, inquired, Master, do we possess the sunflower scripture and evil-repelling sword technique in the cultivation world? He suddenly thought of Emperor Li's predicament, akin to Dongfang Bubi from the smiling, proud wanderer. If he were to master such unparalleled skills, it would elevate him to even greater heights. Xiao Yun felt a tinge of concern. At that moment, Emperor Tian, however, was in high spirits. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, he could not help but laugh heartily. Disciple, do you wish to cultivate these two techniques? Rest assured, with your remarkable contributions this time, our Chaos Sacred Land shall spare no effort in assisting you in the pursuit of any martial arts you desire. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's expression darkened, and he hastily shook his head, saying, Master, perhaps we should refrain from that. I have no interest in those two techniques. Consider my words forgotten. Let us discuss other matters, such as my ascension to the Qi gathering realm. Xiao Yun quickly redirected the conversation, genuinely apprehensive that Emperor Tian might procure the Sunflower Manual and evil-rejecting swordplay for him to practice. Sunflower Manual? Evil-rejecting swordplay? Could they be extraordinary techniques? A flicker of excitement ignited in Zhao Wujie's eyes as he overheard their exchange. He mused inwardly, believing that the two martial arts Xiao Yun valued must possess exceptional powers. In the Chaos Sacred Land, the Lord had long awaited their return, accompanied by several esteemed elders of the sect. This clearly indicated the significance the Chaos Sacred Land placed on their expedition to the True Dragon Nest. After all, they had not participated in this event for several generations and had been ridiculed by the cultivation community. This time represented a pivotal opportunity for the Chaos Sacred Land to reclaim its stature, and thus, their concern was palpable. With the True Dragon Nest having been open for 7 days, and over a month having elapsed since, including the time taken for Emperor Tian and his companions to travel, they were surely due to return. A senior elder of the Chaos Sacred Land murmured softly. In the Sacred Land of Chaos, the master gazed with radiant eyes, suddenly emitting brilliant divine light as he looked towards the distant horizon. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he smiled, saying, Someone has returned. But it is the Grand Elder of Tianyi and Chu Jingxiao. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the skyline. This time, only 2 individuals had ventured to the True Dragon's Nest from the Sacred Land of Chaos. One was Xiao Yun, and the other was Chu Jingxiao. However, in their hearts, they were more eager for the return of Xiao Yun, for his strength far surpassed that of Chu Jingxiao. Whoosh! A white cloud sped towards them, halting outside the mountain gate of the Sacred Land of Chaos, revealing the Grand Elder of Tianyi and Chu Jingxiao. Both wore broad smiles, indicating that Chu Jingxiao had indeed fared well at the True Dragon's Nest. Nevertheless, upon seeing the master and his entourage, they hastened to greet them. We pay our respects to the master. The Grand Elder of Tianyi bowed deeply, while Chu Jingxiao promptly followed suit. The master of the Sacred Land of Chaos smiled and said, There's no need for such formalities. What treasures has Chu Jingxiao brought back from the True Dragon's Nest? He was genuinely pleased that Chu Jingxiao had returned alive, especially since previous disciples who had entered the True Dragon's Nest had often suffered severe casualties. Thanks to the Master's blessings, my disciple performed admirably this time. Not only did he undergo a transformation, stepping into the realm of the second restriction, but he also acquired a heavenly earth fruit, the Grand Elder of Tianyi said, his face beaming with pride. Upon hearing this, the crowd from the Sacred Land of Chaos erupted in exclamations of astonishment. The heavenly earth fruit was a sacred fruit capable of aiding formidable beings in comprehending the powers of heaven and earth. It was indeed remarkable that Chu Jingxiao had managed to obtain such a precious treasure. This treasure, bestowed upon Chu Jingxiao, is of no use to him. It is undoubtedly a gift to the esteemed Elder Tianyi. Now, Elder Tianyi is truly fortunate, for he may leverage this fruit to ascend to the pinnacle of celestial realms, with a future path leading to the realm of saints also within the realm of possibility. It is remarkable how substantial Chu Jingxiao's gains are this time, truly extraordinary. Having entered the realm of the second restriction, he may well become the holy son of our Chaos Sacred Land in the future. The members of the Chaos Sacred Land engaged in fervent discussions. Many elders gazed at Elder Tianyi with envy and jealousy. The heavenly fruit. They yearned for it as well. Yet such sacred fruits are exceedingly rare, found only within the dragon's nest and select forbidden grounds. Elder Tianyi basked in the admiration of others, feeling a profound sense of pride, convinced that he had surpassed Emperor Tian and claimed the title of the foremost elder of the Chaos Sacred Land. No, he would ascend to become the most formidable celestial being within the Chaos Sacred Land. At that moment, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land inquired about Xiao Yun's performance. Everyone turned their attention to Tianyi, more concerned about Xiao Yun than about Chu Jingxiao. Upon hearing the question, Tianyi's smile faded slightly. He replied nonchalantly, "I am not well acquainted with Xiao Yun's circumstances, as my disciple emerged on the 4th day. I had specifically advised him to do so. Considering that his strength would not afford him much advantage within the dragon's nest, he should seize any treasures and depart, avoiding excessive greed, for that is the key to preserving his life." The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land nodded in agreement, praising, "Your caution is well placed, indeed. We practitioners must not be overly greedy. We should exercise care and prudence, for such qualities are essential to reaching the zenith of our cultivation. Master, I am aware of certain circumstances regarding Xiao Yun," Chu Jingxiao suddenly remarked. The master of the Chaos Holy Land turned his gaze towards Chu Jingxiao, smiling as he inquired, "Oh, what do you know? Pray share it with us." Chu Jingxiao, with utmost respect, responded, "I humbly report, Master, that upon entering the true dragon nest, I learned from others that Zhou Feiyu and 8 others from the Taichu Holy Land have set out to encircle and slay Brother Xiao. Since then, I have not heard any news of him." Upon hearing these words, a palpable tension filled the air. Even the master of the Chaos Holy Land displayed a hint of concern. He had heard of Zhou Feiyu's renown, recognized as the unparalleled prodigy of the Taichu Holy Land, second only to Li Qingdi. Moreover, those 9 disciples were the most formidable practitioners of the body refinement realm after Li Qingdi. If they were to join forces, even Li Qingdi would likely regard them with trepidation. The master of the Chaos Holy Land could not help but worry. Opposite them, the elder Tai shook his head in disdain, scoffing, "Xiao Yun is far too arrogant. At such a tender age, he has already garnered too much attention. I have heard that even before entering the true dragon nest, he publicly defeated Zhang Yunfei of the Overlord sect, disregarding Zhao Wuji of the ancient Holy Land entirely. His actions are exceedingly domineering and reckless. Such a person is destined for a short life. How can Emperor Tian possibly mentor a disciple like this? Who says I, Emperor Tian, cannot teach my disciples?" At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from the heavens. The crowd looked up to behold Xiao Yun and his companions returning on clouds. Di Tian stood atop the white clouds and proclaimed loudly, "My disciple, Xiao Yun, has slain the 9 disciples of the primordial sacred land within the true dragon's nest, severely injuring Li Qingdi, sweeping through the true dragon's nest, and reaching the pinnacle of body refinement, possessing a strength of 1 million pounds, thus bringing glory to our Chaos Sacred Land." Upon hearing his words, the crowd's pupils constricted in astonishment. Chapter 93, the acknowledgement of the sovereign as Di Tian's declarations resonated. The entire Chaos Sacred Land erupted in fervor. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the sovereign of the Chaos Sacred Land displayed a countenance filled with delight. The news of slaying Zhou Feiyu and others, gravely injuring Li Qingdi, possessing a strength of 1 million pounds, and attaining the ultimate realm of body refinement was utterly staggering. Such revelations rendered everyone speechless, their gazes filled with incredulity. Was Xiao Yun truly that formidable? He had actually swept through the true dragon's nest. A strength of 1 million pounds. This could rival even the revered ancestors of their Chaos Sacred Land. What extraordinary talent he possessed. Could it be that he would indeed forge the Chaos body and become the second Chaos Emperor? The eyes of the crowd, now ablaze with fervor, were fixed upon Xiao Yun. Their faith in his potential to forge the Chaos body and lead their sacred land to resurgence grew ever stronger. Only the elder Tian Yi and Chu Jingxiao wore expressions of discontent. The former felt overshadowed by Di Tian, while the latter harbored jealousy towards Xiao Yun. Nevertheless, the attention of the crowd had coalesced around Xiao Yun, rendering the two of them marginalized, mere shadows in the background, devoid of presence. Ha! At this moment, the Lord of the Chaotic Sanctum could not help but burst into hearty laughter. He gazed at Xiao Yun with a face full of admiration, saying, "Xiao Yun, you have performed exceptionally well this time, allowing us at the Chaotic Sanctum to breathe a sigh of relief. You have made a significant contribution to our cause. We at the Chaotic Sanctum have always believed in rewarding merit. Speak up, what reward do you desire?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun humbly replied, "Lord, you flatter me. I have merely fulfilled my duties. How could I dare to request a reward?" Although Xiao Yun was ruthless towards external adversaries, he remained exceedingly modest and polite to his comrades within the Chaotic Sanctum, embodying the qualities of an exemplary student. Despite having been at the Chaotic Sanctum for merely a year, he had already come to regard it as his home. After all, who would seek a reward for serving their own family? Xiao Yun shook his head and continued, "Lord, you may bestow any reward you deem fit. I shall not be particular." At this, Di Tian, standing nearby, turned away with a look of exasperation. He felt that his disciple was utterly shameless. Having just claimed to desire no reward, he was now deftly passing the responsibility to the Lord of the Chaotic Sanctum. Given the Lord's esteemed position, would he truly offer anything less than a worthy treasure? Moreover, for such a significant achievement, how could one merely present a trivial item? Doing so would undoubtedly diminish the Lord's standing in the eyes of the disciples. Thus, it was certain that the Lord of the Chaotic Sanctum would grant Xiao Yun a reward of considerable value. Furthermore, allowing the Lord to decide upon the treasure was far more appropriate than having Xiao Yun request it directly. After all, if Xiao Yun were to express his desires for treasures himself, he would either undervalue or overvalue them, leading to a disadvantageous situation. Should he undervalue, it would be unwise. Should he overvalue, others might label him as greedy. In any scenario, he would find himself at a loss. However, if the Supreme Master of the Chaotic Sacred Land were to personally bestow a treasure upon him, no matter its worth, no one would dare to accuse Xiao Yun of avarice, for it would not be a request from him. One must admit, Xiao Yun is remarkably astute. The Supreme Master of the Chaotic Sacred Land possesses immense wisdom. How could he be oblivious to Xiao Yun's subtle intentions? Yet, he remains indifferent. For all he requires is Xiao Yun's prodigious talent and unwavering loyalty to the Chaotic Sacred Land. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, the Supreme Master smiled and proclaimed, "In that case, I shall bestow upon you a treasure, hoping it meets your approval." As his words fell, a brilliant radiance erupted from the Supreme Master's hand, coalescing into a golden flying sword, which transformed into a golden dragon soaring toward Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun hastily grasped it, lowering his gaze to discover a 5-inch golden flying sword, intricately adorned with mysterious runes, radiating a resplendent golden light, unmistakably extraordinary. It is, in fact, the golden dragon sword. Legend has it that this weapon was forged from the bones of a dragon slain by the Supreme Master when it had just attained the Nirvana realm. Originally intended as a gift for the son of the Chaotic Sacred Land, who, regrettably, has yet to be born in recent years. It seems that in the Supreme Master's heart, he has already regarded Xiao Yun as that divine offspring. Indeed, Xiao Yun is, in essence, a divine son, albeit one who has relinquished his rightful position. Yet with the formidable talent he has demonstrated, it is only a matter of time before he becomes the divine son of our Chaotic Sacred Land. This recognition comes from the Lord of the Sacred Land regarding Xiao Yun. Murmurs of astonishment echoed around, as everyone appeared taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom that the Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land would bestow the golden dragon sword upon Xiao Yun. This transcended mere swordplay. The value of the golden dragon's sword lies not in its physical form, but in its profound significance. Di Tian, stroking his beard, exuded satisfaction, his face adorned with a smile. Although the golden dragon's sword may not be deemed particularly precious, Di Tian understood that its true worth resides in what it represents. It embodies the Lord's esteem and signifies that the Lord has acknowledged Xiao Yun as the divine son. This is akin to an emperor permitting a prince to reside in the Eastern Palace, while the official designation of crown prince has yet to occur. The symbolic weight is substantial. Consequently, the gaze of the esteemed elders around shifted when they regarded Xiao Yun, now imbued with a newfound respect. Previously, regardless of Xiao Yun's prowess, they regarded him merely as a junior, someone with potential for the future at best. However, now, those elders began to perceive Xiao Yun as an equal, no longer daring to see him merely as a disciple. This distinction is profound. The actions of the Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land have effectively designated Xiao Yun as the foremost divine son of the Chaotic Sacred Land, or rather, a prospective divine son. Provided that Xiao Yun strengthens his cultivation and triumphs over the other divine sons of the chaotic sacred land, he will undoubtedly ascend to the status of the true divine son. Xiao Yun initially struggled to comprehend the situation, but upon receiving an explanation through the transmission from Emperor Tian, enlightenment dawned upon him. He promptly bowed in gratitude towards the chaos sacred land, expressing, "Thank you, Holy Master, for bestowing this sword upon me. I shall wield it to vanquish formidable foes and uphold the prestige of our chaos sacred land." The Holy Master of the chaos sacred land nodded in approval, stating, "Excellent. This is the demeanor befitting our sacred son. With an invincible spirit, you shall remain unconquerable." After offering further encouragement and praise, the Holy Master turned his attention to Zhao Wuji, who stood behind Xiao Yunqi. Suddenly, a divine light shot forth from his eyes as he exclaimed in astonishment, "How can this young man possess the ancient sacred body?" "What? The ancient sacred body?" The surrounding elders were equally taken aback, their gazes fixated on Zhao Wuji, who instantly became the center of attention. Even the esteemed Elder Tianyi noted Zhao Wuji's presence, expressing his bewilderment. "This is Zhao Wuji, the sacred son of the ancient sacred land. What brings him to our chaos sacred land?" Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a moment of clarity. It was indeed Zhao Wuji, a name they recognized. Yet, questions lingered. What was his purpose in the chaos sacred land? The Holy Master of the chaos sacred land also regarded Emperor Tian and Xiao Yunqi with a look of intrigue. Before Xiao Yunqi could respond, Emperor Tian interjected with a smile. "Zhao Wuji has chosen to follow Xiao Yunqi and is now his loyal companion." Upon uttering these words, Emperor Tian felt a sense of satisfaction, vividly imagining the astonished expressions that would unfold among the audience. Beside him, Xiao Yunqi couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself, "Master, must you always seize the spotlight? Have you even paid for the rights to such theatrics? He is a follower of Xiao Yun? How could that be possible?" Indeed, everyone, including the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, was utterly astonished, grappling with disbelief. Chapter 94. The ancient dual pupils. The people of the Chaos Holy Land were profoundly shaken. They found it hard to accept. After all, Zhao Wuji possessed the ancient holy body and was the holy son of the ancient holy land. Individuals of his caliber typically aspired to ascend to the status of a great emperor. How could he become someone else's follower? Even if Xiao Yun were to defeat Zhao Wuji, it would be impossible to compel him to serve as his acolyte. Such unparalleled prodigies would rather perish than submit. Their resolve and will steadfast beyond measure. Thus, even the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land appeared visibly astonished, gazing at Xiao Yun with a mix of excitement and inquiry. "Xiao Yun, is what Elder Tian has said true?" It was not that he doubted Elder Tian, but the news was simply too shocking. "My master speaks the truth. Zhao Wuji is indeed my follower now," Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile. Then turned to Zhao Wuji and said, "Come, greet our lord." Zhao Wuji snorted coldly but nonetheless bowed to the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, stating, "I, Zhao Wuji, pay my respects to the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land." The onlookers stood agape, their expressions a tableau of astonishment. No one could question the veracity of Elder Tian's words any longer. After all, seeing is believing, and Zhao Wuji himself did not refute it. Instead, obeying Xiao Yun's command, what more could there be to doubt? The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land suppressed the shock within his heart, inhaling deeply before bestowing a gentle smile upon Zhao Wuji. He addressed him, saying, "Zhao Wuji, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Although you are a follower of Xiao Yun, our Chaos Sacred Land will not overlook your talents. Henceforth, your status here will be equivalent to that of the other holy sons, and you shall enjoy the same privileges." Zhao Wuji felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this. After all, as a follower of Xiao Yun, he was, in less flattering terms, merely a servant. The fact that the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land was granting him the status of a holy son was indeed uplifting news, at the very least. It ensured that his future cultivation resources would not be lacking. Therefore, Zhao Wuji once more bowed deeply, respectfully expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord." The others surrounding the Chaos Sacred Land voiced no objections, for Zhao Wuji's talent was undeniably exceptional, possessing the supreme ancient sacred body. Even if he could not ascend to the rank of emperor in the future, once his ancient sacred body reached its pinnacle, he would still be able to contend with emperors, even if Zhao Wuji were to return to the ancient sacred land later. This bond of kinship would ensure that he would look after the Chaos Sacred Land once he grew powerful, representing a sound investment. And Zhao Wuji was indeed worthy of such investment. Having reassured Zhao Wuji, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land then turned to Emperor Tian, saying, "Elder Emperor Tian, Please escort them back before returning to discuss matters with me in detail. Yes, my lord. Emperor Tian nodded, fully aware that the lord would not overlook such a significant development as Xiao Yun's acquisition of Zhao Wuji. After all, the ancient sacred land would certainly not rest easy. This posed a considerable predicament. Emperor Tian subsequently summoned white clouds, leading Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji towards the Emperor Peak. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a temple in the Heavenly Blade Holy Land, a venerable elder knelt heavily on the ground. This elder was the one who had escorted Lu Nanshan to the true dragon nest. At this moment, he knelt before the temple, bowing in reverence and uttering, "I humbly report to the divine sun. I am filled with shame for failing to safely return the holy sun. I implore the divine sun to impose punishment upon me." Inside the temple, silence reigned. After a considerable pause, a calm voice resonated. "What fault have you committed?" "Initially, we 6 great holy lands collectively decided to send our disciples to the true dragon nest for tempering. Nanshan's demise therein is solely due to his lack of skill. He cannot blame others." However, as the final words echoed, the temple doors suddenly swung open, revealing a tall figure stepping forth. He exuded an air of elegance, with a robust physique and a resolute countenance, appearing to be in his 30s, radiating a sense of gravitas. The elder, kneeling on the ground, could not help but raise his gaze, locking eyes with a pair of fearsome orbs. What a pair of eyes they were! They resembled a brilliant galaxy, with twin pupils shimmering within, the sun, moon, and stars floating in the void, accompanied by an ancient deity wielding a divine axe, cleaving the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the elder felt darkness enveloping him, rendering him unable to perceive any further sights, as a resounding phrase echoed in his mind. "However, I am quite curious about the young man who killed Nanshan. I wonder if he will one day be worthy to stand as my rival on the path of the emperor." The divine son of the Heavenly Blade Holy Land, known as Lu Tiandu, spoke with a detached demeanor. He stood before the temple, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distant horizon. With each blink of his unique eyes, streaks of lightning shattered the void, warping the surrounding space. His gaze resembled an ancient abyss, drawing one in with an irresistible allure. Meanwhile, the kneeling elder lowered his head, utterly shaken. Merely a glance from Lu Tiandu rendered this powerful being nearly devoid of resistance. The legendary reputation of the ancient dual pupils was indeed well-deserved. At the imperial peak, after delivering Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji, Tian hastily took his leave. Awaiting them were Fu Bo, Lin Xiaoya, and Shi Chunyu, all wearing expressions of exhilaration. "Senior brother, I knew you could conquer the true dragon's nest. You truly are the mightiest," Lin Xiaoya exclaimed with enthusiasm. Fu Bo smiled and added, "Congratulations on your triumphant return, young master. Xiao Shixiang is indeed formidable." Shi Chunyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Xiao Yun. The resounding voice of Tian had echoed throughout the chaotic sacred land, making them all aware of Xiao Yun's astounding achievements. "Ha ha, how are you all?" Xiao Yun laughed heartily and, after greeting the trio, introduced Zhao Wuji to them. Fu Bo and the others were once again taken aback. Zhao Wuji coldly remarked, "If there is nothing else, I shall return to my training. I will challenge you again once I reach the gathering Qi realm." Xiao Yun, unfazed by Zhao Wuji's tone, turned to Fu Bo with a smile. "Please arrange a place for him." "Yes, young master." Fu Bo nodded and then departed with Zhao Wuji. "Humph, he has become a mere follower of my senior brother. Yet he remains so arrogant, truly believing he still holds the status of the holy son of the primordial sacred land?" Lin Xiaoya scoffed. Xiao Yun smiled and remarked, "You are indeed correct. Although he follows me, his standing within our chaotic sacred land remains equivalent to that of the holy sun, as stated by the sacred master himself. Therefore, it would be wise for you not to provoke him unnecessarily." "I understand, senior brother," Lin Xiaoya replied, nodding. She merely disapproved of Zhao Wuji's demeanor towards Xiao Yun but was not foolish enough to instigate trouble with him. Xiao Yun smiled gently before addressing Shi Chunyu. "Junior sister Shi, would you be so kind as to escort me to the illusionary demon tower? I wish to challenge it before advancing to the gathering Qi realm." Previously, he had ranked 10th in the body refinement realm, and this time he aimed to surpass the ancestral master, claiming the coveted first position, which would grant him a reward of 100 insights, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Chapter 95, Challenge the Ancestral Master, Chaotic Sacred Land. Xiao Yun embraced Shi Chunyu as they soared through the skies on a sword, exuding an air of elegance and ease. The beauty in his arms, however, wore a bashful expression, her eyes sparkling like spring water, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Yet, behind them, a pair of envious eyes fixated upon their figures. It was Lin Xiaoya. "How infuriating! I am also capable of sword flight. Why did my senior brother choose junior sister Shi instead of me? Am I inferior to her? Lin Xiaoya pouted, gritting her silver teeth, her pretty face puffed up in indignation, and her round eyes glared fiercely at Shi Chunyu ahead, clearly displeased. Xiao Yun cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xiaoya behind him. In terms of both beauty and figure, the young Lin Xiaoya could not possibly be compared to Shi Chunyu. He was not foolish enough to entertain such thoughts. Naturally, Xiao Yun was not one to be ensnared by the allure of tender affection. His aspirations lay in becoming the emperor of Tao, sweeping across the myriad realms and establishing himself as the paramount powerhouse in the cultivation world. Thus, he swiftly redirected his focus towards his cultivation. At this moment, he was examining his system and noted with exhilaration that his instances of enlightenment had risen to 233. It was undeniable that his recent expedition to the True Dragon Nest had yielded immense rewards. Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement. Once he triumphed over his master and claimed the top position in the body refinement realm, he would gain an additional 100 instances of enlightenment. By then, even if he could not forge a true chaos body, he would certainly be able to achieve a half-step chaos body. The half-step chaos body was vastly superior to the embryonic form of the chaos body, rivaling a second-tier divine body and drawing perilously close to a first-tier supreme body. His master, Emperor Tian, possessed a half-step chaos body, which allowed him to rank as the foremost holy son of the chaos sacred land. He had once swept through his peers, competing fiercely with those of exceptional talent, and among the prodigies of his generation, he stood out as one of the very best. This vividly illustrates the formidable nature of the half-step chaos body. Xiao Yun felt a growing anticipation and urged Shi Chunyu to hasten her sword flight. After a while, the illusory demon tower finally came into view. Instantly, Xiao Yun's spirits were lifted as he descended alongside Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya. The convenience of soaring on swords was undeniable. Once he defeated his master, he would promptly enter the Qi-gathering realm and strive for the divine bridge realm. Xiao Yun gazed at Shi Chunyu as she sheathed her flying sword, and could not help but inwardly muse. Riding upon another's sword could never compare to the exhilaration of soaring through the skies on one's own. Eagerly, Xiao Yun yearned to experience the sensation of boundless freedom in the heavens. Thus, he turned to Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya, saying, "I shall enter first. Please wait for me a moment." The two women nodded in agreement, and Xiao Yun promptly stepped into the illusory demon tower. Within the tower, disciples frequently frequented the premises, and it was not long before someone recognized Xiao Yun and swiftly relayed the news. Given Xiao Yun's esteemed reputation within the chaos sacred land, upon hearing of his presence in the illusory demon tower, a throng of individuals quickly gathered. Even elders and deacons hurried to witness the unfolding events. Having surmised Xiao Yun's intentions, after all, he had only just returned and was still at the body refinement stage. Now, having reached the pinnacle of this stage, possessing a strength equivalent to 1 million pounds, it was clear to even the most dim-witted that Xiao Yun was preparing to challenge the Grandmaster. This was no trivial matter. The Grandmaster of the Chaos Sacred Land ranked as the foremost practitioner in every realm of cultivation, an invincible figure who had suppressed the passage of countless years. Should Xiao Yun manage to defeat the Grandmaster at the body refinement stage, it would be an extraordinary feat, establishing a new historical record, one that would echo throughout the ages. Thus, even the venerable elders of the Chaos Sacred Land hastened to the illusory demon tower. At this moment, Xiao Yun had already entered the tower. Illusory demon, I hereby challenge the strongest individual in the history of the body refinement stage. Upon entering, Xiao Yun proclaimed, "As you wish." The familiar voice of the phantom resonated once more in Xiao Yun's mind. In the next moment, he discerned the sound of footsteps echoing from the dark void before him. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yun gazed ahead with a serious expression, fully aware that the figure before him was none other than the revered ancestor of the chaotic Holy Land, the once invincible emperor of chaos who had dominated the myriad realms. This was a true heavyweight, a being who had suppressed an entire era of unparalleled strength. To be honest, Xiao Yun was overwhelmed with excitement, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, bubbling with fervor. The mere opportunity to battle the ancestor on equal footing was an immense honor. Should he manage to triumph over the ancestor today, he would forge an extraordinary miracle that would send shockwaves throughout the cultivation world. I shall surely prevail. Xiao Yun's gaze was resolute as he fixed his eyes on the elusive figure before him, a fierce conviction emanating from within, steadfast as a boulder. Even in the face of the ancestor, the former emperor of chaos, Xiao Yun remained brimming with confidence. With my invincibility, I am the strongest. Grant me time, and I shall surpass the ancestor, sweeping across the heavens and the earth, unrivaled among all realms. Xiao Yun's eyes shone ever brighter. Like a meteor streaking through the inky night sky, directed toward the silhouette ahead. It was a remarkably youthful figure, seemingly of similar age to Xiao Yun, tall and robust, shrouded in ethereal runes of the Grand Tao, radiating a chaotic light that exuded an overwhelming pressure. Xiao Yun's heart tightened, suddenly feeling a wave of oppression wash over him. He understood that this was the youthful visage of his venerable ancestor, a phantasmic projection left behind during the cultivation of the physical body. Yet even so, the ancestor already exuded an unparalleled and transcendent might. Truly, he was the ancestor, and the pressure he exerted far surpassed that of the Emperor Li Cheng, who had burned through the fabric of time and space. Xiao Yun fixed his gaze upon this youthful ancestor, his expression imbued with profound gravity. Logically, the Emperor Li Cheng, having ignited his time-spanning physique, possessed a formidable strength of 1,000,000 pounds, reaching the pinnacle of physical cultivation just like him and the ancestor. However, in the face of Emperor Li Cheng, Xiao Yun felt little pressure. At most, the Emperor's speed posed a minor inconvenience. Yet, the presence of the ancestor before him instilled a palpable threat of death, an overwhelming sense of oppression that felt akin to being crushed beneath a mountain. In an instant, Xiao Yun recognized the ancestor's formidable power, far exceeding his expectations. Nevertheless, there was no trace of trepidation in Xiao Yun's eyes, only an indomitable spirit of battle blazing forth. He began to manifest the embryonic form of his chaotic physique, 30 projections of the great paths emerging behind him, radiating resplendent brilliance. Ancestor, your disciple Xiao Yun shall defeat you today. His calm words resonated with unassailable confidence, echoing throughout the dark void. The ancestor, facing Xiao Yun, directed a bolt of lightning from his eyes, infused with a terrifying aura, reminiscent of a divine being surveying all creation, towering over all living souls. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, behind the ancestral master, 3,000 avenues projected skyward, showcasing unparalleled might that seemed to solidify the very void around them. A terrifying sense of oppression appeared to drain the air from this realm. Chapter 96, Brother Xiao. It is said that Xiao Yun has once again dared to challenge the strongest practitioner in the history of the body refinement realm. He has already secured the 10th position. Does he truly aspire to confront the first? You guessed correctly. Xiao Yun has now reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, possessing a strength of 1,000,000 pounds, comparable to that of our ancestral master in his prime. He is undoubtedly aiming to challenge our ancestral master. What? This fellow is utterly audacious. Does he truly seek to defeat the ancestral master? He is none other than the innate chaos body, the invincible chaos emperor of the myriad realms. As Xiao Yun prepared to challenge the ancestral master, the news rapidly spread throughout the Chaos Holy Land, igniting a fervor among the populace. Many disciples of the Chaos Holy Land took to their swords, hastening to the illusory Demon Tower. Numerous esteemed elders, old sages, and deacons also rode the clouds to attend. Outside the illusory Demon Tower, a throng of eager spectators had already amassed. A glance revealed a sea of heads, a veritable mountain of humanity, with perhaps half of the cultivators from the Chaos Holy Land in attendance. Among them were several renowned young prodigies, including the Holy Son, Chuijian, who is said to be on the verge of stepping into the Nirvana realm, currently ranked third among the Holy Sons of our Chaos Holy Land. The foremost son of the sacred lineage has arrived, a paragon of our generation with the potential to ascend as a divine progeny. Yet, unexpectedly, a formidable contender, Xiao Yun, has emerged, undoubtedly stirring discontent within him. Zhao Wuji, a prodigy endowed with the ancient sacred body, has surprisingly chosen to follow Xiao Yun, an utterly astounding development. The crowd, heads turning in every direction, engaged in animated discussions. Among them, several elite figures from the Chaos Sacred Land fixated intently on the illusory Demon Tower, their spirits weighed down by the immense pressure Xiao Yun exerted upon them. His rising renown eclipsed that of these venerable sons, leaving the extraordinary talents feeling quite helpless. However, there was little they could do. Xiao Yun's achievements were simply too formidable. His victories over various supreme bodies, such as the Divine King body, the Time-Space body, and the ancient sacred body across the same realm have garnered worldwide attention, a feat only previously achieved by the Chaos Emperor in the annals of cultivation history. Now, Xiao Yun is poised to challenge their ancestral figure, the Chaos Emperor himself. How could such a prospect not leave one in awe? Yet, gazing upon the illusory Demon Tower ahead, one lamented, "Alas, we are unable to witness the battle. What a disappointment." The others nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. After all, throughout countless epochs, only Xiao Yun and the Chaos Emperor have reached the pinnacle of physical cultivation, each boasting a staggering strength of 1,000,000 pounds. Thus, the battle at the body refinement realm can be described as unparalleled, a momentous clash unprecedented in history, marking the first extreme confrontation since the dawn of creation. Such a spectacle captivates even the esteemed elders. I have heard that the illusionary demon tower is under the control of an elder from our chaotic sacred land. Should he intervene, we might be granted the privilege of witnessing this event, one elder murmured. At that moment, a blinding divine radiance erupted from the illusionary demon tower, surging towards the heavens and unveiling a vast expanse of gray space above. The crowd, taken aback, lifted their gaze and beheld Xiao Yun and the ancestral master standing within that gray realm, locked in a formidable standoff. It is Xiao Yun and the ancestral master. Ha. The elder has indeed made his move. We are fortunate to witness this unprecedented battle at the body refinement realm. It seems that even the saints are stirred by this confrontation. Presumably, the ancestors of our chaotic sacred land are also observing. The crowd erupted in excitement. To witness this battle firsthand was an exhilarating experience for them. Among the throngs, the extraordinary prodigies, including Zhao Wujing, gazed intently at the gray space, their eyes igniting with brilliance. For them, Xiao Yun represented a future rival, and this battle presented a rare opportunity to assess his strength and potential. Within the illusionary demon tower, Xiao Yun remained oblivious to the unfolding scene outside, unaware that his duel with the ancestral master was being publicly displayed. Certainly, even if he were aware, it mattered little to him. After all, eliciting a few gasps of astonishment could yield him moments of profound insight. At this juncture, Xiao Yun's focus was entirely fixated on the venerable figure before him. He was profoundly awestruck, gazing at the projection of the 3,000 paths emanating from the master, feeling an overwhelming sense of invincibility that eclipsed even the breathtaking spectacle of the sea-bound moonlit image conjured by Emperor Li Qing. In stark contrast, his own 30 paths paled significantly against the grand tapestry of the master's 3,000. It was akin to a mere fledgling facing a colossus, reminiscent of the disparity between an ant and an elephant. Is this the true embodiment of the chaos body? A fiery brilliance ignited in Xiao Yun's eyes as the formidable power of the chaos body exhilarated him. For he believed that one day he too would forge his own authentic chaos body. Brother Xiao, is that you? Just as Xiao Yun was engulfed in astonishment, an unexpected voice resonated within the confines of this gray expanse. Xiao Yun's pupils dilated, his expression etched with disbelief as he beheld the venerable figure before him. His eyes brimming with incredulity. Master? Is it you who speaks? His heart raced with astonishment. The illusions left by practitioners within the illusory demon tower were devoid of any guiding consciousness, merely echoing mechanical phrases. Yet, the master's words carried an unmistakable inquisitive tone. What truly astonished Xiao Yun even more was the master's address of him as Brother Xiao. He was utterly taken aback, his gaze intensely locked onto the venerable figure, sensing that this illusion bore a distinct guiding consciousness, starkly contrasting the lifeless and wooden projections of others. At this moment, the young patriarch on the opposite side was also gazing at Xiao Yun, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Patriarch? You address me as patriarch? Could it be? Ah, how fascinating. Time indeed possesses a peculiar charm. The young patriarch appeared to have an epiphany, erupting into hearty laughter, radiating immense joy. Xiao Yun, perplexed, inquired, Patriarch, what exactly is your situation? How do you possess consciousness? The young patriarch looked at Xiao Yun, a gentle smile gracing his lips. This illusory demon tower is a sacred artifact I discovered in my youth. Originally, the illusory projection I left within harbored no consciousness. However, after I attained the status of Great Emperor, I imbued it with awareness. Xiao Yun experienced a moment of realization. Nevertheless, he found it curious that the patriarch's tone was far from the lofty demeanor one might expect from someone of his stature. Instead, it felt remarkably warm and familiar, akin to an old friend long unseen. This struck him as peculiar, for he had traversed from Earth and had no acquaintance with the chaos emperor of this world from millennia past, leaving him with profound bewilderment. Chapter 97. The Might of the Patriarch. Outside the illusory demon tower, a group of individuals stood with their heads tilted towards the gray expanse of the sky, each face etched with confusion. They observed that Xiao Yun and the patriarch had been in a standoff for quite some time, yet neither had made a move, as if engaged in a leisurely conversation. However, were not illusory projections supposed to leave only a single utterance before the confrontation commenced? The crowd was engulfed in perplexity. Even the esteemed elders and the ancestors secretly observing were filled with questions. Why had the battle not yet begun? It seems we have arrived just in time. Dition laughed heartily as he arrived alongside the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land. The Lord glanced at the gray expanse before him, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. It appeared that Xiao Yun was engaged in conversation with the ancestral master. Could it be that the projection of the ancestral master, left within the illusion demon tower, possessed its own consciousness? Tian was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. I cannot say for certain, for over the years, only Xiao Yun has had the qualification to challenge the ancestral master. Others have not been deemed worthy. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land nodded in agreement, lacking the qualification to challenge the ancestral master. He was also left in the dark regarding whether the projection within the Illusion Demon Tower held awareness. Within the Illusion Demon Tower, Xiao Yun gazed at the ancestral master before him and hurriedly inquired, Ancestral Master, how do you know me? This was the question that plagued his mind the most. The ancestral master was a figure from millennia past, even if he were an emperor. It would be impossible for him to foresee events that transpired countless years into the future. Ha ha ha. In due time, you shall uncover the answer. For now, let me assess your prowess at the body refinement realm. You once boasted to me that you were the paramount figure of the body refinement realm throughout the ages. Today, let me witness whether your claims were mere bluster. With a hearty laugh, the ancestral master launched a formidable punch towards Xiao Yun, the blazing radiance of his fist enveloping the earth and causing the very void to tremble. When did I ever boast to you? Xiao Yun silently lamented. Yet at that moment, he had no opportunity to converse further with the ancestral master. The latter had already made his move, and the sheer power behind that single punch exerted immense pressure upon him, leaving him no choice but to focus entirely on the impending confrontation. Boom! Xiao Yun immediately charged forward, unleashing an overwhelming force of 1 million pounds, propelling his body like a missile. Faced with the ancestral master, he dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of carelessness, for the opponent's strength far surpassed that of Li Qingdi. They had finally engaged in battle. Outside the illusory demon tower, a crowd gasped in astonishment. In the gray expanse of the sky, Xiao Yun and the ancestral master transformed into two radiant beams of light, akin to colossal meteors, colliding fiercely and generating a blinding brilliance, the sound resonating like thunder. Boom! This was no ordinary confrontation. It resembled a clash between ancient war gods. The immense power radiated outward, causing the surrounding void to tremble and the very heavens to roar in response. The energy fluctuations were intensely violent, evoking a sense of profound awe. As Xiao Yun and the ancestral master engaged in their fierce duel, the phenomena behind them clashed violently. With projections of grand pathways suppressing the void and piercing the heavens, divine light surging like an overwhelming ocean. The onlookers were left in sheer shock. The power unleashed by Xiao Yun and the ancestral master was terrifyingly potent, far beyond what one would expect from mere practitioners at the body refinement stage. Some who practiced at the Qi gathering stage pondered deeply, realizing that if they were to find themselves within that gray expanse, even the residual waves from Xiao Yun and the ancestral master's battle could annihilate them in an instant. It could be said that both Xiao Yun and the ancestral master were extraordinary prodigies capable of defeating foes far beyond their level. Both had already stepped into the realm of the 9 restrictions. An elder of the highest rank exclaimed in awe, the Forbidden Realm, with the first restriction being the weakest and the 9th being the strongest, has seen but a handful of prodigies who have managed to enter this domain throughout the annals of time. Another esteemed elder expressed his profound sentiments as well. It is said that the 9th restriction is also referred to as the divine and demonic taboo, implying that mortals find it exceedingly difficult to traverse. With only divine beings and demons deemed worthy to inhabit this realm, the populace buzzed with discussions, utterly astonished by the prowess displayed by Xiao Yun and the ancestral master. Within the illusory demon tower, the battle between Xiao Yun and the ancestral master intensified. The ancestral master's formidable strength compelled Xiao Yun to exert his utmost effort, unleashing his full power. Yet, despite this, Xiao Yun found himself continually on the defensive against the ancestral master's relentless assault, barely managing to withstand the onslaught through the formidable defenses of the Golden Bell Shield and the Supreme Tai Chi Palm. Remarkably, he had indeed evolved multiple combat techniques to the ultimate realm of martial prowess. In terms of comprehension, your brilliance remains unparalleled. It is no wonder that even that great emperor once lauded your insight. As the ancestral master spoke, he leapt forward, launching a fierce punch at Xiao Yun, the force of which was invincible and imbued with an unparalleled dominance, exuding an air of sovereign supremacy. This is the 9 transformations' dominant fist. Xiao Yun recognized it at once, realizing that this extraordinary technique was indeed conceived by the ancestral master, and that the ancestral master's execution of the 9 transformations' dominant fist naturally belonged to the ultimate realm of martial arts. Fortunately, Xiao Yun had also advanced this technique to its ultimate form. Thus he retaliated with his own 9 transformations' dominant fist. Boom! The clash of fists erupted between the two, their powers equally formidable. However, The 3,000 projections of the ancestral master descended upon them, instantly shattering Xiao Yun's nascent chaotic form, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Xiao Yun felt a sense of frustration. His strength was on par with the ancestral master, yet his chaotic form was evidently inferior to the master's authentic chaotic body. Reflecting on the master's earlier words, Xiao Yun hesitantly inquired, "Master, who is the emperor you mentioned? Could it be that another emperor existed in your era?" He had heard tales that no two emperors could coexist. Only one could emerge in a single epoch. Once someone ascended to become an emperor, their path would overshadow all others, preventing anyone else from attaining that status. Only upon the ascension of that emperor to the immortal realm or their demise could a second emperor arise. That is a forbidden emperor. I cannot speak their name. In due time, you shall come to know, the ancestral master replied solemnly, evading Xiao Yun's question, while continuing to unleash his blazing fists upon him. Boom. As Xiao Yun countered with his own fists, he was profoundly shaken within. Who could that emperor be? Even the ancestral master seemed to hold them in great reverence. Yet, why was it that such a powerful emperor left behind no trace of legend? In the realm of cultivation, the most ancient emperor was the chaotic emperor. Beyond the chaotic emperor, no other emperors were known, and the practitioners were left in ignorance, devoid of any historical records. As if the history before the chaotic emperor had been entirely erased. It was as though a dark hand had blotted out that segment of history. Though engaged in conversation, the clash between the two intensified rather than diminished. Suddenly, like a sharpened arrow, Xiao Yun tore through the void, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the Grandmaster. His fist descended with tremendous force, akin to a volcano erupting, unleashing a terrifying surge of searing power. Indeed, the Grandmaster's face reflected admiration. Aside from the disparity in their physiques, Xiao Yun's strength was nearly on par with his, undoubtedly deserving the title of the foremost practitioner of body refinement. Yet, Xiao Yun was once again sent flying, for the Grandmaster's manifestation was overwhelmingly fearsome. 3,000 projections of the great Tao enveloped the void, wielding an imposing might that rendered Xiao Yun nearly unable to withstand it. This was far superior to the temporal body manifestation of Emperor Li Cheng. No wonder the chaos body was revered as the supreme entity among myriad realms. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun's heart brimmed with an unwavering belief in his invincibility. Radiant divine light emanated from his eyes as the power within him surged like molten lava coursing through his veins, causing his body to radiate with a fierce glow. Grandmaster, I acknowledge your strength. You are the most formidable body refinement practitioner I have ever encountered. However, this time, I shall not be defeated. Xiao Yun roared as he charged once more towards the Grandmaster, igniting his latent potential and unleashing a formidable strength of 120%. Chapter 98. The Immortal Realm of the Other Shore. Xiao Yun's momentum continued to ascend, growing increasingly terrifying. His garments fluttered wildly, and his body shone brilliantly, as if a deity were awakening. Determined not to succumb to the Grandmaster, he resolved to become the preeminent practitioner of body refinement. What of the ancestor? What of the Chaos Emperor? I, Xiao Yun, am the strongest. Xiao Yun roared, a tempest of battle intent surging within his eyes. Every pore of his body opened wide, erupting with a radiant divine light. The 30 projections of the great Tao behind him began to merge into his being, uniting as one. This fusion significantly augmented Xiao Yun's combat prowess, with each strike imbued with the power of extraordinary manifestations, akin to a true dragon soaring forth, defiant against the heavens. Fight. With renewed confidence, Xiao Yun charged forward, wielding the 9 transformations Overlord Fist, unleashing astonishing combat strength as he fiercely clashed with the ancestor before him. You are quite clever, the ancestor exclaimed, parrying Xiao Yun's assault with an appreciative expression. However, he did not assimilate the manifestations like Xiao Yun did. The ancestor's manifestations were far superior, capable of sealing the void and creating a formidable domain that enhanced his combat strength even further. Such a manifestation, when released, amplified the ancestor's power more effectively than mere assimilation. Boom. Xiao Yun struck with his fist towards the ancestor, his punch radiating with unparalleled intensity, erupting with a dazzling divine brilliance, akin to a sun exploding, unleashing an overwhelming force. In that moment, Xiao Yun exuded an aura of divine majesty, his momentum unmatched and unstoppable, instilling within all observers an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Even the onlookers outside the illusory demon tower felt their souls tremble in sheer terror. Boom. The Grandmaster could distinctly perceive the burgeoning strength of Xiao Yun, his expression turning grave. He unleashed a punch, akin to an eagle soaring through the vast skies, propelled by a fierce and swift momentum that surged forth. With a single strike, an overwhelming force cascaded like the mighty Yangtze River, its formidable might sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Behind him, 3,000 projections of the great path surged alongside, contributing to the onslaught. A thunderous roar erupted, as if the celestial dome itself were fracturing under the weight of their clash. The intensity of their confrontation left all spectators outside the illusory demon tower in utter shock. Initially, they had believed that both combatants had fully unleashed their prowess, yet they were astounded to witness their continued escalation of power. Boom, boom, boom. Within the gray expanse, the battle between Xiao Yun and the Grandmaster escalated with fervor. Their fists collided repeatedly, reminiscent of comets colliding, showcasing a terrifying force of annihilation. Ultimately, a blinding radiance enveloped them, casting their forms in luminous brilliance. Amidst the light, terrifying sounds reverberated, akin to thunderclaps bombarding the ground. Xiao Yun and the Grandmaster had succumbed to a frenzy, their powers pushed to the utmost limits, each punch infused with their strongest essence. With every impact sending ripples through the void, they resembled ancient war deities, locked in a fierce struggle, their soaring momentum nearly tearing the very fabric of the skies. Their indomitable fighting spirit left all witnesses in a state of trepidation. This battle had reached a fever pitch, with both sides now fighting with unrestrained desperation. The duel between the two became increasingly perilous, each blow laden with lethal menace. Kill! Xiao Yun bellowed, an overwhelming surge of divine light erupting from him, sweeping forth like a raging wildfire, its blazing radiance seemingly warping the very void. Suddenly, with a fierce strike, Xiao Yun landed a punch squarely on the chest of the Grandmaster, causing him to spit blood, a moment marking the first injury inflicted upon the Grandmaster. However, the Grandmaster retaliated with a powerful blow that sent Xiao Yun flying like a cannonball, blood streaming from his mouth. Yet, as they regained their footing, both leaped back into combat, neither willing to retreat. With a thunderous roar, the Grandmaster raised his fist, a terrifying intent surging skyward. His aura surging to its zenith as he absorbed the surrounding power, channeling it through his fist to strike at Xiao Yun. The impact resounded as Xiao Yun met the blow with his own fist, but the Grandmaster's might forced him to stagger backward, ultimately resulting in a violent counter that left Xiao Yun spitting blood once more. Kill! The Grandmaster surged forward again, pressing his advantage, while Xiao Yun, undaunted, charged ahead to meet him, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. In that moment, Xiao Yun felt no fear, only an indomitable belief in his own strength and an unwavering determination to prevail. The Grandmaster mirrored this resolve, having unleashed his full combat prowess, accompanied by the chaotic manifestation behind him as they engaged in a fierce struggle. As the battle entered a fever pitch, the intensity of the conflict escalated dramatically. Both Xiao Yun and the venerable ancestor began to sustain injuries, and their wounds grew increasingly severe. Yet paradoxically, their combat became even more fervent. As if an inexhaustible reservoir of strength resided within them, despite their injuries, they exhibited no signs of diminishment. Rather, their power surged even more robustly. Ancestor, I shall undoubtedly defeat you. Xiao Yun suddenly bellowed, causing the golden bell barrier enveloping him to shatter instantly, while the Taiji diagram surrounding him dissipated into starlight. Nonetheless, the aura emanating from him intensified considerably. The ancestor, sensing the continuous rise in Xiao Yun's power, revealed a grave expression. You dare to forsake all defense, intending to concentrate every ounce of strength into your offense? Only in this manner can I hope to vanquish you. Xiao Yun's gaze shone with determination, a fierce light radiating from his eyes. He swung his fist with a terrifying momentum, charging towards the ancestor with unyielding ferocity. In that moment, Xiao Yun relinquished all defense, consolidating his entire force into a singular assault, his eyes brimming with resolve. In this battle, he would not accept defeat, only victory awaited him. What a madman! Such reckless audacity I have only witnessed in the celestial titan and the primal ancient sacred body, the ancestor remarked, summoning all his might as he unleashed the 9 transformations dominating fist, preparing to clash with Xiao Yun. Both combatants displayed their utmost power, ready to determine their fates. A thunderous roar erupted as their fists collided. The surrounding sounds faded away in an instant, as if time and space had succumbed to a profound stillness. An enigmatic force permeated the atmosphere around them. Xiao Yun and the Grandmaster exchanged a glance, both perceiving the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. Their spirits jolted simultaneously. In the wake of this moment, a vast world unfurled within their minds, a realm beyond verbal description, immense and awe-inspiring. Majestic divine mountains towered towards the heavens. Mighty rivers coursed through the cosmic void. Celestial beings concocted elixirs in the 9th heaven, and war gods clashed in battle above the firmament. This was a grand and expansive universe. In that instant, eternity encapsulated the moment. Time halted completely, and space solidified. Only this boundless world manifested in a series of magnificent images, flashing vividly in the minds of Xiao Yun and the Grandmaster. What was this? Xiao Yun gazed at the Grandmaster, unable to articulate his thoughts. Yet he sensed that the Grandmaster understood his meaning. It was a miraculous telepathic connection. This was the other shore spoken of in Buddhism. The ultimate destination for cultivators, the realm of immortals. The Grandmaster looked back at Xiao Yun, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Our combined ultimate strike has transcended the limits of physical refinement, resonating with the Tao, awakening the Alaya consciousness, and revealing glimpses of the future immortal realm. What? Xiao Yun was profoundly shaken by these words. Chapter 99, Alaya Consciousness, Supreme Combat Skills. Xiao Yun was profoundly astonished. That vast world before him was indeed the legendary immortal realm. It was only fitting, for only the immortal realm could possess such grandeur. A sense of longing welled up within Xiao Yun, as that world held an irresistible allure. However, what piqued Xiao Yun's curiosity was their current situation. Surrounding them, time and space had come to a standstill, yet their thoughts remained active, and they could still perceive each other's innermost feelings. At this moment, the Grandmaster evidently sensed Xiao Yun's doubts and smiled as he spoke. This is a remarkable opportunity. Our unparalleled strike has transcended the limits of the physical realm, resonating with the Tao, thus unlocking our Alaya consciousness. Of course, I am merely a projection. You alone have truly awakened your Alaya consciousness. Alaya consciousness? Xiao Yun pondered, somewhat perplexed. What is this? Is it a certain realm? The Grandmaster chuckled and replied, indeed, Alaya consciousness is a kind of realm. Yet it belongs to a specific stage within Buddhism. In Buddhism, there are 8 consciousnesses. The first 6 are the senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and thought. The 7th is the manas consciousness, and the 8th is the Alaya consciousness. Sensing Xiao Yun's lack of understanding, the Grandmaster continued to elucidate. Alaya consciousness is the root of all phenomena, for it harbors the singular essence capable of leading one to enlightenment. All untainted truths of the world are contained within Alaya consciousness, and the merits of Buddhahood are also concealed within it. Who am I? Where do I come from? What am I doing? Xiao Yun listened to the explanation of the Grandmaster, his expression one of utter bewilderment, as he confessed his complete ignorance of Buddhist teachings. The Grandmaster shook his head and said to Xiao Yun, in simple terms, the Alaya consciousness is the source of all phenomena, the very essence of the Great Way, and the realm in which we currently reside. Whether you comprehend it or not, just know that this is a significant opportunity. You must promptly cultivate a combat technique. Perhaps it will enable you to break through to the realm of the Great Way combat techniques. At this moment, Xiao Yun grasped the meaning behind the words. Without a hint of hesitation, he began to develop the 9 turns overbearing fist, for it was the technique that could best harness his physical prowess, and its enhancement would further nourish his body. System, initiate enlightenment. Xiao Yun was uncertain how long this Alaya consciousness would last. His own comprehension was undoubtedly insufficient. So he decided to take advantage of the situation. In the next moment, within the stillness of the Alaya consciousness, Xiao Yun entered a state of enlightenment. He might well be the first in history to accomplish such a feat after all, whether it was activating the Alaya consciousness or entering a state of enlightenment. Both were exceedingly rare opportunities. Achieving enlightenment within the Alaya consciousness was nearly impossible, yet it was only through his unique advantage that Xiao Yun could succeed. Grandmaster, did you not say that ultimate combat techniques are the most powerful? How is it that there exists a realm of Great Way combat techniques above that? As he continued to develop the 9 turns overbearing fist, Xiao Yun inquired further. The Grandmaster, somewhat exasperated, replied, at this moment, you should focus on refining your combat techniques rather than indulging in unnecessary questions. You are squandering a precious opportunity. However, the Master explained, the techniques of the Great Path can only be manifested after one attains enlightenment. For instance, were I to employ the 9 Revolutions Overlord Fist at the Emperor Realm, it would indeed be a technique of the Great Path. Thus, beneath the Emperor Realm, such techniques cannot exist. Hence, the ultimate combat skills are deemed the strongest. The Master gazed at Xiao Yun and continued, you are fortunate. Having unlocked the Alaya consciousness even before achieving enlightenment as an emperor, granting you access to the source of all paths, a realm only accessible to emperors. This presents your sole opportunity to cultivate techniques of the Great Path. Of course, whether you can succeed ultimately hinges upon your comprehension. Comprehension? Xiao Yun smiled slightly, brimming with confidence. With his enlightenment system, he asserted that this would pose no challenge, considering he had an extraordinary advantage. What fascinated Xiao Yun most was whether mastering a technique of the Great Path would allow his physical form to undergo transformation, thereby augmenting his strength. Certainly, transformation is possible. The Master, sensing Xiao Yun's curiosity, chuckled and said, if you can master a technique of the Great Path, You could potentially increase your strength by 500,000 to 1 million pounds. What? Xiao Yun was astounded at the revelation. Such an increase? Wouldn't that be doubling his power? He had thought it would only augment his strength by 100,000 pounds. Techniques of the Great Path contain the essence of the Tao. Even a single leaf or a blade of grass, once imbued with the essence of the Tao, can become as sharp as a sword. The master side. This capability is reserved for those who have attained the emperor status, which is why emperors remain invincible throughout the world. If you master the art of the Great Way, you shall receive its bounteous gifts, and your corporeal form will naturally undergo a transformation. Moreover, this metamorphosis will endow your physique with formidable strength. The extent of this augmentation depends upon your comprehension and the might of the tribulation you endure. Tribulation? Xiao Yun inquired, bewildered. Isn't it true that only saints face the trial of sanctification? The master shook his head with a smile, saying, in addition to the trial of sanctification, should you break through the limits at any given realm, you will inevitably attract a tribulation. If you grasp the art of the Great Way this time, I estimate that each time you ascend to a new realm, you will invoke a tribulation. Does that mean I'll be struck by lightning every day? Xiao Yun replied, his expression one of dismay. Observing Xiao Yun's countenance, the master shook his head in exasperation, realizing the young man's thoughts. Such an opportunity is coveted by many, yet he seems to take it for granted. Truly, he is oblivious to the blessings bestowed upon him. Suddenly, a resplendent radiance erupted from Xiao Yun's body, and a torrent of blood vitality surged forth, crimson as flames. From a distance, it appeared as if a divine furnace were igniting within him, engulfing his entire being in searing flames, blazing fervently in the void, refining his flesh and initiating a transformation. Concurrently, a mysterious resonance of ancient scriptures filled the air, as myriad strands of Tao patterns descended from the heavens, swirling around Xiao Yun, before merging entirely within him. In the next moment, an even more intense divine light erupted from Xiao Yun, sweeping across the entire cosmos. What is happening? Why have they ceased their actions? How is it that I hear divine beings chanting? Why has Xiao Yun suddenly closed his eyes? Outside the illusionary demon tower, countless onlookers displayed expressions of bewilderment. In their sight, after Xiao Yun and the ancestor unleashed their most formidable strike, they separated once more. Subsequently, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged upon the ground, his body emanating a brilliant radiance, as if he were cultivating some celestial power. Meanwhile, the ancestor stood nearby, regarding the meditative Xiao Yun with a look of admiration. Clearly, to the observers, the events transpiring within the Alaya consciousness between Xiao Yun and the ancestor remained a mystery. Although they had engaged in extensive dialogue within the Alaya consciousness, that period was suspended in time. Thus, to the outside world, they were oblivious to the existence of that interval. Chapter 100. Breaking the limits within the illusionary demon tower. Xiao Yun sat in meditation, an abundance of light converging around his form. The searing divine flames were refining his body, and strands of the Tao's brilliance enveloped him, elevating him to the status of a celestial being. At this moment, Xiao Yun transcended the mundane, as if he had completely shed his earthly shell and ascended to the realm of immortals. The luminous strands of the Tao began to surge into Xiao Yun's being, consumed entirely, merging with his flesh and blood. This was the bounty of the Tao, nourishing Xiao Yun's corporeal form. Every inch of his flesh was undergoing metamorphosis, his body evolving. The limits of physical refinement had been surpassed. The weight of 1,000,000 pounds had also been transcended by Xiao Yun. He was now striving toward an unknown realm. This is the realm of the Tao. Throughout the ages, the only one capable of stepping into this domain within the realm of body refinement is perhaps only Xiao Yun. For even the Chaos Emperor did not tread upon this level in his time. This is the true, unparalleled foundation. At this moment, within the depths of Xiao Yun's consciousness, he is executing the 9 transformations overbearing fist, each punch evolving the primordial cosmos, each strike shattering vast stretches of starry rivers. Endless lightning surges along the momentum of his fists, enveloping the heavens and the earth, each blow resonating like thunder, its sound deafening. This is beyond the power of ultimate combat techniques. As the ancestral master has articulated, this is the technique of the great Tao. Each of Xiao Yun's punches carries the intricate patterns of the Tao, intertwining with the divine essence of the great Tao, showcasing a fragment of its might. Wielding astonishing power that surpasses that of ultimate techniques by countless magnitudes. With this punch, I could likely vanquish Emperor Li Qing. Xiao Yun's eyes brim with confidence. The formidable power of the great Tao technique bolsters his invincible conviction. Not to mention Emperor Li Qing, even the ancestral master would likely not stand as his equal now. Thunderous roars resound. As he completes the evolution of the great Tao technique, Xiao Yun's consciousness begins to return to his physical form. withdrawing from the realm of Alea. The vast celestial realm fades from his mind, leaving him with a tinge of melancholy. However, he firmly believes that one day, he will personally step into that eternal world. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun's transformation nears its conclusion. His body gradually radiates a golden light, as dazzling as the sun. Brilliant beams erupting successively from within him. Xiao Yun felt a profound sense of comfort enveloping him, as if every pore in his body had opened wide. He experienced a sensation akin to the shattering of some internal confinement, breaking free from the shackles of the body refinement stage, thus undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis. With a crack, the joints of Xiao Yun echoed, his bones trembled violently, transforming into a resplendent golden hue that radiated a dazzling divine light. Each cell within his flesh and blood sparkled like a myriad of stars, their brilliance captivating. It was as though Xiao Yun had been reborn from the flames. And following this transformation, an immensely potent force surged within him, akin to the mighty Yangtze River or the relentless torrents of a great river, yearning to burst forth. Each cell seemed to harbor immense energy, and his body had become as formidable as indestructible divine iron, forged through countless trials. With an uncontrollable urge to release the overwhelming power surging within, Xiao Yun let out a thunderous roar, his voice reverberating with a deafening clarity, sending ripples through the air that caused the very void to tremble. Rising to his feet, his stature appeared even more imposing. An extraordinary aura emanating from him that was unmistakable. Even in the absence of having truly attained the chaos body, none could now deem him a mere mortal. He had transcended his limits, surpassing the realm of the ordinary. Master, let us engage in battle once more. Xiao Yun confidently challenged the figure before him. His long hair began to dance as if caught in a zephyr, shimmering with a golden sheen. Two terrifying beams of light shot forth from his pupils, presenting him as a deity or demon traversing the river of time, exuding an awe-inspiring and formidable presence that sent shivers down the spine. The venerable ancestor, surveying Xiao Yun, revealed a blazing brilliance in his eyes as he exclaimed, to transcend one's limits, to surpass the unparalleled. Since time immemorial, aside from that great emperor, you are perhaps the second to achieve this. In the past, I could not contend with that emperor. Today, let me witness the marvels of this supreme realm. With those words, the ancestor surged forward, accompanied by the terrifying manifestation of chaos, his overwhelming might akin to an expansive ocean, engulfing Xiao Yun before him. Without uttering a word, Xiao Yun vaulted into the air, harboring no intention of retreat. He unleashed a powerful punch towards the front. The terrifying radiance of his fist suddenly swelling, resembling a cascade of galaxies pouring down. This was the newly conceived nine-turn overlord fist, a technique of profound significance. This strike, interwoven with the threads of the great Tao, was enveloped by an array of mysterious runes that empowered Xiao Yun's fist, enabling it to unleash an extraordinary force. The ancestor sensed an intense threat, his expression gravely serious, as he summoned all his combat prowess to clash against the formidable manifestation behind him. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a thunderous sound as their immense energies detonated, causing the ancestor to stagger violently. The ground beneath him fractured with each step he took backward, each footfall leaving cracks in the earth. Swish! Xiao Yun struck again with another punch. This time the brilliance of his fist intensified, bearing the overwhelming pressure of the great Tao as it struck mercilessly at the ancestor. Puff! The ancestor was sent reeling, blood spewing forth, utterly unable to withstand the might of Xiao Yun's blow. The force was overwhelmingly terrifying, surpassing him by an insurmountable margin. Even the extraordinary phenomenon behind the ancestral master was obliterated by Xiao Yun's singular punch. Such unparalleled force was terrifying, having surpassed the ancestral master by an unimaginable margin. It was certainly not merely an increase of 100,000 or 200,000 gene. Ancestral master, you have been bested. Xiao Yun halted his advance, for he recognized that the ancestral master was no longer his adversary. A radiant light emanated from the ancestral master's eyes as he gazed at Xiao Yun before him, his face awash with astonishment. Truly, you are worthy of the great Tao martial arts. Your strength has at least doubled. Xiao Yun nodded in acknowledgement, then broke into a grin. It has indeed augmented by a staggering 900,000 gene, nearly doubling my power. This transformation has been utterly astounding, elevating his strength to 1,900,000 gene. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Yun could shatter the ancestral master with a single punch and injure him with the next. The disparity between them had become insurmountably vast. To transcend limits in such a terrifying manner is no wonder that the great emperor could pierce through the celestial path. The ancestral master mused. Xiao Yun was taken aback by these words. The ancestral master had mentioned that great emperor more than once. Who could this emperor be? to instill such reverence even in the invincible Chaos Emperor of all ages? Boom. At that moment, a formidable pressure descended from the heavens, rendering Xiao Yun breathless. What is happening? Xiao Yun exclaimed in astonishment, lifting his gaze. Yet within the confines of the illusionary demon tower, he could see nothing, only feeling an immensely terrifying pressure that firmly ensnared him. This is the heavenly tribulation. The venerable master gazed at Xiao Yun with a smile and remarked, "Your tribulation has arrived. Hasten forth to confront it. My consciousness is destined to fade, yet I shall await you on the path of immortality, brother Xiao. The chaos sacred land is entrusted to your care." With that, the venerable master vanished. Xiao Yun emerged from the illusory demon tower. As we reach the 100th chapter, let us celebrate with cheers. Thank you, dear readers, for your unwavering support. Your encouragement fuels my desire to continue writing. I hope to see you all again at the 1000th chapter, as we together witness Xiao Yun ascend to the status of emperor. I warmly welcome your comments and reflections. In Chapter 101, 2 million gene of power, in the external world, the skies above the illusory demon tower were engulfed by ominous tribulation clouds, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. The inhabitants of the chaos sacred land were left astounded. How could there be a heavenly tribulation? Had someone from their midst achieved sanctification? Such a notion seemed implausible, for the sanctification tribulation is exceedingly formidable. Should it occur within the chaos sacred land, it would undoubtedly lead to its utter destruction. The ancient ancestors would not hesitate to exact their wrath. Regardless of who was undergoing the tribulation, cultivators near the illusory demon tower were filled with trepidation, fleeing to the distance. The heavenly tribulation shows no mercy. Any who dared to approach would become its target. Even the sovereign of the chaos sacred land and the esteemed elders like Tion retreated hastily. The power of the tribulation escalates according to the cultivator's strength. Thus, the more formidable the individual targeted, the more devastating the tribulation's might becomes. Who could possibly be facing this tribulation? As Tion stepped back, he regarded the ominous clouds above with a perplexed expression. Beside the chaotic sacred land's sovereign, the Lord contemplated the calamity clouds before him, murmuring. These calamity clouds seemed to be targeting the illusionary demon tower. Could it be? Their eyes met, and an unspoken conjecture lingered between them. Previously, they had distinctly observed that Xiao Yun had vanquished the ancestral master. Clearly, Xiao Yun had undergone some transformation within the illusionary demon tower, augmenting his strength. Yet, a force of 1 million pounds is the zenith of physical refinement. Even the Chaos Emperor exists within this limit. Could it be that Xiao Yun can surpass this threshold? Lacking the insight of the Chaos Emperor, they were unaware of the great Dao combat techniques. In truth, the current cultivation world is nearly devoid of knowledge regarding such techniques. After all, for many years, only Xiao Yun has achieved the 1 million pounds limit, let alone transcending it. It is likely that even ancient texts have failed to preserve a single word on the matter. Xiao Yun has emerged. Behold, his name has appeared on the stele before the illusionary demon tower, having defeated the ancestral master. He now stands as the foremost among the strongest of the physical refinement realm in history. Astonishing. He has indeed created a miracle. It is almost unbelievable. He has surpassed the ancestral master. This individual is truly defying the heavens. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun has exited the illusionary demon tower, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all. For on the stele commemorating the strongest in the history of physical refinement, Xiao Yun's name eclipses that of the ancestral master, claiming the top position. This is the pinnacle of historical supremacy, an unparalleled honor. The name of the Chaos Emperor is inscribed upon this stone tablet, having suppressed the passage of countless years and garnered the reverence of innumerable descendants. Yet now, Xiao Yun has vanquished the Chaos Emperor, and in the years to come, it is unlikely that anyone shall rival him. It is anticipated that Xiao Yun's name will perpetually occupy the pinnacle of this realm. Thunder rumbled ominously. As Xiao Yun emerged from the illusionary demon tower, the ominous clouds of tribulation overhead thickened, resembling a vast ocean, teeming with countless bolts of lightning that coalesced, exuding a terrifying aura that instilled profound dread. Xiao Yun lifted his gaze toward the menacing storm clouds, overwhelmed by a sensation of suffocation. The might of this heavenly tribulation would undoubtedly be formidable. Boom! A fearsome bolt of lightning descended, striking Xiao Yun with tremendous force, the vast power of the thunder enveloping him entirely. Gritting his teeth, he chose not to evade, instead braving the onslaught of the lightning with his corporeal form. For thunder symbolizes both destruction and rebirth. Thus, enduring the baptism of lightning would purify Xiao Yun's body, rendering it more perfect and immaculate. This was not mere metamorphosis. It was a sublime elevation, bringing Xiao Yun's physique closer to the state of unblemished existence. Thunder roared, and the skies unleashed a torrent of lightning. intertwining around the vicinity of the illusionary demon tower, resembling cascading rivers of electric brilliance. The force of the strikes caused Xiao Yun to cough up blood, propelling him deep into the ground. Waves upon waves of tribulation battered him, inflicting injuries upon his body, which bore cracks, only to swiftly mend once more. The destruction and rebirth of thunder continually alternated upon Xiao Yun's corporeal form, honing his physique. The onlooking cultivators were taken aback. They had not anticipated that it would be Xiao Yun undergoing the tribulation. Exclamations of disbelief erupted. How could it be Xiao Yun? Why would a mere body refinement stage practitioner attract a heavenly tribulation? Who can elucidate this? It is indeed a remarkable phenomenon that a practitioner of such humble rank could provoke the heaven's wrath. Has he perhaps incurred the jealousy of the divine? It might very well be so. After all, Xiao Yun had even triumphed over the ancestral master. His talent was likely so extraordinary that even the heavens could not overlook it, prompting the descent of the tribulation. Is this what they call the heavens' jealousy of exceptional talent? A throng engaged in spirited speculation, though their conjectures were mere flights of fancy, for none could ascertain the reason behind Xiao Yun's summoning of the tribulation. Even the elders were at a loss for explanations. However, one of the esteemed elders reflected, stating that the heavenly tribulation serves both as a trial and an opportunity. Surmounting it would empower Xiao Yun further, while failing to do so would mean death and annihilation. Ultimately, it all hinged on Xiao Yun's own capabilities. The crowd nodded in agreement. Such was the nature of heavenly tribulations. Those who could overcome them were rewarded with great benefits, while those who could not faced inevitable demise. Thus, numerous powerful and confident talents welcomed the tribulation, whereas only the insecure cultivators harbored fear towards it. Clearly, Xiao Yun belonged to the former category. Di Tian stroked his chin, a confident smile gracing his face as he remarked, "It appears that my disciple has shattered the limits of the body refinement realm, attracting the trial of the heavenly tribulation. I firmly believe he shall transcend this tribulation, forging a truly unparalleled foundation." Although he was unaware of the profound techniques of the great Tao, he could surmise certain circumstances. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land also expressed his sentiments, stating, "Even our forefather was defeated in the body refinement realm by him," illustrating that he has already surpassed our ancestor in terms of foundation. If he were to cultivate into a genuine chaos body, the path to becoming an emperor would be but a mere step away. Both were filled with exhilaration. One pondered over his disciple while the other contemplated the future of the Chaos Sacred Land. Yet, all hopes rested upon one individual, the one undergoing the tribulation before them, Xiao Yun. Boom. At this moment, the ninth wave of the heavenly tribulation descended from the heavens. The final wave. The boundless lightning poured down like an overwhelming ocean, engulfing Xiao Yun entirely. From a distance, one could see him bathed in the purifying embrace of the lightning, his entire being radiating brilliance, the lightning crackling intensely as it coursed through his body, expelling all impurities within. When the tempest of lightning finally subsided, a tremendous force erupted from Xiao Yun, causing the ground beneath him to fracture. 200,000 pounds of strength. I have astonishingly gained another 100,000 pounds of power. Breaking through my limits has proven to be so immensely powerful. As Xiao Yun sensed the changes within his body, a wave of excitement and elation washed over him. He had never anticipated such profound benefits from this transformation. With a force of 2 million pounds, it surpassed even that of the ancestral master, doubling in might. Were Li Qingdi to stand before him now, a single punch would suffice to extinguish his life. In the realm of body refinement, Xiao Yun had become invincible, and he stood as the most formidable practitioner of this art throughout the ages. As Chapter 102, Promotion to Semi-Divine Child, unfolds, the tempest of heavenly tribulation dissipated, and a multitude of gazes converged upon Xiao Yun. Esteemed elders scrutinized him intently, eager to discern the extraordinary events that had transpired, allowing him to summon such a trial in the realm of body refinement. Furthermore, the news of Xiao Yun's triumph over the ancestral master left all in profound astonishment. Suddenly, Emperor Tian descended from the heavens, landing beside Xiao Yun, his face alight with joy. "Disciple," he exclaimed, "I have scarcely been away, and you have already stirred up such a commotion." "Master." Just as Xiao Yun was about to respond, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Ground also arrived. Prompting him to bow in respect, the Lord waved his hand, establishing a soundproof barrier around them, and then, with a grave expression, he inquired, "Earlier, within the illusory demon tower, it appeared you were in communication with the ancestral master. Could it be that the ancestral master's illusory projection possesses autonomous consciousness?" Emperor Tian, hearing this, turned to Xiao Yun with keen curiosity. Xiao Yun nodded, admitting, "I was equally astonished to discover that the ancestral master's illusory projection had its own consciousness. It took me quite by surprise." The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Ground and Emperor Tian exchanged looks of sheer astonishment. Did the ancestral master impart any instructions to you? The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land hastily inquired, a twinge of shame stirring within him. Over the years, the Chaos Holy Land had gradually declined. Surely, the ancestor must have observed this. How disappointed the ancestor must feel in him. At this moment, however, Xiao Yun felt it prudent to withhold the fact that the ancestor regarded him as a brother, for even he was taken aback by this revelation. Should he disclose it, others would likely deem him a fool. Thus, Xiao Yun fabricated a tale, stating that the ancestor had praised his unparalleled talent and expressed great satisfaction, urging him to lead the Chaos Holy Land to prosperity and to journey to the Celestial Realm to reunite with him. When weaving a lie, one must be artful, and Xiao Yun skillfully highlighted his own worth to ensure the Chaos Holy Land would hold him in higher regard. Naturally, he did not concoct a baseless story. His talents were evident, having already defeated the ancestor. Therefore, his claims bore a semblance of credibility. Indeed, both the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land and Di Tian were convinced, sharing the ancestor's belief that Xiao Yun would one day elevate the Chaos Holy Land to greatness. The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land gazed upon Xiao Yun with admiration, declaring, "The ancestor spoke true. Your talents are indeed unmatched. Henceforth, I shall appoint you as the provisional son of God, a representative of our Chaos Holy Land." "Thank you, my lord." Xiao Yun promptly bowed in gratitude, a surge of secret delight coursing through him. As expected, he had successfully deceived the Lord, who, despite his wisdom and might, was simply valuing Xiao Yun for his potential. After dismissing the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, Xiao Yun followed Di Tian back to the Imperial Peak. Zhao Wuji returned alongside Fu Bo and, upon catching sight of Xiao Yun, fixed his gaze upon him with a serious expression, inquiring in a low voice, "How much power do you currently possess?" Truth be told, having witnessed Xiao Yun's victory over the Chaos Emperor, Zhao Wuji felt a profound shock within his heart, thus he was eager to discern Xiao Yun's present state. "Would you like to know?" "I shall not divulge it." Xiao Yun cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Wuji before following Di Tian into the Heavenly Palace. The words ignited a furious response in Zhao Wuji, nearly causing him to spit blood. His eyes bore into Xiao Yun, and he could not contain his ire. Shouting at Xiao Yun's retreating figure, "You wait. Once I ascend to the Qi-gathering realm, I will challenge you again. At that time, I could send you flying with just a finger." Xiao Yun nonchalantly waved his hand and entered the Heavenly Palace. Zhao Wuji, seething with anger, could hardly fathom being so belittled as the esteemed son of the ancient sacred land, a prodigy with the ancient sacred body. He acknowledged Xiao Yun's strength, even conceding that he might not be a match for him after entering the Qi-gathering realm. However, the notion that Xiao Yun could flick him away with a mere finger was utterly ridiculous. Did he truly believe Xiao Yun was the reincarnation of an emperor? Even such a being would find it impossible. With a cold snort, Zhao Wuji turned and departed, determined to continue his pursuit of the Qi-gathering realm. Earlier, he had intended to break through to that realm, but upon hearing that Xiao Yun sought to challenge the ancestral master of the Chaos Sacred Land, he could not resist the urge to witness the event. Within the Heavenly Palace, Xiao Yun and Di Tian sat across from each other. Regarding his master, Xiao Yun had no reservations aside from the insights gained from the system. He candidly recounted the events that transpired within the True Dragon Nest to Emperor Tian. Upon hearing that Xiao Yun had ruthlessly slain Zhou Feiyu and others, rather than express any disapproval, Emperor Tian praised him, saying, "Disciple, you have done well. This cultivation world is exceedingly cruel, governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. If anyone dares to harm you, you must retaliate without hesitation, regardless of their identity." "Understood, Master." Xiao Yun nodded and continued to narrate the events within the True Dragon Nest. When he revealed that he had slain Lu Nanshan, Emperor Tian's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke in a grave tone. "Lu Nanshan's grandfather is Lu Tiandu, the scion of the Heavenly Blade Sacred Land. In his prime, he was a peerless genius, known as the Dominating Blade, endowed with ancient heavy pupils and extraordinary talent. Unlike me, who remains trapped in the transcendental realm due to my cultivation of the Chaos Sutra. He has long since ascended to the celestial realm and is likely on the verge of sainthood, his power far surpassing mine." Emperor Tian turned his gaze towards Xiao Yun and sighed. "Disciple, it is the fault of your master for being incapable of breaking through to the celestial realm. As for Lu Tiandu, he is beyond my reach. Nevertheless, you are now the quasi-scion of our Chaos Sacred Land, and in public, he will not dare to confront you. Just exercise caution and avoid venturing into the territory of the Heavenly Blade Sacred Land. Master, your unparalleled talent has forged a half-step chaos body. What is a mere Lu Tiandu to you?" Xiao Yun retorted disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Di Tian wore a bitter smile. "If I could ascend to the celestial realm, I would not fear Lu Tiandu. However, my lifespan is limited, and I fear I may never have the opportunity to step into the celestial realm again. Xiao Yun responded with a faint smile, retrieving the Bodhi fruit from his spatial ring and offering it to Tian. Master, this is the Bodhi fruit, which can induce a state of enlightenment, sufficient to help you break through your bottleneck and ascend to the celestial realm. As Tian gazed upon the Bodhi fruit, a flicker of desire crossed his eyes, yet he ultimately shook his head and replied, "Never mind. Even if I were to break through to the celestial realm, I could never forge a true chaos body in this lifetime, nor could I attain the status of a great emperor. Rather than allowing it to go to waste in my hands, it would be better for you to consume it. With your comprehension, the chances of you forging a chaos body would increase significantly with this Bodhi fruit." Xiao Yun felt a surge of emotion. Tian's ability to resist the allure of the Bodhi fruit demonstrated his genuine regard for him as a successor. However, Xiao Yun had always believed in reciprocating kindness 100-fold, and in the face of malice, he would respond with 100-fold disdain. Thus, he tossed the Bodhi fruit back to Tian, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Master, with my understanding, I have no need for the Bodhi fruit. You should take it instead. If you refuse, I shall offer it to Zhao Wuji. By the way, I will soon enter seclusion to break through to the Qi gathering realm, so please do not disturb me." With that, Xiao Yun turned, shutting the door behind him and commencing his pursuit of the Qi gathering realm. Tian gazed blankly at Xiao Yun's receding figure, his heart brimming with emotion. Although his disciple appeared carefree and eccentric, he exhibited profound respect for his master. "Thus, let it be. I shall guide you on your path to enlightenment. After all, I yearn to witness the moment you ascend to the realm of the great emperor." Tian took a deep breath, stowed away the Bodhi fruit, and departed from the heavenly hall. Inside the chamber, Xiao Yun felt Tian's departure and couldn't help but smile faintly. He then retrieved a pile of spirit stones and commenced his pursuit of the Qi gathering realm. Having been confined within the body refinement realm for over a year, Xiao Yun was eager to elevate his cultivation. No matter how formidable one might be within the body refinement realm, it ultimately remains just that, a mere stage. Only by advancing his cultivation could he truly enhance his strength. Chapter 103. The perfect Qi gathering realm. Cultivators in the body refinement realm face two distinct paths. The affluent may choose to refine various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, extracting the essence of heaven and earth to metamorphose and evolve their physical forms. Conversely, the less fortunate must rely on absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe, gradually nourishing their bodies, albeit at a significantly slower pace in terms of both efficacy and cultivation speed. Regardless of the path chosen, practitioners in the body refinement realm cannot gather spiritual power. The energy they absorb merely serves to nourish their physical forms, with a considerable portion going to waste. Only upon entering the Qi gathering realm can one begin to accumulate spiritual energy. The essence of Qi gathering lies in the convergence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, traversing the 360 meridians within the body, unblocking the 7,200 acupoints, and ultimately forming a grand circulation in the dantian. In the realm of Qi gathering, the potency of one's meridians and acupoints directly correlates with the capacity to harness the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing one's strength. Practitioners strive to refine their physical forms to fortify their bodies, widen their meridians, and amplify the power of their acupoints. This foundational work solidifies their base, ensuring that they will grow increasingly formidable and unlock vast potential in the future. As the saying goes, a towering edifice rises from the ground. The significance of a strong foundation is self-evident. Xiao Yun evidently possesses the most formidable foundation across the myriad realms. Having triumphed over his master even in the body refinement stage, comprehending the profound combat techniques, and transcending the limits of that realm. Consequently, his meridians are remarkably expansive, and his acupoints shine like stars, resembling a resplendent night sky. At this moment, Xiao Yun is channeling his cultivation method, absorbing the celestial energies contained within the spirit stones, initiating a breakthrough in his first meridian. Given the vastness of his meridians, the requisite ethereal energy is immense. A typical individual would undoubtedly find this daunting. However, Xiao Yun is unfazed. As the prospective divine scion of the chaotic sacred land, he enjoys an inexhaustible supply of resources, with spirit stones arriving in abundant heaps, leaving him in no shortage. With the assistance of these abundant spirit stones, Xiao Yun traverses his meridians with remarkable ease, akin to water flowing smoothly, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. This is also attributed to the profound depth of his accumulation, making the transition to the Qi gathering stage utterly effortless. Time flows like a river, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. On this day, within the celestial hall where Xiao Yun resided, a resounding roar suddenly erupted. akin to the thunderous crash of a tempest or the overwhelming cacophony of a colossal tsunami, deafening to the ears. Di Tian and Fu Bo, along with others, were startled and hastened to observe the spectacle, yet they dared not intrude upon Xiao Yun's cultivation. Fu Bo, gazing at the celestial hall before him, expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "The commotion from the young master's ascension to the Qi-gathering realm is astonishingly immense. Could it be that he has achieved the pinnacle of this realm in one fell swoop? Such a possibility is indeed substantial." Di Tian nodded in agreement. For Xiao Yun's foundational strength was remarkably profound. As the saying goes, the greater the accumulation, the mightier the eruption. Boom. At that very moment, a formidable aura surged forth, causing the entire celestial hall to tremble as if a volcano had erupted, unparalleled blood energy soaring into the heavens, cascading majestically above Di Feng. Di Tian and the others looked upward, witnessing the blood energy coalesce into a magnificent crimson dragon, soaring and roaring through the sky, emanating waves of overwhelming power. The young master's blood energy was indeed terrifying. Fu Bo was left in awe, remarking that not even in the realms of Qi gathering, divine bridge, or cave heaven had he encountered such formidable blood energy. Di Tian's eyes sparkled with fervor as he exclaimed, "This is the true essence of unparalleled foundation. Xiao Yun has transcended our ancestors, truly remarkable." Simultaneously, within a chamber of the celestial hall, Xiao Yun had opened his eyes, unleashing two unmatched beams of divine light that shot forth like lightning, dazzling in the air. Simultaneously, Xiao Yun's body radiated an intense brilliance, with resplendent light erupting from every inch of him, resembling the fervent flames of divine gold consuming his surface. He abruptly rose to his feet, exuding an overwhelming aura that swept through the surroundings, causing the entire room to tremble and shatter the nearby furniture. "Is this the gathering Qi realm? My strength has remarkably surged." As Xiao Yun sensed the tumultuous and terrifying power coursing through him, he felt a mixture of astonishment, exhilaration, and excitement. In the body refinement realm, his strength reached 2 million jin. However, now, he believed he possessed a staggering 10 million jin of power. This revelation did not surprise him, for upon reaching the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm, one's strength could quintuple that of the body refinement realm. Thus, possessing 10 million jin of power was entirely reasonable. Yet, in comparison to others at the gathering Qi realm, his strength appeared utterly formidable. After all, even for a being like Emperor Li Chang, whose temporal form only boasted 800,000 jin in the body refinement realm, even upon ascending to the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm, he would only possess 4 million jin. A strength of 10 million jin starkly contrasted with 4 million jin, signifying an undeniable disparity in power. Indeed, the stronger the foundation, the mightier one becomes in the future. Xiao Yun's face gleamed with excitement. Having established an unparalleled foundation, he knew that in the future, figures like Emperor Li Chang, Zhao Wuji, and Jiang Haoran would be unable to rival him, having been left far behind. After a while, having mastered the immense power within him, Xiao Yun gradually reigned in his aura and stepped out of the heavenly hall. Outside, Di Tian and Fu Bo were closely observing Xiao Yun, scrutinizing him intently. Both were formidable figures, having already awakened their perceptive abilities, and they instantly discerned the transformation in Xiao Yun's power. That terrifying strength, although concealed within Xiao Yun, still emanated a chilling aura. So powerful, it is as if a true dragon lies dormant within him. Fu Bo exclaimed. Di Tian, with a smile, remarked, "I find it more akin to a volcano that has slumbered for millennia, poised to erupt and shake the heavens, overwhelming all in its path." "Master, has there been any news from the ancient sacred land?" Xiao Yun inquired with a smile as he approached. He understood that the ancient sacred land would not let the matter of subduing Zhao Wuji rest easily and would undoubtedly take action. A month had passed. The anticipated movement should have emerged by now, and Xiao Yun was filled with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Di Tian's expression turned grave. He gazed at Xiao Yun and replied solemnly, "This is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. Following our preliminary negotiations with the ancient sacred land, there appears to be a tendency towards an alliance. However, before we finalize any agreements, you must undertake a mission to the ancient sacred land to demonstrate our sincerity from the chaos sacred land." "An alliance?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt it was a positive development, as the ancient sacred land was remarkably powerful, far beyond what their chaos sacred land could currently contend with. However, as a mere gathering Qi realm cultivator, what impact could he possibly have in such a place? Noticing Xiao Yun's skepticism, Di Tian offered a slight smile and said, "Once you arrive at the ancient sacred land, you merely need to decisively defeat their talented disciples, showcasing your formidable strength and innate gifts. As for everything else, naturally, the elders of our chaotic sacred land will discuss it." I see, Master. I understand now. Xiao Yun suddenly realized that he was meant to put on an act. As long as the individuals from the ancient sacred land recognized his formidable talent and boundless potential, they would undoubtedly forge an alliance with him, as it would be mutually beneficial. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous surge of blood energy erupted from a grand hall not far away, and a blinding golden light shot straight into the heavens, piercing through the clouds. That was the hall where Zhao Wujie resided. The crowd turned their heads to gaze in that direction. In the next instant, Zhao Wujie emerged from the hall, exuding a powerful aura as he approached Xiao Yun. His body radiated golden light, and two bolts of lightning flashed from his eyes, fixating intently on Xiao Yun as he bellowed, "Xiao Yun, I challenge you." Sigh. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun let out a gentle sigh. He truly did not wish to bully Zhao Wujie, yet this fellow was determined to seek humiliation. Chapter 104. A single-finger Zhao Wujie was indeed formidable. Possessing the ancient sacred body, he had already accumulated considerable strength. Thus, after breaking through to the Qi-gathering realm, he reached the pinnacle of that stage, just like Xiao Yun. This was the reason for his confidence in challenging Xiao Yun. He was not foolish, after all. However, it was primarily a test for him, as he sought to gauge the disparity in strength between himself and Xiao Yun within the Qi-gathering realm. After all, those in the cultivation world were well aware that the stronger one was in the body refinement realm, the more formidable they became in the Qi-gathering realm. Xiao Yun's formidable prowess in the body refinement realm was well recognized by Zhao Wujie. Even the ancestral master of the Chaos Sacred Land had been vanquished by Xiao Yun in this domain, highlighting the extraordinary strength he possessed. Eager to gauge Xiao Yun's capabilities for the purpose of eventual conquest, Zhao Wujie wasted no time in challenging him immediately upon his emergence from seclusion. Neither Emperor Tian nor Fu Bo intervened. They merely observed with amused expressions, considering the rivalry between the two exceptionally gifted youths entirely natural. In his youth, Emperor Tian had triumphed over the entire younger generation of the Chaos Sacred Land. In comparison, Xiao Yun exhibited remarkable restraint. Come, let me witness how much your strength has grown since your breakthrough to the Qi-gathering realm. I am not afraid to disclose that I have attained perfection within this realm, Zhao Wujie declared gravely as he approached Xiao Yun. Why don't you make the first move? Otherwise, I might strike first, leaving you without an opportunity to respond, Xiao Yun replied with a smile, gazing at Zhao Wujie. How intolerable. Zhao Wujie's countenance darkened instantly. As a peerless prodigy endowed with the ancient sacred body, he could not abide such disdain. His arrogance was staggering. Today, he would demonstrate the consequences of underestimating the ancient sacred body. With his gaze fixated on Xiao Yun, he gritted his teeth and declared, "You shall soon learn your folly." In the next moment, a radiant golden light erupted from his being, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged tumultuously, coalescing into torrents akin to mighty rivers, converging upon his form. Zhao Wujie's aura surged violently, enveloping him in a radiant golden armor, rendering his entire being resplendent, akin to a war deity, exuding an imposing presence. Not far off, Emperor Tian and Fu Bo gazed in awe, thoroughly impressed. Truly, he exemplifies the ancient sacred body. Zhao Wujie's strength had undoubtedly reached at least 3 million pounds, and the intensity of his vitality was staggering. He is indeed formidable, Emperor Tian remarked. Yet, when compared to the young master, he still falls significantly short. Fu Bo replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian offered a slight smile, acknowledging the truth. With their level of perception, they could effortlessly discern that Xiao Yun surpassed Zhao Wujie by a considerable margin. War God Fist. In that moment, Zhao Wujie charged towards Xiao Yun, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning, arriving before Xiao Yun in the blink of an eye, and then raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow. Instantly, a dazzling stream of golden light surged forth, reminiscent of an unending river, propelled by Zhao Wujie's punch. The force was sufficient to topple mountains and shatter the earth. Clang. A sound akin to metal resonated as Xiao Yun raised a single finger, effortlessly countering Zhao Wujie's fist, causing Zhao Wujie's momentum to falter abruptly. The terrifying might of Zhao Wujie met an impenetrable barrier, abruptly halted, unable to advance any further. What? Zhao Wujie's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yun, astonished that he had indeed managed to block his attack with merely a finger. How could this be possible? Not far away, Emperor Tian and Fu Bo were equally stunned. They knew Xiao Yun was powerful, but they had never anticipated he would be formidable to this extent. Zhao Wujie, a peerless prodigy endowed with the primal sacred body, possesses a supreme physique. He has now attained the perfected realm of Qi gathering, his combat prowess capable of sweeping away all adversaries of the same tier. Even within the vast expanse of the cultivation world, Zhao Wujie stands among the most formidable individuals in the Qi gathering realm, rivaled only by Xiao Yun and the Emperor Li Cheng. However, despite Xiao Yun's formidable strength, It is inconceivable that he could effortlessly withstand Zhao Wuji's might with merely a finger. Such a disparity between them is unfathomable. Unable to accept the magnitude of the chasm between himself and Xiao Yun, Zhao Wuji could not suppress a furious roar as he continued to unleash his fists upon Xiao Yun. Boom, boom, boom. The golden radiance of his fists illuminated the earth, and the searing brilliance of his strikes consumed all in their path. With an invincible intent surging forth, Zhao Wuji displayed the full extent of his formidable power, relentlessly pounding at Xiao Yun before him. Yet, no matter how many punches he threw, each was effortlessly thwarted by a single finger of Xiao Yun. With a composed demeanor, Xiao Yun stood before Zhao Wuji, one hand resting casually behind his back, while the other extended a solitary finger to block all of Zhao Wuji's onslaughts, appearing as if he were merely enjoying a gentle breeze. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Zhao Wuji's mere 3 million pounds of force paled in comparison to Xiao Yun's 10 million pounds, a gap that was simply too vast to bridge. War God fusion, Zhao Wuji bellowed, as a wondrous phenomenon unfolded behind him. A golden war god rose majestically, standing tall beneath the heavens, gradually merging with his corporeal form. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji's strength surged exponentially. With a single punch, he unleashed a force akin to a divine rainbow piercing through the air, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and the earth to quake incessantly. From a distance, it appeared as a golden torrent rushing forth, overwhelming Xiao Yun in an instant. However, when the blinding light dissipated, Di Tian and Fu Bo beheld Xiao Yun merely extending a single finger to effortlessly counter Zhao Wuji's formidable assault. Gazing at the astonished Zhao Wuji, whose eyes were wide with disbelief, Xiao Yun smiled gently and remarked, "After such a prolonged exchange, it is now my turn to make a move." With those words, Xiao Yun flicked his finger, and an invincible force surged forth like an unstoppable tide, exuding a terrifying momentum that engulfed Zhao Wuji entirely. In an instant, Zhao Wuji's body shot away like an arrow released from a bow, crashing into a palace and being buried beneath a cascade of rubble. Xiao Yun, indifferent to Zhao Wuji's plight, understood that his opponent would not perish so easily. Otherwise, the ancient saint body would indeed be too feeble. "Master, I wish to continue my seclusion and cultivate further, aiming to ascend to the divine bridge realm," Xiao Yun declared as he turned to Di Tian. Di Tian pondered for a moment and cautioned, "Your power has increased tremendously. It would be prudent to adapt to it first. Should you advance too swiftly and fail to fully master your strength, it may lead to unforeseen repercussions." Xiao Yun recognized that Di Tian, as someone who had traversed this path before, possessed wisdom beyond his own, and thus he listened attentively. Subsequently, Xiao Yun nodded and remarked, "In that case, I shall first venture to the illusory demon tower to confront the most formidable historical figures of the Qi-gathering realm and familiarize myself with my own strength." "That sounds splendid," Emperor Tian responded with a smile. In the next chapter, the arrival of the double pupils, Xiao Yun requested Uncle Fu to escort him to the illusory demon tower. He also presented him with 10 dragon saliva fruits, which he had obtained from the true dragon nest. Uncle Fu naturally attempted to decline the gift, yet under Xiao Yun's resolute insistence, he reluctantly accepted, feeling deeply touched in his heart. Upon Xiao Yun's entrance into the illusory demon tower, a crowd quickly gathered to witness the spectacle. Everyone had already discerned that Xiao Yun had ascended to the Qi-gathering realm, and according to his customary practice, he was undoubtedly there to challenge the historical strongest figures. The onlookers were eager to know if this time Xiao Yun could once again triumph over the ancestral master. However, this time, the crowd stood in solidarity with Xiao Yun rather than the ancestral master. Since Brother Xiao had defeated the ancestral master in the body refinement realm, it was certain he could conquer him in the Qi-gathering realm as well. Indeed, the stronger one was in the body refinement realm. The mightier one would be in the Qi-gathering realm. The Qi-gathering realm is but an extension of the body refinement realm, without substantial strength in the former. One would find it impossible to turn the tide in the latter. It seemed Brother Xiao was poised to claim the top position once more. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, their gazes fixated upon the monument commemorating the historical strongest figures of the Qi-gathering realm at the front of the illusory demon tower. They soon witnessed Xiao Yun's name ascend the ranks, 100th, 99th, 98th, 97th. The astonishment of the crowd had reached a point of numbness. This time, Xiao Yun did not challenge opponents beyond his level. Rather, he faced them one by one, defeating all 100 of the most formidable geniuses in the history of the gathering Qi realm. Ultimately, he triumphed over the Grandmaster, securing the first place. Through this series of battles, Xiao Yun became more adept at harnessing his strength, finally grasping the essence of Di Tian's intentions. To illustrate, the former Xiao Yun, despite possessing a strength of 10 million pounds, did not fully exert this potential. Now, however, he could entirely unleash the 10 million pounds of strength. Having mastered the power he held, it is not enough to simply enhance one's strength. One must also learn to control it. Stepping out of the illusory demon tower, Xiao Yun felt a sudden clarity within. The greater the power, the more formidable the need for control. It is akin to an atomic bomb, if one cannot wield it. The ensuing explosion will only bring harm to oneself. Only by crafting a missile and equipping it with a nuclear warhead can one manage such terrifying power. Strength, combined with control, equates to combat prowess. Having comprehended this, Xiao Yun refrained from immediately ascending to the divine bridge realm. Instead, he resolved to return to the imperial peak for a period of seclusion, further honing his abilities. He did not wish for even the slightest flaw in his realm, as it could impact his future. Days later, outside the gates of the chaotic sacred land, a pair of fearsome eyes suddenly appeared in the heavens, emanating two brilliant beams of divine light that tore through the fabric of space, revealing a pitch-black spatial rift. In the next moment, a tall and imposing figure emerged from the rift, standing before the gates of the chaotic sacred land. Before you stands a young man, majestic in stature and exuding an imposing aura, his entire form enveloped in ethereal runes that obscure his true visage, revealing only a pair of terrifying eyes that flicker with a menacing electric brilliance. These eyes are profoundly fearsome, akin to twin celestial bodies, radiating an immortal luminescence and terrifying energy fluctuations that immediately alert the masters within the chaotic sacred land. With a resounding boom, a golden pathway unfurls from the depths of the chaotic sacred land, upon which the Lord of the chaotic sacred land strides forth, arriving at the mountain gate. Upon gazing at the nebulous figure before him, his pupils involuntarily constrict in shock. It is none other than the divine son of the heavenly blade sacred land. The Lord of the chaotic sacred land, recognizing the menacing gaze of the figure before him, solemnly inquires, "Lu Tiandu, what brings you to our chaotic sacred land?" At last, the nebulous form reveals its true identity, for it is indeed Lu Tiandu, the current divine son of the heavenly blade sacred land. With hands clasped behind his back, Lu Tiandu regards the Lord of the chaotic sacred land, devoid of any trace of reverence, and calmly states, "I have come merely to ascertain which esteemed disciple of your chaotic sacred land was responsible for the death of my grandson within the true dragon nest." Upon hearing this, the Lord of the chaotic sacred land's expression darkens. He coldly fixes his gaze upon Lu Tiandu and retorts, "We, the 6 great sacred lands, have an agreement. Grievances arising within the true dragon nest are not to be brought outside." "There is no need for alarm, Lord," Lu Tiandu responds. "I have not yet stooped to the level of bullying a junior. If vengeance is to be sought, I shall wait for him to mature." Rather than extinguish his potential prematurely, Lu Tiandu offered a faint smile, exuding an air of tranquility that seemed to dismiss Xiao Yun entirely, his eyes brimming with an invincible confidence. Indeed, such confidence was not unfounded, for in his generation, he reigned supreme. Even the current sovereign of the chaos sacred land had once fallen to him in defeat. Among his contemporaries, only Di Tian could rival him. However, Di Tian's inability to break through to the celestial realm due to his cultivation of the Chaos Sutra had long since relegated him to the shadows. It was this unparalleled dominance in his era that cultivated Lu Tiandu's unwavering self-assurance. Even in the face of Xiao Yun, who had triumphed over numerous supreme bodies, he remained steadfast in his belief that he would never succumb to defeat. With aspirations of becoming an emperor, one cannot harbor doubts. To entertain the notion of inferiority to Xiao Yun would undermine his quest for enlightenment. "Lu Tiandu, since you wish to meet Xiao Yun, I shall grant you your desire. However, I have not heard Xiao Yun claim that he was responsible for the death of Lu Nanshan. Perhaps you have misidentified your target." The sovereign of the Chaos Sacred Land regarded Lu Tiandu with a frigid demeanor. Here in the Chaos Sacred Land, he felt no fear of Lu Tiandu. For the ancestors of the Sacred Land were numerous, and even 10 Lu Tiandus would meet certain demise. Within these bounds, the sovereign possessed absolute assurance in safeguarding Xiao Yun. Thus he bore no reservations in permitting Lu Tiandu to encounter him. "Aha!" Lu Tiandu smiled gently, his deep-set eyes gazing at the master of the Chaos Sacred Land. His formidable dual pupil shimmered with an eternal brilliance as he spoke nonchalantly. "Lu Nanshan was simply outclassed. His demise is inconsequential. I have come merely to witness the one who vanquished the temporal body, Xiao Yun, and to ascertain if he possesses the potential to be my whetstone for the future." "Humph." The master of the Chaos Sacred Land scoffed at his words, perceiving Lu Tiandu's unwavering arrogance. He could not fathom how Lu Tiandu could regard Xiao Yun as a mere tool for his ascension to imperial status, and thought to himself that Lu Tiandu was courting destruction. "I have encountered Emperor Li Cheng before. However, His invincible mindset has been shattered, leaving him with merely the semblance of a temporal body. His future achievements will be rather limited, and I do not regard him as a threat. Lu Tiandu continued to regard the master of the Chaos Sacred Land with an air of indifference. I hope that your Xiao Yun from the Chaos Sacred Land will not disappoint me. Otherwise, this lifetime, devoid of worthy adversaries, shall be exceedingly tedious. Lu Tiandu, you remain as arrogant as ever. Have you forgotten about me, Emperor Tian? In those days, you suffered greatly at my hands. Yet now you dare to boast of having no rivals. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from within the Chaos Sacred Land. In the next instant, Emperor Tian appeared, accompanied by Xiao Yun, treading upon the air. In truth, Emperor Tian had sensed Lu Tiandu's presence the moment he arrived. Upon receiving the master's summons, he hastened to bring Xiao Yun forth. Chapter 106, a challenge to Lu Tiandu known as the Dominating Blade. Lu Tiandu is the current divine offspring of the Heavenly Blade Sacred Land. Renowned for his exceptional dual pupils and formidable reputation within the realm of cultivation, Xiao Yun had long heard of Lu Tiandu, but this was his first encounter with him. He could not help but acknowledge that the other's strength was unfathomable, beyond his current comprehension. Especially striking were those dual pupils, which shimmered with the terrifying imagery of cosmic annihilation, rendering Xiao Yun hesitant to meet his gaze. Emperor Tian, it has been quite some time. Lu Tiandu's attention was fixed on Emperor Tian, seemingly indifferent to Xiao Yun's presence. He regarded his former adversary, now graced with white hair and a visage etched with the passage of time, and could not help but express a sigh of nostalgia. Since your retreat, I have encountered no worthy opponent for many years. Reflecting on our past battles, I find myself filled with a sense of regret. Xiao Yun discerned that Lu Tiandu was not merely putting on a facade. He genuinely reminisced about Emperor Tian, devoid of any mockery. What did this signify? It indicated that Lu Tiandu possessed an indomitable spirit, one that harbored no fear of Emperor Tian's potential resurgence. Instead, he felt sorrow over the absence of Emperor Tian as a rival. What a profound conviction of invincibility this was. Xiao Yun mused that he could never attain such a mindset. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to eliminating Lu Nanshan within the True Dragon's nest. Nor would he contemplate the demise of figures like Wu Gang and Li Qingdi. His concerns about future complications drove him to preemptively eradicate them. In stark contrast, Lu Tiandu exhibited no trepidation towards the strength of his adversaries. His only fear lay in the absence of worthy challengers. This brought to Xiao Yun's mind a figure from his previous life, the peerless swordsman he had encountered in the martial arts novels, particularly in The Return of the Condor Heroes. That solitary swordsman, who lived out his days in solitude, once lamented in his twilight years over the lack of rivals, yearning for a worthy opponent. This was the true essence of an invincible spirit. Such an invincible state of mind has yet to be attained by Xiao Yun. Ding! A new task has emerged. Defeat Lu Tiandu, with a reward of 50 insights. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in Xiao Yun's mind. The corners of Xiao Yun's mouth twitched. This system task did not bring him joy. Instead, it left him feeling somewhat exasperated. Defeat Lu Tiandu? Goodness! Do you take me for a reincarnated deity? He was merely at the Gathering Chi stage, while Lu Tiandu was likely nearing the Saint Realm, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. Even with the power of the Chaos Bell, Xiao Yun knew it was impossible to vanquish Lu Tiandu. This was not merely a matter of talent. The disparity in their cultivation levels was far too great. Xiao Yun shook his head inwardly, disregarding the system's latest task. At that moment, he heard his master's voice beside him. Di Tian gazed at Lu Tiandu with eyes like blades, his expression frosty, and solemnly declared, Lu Tiandu, you need not worry about lacking an opponent. My disciple Xiao Yun will eventually catch up to you, and he will undoubtedly defeat you. Huh, is he the one you speak of? Lu Tiandu chuckled lightly upon hearing this, his gaze finally landing on Xiao Yun. In his terrifying eyes, there appeared two pupils in each, a phenomenon known as the double pupil. There are rumors within the cultivation world that those with double pupils are the reincarnations of ancient deities. Moreover, throughout the history of the Nine Skies continent, anyone possessing double pupils ultimately ascended to the status of a quasi-emperor, with some even attaining the title of a true emperor. Thus, it can be said that while the double pupil is merely a second-tier divine physique, it is already exceedingly close to the supreme body. Especially concerning the individual known as Lu Tiandu, his cultivation level has long become unfathomable. His dual pupils exude an overwhelming aura, instilling within Xiao Yun an aversion to meeting his gaze directly. In this moment, under Lu Tiandu's piercing stare, Xiao Yun felt as though he were stripped bare, as if every facet of his being was laid bare before Lu Tiandu. Truly, one who has vanquished the embodiment of time and space possesses remarkable talent. I, in my current state of gathering energy, am far inferior. After scrutinizing Xiao Yun for a brief moment, Lu Tiandu averted his gaze towards Di Tian. Speaking with a soft chuckle, I concede that your disciple possesses formidable potential, worthy of becoming my rival in the future. Nurture him well, for he may serve as the sharpening stone on my path to becoming an emperor. Upon hearing these words, both Xiao Yun and his master, Di Tian, were expressions of dismay. Lu Tiandu's arrogance was palpable, dismissing Xiao Yun entirely. Of course, it is true that Xiao Yun presently stands no chance against Lu Tiandu. Di Tian narrowed his eyes, harboring a long-standing disdain for Lu Tiandu, often seeking to provoke him, yet lamentably, his prowess currently pales in comparison. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to strike him down. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization crossed Di Tian's face, and he regarded Lu Tiandu with a cold smirk, proposing, Lu Tiandu, since you are already here, why not engage in a match with my disciple? At this declaration, both the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land and Xiao Yun were taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer shock. Xiao Yun inwardly mused, Master, are you not leading your disciple into a trap? Lu Tiandu is on the verge of attaining sainthood. He could extinguish me with but a breath. How could I possibly contend with him? Indeed, Lu Tiandu was momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Di Tian, have you truly lost your senses? Your disciple merely possesses the gathering qi realm. Even if I were to stand still and allow him to strike, he would not inflict any harm upon me. Di Tian spoke with a smile. It is quite simple. You may compete on the Emperor's arena, which would be entirely fair. Upon hearing this, the master of the Chaos Sacred Land suddenly realized the implication. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun wore a perplexed expression and could not help but inquire, Master, what exactly is the Emperor's arena? Di Tian chuckled as he elucidated. The Emperor's arena is a treasure crafted solely by an emperor. Before ascending, each emperor selects a handful of exceptionally gifted disciples. At that time, countless prodigies gather to spar upon the Emperor's arena. This arena possesses a unique function. It constrains the cultivation levels of the participants to the same realm, limited by the individual with the lowest cultivation. Xiao Yun immediately grasped the concept. As long as he and Lu Tiandu entered the Emperor's arena, Lu Tiandu's cultivation would be restricted to the gathering qi realm, placing them on equal footing. Realizing this, Xiao Yun provocatively gazed at Lu Tiandu and asked, Senior Lu, would you dare to engage in combat with me? Lu Tiandu merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Yun, then turned to Di Tian and replied, There is no need for such tactics to suppress me. I acknowledge that your disciple is extraordinarily talented and indeed invincible within the gathering qi realm. But so what? The strength of a cultivator does not solely hinge upon a single realm. Being invincible in the gathering qi realm does not guarantee future invincibility. Di Tian smirked. You are afraid. He was intentionally provoking Lu Tiandu, aiming to undermine him while simultaneously bolstering Xiao Yun's confidence in his invincibility. Regardless, Xiao Yun possesses an extraordinary strength of 10 million pounds, rendering him invincible within the qi gathering realm. Di Tian firmly believes that Xiao Yun will not face defeat. It is not a matter of fear, but simply an absence of necessity. Lu Tiandu is no fool. He would not fall for Di Tian's schemes. At that moment, the master of the Chaos Sacred Land spoke up, saying, Lu Tiandu, although Xiao Yun's strength in the qi gathering realm is indeed formidable, even if your cultivation is suppressed, your combat experience and mastery of various techniques remain unrestrained. Thus, even in the Imperial arena, you hold an advantage. Why do you hesitate to engage in battle? Clearly, the master of the Chaos Sacred Land was aware of Di Tian's intentions and was deliberately provoking Lu Tiandu. Lu Tiandu furrowed his brow slightly. Although he recognized this as a tactic employed by Di Tian and the master of the Chaos Sacred Land, he still felt a sense of discomfort. However, Lu Tiandu was not foolish enough to challenge Xiao Yun in the qi gathering realm. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes as he suddenly addressed Di Tian, saying, Let us forego the qi gathering realm. If you truly wish for me to battle him, let us wait until he ascends to the Divine Bridge realm. Given his talent, I believe it will not take long for him to reach that level. Chapter 107. The challenge to the Divine Bridge realm. As soon as Lu Tiandu's words fell, both Di Tian and the master of the Chaos Sacred Land exclaimed in unison, No. Xiao Yun stared at them in bewilderment, wondering if his master and the sacred leader truly lacked confidence in him. Even in the Divine Bridge realm, he remained convinced of his invincibility. Emperor Tian glared at Lu Tiandu with a sullen expression, coldly retorting, When a cultivator reaches the Divine Bridge realm, sheer power ceases to be the paramount key to victory. Rather, the essence lies within mental fortitude. Particularly with your dual pupils, once harmonized with your spiritual energy, you could undoubtedly unleash combat prowess that transcends the extreme realms. In the Divine Bridge realm, your advantages are exceedingly pronounced. It is quite unjust. Ultimately, It is Xiao Yun's failure to cultivate a true chaotic body that poses the real concern. Otherwise, no matter which realm Lu Tiandu chooses, I would have no apprehensions. However, the might of Lu Tiandu's dual pupils in the Divine Bridge realm is overwhelmingly formidable, and after over a millennium of cultivation, his mastery over them has become exceptionally adept. This situation is exceedingly unfair to Xiao Yun. With a chuckle, Lu Tiandu remarked, "You wish for me to engage him at the same level. It is not I who demand it. If you fear he may falter, then so be it." Lu Tiandu's disdainful smile was a deliberate provocation aimed at Xiao Yun. Emperor Tian, with a grim demeanor, stated, "Xiao Yun harbors no fear. If you dare not confront him in the gathering Qi realm, then await his ascension. He shall defeat you on the path of the Emperor. It is he who dares not face me in the Divine Bridge realm. Thus, I shall await him on the Emperor's path, where I will sever him to affirm my own enlightenment." Lu Tiandu spoke with an air of indifference. Yet his eyes brimmed with an invincible confidence, as if Xiao Yun were merely a whetstone for his own sharpening. These words provoked Xiao Yun, compelling him to stand forth and glare coldly at Lu Tiandu, declaring, "So what if it's the Divine Bridge realm? I kindly request that Senior Lu be our guest at the Chaos Holy Land for a month. Within this month, I shall undoubtedly step into the Divine Bridge realm and engage you in battle once more." "Xiao Yun, you must not," interjected the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, hastily attempting to dissuade him. However, Lu Tiandu preempted the objection, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yun and replied, "Excellent. I accept your challenge." Tian's expression darkened, and he spoke grimly, "No, it must be either a battle at the gathering Qi realm, or we shall settle our differences on the imperial path in the future." Lu Tiandu turned to Tian with a smile, saying, "Tian, your disciple has already consented. If you now compel him to retract his words, it may fracture his state of mind." Upon hearing this, Tian's countenance fell into a shadowy gloom. For any who aspired to become emperors, their state of mind must harbor not a single flaw. Otherwise, they would not only fail to attain the title of great emperor, but risk perishing beneath the emperor's tribulation. This is precisely why prodigies are often so self-assured. They cultivate an invincible belief from a young age, fearing nothing, and with an unwavering heart, they can ascend to the rank of emperor. Conversely, should fear take root in their hearts, it would amplify infinitely during the tribulation, ultimately giving rise to inner demons, leading to their demise beneath the emperor's tribulation. Tian bore no concern for Xiao Yun's innate talent, yet he was deeply apprehensive about the latter's mental state. The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land shared this worry. Casting a serious glance at Xiao Yun as he stated, "Xiao Yun, although the Emperor's arena will suppress your cultivation, do not forget that Lu Tiandu has cultivated for over a millennium. Whether in combat experience or fighting skills, he far surpasses you, a fact that cannot be suppressed." Tian nodded and addressed Xiao Yun, saying, "Not only that, Lu Tiandu's has been developed to its utmost potential. Although the Emperor's arena may restrain the power of his experience in utilizing it remains uncontainable. Furthermore, upon reaching the Divine Bridge realm, the utility of combat techniques diminishes significantly. This is because practitioners in the Divine Bridge realm have condensed their spiritual energy and can cultivate divine abilities, and Lu Tiandu has perfected his divine abilities. You have only just stepped into the Divine Bridge realm and have yet to cultivate any divine abilities. How can you possibly contend with him?" Tian and the Master of the Chaotic Holy Land conveyed Lu Tiandu's advantages to Xiao Yun, urging him not to harbor resentment, lest he suffer a lapse in his state of mind. Meanwhile, Lu Tiandu stood with his hands behind his back, not intervening in Tian and the Master of the Chaotic Holy Land's persuasion. He merely remarked coolly, "Those who possess an invincible heart shall fear nothing. Xiao Yun, if you cannot achieve this, then heed the words of your Master and the Holy Lord, and return to your training." Upon hearing this, Tian and the Master of the Chaotic Holy Land's expressions darkened, for they understood that Lu Tiandu was employing a tactic of provocation to deliberately stimulate Xiao Yun. Indeed, Xiao Yun, brimming with youthful vigor, was incited and coldly glared at Lu Tiandu, stating, "It is merely the many have fallen to my supreme body. And even in the Divine Bridge realm, I do not fear you. Excellent. Your unwavering belief in invincibility is commendable, and this grants you the right to be my whetstone." Lu Tiandu responded, gazing at Xiao Yun with admiration. Emperor Tian and the Master of the Chaos Sacred Land wished to dissuade him further. Xiao Yun shook his head, his gaze unwavering as he declared, "Master, Sacred Lord, there is no need for further persuasion. I must confront Lu Tiandu, otherwise my state of mind will inevitably harbor flaws." Hearing this, both Emperor Tian and the Master of the Chaos Sacred Land could only sigh in resignation, particularly Emperor Tian, who felt a deep sense of guilt. Had he not mentioned the great Emperor's arena, this situation would never have arisen. Alas, It seemed he had lost both the lady and the soldiers, leaving him quite distressed. In contrast, Xiao Yun exuded confidence, inwardly smirking as he thought about how he was eager to complete the system's task. To his surprise, the great emperor's arena had presented itself, seemingly tailored for him. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding how to defeat Lu Tiandu and fulfill the latest task issued by the system. With this in mind, Xiao Yun addressed Emperor Tian, saying, "Please, Master, take me back to my retreat. In 1 month, I will assuredly defeat Lu Tiandu." As they were adversaries, Xiao Yun spoke Lu's name without hesitation. Lu Tiandu, unconcerned, smiled at Emperor Tian and remarked, "You may escort him back to his retreat, and afterward, we shall resume our chess match. It has been quite some time since we last gathered." Humph. Emperor Tian dismissed him, summoning a cloud to carry Xiao Yun away. Lu Tiandu, unfazed, turned to the master of the Chaos Sacred Land and said, "Sacred Lord, I hope not to impose further." The master of the Chaos Sacred Land coldly replied, "Your presence, dominant blade, is an honor for our Chaos Sacred Land. Please, proceed." With that, the master of the Chaos Sacred Land ascended into the air, departing on his own. Lu Tiandu chuckled heartily and followed the lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land into its depths. The practitioners within the Chaotic Sacred Land immediately recognized Lu Tiandu, for his reputation was unparalleled. Observing the gathered cultivators, Lu Tiandu proclaimed with great enthusiasm, "Esteemed friends of the Chaotic Sacred Land, I, Lu Tiandu, have come today to challenge Xiao Yun at the Emperor's arena. 1 month hence, I invite you all to witness this confrontation." At this declaration, the lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land turned sharply, a look of displeasure etched upon his face as he glared at Lu Tiandu. His words had undeniably stirred the emotions of the entire Chaotic Sacred Land. Should Lu Tiandu best Xiao Yun before the watchful eyes of the crowd, it would undoubtedly shatter Xiao Yun's invincible belief and tarnish his standing within the Chaotic Sacred Land. The malevolent intentions behind Lu Tiandu's challenge were all too evident. Chapter 108. No one holds hope. As Lu Tiandu's words resonated, the Chaotic Sacred Land erupted in fervor. Lu Tiandu had issued a challenge to Xiao Yun at the Emperor's arena? Had Xiao Yun lost his senses? Lu Tiandu, the divine son of the Heavenly Blade Sacred Land, was over 1,000 years old, his cultivation unfathomably profound. No matter how formidable Xiao Yun's talents may be, he stood no chance against Lu Tiandu. Brother Xiao must be confused to even consider challenging Lu Tiandu, remarked a disciple of the gathering Qi realm, shaking his head. The disparity between them was far too vast. While I might believe that Brother Xiao could one day overcome Lu Tiandu, at present, their cultivation levels were as disparate as heaven and earth. Another disciple from the Divine Bridge realm chimed in. At this juncture, an elder reprimanded, "What do you all understand?" They were engaged in a battle on the Emperor's arena, a precious artifact forged by the ancestral master, which possesses the ability to suppress realms. When two practitioners enter the Emperor's arena, they are both confined to the same realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. A disciple at the Qi gathering realm, brimming with confidence, declared, "Brother Xiao is invincible in the Qi gathering realm. He even defeated the ancestral master. That Lu Tiandu will surely be no match for him." However, an elder shook his head with a worried expression and said, "If it were in the Qi gathering realm, Xiao Yun would undoubtedly prevail. Yet, this time, they have agreed to battle in the Divine Bridge realm. The duel is set for a month from now. Even if Xiao Yun can advance to the Divine Bridge realm within this month, he has yet to cultivate a single divine ability. How can he possibly contend with Lu Tiandu's dual pupils?" The crowd's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this, especially the cultivators of the Divine Bridge realm, who felt an overwhelming sense of concern. A disciple from the Divine Bridge realm spoke gravely. Once a practitioner steps into the Divine Bridge realm, they will condense their spiritual power and can cultivate divine abilities. The might of divine abilities far surpasses that of combat skills. In such a short time, Brother Xiao will hardly manage to master a divine ability. Meanwhile, Lu Tiandu has already perfected various divine abilities to their utmost limits, and his combat experience greatly exceeds that of Brother Xiao. This battle is fundamentally unequal for him. The crowd was immediately engulfed in anxiety. The news of Xiao Yun's challenge to Lu Tiandu in the Divine Bridge realm on the Emperor's arena swiftly spread throughout the Chaos Sacred Land, with disciples and elders discussing the matter and expressing their opinions everywhere. On Emperor Peak, Fubo, Lin Xiaya, and Zhao Wuji also heard the news and hurried to see Xiao Yun. "Xiao Yun, have you lost your mind? Challenging Lu Tiandu to a duel at the Divine Bridge realm is nothing short of self-inflicted humiliation," Zhao Wujie remarked coldly. Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly, "You, the so-called supreme beings, have already fallen before me. What fear should I have of a mere second-tier dual pupil?" Zhao Wujie snorted disdainfully. "You are truly a fool. If he were of our generation, he would undoubtedly be no match for you. However, He has cultivated for over a millennium, mastering various divine arts to perfection, and his combat experience far surpasses yours. His dual pupil abilities have been developed to their utmost potential. Even 10 of you would stand no chance against him in the divine bridge realm. Xiao Yun gazed at Zhao Wujie with contempt. Do not project your weak mindset onto me. Your defeats do not dictate my fate. I, Xiao Yun, am invincible among my peers, no matter whom I face. I remain unconquerable. Zhao Wujie's expression darkened as he coldly stated, since you seek your own disgrace, I shall eagerly await the spectacle. When you are defeated by him, the cracks in your invincible mindset will be laid bare. I shall observe how you prove your path in the future. With that, Zhao Wujie turned and departed. Uncle Fu looked at Xiao Yun with concern. Young master, though Zhao Wujie's words may be harsh, they carry a semblance of truth. Without mastering divine arts, relying solely on martial skills makes it impossible for you to contend with Lu Tiandu. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. Do not worry, Uncle Fu. Once I ascend to the divine bridge realm, I will immediately commence the cultivation of divine arts. Are you not aware of my comprehension? Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu wore a bitter smile. He understood Xiao Yun's formidable insight. Yet he also recognized that the difficulty of mastering divine arts was exponentially greater than that of martial techniques. Many practitioners, starting from the bridge of God's realm, embark on the arduous journey of mastering divine abilities. Yet even until death, they may never achieve perfection in a single technique. Even the most gifted individuals may only manage to hone a few abilities throughout their lifetime. No matter how exceptional Xiao Yun's talent may be, could he truly master a divine ability in a mere few days? Furthermore, within this month, he must also strive to reach the bridge of God's realm, leaving him even less time to cultivate his divine abilities. Observing Xiao Yun's resolute demeanor, Uncle Fu realized that further persuasion would be futile, and he could only sigh and depart. Lin Xiaoya looked at Xiao Yun, her delicate face etched with concern. Senior brother, what our master said is indeed true. Mastering divine abilities is exceedingly difficult. I have been practicing the medium-grade divine ability I selected for several months, yet I have not even grasped the fundamentals. You cannot compare your talent to mine, Xiao Yun replied, shaking his head. Lin Xiaoya pouted. Fine, I acknowledge that my talent pales in comparison to yours. But what about Li Bufan? His talent is quite commendable, isn't it? He is the holy son of our chaos sacred land. Having already reached the consummate state of the cave heaven realm, yet I have heard that he has not perfected a single divine ability to date. Xiao Yun scoffed at this. Li Bufan is merely a waste, a defeated foe, and he is even less worthy of comparison to me. Senior brother. Lin Xiaoya was left speechless. Her brother's arrogance was truly overwhelming, especially since returning from the true dragon nest, his sense of invincibility had grown ever stronger, as if he regarded everyone else with disdain. All right, enough of this. You go play, while I prepare to ascend the bridge of gods, he declared. Xiao Yun dismissed Lin Xiaoya, preparing to unleash his potential. Indeed, without the insight system, he would never have agreed to a duel with Lu Tiandu a month later. However, with the insight system at his disposal, the situation had transformed. No matter how formidable Lu Tiandu might be, could he possibly rival the extraordinary enhancements Xiao Yun was about to attain? A month from now, Xiao Yun would leave Lu Tiandu unrecognizable. Xiao Yun entered his chamber and began his seclusion. First, he examined his system and discovered that he had a total of 300 insights remaining. In truth, after defeating the ancestral master, he should have had more than 300 insights. Yet, within the realm of Alaya consciousness, he had expended dozens of insights to comprehend the great Dao combat techniques, leaving him with only 300 insights. After all, mastering the great Dao techniques was no simple feat. He resolved to utilize the insights to break through to the divine bridge realm, aiming to elevate his cultivation to its fullest potential in one vigorous effort. Xiao Yun contemplated that he needed to reach the apex of the divine bridge realm, just as he had in the body refinement and chi gathering realms. Only then could he hope to vanquish Lu Tiandu. System, activate insights. Xiao Yun sat cross-legged, and with the system's assistance, he swiftly entered a state of enlightenment, beginning to consolidate his mental energy. Within his mind, wisps of mist-like consciousness gradually began to solidify into a liquid form, initially coalescing into mental energy. In the divine bridge realm, the most crucial element was mental energy. The stronger the mental energy, the greater the combat prowess. Mental energy and physical strength were two distinct forces. While physical strength pertained to material attacks with visible destructive power, mental energy operated on a different plane altogether. The mental force represents a form of psychic assault, intangible and elusive, yet its destructive power is unseen. In the realm of the divine bridge, practitioners manipulate flying swords, infusing them with spiritual energy. However, it is ultimately the practitioner's mental strength that governs the sword's movements. If one were to liken the flying sword to a kite, Then mental force is the string in hand. Without the string's guidance, the kite will flounder and ultimately fall. Moreover, the speed of the flying sword is intrinsically linked to the potency of one's mental force. The stronger the mental force, the greater the power the sword can wield, and consequently, its velocity will increase. Therefore, regardless of how formidable one may be in the body refinement or chi gathering stages, such prowess is of little consequence in the divine bridge realm. One must possess formidable mental strength. Furthermore, practitioners in the divine bridge realm are capable of cultivating divine abilities, which also necessitate substantial mental force to unleash their true potential. If martial techniques are likened to the maneuvers of a martial arts master, then divine abilities are akin to the spells of a cultivator, their strength vastly surpassing that of martial techniques. Thus, one must first enhance their mental force before delving into the cultivation of divine abilities. After meticulously planning every aspect, Xiao Yun commenced the consolidation of his mental force. In truth, every individual possesses mental force, with its most fundamental state being human consciousness and thought. From a scientific perspective, this can be described as brainwaves. From a metaphysical standpoint, it is termed psychic energy. However, the mental force of an ordinary person is often disordered and feeble, resembling a nebulous mist, devoid of any true power. To ascend to the divine bridge realm, one must solidify this mist, transforming it into liquid mental force. In this moment, under a state of enlightenment, Xiao Yun began to concentrate and condense his mental force. This is an exceedingly intricate process, one that typically requires years of diligent effort to master. However, with the aid of a moment of enlightenment, Xiao Yun succeeded in condensing his spirit in a mere instant. Nonetheless, his spiritual power remains rather feeble. After compression, it is no larger than a droplet of water. This limited spiritual force can likely only wield a strength of 1,000,000 jin. Frowning, Xiao Yun contemplated this situation. In truth, his spiritual prowess is already formidable. After all, even some prodigies can only reach a strength of 100,000 jin at the body refinement stage, and at most 50,000 jin upon entering the chi gathering stage. Yet, Xiao Yun, having just begun to condense his spiritual energy, can already manipulate a force of 1,000,000 jin, placing him far ahead of those geniuses at this initial stage. However, in comparison to the 10,000,000 jin of strength he currently possesses, this spiritual power indeed appears somewhat weak. Thus, I can only exert 1/10 of my strength with my current spiritual power? Xiao Yun found himself at a loss for words. This explains why Lu Tiandu chose to battle him at the Divine Bridge stage. Lu Tiandu is aware of Xiao Yun's formidable capabilities in the Qi gathering stage. But upon entering the Divine Bridge stage, his spiritual power is insufficient. Even with immense strength, he cannot fully manifest it. As for close combat, the opponent can stand at a distance, controlling flying swords to strike, leaving Xiao Yun as nothing more than a target. Thus, spiritual power holds great significance. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Enlightenment system, Xiao Yun feels no concern as he embarks on enhancing his spiritual power. As for how to elevate his spiritual prowess, within the chaos scripture that Xiao Yun is cultivating, there exists a dedicated chapter for enhancing spiritual strength, entitled The Refinement of the Spirit. The Refining Spirit chapter consists of 9 levels, each capable of doubling one's mental strength. Should Xiao Yun attain the 9th refinement realm, his mental prowess would increase 9-fold, enabling him to wield a force of 10 million pounds. However, the cultivation of the Refining Spirit chapter is exceedingly arduous. Even the mighty Emperor Tian has yet to reach the 9th refinement stage. This does not imply that Emperor Tian is incapable of manipulating 10 million pounds of strength. For besides the Refining Spirit chapter, cultivators experience an enhancement of their mental strength with each breakthrough in their realms. Thus, the mental fortitude of the more powerful cultivators is inherently greater. Yet, the augmentation provided by the Refining Spirit chapter remains constant, persisting even after one ascends to the position of Emperor. This indicates that even as Xiao Yun's mental strength grows, he will invariably benefit from the 9-fold enhancement. Consequently, within the same realm, Xiao Yun's mental strength is destined to surpass that of ordinary cultivators by 9 times. Such a formidable technique is not one to be overlooked. And Xiao Yun immediately enters a state of enlightenment to practice. With mind and intent in harmony, he refines his divine essence, transforming vitality into spirit. As he returns to the void of self, immersed in this state of enlightenment, Xiao Yun relentlessly hones his mental strength, causing his complexion to grow increasingly pale. While the pain from the mental strain becomes exceedingly intense, refining the spirit is no trivial endeavor. It is not only challenging but also demands the endurance of immense suffering. This is not a corporeal pain but rather a torment of the mind, one that even Xiao Yun finds difficult to endure, compelling him to grit his teeth and persist. This experience is far more terrifying than the mere strengthening of the physical body. The agony of the mental realm is 1,000-fold more intense than that of the physical, rendering the sensation of pain exceedingly profound. At this moment, Xiao Yun was fervently refining the mental energy he had just consolidated, employing the essence of his heart's fire, followed by the rhythmic hammering to temper and enhance its potency. Concurrently, within the dragon's nest, he had acquired an abundance of rare materials to replenish his mental energy, which he now utilized. As his mental energy approached depletion, he would refine these treasures to elevate his capacity, only to resume the arduous process of tempering once more. This relentless cycle of exertion continuously fortified Xiao Yun's mental prowess. However, the practice of the refining spirit scripture demanded an excessive number of moments of enlightenment. And given that Xiao Yun needed to assimilate various treasures, he frequently exited his meditative state, resulting in a significant waste of these precious moments. The 300 moments of enlightenment he had painstakingly amassed were rapidly dwindling, causing him a twinge of regret. As these had been collected over a long period for the cultivation of the chaos scripture, aimed at forging his chaos body. Yet, in his pursuit of greater strength, Xiao Yun felt compelled to endure this sacrifice, reassured that he could recover them in due course. Having already attained the pinnacle in both the body refinement and chi-gathering realms, he was determined to achieve supremacy in the divine bridge realm as well. Not only in the divine bridge realm, but in all subsequent stages, he aspired to be the strongest. Only through such relentless ambition could he transcend all others and ascend to the status of a great emperor. In a certain location within the sacred land of chaos, Emperor Tian was engaged in a game of chess with Lu Tiandu, though his countenance reflected his discontent, having suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Lu Tiandu glanced up at Emperor Tian, shaking his head with a smile. "Your mind is in disarray. At this rate, you shall never triumph over me. My disciple, however, may well succeed." Emperor Tian retorted coldly. Lu Tiandu glanced in the direction of Di Feng and shook his head, stating, setting aside the future, in the realm of the divine bridge, "He stands no chance against me. The essence of the divine bridge lies in one's mental strength and divine abilities. Even if he manages to consolidate his mental power within a month, such feeble strength would scarcely suffice to wield his formidable power. At most, he could control merely 1/10 of it. Furthermore, in terms of divine abilities, I have already perfected various techniques to their utmost, complemented by extensive practical and combat experience. Thus, his probability of defeating me is 0. Lu Tiandu spoke with an air of confidence, his tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. We shall see. I have faith in my disciple, and I am certain he will overcome you, Di Tian retorted coldly, though a hint of concern lingered in his heart, for he recognized the truth in Lu Tiandu's words. Chapter 110, 9 Refinements, Flying Sword. 9 days swiftly passed, and Xiao Yun remained engrossed in his cultivation of the refining spirit treatise. The mental strength within his sea of consciousness had transformed from a mere droplet into a size comparable to that of a pigeon's egg. Undoubtedly, Xiao Yun's mental prowess had significantly advanced. He had completed the 8th refinement stage and was on the verge of achieving the 9th refinement. Within the depths of his sea of consciousness, the pigeon egg-sized mental force had nearly materialized, exhibiting remarkable resilience and emitting a faint golden radiance that illuminated his entire inner realm. Through this formidable mental strength, Xiao Yun could distinctly see everything within his body, a phenomenon known as inner vision. Upon reaching the divine bridge realm and consolidating his mental power, one would gain the ability of inner sight. Xiao Yun's mental prowess had long surpassed that of the cultivators at the divine bridge level, allowing him to perceive with remarkable clarity during his introspection. It was an extraordinary sensation, without the need for sight. He could discern the intricate network of meridians within his body, along with the flesh and bones. Not only could he see, but he could also hear the tumultuous flow of blood coursing through him, akin to seething magma, relentlessly churning within. In that moment, Xiao Yun realized the formidable strength of his corporeal form. Each cell brimmed with immense power, and his golden bones were incomparably solid, radiating an immortal luminescence. Within the broad expanse of his meridian surged a rich reservoir of spiritual energy, with shining acupoints scattered throughout his body like brilliant stars, illuminating his entire being. Undoubtedly, he possessed a supreme physical vessel. Xiao Yun understood that his arduous efforts in body refinement had not been in vain. His physique stood as the most formidable foundation, one to which even his ancestors could not compare. Suddenly, within his sea of consciousness, the size of a pigeon egg, his mental energy abruptly contracted and then expanded, transforming into a golden elixir the size of a fist, emanating a radiant golden glow reminiscent of the relics of a venerable monk after achieving enlightenment. In an instant, Xiao Yun felt his mental energy purify once more, doubling in potency and ascending to a higher realm. Clearly, his 9 refinements had reached completion. According to the records in the Refining Spirit chapter, only by reaching the extraordinary realm or completing the 9 refinements can one condense the golden elixir of spiritual power. As Xiao Yun reminisced about the contents of the Refining Spirit, he recognized that he was merely at the bridge of God's realm, far from the extraordinary realm. Thus, it was through the completion of the 9 refinements that he forged his golden elixir of spiritual power. Such formidable spiritual strength not only rendered him invincible among those at the bridge of God's realm, but also surpassed many cultivators in the cave heaven realm. A smile spread across Xiao Yun's face as he realized that having completed the 9 refinements, his spiritual power was undoubtedly superior to that of Lu Tian, tipping the scales of victory in his favor. However, upon inspecting the system, Xiao Yun could not help but grimace, feeling an immense pang of regret. Over the past 9 days, he had expended a staggering 100 instances of enlightenment, leaving him with only 200 remaining. It must be said that the refining spirit was exceedingly difficult to cultivate. No wonder even some saint-level powers had not attained the 9 refinements realm. Xiao Yun had achieved it with a stroke of luck, for otherwise, even after a millennium, he would have been unable to accomplish it. With the completion of the 9 refinements, it was now time to refine his flying sword. Xiao Yun chose not to dwell on the depletion of his enlightenment instances, knowing that he would eventually recoup them. At present, he was determined to forge his very first flying sword. As a cultivator at the bridge of God's realm, a flying sword was indispensable, for whether in battle or for soaring through the skies, the assistance of a flying sword was crucial, and Xiao Yun had already acquired 2 flying swords. One is the Golden Dragon Sword, bestowed upon him by the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land upon his return from the True Dragon's Nest, signifying the Lord's recognition of his prowess. This exquisite sword is not only a remarkable flying blade, forged from the bones of a Nirvana realm dragon, but also possesses an unimaginable power, undeniably making it a supreme flying sword. The second flying sword owned by Xiao Yun is a 3-inch-long black blade, known as the Black Demon Sword, gifted to him by his master, Emperor Tian. Do not underestimate this seemingly modest sword. It is crafted from a rare 10,000-year black iron, qualifying it as another outstanding flying sword. When Emperor Tian initially presented Xiao Yun with the black blade, it was forged from a mere 1,000-year black iron and weighed an impressive 360,000 pounds. In contrast, the Black Demon Sword, constructed from 10,000-year black iron, weighs a staggering 1 million pounds. In his youth, Emperor Tian wielded this sword to sweep through his peers, making a remarkable name for himself and ascending to become the holy son of the Chaos Sacred Land. At this moment, Xiao Yun contemplated the 2 flying swords before him, lost in thought. The Golden Dragon Sword is relatively lighter, weighing only 10,000 pounds, making it suitable for swift aerial maneuvers. Conversely, the Black Demon Sword is indomitable and heavy, ideal for offensive capabilities. Having reached a decision, Xiao Yun promptly began to refine these 2 flying swords. The process of refining a flying sword involves channeling a portion of one's mental energy to imprint their essence upon the blade. Following this, the practitioner feels an intrinsic connection with the sword, allowing for effortless control, akin to an extension of oneself. This is referred to as a life-bound flying sword. If the sword is enveloped in mental energy during flight, it does not qualify as a life-bound flying sword. The power of one's life-bound flying sword is undoubtedly significantly greater, and it is also quite adept in manipulation. However, should it be destroyed, the practitioner's spiritual energy would suffer a backlash. Therefore, when selecting a life-bound sword, practitioners are inclined to choose those of superior quality. Naturally, both Xiao Yun's Golden Dragon Sword and Black Demon Sword are top-tier flying swords, ensuring impeccable quality. With a swift motion, as Xiao Yun successfully refined his swords, the 2 life-bound flying swords shot forth like golden and black rainbows, zipping around the room with astonishing speed, surpassing even lightning. At last, I can soar, he exclaimed joyfully, laughing heartily. He summoned the Golden Dragon Sword, stepped upon it, and transformed into a blazing golden divine arc, soaring out of the house. On Emperor Peak, Uncle Fu was guiding Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu in their cultivation of divine abilities while casting glances towards the heavenly hall. His eyes filled with concern. Sensing her master's worry, Lin Xiaoya's face mirrored his anxiety. Brother has been in seclusion for 9 days now. Only 21 days remain until the month's end. Has he not yet ascended to the Divine Bridge realm? Time is slipping away for him to cultivate his divine abilities. Uncle Fu sighed inwardly. To say there were merely 21 days left is an understatement, even if Xiao Yun had the entire month to hone his skills. How many divine abilities could he truly master? It seemed unlikely he would even manage to perfect one. While Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu demonstrated commendable talent, after several months of practice, they had yet to grasp the basics of even the simplest divine abilities. Conversely, The divine abilities that Lu Tiandu possessed were surely the most challenging and potent of their kind. As the anxious Uncle Fu pondered, a radiant golden divine rainbow shot forth from the heavenly palace, soaring into the sky. Lin Xiaoyao exclaimed in astonishment, "It is my senior brother. Xiao Shixiang has ascended to the divine bridge realm." Beside her, Shi Chunyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 111. Riding the sword on the wind. This was an entirely novel experience. Xiao Yun, standing upon the golden dragon sword, traversed the vast expanse of the skies. The fierce winds billowed his garments, creating a melodious rustle. Gazing down upon the peaks below, he was enveloped by a profound sense of liberation, as if he had cast off all constraints. Although Xiao Yun had previously flown with the likes of Tian and Uncle Fu, it was always while standing upon their clouds, never in flight himself. It is only through one's own soaring in the heavens that the essence of unrestrained freedom can truly be grasped. Soaring high above, Xiao Yun's vision expanded, allowing him to gaze far and wide, his sensations deeply enriched. He ascended fiercely into the Empyrean, surveying the land he once inhabited, his heart brimming with awe. The majestic mountains, the expansive earth, everything lay before him in breathtaking detail. Even as Xiao Yun extended his spiritual perception, every blade of grass, every insect, and ant upon the ground came within his awareness, imparting upon him a sense of mastery over the universe. What exhilaration! No wonder it is said that only upon entering the divine bridge realm does one truly become a cultivator. The body refinement and chi gathering realms, no matter how formidable, are akin to mortals, limited to the ground. It is only upon transcending to the divine bridge realm that one can break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. Soaring freely in the skies above, Xiao Yun soared through the skies on his sword, exuding an air of effortless grace. His heart surged with emotion, and he could not suppress a long, resonant howl that reverberated through the firmament, echoing across the entirety of the chaotic sacred land. Instantly, several cultivators within the sacred territory turned their gazes toward him. It is senior brother Xiao. It is the esteemed quasi-divine heir. Xiao Yun had ascended to the divine bridge realm, truly a peerless prodigy. In just a little over a month, he had traversed from the gathering chi realm to the divine bridge realm. The cultivators of the chaotic sacred land were astounded. Transitioning from the body refinement realm to the gathering chi realm is relatively simple. Even an ordinary genius can accomplish this within a year or two. However, advancing to the divine bridge realm requires the consolidation of mental power, making the breakthrough significantly more challenging. Even the most gifted talents typically need 5 to 6 years to achieve it. Yet, Xiao Yun managed to accomplish this remarkable feat in a mere 9 days. Such innate talent and comprehension are truly formidable. Senior brother Xiao possesses unparalleled talent. Perhaps this time he can indeed defeat Lu Tiandu. One disciple expressed renewed confidence in Xiao Yun. Though senior brother's abilities are extraordinary, he still lags behind Lu Tiandu in the divine bridge realm, remarked another disciple with a composed demeanor. Nevertheless, I firmly believe he will eventually surpass Lu Tiandu. While Xiao Yun's talent is indisputable, the advantage held by Lu Tiandu in the divine bridge realm is substantial. Regardless of Xiao Yun's remarkable gifts, it is improbable that he can close the gap in such a short span of time. Meanwhile, in another part of the chaotic sacred land, Tian and Lu Tiandu, engaged in a game of chess, also directed their attention toward Xiao Yun, whose formidable mental presence pierced through layers of void, allowing them to behold his soaring form. In merely 9 days, one can consolidate their mental prowess and gaze upon the world. Who can rival my disciple? Tian, stroking his beard, looked at Lu Tiandu with an expression of pride. Lu Tiandu smiled faintly and remarked, "His talent is remarkable. I eagerly anticipate his swift rise to assist me in attaining the title of Great Emperor." These unassuming words, however, revealed Lu Tiandu's unwavering belief in his invincibility. Tian snorted coldly and responded, "You should strive to grow stronger as well. In due time, my disciple will undoubtedly aid you on your path to enlightenment. We shall see." Upon finishing his statement, Lu Tiandu cast a wistful glance at Tian across from him and sighed. "It is a pity you will not witness the day I achieve the status of Great Emperor. Otherwise, I would bestow upon you imperial blood, granting you an additional 1,000 years to witness the splendid era I shall create. Rest assured, even in death, I shall endure. I long to witness the moment my disciple ascends to the rank of Great Emperor." Tian retorted coldly. He had already obtained the Bodhi fruit and needed only to enter seclusion once to step into the celestial realm. Those who attain the celestial realm can extend their lifespan by another 1,000 years. Tian believed that within that millennium, Xiao Yun would undoubtedly attain the title of Great Emperor. Furthermore, with 1,000 years at his disposal, it was not inconceivable for him to reach the sage realm. Once he becomes a sage, his lifespan would extend yet another millennium. Above the chaos sacred land, Xiao Yun soared through the skies on his sword, traversing the heavens with grace. At times, he resembled a resplendent celestial rainbow darting through the void. At others, he streaked across the firmament like a shooting star or crashed to the earth like a comet, reveling in the exhilarating experience. This exuberance was entirely natural. It is customary for those who first step into the divine bridge realm to feel a similar thrill and excitement, much like Xiao Yun. After all, soaring through the skies like a bird, gazing down upon the vast expanse of the earth, is a sentiment difficult for mere mortals to comprehend. It was only after an hour of flight that Xiao Yun finally attained a state of tranquility. He then returned to the imperial peak, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze as his flowing black hair danced in the wind. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, radiating an extraordinary aura. Xiao Yun began to unleash his mental energy, and instantly, the entirety of the imperial peak lay within his perception. Zhao Wuji was in a grand hall, engrossed in solitary cultivation, likely consolidating his mental power in pursuit of the divine bridge realm. Uncle Fu was leading Lin Xiaya and Shi Chunyu towards him. Xiao Yun endeavored to fully harness his mental energy and discovered that it could envelop the entire imperial peak, yet extending beyond that proved to be quite challenging. He was uncertain of the true extent of his mental prowess. Just then, he noticed Uncle Fu accompanied by Lin Xiaya and Shi Chunyu approaching, prompting him to inquire of the two women, Junior Sister, Shi Junior Sister, after your ascension to the divine bridge realm, what range can your mental energy explore? Brother, my mental energy is quite formidable. It can encompass the entire hall, Lin Xiaya replied instinctively. I am similarly capable, Shi Chunyu added. Xiao Yun couldn't help but display a peculiar expression. Was that truly considered powerful? It should be noted that there were hundreds of halls upon this imperial peak, and the areas occupied by these halls represented merely a fraction of the peak itself. This clearly illustrated the weakness of Lin Xiaya and Shi Chunyu's mental energy. With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao Yun realized that it was futile to draw comparisons with Lin Xiaya and Shi Chunyu. He would have to wait until Zhao Wuji ascended to the divine bridge realm to inquire further. This individual, after all, possesses the supreme body. Following his ascension to the divine bridge realm, his mental capacity should be formidable. Young master, what is the extent of your mental prowess? At this moment, Uncle Fu could not help but inquire with curiosity. Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu also gazed over with expressions of intrigue. With Xiao Yun's strong foundation and extraordinary talent, one could only wonder how powerful his mental force would become after his elevation to the divine bridge realm. Xiao Yun cast a glance at Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. Deciding against dampening their spirits, he simply shook his head and replied, in truth, it is not that extensive. I can only encompass the entirety of the imperial peak. Uncle Fu inhaled sharply at his words. Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu were momentarily taken aback. The entire imperial peak? Just how vast is it? Towering at 10,000 meters high and stretching several thousand meters long, it is grand and awe-inspiring, incomparable to any mere hillside. The two women were utterly astonished by Xiao Yun's formidable mental capacity, subsequently feeling a wave of frustration and helplessness. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Xiao Yun sighed and shook his head. I truly do not wish to discourage you, yet you insist on asking further. Chapter 112. The Terror of the Dual Pupils Whoosh. Just as Xiao Yun and Uncle Fu engaged in conversation, Di Tian arrived on his cloud, landing beside Xiao Yun. Master. Xiao Yun promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. Di Tian scrutinized Xiao Yun intently, and after a moment, he fixed his penetrating gaze upon him and inquired, Disciple, what is the approximate range your mental capacity can cover following your ascension to the divine bridge realm? Master, my mental force can precisely envelop the entire imperial peak. Xiao Yun responded. What? Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian widened his eyes in astonishment and pointed a finger towards Xiao Yun's forehead, saying, Disciple, do not resist. Allow your master to examine your sea of consciousness. Generally speaking, cultivators are reluctant to permit others to scrutinize their inner realms. However, as Emperor Tian was his own master, Xiao Yun made no attempt to resist. At that moment, Emperor Tian, utilizing his spiritual energy, glimpsed the brilliant spiritual energy golden core within Xiao Yun's sea of consciousness. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he exclaimed, a spiritual energy golden core? How is it possible that you, having only recently entered the divine bridge realm, have condensed your spiritual energy into a golden core? A spiritual energy golden core? Fu Bo, standing nearby, gasped in astonishment, his face a mask of incredulity. Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu, however, wore expressions of confusion, lacking an understanding of what a spiritual energy golden core entailed. Master, what is a spiritual energy golden core? Lin Xiaoya inquired curiously of Fu Bo. Taking a deep breath, Fu Bo gazed at Xiao Yun with evident delight, exclaiming, A spiritual energy golden core represents a high-quality form of spiritual energy. Only those who have transcended to the extraordinary realm can condense such a core. Of course, there is another method, the 9 refinements. Emperor Tian seized the opportunity to speak, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at Xiao Yun, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Disciple, have you indeed practiced the refining spirit chapter from the chaos scripture and achieved the realm of 9 refinements? Yes. Xiao Yun nodded affirmatively, revealing no secrets. For these individuals were the closest to him. Haraha. Hearing Xiao Yun's words, Emperor Tian erupted into joyous laughter, his face alight with exhilaration. Beside him, Fu Bo was equally elated, his eyes filled with fervor. Originally, they harbored little confidence in Xiao Yun's ability to defeat Lu Tiandu. However, their faith has now been somewhat restored. At the very least, in terms of mental prowess, Xiao Yun undoubtedly surpasses Lu Tiandu, who is at the Divine Bridge realm. Di Tian, with a joyful expression, remarked, "Even I, as your master, have only reached the 7th refinement stage thus far. Lu Tiandu is comparable to me. Therefore, when your cultivation is constrained to the Divine Bridge realm, your mental strength will already eclipse his. The young master's comprehension is simply astonishing. You, my old master, have cultivated for nearly a millennium and have only attained the 7th refinement stage, while the young master has astonishingly achieved 9th refinement in just 9 days. I fear that even the Chaos Emperor did not possess such terrifying insight in his youth," Fu Bo remarked with admiration. Di Tian nodded and stated, "Let alone the Chaos Emperor. Throughout the annals of cultivation history, no one has exhibited comprehension superior to Xiao Yun's. It is akin to feasting on Bodhi fruits daily." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's face flushed with modesty, for he believed he had no exceptional insight, relying instead on the assistance of the Epiphany system. The function of the Epiphany system is, after all, akin to consuming Bodhi fruits incessantly. Master, my mental strength has now become sufficiently formidable, and I have ascended to the Divine Bridge realm. The next step is to cultivate divine abilities, yet I am uncertain which abilities to pursue. Xiao Yun skillfully shifted the conversation, inquiring. Di Tian smiled slightly, exuding confidence as he replied, "You have come to the right person. I have faced Lu Tiandu countless times in my youth, and no one understands him better than I do. Hence, I have already devised some divine abilities specifically tailored to counter him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was instantly filled with joy and eagerly exclaimed, "Master, please tell me. I shall promptly head to the Starry Pavilion to select the divine abilities." Di Tian, with a solemn expression, replied, "The divine abilities I speak of are indeed the most formidable ones you can learn at this stage, yet their cultivation is exceedingly arduous. Were it not for your remarkable comprehension, I would not recommend you undertake their training." Xiao Yun chuckled confidently, saying, "Master, do not worry. In terms of comprehension, I assure you, I will have no issues." Di Tian nodded, having no doubt about Xiao Yun's aptitude after learning that he had completed the 9 refinements in merely 9 days. With a grave demeanor, Di Tian continued, "To restrain Lu Tiandu, you must first counter his heavy eyes. His power is largely derived from these twin orbs. Thus, by neutralizing the heavy eyes, you can diminish his combat prowess by half." Xiao Yun nodded attentively, listening intently. Di Tian, with his hands clasped behind his back, further elaborated. "As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. I will first enlighten you about the abilities of his heavy eyes, so you may remain vigilant." Xiao Yun agreed wholeheartedly. Although he recognized the formidable nature of the heavy eyes, he was unaware of their specific capabilities. However, Di Tian was well acquainted with them, having engaged in numerous battles with Lu Tiandu in his youth, and having experienced the might of the heavy eyes firsthand. Indeed, as the adage states, an elder in the family is like a treasure. Xiao Yun felt fortunate, recalling how Di Tian had once assisted him in formulating combat techniques to counter the time-based abilities of Li Qingdi during their expedition to the True Dragon Nest. Now, with the assistance of Emperor Tian, he is able to contend with Lu Tiandu. Without Emperor Tian's support, if Xiao Yun were to practice his divine abilities indiscriminately, he would not necessarily stand a chance against Lu Tiandu. This represents a significant tactical advantage. With Emperor Tian's guidance, Xiao Yun can gain a profound understanding of Lu Tiandu and can prepare in advance to cultivate abilities that counteract Lu Tiandu's formidable eye techniques. In contrast, Lu Tiandu currently possesses no knowledge of Xiao Yun, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. Disciple, that possesses 3 of the most formidable powers, Emperor Tian stated gravely, his expression serious. The first is the ability to create illusions that can conjure mirages that ensnare the enemy. It is crucial to understand that during battle, once you are ensnared in an illusion, even a momentary lapse in concentration can render you vulnerable to Lu Tiandu's attack. Xiao Yun felt a chill in his heart. Was this not akin to the Sharingan from Naruto? How could he possibly defend against it? Illusions are intangible assaults, no matter how powerful your strength. You cannot shatter an illusion. Once ensnared, even a fleeting moment of distraction could lead to your demise at the hands of Lu Tiandu. The second ability is the power of creation. Emperor Tian continued with a stern demeanor. It is said that those with thee are reincarnated ancient deities. When thee opens, it can create and reshape reality. This power encompasses not only physical attacks but also formidable mental assaults, making it exceptionally troublesome. Emperor Tian's tone grew more somber as he elaborated. The third ability is the power of divine fire. Lu Tiandus can unleash divine flames of extraordinary heat, far surpassing the three-flavor true fire cultivated by us practitioners. It is capable of incinerating anything and everything. Upon hearing the words, Xiao Yun wore a perplexed expression. Wasn't this the Amaterasu ability from the kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Could it be that this dual pupil was indeed the Sharingan? Chapter 113, The Seven Divine Powers. After listening to Emperor Tian's narration, Xiao Yun gained a general understanding of Lu Tiandu's dual pupil abilities. Subsequently, Emperor Tian began to impart the secrets of cultivation to Xiao Yun. His countenance grave as he stated, the essence of divine powers lies in their refinement rather than their multitude. The first divine power I have selected for you is the Golden Bell Shield. The version you practiced previously was merely a rudimentary one. The advanced version is a divine power. And the pinnacle version is known as the Supreme Divine Power, one which you are not yet ready to cultivate. With the defense of the Golden Bell Shield established, the next focus would be on offense. Emperor Tian looked at Xiao Yun with a smile and said, given your exceptional comprehension, we shall employ the most formidable offensive divine powers. They are 10,000 sword flow in 4 symbols, sword formation. These 2 divine powers are among the most challenging to master. Achieving mastery in either will unleash devastating might. Xiao Yun nodded, diligently committing these teachings to memory. Emperor Tian continued, additionally, there are the ocean-covering seal and profound ice sword seal. When used in conjunction, these 2 divine powers are sufficient to counteract the fiery strength of the dual pupil. Master, how can one counter the illusionary capabilities of the dual pupil? Xiao Yun could not help but inquire, a sense of trepidation filling him at the thought of such powers. As the terror of the Sharingan was well known, Emperor Tian smiled and said, there exists another divine ability known as the immovable king seal, a powerful technique of the Buddhist sect that can instill fear in the hearts of enemies and shatter their illusions. With this, you shall no longer fear the deceptive visions of the dual pupils. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was immediately filled with elation. Indeed, his master had long been prepared, orchestrating everything to aid him. This time, Lu Tiandu was destined to lose. Thus, Xiao Yun bid farewell to Emperor Tian, soared into the sky on his sword, and hastened towards the direction of the Starry Pavilion. After the disciples' ceremony at the chaotic sacred land, the flow of visitors to the Starry Pavilion had diminished significantly, with only a handful of individuals present. Upon entering, Xiao Yun naturally drew the attention of the crowd, and everyone respectfully greeted him. After all, Xiao Yun was now a candidate for the divine son of the chaotic sacred land, holding a status equal to that of the esteemed elders. With his recent advancement to the divine bridge realm, it was clear he had come to select divine abilities. Curiosity abounded regarding which techniques he would choose. Given his character, it was certain he would opt for the most formidable abilities. However, with only 21 days remaining until his duel with Lu Tiandu, time was short for him to cultivate these techniques. I believe Xiao Yun will select only one technique. For choosing too many would hinder his ability to master them in such a limited time frame, the onlookers murmured among themselves. Xiao Yun, however, directly addressed the Starry Pavilion, requesting, I seek the 10,000 sword flow, immovable king seal, ocean cover seal, mystic ice sword seal, 4 symbols sword array, and golden bell shield, these 6 divine abilities. The crowd nearby was left utterly astonished at his words. They originally believed that Xiao Yun would only select a single divine ability. After all, within a mere span of 21 days, whether one could master even a single technique was uncertain, let alone the possibility of cultivating a second. To their astonishment, however, Xiao Yun confidently proclaimed 6 divine abilities, leaving the onlookers speechless. While others required decades or even centuries to perfect a single technique, he aspired to achieve 6 within just 21 days. Was it plausible to master one in merely 3 days? Even a reincarnated emperor would find such a feat impossible. With Xiao Yun's declaration, 6 celestial bodies descended from the heavens, revealing the 6 divine abilities before him. He swiftly gathered them, yet did not depart. Instead, he continued to inquire, does the Starry Pavilion possess any techniques akin to the 9-turn Overlord Fist, preferably also a divine technique created by the founding ancestor? I seek the strongest. Within his Alaya consciousness, he had comprehended the grand martial arts, These principles were not confined solely to the 9-turn Overlord Fist. Any technique of a similar style could be enhanced with these profound patterns, resulting in a significant amplification of power. Moreover, techniques like the Golden Bell Shield had upgraded versions. Therefore, it stood to reason that the founding ancestor S9-turn Overlord Fist should also possess an upgraded variant. Xiao Yun felt a surge of anticipation. At that moment, a resplendent star descended, landing before him. As Xiao Yun extended his mental energy to explore, for grand characters imprinted themselves in his mind. Invincible Fist Seal. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly befitting of the founding ancestor, the name exuded dominance. Upon hearing it, he instantly recognized that this technique shared a style with the 9-turn Overlord Fist. Moreover, to bear the name of Invincible suggests that the power of this divine skill must be extraordinarily formidable. This is the one. Xiao Yun sheathed the Invincible Fist Seal and departed from the Star Pavilion, soaring into the sky on his sword. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Xiao Yun's retreating figure. Brother Xiao has actually chosen 7 divine skills. Does he truly intend to master one of them within 3 days? It is preposterous. Who possesses such extraordinary comprehension? Daily consumption of Bodhi fruits might come closer to it. Furthermore, the divine skills chosen by Brother Xiao are all of considerable difficulty. What constitutes considerable difficulty, you ask? Those 7 divine skills are, without a doubt, among the 7 most challenging to cultivate within our chaos sacred land, verging on an insurmountable level of difficulty. In a certain part of the chaos sacred land, after imparting guidance to Xiao Yun, Emperor Tian returned to engage in a game with Lu Tiandu. This time, Emperor Tian clearly exhibited a remarkable improvement in his chess skills, swiftly overpowering Lu Tiandu and achieving victory. Lu Tiandu was taken aback by the sudden surge in Emperor Tian's prowess, and in his negligence, he allowed Emperor Tian to seize the initiative, rendering him incapable of turning the tide thereafter. However, it was merely a game of chess, and Lu Tiandu remained unfazed. Observing the spring-like exuberance upon Emperor Tian's face, as if he had transformed into a different person, Lu Tiandu could not help but inquire, Emperor Tian, what has brought you such joy? Could it be that your disciple has achieved the true chaos body? His words were clearly a jest. For the genuine chaos body is not something that can be cultivated overnight. Hearing this, Tian scoffed, saying, my disciple will undoubtedly forge a true chaos body in the future. You should prepare well, lest you find yourself embarrassed in half a month when you lose to my disciple. Lu Tiandu responded with a faint smile. It seems your disciple's recent ascension to the Divine Bridge realm has greatly bolstered your confidence. According to my calculations, his innate talent is formidable, and after his advancement, his mental acuity should be quite powerful. However, even if his mental prowess can rival mine, he falls short in terms of divine abilities. We shall see. Tian, brimming with confidence, adjusted the chessboard and continued his game with Lu Tiandu. As Lu Tiandu played, a sense of suspicion arose within him. Why was Tian suddenly so self-assured? With his cultivation level, he could not possibly be unaware of the absolute disparity between himself and Xiao Yun. What chance did Xiao Yun truly have? After pondering for a moment, Lu Tiandu concluded that Tian was merely putting on a fade to intimidate him into breaking their truce, thereby allowing Xiao Yun to maintain an undefeated record. With this realization, Lu Tiandu dismissed further thoughts and focused on the game, firmly confident in his own abilities. In the Divine Bridge realm, Xiao Yun would certainly not be his match. Time slipped away like sand through one's fingers, and the months swiftly passed. On this day, countless cultivators from the chaos sacred land, along with numerous esteemed elders and deacons, hurriedly made their way to the plaza. For today was the day of the fateful duel between Xiao Yun and Lu Tiandu. Chapter 114. The Day of Confrontation at the Peak of the D Mountain. Within a chamber of the heavenly hall, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes. 2 brilliant beams of divine light shot forth, piercing through layers of space like lasers. At last, he has mastered the final arcane art. A glimmer of confidence shone in Xiao Yun's eyes. Over the course of 21 days, he has successfully cultivated all 7 mystical techniques. However, this achievement came at a considerable cost. On average, each technique required 15 instances of enlightenment, totaling 105, leaving him with a remaining 95. Despite the substantial expenditure of enlightenment instances, Xiao Yun's gains have been monumental. With the completion of the 7 divine arts, his strength has surged to an astonishing degree, to the point where even he is uncertain of his own power. Lu Tiandu, this time, you are destined to lose. A faint smirk played upon Xiao Yun's lips as he gradually rose to his feet, resembling a colossal dragon ascending into the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura that made the furniture in the room creak under the pressure. In this moment, Xiao Yun's spirit was at an unprecedented peak, embodying an optimal state. After all, he had invested immense effort and numerous enlightenment instances in preparation for this battle, instilling him with unwavering confidence. In the square of the Chaos Sacred Land, where Xiao Yun had initially entered and struck the Chaos Bell, a vast crowd had gathered. Yet, the square appeared desolate, as all the practitioners of the Chaos Sacred Land were observing the battle from above. Some soared on flying swords, others stood suspended in the air, while many rode on clouds, forming a dense mass that obscured the entire sky. Below, the only notable feature on the square was a massive gray arena, enveloped in a golden light barrier that revealed terrifying runes of profound paths. This was the Emperor's arena. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure shot down from the sky and landed in the square. As the crowd turned their gaze, they discovered that it was none other than Lu Tiandu. Accompanying him was Tian, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land, along with several esteemed elders, who arrived to observe the unfolding spectacle from above. Truly, the treasures forged by the great emperor are extraordinary. I too shall endeavor to craft a similar arena in search of a disciple worthy of inheriting my lifelong mastery. Lu Tiandu remarked, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes gleaming with brilliance as he surveyed the grand emperor's arena. However, his words incited displeasure among all present from the Chaos Sacred Land, for Lu Tiandu had the audacity to proclaim his intention to forge such an arena, implying that he harbored aspirations of achieving the status of emperor himself. After all, only those of emperor-level prowess could create such an arena. Naturally, the people of the Chaos Sacred Land did not wish for Lu Tiandu to ascend to such heights. Tian snorted coldly, cautioning, Lu Tiandu, do not speak so prematurely. Beware lest the wind cause you to trip over your own tongue. Lu Tiandu cast a sidelong glance at Tian but offered no rebuttal. Instead, he stepped forward, crossing onto the emperor's arena and entering the golden light that enveloped it. Then, a resounding declaration echoed from the arena. I have arrived. I conquer. I am invincible. Standing upon the emperor's stage, Lu Tiandu, with hands behind his back and his garments billowing, emanated an aura of unparalleled dominance. His dual heavy pupils radiated intense divine light, casting an air of invincibility over the entire scene. The expressions of the Chaos Sacred Land's inhabitants turned grim. How dare an outsider exhibit such arrogance within their domain? Their frustration boiled over, and they yearned to collectively strike Lu Tiandu down. Nevertheless, everyone restrained themselves, for this battle belonged to Xiao Yun. At this moment, all those from the Chaos Sacred Land hoped that Xiao Yun would triumph over Lu Tiandu, thereby showcasing the might of their domain. Whoosh! It seemed as though he could hear the collective yearning of the crowd. Xiao Yun, riding upon the golden dragon's sword, resembled a golden divine rainbow, shooting down from the heavens to land gracefully before the emperor's arena. Fu Bo, Zhao Wujia, Lin Xiaoya, and Shi Chunyu, among others, observed the spectacle from the skies above. Lu Tiandu. Xiao Yun directed his gaze toward Lu Tiandu atop the emperor's platform, his eyes radiating a fierce brilliance, imbued with unwavering confidence and resolute determination. Come forth. You have squandered a month of my time, and now it is time for this to conclude. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Tiandu stood upon the emperor's platform, looking down at Xiao Yun with an air of indifference. Since you are so eager to lose, I shall oblige you. With a cold snort, Xiao Yun planted his feet firmly on the ground and vaulted onto the emperor's stage. Boom! As Xiao Yun entered the arena, the golden light enveloping the platform became even more dazzling, with golden runes and intricate Dao patterns shimmering and flickering throughout. Xiao Yun felt an immense aura erupting from these runes and patterns, saturating the entire emperor's arena. In the presence of this overwhelming force, Xiao Yun felt insignificantly small. For this aura was boundless and majestic. It was the essence of an emperor. Xiao Yun marveled in awe, his heart increasingly yearning for the path of the emperor. At this moment, across from him, Lu Tiandu's expression suddenly shifted, as his aura began to diminish rapidly, descending in an instant to the realm of the divine bridge. Even Lu Tiandu's originally radiant twin pupils were significantly subdued, their brilliance waning. Xiao Yun realized that Lu Tiandu had been restrained in his cultivation, now standing at the same level as him, both existing within the confines of the divine bridge. The emperor's arena, a battleground for equals. This is the epitome of fair competition. Xiao Yun gazed intently at Lu Tiandu, his eyes sparkling with determination, declaring, Lu Tiandu, today I shall defeat you, proving my invincible resolve. In the heavens above, the onlookers from the chaotic Holy Land appeared to be inspired by Xiao Yun's confidence, their faces lighting up with smiles. On the emperor's arena, Lu Tiandu, fixated on Xiao Yun, felt the resurgence of a brilliant radiance in his deep black eyes, where his twin pupils gleamed with the terrifying imagery of the sun and moon's rise and fall, and the annihilation of the cosmos. Come forth and perish. Lu Tiandu uttered 4 words, yet they were imbued with an overwhelming authority, his eyes reflecting an unyielding confidence. Clang. As he spoke, 2 formidable black, heavenly blades surged forth from his twin pupils, slicing through the air towards Xiao Yun. The spectators' eyes widened. For these black, heavenly blades were nothing short of terrifying, akin to the very act of creation itself, their power unparalleled. The sheer intensity of the blade's intent, resonating with the essence of cosmic creation, soared into the sky, enveloping the entire firmament and leaving the onlookers breathless with trepidation. Boom. Xiao Yun had anticipated this assault. With deft hand movements, he formed a seal, summoning a colossal golden bell, as immense as a mountain, which encased him entirely, emanating resplendent golden light. Unlike the golden bell shield that Xiao Yun wielded in the body refinement and chi gathering stages, his current golden bell shield has not only expanded in size, but also nearly materialized in its golden exterior, contrasting sharply with its previous gaseous form. As a result, its defensive capabilities have significantly increased. Although Lu Tiandu's 2 formidable black celestial blades possess immense power, they merely managed to create a slight fissure in Xiao Yun's golden shield, failing to shatter it entirely. Chapter 115. The potent mental force. While Xiao Yun successfully deflected Lu Tiandu's initial probing attack with the golden bell shield, he did not find himself at ease, as the opponent's double pupils were indeed formidable. The mere assault of their ocular power was terrifying, infused with a shockwave of mental force. Had it not been for Xiao Yun's enlightenment that allowed him to cultivate the golden bell shield to perfection, he might not have been able to withstand the opponent's onslaught. This must be what Master referred to as the power of creation. Indeed, that essence of cosmic inception is extraordinarily potent, akin to an ancient deity wielding a colossal axe to cleave through the heavens and the earth. As Xiao Yun gazed at Lu Tiandu across the way, his expression grew exceedingly grave. The opponent's strength surpassed his expectations. This upgraded golden bell shield has reached the level of divine ability. It is astonishing that senior brother Xiao managed to master such a profound technique in a mere 21 days. Such exceptional comprehension is truly remarkable. Moreover, Xiao Yun has perfected this golden bell shield. Without this level of mastery, he would have been incapable of withstanding Lu Tiandu's creation force. My heavens, a perfected realm? Is senior brother Zhao's comprehension truly so terrifying? The onlookers were abuzz with discussion, profoundly shaken by the manifestation of the golden bell shield, a divine technique wielded by Xiao Yun. This was no mere combat skill. It was a formidable defensive art, renowned for its unparalleled strength even among the myriad of divine techniques within the chaos sacred land. The arduous nature of mastering this technique is widely acknowledged. Remarkably, Xiao Yun accomplished the mastery of the golden bell shield in a mere 21 days, achieving a state of perfection that was nothing short of astonishing. Even Tian, who had personally selected the techniques for Xiao Yun, found it hard to believe. With a face brimming with astonishment, he exclaimed, Xiao Yun has actually perfected the golden bell shield. Such comprehension is extraordinary. He will undoubtedly cultivate the Chaos Sutra and forge a true chaos body in the future. The supreme master of the chaos sacred land stood nearby, equally elated, expressing with fervor, with such understanding, the forging of a chaos body is within reach. Their thoughts were not fixated on the outcome of this battle, but rather on the potential for Xiao Yun to achieve the chaos body, which held far greater significance. Previously, they had only speculated, but now, having witnessed Xiao Yun's remarkable comprehension, they were filled with confidence, convinced that he would indeed realize a true chaos body. Boom. Just as the crowd was engrossed in their discussions, the 2 figures on the Emperor's arena, having completed their initial probing, commenced their formal duel. They collided like 2 unparalleled beams of light, crashing together with the force of a comet striking the earth, unleashing a brilliant radiance that dazzled the eyes and resonated with the sound of thunder. Bang! The strike was so formidable that it resembled the collision of 2 continents. The explosive brilliance illuminating the entirety of the chaos sacred land. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, engulfing the heavens and the earth like an endless ocean. When the radiance finally dissipated, Xiao Yun remained motionless in place, while Lu Tiandu was sent flying by a single punch, halting at the edge of the Emperor's arena. The spectators in the chaos sacred land were invigorated. At least in terms of strength, Xiao Yun held the advantage. Only Tian, the master of the chaos sacred land, and a few others understood that this was merely Lu Tiandu's probing. They had yet to truly commence their duel. To possess 10 million gene of strength. Does that mean you have 2 million gene at the body refinement stage? More powerful than the Chaos Emperor in his time. Lu Tiandu gazed at Xiao Yun, his expression growing grave. He had anticipated Xiao Yun's strength would be formidable, but he had not expected it to reach such heights. It is worth noting that during his own body refinement stage, he had only possessed 600,000 gene of strength. Nevertheless, This realization did not instill fear in Lu Tiandu. His eyes sparkled with a destructive light as he coldly stated, "Excellent. The more formidable you become, the more resolute my invincible heart shall be once I defeat you." Xiao Yun fixed his gaze on Lu Tiandu, sneering, "Such arrogance." No sooner had the words left his lips than a streak of black, demonic light shot forth, its speed akin to lightning as it raced toward Lu Tiandu. Observing from the sky, Di Tian's eyes lit up upon recognizing the black magic sword he had gifted to Xiao Yun. It was not solely the Emperor Tian who recognized the black demon sword. Lu Tiandu also discerned its identity, having battled alongside the Emperor on numerous occasions in the past. The black demon sword was a weapon he knew all too well. Indeed, the Emperor Tian had passed the black demon sword to you. But with your recently ascended spiritual power at the Divine Bridge realm, how much force could you truly wield? Lu Tiandu let out a cold snicker as he summoned his own flying sword, directing it towards Xiao Yun's black demon sword. His spiritual energy was formidable, capable of channeling his full strength of an astounding 3 million pounds, which he unleashed in a fierce strike against the black demon sword. Lu Tiandu was brimming with confidence, believing that Xiao Yun could muster no more than 1 million pounds of strength at most, certain that he would easily send him flying with a single blow. Boom. The two flying swords collided violently in midair, unleashing a terrifying wave of force, accompanied by a blinding burst of flames that distorted the very fabric of the void. Subsequently, Lu Tiandu's sword let out a mournful cry, utterly shattered by Xiao Yun's black demon sword. Lu Tiandu's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. Whoosh! The black demon sword, imbued with overwhelming power, continued its relentless advance towards Lu Tiandu. At a critical moment, Lu Tiandu unleashed two black celestial blades from his eyes, forcefully clashing with the black demon sword, finally managing to halt its fierce onslaught. Yet, despite successfully blocking the attack, Lu Tiandu's countenance remained grim. For the chilling radiance emanating from the black demon sword had been utterly soul-stirring, evoking memories of the Emperor Tian's fierce assaults from days gone by. 10 million pounds of power. Lu Tiandu gazed at the opposing Xiao Yun, his countenance darkened with disbelief. How can you completely control your own power? How is your mental fortitude so formidable? What concern is it of yours? Xiao Yun retorted with a cold smirk, continuing to manipulate the black magic sword in a lethal arc towards him. The fierce dark radiance, imbued with astonishing might, struck fiercely at the very spot where Lu Tiandu had once stood. Boom! Sparks flew as the air quivered, leaving a deep, black scar upon the ground. Once more, Xiao Yun wielded the black magic sword, pursuing the retreating Lu Tiandu with relentless fervor. It must be said, the speed with which he commanded the flying sword using his mental prowess was astounding, surpassing even the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the razor-sharp black magic sword had already reached Lu Tiandu's front. The chilling glint of the blade caused Lu Tiandu's expression to darken. You arrogant whelp. Do you truly believe that sheer strength can overcome me? Today, I shall enlighten you on what it means to be a true Divine Bridge realm cultivator. Lu Tiandu declared coldly. With that, he formed a seal, summoning a colossal mountain that erupted from the ground to stand before him, effectively blocking the assault of the black magic sword and charging towards Xiao Yun. Chapter 116. Contest of Divine Powers. The mountain conjured by Lu Tiandu loomed grandly, resembling a genuine peak, adorned with flourishing flora and towering trees, its majesty and grandeur radiating an overwhelming pressure. Xiao Yun was immediately enveloped by an almost suffocating force. This divine ability was extraordinarily powerful, undoubtedly among the top-tier techniques, and Lu Tiandu had cultivated it to perfection. Split it apart. Xiao Yun, wary and resolute, exerted his utmost control over the black demon sword, relentlessly cleaving at the massive mountain before him, shattering its form and sending colossal boulders tumbling down. To his astonishment, however, the mountain remarkably began to restore itself after being fractured. Every area he had struck swiftly returned to its original state. With my earth imprint technique, as long as the battle transpires upon the ground, my strength will be inexhaustible. I shall not relent until my enemy is vanquished. Lu Tiandu remarked coldly as he observed Xiao Yun across the battlefield. As he spoke, the imposing might of the mountain intensified, enveloping Xiao Yun entirely. The terrifying authority firmly locked onto him, leaving him with no avenue for evasion. After all, the Emperor's arena was confined in size, offering no refuge. Boom! At a critical moment, Xiao Yun unleashed the Golden Bell shield, the enormous golden bell reappearing to safeguard his form within. The blazing golden barrier resisted the mountain's tremendous pressure, as the cataclysmic force clashed and surged outward in all directions, shaking the heavens and the earth. The very void quivered, and the fabric of space threatened to distort. Trapped within the golden shield, Xiao Yun found himself pressed against the edge of the Emperor's arena by the encroaching mountain, which continued to deform the protective golden bell surrounding him. Meanwhile, the mountain under Lu Tiandu's command astonishingly continued to grow. This fellow's power is perpetually augmenting, Xiao Yun thought, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he beheld the mountain before him. Suddenly, he recalled Lu Tiandu's earlier words, as long as the battle was fought on solid ground. This earth imprint technique would grant him an unending reservoir of strength. Xiao Yun could not help but gaze down at the base of the towering mountain before him. And indeed, he observed streams of earthy yellow light continuously converging into the mountain, augmenting its formidable power. This arcane technique could absorb the very essence of the earth. No wonder it was inexhaustible and capable of rapid recovery. Xiao Yun's expression shifted as he finally comprehended the formidable nature of the earth seal. Simultaneously, he realized that he could no longer allow Lu Tiandu to wield this technique. He must swiftly destroy the mountain before him. Otherwise, as time progressed, the might of Lu Tiandu's technique would only grow stronger, placing Xiao Yun at a severe disadvantage. Brother Xiao was destined to lose. Once this earth seal was cultivated to perfection, it could siphon the earth's power, continuously enhancing itself. If it was not destroyed at the outset, it would become exceedingly difficult to dismantle later. Were it not for the constraints of the Emperor's arena, Brother Xiao could have evaded this predicament. However, the vast expanse of the arena left him with no refuge. This notion was unrealistic. Without the suppression of the Emperor's arena on Lu Tiandu's realm, Brother Xiao would not even stand a chance against him. In the sky, the onlookers from the chaotic sacred land revealed expressions of concern. They all felt that Xiao Yun was on the brink of defeat. Lu Tiandu's earth seal was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, which constituted a significant disadvantage for Xiao Yun. Although Xiao Yun possessed immense strength, he was significantly outmatched in terms of arcane techniques compared to Lu Tiandu. After all, Lu Tiandu had practiced for over a millennium, mastering every technique to perfection, a colossal disadvantage that Xiao Yun would find challenging to overcome in such a short span of time. The defeat of Xiao Yun is not a consequence of his own shortcomings, sighed the master of the chaotic sacred land. Beside him, Emperor Tian gazed intently at Xiao Yun below, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The techniques he had imparted to Xiao Yun were specifically designed to counter Lu Tiandu. Should Xiao Yun master them, he would undoubtedly prevail over Lu Tiandu. However, the question lingered, could Xiao Yun truly achieve mastery? Much like the Golden Bell Shield, he had perfected other techniques to their utmost limits. Such an accomplishment would be nothing short of miraculous, a feat that defies belief. After all, to cultivate 7 techniques to perfection within a mere 21 days is nearly impossible. Even a reincarnated emperor could scarcely manage it. Thus, it is deemed a miracle. Emperor Tian's eyes brimmed with hope. Could his disciple Xiao Yun realize this extraordinary feat? Boom. On the emperor's arena, the golden bell surrounding Xiao Yun had been crushed by the opposing mountain. The space within the golden shield diminished rapidly, and if this pressure persisted, Xiao Yun would be entirely obliterated. Surrender, Lu Tiandu declared, arms crossed, his demeanor exuding arrogance and confidence as he observed Xiao Yun cornered. It is not disgraceful to lose to me. After all, I am a senior who stands at odds with your master. Return and cultivate diligently. I shall await you on the emperor's path, hoping that next time, you may surprise me. Lu Tiandu spoke with an air of condescension, offering his unsolicited guidance to Xiao Yun. Have you finished your pointless chatter? At that moment, Xiao Yun raised his head and gazed at the opposite Lu Tiandu, expressing his impatience as he said, have you indulged in excessive self-pleasure during your prolonged singlehood, leading to such a plethora of nonsensical chatter? Since you are so obstinate, I shall force you to kneel and concede. Lu Tiandu's eyes turned cold, although he was unaware of the meaning behind self-pleasure. An instinctual understanding informed him that it was an insult. Boom. As Lu Tiandu intensified his efforts, the colossal mountain before him absorbed the earth's energy at an accelerated pace, growing taller by several meters, resembling a behemoth exuding an overwhelming might, descending upon Xiao Yun with tremendous force. Lu Tiandu, you are overly confident. Do you truly believe I would falter against you in terms of divine abilities? Xiao Yun observed Lu Tiandu, his aura steadily escalating. The waves of power he radiated becoming increasingly formidable, like a slumbering war god awakening from the depths of an abyss. Across from him, Lu Tiandu squinted, his dual pupils shimmering with a destructive light. He felt a twinge of curiosity as to why Xiao Yun retained such confidence even now. 10,000 swords flow. Xiao Yun bellowed in response to Lu Tiandu's gaze. In the next instant, a beam of black energy shot down from the heavens, striking towards the great mountain, manifesting as the black magic sword under Xiao Yun's command. Lu Tiandu, witnessing this, could not help but scoff. The 10,000 swords flow indeed possesses great strength, but you can only cultivate it to a single flow. The power of just one sword pales in comparison to my earth seal, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly insignificant. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun roared. One sword is insufficient. Then let it be a myriad of swords. As his words fell, the dark magic sword aimed at the mountain began to tremble violently, resembling a quaking force, and suddenly transformed into countless sword shadows, coalescing into a river of black sword light. This torrent, imbued with unparalleled power, surged forth toward the mountain. What? Lu Tiandu's pupils contracted. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yun had perfected the 10,000 sword flow, reaching the level of myriad paths flow. How could this be possible? Chapter 117, The Dark World in the Skies Above. When the members of the Chaos Sacred Land witnessed Xiao Yun unleashing the 10,000 sword flow, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment and disbelief. Could this truly be the technique renowned for its formidable offensive prowess, the 10,000 sword flow? A disciple at the Divine Bridge Realm exclaimed in shock. An elder, wide-eyed and astounded, remarked, "Indeed, this is the 10,000 sword flow, aside from the invincible fist seal created by our ancestral master. This technique ranks as the most powerful among the many techniques of our Chaos Sacred Land. That being said, the 10,000 sword flow must be cultivated to perfection to unleash its utmost destructive capability." It remained uncertain at which level Xiao Yun had attained. Just as an elder concluded his observation, he beheld the dark magic sword below tremble forth a myriad of sword shadows, converging into a black deluge, hurtling toward Lu Tiandu's earth seal. The elder's pupils narrowed once more, disbelief etched across his face. This is myriad paths flow. How can this be? How could Xiao Yun possibly cultivate the 10,000 sword flow to perfection in just half a month? What? Perfection? My heavens! A chorus of astonished gasps erupted around him. In the skies above, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land and Dition wore expressions of disbelief and shock. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land murmured, "The 10,000 sword flow relies on formidable mental strength to cause the flying swords to tremble violently, producing sword shadows. In the initial stage, one can only create 10 sword shadows. In the minor accomplishment stage, one can generate 100. In the major accomplishment stage, 1,000. Only upon reaching the perfection stage can one manifest 10,000 sword shadows." It cannot be denied that the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land was genuinely astounded by Xiao Yun's comprehension. Having previously practiced the 10,000 sword flow, he was acutely aware of the immense difficulty involved in mastering this technique, having spent several centuries achieving perfection. Yet Xiao Yun? It had scarcely been half a month. This clearly indicated the terrifying nature of Xiao Yun's understanding. With such extraordinary insight, he was destined to forge a true chaos body in the future. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land's eyes brimmed with anticipation. He seemed to envision a future where Xiao Yun would create the chaos body, attain the status of a great emperor, and lead the Chaos Sacred Land to greatness. As for Dition, he had already erupted into joyous laughter. "Ha! With such a remarkable disciple, I have no regrets in this life," Dition exclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the entire Chaos Sacred Land. Surrounded by a multitude of onlookers, many cast envious and jealous glances toward Emperor Tian, while some esteemed elders lamented their missed opportunity, regretting not having seized the chance to claim Xiao Yun for themselves. On the grand stage of the emperor, Lu Tiandu perceived the laughter of Emperor Tian as a derisive mockery, which filled him with profound humiliation. Meanwhile, a cataclysmic force surged forth from the dark torrent opposite him, obliterating the mountains of Lu Tiandu with overwhelming might, advancing relentlessly toward him with a grandeur that astonished the world. Lu Tiandu's countenance darkened ominously as he gazed at Xiao Yun, fierce radiance emanating from his eyes as he coldly declared, "Very well, you have finally piqued my interest. I shall now utilize my utmost strength to vanquish you. It is your greatest honor." Upon uttering these words, beams of brilliant light erupted from Lu Tiandu's striking eyes, shattering the encroaching dark torrent before him. His gaze shone luminously, akin to the explosion of two suns radiating fierce illumination. In this moment, the intensity of Lu Tiandu's eyes was fearsome and captivating, resembling an unfathomably dark primordial abyss that consumed all light, seemingly intent on devouring the very souls of those who beheld it. Strangely, despite the brilliance emanating from Lu Tiandu's eyes, which should inspire warmth, the crowd instead felt an overwhelming chill, as if standing perilously close to the ancient abyss, one step away from plunging into an endless void of darkness. This sensation was merely a reflection of the spectator's external experience. Opposite Lu Tiandu, Xiao Yun had already plummeted into the ancient abyss, surrounded by an all-encompassing darkness where not a single ray of light penetrated. It resembled an inky, bottomless well, with Xiao Yun's body incessantly falling, seemingly into an eternal void. "Xiao Yun, welcome to my realm of darkness. You shall forever languish in its depths." Lu Tiandu's voice suddenly resonated through the obscurity. In that moment, Xiao Yun comprehended that this was an illusion conjured by the dual pupils. Yet he found everything around him strikingly vivid, and despite possessing formidable mental fortitude, he struggled to extricate himself from this phantasm. Meanwhile, outside, the crowd at the chaotic sacred land noticed that Xiao Yun had closed his eyes, his demeanor akin to that of someone in a deep slumber. What is happening? Why has senior brother Xiao closed his eyes? We are in the midst of battle. A disciple exclaimed, anxiety etched across their face. It is Lu Tiandu's illusion. His dual pupils are exceedingly fearsome. It is said they can fabricate a world of darkness, ensnaring individuals within it, rendering them helpless. An elder from the chaotic sacred land remarked solemnly, if even senior brother Zhao's immense mental strength can be consumed by this abyss, then this illusion crafted by the dual pupils is indeed terrifying. There is a reason why Lu Tiandu could reign supreme in an era, previously. Only the venerable Emperor Tian could rival him. Xiao Yun is now in grave peril. Amidst the worried discussions of the crowd, Emperor Tian, Xiao Yun's master, appeared unfazed. He had already witnessed Xiao Yun's terrifying comprehension, and thus he firmly believed that Xiao Yun could master the immovable King Seal. At that time, he would naturally shatter Lu Tiandu's dark realm. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land, observing Di Tian's relaxed demeanor, could not help but voice his doubts. Are you not the least bit concerned? This is the dark realm. Unless Xiao Yun has forged a half-step chaos body to break through with the chaos domain, it would be challenging to resolve. Have you forgotten our Chaos Sacred Land's immovable King Seal? Di Tian replied with a smile. What? Xiao Yun has also cultivated the immovable King Seal? This is a Buddhist technique. And Xiao Yun possesses no affinity for Buddhism, nor has he practiced any Buddhist methods. How could he possibly master such a skill? The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land was taken aback. However, at that moment, he sensed a surge of magnificent Buddhist power erupting from the Emperor's arena below. Xiao Yun, no matter how formidable your strength is compared to mine, you remain utterly vulnerable. Soon, I shall effortlessly defeat you. Lu Tiandu laughed heartily as he approached the meditative Xiao Yun, raising his palm for a forceful strike. At this juncture, Xiao Yun had succumbed to the illusion, utterly defenseless. Yet, just as Lu Tiandu's palm was about to descend, Xiao Yun abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing two brilliant beams of divine light. How is this possible? How could you escape the illusion so swiftly? Lu Tiandu's pupils constricted, but he quickly accelerated his palm strike, aiming to seize the opportunity to vanquish Xiao Yun. Lu Tiandu, do you truly believe your illusion is formidable? I shall present to you the wrath of the Buddha, the immovable king. With a resounding roar, Xiao Yun ascended. Enveloped in a radiant golden light, transforming into a magnificent golden Buddha, the immovable king of the Buddhist pantheon. His entire form shimmered with brilliance, encircled by swirling golden symbols, emanating an overwhelming aura, akin to the very descent of the Buddha, as if the majesty of the divine was manifest in the shadowy realm of Lu Tiandu. This mighty figure rendered everything as fragile as paper, shattering it in an instant. Moreover, the terrifying fury of the immovable king engulfed Lu Tiandu like an inferno, consuming him wholly. Chapter 118, The Wrath of the Buddha. The immovable king stands as the sovereign of the five great kings of Buddhism, reclining upon a stone seat. His form a deep azure black. His left eye is gently closed, while his lower teeth press against his upper lip, displaying a countenance of wrath. He bears the fierce flames upon his back, his radiance akin to the might of a Garuda, as a boiling sea of fire surges forth. The power of the Buddha formidable as a prison. Under the influence of Xiao Yun's profound spiritual energy, the immovable king descended upon Lu Tiandu with an overwhelming force. His hands clasped together, his eyes wide with fury, his entire being radiated golden flames, carrying the destructive power of wrath. In the void, a resounding Buddhist chant resonated. Those who behold my form shall awaken the Bodhi heart. Those who hear my name shall sever evil and cultivate goodness. Those who comprehend my teachings shall attain great wisdom. Those who understand my heart shall become Buddhas in this very life. This was the vow of the immovable king. Upon the utterance of these sacred words, the might of the immovable king intensified, the golden flames behind him swelling like tumultuous waves in the ocean, engulfing the entire imperial arena. Truly, it is said, while the Buddha embodies compassion, he also possesses the fierce gaze of the Vajra. The immovable king can bestow mercy and perform virtuous deeds, yet he can also unleash his wrath, igniting the heavens and purging evil to uphold the righteous path. Thunderous roars echoed forth. Under the overwhelming might of the immovable king, the entire imperial arena trembled violently, as though it could not withstand such formidable power. Lu Tiandu's body quivered in unison, his mind resonating with the immovable king's oath, the resounding and majestic sound of the Buddha echoing relentlessly in his consciousness, causing blood to flow from his ears, nose, and eyes. The immovable king's seal, a formidable technique, not only possessed immense offensive power, but also inflicted fiery damage. However, the true terror lay in the immovable king's wrath. This was the fury of the Buddha. a potent mental assault that materialized an image of the immovable king in one's mind, suppressing their consciousness and shattering their mental fortitude. Lu Tiandu had evidently underestimated Xiao Yun's mastery of such a powerful technique. In his negligence, he not only witnessed the destruction of the Dark Realm by Xiao Yun, but was also wounded by his immovable king's seal. With a sudden cough, Lu Tiandu, for the first time, was injured and staggered back, quickly distancing himself from Xiao Yun. His eyes immediately emitted a pitch-black divine light, resembling two celestial blades descending with lethal intent. Clearly, he had invoked the power of his heavy pupils. Clang! Clang! The black celestial blades struck the immovable king, producing a terrifying metallic sound as if the very essence of creation surged forth, a powerful force seemingly tearing apart heaven and earth. Yet, it remained incapable of shaking the immovable king's formidable presence. With a fierce glare, the indestructible body stood resolute. Xiao Yun regarded Lu Tiandu with a mocking expression, his voice laced with cold disdain. Though your power of creation is impressive, it is still insufficient to obliterate my immovable king's seal. Surrender to the baptism of the Buddha's wrath, lay down your weapons, and take refuge in the teachings of the Buddha. After casting the immovable king seal, Xiao Yun appeared extraordinarily divine, resembling a true Buddha. Radiating golden light, enormous golden swastikas encircled his form. Moreover, behind his head, 9 dazzling and resplendent auras of various colors shone brilliantly. The onlookers from the chaos sacred land were left in awe, had they not recognized Xiao Yun. They might have believed that a Buddha had descended upon their realm. What indestructible body! Who dares to claim invincibility before my... On the Emperor's arena, Lu Tiandu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly let out a deafening roar. His eyes emitted brilliant divine light, and terrifying black flames surged forth, engulfing the entire arena. The crowd's pupils constricted at the sight. The intensity of these black flames was horrendous, warping the surrounding space with their searing heat, resembling an unparalleled inferno. Under the assault of this dreadful black fire, Xiao Yun's immovable king began to dissolve, akin to ice melting into water when confronted with flames, vanishing without a trace. It was the divine fire, a flame more terrifying than the Samadhi true fire. Even the immovable king of the Buddhist realm found it challenging to withstand such ferocity. Once touched by this flame, no matter how powerful one might be, resistance was futile. Even gods and Buddhas could be consumed alive by its wrath. In the sky, the spectators engaged in fervent discussions. On the grand stage of the emperor, Xiao Yun also felt the terrifying power of the black flames. Instantly, the reminder from Emperor Tian echoed in his mind. This must be the formidable fiery ability possessed by those with dual pupils, akin to the Amaterasu found within the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Naruto, equally potent. However, Xiao Yun had long been prepared, thus he remained remarkably composed. Xiao Yun, I never anticipated that beyond the 10,000 sword flow, you could also master the immovable king seal. Truly, it is beyond my expectations, yet you remain unable to vanquish me. Ultimately, you shall succumb to my might. Lu Tiandu surged forth on waves of fire, resembling a divine spirit of flame, his formidable aura akin to that of a prison, nearly insurmountable. The dreadful presence instilled a sense of terror. The surrounding black flames, under Lu Tiandu's command, lunged towards Xiao Yun, intent on engulfing him. Sea-covering seal. Suddenly, Xiao Yun exclaimed, causing a noticeable change in Lu Tiandu's expression. Then, as Xiao Yun formed the hand seals, a vast ocean cascaded from the heavens. As if the Milky Way had burst its banks, an overwhelming deluge descending to extinguish the black flames below. Another perfected realm of divine power. How could your comprehension be so profound? In merely 20 days, how is it possible for you to master such an array of divine abilities and refine them to perfection? Lu Tiandu's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart tumultuous as if a tempest raged within. Having repeatedly showcased a tendency toward victory, he was consistently thwarted by Xiao Yun's new divine powers, leaving him in a state of distress and incredulity. How could Xiao Yun be so formidable? Hadn't he only recently ascended to the Divine Bridge realm? Moreover, it was perplexing that all of Xiao Yun's divine abilities countered his own, leaving him utterly bewildered. This was undoubtedly the greatest enigma in Lu Tiandu's mind. Boom hissing. On the Emperor's arena, torrents of water clashed against black flames, at times dousing the flames. And at other times, the flames evaporated the water. The elements of water and fire were in a fierce competition. Lu Tiandu roared, incessantly channeling his heavy pupils to rapidly unleash the black flames, hoping to overwhelm the torrents before him. Xiao Yun let out a cold snort, exerting all his might to augment the power of the water, causing it to grow increasingly ferocious. His strength was immense, and his profound spiritual energy intensified the onslaught of the water. In their stalemate, Xiao Yun ultimately prevailed, breaking through Lu Tiandu's defenses with a surge of water. In terms of strength, you are still far from my level, Xiao Yun remarked with a sneer, observing Lu Tiandu's darkening expression, before once again forming a seal with his hands. As this seal manifested, Lu Tiandu's expression shifted dramatically, for he distinctly felt an unparalleled sharpness and an icy chill emanating from Xiao Yun. The temperature in the vicinity plummeted swiftly. Chapter 119, Dominant Blade, Profound Ice Sword Seal. As if validating Lu Tiandu's suspicions, Xiao Yun bellowed, and a blue divine sword shot forth from within him, carrying an extreme coldness, slicing through the void towards Lu Tiandu. Wherever this azure divine sword passed, all floods were frozen, and the terrifying chill gradually diminished the black flames, ultimately sealing them within blocks of ice, rendering them as rootless duckweed that slowly extinguished. In the high heavens, the denizens of the chaotic sacred land stood in stunned numbness. Xiao Yun had consecutively demonstrated several divine abilities, each possessing formidable power, and he had even perfected them to an exquisite degree. It had merely been a little over 20 days, a veritable miracle, one that even an emperor could not achieve. Xiao Yun, I acknowledge your qualification to duel with me. On the emperor's arena, Lu Tiandu gazed at the azure sword imprint hurtling toward him, his eyes sharpening with an unyielding intensity. A formidable blade intent suddenly erupted from within him, a terrifying aura that made the very void tremble. In a flash, a colossal divine blade appeared in Lu Tiandu's hand, radiating brilliance and exuding an overwhelming presence. With a singular strike, he shattered the azure divine sword. The surrounding ice blocks were also torn apart by this blow, and the magnificent blade intent soared into the heavens, dispersing the clouds. Lu Tiandu turned his gaze toward Xiao Yun, his eyes ablaze with an intense light, akin to two divine lanterns radiating resplendent glory. The dominant blade Lu Tiandu was finally poised to reveal his most potent power. Xiao Yun's expression grew gravely serious. He sensed that Lu Tiandu's aura had become immensely strong, akin to a divine sword piercing the firmament, showcasing an unparalleled and extraordinary sharpness. This was indeed Lu Tiandu's true strength. As the scion of the heavenly blade's sacred land, Lu Tiandu's prowess extended far beyond mere dual pupils. It encompassed his blade as well. The formidable reputation of the Overlord blade is not solely attributed to the dual pupil but fundamentally rooted in Lu Tiandu's mastery of the blade. Within Xiao Yun's perception, Lu Tiandu before him resembled a dormant volcano, suddenly erupting with an overwhelming intent of the blade, imbued with unparalleled dominance, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the universe. Faced with such extraordinary brilliance, Xiao Yun felt a tingling unease, akin to being pricked by thorns, compelling him to instinctively retreat. Lu Tiandu had finally unleashed his blade. Today he would witness the might of the Overlord blade, and he hoped that senior brother Xiao could withstand it. This was the apex of Lu Tiandu's prowess. If Xiao Yun could endure, he would have a chance at victory in this battle. High above, the onlookers from the chaos sacred land tightened their expressions, their demeanor growing gravely serious. They understood that the crucial moment of this confrontation had arrived. Upon the emperor's platform, Lu Tiandu gripped the divine blade, his entire aura transforming into an unmatched sharpness. The intensity in his eyes surged, as the tyrannical intent of the blade surged forth, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. In a flash, Lu Tiandu made his move, his body akin to a soaring dragon, lunging forward with a devastating strike aimed at Xiao Yun, exuding a fierce and unyielding momentum, as if declaring his supremacy. One blade to rule all, Lu Tiandu exclaimed, his divine blade dazzling and resplendent, the terrifying light of the blade surging nearly 100 feet, seeking to engulf Xiao Yun. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yun did not falter. He wielded the black demon sword, executing the 10,000 swords flow, unleashing a magnificent tempest of black sword energy that collided forcefully against Lu Tiandu's strike. The two forces met with a resounding clash. In an instant, it appeared as though a sun had exploded upon the emperor's arena, sending countless beams of light cascading outward in all directions. The surging energy resembled a raging flood that had burst its banks, wreaking havoc across the entirety of the emperor's stage. This confrontation was terrifying, in but a fleeting moment. The golden barrier encasing the arena trembled violently. Within the arena itself, resplendent brilliance shone forth, dazzling as the sun, rendering the interior nearly impossible to discern. Blade rolls through the firmament. The voice of Lu Tiandu resonated once more within the arena, accompanied by a surging intent of blades and a stunning display of sword light. The terrifying radiance of the blade soared skyward, akin to an unparalleled divine sword descending from the heavens, seemingly cleaving through space itself. Crack! The black river of swords wielded by Xiao Yun was torn asunder by this strike, as the fearsome blade light descended with force, crashing against the golden barrier that enveloped Xiao Yun. This was the golden bell shield. Xiao Yun sensed the overwhelming might of Lu Tiandu's blade intent and had thus preemptively established a defense. His foresight had proven correct. Humph. Let us see how many of my blades you can withstand. Cold lightning flickered in Lu Tiandu's eyes as he intently focused on Xiao Yun, unleashing another powerful strike with a diagonal slash. Boom. In that moment, countless waves surged towards the heavens, reminiscent of the Yellow River's waters descending from above. A multitude of blade lights converged like oceanic waves, sweeping toward Xiao Yun with a relentless force, engulfing him entirely. Spectators in the skies gasped in astonishment. For Lu Tiandu's blade intent was overwhelmingly dominant and fierce, rendering him virtually invincible. Celestial Ice Sword Seal. Xiao Yun bellowed, executing a complex gesture. As a resplendent blue divine sword shot forth, instantly freezing the oncoming waves of blade light. Lu Tiandu sneered, undeterred, and continued his relentless assault with the sword. Dominating the world. This strike was terrifying, effortlessly tearing through the ice layer and carrying an overwhelming force that shattered Xiao Yun's sword seal, descending upon him with ferocity. Crack. The protective barrier known as the Golden Bell Shield was also cleaved apart by this blow, and the blazing blade light swiftly engulfed Xiao Yun. Boom. In that critical moment, Xiao Yun unleashed a punch, radiating a magnificent glow of his fist imprint, erupting with an indomitable aura that shattered Lu Tiandu's formidable strike. What kind of divine ability is this? Lu Tiandu's pupils constricted, astonished as he gazed at Xiao Yun. It is the divine ability meant to slay you. Xiao Yun replied coldly. His body began to shimmer with golden hues, a torrential surge of golden light erupting as if a divine furnace within him had ignited, releasing a dazzling divine flame that exuded a horrifying aura. Xiao Yun formed another intricate seal with his hands, unleashing the terrifying fist imprint once more. His blood surging like a tempest, akin to a comet hurtling forth. Lu Tiandu's expression turned grave, compelling him to summon all his strength as he shouted, "Heavenly Dog devours the moon." As his voice echoed, the divine sword in his hand swung mightily, unleashing a fearsome blade light that coalesced in the sky into a celestial dog, baring its teeth with a gaping maw, ready to consume Xiao Yun. "Watch as I vanquish you, you wretched beast." Xiao Yun let out a thunderous roar, resembling a true dragon as he vaulted high into the air. With a single punch, he shattered the void, his long black hair flowing wildly, and his eyes ablaze with intensity, exuding an unmatched formidable aura. In this moment, Xiao Yun embodied the essence of a war god, fiercely clashing with Lu Tiandu. Boom. Another intense collision erupted as both Xiao Yun and Lu Tiandu unleashed their utmost power at the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge realm, their combat strength surpassing that of ordinary Heavenly Cave realm practitioners. Howl. The celestial hound let out a piercing cry, its terrifying might distorting the very fabric of the void. Xiao Yun's punch was unparalleled, the brilliant glow of his fist imprint exploding forth in dazzling golden light. The resounding sound echoed through the sky, akin to a tempest of golden thunder erupting in the heavens. Their strength was unfathomably potent, a force beyond imagination. Chapter 120. Invincible Fist. This is the Invincible Fist Technique. Remarkably, it is the self-created Invincible Fist Technique of the Ancestral Master, the most powerful of all divine abilities. Xiao Yun has perfected this technique to its utmost realm, its might rivaling that of supreme divine powers. It is truly terrifying. This marks the sixth divine ability he has manifested, all cultivated to perfection. Just how extraordinary is his comprehension? In the sky, as Xiao Yun executed the Invincible Fist Technique, the crowd from the chaotic sacred land erupted into a frenzy. Several elders widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Both the master of the chaotic sacred land and Emperor Tian wore expressions of shock. This young man had secretly mastered the Invincible Fist Technique. Deeply moved, Emperor Tian reflected upon the formidable nature of this divine technique. He was aware that since the time of the Ancestral Master, no one had successfully mastered it, which is why he had refrained from recommending it to Xiao Yun. To his astonishment, Xiao Yun chose to pursue this technique on his own and had cultivated it to perfection. This remarkable talent and comprehension truly surpassed even that of the Ancestral Master. After years of silence, the most powerful divine technique had finally reemerged. Was this a sign of the Ancestral Master's blessing upon their Chaos Sacred Land? The sovereign of the Chaos Sacred Land mused, fixating his gaze on Xiao Yun in the arena below, his eyes shimmering with extraordinary brilliance. He believed that Xiao Yun had been sent by the Ancestral Master to lead their Chaos Sacred Land to resurgence, reinstating them at the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens continent. Boom. On the Emperor's platform, Xiao Yun dove swiftly from above, wielding his blazing fist imprint with immense force, striking fiercely at Lu Tiandu. His fist radiated a dazzling brilliance, akin to golden flames raging fiercely, unleashing a torrential glow and an overwhelming power. Howl. The celestial dog let out a mournful cry as it was obliterated by Xiao Yun's punch. The fiery fist imprint surged once more, enveloping Lu Tiandu within its might. Whoosh! Lu Tiandu swung his divine blade with great ferocity, colliding violently with Xiao Yun's fist imprint, resulting in an explosion of myriad divine lights that shattered the void. Subsequently, Lu Tiandu let out a muffled grunt, being forcefully repelled by Xiao Yun's invincible fist imprint. Yet, instead of retreating, Lu Tiandu surged forward with the swiftness of lightning, raising his divine blade high above his head, aiming a devastating strike at Xiao Yun. The sun and moon were eclipsed. With a thunderous roar, Lu Tiandu unleashed a formidable blade of light, soaring 300 zhang into the air, resembling a resplendent river of blades that obscured the heavens, plunging the world into darkness, rendering the sun and moon devoid of their luster. This was Lu Tiandu's most potent strike. At this moment, his spirit and energy reached their zenith, akin to a demonic deity igniting its very essence to unleash a cataclysmic blow. The spectators were gripped by a chilling awe, their expressions shifting dramatically as they sensed the terrifying power of this strike. Truly, it was the epitome of a dominating blade. Someone marveled aloud. Opposite Lu Tiandu, Xiao Yun also felt the dread of this attack, realizing he had once again succumbed to a realm of darkness, losing sight of Lu Tiandu's form. Evidently, this strike encompassed not only formidable physical force, but also the shock of spiritual energy and the assault of illusions. The amalgamation of these three elements rendered it unparalleled. One could not deny that Lu Tiandu was indeed a formidable force of his generation. Undaunted, Xiao Yun summoned the invincible fist seal once more. Yet this time he infused it with the patterns of the great Tao, augmenting this divine technique. Instantly, his entire being radiated with brilliance, his aura surging like a tempest, resembling a blazing sea of light that swept outward in all directions. Enveloped by the patterns of the great Tao, Xiao Yun's form grew increasingly incandescent, akin to a sun erupting with dazzling flames, its divine fire igniting the heavens 9 layers high. From a distance, onlookers perceived a true dragon roaring forth from within Xiao Yun, breaking through the constraints of the 9 heavens, soaring majestically across the celestial dome. Xiao Yun's invincible fist seal appeared to possess an extraordinary quality. A voice murmured in disbelief, revealing a hint of confusion. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land and Emperor Tian widened their eyes, exchanging a glance that conveyed their mutual astonishment. It was the manifestation of Tao patterns. The profound Tao patterns. Both the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land and Emperor Tian were engulfed in a profound sense of shock. How could one comprehend the Tao patterns without having ascended to the rank of Emperor? This was nothing short of a miracle. On the Emperor's arena, Lu Tiandu's pupils contracted as he gazed in disbelief at Xiao Yun, who was unleashing a devastating punch towards him, his eyes brimming with incredulity. Boom! Xiao Yun's invincible fist seal was terrifying. Enveloped by the Tao patterns, it swept through everything in its path, effortlessly shattering Lu Tiandu's unparalleled divine blade. Tao patterns. How could you possibly comprehend Tao patterns? Lu Tiandu stammered, a tremor evident in his voice. For the first time, fear flickered in his eyes, his confidence waning. The profoundness of Xiao Yun's Tao patterns had left him utterly astounded, for such patterns could only be wielded by an emperor. Because I am invincible, Xiao Yun declared, advancing step by step towards Lu Tiandu, his voice steady and deliberate, his eyes radiating a fierce brilliance akin to that of a star. He moved with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, exuding an aura that seemed to transcend the mortal realm. Each footfall resonated upon the emperor's arena, causing it to tremble and roar, as if the very Tao were merging with his essence. This was a realm surpassing the unity of heaven and man, a state known as the path. At this moment, Xiao Yun embodied the Tao, and the Tao embodied Xiao Yun. Thus, Xiao Yun exhibited an unparalleled aura of strength as he gradually approached Lu Tiandu, seemingly enveloping the very universe in his formidable presence, pressing upon Lu Tiandu with an inexorable force. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him, and in a moment of overwhelming pressure, Lu Tiandu was violently pushed back, the immense impact causing him to involuntarily spit out blood, his countenance turning ashen. The essence of the great Tao suppressed his consciousness, inflicting a grievous blow on his mental faculties. At that instant, the golden barrier encasing the Emperor's arena quivered violently, the golden runes of the Emperor flickering as though unable to withstand the onslaught of the great Tao. Lu Tiandu, you have been defeated. Xiao Yun advanced toward Lu Tiandu once more, channeling the invincible fist seal with an aura of terror, launching a devastating strike toward Lu Tiandu. Boom! A radiant golden light surged around Xiao Yun, an unmatched power swelling like a vast ocean of gold, engulfing the entire Emperor's arena. Then, a golden fist ascended from this ocean, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles, hurtling toward the resplendent cosmos beyond, its terrifying force shattering the surrounding celestial bodies. This was the fist of the great Tao, imbued with the might of the Tao, exuding an invincible aura as if the entirety of the universe could not contain this fist, which obliterated everything in its path. The sun and moon lost their brilliance. Lu Tiandu's heavy gaze erupted with dazzling divine light, blood gushing from his mouth as he drew upon his primordial power to unleash his most formidable strike. Yet, this time, his dark realm did not engulf Xiao Yun. Instead, as it approached, it was shattered by a golden fist. Bang! The radiant glow of Xiao Yun's fist tore through the darkened realm, unleashing a terrifying force that propelled Lu Tiandu backward, crashing him violently against the golden barrier of the Emperor's arena. Chapter 121. A new task. With a grunt, Lu Tiandu rose from the ground, his complexion flushed, only to spew forth another mouthful of crimson blood, staining his garments. Soon, his pallor deepened further. His mental fortitude had suffered grievously from the onslaught of the Tao, and now his physical form bore the brunt of Xiao Yun's indomitable strike, rendering him significantly weakened and incapable of contending with Xiao Yun any longer. It was evident that in this battle, he had met his defeat. Lu Tiandu, you have lost, Xiao Yun declared, advancing steadily towards him. He did not retract the Tao patterns, the overwhelming power bearing down like the weight of 100,000 mountains, suffocating Lu Tiandu and imparting upon him an acute awareness of boundless terror. In that moment, Lu Tiandu perceived an unfathomable vastness in Xiao Yun, akin to standing before a resplendent cosmic expanse. His form felt insignificantly diminutive, akin to a mere mayfly. With a final, penetrating gaze at Xiao Yun, Lu Tiandu coughed up more blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed by the fragility of his opponent. How could he have fainted so easily? It seemed illogical. Xiao Yun had shattered his invincible resolve, causing a backlash that could only be quelled through unconsciousness. Just then, the master of the chaotic sacred land descended from above, a broad smile gracing his features as he addressed Xiao Yun. Beside him, Emperor Tian approached, casting a glance at Lu Tiandu on the ground, his face alight with excitement. Disciple, you have done well. This fellow's resolve has been shattered by you. He will be unable to attain sainthood in the near future, granting me a precious window to catch up to him. Initially, even with the aid of the Bodhi fruit, it would have been impossible for him to match Lu Tiandu, who stood merely a step away from the realm of the saints, poised to enter at any moment. The challenge for Emperor Tian to surpass Lu Tiandu was undeniably formidable. However, the circumstances had shifted. Lu Tiandu's invincible resolve had been broken by Xiao Yun, and restoring it would require a considerable amount of time, during which he could not achieve sainthood. This interval provided Emperor Tian with the opportunity to rapidly elevate his cultivation until he could finally catch up to Lu Tiandu. After all, both he and Lu Tiandu hailed from the same era. He aspired to vanquish Lu Tiandu himself, rather than delegating the task to his disciple, Xiao Yun. Master, I have faith that you will indeed defeat Lu Tiandu, Xiao Yun remarked, his confidence in his teacher unwavering. With the assistance of the Bodhi fruit, it was merely a matter of time before Emperor Tian entered the heavenly realm and closed the gap to Lu Tiandu. Are you two planning to take turns in overwhelming Lu Tiandu? If he were to overhear you, he might just die from sheer vexation, chuckled the lord of the chaos sacred land. Xiao Yun and Emperor Tian exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. As the dawn broke, radiant with hues of mornings, the dew glistened like jewels, and the mist swirled around the peak of the Emperor's summit, where the refreshing scent of verdant foliage enveloped them. Within the celestial hall, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged, gradually opening his eyes to behold the rising sun. The battle with Lu Tiandu proved to be immensely rewarding for him, not only enhancing his combat experience but also allowing him to reach a profound mastery of the Divine Bridge realm. At this juncture, Xiao Yun had attained the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge realm, feeling as though he could effortlessly ascend to the next level. However, he refrained from doing so, believing that there remained untapped potential within the Divine Bridge realm, perhaps akin to his experiences in the Body Refinement realm, where he shattered limits and transcended boundaries. In the Qi Gathering realm, he had not surpassed his limits due to the constraints of the physical body. His human form had been refined to its utmost extent, capable of harboring only a finite amount of celestial energy. After all, in the Qi Gathering realm, no cultivator possessed a physique as formidable as his. Not even the Chaos Emperor could rival Xiao Yun. Thus, to break through the confines of the Qi Gathering realm, one would need to possess the body of a divine beast rather than that of a human. The situation was markedly different in the Divine Bridge realm, where spiritual power held paramount importance. Although Xiao Yun had completed the 9 refinements, amplifying his spiritual force ninefold, which surpassed that of many cultivators in the Cave Heaven realm, he sensed that this was not yet his ultimate limit. While the physical body is bound by tangible constraints, spiritual power is unencumbered by such limitations. His vast sea of consciousness suggested there was no reason for his spiritual force to be restrained. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Xiao Yun's eyes. His intuition told him that the spiritual power within the divine bridge realm could indeed continue to break through, despite currently lacking a method. He was willing to invest additional time in exploration and experimentation. After all, his cultivation speed was already remarkably swift, enabling him to advance to the next realm at any moment, so there was no urgency in pursuing a breakthrough. Xiao Yun's ambition is to ascend to the pinnacle of every realm, surpassing all others, even eclipsing the legendary prodigies of history. His aspirations are immense. He not only aims to attain the status of a great emperor, but also to become the most formidable emperor of all time. If the ancestral master can dominate the myriad worlds, then I shall strive to be the greatest across the annals of history. A fervent light sparkled in Xiao Yun's eyes, brimming with confidence, especially after his victory over Lu Tiandu, which fortified his indomitable will. After a day of rigorous training, Xiao Yun began to review his system. His confrontation with Lu Tiandu had significantly increased his instances of enlightenment. For defeating Lu Tiandu, he received a reward of 50 instances of enlightenment. During their battle, the ensuing exclamations triggered several additional moments of insight, granting him another 15 instances. Consequently, Xiao Yun now possessed a total of 160 instances of enlightenment. Merely cultivating the chaotic body was insufficient. Even forging a half-step chaotic body fell short. He needed to continue accumulating strength. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yun soon found solace in his thoughts. The considerable expenditure of enlightenment instances was a necessary sacrifice for the sake of his growth, and it was undeniably worthwhile. After all, these instances, whether utilized to forge the chaotic body or to cultivate divine abilities, were instrumental in enhancing his power. Ding! A new mission has arrived. What does it mean to be a super prodigy? A super prodigy possesses the ability to slay opponents of higher realms. Henceforth, for every cultivator above the divine bridge realm that he defeats, he shall be rewarded with 10 instances of enlightenment, with a maximum of 10 individuals. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice resonated in Xiao Yun's mind. With a slight smile curling at the corners of Xiao Yun's mouth, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Knowing that I am unable to forge a chaos body, you promptly deliver the opportunity for enlightenment to me? Truly a considerate system. I commend you." Xiao Yun felt a surge of joy. The rewards for this task were exceptionally generous. By defeating an opponent beyond his level, he could earn 10 opportunities for enlightenment, with a maximum of 10 opponents, amounting to a total of 100 opportunities. This was even more bountiful than the rewards for vanquishing Lu Tiandu. He mused that upon completing this task, he would be well equipped to forge a half-step chaos body. Eagerly, Xiao Yun departed from the heavenly palace, preparing to bid farewell to Di Tian and venture into the world for training. After all, the only way to kill was to step outside. He could hardly unleash chaos within the sacred land of chaos. "Senior brother, I have your letter." Just as Xiao Yun stepped out of the heavenly palace, Lin Xiaoya rushed over, urgently handing him a letter. With a worried expression, she continued, "Senior brother, this was delivered by a guard from the Xiao family. He traveled tirelessly for months, and after delivering the letter, he succumbed to exhaustion." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's expression changed dramatically. He quickly tore open the envelope and focused his gaze intently on its contents. Chapter 122. A call for help from the Xiao family. Xiao Yun felt a profound sense of urgency. The Xiao family was not far from the sacred land of chaos. A common traveler could reach it in a year, while their guards, being at least Qi gathering realm practitioners, could arrive within 6 months. The fact that this guard had perished from overexertion indicated that something significant had transpired within the Xiao family, necessitating immediate notification to him. Time was of the essence. He opened the envelope, his eyes scanning the contents with great urgency. In an almost instantaneous realization, Xiao Yun discerned that the handwriting belonged to his father, Xiao Hong. As he perused the contents of the letter, enlightenment dawned upon him. It appeared that within one of the Xiao family's mining sites, a radiant treasure and a formation had manifested, suggesting the presence of a powerful relic or a hidden cave, though it could also be a priceless artifact. The adage, "a common man bears the burden of his treasures," rang true. For the emergence of such brilliance within the Xiao family's mine was an event that could not remain concealed, swiftly attracting the attention of nearby factions. According to his father, Xiao Hong, formidable forces had begun to coerce the Xiao family into relinquishing the mine, even going so far as to besiege their city, preventing the family members from departing, which instilled a sense of peril in Xiao Hong. Fortunately, Xiao Hong, being astute, had preemptively dispatched a guard to relay the information to the Chaos Sacred Land. After all, the Xiao family lacked any substantial backing and could only rely on Xiao Yun's affiliation with the Chaos Sacred Land. With a swift motion, Xiao Yun folded the letter and furrowed his brow as he turned to Lin Xiaoya. inquiring with perplexity, "Junior sister, has the news of my ascension as the son of the Chaos Sacred Land not reached our Xiao family?" He was somewhat puzzled. Given his status as the son of the Chaos Sacred Land, who would dare to provoke the Xiao family in their region? Did they wish for their own demise? Even if the Chaos Sacred Land were in decline, it remained one of the foremost powers of the Nine Heavens continent. And no other sacred land would dare to recklessly confront a family associated with the son of the Chaos Sacred Land. Moreover, Xiao Yun had now attained the rank of a quasi-divine son, elevating his status even further. "Brother, the situation is as follows." Lin Xiaoya looked at Xiao Yun and explained, "According to the rules of our Chaos Sacred Land, once one becomes the Holy Son, it is customary to send someone to announce this in your hometown. However, due to your entrance into the true dragon's nest, some of the elders were concerned that you might fall within it. If we were to announce your status prematurely, it would lead to an unfortunate blunder. Thus, they decided to wait until your return from the true dragon's nest before sending someone to your hometown to make the announcement." Xiao Yun, feeling somewhat displeased, scoffed, "How can anyone doubt my strength?" Lin Xiaoya shook her head and replied that elder was merely being cautious. Moreover, in their perspective, delaying the announcement by a year or two is inconsequential, as they have lived for over 1,000 years and are not perturbed by the passage of time. Xiao Yun inquired, "What happened afterward?" "It has been 2 months since I returned to the Chaos Sacred Land, yet no one has come to announce it." "Ah, there was indeed an elder who recently traveled to your hometown," Lin Xiaoya said with a wry smile. "However, on the way, he was intercepted by a senior elder. At that time, you had just defeated the ancestor and were conferred the title of Provisional Holy Son by the Holy Lord. According to the regulations, an elder could not make the announcement. It must be a senior elder who was deemed worthy of your status." Xiao Yun, exasperated, remarked, "These fellows truly are a source of endless trouble." Lin Xiaoya continued, "Then the incident involving Lu Tiandu occurred, which further delayed matters. I have heard that today the Holy Lord has summoned the senior elders and is preparing gifts to send someone to your hometown to make the announcement. By the time they arrive, it will be too late." Xiao Yun was acutely aware that the Chaos Sacred Land was a vast institution, where every matter adhered to strict rules and procedures, particularly after he ascended to the status of a quasi-divine child. The regulations were numerous. According to his new position, he was required to dispatch a supreme elder, accompanied by 3 regular elders and 10 stewards, to form the delegation for the announcement. The offerings would also be exceedingly generous, comprising a plethora of rare materials and treasures, as a testament to the accomplishments of the Xiao family in nurturing Xiao Yun. Once the Chaos Sacred Land arranged everything, it would likely take 3 to 5 months, and even with expedited efforts, at least a month would be necessary. However, Xiao Yun could not afford to wait that long. He decided to return home first to address the troubles plaguing the Xiao family. Though he was a transmigrator, he had been transported into this world since birth and had spent over a decade living with his parents here, forming bonds that were hardly inferior to those with his previous life's parents. Thus, Xiao Yun felt a pressing urgency to return swiftly. "Junior sister, please seek out Zhao Wuji for me. I must venture out to gain experience and return to the Xiao family." He instructed Lin Xiaoya before promptly turning towards the residence of Emperor Tian. He wished to bid farewell to his master. Emperor Tian was cultivating in a modest bamboo hut beside a tranquil lake. As his lifespan waned, he had long severed ties with worldly desires, no longer holding on to any honors, embracing a return to simplicity. At that moment, Xiao Yun beheld his master seated cross-legged by the lakeside, immersed in tranquility, his long white hair billowing with the breeze, exuding an ethereal aura. Approaching with curiosity, Xiao Yun inquired, "Master, why have you not utilized the Bodhi fruit for such an extended period?" Tian slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his exceptional disciple before him, and could not help but smile, saying, "The Bodhi fruit rests within my grasp. It shall not flee, so why the haste? Furthermore, I find a peculiar delight in this sensation of nearing the limits of my lifespan, teetering on the brink of death, as it compels me to cultivate deeper insights." Xiao Yun felt a profound stir within. His master truly was formidable, engaging in a perilous dance upon a tightrope. As the saying goes, between life and death lies great terror, yet also immense opportunity. His master lingered in this delicate balance, experiencing both fear and potential, for it was a matter of heart and pulse. Such audacity was not for the faint of heart. Only an unparalleled prodigy like Tian would dare to traverse such a path. "What brings you here, my disciple?" Tian inquired with a smile. It was then that Xiao Yun recalled his purpose and promptly conveyed his concerns to Tian. After listening intently, Tian pondered for a moment and then remarked, "You have now attained the realm of the divine bridge, and by the established rules, you are qualified to venture into the world for training. Moreover, Your strength surpasses that of many cultivators in the cave heaven realm, so you shall face little danger out there. However, as a precaution, I shall imprint a seal of my fist upon you. Should you encounter life-threatening peril, it will unleash my full power in a single strike." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun hastily expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master." Tian, a peak transcendent being capable of defeating formidable adversaries in the celestial realm, possessed a fist imprint that could undoubtedly obliterate any cultivator below the celestial realm. As for those above the celestial realm, they would recognize Tian's imprint and would dare not pursue Xiao Yun further. Yet, it must be noted that some reclusive powers might not be concerned with the Chaos Sacred Land. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence is minuscule should it transpire. It would indeed signify a stroke of misfortune for Xiao Yun. After Tian inscribed the fist seal upon Xiao Yun, he took his leave. Zhao Wuji, Lin Xiaoya, and Shi Chunyu had long awaited him at the Heavenly Palace, eager to accompany Xiao Yun on his journey of cultivation. Naturally, Zhao Wuji was reluctant, but as Xiao Yun's loyal follower, he had no choice but to trail behind him. The four of them swiftly mounted their flying swords, transforming into four radiant rainbows that vanished into the horizon. Chapter 123. My brother Yi Dedeo. The Xiao family resides in Fenglin City, within the Great Wei Kingdom, which is not far from the chaotic sacred land. This is, of course, a relative distance for cultivators of the Divine Bridge realm. For ordinary people, the journey from Fenglin City to the chaotic sacred land would take approximately a year. However, the four of them, being formidable practitioners above the Divine Bridge realm, could traverse the skies on their swords, reaching their destination in merely a week. Fenglin City is vast and magnificent, renowned as a prominent city in the Great Wei Kingdom. Its streets are a labyrinth of thoroughfares, each main road paved with verdant bluestone, approximately 10 meters wide, sufficient for beast-drawn carriages to traverse. At this moment, the streets were bustling with people, teeming with the presence of cultivators, creating a lively atmosphere. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and remarked to Zhao Wuji and the others, "Fenglin City has never witnessed such an influx of cultivators, and these practitioners do not belong to the three major families of Fenglin City." Having grown up in Fenglin City, he possessed an intimate knowledge of the place. The city is home to three prominent cultivation families. Aside from the Xiao family, there are also the Zhang and Yi families. The three prominent cultivation families possess nearly equal strength, maintaining a tenuous balance in Fenglin City. The cultivators from these families are relatively few, and Xiao Yun is familiar with most of them. Even if he does not know their names, their faces or attire are recognizable. However, the cultivators populating the streets of Fenglin City now are all unfamiliar, their appearances and garments indicating they are outsiders. It appears they have come for the treasures of the Xiao family's mining area. Zhao Wuji scoffed and, with an air of exasperation, remarked to Xiao Yun, "Given your current status, a mere elder from the Chaos Sacred Land could easily deter any who would dare to insult the Xiao family. Your personal involvement here seems quite superfluous." He considered Xiao Yun's actions a waste of time, believing that he should be focusing on cultivation and strengthening his abilities rather than engaging in trivial matters. Do not dwell solely on cultivation. Sometimes, a brief respite can elevate one's state of mind. Xiao Yun replied with a smile, shaking his head as he proceeded towards the Xiao residence that lingered in his memory. Indeed, dispatching an elder from the Chaos Sacred Land would resolve the issues plaguing the Xiao family. Yet, having recently received a mission from the system, he could not let such an opportunity slip away. Originally uncertain about whom to target, after all, he was no madman who would strike indiscriminately. Xiao Yun now felt invigorated by the prospect of avenging his family. Viewing those who dared to insult the Xiao family as unwittingly courting their own demise, thereby aiding him in fulfilling the system's task, the four continued along the bustling streets, ultimately arriving before a lavish mansion. This was the Xiao residence. In the grand hall of the Xiao residence, Xiao Heng and several elders of the Xiao family stood with faces ashen, gazing at a young man before them. This young man occupied the prestigious seat at the head of the hall, a position designated for the head of the Xiao family, and his audacity to claim it in the presence of Xiao Heng and the elders revealed his overwhelming arrogance. "Yi Qifeng, do not overstep your bounds. This is the Xiao family, not your Yi family. Get down at once." Xiao Heng admonished sternly, his expression darkening. Seated comfortably, Yi Qifeng lounged with his legs crossed, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Heng, his countenance rife with contempt. "The Xiao family? I advise you to be wise and relinquish that mining area. Otherwise, the name of the Xiao family shall vanish from Fenglin City." Xiao Heng retorted sharply, "Yi Qifeng, your arrogance knows no limits. Do you truly believe that your affiliation with the Holy King sect grants the Yi family superiority over us? My son, Xiao Yun, has already entered the Chaos Sacred Land. one of the 6 great sacred lands, far surpassing your holy king's sect. Chaos Sacred Land. What a grand title. Yi Qifeng scoffed, a mocking tone lacing his words. The Chaos Sacred Land has long fallen into decline, while our holy king's sect is on the rise, destined to surpass it in due course. Moreover, my brother Yi Dedeo has become the holy son of the holy king's sect, a position of great esteem, which cannot be compared to that of an ordinary disciple from the Chaos Sacred Land. Upon hearing this, Xiao Heng's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized Yi Dedeo, who was 7 or 8 years senior to Xiao Yun. Years ago, he had joined the Sacred King sect and had now unexpectedly become its holy son. No wonder the Yi family had recently gained so many formidable warriors in the Divine Bridge realm. They were likely all followers of Yi Dedeo. Who dares to wreak havoc upon our Xiao family? Just then, a chilling voice echoed from outside. Everyone turned to see Xiao Yun and his companions approaching. Xiao Yun. Xiao Heng's eyes brightened with surprise. Yi Qifeng glanced at the entering Xiao Yun, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be you, this worthless one, returned at last. What's the matter? Were you expelled from the Chaos Sacred Land? After 16 years of neglecting your cultivation, now you've been cast out from the Chaos Sacred Land. I dare say your life is all but over. You might as well persuade your father to hand over that mine to our Yi family, or else your Xiao family will be erased from Fenglin City. Xiao Yun had previously refrained from cultivating for 16 years to complete a mission for the system, leading outsiders to perceive him as inept, devoid of talent in the realm of cultivation, even when people later learned that his hiatus was merely a means to enter the Chaos Sacred Land. It did little to alter their impression of him. Father. Xiao Yun paid no heed to Yi Qifeng and instead approached his father, Xiao Hong. Uncle. Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu also bowed respectfully to Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong gazed upon the 2 young women before him, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He then cast a teasing glance towards Xiao Yun, playfully raising his eyebrows as if to convey, indeed, you are my son. You have effortlessly brought back 2 beauties, reminiscent of my youthful charm. Xiao Yun could only manage a wry smile in response, hastily introducing them to his father. Father, they are my junior sisters. Oh, junior sisters, how delightful. Not only are they childhood friends, but they are also well-matched, Xiao Heng remarked, stroking his beard with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya felt their cheeks flush crimson, shyly lowering their heads in modesty. Seated above, Yi Qifeng suddenly took note of Shi Chunyu's exquisite beauty, his expression transforming into one of sheer admiration. He promptly addressed her. This junior sister is a distinguished disciple of the Chaos Sacred Ground. I am Yi Qifeng, a disciple of the Sacred King sect. My brother, Yi Dedeo, is the sect's holy son, endowed with the potential to attain sanctity in the future. Might I inquire your esteemed name, junior sister? Zhao Wujia, throw him out. Xiao Yun coldly interjected. In an instant, a formidable surge of bloodlust erupted from Zhao Wujia, akin to a volcanic eruption. The next moment, he had already appeared beside Yi Qifeng, seizing him and dragging him outside as though he were a lifeless dog. With Yi Qifeng merely possessing the strength of the Qi-gathering realm, he stood no chance against Zhao Wujia, struggling in vain as he shouted angrily at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, do not presume that your status as a disciple of the Chaos Sacred Ground grants you the audacity to act so arrogantly. My brother Yi Dedeo has ascended to become the holy son of the Sacred King sect. The elders proclaim that he shall inevitably attain sainthood, and our Yi family will one day emerge as a lineage of saints. If the Xiao family wishes to avoid annihilation, it would be prudent to cease. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Wujing delivered a powerful kick, sending him soaring like a shooting star out of the Xiao family courtyard. Chapter 124. Caution and Composure. Xiao Yun. Who is this? Xiao Hong, a cultivator of the Divine Bridge realm, sensed the terrifying power unleashed by Zhao Wujing, akin to that of a humanoid true dragon, instilling within him a profound sense of oppression and suffocation. He was left utterly astonished and turned to Xiao Yun with urgency. Xiao Yun smiled gently and replied, he is the holy son of the primordial sacred land, as well as the holy son of our chaotic sacred land. Currently, he is my follower, known as Zhao Wujing. Humph. Zhao Wujing snorted dismissively, uninterested in Xiao Yun's ostentatious demeanor. However, Xiao Hong and the other elders of the Xiao family were visibly shaken, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, what is your true status now? Are you not merely an ordinary disciple of the chaotic sacred land? Xiao Hong inquired, his tone laced with urgency and anticipation. If someone as formidable as Zhao Wujing is merely a follower of Xiao Yun, what could Xiao Yun's standing be within the chaotic sacred land? One could easily deduce the answer. Xiao Yun, with a slight smile, felt it appropriate to let others speak on his behalf at such a moment, refraining from self-aggrandizement. and subtly gestured to Lin Xiaya. Lin Xiaya seemed to share a telepathic connection with Xiao Yun. After perceiving Xiao Yun's glance, she hastily addressed Xiao Hong, saying, "Uncle, my senior brother is now the prospective divine son of our chaotic sacred land. We are currently preparing gifts, and soon, an esteemed elder will arrive to announce this matter." Prospective divine son. Xiao Hong and several elders of the Xiao family exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Observing the astonished expressions on his family's faces, Xiao Yun felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The thrill of showcasing his achievements before his loved ones was indescribably exhilarating. This sentiment is common among those who have attained success, as they often relish the opportunity to impress their kin and friends far more than strangers. As the saying goes, a brocade robe does not return home, akin to a splendid garment worn in silence. One might recall a certain individual, known for his inability to recognize faces, who, after achieving success, returned to his hometown to distribute money to the elders. Did one truly believe he was engaging in charity? It was merely a display of grandeur. Despite the joy bubbling within him, Xiao Yun maintained an air of nonchalance. With a gentle smile, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing significant, after all. It is merely a prospective divine son. In a few years, I shall undoubtedly become the divine son of the chaotic sacred land." Zhao Wuji, standing nearby, turned away. Feeling that prolonged association with someone as ostentatious as Xiao Yun would inevitably lead to his own infection by such arrogance, Zhao Wuji yearned to surpass Xiao Yun, eager to shed the identity of a follower. However, after witnessing the fierce battle between Xiao Yun and Lu Tiandu, he recognized that he was not yet a match for Xiao Yun. Uncertain whether the individuals from the ancient sacred land have successfully procured the sunflower scripture and the evil-repelling swordsmanship, Zhao Wuji contemplated. Even Xiao Yun harbored apprehensions about Emperor Li mastering these unparalleled arts. Should he perfect them, he would undoubtedly triumph over Xiao Yun. Moreover, he had gathered intelligence suggesting that Emperor Tian had likewise notified the Chaos Sacred Land to covertly seek these techniques. If the practitioners from the Chaos Sacred Land were to unearth them first, how could he possibly contend with Xiao Yun? Zhao Wuji deemed it prudent to pen a letter to the ancient Sacred Land, urging them for updates. Meanwhile, as Zhao Wuji pondered, Xiao Yun had accompanied his father, Xiao Hong, to pay respects to his mother. In Fenglin City, the Yi residents basked in recent glory, for their young master, Yi Dedeo, had been recognized as the holy son of the Sacred King sect. This delightful news enveloped the entire Yi family in jubilance. The Sacred King sect, a premier faction on the Nine Heavens continent, although not on par with the Sacred Lands, stood as the foremost sect beneath them, subtly hinting at an ascension to sacred status. Undoubtedly, with Yi Dedeo in their midst, the Yi family was destined for greatness. This modest Fenglin city might soon prove insufficient to contain their burgeoning power, with whispers of relocation to the imperial capital circulating. The residents of Fenglin City extolled Yi Dedeo, lauding not only his striking appearance but also his remarkable talent. Allegedly endowed with the potential of a sage, he was destined to achieve sainthood, an indomitable existence. Indeed, it was said that upon Yi Dedeo's emergence into the world, the Yi family experienced a profusion of golden lotuses, blossoming flowers, and a flock of birds paying homage, an undeniable sign of a prodigy gracing the earth. It is said that an ancient sage has emerged, heralding signs akin to those witnessed during the advent of Yi Dedeo. This individual is destined to attain sanctity in the future, possessing both striking looks and commendable talents. He is truly a paragon of excellence. Alas, my humble status renders me unable to offer my beloved daughter to him, even as a minor consort. Such aspirations are akin to a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. Within the Yi residence, Yi Qifeng lay wounded upon his bed, surrounded by the family patriarch Yi Xian and his brother Yi Dedeo. It must be noted that Yi Dedeo is indeed remarkably handsome, his robust physique and resolute features exuding an air of exceptional nobility. "Dedeo, how is your younger brother faring?" Yi Xian inquired. Casting a concerned glance at his most distinguished son, Yi Dedeo withdrew his hand from probing Yi Qifeng and, with a pair of sharp brows and piercing eyes radiating a chilling aura, replied coldly, "Although he is not in mortal danger, he has suffered the fracture of over a dozen bones. Even with the medicinal pills I provided, he will need to remain bedridden for a month to fully recover." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's anger surged, that Xiao Yun is truly ruthless, allowing his followers to strike with such ferocity. Does he truly believe that being a disciple of the chaotic sacred land grants him the audacity to act arrogantly before our Yi family? With his hands clasped behind his back and his long hair cascading down, Yi Dedeo emanated an extraordinary aura of detachment. Yet, his gaze was frigid as he directed it toward the direction of the Xiao family, declaring icily, "The The chaotic sacred land has long since declined. Moreover, he is merely an ordinary disciple. Chiefing, do not worry. I shall avenge this grievance for you. My dear brother, it is high time we eradicated the Xiao family and seized that mining territory. Your insistence on negotiating with them is nothing short of a waste of precious time. Yi Chiefing lamented as he reclined on his bed, his face etched with discontent. Yi Didao replied calmly, Chiefing, you are still young and do not grasp the harsh realities of the cultivation world. My intentions in allowing the Xiao family's guards to transmit messages to the Chaos Holy Land were deliberate. I sought to uncover their hidden cards. Should that Xiao Yun fellow fortuitously ascend to the status of a saint in the Chaos Holy Land, our plans to eliminate the Xiao family would surely draw the ire of the Holy Land upon us. Yi Xian, who had been listening intently, nodded in agreement, saying, as the saying goes, there are heavens beyond the heavens and individuals beyond individuals. Didao, your ability to perceive this illustrates your prudent and cautious nature, which is essential for overcoming adversity and reaching the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Chiefing, you ought to learn from your elder brother. However, Yu Chiefing, accustomed to a life of indulgence, was not inclined to heed such advice. He dismissed the conversation casually, urging, brother, you are now aware that Xiao Yun is merely an ordinary disciple of the Chaos Holy Land. Had he truly become a saint, an elder from the Holy Land would have already announced this. Yi Didao nodded thoughtfully and remarked with a faint smile, I had previously heard of a certain Xiao Yun who achieved considerable fame by besting numerous prodigies within the true dragon nest. I mistakenly believed he was the Xiao Yun from our Folan city, which is why I acted with such caution. However, it seems he is not the same individual we are familiar with. Otherwise, an elder from the Chaos Holy Land would have long since proclaimed his status at the Xiao family. Yi Chiefing scoffed, brother, you truly hold Xiao Yun in high esteem. That good for nothing. How could he possibly sweep through the many prodigies within the true dragon's nest? Our Jiuxiao continent is vast and teeming with individuals who share the same name. Among my friends, there are several named Zhang Wei. Surely, you must have a friend named Zhang Wei as well, right? Indeed. I have a fellow disciple named Zhang Wei from my cohort, Yi Didao acknowledged with a nod. Yu Xian, standing nearby, concurred, in my father's time. There was also a close friend named Zhang Wei. Yi Chiefing laughed, exactly. There are countless people with the same name. The Xiao Yun who swept through the true dragon's nest cannot possibly be the useless Xiao Yun from our Fengwen city. I shall seek vengeance for you. With that, Yu Didao strode forth with a commanding presence, accompanied by several followers, departing from the Yi residence en route to the Xiao family. Chapter 125. The feelings of Zhao Wuji at the Xiao residence. Xiao Yun rushed out of his mother's room, drenched in sweat, as if fleeing for his life, hastily escaping the courtyard. Meanwhile, Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoyao remained behind, as Xiao Yun's mother interrogated them at length, even inquiring about their birth dates, clearly already envisioning them as future daughters-in-law. Impudent boy, your mother is not a tigress. Why the haste? Xiao Hong called out, catching up from behind, his face stern as he reprimanded Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun retorted with a smirk, how many times has our washboard been shattered under your knees? Don't you have any self-awareness? Shoo. Xiao Hong cast a stern glance at Xiao Yun, then surveyed the surroundings, noticing Zhao Wuji gazing skyward in the distance. He couldn't help but murmur. Family matters should not be aired in public. Please, for the sake of your father, maintain some decorum in front of outsiders. Xiao Yun was tempted to retort that, given Zhao Wuji's prowess, even the faintest whisper from him would be audible. All right, let us hasten to the mine and uncover the treasure that has incited a family crisis. Xiao Yun deftly shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, Xiao Heng's expression darkened with anger. That mine has already been sealed off by the formidable members of the Yi family. We cannot gain entry. That scoundrel Yi Didao has brought back over 100 cultivators at the Divine Bridge realm, including more than 10 at the Heaven's Gate realm. Our Xiao family lacks even a single cultivator at the Heaven's Gate realm. We stand no chance against them. Is the Yi family truly so formidable? Come, father. Lead the way. I shall confront them at once. Upon hearing that there were over 10 cultivators at the Heaven's Gate realm, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Slaying them would allow him to fulfill the task issued by the system. Xiao Heng looked at Xiao Yun with concern. But they are cultivators at the Heaven's Gate realm, over 10 of them. You are merely at the Divine Bridge realm. Do you truly believe you can contend with them? Xiao Yun laughed heartily. Father, do not equate those weaklings outside with me. Are you not aware that geniuses can defeat foes beyond their level? Since those individuals chose to follow Yi Didao, they likely lack any real talent. These incompetent Heaven's Gate cultivators are no match for me. Humph, not far away. Zhao Wuji let out a cold snort, glaring at Xiao Yun with evident displeasure, as if to convey that he too was a follower. Was his talent truly so lacking? Xiao Yun felt somewhat speechless. Zhao Wuji had become increasingly sensitive of late. Could it be that he was experiencing a midlife crisis? Or perhaps it was merely a monthly occurrence. It was rumored that he had been secretly inquiring about the whereabouts of the Kuei-Hua Sutra and the evil-repelling sword technique. Was he planning to join forces with Emperor Li Qing? Caution stirred within Xiao Yun. Yet his face remained adorned with a smile as he addressed Zhao Wuji. Unlike those inept individuals, you are, after all, a scion of the two great sacred lands. Come, let us proceed to the Mind District and make those inept ones comprehend the chasm that lies between them and true genius. This time, do not steal my opponent. Zhao Wuji snorted coldly and approached. You truly are petty, Xiao Yun remarked with exasperation. It was merely that I got the jump on you last time in the true dragon nest, slaying a dragon progeny. You've held on to that grudge like a woman. Meanwhile, Xiao Hang, observing the confidence radiating from Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji, felt reassured and led them towards the Mind District. Shortly after their departure, Yudideo arrived with several followers, exuding an imposing aura as they approached Xiao's residence. Let Xiao Yun come out, shouted one of Yudideo's followers, brazenly disregarding the Xiao estate. As for Yudideo, he remained silent, hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm as he regarded the Xiao residence. His long hair flowed with the wind, and his piercing eyes sparkled like stars, exuding an extraordinary and valiant demeanor. Even the two guards stationed at the gate of the Xiao family were involuntarily awed upon encountering Yudideo, cautiously remarking, Young Master Yi. Our master and the young master have just departed for the mine. Which mine? Continued Yudideo's followers, pressing for more information. The Xiao family guard, unwilling to offend them, hurriedly replied, It is the mine where the treasures were discovered. Let us proceed. Upon hearing this, Yudideo uttered a single word and ascended into the air, soaring towards the direction of the mine. His followers also took to the skies, flying upward. They did not employ sword flight, indicating their cultivation had surpassed the divine bridge realm, reaching the celestial realm. Located on the outskirts of Fenglin City, this mine was originally a property of the Xiao family, but had now been seized by the Yi family. Such occurrences are commonplace within the realm of cultivation. Without strength, one cannot safeguard their possessions, for the law here is dictated by power. The mightier one is, the greater their authority. Upon arriving at the mine, Xiao Yun immediately beheld a colossal formation, radiating intense brilliance and standing out strikingly amidst the mine. Outside this formation, several cultivators were engaged in research, seemingly searching for a method to break the formation. These individuals were formation masters brought back by Yudideo, and to this day, they had yet to decipher the array. Xiao Heng remarked from the side. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, his gaze electrifying as he fixated intently on the formation before him. Having studied formations during his time in the body refinement realm, he possessed some understanding, and though he may not rival the masters of formations, it was likely that none among his peers could surpass his prowess in this art. Xiao Yun instantly discerned that this was a mountain-protecting formation, likely concealing the lair of a formidable figure within. It is said that many wandering cultivators, before meeting their end, conceal their abodes, leaving behind legacies for those fated to discover them. This must be the lair of some such wanderer. After all, Xiao Yun recognized that this mountain-protecting formation was not particularly complex compared to the formations of the chaotic sacred land. It was as if one existed in the cosmos while the other lay buried beneath the earth. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an inexplicable allure emanating from within. Suddenly, beside him, Zhao Wuji spoke up, his gaze filled with curiosity as he regarded the formation before them. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes and remarked, Are you keen to suggest that whatever lies within is fated to you from the West? The West? Our ancient holy land does not reside in the West. Zhao Wuji replied, bewildered as he turned to Xiao Yun. Never mind, it's merely a jest. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively and then proceeded toward the formation ahead. Swish! A flying sword shot forth, landing before Xiao Yun and his companions, revealing a chilling glint. Not far away, a middle-aged man at the divine bridge realm bellowed at them. This is the territory of the Yi family. Dare to step any closer, and you shall meet your demise here. Eliminate them, Xiao Yun stated coolly. Having seized the assets of the Xiao family, they dared to speak to him in such a manner. Did they truly believe that he, Xiao Yun, was a benevolent being? Boom. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji erupted like a volcanic eruption, a powerful aura instantly soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, Xiao Yun wielded the black demon sword, and in a mere instant, he annihilated the middle-aged cultivator before him. Although they were all at the divine bridge realm, the disparity between them was immense. Xiao Heng, who followed closely behind Xiao Yun, was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could a cultivator of the divine bridge realm be annihilated in the blink of an eye by Xiao Yun? Was Xiao Yun truly just a divine bridge cultivator? Xiao Heng, being an ordinary cultivator, was entirely unaware of the vast chasm that existed between an extraordinary genius and an average practitioner. Moreover, Xiao Yun was the most formidable divine bridge cultivator in history. Chapter 126. The shock of Yidideo. This is bad. Their strength is overwhelming. Those who dare to kill us are essentially courting death. Do you know who we are? We are the followers of Yidideo, the holy son of the sacred king sect. Eliminate them. As Xiao Yun and Zhao Wujie made their move, furious shouts erupted from a distance. Soon after, figures surged forth from the mining area, some soaring through the air on flying swords, while others traversed the void itself. In an instant, they had surrounded Xiao Yun and his companions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, his icy gaze sweeping over the powerful beings of the cave heaven realm surrounding them. If he could eliminate any one of them, he would be rewarded with 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of flying swords, radiating with intense brilliance, shot forth from all directions, intent on slaying both Xiao Yun and Zhao Wujie. Clearly, the followers of Yidideo had made their move. 10,000 swords flow, Xiao Yun exclaimed, channeling the black demon sword, transforming it into a terrifying river of black blades that swept outward in all directions. The dazzling brilliance of the sword illuminated the surroundings, its formidable energy tearing the very fabric of the heavens apart. The cultivators of the divine bridge realm were swiftly annihilated by Xiao Yun, while even those from the celestial cave realm were sent reeling, blood spattering from their lips due to the sheer force of his strike. How could he possess such strength? He was merely a cultivator of the divine bridge realm. How could he be so powerful? Who exactly is he? How could such a prodigy emerge from this humble place? The several celestial cave realm cultivators, struck by terror, retreated in unison, their faces ashen as they gazed at Xiao Yun, disbelief etched in their eyes. They had never before encountered such a terrifying cultivator of the divine bridge realm. You are stealing my prey, Zhao Wujie seethed, glaring at Xiao Yun with fury before swiftly mounting his flying sword to pursue one of the celestial cave realm cultivators. He feared that if he hesitated any longer, Xiao Yun would eliminate all their enemies. Do not steal the celestial cave realm cultivators, Xiao Yun bellowed, launching himself on his flying sword as well. The followers of Yidideo were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by the sight of 2 cultivators of the divine bridge realm pursuing the celestial cave realm cultivators, an extraordinary spectacle indeed. However, they soon cast aside their astonishment and fled into the distance. Xiao Yun and Zhao Wujie were simply too formidable, capable of challenging cultivators of the celestial cave realm despite their lower cultivation level. Zhao Wujie managed to restrain the celestial cave realm cultivators. Yet the act of slaying them proved a more arduous task, requiring some time. In contrast, Xiao Yun demonstrated remarkable prowess, swiftly dispatching one of the celestial cave realm cultivators in a mere blink. Are you truly of the celestial cave realm? You are far too weak. Xiao Yun wielded the black demon sword, tearing apart the celestial realm of a cultivator before him. He soared forward, unleashing invincible fist strikes, effortlessly dispatching the individual with only a few blows. The ease of the victory was staggering. The fleeing celestial realm cultivators wore expressions of despair and indignation. Not only were they being relentlessly pursued, but they were also scorned for their weakness. It was utterly humiliating for these esteemed cultivators of the celestial realm to have fallen to such depths. Do not flee. Return and fight me, Xiao Yun bellowed as he dispatched several celestial realm cultivators, continuing his flight on the sword, relentlessly pursuing the remaining ones. The few remaining cultivators, upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, hastened their escape. They were not foolish enough to confront him, fully aware of their inferiority. Why would they stay behind to await their demise? Alas, their speed was still woefully inadequate compared to Xiao Yun's. Xiao Yun's mental prowess was extraordinarily formidable, surpassing that of the celestial realm cultivators. His speed while soaring on his sword far exceeded theirs. In a brief moment, he had slain several more celestial realm warriors, transforming into an embodiment of death, unstoppable in his path. The last remaining celestial realm cultivator was utterly shattered by fear, fleeing with all his might, lamenting that his parents had not endowed him with 2 more legs. Xianbing sword seal. As Xiao Yun observed the fleeing cultivator ahead, he swiftly formed a seal, unleashing a blue divine sword towards him. Halt! At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from the distant horizon, reverberating through the void. Xiao Yun lifted his gaze and immediately beheld a young man, enveloped in a golden divine rainbow, hurtling towards him from a distance at an astonishing speed. Despite being a fellow cultivator of the cave heaven realm, this individual's prowess was quite commendable, comparable to that of Li Bufan. Xiao Yun mused to himself but did not relent. Instead, he continued to channel the Mystic Eye Sword Seal. With a swift motion, the Mystic Eye Sword Seal, radiating a resplendent glow, struck the fleeing cultivator, unleashing a frigid blast that encased him in ice. In a seamless motion, the black demon sword, under Xiao Yun's command, descended upon the individual, severing his head with a single strike. Xiao Yun then checked his system, a broad smile spreading across his face. He had successfully slain 7 cultivators of the cave heaven realm, earning himself 70 insights. Just 3 more, and he would accomplish his task. Did you not hear me tell you to stop? A golden streak shot forth, revealing the imposing figure of Yi Dideo. His towering presence exuded an overwhelming pressure. And though his handsome visage was now marred by a fierce aura, his icy gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun returned his gaze to Yi Dideo, scoffing. What of it if I did? Who do you think you are to command me? He had surmised that this individual was indeed Yi Dideo of the Yi family, whom he had encountered a few times in his youth. Yet, he was taken aback by the latter's striking good looks and slightly superior strength, which irked Xiao Yun deeply. Very well. Yi Dideo's gaze was as cold as ice as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Yun, uttering with a frigid tone, "You are Xiao Yun, are you not? I had intended to spare the Xiao family, considering our shared ties to Fengwen City. However, you have now slain one of my followers. Prepare for your entire clan to accompany them to the grave. As for you, in light of the chaos sacred land, I shall not take your life. Rather, I will render your cultivation useless. Surely, the chaos sacred land would not trouble me, a saintly prince of the Saint King sect. For the sake of an ordinary disciple like you." With an imposing presence, Yi Dideo raised his hand, conjuring a colossal palm print that descended upon Xiao Yun with the intent to crush him. "You wish to cripple my cultivation?" Xiao Yun replied with a cold smile. Then bellowed, "Do you even deserve that?" Boom. Under Xiao Yun's command, the black demon sword surged forth, accompanied by a terrifying torrent of black sword energy, sweeping towards the heavens and shattering the descending palm print into fragments. An overwhelming aura erupted from Xiao Yun, and the terrifying fluctuations of power caused Yi Dideo's pupils to constrict, his expression shifting dramatically. "You are merely at the divine bridge realm," Yi Dideo exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed at Xiao Yun in disbelief. How can someone at the divine bridge realm possess such strength? A foreboding sensation crept into his mind. Could it be that the Xiao Yun who once swept through the true dragon nest was indeed the very same person before him, and not merely a namesake? Chapter 127. The indomitable might. Xiao Yun's power was overwhelmingly formidable. Upon revealing his extraordinary strength, he instilled a profound sense of fear in Yi Dideo, who felt as though he were confronting a humanoid true dragon. However, what astonished Yi Dideo even more was the revelation that Xiao Yun was merely a practitioner at the divine bridge realm. Previously, when he witnessed Xiao Yun pursuing his followers, he had presumed Xiao Yun to be a cultivator at the celestial cave realm. He was taken aback to discover that Xiao Yun was, in fact, only at the divine bridge realm, a practitioner at the divine bridge realm, yet capable of swiftly eliminating several of his subordinates who were at the celestial cave realm. Such talent and strength left Yi Dideo utterly astounded. Consequently, he immediately thought of someone, the very Xiao Yun who had once swept through the true dragon nest and defeated their sacred king sect's divine son, Jianghao. With this in mind, Yi Dideo gazed at Xiao Yun with a grave expression and cautiously inquired, "Xiao Yun, are you the one who swept through the true dragon nest and vanquished Li Qingdi?" Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow and retorted with a cold smile. "I did not expect you to have heard of my reputation. Was it that useless Jianghao who informed you? How has he been lately? Has he grown stronger? I hope that at the next sacred exchange, he will be able to withstand the might of my fist. It truly is you." Yi Dideo's gaze sharpened, and he drew in a sharp breath, realizing that he had indeed struck iron this time. The Xiao Yun before him was undoubtedly the very same who had ravaged the true dragon nest. Without a doubt, with such talent and strength, Xiao Yun could not merely be an ordinary disciple of the chaos sacred land. Becoming a divine son was the bare minimum, and he might even ascend to the status of the godly son of the chaos sacred land. Even though Xiao Yun is merely the son of the chaos sacred land, his status far surpasses that of Yi Dideo, the son of the sacred king sect. Nevertheless, Yi Dideo could not swallow this humiliation. He gazed coldly at Xiao Yun and said in a deep voice, "In light of your affiliation with the chaos sacred land, I shall spare you today. However, you must kneel and apologize to my followers." "Fool," Xiao Yun retorted, his expression rife with mockery. The notion of kneeling to apologize? Not even Jianghao would dare speak to him in such a manner. This Yi Dideo was truly courting death. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Yun's eyes. Despite Yi Dideo being the son of the sacred king sect, he had no intention of showing mercy, for the sacred king sect was not the sacred land, and they had no fear of it. Simultaneously, Yi Dideo was incensed by Xiao Yun's derision. His face hardened, and a chilling light emanated from his eyes as he coldly declared, "Since you refuse to kneel and apologize, I shall make you do so." As he spoke, 7 dark portals suddenly manifested behind Yi Dideo, devouring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, exuding an aura of terrifying might. Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh. This Yi Dideo, likely Buffon, had cultivated 7 portals in the cave heaven realm. It was no wonder he qualified to be named the son of the sacred king sect. Yet, even so, Xiao Yun felt no fear. What of a sacred son? His own talent had long surpassed that of his ancestors. What did a mere sacred son amount to? Boom. At that moment, Xiao Yun unleashed his formidable power, channeling his immense mental strength to manipulate the black demon sword, conjuring four sword shadows that instantly surrounded Yi Dideo. Yi Dideo dismissed the matter with a disdainful gaze fixed upon Xiao Yun, coldly proclaiming, "No matter how exceptional your talent may be, you remain a realm beneath me. Do you truly believe I am akin to those sycophants? You may be a genius, but so am I. To think you can surmount the ranks and slay me is nothing but an illusion, a mere daydream." As Yi Dideo summoned the 7 cave heavens behind him, those 7 dark voids erupted with overwhelming might, resembling a colossal mountain as they bore down upon Xiao Yun. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, for radiant beams of divine light shot forth from Yi Dideo's form, weaving together to form an immense prison of light, encapsulating him within. Yi Dideo, in my eyes, you are no different from your followers. All are worthless. Xiao Yun regarded Yi Dideo with an icy glare, exclaiming, "For symbol sword formation." As Xiao Yun's voice echoed, the 4 sword phantoms surrounding Yi Dideo coalesced into formidable entities, emanating terrifying energy fluctuations and resounding roars as they surged towards him. At this juncture, several of Yi Dideo's followers arrived on the scene, their faces pale with shock upon witnessing their leader ensnared. Is that the white tiger, the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise? Could this be the legendary and most formidable divine technique, the 4-symbol sword formation? One of Yi Dideo's followers exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Yun cast a cold glance their way, his eyes gleaming with determination. Just in time, with just a few more of you, I shall accomplish the task assigned by the system. At this moment, Xiao Yun soared through the air on the golden dragon sword, delivering a powerful punch towards Yi Dideo's followers. "Xiao Yun, your opponent is me. Cease at once," Yi Dideo exclaimed in urgency, fully aware that Xiao Yun's strength was formidable, far surpassing that of his few companions. However, the 4-symbol sword array wielded by Xiao Yun was overwhelmingly powerful. The 4 divine beast phantoms appeared almost tangible, possessing terrifying strength as they relentlessly assailed Yi Dideo, rendering him momentarily unable to escape. Kill. On the other side, Xiao Yun had transformed into a deity of slaughter, wielding his invincible fist imprint, revealing the patterns of the great Tao, and striking down one of the celestial realm practitioners before him. The remaining celestial realm practitioners turned pale with fear, yet they dared not flee with Yi Dideo still present. "Let us unite and confront him," one of the celestial realm practitioners shouted. Instantly, they banded together, unleashing their most potent attacks, conjuring a terrifying torrent aimed at Xiao Yun. "A man is trying to stop a chariot. Utterly futile." Xiao Yun scoffed, summoning his invincible fist imprint, radiating the essence of the great Tao, akin to an indomitable war god, glowing with golden light as he shattered the void with a single punch, obliterating the very fabric of reality. Yi Dideo's followers were swiftly annihilated by Xiao Yun. Before such a peerless genius, even those of a higher realm were rendered no more than a collection of worthless beings. This epitomized the chasm between the extraordinary and the mundane. "Xiao Yun, I shall slay you." A furious roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. Not far away, Yi Dideo finally vanquished the 4 divine beast phantoms, breaking free from his luminous prison. He gazed at his followers, all slain by Xiao Yun, and his eyes turned a deep crimson. In that moment, he unleashed an unparalleled and terrifying power, surging forth with an overwhelming malevolence toward Xiao Yun. Boom! Xiao Yun wielded his invincible fist imprint, channeling a fearsome and boiling force, transforming into a dazzling divine rainbow that met Yi Dideo's charge head-on, resulting in a fierce collision. Rumble! The void trembled, and the very heavens quaked in terror. A torrent of horrific energy erupted, the deafening roar reminiscent of divine thunder echoing across the 9 heavens. The world was engulfed in a blazing brilliance. Chapter 128. The accompanying sacred weapon in the sky, energy surged like colossal waves in a vast ocean. A fierce light enveloping the heavens, and a thunderous sound resonating through the clouds. Xiao Yun and Yi Dideo engaged in a fierce battle high above, both demonstrating unparalleled prowess. Xiao Yun was invincible at the divine bridge realm, capable of slaying powerful adversaries at the cave heaven realm. However, Yi Dideo was no ordinary practitioner of the cave heaven realm. He was the holy son of the Holy King sect, endowed with extraordinary talent and equally a genius in his own right. Were it Zhao Wujia, he would undoubtedly fall short against Yi Dideo, given the vast difference in their realms. Yet Xiao Yun was different. He had reached the pinnacle within the divine bridge realm. And in terms of both spiritual power and divine abilities, he surpassed Yi Dideo, only lacking in the depth of his spiritual energy. Thus, in their fierce clash, They found themselves evenly matched. Yi Dideo was utterly unable to contend with Xiao Yun. Was the cave heaven realm truly that weak? As Xiao Yun engaged in a fierce battle with Yi Dideo, he scoffed derisively. If I were at the celestial realm, slaying you would be as effortless as butchering a dog. You truly are a worthless wretch. Yi Dideo, infuriated and humiliated, the holy son of the sacred king sect, had never endured such disgrace. His rage reverberated through the 9 heavens. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a colossal beam of light erupted from Yi Dideo's mouth, manifesting as a golden sacred blade that sliced through the air with unparalleled velocity, exuding an extraordinary sharpness that shattered the void as it hurtled toward Xiao Yun. With a resounding crash, the black river of swords controlled by Xiao Yun was violently torn apart by this blade, its terrifying edge piercing through his protective golden barrier, leaving a bloody gash on his chest that nearly cleaved him in two. Xiao Yun's expression shifted as he swiftly retreated, astonished by the formidable golden sword before him. He had not anticipated that Yi Dideo possessed such a fearsome divine weapon. Surprised, are you? Yi Dideo proclaimed with a triumphant gaze fixed on Xiao Yun. When I was born, I not only manifested the ancient sage's aura but was also accompanied by this sacred blade. This weapon is indeed a holy artifact, albeit temporarily sealed. Nonetheless, it significantly enhances my combat prowess. Xiao Yun was taken aback. A holy artifact? Was it not on par with the illusory demon tower? He had heard that sages wielding the illusory demon tower could effortlessly obliterate an entire kingdom. It was akin to wielding a nuclear weapon. Fortunately, the accompanying holy sword of Yi Dideo remains sealed, indicating that his cultivation is still insufficient. It seems that only upon becoming a saint's son can he unlock this holy blade. Xiao Yun's heart instantly steadied as he observed the smug Yi Dideo across from him, unable to suppress a cold sneer. Very well, once I have vanquished you, this sword shall be mine. I must admit you are indeed my fortunate star, not only aiding me in fulfilling the tasks set by the system, but also presenting me with a holy sword, truly akin to the benevolent deity of wealth. Upon hearing this, Yi Dideo's expression darkened. Xiao Yun's words were exceedingly arrogant, daring to contemplate killing him for the sword. Infuriated, he gripped the golden holy sword, channeling the power of 7 celestial realms, and surged toward Xiao Yun with lethal intent. Boom. Xiao Yun was not one to underestimate the situation. He summoned his invincible fist imprint, drawing upon all his strength, causing his fist's radiance to illuminate the entire world, igniting the heavens with fervor. With tremendous force, he clashed against Yi Dideo's holy sword. The collision erupted like a thunderclap across the sky, shaking the surroundings to their very core, unleashing a terrifying energy akin to monstrous waves surging forth from an endless ocean, sweeping violently in all directions. Boom. The sky trembled with unrest, as if the very fabric of space were fracturing. Below where Xiao Yun and Yi Dideo battled, trees erupted from the ground, shattering midair, while immense fissures spread across the earth like a spider's web, revealing a cataclysmic scene. Their clash bore a power so formidable that it nearly flattened the ground beneath them. Buzz. Yi Dideo's gaze was icy, his handsome countenance shrouded in an aura of frost. He radiated a brilliant light, his body shooting forth like a keen arrow, tracing a golden divine arc across the sky. Kill. Yi Dideo suddenly raised the holy blade in his hand, its blade erupting in resplendent gold, unleashing a peerless sword aura that stretched 1,000 zhang, striking fiercely towards Xiao Yun. This blow was terrifying, as if it were tearing apart the very heavens and earth. The unparalleled sharpness engendered a fearsome storm of blade energy, sweeping outward and cleaving the ground into fragments akin to tofu. Invincible fist seal. Xiao Yun bellowed, sensing the astonishing power of Yi Dideo. No longer concealing his strength, he directly channeled the patterns of the great Tao, enhancing the golden fist seal to an unmatched might, resembling a colossal golden primordial divine mountain descending upon him. Boom. When Yi Dideo's golden holy blade collided with Xiao Yun's golden fist seal, it trembled and recoiled, the resplendent fist seal resembling a sun barreling forward, then exploding violently, unleashing an overwhelming tide of energy. Ah! Yi Dideo cried out in agony. Propelled backward by the immense force, the golden holy blade slipping from his grasp, his complexion paling as he coughed up blood, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. Swiftly, Xiao Yun, riding the golden dragon sword, seized the golden holy blade in his hand, his mental energy surging forth, seeking to subdue this powerful weapon. Get away from me, that is my holy blade. On the ground, Yi Dideo witnessed this scene, his pupils abruptly constricting, his eyes nearly bursting with fury as he roared in anger. Xiao Yun gazed down upon Yi Dideo, channeling his mental energy to further suppress the golden sacred sword in his grasp, and coldly remarked, I regret to inform you that it now belongs to me. I appreciate your efforts in bringing it to me from afar. Once I ascend to the rank of emperor, your contributions will not go unnoticed. Someone will document your legacy and elevate you to the status of a protagonist. Upon hearing these words, Yidideo was infuriated to the point of spitting blood. He bellowed, "To aspire to become an emperor is but a fanciful dream. Prepare to meet your demise." No sooner had he spoken than he violently detonated the mental imprint within the golden sacred sword, unleashing a terrifying storm of psychic energy directed at Xiao Yun. However, the act of detonating the mental imprint also inflicted severe backlash upon Yidideo. His mental energy was gravely injured, his complexion turned even more pallid, and he spat blood repeatedly, appearing utterly dispirited. Humph! In the sky, Xiao Yun emitted a cold snort, feeling the formidable psychic force surging from the golden sacred sword. Indeed, it was extraordinarily terrifying. Had a genius like Zhao Wuji been ambushed by such an assault, he would likely have suffered a devastating blow to his mental faculties, potentially rendering him a fool. Yet, regrettably, this overwhelming psychic force was akin to the distinction between the Yangtze River and the ocean when compared to Xiao Yun's mental energy. It could not even begin to disrupt his composure. In mere moments, Xiao Yun obliterated the oncoming psychic force, subsequently subduing the golden sacred sword and commencing the inscription of his own mental imprint. Thus, this golden sacred sword became irrevocably his. Chapter 129. The ancient sacred body. As the golden sacred sword was imbued with Xiao Yun's spiritual mark, the earthbound leaf greatsword immediately sensed it. There existed a visceral connection between the accompanying sacred sword and him, yet now that bond had vanished. It was evident that the sword had become Xiao Yun's possession. "Damn it, you scoundrel! I will not let you escape." Leaf greatsword seethed with fury, directly detonating the 7 great caves behind him, unleashing a terrifying force as he charged towards Xiao Yun in the sky. "Xiao Yun, no matter the cost, I shall slay you today," he bellowed. Although detonating the caves would propel his strength to unprecedented heights, it would subsequently plunge him into the divine bridge realm, a considerable loss. Yet, he had been thoroughly provoked by Xiao Yun. Disregarding the consequences, no matter the price, he was determined to end Xiao Yun's life today. Detonating the caves? Such audacity! Xiao Yun observed the fiercely charging leaf greatsword and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Unfortunately, your power is still insufficient." With that, Xiao Yun raised the golden sacred sword, channeling his spiritual energy into it before hurling it fiercely, manipulating it with his mental prowess. 10,000 swords flow, Xiao Yun proclaimed. Although it was a sword technique, he wielded it with a blade. After all, a sword and a saber were merely different forms, sharing the same essence at their core. As Xiao Yun executed the seal and unleashed the 10,000 swords flow, the golden holy blade instantaneously transformed into a myriad of golden sword shadows, surging forth towards Yidideo like a terrifying torrent of gold. "Die!" Yidideo bellowed in fury, detonating 7 great heavens to converge his most formidable strike. Resembling a comet crashing into the universe, causing the very void to tremble, the golden holy blade, under Xiao Yun's command, sliced through the heavens like a cascade of golden meteors, bearing unmatched energy, colliding fiercely with Yidideo. A resounding boom echoed throughout the realms, illuminating the world with a blinding brilliance of golden light. The deafening roar reverberated like thunderclaps in the void, shaking the 9 heavens. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air. Xiao Yun focused his gaze and beheld the once mighty Yidideo, now besieged by the onslaught of 10,000 golden holy blades, his defenses utterly shattered. The fearsome sword shadows relentlessly invaded his body. Yidideo trembled violently, his form resembling a shattered divine furnace, as searing flames erupted within him, threatening to explode. Even the chiseled features of Yidideo revealed cracks, his expression contorting into a mask of agony as he let out a heart-wrenching wail. "Xiao Yun, our holy king sect will not let you escape. I curse you with impending misfortune." With a final, anguished roar, Yidideo's body was obliterated, countless golden sword shadows erupting forth, tearing him to shreds. Boom! Xiao Yun unleashed the golden bell shield, raising a golden barrier to withstand the onslaught of dismembered limbs and shattered bodies, his expression impassive. What of the Holy King's sect? Were it not for his formidable strength as a quasi-divine son of the Chaos Holy Land, the Xiao family would likely have been annihilated by the Yi family today. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, one must harbor not the slightest trace of mercy. Otherwise, not only will you perish, but your entire lineage may also face extinction. After this ordeal, it is imperative that we relocate the Xiao family to the vicinity of the Chaos Holy Land, so that I may find peace of mind. Xiao Yun contemplated silently. Given his current status, no one would dare oppose his decision to allocate territory for the Xiao family near the Chaos Holy Land. In fact, the empires surrounding that area would vie for the Xiao family's settlement, as it represents a golden opportunity to forge ties with a future divine son of the Chaos Holy Land. Whoosh! Having dealt with Yidideo, Xiao Yun grasped the golden holy sword and soared toward the mining area below. At this moment, Zhao Wujie had already vanquished his opponent from the cave heaven realm. However, he refrained from assisting Xiao Yun, fully aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and Yi Dao, understanding that his intervention would only complicate matters. Zhao Wujie and Xiao Hang were presently engrossed in studying the formations within the mine, engaged in an intense discussion. What do you think? Have you made any discoveries? Xiao Yun approached and inquired with a smile. Upon seeing Xiao Yun, Xiao Hang's face lit up with delight as he asked, Xiao Yun, what of Yi Dao? Did he inflict any harm upon you? He had harbored some concerns earlier, but he felt reassured after Zhao Wujie informed him that Xiao Yun had the upper hand. Rest assured, father, Yi Dao has been slain. Once we return, we shall eradicate the Yi family. With a smile, Xiao Yun spoke. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Hong wore a look of concern and said, Yi Dao is, after all, the holy son of the Sacred King sect. If you kill him like this, won't there be repercussions? Can the Sacred King sect just let this go? Zhao Wujie, standing nearby, replied nonchalantly, Uncle, do not worry. The Sacred King sect is but a trifling matter. Even if the chaotic sacred land has declined, its foundation is beyond what the Sacred King sect can contend with. They would not dare to wreak havoc in the chaotic sacred land. Indeed, Zhao Wujie spoke wisely. A mere Sacred King sect is not worthy of my regard. Xiao Yun nodded and then turned to Zhao Wujie, asking, have you made any discoveries? Zhao Wujie squinted at the formation before him, a hint of confusion gracing his features. The closer I get to this formation, the more I sense a familiar aura calling to me, as if there is something within that is destined to be mine. Enough. You are not a sage. Merely encountering something remarkable does not mean it is fated for you, Xiao Yun retorted, rolling his eyes. He then raised the golden sacred blade and instructed them, step back. I shall break the formation directly. Previously, he had lacked the confidence to breach this formation, but now, with the sacred blade in hand, he felt assured. With a crack, Xiao Yun infused his robust spiritual energy into the sacred blade, causing it to radiate with brilliant golden light, erupting into a golden beam that soared into the sky, shattering the clouds above. The terrifying and overwhelming intent of the blade was akin to a divine strike of annihilation, wielding the power to obliterate everything as it fiercely cleaved toward the protective barrier of the formation. Boom! Beneath the terrifying glimmer of blades, the golden shield suddenly shattered, revealing the true scene within the formation. Xiao Yun, Zhao Wujie, and Xiao Hong found themselves drawn to gaze inside, where they discovered a golden skeleton, seated cross-legged within a modest cave, emanating a radiant golden light. As Xiao Yun broke through the formation, a golden war god's phantom surged forth from the skeleton, rushing towards the trio, stirring a tempest of wind. The three were immediately jolted back, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet, Zhao Wujie, with a face alight with excitement, exclaimed, it is indeed the ancient sacred body. This esteemed predecessor was also an ancient sacred body. No wonder I felt a calling. Chapter 130. Spiritual source power. This individual had been deceased for an indeterminate duration, their flesh long since weathered away, leaving behind only a golden skeleton that continued to radiate brilliant light. One must concede that the ancient sacred body is truly formidable, deserving of the title of a peerless treasure. Even in death, the bones remained exceptionally resilient, shimmering with golden light as if forged from gold, surrounded by divine brilliance. The cultivation of this predecessor was likely not very high. They had not yet attained sainthood, nor had they even stepped into the heavenly realm. Xiao Yun remarked as he scrutinized the golden skeleton. Zhao Wujie scoffed, that is to be expected. If the ancient sacred body had achieved sainthood, it would be invincible in this world, capable of defeating great saints and only second to quasi-emperors. Who could possibly vanquish him? I surmise he was slain in the Nirvana realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun inquired with curiosity, what leads you to that conclusion? Zhao Wujie spoke solemnly. Among the various realms of cultivation, the Nirvana realm is singularly unique. Upon entering this realm, one must endure 9 tribulations, not heavenly calamities, but rather natural and human tribulations. Natural tribulations? Human tribulations? Xiao Yun inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Zhao Wujie elucidated. Natural tribulations are the calamities bestowed upon us by nature itself. For instance, while traveling, one might be struck by lightning, engulfed by a sudden flood, or crushed by a collapsing mountain. Any such disaster from the natural world falls under the category of natural tribulations. On the other hand, human tribulations are those inflicted by mankind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun expressed his bewilderment. If that is the case, this esteemed elder could simply remain within the sect to weather the tribulations, thereby avoiding both natural and human calamities. How naive you are, Zhao Wujie scoffed, shaking his head in response. To transcend the Nirvana realm and ascend to the extraordinary realm, one must confront these tribulations. While sheltering within the sect may shield you from all calamities, without facing the tribulations, you shall be forever ensnared within the nirvana realm. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in realization. Thus, even upon reaching the nirvana realm, he would still need to venture forth and confront the tribulations. Yet, that is not the most terrifying aspect of the nirvana realm. Zhao Wuji's expression grew grave, tinged with apprehension as he continued. The nirvana realm embodies the very process of rebirth. Throughout this journey, your cultivation will fluctuate dramatically. At its peak, you may even contend with formidable beings of the extraordinary realm. However, at its nadir, you could plummet to the body refinement realm or the qi gathering realm. Now, that is the true peril. Xiao Yun's complexion shifted upon hearing this. If that is the case, it is indeed perilous. First and foremost, upon entering the nirvana realm, one must undergo trials outside to transcend this state and ascend to the extraordinary realm. However, such external endeavors are fraught with danger. Should your cultivation fall to the body refinement stage, adversaries may seize the opportunity to eliminate you. Alternatively, if your cultivation unexpectedly declines during combat, your demise would be inevitable. It is no wonder that many cultivators are stalled at the nirvana realm, unable to advance even a step further. This realm is exceedingly treacherous, and even prodigies may meet their downfall here. Nonetheless, it is unwise to dwell on such thoughts now, as we are still far from the nirvana realm. After a moment, Xiao Yun shook his head and resumed his scrutiny of the golden skeletal remains before him. This skeleton was exceedingly peculiar. Though it was merely a corpse, it sat cross-legged within the cave, as if meditating upon some ancient scripture. Moreover, within the skull of this skeleton were two golden orbs that shimmered brilliantly, akin to two miniature suns. Additionally, a crimson sphere of light was concealed within its head, emanating a formidable wave of spiritual energy. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes, fixating on the golden skeleton, and remarked, "We have erred." This individual was likely not slain by an enemy, but rather vanquished his foes, sustaining grave injuries that ultimately led to his demise. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, the ancient sacred body is a precious entity. If he had been killed by an enemy, it is illogical that the adversary would have left this ancient sacred body behind, as there would be intrinsic value in taking it back for study. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji felt a tinge of displeasure, for he too was an ancient sacred body. However, he chose to disregard Xiao Yun, his eyes gleaming brightly as he focused on the golden skeletal remains before him. This skeleton holds great potential for me. As we are both ancient sacred bodies, I can seamlessly merge with it, thereby enhancing my own ancient sacred body's power. Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, turned his gaze toward Zhao Wuji, a disdainful curl to his lips. Do not forget, this is the mining area of the Xiao clan, and you are merely my follower. The implication was clear. This treasure belonged to him and had no connection to Zhao Wuji whatsoever. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. The relationship between him and Xiao Yun was rather complex. There was no obligation for Xiao Yun to bestow this ancient sacred body upon him. After all, should Zhao Wuji grow stronger and ultimately defeat Xiao Yun, the latter would find himself in the position of a follower to Zhao Wuji. Xiao Yun was not foolish enough to engage in such a senseless act. We can negotiate an exchange. Zhao Wuji pondered for a moment before addressing Xiao Yun once more. Xiao Yun crossed his arms, regarding Zhao Wuji with keen interest, a mocking smile gracing his lips. This is an ancient sacred body, of immeasurable value. What do you propose to offer in exchange? Perhaps you would consider trading the imperial scripture of your sacred land? Zhao Wuji shook his head in response. The imperial scriptures from our other sacred lands differ significantly from your chaotic scripture of the chaotic sacred land. One must attain the saint realm to cultivate them. Until then, I am unworthy to even gaze upon them. Then it seems there is no way forward. Even if you are my follower, I cannot simply gift you such a remarkable treasure. Furthermore, we remain competitors, Xiao Yun declared, spreading his hands in resignation. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and declared, I am aware that you could ascend to the cave heaven realm at any moment, yet you refrain from doing so. For you aspire to surpass the utmost limits of the divine bridge realm. Am I correct? You are astute, but what relevance does that hold? Xiao Yun scoffed. Zhao Wuji gestured towards the golden skeleton beside them, his gaze radiant as he proclaimed, this ancient sacred body is remarkably well preserved. Its value extends beyond mere physical form. It encompasses the spiritual source power within its mind. If I can merge with this ancient sacred body, I can facilitate your absorption of this spiritual source power, which will undoubtedly enhance your mental prowess significantly. Previously, he had no intention of relinquishing this spiritual source power, as it could augment his own mental strength. However, he found himself compelled to concede. Otherwise, Xiao Yun would never agree to part with this ancient sacred body. Spiritual source power? Xiao Yun fixed his gaze upon the ancient sacred body, observing the crimson light emanating from its skull, which indeed pulsated with immense mental energy. In that case, I can absorb it on my own without your assistance, Xiao Yun replied to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji snorted derisively and countered. Do you believe that absorbing spiritual source power is so effortless? Different constitutions cannot harmonize with it. If you attempt to force absorption, the spiritual source power will reject you, resulting in an explosion. Only one possessing an ancient sacred body can manipulate this spiritual source power. In other words, without my aid, you would merely be able to take this ancient sacred body back for research or to forge some weapon. Very well, you have triumphed. Xiao Yun conceded with a hint of resignation. Chapter 131. Beyond Limits. In the end, Xiao Yun reluctantly conceded. As long as he could shatter the confines of the Divine Bridge realm, he would bestow this ancient sacred body upon Zhao Wuji. After all, he harbored no belief that Zhao Wuji, upon merging with this ancient sacred body, could surpass him. Within the depths of the mining area, in a secluded chamber, Zhao Wuji sat cross-legged, emanating a radiant golden light as he merged with the golden skeletal remains. Xiao Yun and Xiao Heng observed in astonishment, for they had never envisioned that a mere skeleton could integrate with a human body. It was truly marvelous. Boom! As Zhao Wuji assimilated the golden skeleton, the blood essence within him surged forth, rising like true dragons, one after another, erupting from his body in a tidal wave, tumultuous and powerful against the sky. Now, Zhao Wuji suddenly opened his eyes and called out to Xiao Yun. Nodding in response, Xiao Yun promptly seated himself opposite Zhao Wuji. Swish! A crimson beam of light shot forth from the crown of Zhao Wuji's head. This was the mental source power from the golden skeleton-esque consciousness, transmitted by Zhao Wuji. Xiao Yun, not daring to underestimate the force, swiftly opened his sea of consciousness, beginning to absorb this immense mental source power. Simultaneously, within Xiao Yun's sea of consciousness, the mental energy golden core he had cultivated began to operate rapidly, refining this vast mental source power. At that moment, the mental energy golden core in Xiao Yun's sea of consciousness shone like a blazing sun, radiating brilliant golden light that grew ever more intense, dazzling, and resplendent. The volume of this spiritual power elixir is rapidly expanding, and the spiritual source force within the golden skeletal remains is akin to a potent tonic for the mind, significantly enhancing Xiao Yun's mental prowess. Such untainted spiritual energy is likely exclusive to the supreme body of the ancient saint, a rarity that is both fortuitous and elusive. Truly a tremendous opportunity. Xiao Yun reflects deeply, realizing that his return was merely to rescue the Xiao family. Yet he has unexpectedly stumbled upon such a grand fortune. It is imperative to understand that not everyone's spiritual source power can be absorbed. The spiritual energy of ordinary cultivators is often a chaotic blend. Absorbing such muddled energies would taint one's own mental force, leading to a backlash. Only the spiritual source power born from a supreme body like the ancient saints is the purest form, capable of refining and augmenting one's mental strength. However, how many supreme bodies exist in the cultivation realm? Each of these revered entities is treasured by the great sanctuaries. Even in death, they perish in battle, leaving no spiritual source force behind. The golden skeletal remains before him met their end after vanquishing foes, succumbing to grave injuries, thus preserving the integrity of the body. The probability of such an occurrence is exceedingly slim. This moment not only presents a monumental opportunity for Zhao Wuji, but also for Xiao Yun. After absorbing the spiritual source force from the golden skeletal remains, Xiao Yun's mental power surged, breaking through the 9 refinements realm and achieving the unprecedented 10 refinements realm. His mental force has doubled in strength. His innate mental prowess was already formidable, surpassing that of cultivators in the cave heaven realm. Now, with the direct doubling of that power, it became even more terrifying. Thunderous echoes resonated. At this moment, within Xiao Yun's sea of consciousness, a colossal mental power golden core was radiating the most resplendent golden light. Xiao Yun's sea of consciousness trembled violently, as if the sounds of the Tao reverberated throughout, akin to an emperor reciting scriptures, elucidating the truths of the Tao. Surrounding Xiao Yun's body, withered trees were rejuvenated, sprouts emerged from the earth, and old vines burst forth with greenery, a vivid display of life flourishing. Beside him, Xiao Heng gazed in astonishment at this scene. The rapid growth of flora, teeming with vitality, seemed to imbue everything with hope, as if a new world had been born. It was truly miraculous. Thunderous echoes. The sounds of the Tao from Xiao Yun's sea of consciousness transcended the confines of his body, intertwining with the surrounding realm, causing this area to erupt with boundless vitality. Xiao Yun felt a jolt within his body. Having been trapped in the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm, he, upon hearing this resonating Tao sound, astonishingly broke through his bottleneck, directly ascending to the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge realm, and continued to rise further. A surge of joy filled Xiao Yun's heart. Unwilling to let this opportunity slip by, He promptly sat cross-legged to comprehend the sound of the Tao. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji, having completely merged with the golden skeleton, was overwhelmed with shock as he witnessed Xiao Yun, seated with closed eyes, transcending limits once more and even attracting the sounds of the Tao. Jealousy and admiration welled up within Zhao Wuji. Pray tell, among the cultivators, how many can truly reach their zenith? Even the Chaos Emperor has merely attained his limits within the realms of body refinement and qi gathering, yet Xiao Yun has transcended those limits in the body refinement stage. Now, he surpasses the boundaries of the divine bridge realm. Such prodigious talent, when surveyed across the annals of history and the horizon of the future, seems unparalleled. Nevertheless, Zhao Wuji does not succumb to despair. A fierce light ignites in his eyes, and a vibrant battle spirit surges within him. The stronger you are, the more you invigorate my resolve. One day, I shall surpass you. Zhao Wuji cast a profound glance at Xiao Yun, then closed his eyes, beginning to contemplate the sounds of the great Tao, for it would prove beneficial to him as well, especially after integrating with that ancient sacred body. He has acquired a formidable divine ability, making this an opportune moment to cultivate through the resonance of the great Tao. Boom. As Xiao Yun sat cross-legged in meditation, the spiritual essence within his sea of consciousness quivered violently, radiating brilliant waves of mental light that enveloped his entire beings, bathing his flesh and blood cells in a golden divine radiance. The surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth were drawn to him, washing over his corporeal form, rendering him resplendent and translucent, akin to a deity comprehending the Tao, evoking a sense of reverence. Xiao Yun's body trembled in harmony with the resonance of the great Tao, absorbing vast quantities of heavenly and earthly spiritual energies, fortifying his physical form while enhancing the potency of the spiritual power within him. Though still within the divine bridge realm, Xiao Yun's strength has markedly increased. If he were to engage in a battle with Lu Tiandu of the divine bridge realm now, he could effortlessly conquer him. Surpassing his limits was indeed exhilarating. With a resonant boom, the very fabric of the void trembled, and the melodies of the surrounding Tao faded into silence. Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant and intense, golden light shooting forth like two golden divine swords that pierced through the emptiness before him. His corporeal form shimmered with brilliance, exuding a luminous glow, every pore of his body expanding as boundless radiance flowed in and out. This rendered Xiao Yun akin to a resurrected deity, his entire being cloaked in resplendent hues. Chapter 132, Crossing the Tribulation Within the Cave Abode. Xiao Yun gradually rose to his feet. The moment his fists clenched, he felt as though he had seized the entirety of heaven and earth in his grasp. His eyes ablaze with fierce divine light. This was an unparalleled confidence, a belief in his invincibility that stemmed from the depths of his soul. In this moment, Xiao Yun merged with the cosmos, resonating with the Tao. The chaotic universe and natural laws seemed to intertwine seamlessly with his being. He appeared almost transcendent, as if liberated from the mundane world, like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. In this moment, I am invincible. Who can contend with me? Sensing the immense power within him, Xiao Yun could not restrain a long howl, expressing his inner excitement and exhilaration. He had once again shattered his limits, surpassed the extreme. Looking across history and beyond, who else could achieve this? Even the Chaos Emperor could not. Suddenly, a tumult arose in the heavens. Dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the sun and plunging the entire world into shadow. The resounding thunder swiftly converged within the dark clouds as lightning rent the heavens, casting a flickering glow upon the earth. A terrifying pressure descended, embodying the adage that arrogance invites calamity. Just as Xiao Yun had reveled in his nonchalance, the tribulation arrived to impart a lesson. This was the trial of transcending limits. Retreat swiftly. Zhao Wuji had awoken, grasping Xiao Hang as they hastily distanced themselves from the ominous aura of the tribulation. The sky was engulfed in tumultuous clouds, surging like boiling waves, illuminating the atmosphere with a myriad of lightning bolts. The dreadful pressure grew increasingly formidable, leaving Zhao Wuji and Xiao Hong at a loss for breath in the distance. What a terrifying tribulation! Xiao Hang exclaimed, his face etched with concern as he glanced at Zhao Wuji. Will Xiao Yun be all right? Zhao Wuji replied calmly, fear not. As the ancients wisely noted, calamities can linger for a millennium, he shall not meet his demise. Xiao Hang's expression stiffened, finding the words unsettling. Nevertheless, he resolved to refrain from engaging in banter with the younger generation. In the distance, Xiao Yun stood beneath the tempest of tribulation, channeling the chaotic scripture. His body radiated a brilliant light, revealing the projections of 30 great paths behind him. Chaotic energy cascaded down, enveloping him in a sacred embrace, bestowing an ethereal presence. The fierce winds whipped around him, causing his robes to flutter dramatically. His long hair danced in the gale, and his physique gleamed with a translucent brilliance. His eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding an aura reminiscent of a sage on the verge of enlightenment. Just a mere tribulation, a perfect opportunity to cleanse my mortal form, Xiao Yun declared, gazing at the ominous clouds above, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of serene indifference. The formidable thunder seemed utterly incapable of intimidating him, as he appeared to dismiss it entirely. In the distance, Zhao Wuji evidently heard Xiao Yun's words, his expression darkening as he inwardly cursed the rogue for his ostentation. Could he not refrain from such pretentiousness for even a single day? Xiao Heng wore a bitter smile. At such a critical juncture, why was there still time for theatrics? They were family. After all, what was the point of this charade? Suddenly, the ominous clouds of tribulation in the sky seemed unable to tolerate the display any longer. A fierce bolt of lightning descended upon the pretentious Xiao Yun, illuminating the entire world with its fierce radiance. Xiao Yun merely smiled faintly, not opting for the defensive maneuvers that Xiao Hong had anticipated. Instead, he allowed the heavenly lightning to strike him, submerging him in a sea of searing electric fury. This was merely the first strike. Xiao Yun harbored no fear, possessing unwavering confidence in his physical form, fully capable of withstanding such a tempest of lightning. Xiao Yun sought to harness the power of this celestial strike to temper his body, refining his physique and augmenting the strength of his divine form. Is this all you can muster, heavenly tribulation? He mused, feeling the weakness of the onslaught. As the radiant light dissipated, he remained unscathed, gazing up at the darkened clouds with an expression of disdain and mockery. In the distance, both Zhao Wuji and Xiao Heng were rendered speechless. They had never witnessed someone flaunt their bravado in the face of heavenly retribution before. Boom, boom, boom. The tribulation seemed incensed, unleashing 3 successive bolts of lightning. The incandescent flashes coalesced into a maelstrom of electric fury, engulfing Xiao Yun, enveloping the world in a terrifying expanse of violet brilliance, a veritable ocean of thunder. In this vast expanse of purple lightning, Xiao Yun's body was subjected to an unprecedented onslaught. The terrifying bolts of lightning, akin to luminous dragons, assailed him with ferocity. His garments were rent asunder, leaving him exposed as he faced the divine thunder's baptism. His corporeal form radiated with increasing brilliance, as his flesh and blood cells were annihilated and reborn amidst the tempest. In the distance, Zhao Wuji observed Xiao Yun for a moment, confidence gleaming in his eyes as he muttered, "Slightly shorter than mine." Xiao Heng's expression darkened. "What on earth are you gazing at?" Yet, he too glanced at a certain aspect of Xiao Yun, furrowing his brow. Why did he not inherit my advantages? Xiao Yun's mental prowess was formidable. He instantly discerned the voices of Zhao Wuji and Xiao Hong. In a flurry of indignation, he covered an indescribable area with one hand while pointing accusatorily at Zhao Wuji and Xiao Hong with the other, exclaiming, "You rascals! If you dare, let us compare." A thunderous roar echoed as another fierce bolt of divine lightning struck, charring Xiao Yun's body to a deep black, causing his hair to stand on end. At this moment, an aroma reminiscent of roasted pork wafted from him, akin to that of a succulent suckling pig. "It's burnt," Zhao Wuji remarked with a hint of sympathy directed at Xiao Yun. "I wonder if it can still be used. My lineage is solely reliant on this." Xiao Hong gazed at Xiao Yun, concern etched across his face. Xiao Yun, having grown weary of their banter, focused instead on the escalating ferocity of the 6th bolt of divine lightning, which exhibited an alarming exponential increase in power, compelling him to approach the ordeal with utmost caution. Thunder roared in a cacophony of sound, reverberating through the air. A relentless barrage of heavenly thunder descended, tearing through the void and rending the earth asunder. The surrounding mountains were obliterated, and the dazzling brilliance of lightning permeated the entire realm. A purple sea of lightning engulfed Xiao Yun's tribulation site, the oppressive aura growing increasingly suffocating, embodying the formidable will of the heavenly Tao, capable of extinguishing all living beings and causing souls to tremble in terror. An endless tempest of lightning and fervent divine flames illuminated the heavens and the earth, rendering the world as bright as day. The radiance fierce, as if a colossal fire blazed across the 9 heavens, collapsing the void in its wake. With a thunderous roar, when the final bolt of heavenly thunder struck, the very fabric of the cosmos quaked. A towering violet lightning illuminated the layers of void, piercing through the realm of the living and the 9 depths of the underworld, akin to a divine dragon roaring in fury across the 3 realms. "Invincible fist seal," a resonant voice echoed amidst the tumultuous sea of lightning. Suddenly, a magnificent figure soared into the sky, shattering the firmament with a single punch and fracturing the tribulation with another, bellowing with wrath throughout the cosmos. It was Xiao Yun. He had transcended the tribulation, and a crisp sound resonated from his body, signaling the cracking of his outer shell. He shed his old skin, revealing a newly blossomed physique, his form translucent and radiant. Divine light contained within, an astonishing body of unparalleled brilliance. Bathed in the tribulation, Xiao Yun emerged reborn, his physical form bolstered, as if each cell within him harbored invincible power, akin to deities coiled within, bestowing upon him boundless energy. Chapter 133. The emperor's command Fenglin City, Yi residence. Yi Didao had yet to return, causing both Yi Xian and his son Yi Qifeng to feel a sense of unease. After all, they believed that with Yi Didao's prowess, he could swiftly eliminate Xiao Yun. How could he have delayed until now? A full day and night had passed without a word. Not even a messenger had arrived. This left Yi Xian and Yi Qifeng in a state of heightened anxiety. Father, could something have happened? Yi Qifeng, being young, grew increasingly agitated as time wore on, his face betraying his distress. Yi Xian, however, maintained his composure and replied solemnly, I have already dispatched your second uncle to gather information. He should be returning shortly. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a figure in a state of panic soared in on a sword, bursting through the door and startling both Yi Xian and his son. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yi Xian exclaimed in astonishment, Second brother, why are you in such a frenzy? The newcomer was indeed the second elder of the Yi family, whom he had sent to investigate. The second elder wore an expression of sheer terror, his eyes wide with fear as he hastily addressed Yi Xian, elder brother. It's grave news. Didao has been slain by Xiao Yun, and all of his followers have perished as well. What? Yi Xian's eyes widened in shock, and an overwhelming surge of anger coursed through him, causing his complexion to flush crimson as he suddenly coughed up blood and fainted. Father, Yi Qifeng gasped, rushing to support Yi Xian. Elder brother. The second elder hurried over as well. Regaining consciousness, Yi Xian looked weakly at the second elder before asking, Did you witness this with your own eyes? If so, how did you manage to escape? Unless witnessed with one's own eyes, the great blade would remain unscathed. How could the mere Xiao Yun possibly bring about his demise? He still harbored doubts about the news, clinging to a thread of hope. Elder brother, though I have not seen it with my own eyes, I possess evidence. The second elder of the Yi family declared, as he opened his spatial ring and hastily presented a jade pendant to Yi Xian. I discovered numerous corpses near the mine, all belonging to the followers of the Great Blade, alongside some tattered garments. This jade pendant was also found there, he explained to Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian's face trembled with despair as he fixated on the pendant before him. His voice quivered as he uttered, this pendant was always carried by the Great Blade, never once departing from his side, for it was a gift from his deceased grandfather. He recalled how, at the tender age of 10, the Great Blade had already exhibited extraordinary talent, earning a place as a disciple of the Sacred King's sect. Moreover, his strikingly handsome appearance set him apart in all of Fenglin City, with his grandfather affectionately calling him a jade-like youth upon the path, unparalleled among gentlemen, hence bestowing upon him this pendant. Were it not for his untimely demise, the Great Blade would undoubtedly have clung to this pendant. Great Blade, my son. With overwhelming sorrow, Yi Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell into unconsciousness. Father, Yi Qifeng exclaimed in panic, calling out several times before turning to the second elder of the Yi family, urgently inquiring, Uncle, what shall we do now? Where is Xiao Yun? If he returns, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against our Yi family. The second elder of the Yi family was filled with urgency, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. With a grim expression, he declared, the only course of action now is to leave Fenglin City. I shall gather the elite members of our clan immediately. You too must inform your mother and bring your father. We must depart swiftly. With that, the second elder hurried away. Once he had left, Yi Xian regained consciousness. Yi Qifeng's heart leapt with joy, eager to speak, yet he was silenced by Yi Xian. Gazing intently at Yi Qifeng, Yi Xian spoke gravely. The second elder and the others cannot evade capture. Given that Xiao Yun was able to slay your elder brother, his speed, while flying with a sword, must be formidable. Our escape is futile. Upon hearing this, despair and fear washed over Yi Qifeng's face. Father, must we simply await our demise? Yi Xian sighed, looking at his son. Foolish child, I feigned unconsciousness earlier to carve out a chance for your survival. Instantly, Yi Qifeng's expression brightened, akin to discovering an oasis in a desert. And he eagerly pressed, Father, do you have a plan? Yi Xian replied solemnly. Have the second elder and the others lead a substantial force away to draw Xiao Yun and the Xiao family's attention. You shall take 1/3 of the family's wealth and head toward the eastern wilderness. At the mention of his uncle, Yi Qifeng's heart trembled. Yi Xian continued indifferently. Some must be sacrificed for the sake of our family. The great saber has already departed. You are our family's sole hope and the future avenger for the great saber. Yi Qifeng forced a bitter smile. Father, even if I survive, I will not be worthy of avenging my elder brother. He still possesses a sense of self-awareness. Even Yi Didao is no match for Xiao Yun, let alone himself. A mere waste. What you have here is this imperial token. Accept it. After you journey to the eastern wilderness, seek out a place known as Tindi Mountain. Present this token and disclose everything to them. They will naturally make the necessary arrangements for you. As Yi Xian spoke, a radiant glow flickered in his hand, revealing an ancient token that appeared in his palm. Yi Qifeng scrutinized the token closely. It seemed rather ordinary, yet it bore the intricately carved character, which possessed a unique charm that captivated his senses. "Do not gaze upon this Yi character for too long," Yu Xin exclaimed, noticing his entrancement. Yi Qifeng snapped back to reality, hastily averting his eyes. Too intimidated to look at the token again. Yet, his curiosity surged as he inquired, "Father, what precisely is this object? Why is it so peculiar?" Yu Xin sighed. "Our Yi family holds significant stature. In the eastern wilderness, we are a renowned imperial lineage, having produced 2 emperors, wielding considerable power that surpasses even the chaotic Holy Land. This token is the imperial decree of our Yi family." Upon hearing this, Yi Qifeng's face lit up with excitement. "If that is the case, why should we fear Xiao Yun?" Yi Xian replied with a wry smile. "Though the Yi family is formidable, that strength belongs to the ancestral lineage. Our branch in Fenlin City is separated from the eastern wilderness Yi family by countless generations. The reason we have acquired this imperial token is due to your brother, Dedeo, whose extraordinary talent earned him the title of Holy Son from the Sacred King sect, thus attracting the attention of the ancestral family, which rewarded him with this imperial decree. Otherwise, the other party would not even cast a glance in our direction." Yi Qifeng's expression immediately turned despondent as he gazed at his father's aged visage. "Father, let us journey to the eastern wilderness together." Yu Xin shook his head, replying, "I cannot leave. The Xiao family will not spare me. If you take me with you, you will also be ensnared." "Father." Yi Qifeng's eyes brimmed with tears. Yi Xian gently shook his head and waved his hand. "Hasten away. Do not take anyone with you. Go alone, for this imperial decree can only obscure your presence. Remember, upon reaching the Heavenly Emperor Mountain in the eastern wilderness, inform the clan of these matters. They will surely avenge the Great Blade." "Yes, father." Yi Qifeng gritted his teeth, stowed the imperial decree, cast one last glance at Yu Xian, and turned to depart. Yu Xian watched Yi Qifeng's retreating figure with a heavy sigh. "I had hoped to leverage the Great Blade's strength to return to the clan, but I never anticipated that the Xiao family would produce someone like Xiao Yun. Truly, it seems fate conspires against me. However, Xiao Yun, do not think you will fare any better. Our Yi family's clan boasts 2 emperors, one of whom is a legendary heavenly emperor, rivaling the Chaos Emperor in power, far surpassing the Chaos Sacred Land. They will not be able to protect you." Yi Xian gradually closed his eyes, self-destructing his consciousness, relinquishing all semblance of life. Meanwhile, having successfully weathered the tribulation, Xiao Yun returned to Fenlin City with Xiao Hang and Zhao Wujie. Upon his return, Xiao Yun addressed Xiao Hang, saying, "Father, I entrust the affairs of the Yi family to you. Zhao Wujie will assist you, while I shall remain at the Xiao residence. Rest assured, father will handle it well." Xiao Hang replied, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 134. Soul departure. This day is destined to be etched in the memories of all in Fenlin City. For the once formidable Yi family met its demise within a single day. The perpetrator of this audacious act was none other than the Xiao family of Fenlin City. A revelation that left many astounded and incredulous. After all, the recent return of Yi Dedeo had propelled the Yi family to new heights. It was widely believed that the Xiao family was doomed, certain to be obliterated by the Yi family. Yet, who could have anticipated such a reversal of fate? Not only did the Xiao family emerge unscathed, but they also annihilated the Yi family, leaving the cultivators of Fenlin City in utter shock. The streets buzzed with discussions. How had the Xiao family grown so powerful? The Yi family was vanquished by the Xiao family. Rumors even suggested that Yu Xian had perished. And what of Yi Dedeo? Was he not the scion of the Holy King sect? Furthermore, he was a formidable presence in the Dantian realm, while the head of the Xiao family was merely at the divine bridge level. Who could possibly vanquish him? I have heard that the young master of the Xiao family has returned, none other than the once reclusive Xiao Yun, who had not cultivated for over a decade. That waste? How could that be? I know he had refrained from cultivation in order to join the Chaos Sacred Land, but even if he had succeeded in doing so, it has only been a year or 2 since then. How could he possibly possess the strength to slay Yi Dedeo? As Fenlin City erupted in fervor, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged within his chamber, attuning himself to the spiritual force within his sea of consciousness, alongside the condition of his physical body. After integrating the spiritual source power from the ancient sacred land, his spiritual force had grown tremendously. The 10th refinement of his spiritual energy was exceedingly formidable. Now, when he unleashed his spiritual force, it could nearly envelop the entirety of Fenlin City. It is precisely for this reason that Xiao Yun refrained from personally annihilating the Yi family. Under the vigilant watch of his immense spiritual power, there was no one in the Yi household who could hope to escape, regardless of who attempted to flee on a sword or in which direction. He was capable of promptly informing Zhao Wujie through his vast mental prowess. The Yu family no longer possessed any formidable beings of the cave heaven realm. With Xiao Wuji's strength, he could almost sweep through them with ease, indeed eliminating them in mere moments. Moreover, with the support of the formidable experts from the Xiao family, it was a simple task to eradicate the Yi clan. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door. Through his spiritual awareness, Xiao Yun discerned that it was Xiao Hong and Xiao Wuji returning, and he beckoned with a gesture, causing the door to open automatically. Xiao Hang and Xiao Wuji entered the room. Ha ha ha, the Yi family is finished, none escaped, Xiao Hang proclaimed with a grin. Though his demeanor still bore the chilling aura of death, evidently having taken many lives this day. Beside him, Xiao Wuji exuded an even more terrifying presence. Akin to a god of slaughter, his malevolence palpable enough to chill the surrounding air. Given the circumstances, let us arrange for the clan members to begin their migration, Xiao Yun declared. Xiao Hang's eyes reflected a hint of reluctance. Must we truly depart? The Yi family is now utterly destroyed. The Sacred King sect would not dare to oppose you, a prospective deity of the chaotic sacred land, for the sake of a vanished Yi family, would they? Xiao Yun shook his head resolutely. In my future quest for the Tao of the Emperor, I shall inevitably attract adversaries. I harbor concerns for your safety should you remain here. It is far wiser to relocate near the chaotic sacred land, where I can ensure your protection. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hang ceased to argue. He too did not wish to be captured by enemies and subsequently used to threaten Xiao Yun. With a sigh, he remarked, very well. I shall make arrangements for our clan. Alas, our Xiao family has resided here for many years. Leaving now truly evokes a sense of reluctance. Xiao Yun smiled and replied. As the saying goes, when one ascends, even the chickens and dogs flourish. In the future, when I attain the status of a great emperor, our Xiao family shall become a lineage of great emperors. This modest Fenglin city cannot possibly accommodate a family of such stature. Humph. Xiao Wuji scoffed from the side, displaying an air of confidence as he declared, do not become too complacent. The title of great emperor is destined for me. Xiao Yun cast a sidelong glance at him and shook his head, saying, you're mistaken. Your ancient sacred body makes it exceedingly difficult for you to achieve the status of great emperor. While it may be challenging for a singular ancient sacred body to attain the title, I have already merged with a second ancient sacred body. The union of these two supreme forms shall allow me to surpass you and ultimately become a great emperor, Xiao Wuji asserted, his eyes brimming with self-assurance. Xiao Yun regarded Xiao Wuji with a playful smile, a hint of provocation in his gaze, and said, after merging with the second ancient sacred body, do you truly believe you are formidable? Care to challenge me? Humph, once I reach the next realm, I shall certainly challenge you. Xiao Wuji retorted with a cold scoff before turning to leave. He was not foolish enough to confront Xiao Yun after he had transcended the limits of the divine bridge realm. That would be an exercise in futility. In the next realm, you will still not be my match. Having laughed, Xiao Yun watched Xiao Wuji depart before turning to Xiao Hang and stating, Father, I have something I wish to present to you. As the conversation concluded, Xiao Yun retrieved several items from his spatial ring, including some rare treasures and, most importantly, 20 dragon saliva fruits, all acquired from the true dragon nest. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hong couldn't help but shake his head and remarked, as your father, I possess no remarkable qualifications. Even with these, my strength cannot be significantly enhanced. It would be wiser for you to use them to bolster your own power. Xiao Yun chuckled softly. Father, given my current status, I have no need for such items. The chaotic sacred land will provide me with ample cultivation resources. Xiao Hong was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting the esteemed position of Xiao Yun as the progenitor saint child, which indeed rendered these treasures unnecessary. These dragon saliva fruits are extraordinary. An individual can consume only 10, each capable of extending one's lifespan by a decade. With 20 here, you and mother can each take 10, granting you both an additional century of life, Xiao Yun explained, gesturing towards the fruits. Xiao Hong was left in a state of astonishment. To gain an extra century of life is an invaluable gift. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among many. Just as he was about to decline, Xiao Yun interjected, Father, with my innate talent, it is only a matter of time before I attain sainthood, at which point I will possess several millennia of lifespan. These fruits hold little significance for me. Very well, Xiao Hong replied, no longer pressing the matter, and accepted the treasures. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the sky, accompanied by a booming voice that resonated throughout the entirety of Fenglin City. Who has slain my disciple? Who dares to reveal themselves? A resounding voice erupted like a thunderclap across the horizon, reverberating through the entire Fenglin City. Many practitioners of lesser cultivation felt their ears tingle, overwhelmed by the sonic wave that left them dizzy. What could this be? Xiao Hong and Xiao Yun exchanged glances before hastily rushing out of the house. Lifting their eyes to the sky, The recently departed Zhao Wujie also looked up towards the heavens. Above Fenglin City, an ethereal white figure had mysteriously manifested, radiating an intense brilliance akin to a white sun, illuminating the entire city with its dazzling light. My disciple Yi Dideo possesses the potential of a sage and is remarkably valiant. Who could be so ruthless as to take his life? If no one speaks, I shall today enact a blood sacrifice upon the entire Fenglin City. The white figure, observing the city below, bore a chilling expression and spoke in a commanding tone. This is dire. The soul of a formidable being has emerged. Zhao Wujie remarked to Xiao Yun, his countenance grave. Chapter 135. Confrontation with the extraordinary. When a practitioner reaches the awakening stage, they awaken their soul, and upon attaining the out-of-body stage, they can project their soul beyond their physical form. A projected soul retains a portion of the host's combat prowess and can traverse vast distances to vanquish foes. However, as the distance increases, the soul's ability to manifest the host's power diminishes correspondingly. It was evident that this individual had a cultivation level of at least the out-of-body stage, surpassing Xiao Yun by no less than 4 major realms. I never anticipated that Yi Dideo's master would respond so swiftly, Xiao Yun murmured. Having slain Yi Dideo merely a day prior, the adversary's master has already arrived, showcasing an astonishing swiftness. Zhao Wujie approached with a grave expression. Intoning solemnly, Yi Dideo was a holy son, previously a disciple of the elders. Thus, this individual must be an elder of the Holy King sect, possessing powers either in the Nirvana realm or the Transcendent realm. Xiao Yun lifted his gaze towards the white, ethereal figure in the sky, a fervent battle spirit igniting within his eyes as he declared, "The Holy King sect lies 1,000 miles from Fenglin City. This person is not a saint. And given that his soul traverses such a vast distance, he likely does not surpass my strength by much. I am confident in my ability to engage him in battle. You would do well to exercise caution. After all, he may indeed be a formidable presence in the Transcendent realm. Even if he cannot fully unleash his true power, one must not underestimate him." Zhao Wujie shook his head, perceiving Xiao Yun's demeanor as playing with fire. Yet, Xiao Yun remained unfazed, armed with the fist imprint bestowed by Emperor Tian, sufficient in critical moments to obliterate the soul of Yi Dideo's master, leaving him with no concerns. "I shall reiterate, if you do not reveal who has slain my disciple Yi Dideo, then today, every soul in this city shall accompany him to the grave." From the heights, Yi Dideo's master bellowed once more, his voice imbued with frigid intensity, brimming with lethal intent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun discerned the inevitability of the impending confrontation, for the members of the Xiao clan had not yet departed Fenglin City. Thus, Xiao Yun let out a long howl and soared towards the heavens. "Old man, it was I who killed your disciple Yi Dideo." With the golden dragon sword beneath his feet, he rode the winds and surged into the sky. Above, Yi Dideo's master unleashed a fierce divine light from his eyes, akin to 2 white bolts of silk, hurtling towards Xiao Yun. "In the realm of mere divine bridge, you lack even the qualification to carry my disciple Yi Dideo's shoes. How dare you claim the right to slay my pupil?" Yi Dideo's master cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yun. With a cold snort, Xiao Yun retorted, "The accompanying sacred sword of Yi Dideo rests in my possession. Do you dare question whether it was I who ended his life?" As his words fell, a golden light flickered in Xiao Yun's hand, revealing a blazing sacred sword that emanated an unparalleled brilliance, causing the very air around it to chill. "Indeed, it is my disciple's sacred sword." Yi Dideo's master narrowed his eyes, fixated on the golden blade in Xiao Yun's grasp. Disbelief etched across his face. "How is this possible? You, a mere cultivator of the divine bridge, could not have slain my disciple. Speak, who exactly are you? Which sect do you hail from?" Xiao Yun, with an air of arrogance, declared, "Old man, listen well. My name is Xiao Yun, the contemporary quasi-saint of the chaotic sacred land." "It is you." Yi Dideo's master's gaze sharpened, his terrifying eyes locked onto Xiao Yun with astonishment. "You are the one who swept through the true dragon nest, defeating numerous prodigies, including Emperor Li Cheng and our sacred king sect saint, Jiang Haoren? Emperor Li Cheng and Jiang Haoren are merely defeated foes, not worthy of mention," Xiao Yun scoffed. Yi Dideo's master grew solemn. He never anticipated that it was the quasi-saint of the chaotic sacred land who had slain Yi Dideo. This revelation posed significant trouble. However, Yi Dideo was the most exceptional disciple he had ever taken, with the potential to ascend to the saint realm. The thought of losing him to another was unbearable. Moreover, Yi Dideo is the holy son of their sacred king sect. Should he be slain, it would be a tremendous disgrace for them to remain silent. Contemplating this, Yi Dideo's master narrowed his eyes with a fierce glint, a flicker of murderous intent emerging within his gaze. He coldly fixed his stare upon Xiao Yun and declared in a chilling tone, "Very well, since your talent is so exceptional. Today, I shall take your life to eliminate future troubles for our sacred king sect. Xiao Yun, with fiery intensity in his eyes, met the gaze of Yudedeo's master and retorted coolly, "You dare to be arrogant before me, a mere spirit? Today, I shall sever your spirit, but first, what is your name? I shall first extinguish your spirit today and, on another day, deal with your true form. You insolent brat, how dare you speak so presumptuously? I am Duanda, the Grand Elder of the Sacred King sect and a transcendent being. If my true form were present, a mere fingertip would suffice to obliterate you. How dare you entertain the thought of slaying my true self?" Duanda thundered in fury. "Oh, so you are the infamous Grand Elder lacking virtue. Very well. I shall remember this, and, in due time, I will sever your true form, allowing you and your disciple to reunite in the depths below," Xiao Yun replied mockingly. "Impudent wretch." Duanda roared in rage, unleashing a long howl as he charged toward Xiao Yun, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that resonated through the void, causing the heavens and earth to tremble in fear. "Brat, even if you are the potential holy son of the chaos sacred land, today I shall end your life. After your demise, I shall eradicate all cultivators in Phoenix Lin City. The chaos sacred land will hardly trace your death back to me." With that, Duanda formed seals with his hands, manifesting a dazzling brilliance that transformed into a terrifying beam of light, hurtling toward Xiao Yun with lethal intent. The heavens trembled, and energy surged with an overwhelming force, akin to a vast ocean of waves engulfing the earth and sky. "Raging seas, rise!" Duanda bellowed. Instantly, a divine dragon erupted from the ocean, soaring into the sky with bared fangs and claws, wielding an astonishing power as it lunged toward Xiao Yun. A myriad of swords. Xiao Yun coldly scoffed, commanding the black demon sword to transform into a resplendent river of black blades, surging forth to meet the divine dragon. Boom! A deafening roar erupted in the sky, causing the entire Fenglin city to tremble violently. As the brilliance faded, Xiao Yun's black sword river shattered. Yet the divine dragon was also torn into fragments, leaving neither side victorious. Duanda's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, "How can your strength be so formidable? Even my disciple Yi Dedeo, with his extraordinary talents, does not possess such power at the cave heaven realm. How can one at the mere divine bridge realm wield such might? Because I am a genius, an invincible genius. You worthless beings are destined to never comprehend my strength." Xiao Yun replied confidently, his eyes ablaze with divine brilliance, radiating an indomitable belief. Duanda's expression darkened, his hair stood on end, his eyes crackling with lightning. His whole being aglow as an ancient ferocious beast, dark as night and covered in scales, erupted from within him, exuding a fierce bloodlust as it charged at Xiao Yun. "Even if your talent is extraordinary, you are still merely at the divine bridge realm. Taste the might of my summoned spirit." Duanda's voice was frigid, laden with murderous intent. The greater Xiao Yun's talent, the more intense his killing intent became. If this boy were to survive, how could their sacred king sect ever hope to rise? What a discussion it is to consider the replacement of the chaotic sacred land. Chapter 136, Severing the Divine Soul. Once a practitioner reaches the spirit offering realm, they can refine their true spirit within the cave heavens, a formidable power indeed. Xiao Yun was taken aback to discover that the true spirit refined by Duanda was, in fact, an ancient ferocious beast. The terrifying bloodlust and overwhelming aura it exuded immediately signaled its extraordinary strength. He dared not be careless. Hastily, he invoked the golden bell shield to protect his body, wielding the golden sacred blade as he lunged to strike at the ancient ferocious beast charging towards him. A howl erupted from the beast as it opened its massive maw, aiming to bite down on Xiao Yun's head, crashing violently against the golden shield enveloping him. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the surface of his protective barrier, illustrating the beast's formidable might. However, Xiao Yun remained unperturbed, his expression remarkably calm. He swung his blade forcefully against the ancient beast, the blazing golden blade light surging to hundreds of feet, emanating an unparalleled sharpness. In an instant, the ancient beast was cleaved in two by Xiao Yun's strike. Yet, almost immediately, another ancient beast erupted from Duanda's body, continuing its assault on Xiao Yun. "Futile endeavor! As long as I remain alive, the spirit offering shall endure eternally. You cannot vanquish it," Duanda sneered. Simultaneously, he began to weave intricate seals, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy, clearly conjuring a formidable technique. The surrounding spiritual essence of heaven and earth surged wildly towards Duanda's hands, coalescing into three resplendent golden palm imprints that advanced to suppress Xiao Yun. Three lights returning to origin palm. With a thunderous roar, Duanda's gaze intensified, resembling two divine lanterns ignited, exuding an aura that sent waves of trepidation through many, instilling a profound sense of dread. Three colossal golden handprints descended from the heavens, akin to ancient divine mountains obscuring the sky, forcefully bearing down upon Xiao Yun. In that instant, the cultivators of Folan City experienced a suffocating sensation. Such strength, it seemed that the scion of the Xiao family, Xiao Yun, was no match for this individual. This was an elder from the Holy King sect, a being who had cultivated for hundreds, if not thousands, of years, far beyond the capabilities of a mere young lad like Xiao Yun. One could only hope that after this elder vanquished Xiao Yun, the cultivators of Folan City would not be implicated. The cultivators of Folan City engaged in fervent discussions while within the Xiao residence. Xiao Heng and the others were consumed by anxiety. In the sky, Xiao Yun felt an unprecedented pressure. Indeed, the strength of his opponent was formidable, far surpassing that of Yidideo. Fortunately, they were quite distant from the Holy King sect. Otherwise, he would stand little chance of victory. Immovable King Seal, Xiao Yun bellowed, his eyes ablaze with an infinite, radiant electric light. His hair whipped wildly, bathed in resplendent golden light, as he formed intricate hand seals and charged forward. As if no one could rival him. Boom. A magnificent golden Buddha materialized in the sky, wielding an overwhelming, terrifying Buddhist power, accompanied by a dazzling wave of gold, crashing towards the three looming mountains ahead. Rumble. In an instant, the entire sky trembled restlessly, the void quaking in succession. The resounding Buddhist chant reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, while a terrifying mental force surged forth, causing Duanda's expression to shift dramatically. Your spiritual power is astonishingly formidable. He was profoundly shaken. Had he not been a transcendent being, he would have likely suffered a grievous blow from that mental assault. It was no wonder that this individual had managed to slay Yidideo even in the realm of the divine bridge. Truly, a talent of unparalleled genius. Duanda's murderous intent surged even more fiercely within him as he harnessed all his strength to propel three golden palm imprints, pressing down upon Xiao Yun, intent on obliterating the golden Buddha before him. Kill. Xiao Yun roared in response, brandishing the invincible fist as he charged forth with an overwhelming might. His hair stood on end, glistening and translucent, radiating a divine golden light, resembling an indomitable war god, his divine might akin to that of a prison. Bang! The immovable King Ming and the three golden palm imprints collided, shattering into fragments. Xiao Yun unleashed his blazing light fist, infused with an invincible power, striking down Duanda's true spirit and advancing towards his soul. At that moment, Xiao Yun was enveloped in an aura of murderous intent, his eyes gleaming with a brilliance that sent Duanda into a tremor, compelling him to retreat, unwilling to confront Xiao Yun head-on. You truly possess remarkable skills, young one. But today you shall still meet your demise. Duanda, feeling a mix of anger and humiliation, ceased his retreat and boldly charged towards Xiao Yun. With a flourish, Duanda swiftly formed a seal, unleashing a barrage of fiery divine blades that hurtled towards Xiao Yun. These fiery blades blazed brilliantly, illuminating the entire sky. The flames seethed with intensity, as if forged from molten lava, igniting the very void itself. Ocean-covering seal. Xiao Yun formed a seal with his hands and let out a powerful roar, summoning a tumultuous wave that extinguished the flames of the divine blade before him. He then invoked another seal, conjuring a blue divine sword that shot towards Duanda with great velocity. Xianbing sword seal. Xiao Yun scoffed, urging the azure blade to cleave towards Duanda, freezing everything in its path. Duanda's expression shifted dramatically as he tore through the void with his 5 fingers, unleashing a dazzling storm of lightning aimed at Xiao Yun. At that moment, even the heavens echoed with thunder as fierce bolts of lightning rent the sky. 5 thunderstrike. Duanda bellowed, his eyes radiating electric light. This formidable technique manifested as 5 colossal pillars of lightning, resembling immense purple dragons, descending from all directions to confine Xiao Yun, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Invincible fist seal. Xiao Yun sensed the grave threat and unleashed his full power, channeling the patterns of the Tao to summon his invincible fist. Boom. As the patterns emerged, the invincible fist's might exponentially increased, obliterating the 5 lightning dragons before delivering a devastating punch towards Duanda. What? Duanda's eyes widened in disbelief, caught off guard by the sheer force of Xiao Yun's attack. He had no time to react and was sent flying by the blow. During his flight, Duanda coughed up blood, his countenance pale, his very soul dimmed. Clearly, he had suffered significant injuries from that singular strike. Old man, is this truly the extent of your strength? It is nothing extraordinary. Once I undergo my rebirth, I shall effortlessly obliterate your essence. Xiao Yun let out a long howl, casting a disdainful glance at Duanda, his eyes radiating an indomitable conviction. Youngster, do not revel in your triumph too soon. My true form is swiftly approaching, and when it arrives, your demise is inevitable. Duanda's expression darkened considerably. He shot Xiao Yun a fierce glare before promptly turning to flee. Realizing that he was currently incapable of vanquishing Xiao Yun, he deemed it prudent to retreat. Otherwise, the loss of this spirit would surely inflict harm upon his true self. You wish to escape now? It is far too late. Xiao Yun scoffed coldly, abruptly hurling the golden sacred blade in his grasp, which transformed into 4 beams of golden light, erecting a radiant prison around Duanda's form, encircling him completely. For Symbol's sword array. Duanda's pupils constricted as he instantly recognized this divine technique. At that moment, Xiao Yun activated the power of this art, summoning colossal divine beasts that surged from all directions, carrying with them a terrifying and overwhelming energy, engulfing Duanda entirely. Since you have come, let your spirit remain here forever. Xiao Yun bellowed, wielding his invincible fist seal as he charged into the golden light prison, joining forces with the 4 divine beasts to besiege Duanda. Youngster, my true form shall not spare you. Duanda shrieked in agony as he was reduced to mere fragments by Xiao Yun and the 4 divine beasts, dissolving into a cascade of light and vanishing into the sky. Meanwhile, in a distant altitude, an elder racing towards Fenglin City suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. To think that you have killed a fragment of my soul, Xiao Yun. Even though you are the quasi-divine son of the chaos sacred land, I, Duanda, shall slay you and offer you as a sacrifice to the great blade. This man is indeed Duanda in his true form. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent. Hastening towards Fenglin City. Chapter 137. The arrival of the true form. I never anticipated that you could truly vanquish his soul fragment. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Zhao Wujia looked at him in disbelief. With a sudden cough, Xiao Yun spat a mouthful of fresh blood, nearly collapsing to the ground, his complexion turning a ghastly white. Xiao Heng's expression shifted, and he rushed over to support him. Xiao Yun waved his hand and said gravely, that old fellow possesses formidable strength. I barely managed to kill him. Father, you must summon our clansmen at once. We must depart from Fenglin City today. Very well. Xiao Heng nodded emphatically. He had heard that Yi Dedeo's master was en route. Should the adversary arrive in Fenglin City, they would undoubtedly face annihilation. After all, even a fragment of the opponent's soul, from thousands of miles away, exuded such overwhelming power. If the true form were to arrive, it would likely extinguish them with a mere swipe. How's your injury? Zhao Wujia watched as Xiao Heng departed, then turned to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun wiped the blood from his mouth, swallowed a few healing pills, and scoffed. Truly, those of the extraordinary realm are terrifying. Merely that old man's soul fragment possesses the strength of a sacrificial spirit realm. Had I not fought with all my might, I would not have been able to defeat him. Zhao Wuji lamented. To slay a spirit with the divine bridge, you have every reason to take pride in your achievement. It seems you are truly unparalleled in the entire realm of cultivation. A smile broke across Xiao Yun's face, for he felt a profound sense of pride in having vanquished a fragment of Duanda's spirit. After all, that was the essence of an extraordinary being. It would be inconceivable for an ordinary cultivator at the divine bridge level, even one as prodigious as Zhao Wuji, to contend with a fragment of Duanda's spirit. Indeed, only he, Xiao Yun, could wield such formidable strength at the divine bridge level. Humph, once I enter the cave heaven realm, I shall surely surpass you. Zhao Wuji scoffed before turning to depart. He was determined to return to his training. Xiao Yun's prowess served as a significant impetus for him, compelling him to strive relentlessly for greater strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun returned to his chamber to continue consuming elixirs to recuperate from his injuries. As evening fell, Xiao Heng summoned all the clan members to confer with Xiao Yun. In the room, Xiao Heng stared at Xiao Yun in astonishment, exclaiming, "You intend to stay behind alone?" Xiao Yun had just declared his intention to remain in Fenglin City to await Duanda, which unsettled Xiao Heng. Xiao Yun replied solemnly, "Father, the speed of an extraordinary being is beyond our capacity to contend with. Moreover, many of our Xiao clan members are unable to fly, rendering it impossible to evade Duanda's pursuit. Only by my remaining here to delay him can you have a chance to reach the chaos sacred land." Xiao Heng quickly shook his head, insisting, "That won't do. You are no match for Duanda. The disparity in your cultivation levels is far too great. You should leave first. As for us, dispersing in all directions will inevitably allow some to escape." Xiao Yun chuckled bitterly to himself. Indeed, it was a clever strategy. However, who could predict which members of the Xiao family Duanda would pursue? He held little concern for the collateral relatives. But what if Duanda happened to chase after his parents? Even if the odds were slim, Xiao Yun dared not gamble on it. Thus, shaking his head, he continued to persuade, "Father, rest assured. When I departed from the chaos sacred land, my master bestowed upon me a fist imprint that can unleash his full power at a critical moment, capable of vanquishing Duanda. Therefore, I am not in danger. Your staying would only hinder me. Really? Xiao Heng's expression brightened at these words, yet a flicker of doubt crossed his gaze as he scrutinized Xiao Yun. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Xiao Yun smiled gently. Father, I am your son. How could I possibly deceive you? You deceived me plenty when you were young. Whenever I failed to meet your expectations, you would go to your mother and complain that I was consorting with the maidservants. Xiao Heng glared at Xiao Yun, reproaching him. Xiao Yun chuckled awkwardly, somewhat at a loss for words. That was ages ago. How can you still recall it? Fear not, father. I will be perfectly safe. After all, I am a prospective divine child of the Chaos Sacred Land. Do you think they would allow me to venture forth without proper protection? They regard me as a treasure. How could they possibly neglect to provide me with means of safeguarding? That makes some sense. Xiao Heng nodded in agreement, finding solace in his words. Thus, Xiao Heng turned to Xiao Yun and said, in that case, I shall lead the others to the Chaos Sacred Land first. You should arrive swiftly to join us. No problem. Xiao Yun replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Thereafter, he summoned Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu, instructing them to accompany the members of the Xiao family to the Chaos Sacred Land. With their presence, Xiao Yun felt a sense of assurance along the journey. After all, Shi Chunyu was a practitioner of the Cave Heaven realm, a formidable force even among mortals. Days later, on a tranquil morning, the Xiao Manor lay enveloped in silence, with only Xiao Yun and Zhao Wujin remaining within the vast estate. They sat in a pavilion, sipping tea together. Aren't you afraid of death for not leaving? Xiao Yun inquired playfully, glancing at Zhao Wujin across from him. He had initially suggested that Zhao Wujin return to the Chaos Sacred Land, yet this fellow refused to budge. Zhao Wujin, surveying Xiao Yun with a cold demeanor, retorted, your Chaos Sacred Land has declined, which emboldens Duanda to attempt your life. However, our ancient sacred land remains at its zenith. Even if Duanda had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to harm me. Xiao Yun scoffed. The Chaos Sacred Land will inevitably rise again under my stewardship, establishing itself as the foremost power across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Indeed, Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement, a look of approval gracing his face, which filled Xiao Yun with a sense of gratification. He thought to himself that this individual had finally recognized his potential. However, as Xiao Yun reveled in his triumph, Zhao Wujin confidently proclaimed, as a nominal holy son of the Chaos Sacred Land, I shall, in due time, achieve the status of an emperor and, in the process, uplift the Chaos Sacred Land, restoring it to its former glory. Xiao Yun found himself at a loss for words as he gazed earnestly at Zhao Wuji. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. It appears that merging with an ancient holy body has not enhanced your strength. Rather, it has merely thickened your skin. I have no desire to engage in a war of words with you. Once I ascend to the Dantian realm, you should prepare to obediently become my follower. Zhao Wuji shot a glare at Xiao Yun. You are incapable. Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. However, just as he finished speaking, his expression shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, Zhao Wuji turned his grave gaze towards the sky. A small black dot swiftly descended from the heavens, soon hovering above Folin City. Accompanying this was an overwhelming pressure that forced the cultivators within Folin City to kneel, feeling as though an immense mountain bore down upon them. Duanda has arrived. Xiao Yun scoffed, his eyes fixed on the figure materializing above Folin City. The figure was an elder clad in gray robes, with white hair, yet a youthful visage. Exuding an ethereal aura, his deep-set eyes resembled an unfathomable ocean, evoking a sense of trepidation in those who dared to meet his gaze. Xiao Yun, come forth to meet your demise. Upon his arrival, Duanda's consciousness swept across the area and immediately locked onto Xiao Yun within the Xiao residence, his voice booming with authority. After all, his soul had clashed with Xiao Yun, and he recognized the latter's aura. Chapter 138, Thunder Ancestor. Xiao Yun, I never imagined you would dare to remain. Do you truly believe that just because you are the quasi-son of the Chaos Holy Land, I would hesitate to eliminate you? Duanda stood high above the Xiao residence, hands clasped behind his back, looking down imperiously at Xiao Yun. His gaze was icy, his demeanor chilling, and his presence was utterly formidable. A radiant light emanated from his body, and his aura was as deep and vast as the ocean, captivating the heart and soul. Divine brilliance coursed through him, exuding an imposing and terrifying presence that commanded respect without the need for anger. Both Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji immediately felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them, rendering them breathless and bending their knees. However, both Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji were unparalleled prodigies, their belief in their invincibility unwavering. Even in the face of a transcendent being like Duanda, they remained fearless, gritting their teeth and striving to endure. Ah, it is the unscrupulous Grand Elder of the Sacred King sect. It has been a while. Are you here to seek your lost divine soul? Regrettably, I have obliterated it, Xiao Yun stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon Duanda in the sky. Zhao Wuji, equally icy, declared, I am Zhao Wuji of the ancient sacred land. If you dare to kill me, your sacred king sect should prepare for annihilation. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Duanda's anger flared initially, but upon listening to Zhao Wuji, he could not help but snort coldly and retorted, I have no enmity with the ancient sacred land. I need not deal with a mere junior like you. Begone. With that, Duanda waved his hand, sending Zhao Wuji flying out of his aura's reach. It was clear that he genuinely feared the ancient sacred land, which still stood at its peak, fully capable of annihilating the sacred king sect. As for the chaotic sacred land, while formidable, it could at most only marginally suppress the sacred king sect. It did not possess the overwhelming advantage that would invoke his fear. Kneel before me. After sending off Zhao Wuji, Duanda's gaze immediately fixed upon the figure of Xiao Yun below. With a thunderous roar, his aura surged once more, enveloping the area like a terrifying tempest. The sound of destruction echoed as the might of Duanda pressed down upon the Xiao residence, causing the structures, pavilions, towers, and ornamental rocks to collapse into ruins. In an instant, the entire Xiao estate was reduced to a desolate wasteland, showcasing the undeniable power of a transcendent being. Xiao Yun, under the immense pressure, found himself nearly on his knees, as if burdened by an insurmountable mountain, nearly gasping for breath. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, radiating an indomitable spirit. He coldly regarded Duanda in the sky, disdainfully declaring, a defeated foe dares to be arrogant before me. The last time I severed your divine soul. Next, I shall eradicate your very essence. Arrogant, Duanda bellowed in fury, his eyes ablaze with menace. He fixed his glare upon Xiao Yun and spoke in a chilling tone, though your talent is commendable, today you shall meet your demise. Your future has come to an end. With that, Duanda ceased further conversation and raised a hand, emanating a hazy luminescence that seemed to encompass an entire realm, descending to suppress Xiao Yun. However, at that moment, Duanda recoiled as if struck by an unseen force, hastily retreating into the heavens in fright. Bang! Before he could ascend into the sky, he collided with an invisible barrier, leaving him dazed and violently hurled back. I, Duanda, the esteemed elder of the Holy King sect, have committed an offense. I beseech your forgiveness, esteemed senior. Duanda appeared to be in a state of fright, his complexion pale and his eyes filled with trepidation as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Below, Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji were momentarily taken aback, but soon they comprehended the situation. A formidable entity must have arrived, likely a powerful figure from the chaotic sacred land. It seemed that, apart from the fist imprint bestowed upon him by his master, there was yet another individual secretly safeguarding him from the chaotic sacred land. Xiao Yun pondered this revelation, feeling a mix of surprise and yet a calm acceptance. After all, during his time in the True Dragon Nest, and in his confrontation with Lu Tiandu, his displayed talents were undeniably extraordinary. Although no one throughout history had successfully mastered the chaotic scripture, Xiao Yun's ability to surpass his ancestral master indicated that he possessed the potential to achieve mastery over the chaotic scripture and forge a true chaotic body. Thus, it was certain that the chaotic sacred land would protect him, ensuring that he would not be extinguished by his foes in their infancy. Lost in thought, a hazy phantom suddenly materialized beside Xiao Yun, gazing indifferently at Duanda in the sky, its eyes resembling fierce lightning, emitting two brilliant beams of light. Is it you who seeks to slay the divine offspring of the chaotic sacred land? Under the scrutinizing gaze of this figure, Duanda shrieked in agony and plummeted, kneeling before Xiao Yun. In that instant, Xiao Yun felt the oppressive atmosphere lift, prompting him to turn and recognize the newcomer. He swiftly bowed in reverence, exclaiming, Disciple Xiao Yun pays homage to the Thunder Ancestor. The arrival was none other than the Thunder Ancestor, leaving Xiao Yun in a state of astonishment. When he initially joined the Chaos Sacred Land, he had encountered the esteemed Thunder Ancestor, recognizing him as one of the venerable figures within the realm. Possessing cultivation at the Great Saint level, a true pinnacle of strength within the entire cultivation world. Subsequently, his master, Emperor Tian, had informed him that this Thunder Ancestor was among the mightiest within the Great Saints, second only to the Quasi-Emperors. Xiao Yun never anticipated that such an extraordinary powerhouse would be covertly safeguarding him. It was indeed an immense honor. The Thunder Ancestor nodded with a smile towards Xiao Yun. Yet upon directing his gaze towards Duanda, his countenance transformed into one of icy severity, his piercing eyes intently declaring, You dare to kill even our Chaos Sacred Land's quasi-divine offspring? The Saint King sect grows increasingly audacious. Forgive me, esteemed elder. It was my folly. I shall never dare to do so again. Duanda hastily pleaded for mercy. The Thunder Ancestor, a figure of unparalleled stature within the Nine Heavens continent, was akin to crushing an ant in terms of ease. Duanda dared not oppose him. Xiao Yun regarded Duanda with disdain, perceiving him as someone who feared the strong and bullied the weak, devoid of any integrity. If it were him, he would rather face death than plead for mercy from an enemy. Yet, Xiao Yun misjudged. Not everyone could possess an indomitable belief like his own. For only through a path of invincibility could such conviction be forged. Do you not dare? The Thunder Ancestor loomed over Duanda, coldly stating, "You may not dare. But your Saint King sect does. Come, lead me to your sect. I wish to witness the extent of your arrogance. Daring to extinguish even our chaos sacred land's quasi-divine offspring. Do you truly believe we are without defenders?" Evidently taken aback, Duanda gazed at Lei Zhu in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Lei Zhu would venture to their Sacred King sect, a move that could escalate matters significantly. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and a sense of foreboding enveloped him. Lead the way, or face death. Lei Zhu's icy stare bore into Duanda, his gaze formidable. Yes, Junior shall guide you forth. Duanda, feeling utterly helpless, resolved to lead the way, soaring into the sky. Lei Zhu waved his hand, and with Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji in tow, they followed closely behind Duanda. Chapter 139. The assault on the Sacred King sect. Duanda flew ahead, drenched in perspiration and overwhelmed with anxiety. After all, a peerless powerhouse trailed him, and they were adversaries, making it difficult for him to feel at ease. However, Xiao Yun stood beside Lei Zhu with an air of tranquility, for there was no place safer than this. Yet, a question gnawed at Xiao Yun's mind. Why did Lei Zhu intend to visit the Sacred King sect? Wouldn't it be simpler to eliminate Duanda outright? Could it be that Lei Zhu aimed to assault the Sacred King sect itself? Such a notion seemed improbable. After all, could Lei Zhu truly gain the upper hand within the stronghold of the Sacred King sect? Days later, an expansive mountain range came into view, presenting a magnificent sight to the group. The mountains loomed grandly, reaching towering heights, resembling a colossal dragon sprawled upon the earth, its lengthy form seemingly endless. Each peak within the range stood tall and proud, piercing the clouds like a multitude of sharp swords thrust into the ground, ascending towards the heavens. Scattered among these towering summits were numerous edifices, palatial structures, and resplendent towers, cascading in layers, radiating a dazzling brilliance. This was indeed the Sacred King sect. Indeed, as the foremost sect beneath the Holy Land, the grandeur of the Sacred King sect is truly impressive, and it is no wonder they possess the audacity to challenge us. The chaotic Holy Land. Xiao Yun remarked with a cold snort while gazing at the Sacred King sect before him. At that moment, a terrifying divine consciousness surged forth from within the Sacred King sect, enveloping the void and sweeping across the surroundings. Humph! The Thunder Ancestor scoffed, unleashing a formidable aura. 2 bolts of lightning shot from his eyes, utterly shredding the divine consciousness into fragments. Xiao Yun faintly heard a scream emanating from within the Sacred King sect, indicating that someone had been injured by the Thunder Ancestor. Duanda, standing in front, was paralyzed with fear, although they were within the stronghold of the Sacred King sect. He was acutely aware that a mere thought from the Thunder Ancestor could lead to his immediate demise. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. Moreover, the Thunder Ancestor is among the most eminent of great sages. In the presence of such unparalleled power, those below the sage level possess no means of self-preservation. It appears the esteemed Thunder Ancestor of the chaotic Holy Land has graced us with his presence. The Sacred King sect is indeed honored. A resounding voice echoed from within the Sacred King sect. In the next moment, the sect's leader stepped forth, traversing the void, and slightly bowed toward the Thunder Ancestor. However, the Thunder Ancestor coldly retorted, "Begone, summon your elders to speak." Uft! Xiao Yun could not help but laugh. The figure before him was the leader of the Sacred King sect. Though not a sage, he was indeed a formidable being of the heavenly realm and the sect's master, holding a status not inferior to that of a sage. Yet, the Thunder Ancestor treated him as if reprimanding a child, showing no regard for the leader of the Sacred King sect. Undoubtedly, in the presence of such a towering figure, the leader of the Sacred King sect is but a mere child. After all, when the venerable Lei Zhu swept through the realm of cultivation, the Holy King sect's master had yet to be born. Nevertheless, as the leader of a prominent sect, the lack of respect shown by Lei Zhu left him exceedingly displeased, causing his expression to darken significantly. However, recognizing the formidable strength of Lei Zhu, the master of the Holy King sect could only endure this indignity, promptly notifying the elders within his sect discreetly. In an instant, a powerful aura surged forth from within the Holy King sect, ascending towards the heavens and tearing through the clouds, resembling an ancient divine mountain, majestic and imposing. Xiao Yun gazed into the distance and saw a hazy figure materialize in the void above the Holy King sect. As the figure's eyes opened and closed, 2 brilliant beams of light shot forth. "Zhang Daliai, what brings you here?" The indistinct figure spoke sparingly, its voice icy and devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a frigid automaton. Xiao Yun nearly chuckled at the name Zhang Dalai. Was that the name of Lei Zhu? It sounded incongruous. Qin Lude. Did your esteemed elder from the Holy King sect slay our chaotic Holy Land's divine son, intending to challenge us? Lei Zhu's gaze was frosty, his demeanor radiating murderous intent. In the void, Qin Lude cast a glance at Duanda, instantly rendering him icy with fear, causing him to kneel. Ignoring Duanda, Qin Lude turned his attention to Xiao Yun beside Lei Zhu, his eyes glimmering like a dark abyss, captivating and intimidating. Zhang Dalai. Is this the divine son of your chaotic Holy Land? He appears to be in perfect health. How dare you slander our esteemed elder of the Holy King sect? Qin Lude retorted coldly. Boom. As the words left his lips, the venerable Lei Zhu raised his hand, exuding an unparalleled power as he directed it towards the holy monarch of the sacred king sect, not far away. Zhang Dali, you are far too arrogant. Qin Lude exclaimed in fury, immediately moving to intercept Lei Zhu's palm strike. It would be utterly humiliating if their holy monarch were to perish. With a thunderous roar, the clash between the two unleashed a terrifying force that obliterated the void for miles around. The holy monarch of the sacred king sect felt his body turn stiff and cold, as if he had just traversed the gates of the underworld. Lei Zhu fixed a cold gaze upon Qin Lude and remarked indifferently, Is he not alive? Why do you impede me? Without a doubt, Lei Zhu was mocking the previous statements made by Qin Lude. Realizing that he could no longer placate Lei Zhu, Qin Lude took a deep breath and replied slowly. I am aware of this matter, and I will take care of Duanda. Rest assured, I shall provide an explanation to your chaotic Holy Land. Is that your attempt to dismiss me? Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Lei Zhu sneered, and a formidable aura surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings with a force akin to a mountain collapsing into the sea, bearing down upon the sacred king sect. In an instant, the protective formation of the sacred king sect was activated, enveloping the massive mountain range in a golden veil. In the void, Qin Lude glared coldly at Lei Zhu and shouted, Zhang Dali, what are your intentions? To annihilate your sacred king sect. The venerable Lei Zhu spoke coldly and, with a sweeping gesture, summoned ominous clouds that engulfed the sky, casting a shroud over the sun. A cascade of fierce lightning surged forth from the darkened heavens, resembling a purple waterfall as it descended upon the protective array of the sacred king sect. The thunder roared deafeningly, while the lightning poured down like a torrential rain, enveloping the entire sacred king sect in a dazzling display. The protective formation of the sect trembled violently, subjected to a terrifying assault. Zhang Dala, do you seek death? Qin Lude bellowed in fury, incredulous that an individual would dare to attempt the annihilation of their sect, displaying such audacity. Is there truly no one left in the sacred king sect? It is you who court death, Lei Zhu replied with a cold chuckle, shattering the void before him with a single punch. From the fissure in the darkened space, an ancient bell gradually materialized, as if an emperor was awakening, emanating an overwhelming aura of imperial might. In the face of this formidable presence, the sacred king sect's leader and Duanda knelt helplessly on the ground, unable to rise. Meanwhile, Qin Lude's pupils constricted, his countenance shifting dramatically. The Chaos Bell. Chapter 140. The Ascendant Emperor. This marked the second occasion for Xiao Yun to behold the Chaos Bell, but unlike the previous encounter, this time the bell had fully awakened, no longer permitting easy access. It loomed like a divine chime, radiating a terrifying aura that instilled profound dread. The surrounding space shattered like glass, unable to contain the Chaos Bell, which devoured the sun, moon, and stars. Its interior resembled an endless abyss, capable of engulfing the entire cosmos, transforming into a black hole that consumed all creation. The terrifying dominion of the Supreme Emperor radiated from the Chaos Bell, instilling a profound sense of submission in the hearts of those who beheld it, as if they were facing a resurrected sovereign, compelled to kneel in reverent worship. However, Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji stood beside the Thunder Ancestor, shielded by his protection, allowing them to maintain their stance, albeit with trembling souls. This was the supreme imperial weapon, one of the most formidable among the myriad of realms. Zhao Wuji's eyes blazed with intensity, his face alight with excitement. As this was his inaugural encounter with the Chaos Bell, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming shock. During his first encounter with the Chaos Bell, he merely sensed its extraordinary nature but nothing more. Yet this time, the power unleashed was utterly terrifying, granting him a true glimpse of the imperial weapon's might that shook the heavens and the myriad realms. Of course, the ones most profoundly affected were the members of the Holy King sect. Boom. The Chaos Bell, imbued with its dreadful power, suddenly appeared above the Holy King sect, enveloping the entire mountain range within its grasp, emanating an unbearable oppressive force. Many cultivators within the Holy King sect collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear, their faces ashen. In the void, Chen Lu shouted, "Zhang Dali, cease at once." His heart raced with urgency. The might of an imperial weapon could shatter the protective grand formation of the Holy King sect, and once breached, it was likely that no one would survive. Save for the saints. Humph. The ancestor let out a cold snort, disregarding Chen Lu entirely. He continued to manipulate the chaos bell, the overwhelming imperial might cascading down, causing the protective mountain formation of the sacred king sect to tremble. Under the oppressive force of the supreme imperial weapon, the protective formation of the sacred king sect teetered on the brink of collapse. Skyrending palm. Chen Lu bellowed, his hands tearing through the firmament, creating a vast rift in the void before him. Within the chasm lay a dark expanse, reminiscent of a demonic maw, eagerly devouring the chaos bell. This was a terrifying grand sorcery, showcasing the formidable prowess of Chen Lu, the great sage. Humph, do you truly believe you can shake the imperial weapon? The ancestor observed with a scornful smile, his eyes brimming with derision. In the next moment, the chaos bell swayed slightly, releasing a torrent of chaotic energy that fell like rain, manifesting into countless swords of the Tao, hurtling toward Chen Lu with lethal intent. Chen Lu's expression shifted drastically. His grand sorcery was effortlessly shattered by these swords of the Tao, rendering him utterly powerless. Boom! Countless swords of the Tao engulfed Chen Lu. The void fracturing as the terrifying imperial might envelop the realm, reminiscent of an apocalyptic battle. Puff! After an indeterminate time, Chen Lu burst forth from the shattered void, blood spraying from his mouth as he retreated into the protective formation of the sacred king sect, his face pale and clearly gravely injured. Boom! Ancestor Lei's gaze turned frigid. He persisted in channeling the chaos bell, unleashing a dreadful imperial might as it thundered down upon the sacred king sect. A formidable pressure surged forth, akin to the convergence of countless stars within the cosmos, all erupting in a terrifying beam of annihilation that rent asunder the dark expanse of the universe, piercing through heaven and earth, and even the abyssal realms, causing tremors throughout all realms. This strike was exceedingly fearsome, instilling a pallor of dread upon the cultivators within the sacred king sect, each one trembling in terror, their faces drained of color. The protective array of the sacred king sect buckled under the weight, appearing on the verge of collapse. Alas, cease this. At that moment, a gentle sigh traversed the layers of void, overpowering all sounds across the heavens and earth. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be suspended in stillness. Every sound vanished. Even the chaotic bell hovering above the sacred king sect paused momentarily before hurtling back. Humph! The thunder ancestor snorted coldly, channeling his full might into the chaotic bell, which unleashed an awe-inspiring power that pierced through the void above the sacred king sect. Who is that? Xiao Yun gasped, as he beheld a hazy figure amidst the shattered void. This figure was magnificent, seated cross-legged in the emptiness, enveloped in resplendent radiance, an aura of majesty sweeping across the cosmos. It seemed as though he had melded with the very essence of heaven and earth, emanating a presence that compelled all beings to pay homage. Celestial light cascaded from him, enveloping the entirety of the sacred king sect. With a thunderous roar, the chaotic bell, under the thunder ancestor's command, unleashed its mightiest blow, shattering the primal chaos of the universe, as if surging forth from the ancient epics, causing all realms to tremble and crumble. The supreme imperial weapon seemed to have awakened completely, drawing in countless stars from the cosmos, converging into a terrifying beam of light that surged towards the majestic figure in the void. Though the imperial weapon was formidable, you are ultimately not the great emperor. The imposing voice gently intoned, resonating with the principles of the Tao, as if it had sliced through the fabric of time and space from the ancient primordial chaos, vibrating in the ears of the onlookers like the deep tones of a grand bell. He slowly extended his palm, and the imprint of his hand descended from the heavens, forcefully countering the overwhelming pressure of the chaotic bell, thereby suppressing the shattered world beneath it. To shake an imperial weapon with bare hands, Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji exchanged a glance, both filled with astonishment. Simultaneously, they began to surmise the level of this individual's cultivation. It must be a quasi-emperor, indeed. This was undoubtedly a quasi-emperor. Only a quasi-emperor could possess such strength. Otherwise, at the Grand Sage realm, none could rival the thunder ancestor wielding the chaotic bell. Muqi. So it is you, old fellow, are you still alive? The thunder ancestor snorted coldly, his gaze piercing towards the distant hazy figure beside him. Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly transmitted a message to Xiao Yun. This person is called Mu Qi, a quasi-emperor of the Sacred King sect, said to have lived for over 4,000 years, one of the oldest powerhouses in the cultivation world. Arrogance. Meanwhile, within the Sacred King sect, Chen Lu glared at the thunder ancestor, bellowing, Zhang Delay, how dare you directly address a quasi-emperor by name? Quickly pay respects and apologize to the wood ancestor. Boom. The Thunder Ancestor immediately activated the chaotic bell once more, unleashing another terrifying beam of light directed at Qin Lud within the Sacred King sect. Cease your actions. Above the Sacred King sect, the figure known as Mu Qi, a quasi-emperor, raised his palm and gently pressed down, once more forcing the chaos bell into retreat. Lightning flashed in the eyes of the Thunder Ancestor as he roared, "What is a quasi-emperor? Angering me means the destruction of your Sacred King sect will be inevitable today." As his words echoed, the Thunder Ancestor exerted his full strength to activate the chaos bell, and a misty shadow appeared, as if it had traversed the eons from the primordial age, slowly emerging from the chaos bell. It was the ancestral master. Xiao Yun instantly recognized this figure, having battled with the ancestral master within the illusion demon tower, rendering him quite familiar with this presence. The Chaos Emperor. In the void. Mu Qi's expression shifted slightly as he sensed an overwhelming pressure that could subjugate all realms, causing his quasi-emperor heart to tremble. Chapter 141. The emergence of the Chaos Emperor. The Chaos Emperor coalesced from the depths of the Chaos Bell, illuminating the void of this realm with a resplendent divine brilliance that was dazzling and striking. His form was hazy, appearing ethereal, surrounded by the cycles of the sun and moon, the orbiting stars, and the four divine beasts, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, serving as his guardians. His gaze pierced through the myriad realms, traversing countless epochs, unleashing a terrifying chain of order that subdued the myriad paths of heaven and earth. In this moment, all realms trembled, the very fabric of existence resonated with a thunderous roar, and the entire nine heavens continent quaked. The sages of the cultivation world, along with esteemed ancestors, were roused from their slumber, awakening with eyes that sparkled brilliantly as they turned their attention towards the Sacred King sect. It was the might of the supreme imperial weapon. Someone had revived the supreme imperial weapon. Which formidable being from the sacred land is resurrecting the imperial weapon? It is the chaotic bell. On this day, the nine heavens continent was ablaze with excitement, as practitioners across various regions became aware that someone from the chaotic sacred land was wielding an imperial weapon and attacking the Sacred King sect. Above the Sacred King sect, Mu Qi's expression turned exceedingly grave as he gazed at the indistinct figure standing upon the chaotic bell. With a somber tone, he remarked, "Lay Ancestor, your lifespan is already limited. Should you attempt to revive the imperial weapon, you shall undoubtedly perish after this battle. Even in death, I shall take you down with me. Do you dare to challenge that?" Lay Ancestor retorted with a cold sneer, exerting all his strength to activate the chaotic bell, continuing the resurrection of the imperial weapon. Meanwhile, the figure of the chaotic emperor upon the chaotic bell grew increasingly tangible, as if the chaotic emperor had truly traversed the river of time from the primordial era. Boom. The surrounding space was utterly annihilated, and a terrifying aura surged forth from the chaotic emperor, a being who once dominated countless realms, now poised to return to the mortal realm. In this moment, time and space seemed to freeze, and the entire world fell silent, leaving only that indistinct figure, slowly advancing from the river of time, bearing an overwhelming and terrifying presence. "Cease. Please cease. We, the Sacred King sect, are willing to offer you an explanation." Mu Qi felt a surge of panic, for if this emperor truly emerged from the river of time, it could very well mean his demise as a quasi-emperor today. This was certainly not a worthwhile trade. After all, despite his advanced years, his profound cultivation granted him the potential to live for over 1,000 more years. Yet, the lifespan of the revered ancestor had reached its limit, with perhaps only another 1 or 2 centuries remaining. To perish alongside him would constitute a tremendous loss for their Sacred King sect. Thus, Mu Qi resolutely accepted his fate. Observing this, the ancestor ceased to wield the chaos bell, instead summoning it to hover protectively above them. His purpose for this visit was to intimidate the Sacred King sect and deliver a warning to other factions within the cultivation realm. He intended to convey that although their chaos sacred land had fallen into decline, he, the revered ancestor, had not yet succumbed. He still possessed the will to fight fiercely and was unafraid to do so. Should anyone dare to provoke the chaos sacred land again, they should brace themselves for a fierce retaliation. Those facing imminent death tend to become utterly reckless, and this was particularly true for a formidable being like the revered ancestor. Once unleashed, he could easily drag others down with him. His actions were aimed at safeguarding Xiao Yun, ensuring that others would not dare to extinguish his life. "Speak. What is the matter?" Mu Qi inquired, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as the figure of the Chaos Emperor faded from view. He gradually retracted his own oppressive aura and turned his gaze toward the ancestor. The revered ancestor pointed accusingly at Duondo within the Sacred King sect and coldly declared, "This individual has laid hands upon our chaos sacred land's prospective divine child. Upon hearing this, Muchi turned to look at Duanda, who, in terror, hastily knelt and pleaded for mercy. I beseech you, Ancestor Mu. It was their prospective divine child from the chaos sacred land who first slain our sacred son. I acted thus to avenge my disciple. The revered ancestor retorted icily, what concern is it of yours, old man, to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation? If it were the younger generation of disciples from your sacred king sect seeking vengeance, even if they were to slay Xiao Yun, I would not intervene. Duanda was rendered speechless. In the realm of cultivation, this is indeed an unwritten rule. Elders are not to meddle in the disputes of the youth. If everyone were to engage in a cycle of killing each other's prodigies, it would ultimately lead to mutual destruction, leaving no victor. Thus, this unwritten code exists. Furthermore, allowing the younger generation to contend serves to hone their skills and stimulate their growth. This matter is a grievance for our sacred king sect, and I shall provide you with an explanation. Muchi paused thoughtfully, and in an instant, 2 beams of divine light burst forth from his eyes, tearing through layers of void, piercing through Duanda's body within the sacred king sect. Muzu. Duanda looked at Muzu with a face full of despair, disbelief, and a tinge of unwillingness, before collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Muchi turned to Lei Zhu and coldly remarked, is that sufficient? Not enough. Lei Zhu scoffed, continuing, this individual is merely a junior, who can ascertain whether he was instigated by the higher-ups of your sacred king sect. Muchi's pupils radiated a sharp divine light as he coldly retorted, do not push your luck. Push my luck? Very well. When Jiang Haoran of your sacred king sect goes out to train, I shall arrange for a transcendent being to eliminate him, and then I will dispose of that transcendent being. Would your sacred king sect find that satisfactory? Lei Zhu sneered. Muchi fixed his gaze on Lei Zhu, his expression darkening. What exactly do you desire? It has come to my attention that within your sacred king sect lies a tree of heaven and earth. I do not wish for much. Simply grant me 10 fruits of this tree, commanded the thunder ancestor nonchalantly. With a piercing gaze, Muchi retorted coldly, your appetite is too grand. 10 is unacceptable. At most, I can offer you 3. 3 will suffice, but you must concede to one more demand. The thunder ancestor scoffed. Muchi darkened his expression and replied, speak. Is it not revenge you seek? Let all the disciples of the God Bridge realm from your sacred king sect emerge to battle Xiao Yun, regardless of life or death. Upon uttering these words, the thunder ancestor cast a disdainful glance at Muchi and continued, of course, I am aware that your sacred king sect consists of nothing but weaklings. Hence, our chaos sacred land shall not take advantage of you. We shall only send Xiao Yun to face any number of your disciples from the God Bridge realm. Very well. Muchi responded with a chilling tone, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Having been extorted of 3 fruits from the tree of heaven and earth and coerced into killing Duan, that had already left him quite displeased. And he now saw an opportunity to vent his frustrations on Xiao Yun. Should he manage to eliminate Xiao Yun, it would be even better. Although Muchi was acutely aware that this Xiao Yun must possess formidable strength within the God Bridge realm, or else the Thunder Ancestor would not exhibit such arrogance. He reasoned that without restrictions on numbers, the disciples of the Sacred King sect could easily form formations. Could 100 or even 1,000 not bring down Xiao Yun? Chen Lude, arrange the personnel. We must ensure the demise of this Xiao Yun. Muchi communicated telepathically to Chen Lude below. Understood. Chen Lude's countenance was equally grim, his eyes shimmering with a frigid glint. He believed that Lei Zhu was excessively arrogant, truly thinking that this Xiao Yun, undefeated in the Divine Bridge realm, could contend against a multitude alone. Moreover, the Sacred King sect also possessed exceptional talents. Could it be that one individual was superior to Xiao Yun, yet 10 were not? After all, they had never witnessed Xiao Yun's prowess in the Divine Bridge realm. The only formidable opponent they were aware of, Duanda, had already been slain by Muchi. Lei Zhu, my disciple shall not bring disgrace upon you. Upon hearing the agreement between Lei Zhu and Muchi, a resolute belief in invincibility ignited within Xiao Yun's eyes. He stepped onto his flying sword and descended from the heavens, standing atop a grand mountain as he gazed at the Sacred King sect across the way. Chapter 142, The 10 Absolute, Sword Formation, Useless Scum of the Sacred King sect. Come forth and meet your demise. Xiao Yun stood at the pinnacle of the mountain, his face adorned with a provocative expression as he stared at the Sacred King sect. The cultivators within the Sacred King sect bore expressions of gloom and displeasure. While they had previously endured the suppression of Lei Zhu, the mightiest of this era, and even the presence of the Chaos Bell, which compelled even the quasi-emperor Muchi to bow, what was Xiao Yun? Although his talent was commendable and he was a quasi-divine son of the Chaos Sacred Land, to most, he was merely a low-tier cultivator in the Divine Bridge realm. A low-tier cultivator dared to act so arrogantly before the gates of their Sacred King sect. It was indeed an outrageous presumption. Many cultivators within the Sacred King sect seethed with rage, their expressions dark and their gazes fixed menacingly upon Xiao Yun at the distant mountain peak. Gritting their teeth in fury, "Old ancestor, permit me to go forth and slay him," cried a disciple of the Sacred King sect, a fellow practitioner of the Divine Bridge realm, as he bowed to Chen Lud. "Master, allow me to go. I shall surely vanquish this foe." Another cultivator from the Divine Bridge realm stepped forward, eager for battle. "Master, let me take him down." Subsequently, an increasing number of Divine Bridge cultivators expressed their desire to engage. Being challenged at the mountain gate by merely a cultivator of the Divine Bridge realm was an immense humiliation for the Sacred King sect. Thus, the disciples of the Sacred King sect united in shared indignation, stepping forth to volunteer for the fight. Chen Lud stroked his beard, a smile of satisfaction illuminating his face. Witnessing the soaring morale of his disciples, he felt confident in their resolve. Victory in this battle seemed inevitable. However, he did not underestimate Xiao Yun. For this was the prodigy who had previously defeated Emperor Li Cheng and their own sacred son, Jianghaoran. Moreover, the audacity of the Thunder Ancestor suggested an unwavering confidence in his capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Lud selected 10 individuals from the crowd. His voice steady and solemn. "Renziki, you and your 10 companions shall engage in battle, employing your 10 absolute sword formation to slay this adversary." "Yes." The 10 Divine Bridge cultivators, led by Renziki, replied with palpable excitement. They were visibly elated, each one brimming with anticipation. To earn glory for the Sacred King sect before the esteemed presence of the Quasi-Emperor and the formidable saint-level elders would be an extraordinary achievement, placing them firmly in the sight of the sect as higher echelons, with boundless prospects ahead. Furthermore, should the Quasi-Emperor and the Saint Elders be pleased, they might bestow upon them treasures, yielding a tremendous reward. As for whether they could defeat Xiao Yun, Renziki and his companions exuded confidence. In a one-on-one confrontation, they indeed lack confidence, for Xiao Yun has long established his formidable reputation by sweeping through the true dragon nest. However, with the combined efforts of their 10 members, they possess absolute assurance. At this moment, Renziki and his companions soared on their flying swords, departing from the Sacred King sect and hurtling towards the mountain peak where Xiao Yun resided. The ancestral master has surprisingly dispatched senior brother Ren and his group to engage in battle, indicating that we shall not have the opportunity to intervene. Senior brother Ren and his companions are not only a cohort of prodigies, but their camaraderie is exceptionally strong, having frequently ventured out together for training. They have carved out the illustrious reputation of the 10 sword immortals of our Sacred King sect, a name known throughout the cultivation world. Who among them is unaware? It is certain that Xiao Yun is doomed. Indeed, the 10 absolute sword formation composed of senior brother Ren and his companions is said to be a match even for our divine son. The divine son, though still young and yet to reach his full potential, suggests that Xiao Yun is likely in a similar predicament. He cannot possibly confront 10 adversaries alone, and his defeat is inevitable in this battle. Eliminating this youth would not only rid our divine son of a formidable foe in the future, but also enhance his chances of attaining the status of a great emperor. The onlookers around them were filled with confidence in Renziki and his group, engaging in animated discussions. Outside the gates of the Sacred King sect, atop a towering mountain peak, Xiao Yun, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed down at the approaching 10 individuals from Renziki's group and remarked with a hint of disdain, "Is it merely 10 of you? How dare the Sacred King sect underestimate me? It seems I must impart a lesson to your sect." Renziki and the others were momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by merely 10? How absurd. You, a solitary individual, have garnered the attention of 10 of our finest. We have shown you considerable respect. Yet you dare to express disdain. Such arrogance is simply intolerable. In an instant, the 10 disciples of Renziki were incensed. Renziki, consumed by fury, exclaimed, facing imminent demise, "You still dare to speak so boldly? It is utterly laughable. Brother Ren, why waste breath on him? Let us form a formation and eliminate him at once." One disciple shouted at Xiao Yun, "Indeed, Brother Ren, issue your command. Let us swiftly rid ourselves of this brat, so we may return to our revelry. I hear that junior sister Wu has recently brewed a new batch of wine, and we are eager to partake." A disciple chuckled, his demeanor suggesting he regarded Xiao Yun with contempt. With a cold snort, Xiao Yun retorted, "Come forth and meet your end. I am eagerly awaiting the next batch to slay. Today, I shall turn the gates of your Sacred King sect into a river of blood." Such arrogance! How utterly outrageous! Even in the face of death, he dares to utter such wild claims, completely oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Renziki and the others were incensed. "Come forth and perish." Xiao Yun beckoned them with a dismissive gesture. his face a mask of scorn and mockery. With a thunderous shout, Renziki commanded, "Brothers, form the array and eliminate this wretch." As he spoke, the 10 disciples arranged themselves into a formidable sword formation, encircling Xiao Yun. Within the vast sword array, radiant sword energy surged skyward, creating a shimmering veil of blades that seemed to envelop the heavens, causing even the dark clouds to tremble. An overwhelming aura of death permeated this sword formation, sending shivers through those who dared to observe from afar. The 10 absolute sword formation, no one of the same rank could breach it. In a one-on-one scenario, Renziki and his 10 companions may not be the strongest within our sacred Wang sect. However, when united, even the divine sun must retreat from their formidable prowess. It seems that Xiao Yun is doomed. Within the sacred Wang sect, a group of disciples well acquainted with Renziki could not help but display expressions of utter confidence, as if they had already envisioned the scene of Xiao Yun being slain by Renziki and his associates. This formation is indeed remarkable. Seemingly invincible in the realm of divine bridge, Chun Lud remarked with a smile. "Humph. A mere trash formation dares to challenge a potential divine son of my chaotic sacred land. They are truly unaware of their imminent demise." In the heavens, Lezu scoffed repeatedly. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of blood energy erupted from the 10 absolute sword formation, resembling a crimson divine dragon roaring in the firmament. The attention of the crowd was instantly captivated. Within the 10 absolute sword formation, Xiao Yun radiated with dazzling brilliance, as if engulfed in a searing flame, transforming him into a celestial body that emitted a resplendent glow. "Do you think this broken formation can slay me? You are utterly ridiculous." Xiao Yun's piercing gaze penetrated the void, surveying Renziki and the others, evoking a tremor in their hearts with his soul-stirring eyes. 10,000 sword flow, Xiao Yun bellowed. Wielding the black demon sword, which morphed into a vast black river of swords, carrying an earth-shattering might that surged forth to assault the entire 10 absolute sword formation. "This is bad." Renziki's expression changed drastically as he sensed an unparalleled strength emanating from the mighty black river of swords. Chapter 143, Contempt. Kill. Quickly activate the formation to eliminate him. Within the 10 absolute sword formation, Renziki, his face awash with urgency, bellowed fervently. His instincts warned him that Xiao Yun's impending move possessed formidable power, necessitating a preemptive strike. Boom. A multitude of sharp sword energies surged from every direction, numbering in the thousands, converging with lethal intent towards Xiao Yun. From a distance, it resembled an awe-inspiring colossal sword, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, poised to cleave him in twain. Yet, in the face of Xiao Yun's dark river of swords, this assault appeared utterly feeble, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, incapable of disturbing his formidable dark river. Thunderous roars echoed as the vast dark river, reminiscent of a gigantic black dragon, writhed in the void, devouring the oncoming waves of sword energy, thereby augmenting its own might. With a resounding roar, the dark dragon surged towards Renziki and his companions, the immense black river shaking the very fabric of the heavens and earth. The 10 absolute sword formation began to tremble ominously before this overwhelming force. On the brink of collapse. "Hold firm." Renziki shouted vehemently, spitting blood as he summoned every ounce of strength to sustain the formation's operation. The other 9 disciples of the Sacred King sect exerted themselves desperately to uphold the array, acutely aware that should Xiao Yun shatter their defenses, only death awaited them. Xiao Yun's strength surpassed their wildest expectations, an overwhelming force indeed. How could a flickering firefly hope to rival the brilliance of the full moon? Xiao Yun cast a cold, disdainful glance over Renziki and the others, completely disregarding their presence. Suddenly, a more terrifying force erupted from within him, akin to a volcano reaching its cataclysmic peak, unleashing a torrent of seething energy. Instantly, the black river of swords surged once more, countless sword energies shooting forth and engulfing the entirety of the 10 absolute sword formation. The air was filled with piercing screams, echoing mercilessly. The colossal 10 absolute sword formation was ultimately shattered by the black river of swords, as the relentless sword energy swept out, piercing through the bodies of Renziki and his companions. The inexhaustible sword energies subsequently tore their bodies apart, transforming them into a crimson rain that fell before the gates of the Sacred King sect, staining the ground in blood. The disciples of the Sacred King sect all felt their pupils constrict in horror, their expressions turning ghastly. Renziki and his group had been defeated, and in such a tragic manner, leaving not even a trace of their remains. What instilled deeper fear within them was the realization that Xiao Yun had obliterated their 10 sword immortals with a mere single strike. His power was undeniably overwhelming. Was he truly at the bridge of God's realm? Had he intentionally concealed his cultivation, perhaps having already ascended to the cave heaven realm? It seemed implausible that someone newly arrived at the cave heaven realm could possess such strength. Had he already stepped into the spirit offering realm? The fact that even the 10 sword immortals fell before him left them questioning who from the bridge of God's realm could possibly contend with him. The disciples of the Sacred King sect exchanged anxious whispers, their faces pallid, their eyes reflecting a mix of dread and apprehension. Once brimming with morale, they were now paralyzed by fear, unwilling to engage in battle any longer. Chun Lud and the sovereign of the Holy King sect could not help but have their expressions darken. In the high skies, the quasi-emperor Mu Qi also revealed a hint of gloom in his eyes. A flicker of murderous intent passed through his gaze as he regarded Xiao Yun. Being top-tier experts, they naturally recognized Xiao Yun's extraordinary abilities. The technique known as 10,000 Swords Flow is renowned within the cultivation realm. Yet Xiao Yun had cultivated it to a state of perfection, an astonishing level of comprehension. It is worth noting that many practitioners at the Cave Heaven and Spirit Offering realms have yet to master this divine ability to such completeness. Having just recently ascended to the Godbridge realm, Xiao Yun had remarkably perfected a technique, showcasing an unprecedented talent and insight. With such innate gifts, combined with this formidable skill, it is likely that no one in the Godbridge realm could rival him. The sovereign of the Holy King sect felt a deep sense of awe, yet his gaze remained frigid, subtly betraying his murderous intent. As he sensed a tremendous threat emanating from Xiao Yun, this young man was destined to become a formidable adversary for their sect in the future. Suddenly, a resonant bell toll echoed from the horizon, its mighty sound waves reverberating throughout the heavens, causing the very earth to tremble. The members of the Holy King sect turned their gazes toward the distance, where the ancestor of thunder, with the chaos bell above his head, coldly stared at them. His eyes sharp as blades, brimming with frenzied murderous intent and unwavering resolve. The sovereign of the Holy King sect felt a tremor in his heart, and almost instantly retracted his murderous glare. He spoke in a somber tone. The ancestor of thunder's lifespan is dwindling. Once he resolves to eliminate Xiao Yun, he will undoubtedly fight with all his might. Chun Lud nodded solemnly and remarked, this scoundrel was a battle fanatic in his youth, seeking out duels wherever he could. Once engaged in combat, he fought with relentless fervor, refusing to yield until either he or his opponent lay dead. In my estimation, he will never resign himself to a quiet demise. It is highly probable that he will seek out a formidable adversary to battle, dragging others down with him. The sovereign of the Holy King sect spoke gravely. During the last encounter at the True Dragon's Nest, Xiao Yun nearly killed Li Qingdi and even eliminated Lu Tiandu's grandson, Lu Nanshan, while incapacitating the Titan of the Holy Land, Wang Gang. Now, the three major Holy Lands are uniting against the chaotic Holy Land. We have no need to intervene, lest we attract disaster upon ourselves. Chen Lu nodded in agreement, stating, our Holy King sect should take this time to recuperate, allowing them to clash with the chaotic Holy Land while we observe from a distance. Once the elder experts of the chaotic Holy Land have perished, it will be our turn to rise and ascend to the status of a Holy Land. After their deliberations, the sovereign of the Holy King sect stepped into the air and addressed Xiao Yun, who stood not far away, saying, Son of the Divine, you have proven yourself invincible in the Divine Bridge realm, and we of the Holy King sect humbly concede. Let this matter conclude here. He was not foolish. Recognizing Xiao Yun's strength, there was no need to send disciples to their deaths. After all, they were elite individuals, the future pillars of the Holy King sect, and losing them to Xiao Yun would be an immense waste. The recent slaying of the 10 sword immortals had already caused him considerable distress. Is this how it ends? Xiao Yun replied, casting a scornful glance at the sovereign of the Holy King sect. Surely, your sect cannot be this cowardly. Is this the end of the first round? And you concede already? He deliberately provoked the Holy King sect's lord, seeking to infuriate them in order to slay another batch of disciples. However, the lord of the Holy King sect had lived for several centuries and was not oblivious to Xiao Yun's intentions. Thus, although the lord felt immense anger within, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, being invincible at the Divine Bridge realm is of little consequence. The true victor will be the one who attains the status of emperor. Our Holy King sect's divine son, Jiang Haoran, awaits you on the path to imperial ascension. That good-for-nothing Jiang Haoran. Xiao Yun scoffed disdainfully at the mention, retorting, I'm afraid I truly do not regard him highly, merely a defeated foe in my eyes. In my estimation, Li Qingdi might barely suffice, but Jiang Haoran is simply too far beneath. His belittling remarks about Jiang Haoran ignited fury among the disciples of the Holy King sect, who glared at Xiao Yun with widened eyes, seething with indignation. Chapter 144. The Chaos Crisis. This scoundrel is utterly arrogant. Who does he think he is to disregard our divine son? Our divine son not only possesses formidable talent but also acquired a true dragon's bloodline within the true dragon nest in the future with his dragon by his side. Who in the world could possibly contend with him? The members of the Holy King sect were incensed by Xiao Yun's provocations. Their faces flushed with rage as they directed their ire towards him. As for the sovereign of the Sacred King sect, he remained composed and seasoned, showing no signs of being provoked by Xiao Yun. He gazed at Xiao Yun with profound eyes and spoke in a calm tone. The fleeting victories and defeats are inconsequential. Throughout history, many emperors have faced defeat in their youth, yet ultimately, they ascended to become great sovereigns. Who, among those who vanquished them, is remembered today? Within the Sacred King sect, Chen Lu coldly remarked, only those who laugh in the end are the true victors. You, young one, have yet to reach that point. Do not seek excuses for your failures. Only those who are truly invincible have the greatest chance of becoming great sovereigns. High above, Lei Zhu snorted dismissively. Atop the mountain, Xiao Yun regarded the sovereign of the Sacred King sect and responded with a cold smile. The emperors you speak of are merely ordinary sovereigns, the heavenly emperors. Along with our Chaos Holy Land's ancestral figure, the Chaos Emperor, have all traversed a path of unrivaled strength. Having said that, Xiao Yun took a deep breath, channeling his profound spiritual energy, and shouted towards the heavens. My goal is not to become an ordinary emperor. I aspire to become a great sovereign, and to be the mightiest among them. Boom. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the skies, followed by a terrifying clap of thunder that reverberated through the void. High above, Lei Zhu expressed his admiration. Xiao Yun, you truly embody the potential of our Chaos Holy Land. Your vow has even stirred the response of the heavenly principles, summoning divine thunder. This signifies that your talent has garnered the recognition of the heavens, and the prospect of you becoming a great sovereign is indeed promising. Xiao Yun gazed at Lei Zhu with a mixture of disbelief and irritation, pondering to himself. Do you really think I am oblivious to the fact that the divine thunder just now was summoned by you? Is it amusing to deceive a child? Opposite him, the Lord of the Holy King sect, along with Qin Lu De and others, were expressions of palpable disdain as they regarded Lei Zhu. The disciples of the Holy King sect, however, were at a loss, mistakenly believing that Xiao Yun's vow had genuinely invoked a response from the heavens, leaving them utterly astonished. Enough of this idle chatter. Our Holy King sect does not welcome you. I implore you to depart at once. The Lord of the Holy King sect huffed coldly before turning on his heel and re-entering the sanctum. Chen Lu De cast a frosty glance at Lei Zhu hovering in the sky, remarking icily, your days are numbered. When you meet your end, I shall personally pay my respects. No need for that. Before I depart this world, I shall seek you out for a philosophical discourse, and together we shall journey to the nether realms. Lei Zhu replied with a grin. Chen Lu De grimaced slightly, shooting a glare at Lei Zhu and retorting, do not trouble our Holy King sect again. Your enemies lie with the Taichu Sacred Land. Those ancient ones would be delighted to see you perish sooner rather than later. Rest assured, I shall account for you and those ancient relics from the Taichu Sacred Land. When the time comes, I will escort you all to the underworld. Lei Zhu sneered. Chen Lu De's expression darkened, inwardly cursing, are you intent on being a nuisance? Why do you persistently cling to me? If you are so eager to confront them, do not involve me. Despite his thoughts, Chen Lu De dared not provoke Lei Zhu further. He hastily waved his hand to deactivate the protective array surrounding the mountain and vanished into the void. The Quasi-Emperor Mu Qi had also departed early. Outside the Holy King sect, an eerie silence ensued. It is truly uninteresting. Why doesn't your Sacred King sect send more individuals from the Divine Bridge realm? If that's not feasible, I would even permit a few disciples from the Cave Heaven realm to come over. Xiao Yun continued to shout. Yet no one from the Sacred King sect paid him any heed, treating him as if he were invisible. With a face full of exasperation, Xiao Yun observed as they withdrew into their shells like turtles. Left with no other option, he returned to the side of Lei Zhu. Lei Zhu looked at Xiao Yun with a satisfied smile and said, well done, my boy. You have not disappointed me. Continue to strive forward, aiming to attain the status of the great emperor. The rise of our Chaos Sacred Land relies on you. Rest assured, master. I shall undoubtedly achieve the status of the great emperor, Xiao Yun replied with unwavering confidence. Beside them, Zhao Wuji scoffed. It will be I who attains the status of the great emperor. Lei Zhu chuckled softly and turned to Zhao Wuji, saying, the ancient sacred body is indeed difficult to cultivate into a path. However, even if you do not attain that status, once your sacred body reaches its peak, you shall still be capable of contending with the great emperor. Lei Zhu felt a surge of joy in his heart. If Xiao Yun were to achieve the status of the great emperor and Zhao Wuji's sacred body were to reach its full potential, their Chaos Sacred Land would possess two formidable great emperor-level warriors, rendering them invincible in this era and sufficiently powerful for 100,000 years. Master, that old fellow just mentioned your lifespan is drawing to a close. Is that truly the case? Xiao Yun suddenly inquired. Concern etched upon his face as he gazed at Lei Zhu. Hearing this, Lei Zhu let out a gentle sigh. It is not just me. Many of our other top-tier powerhouses in the Chaos Sacred Land also have limited lifespans. Particularly, our quasi-emperors, who are among the oldest in the cultivation world, surpass even that fellow Mu Qi by a generation. In recent years, they have resorted to feigning death to extend their life, but this cannot be sustained for much longer. Having spoken, the venerable Lei Zhu waved his hand, summoning clouds to transport Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji back to the chaotic sacred land. Along the way, Xiao Yun's countenance grew somber. He had not anticipated that the formidable beings within the chaotic sacred land were nearing the end of their lifespans. Should these individuals fall, the overall strength of the chaotic sacred land would be eclipsed even by the Holy King sect. At that juncture, it would be improbable for the chaotic sacred land to retain its prestigious title. Moreover, the Taichu sacred land, the Batian sacred land, and the Tiandao sacred land all harbored covetous eyes upon the chaotic sacred land. If they were to seize the opportunity in times of turmoil, the chaotic sacred land would undoubtedly face dire straits. Do not fret excessively, Lei Zhu reassured, observing Xiao Yun's grave expression. Us old fellows can endure for a few more centuries. Your sole task is to attain sainthood within this time frame. With a gentle pat on Xiao Yun's shoulder, he continued, given your prodigious talent, once you achieve sainthood, vanquishing great saints will pose no challenge. Furthermore, with your mastery of the chaotic induction, wielding the chaotic bell will enable you to contend with quasi-emperors, sufficiently safeguarding our chaotic sacred land. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's gaze hardened with resolve as he declared, rest assured, Lei Zhu, I am confident in attaining sainthood within a century. Humph. Zhao Wuji scoffed derisively, mocking. Do you suppose attaining sainthood is a trivial matter? Merely advancing through the nirvana realm could delay you for a century, let alone the formidable trials associated with reaching sainthood. Historically, no one has ever achieved sainthood within a century. You cannot, does not imply that I cannot. In this lifetime, I, Xiao Yun, am destined to shatter all records and ascend to become the most formidable emperor across the myriad realms. With an air of confidence, Xiao Yun declared, his eyes radiating a fierce brilliance that epitomized his indomitable spirit. Lei Zhu regarded him with admiration, for he did not perceive Xiao Yun as arrogant. Rather, he recognized a reflection of his own youth, when invincibility was accompanied by such self-assuredness. With me, there is no rival. Chapter 145, Preparations for Ascension. This item is solely beneficial for those reaching the heavenly realm. You may keep it for now, and utilize it when you ascend. At the entrance of the Chaos Sacred Land, after bestowing 3 celestial fruits upon Xiao Yun, Lei Zhu turned and departed. As Xiao Yun gazed at the 3 celestial fruits in his hands, he mused inwardly that his master would soon ascend to the heavenly realm, making it an opportune gift. As for Xiao Yun himself, aided by his enlightenment system, he held little regard for such treasures. Let us return to the imperial peak. Xiao Yun carefully stowed the celestial fruits, nodded at Zhao Wujia, and soared towards the imperial peak on his flying sword. Along the way, numerous disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land greeted him with profound respect, for Xiao Yun's status as a prospective divine son was significantly esteemed within the sacred grounds. Upon his return to the imperial peak, Xiao Yun was immediately greeted by a familiar face, his father, Xiao Hong, who was engaged in conversation with Uncle Fu. Father, what brings you here? Xiao Yun alighted, his face alight with curiosity. Both men turned their attention to Xiao Yun and approached him. Uncle Fu smiled and said, young master, as you are now a prospective divine son, your parents are also entitled to reside at the imperial peak. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt a sense of reassurance. At the imperial peak, the safety of his parents was assured, alleviating his worries for the future. Xiao Hang smiled as he spoke. Our Xiao family has now been settled near the Chaos Sacred Land in the capital of Yuhai Kingdom. The esteemed elder from the Chaos Sacred Land has also announced your promotion to the status of a quasi-divine son. Thus, our Xiao family has emerged as a new power in Yunhai Kingdom, and you need not worry any longer. He wished for Xiao Yun not to be burdened by worldly matters, as the assistance from the Chaos Sacred Land was intended to alleviate any future concerns for him. This way, Xiao Yun could focus entirely on his cultivation without any reservations. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt profoundly moved. The Chaos Sacred Land had become his second home, bound by shared honor and blood ties. The mission of elevating the Chaos Sacred Land would become Xiao Yun's lifelong aspiration. Father, Uncle Fu, please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave to meet my master. With that, Xiao Yun made his way to Di Tian's abode, by the lakeside, where the spiritual energy was rich and enveloped in a mist akin to that of a celestial realm. An elderly man with white hair poured a cup of tea from his teapot. Di Tian had sensed Xiao Yun's return long before and had prepared the tea set in anticipation of his arrival. Master, Xiao Yun bowed respectfully. Di Tian gestured for him to sit and inquired with a smile, have matters with the Holy King's sect been resolved? Xiao Yun grinned widely and replied, I had not anticipated that the Thunder Ancestor would protect me from the shadows. The elder truly made a striking impression on the Holy King sect this time. He then added, By the way, Master, the Thunder Ancestor has also procured 3 heavenly fruits from the Holy King sect for you. You are about to ascend to the heavenly realm, and these will serve you well. With that, Xiao Yun presented the 3 heavenly fruits to Di Tian. Di Tian held the heavenly fruits, his brow furrowed, seemingly devoid of joy. Master, what troubles you? Xiao Yun inquired, gazing at Di Tian with concern. With a heavy sigh, Di Tian replied gravely, The current situation of our Chaos Sacred Land is far from optimistic. Lei Zhu's recent formidable intervention, while ostensibly intended to intimidate our external foes, inadvertently reveals his diminishing lifespan. Otherwise, he would not have been so hasty in asserting his dominance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun fell silent. Lei Zhu had previously confided in him that the lifespan of the top-tier powerhouses within the Chaos Sacred Land was waning, marking the true peril facing their domain. If it were not for this, the presence of such formidable experts would ensure that, even in the absence of genius disciples, the Chaos Sacred Land would remain one of the most powerful forces. It is our inadequacy that prevents us from shouldering the burdens of our predecessors, Di Tian lamented, his expression laden with guilt. He then regarded Xiao Yun with a serious countenance and declared, As for these 3 heavenly fruits, I shall not stand on ceremony. It is through your assistance that I now have the opportunity to ascend to the celestial realm. Subsequently, utilizing these 3 heavenly fruits to elevate to semi-saint status will pose no challenge. At that juncture, I shall embark on the sacred path for refinement, returning only upon achieving sainthood. Once I attain such a state, I will be able to preserve a fragment of vitality for our Chaos Sacred Land, thereby granting you the necessary time to grow. Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, exhibited an unwavering glimmer in his eyes, his face brimming with confidence as he proclaimed, Rest assured, Master, I shall strive to strengthen myself with utmost urgency. Di Tian nodded, a look of reassurance gleaming in his eyes, and said with a smile, I have great faith in you, my disciple. I shall await you on the path to the Emperor, and together we shall conquer the realms of heaven and earth. Xiao Yun nodded earnestly. After conversing with Di Tian for a while, he took his leave, while Di Tian commenced his formal seclusion, striving to breach the heavenly realm. Upon returning to the celestial palace, Xiao Yun began to cultivate and refine his spirit, preparing for the ascension to the next level, the cave heaven realm. He had already transcended the limits of the divine bridge realm, rendering further time spent in that realm unnecessary. Moreover, the looming crisis of the Chaos Holy Land compelled Xiao Yun to expedite his advancement. Only by achieving sanctity could he bear the banner of the Chaos Holy Land and aid in its resurgence. A few days later, a formidable aura emanated from a nearby palace, rippling through the heavens and resonating within the void. Xiao Yun turned to behold the source, a smile spreading across his face. Has he already begun his ascent to the cave heaven realm? Truly, he cannot contain himself. The palace belonged to Zhao Wuji, who was evidently making his own bid for the cave heaven realm. Initially, Zhao Wuji had not intended to attempt such a leap so soon, but an unexpected fusion with an ancient sacred body had fortified his foundation immensely, granting him the qualifications necessary for this endeavor. Xiao Yun contemplated silently, recognizing that among those he regarded as rivals, there were only 2 individuals worthy of such distinction. One is Li Qingdi, whose temporal body is undeniably formidable. The other is Zhao Wuji. After merging 2 ancient sacred bodies into one, his innate talent has become equal to that of Li Qingdi. I eagerly anticipate your growth. Otherwise, this world would indeed be rather dull. A confident glimmer shone in Xiao Yun's eyes. Since his recent triumph over Lu Tiandu, his conviction of invincibility has only intensified. He now fears not the presence of rivals, but rather their absence. He has come to grasp the invincible mindset that Lu Tiandu once embodied. A true invincible being does not seek to vanquish their opponent prematurely, but rather to defeat them at their peak strength. That is the essence of true invincibility. Thus, Xiao Yun looks forward to Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji's ascension, as they could serve as the sharpening stone for his path to becoming a great emperor. It is also the opportune moment to forge a half-step chaotic body. I currently possess 260 moments of enlightenment. That should suffice, shouldn't it? Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with divine light. Upon sensing Zhao Wuji's endeavor to break through to the cave heaven realm, Xiao Yun prepared to forge his own half-step chaotic body and strive for the same breakthrough. Chapter 146, The 9 Great Cave Heavens. After merging with an ancient sacred body, Zhao Wuji's foundation has become exceptionally profound. The commotion he exhibited while attempting to penetrate the cave heaven realm was monumental. A torrent of blood energy surged towards the heavens, and a golden war god apparition ascended alongside it, standing atop the imperial peak, towering and resplendent, radiating blinding brilliance. It resembled a deity, gazing down upon all living beings, exuding an air of unassailable majesty. Such a tremendous commotion instantly drew the attention of practitioners within the holy land of chaos, who was breaking through to a new realm. The disturbance is astonishingly great. It appears that the commotion originates from the imperial peak. Could it be that the divine sun has ascended to the realm of caverns? Indeed, someone is attempting to break through to the realm of caverns, yet it is not the divine sun, but rather his devoted follower, Xiao Wuji. Although Xiao Wuji was defeated by the divine sun, he possesses the ancient sacred body, a supreme physique, endowing him with extraordinary innate talent. It is no wonder that his endeavor to penetrate the realm of caverns has stirred such immense turbulence. Let us hasten to witness this spectacle. The practitioners of the chaotic sacred land are converging upon the imperial peak, eager to observe Xiao Wuji's breakthrough. They are keen to discern what remarkable qualities this unparalleled prodigy, endowed with a supreme physique, will unveil upon reaching the realm of caverns. Even some elders from the chaotic sacred land have arrived early, standing in the void to gaze towards the imperial peak. Atop the imperial peak, aside from the divine sky and Xiao Yun who are in seclusion, Uncle Fu and the others have also emerged, gazing at the palace where Xiao Wuji resides. Within this palace, a torrent of blood energy surges and roils like molten magma, its terrifying aura provoking immense trepidation in Lin Xiaoya and her companions. Furthermore, a golden war god's ethereal figure stands proudly beneath the firmament, emanating an immortal radiance that bathes the entire imperial peak in golden light. This extraordinary scene leaves the onlookers utterly astonished. Uncle Fu remarks with admiration, "Truly worthy of the ancient sacred body, the tumult of this breakthrough to the realm of caverns surpasses even the commotion of others during their rebirth." Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu were expressions of shock, especially Shi Chunyu, who recalls that her own attempt to break through to the realm of caverns had barely stirred a ripple. Before Xiao Wuji had even begun to carve out his own celestial realm, he had already captured the attention of the entire chaotic sacred land. The sheer magnitude of his power during this moment of breakthrough was nothing short of formidable. Coupled with the manifestation of his primal ancient sacred body, it naturally drew the gaze of countless onlookers. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from the palace where Xiao Wuji resided, ascending into the heavens. In the next instant, the spectators beheld Xiao Wuji shatter the sky with a single punch, causing the entire space above to be riddled with countless fissures. Within the shattered void, a colossal black hole gradually revealed itself, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual essence of heaven and earth, rapidly expanding in size. He has opened a celestial realm. One wonders how many realms Xiao Wuji can establish in a single endeavor. Given his prodigious talent, it is reasonable to surmise he could create at least 7. Otherwise, the title of Supreme Body would be merely a hollow accolade, lacking substance. I find myself eagerly anticipating how many realms the esteemed Son of God will be able to forge during his own breakthrough. However, it appears that the Son of God has yet to emerge, likely engrossed in his own secluded cultivation towards the celestial realm. Around the imperial peak, a multitude of observers engaged in lively discussion. Meanwhile, atop the peak, the black hole conjured by Xiao Wuji had already grown to the size of a room, continuously consuming the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. More, Xiao Wuji bellowed with fervor. Now that he had successfully opened one celestial realm, his power surged even greater, his aura more terrifying than ever. His eyes blazed with golden light, enveloped in a radiant golden glow. With fervent resolve, he swung his blazing golden fist once more, tearing through the void to initiate the creation of his second celestial realm. Thunderous roars echoed as the spectacle unfolded. In the void, a tremor resonated as the second black hole gradually emerged. Like the first, it immediately began to devour the surrounding spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Xiao Wuji did not cease his endeavors. Once the second celestial realm reached completion, he promptly initiated the creation of a third. As the number of celestial realms expanded, so too did Xiao Wuji's aura, growing increasingly formidable. He resembled an ancient war deity, embroiled in a fierce battle against a demonic god, causing the very heavens and earth to shatter. One after another, dark celestial realms revealed themselves behind Xiao Wuji, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual energies and distorting the void above the imperial peak. Spectators could even witness the nearly corporeal essence of heaven and earth converging into colossal waterfalls, cascading from the heavens and flowing into Xiao Wuji's celestial realms. It was already the 5th celestial realm. The 6th. Xiao Wuji was on the verge of establishing the 7th celestial realm. Those observing around the imperial peak were utterly astonished. Xiao Wuji had indeed opened the 7th celestial realm. Those 7 immense black holes functioned like engines, continuously supplying him with power, instilling within him an unparalleled sense of strength. In this moment, Xiao Wuji felt invincible. Even if Xiao Yun ascended to the celestial realm, he believed he could still vanquish him. Yet, this was not enough. He yearned to continue his expansion of celestial realms. This time, he aimed to completely surpass Xiao Yun. A gleam of determination ignited in Zhao Wujia's eyes as he suddenly composed himself, refusing to be ensnared by the surge of power. If he could become so powerful after ascending to the celestial realm, then it was certain that Xiao Yun, stronger than he, could achieve the same. Thus, he must become even more formidable. Let me open the 8th celestial realm. Zhao Wujia roared, his fists shattering the void as he forged the 8th celestial realm. Those observing gasped in astonishment. The 8th celestial realm was indeed perilously close to the limits of celestial domain. Moreover, Zhao Wujia astonishingly established 8 celestial realms in a single day. Such innate talent and foundation were truly terrifying. Boom. At that moment, Zhao Wujia was already in the process of creating the 9th celestial realm. The 9 celestial realms shone brilliantly, manifesting behind Zhao Wujia, making him appear as an unparalleled war god, exuding unmatched power. My heavens! 9 celestial realms, the pinnacle of celestial domain. Truly, the ancient sacred body is extraordinarily powerful. Once again, the onlookers were left in utter disbelief, and some elders from the chaos sacred land displayed expressions of shock. They now harbored concerns about whether Xiao Yun, upon ascending to celestial domain, could defeat Zhao Wujia once more. If he were to falter, would Xiao Yun not become a follower of Zhao Wujia? Haha. With 9 celestial realms, I have finally succeeded. On the summit of the imperial peak, Zhao Wujia radiated excitement, his spirit soaring. He had not been mistaken. After merging with an ancient sacred body, his foundation had become immensely solid. Upon stepping into the celestial domain, he had reached its apex. In this realm, I am destined to be invincible. Confidence gleamed in Zhao Wujia's eyes. He then directed his gaze toward the heavenly palace where Xiao Yun resided and bellowed, Xiao Yun, I know you are striving for the celestial domain. Ascend quickly, for I eagerly await the moment I can defeat you. The universe possesses profound truths, elusive to the senses. All things are not merely what they seem, yet they are one with me. A resounding voice of the Great Way suddenly emanated from the depths of the void. A majestic and enigmatic sound that seemed to traverse the primordial chaos of the cosmos, resonating like a grand bell in the hearts of all present, harking back to the dawn of creation. In the next moment, immense streams of gray energy descended from the heavens, enveloping the celestial hall where Xiao Yun resided. It was indeed the voice of the Great Way. Xiao Yun, while cultivating the chaos scripture, was he on the verge of forging a half-step chaos body? Was he truly to achieve such a milestone at this very moment? How astonishingly swift! The gazes of those around him converged upon the celestial hall, their eyes brimming with anticipation. They were more eager for Xiao Yun to forge the chaos body than to witness his breakthrough into the cave heaven realm. Once the chaos body was established, he would undoubtedly become invincible in the world, with the path to becoming a great emperor within reach. Chapter 147. Forging the half-step chaos body within the celestial hall. Xiao Yun was indeed immersed in comprehending the chaos scripture. As moments of enlightenment swiftly unfolded, inspiration surged within his mind, transforming what was once obscure scripture into something remarkably lucid. A ripple of realization stirred within him as his thoughts resonated with the Great Way. Flashes of insight intertwined to weave threads of cosmic truth in his heart. In that instant, Xiao Yun felt as though everything around him had dissipated, and he found himself amidst an expansive universe, the void around him adorned with twinkling stars. His thoughts resonated with the profound essence of the Tao, extending into the vast expanse of the cosmos, allowing him to perceive the grandeur and magnificence of the universe. The universe possesses immutable truths, elusive to the senses. All things are not merely things, but part of a singular entity. The verses of the Chaos Sutra continued to resonate within Xiao Yun's heart, the majestic sounds of the Tao ringing in his ears, akin to the enlightenment bestowed by a Taoist immortal or the admonition of a venerable Buddhist monk, awakening him to the profound philosophy embedded within these scriptures. In the external realm, streams of gray energy cascaded from the heavens, enveloping Xiao Yun, who sat in meditation. This was the essence of chaos, coalescing from the myriad paths of the universe, birthed from the primordial Tao, continuously cleansing Xiao Yun's form, facilitating the evolution of his physical constitution. He was drawing ever closer to the forging of a half-step chaos body. The melodic sounds of the Tao reverberated through the void. A mysterious, profound celestial melody, as boundless as the cosmic expanse and as vast as the ocean. The denizens of the chaos sacred land appeared to witness an ancient deity intoning verses, or perhaps they heard the prayers of ancestral spirits reaching out to the heavens. This sound seemed to transcend the currents of time, echoing from the primordial era, stirring the hearts of listeners, evoking a tumult of thoughts, leaving them in a state of disorientation. The sounds of the Tao were distant yet immense, imbued with infinite philosophy, captivating some of the cultivators in the chaos sacred land. as if parched wanderers in a desert were suddenly encountering refreshing rain, filling their hearts with vibrant vitality. In the minds of many, a multitude of inspirations often manifests, yet, when they endeavor to seize these fleeting thoughts, they find them slipping through their fingers, utterly elusive. This elusiveness frustrates many, leaving them in a state of agitation, wringing their hands in despair. Only a select few prodigies, akin to the unparalleled Xiao Wuji, can harness the resonance of the Tao to capture some semblance of inspiration, leading to their profound advancement and cultivation. Indeed, it is the fortunate Xiao Yun, immersed in a moment of enlightenment, who reaps the greatest rewards, layer by layer. He penetrates the depths of the chaos scripture, advancing from the 36th layer to the 45th, then to the 54th, and ultimately to the 72nd. As the scripture elevates with the cadence of the Tao, it imprints numerous sigils of the great Tao upon Xiao Yun's spirit, while an abundance of chaotic energy surges through his being, rendering his physical form increasingly formidable. The entire imperial peak undergoes a remarkable transformation, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Auspicious colors rain down from the heavens, resplendent hues envelop the entirety of the imperial peak. Uncle Fu and others even witnessed divine springs surging around the celestial hall, with lotus blossoms unfurling and flora flourishing with remarkable vigor. Above the celestial hall, ethereal light coalesces into the four divine beasts, the azure dragon, the black tortoise, the white tiger, and the vermilion bird. They roar towards the sky, exuding an aura of divine majesty, standing sentinel in all directions to protect Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun has forged a half-step chaos body. An elder of the chaos sacred land gazed at the four divine beasts in the sky, his face alight with excitement. Beside him, another elder stroked his beard contemplatively, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he remarked, when Emperor Tian forged his half-step chaos body, for divine beasts also came to pay homage. Observing this phenomenon, it is evident that the half-step chaos body has indeed been achieved. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals displayed expressions of astonishment, their hearts profoundly shaken. A half-step chaos body. Even the unparalleled prodigy, Emperor Tian, took 6 or 7 centuries to achieve such a feat, and how old is Xiao Yun? He appears to be barely 20. At such a tender age, he has already forged a half-step chaos body. Who could possibly harbor doubts about his future attainment of a true chaos body? At this moment, it seems no one dares question Xiao Yun's potential to create a genuine chaos body. His formidable comprehension and unmatched talent have conquered all within the sacred land of chaos. A half-step chaos body. The young master has indeed forged a half-step chaos body. His senior brother has succeeded, just like the esteemed elder of Emperor Tian. A half-step chaos body. On Emperor Peak, Fu Bo, Lin Xiaoya, and the others were brimming with excitement, their faces radiant with joy. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuji's expression shifted to one of gravity as he gazed at the distant heavenly palace, his eyes ablaze with indomitable battle intent. Excellent. The stronger you become, the more satisfying it will be when I defeat you, and you will be compelled to acknowledge my superiority. Xiao Wuji mused inwardly, his countenance radiating confidence. Although Xiao Yun has forged a half-step chaos body, he remained unwavering in his self-assurance. After all, his own ancient sacred body is a supreme physique, surpassing the rank of a half-step chaos body. Moreover, he is now merged with an ancient sacred body equivalent to 2 supreme physiques. Could he possibly fear a mere half-step chaos body? I have already reached the pinnacle within the cave heaven realm, condensing 9 great cave heavens. Even if Xiao Yun has also opened 9 cave heavens, I am confident in my ability to defeat him. Xiao Wuji's demeanor exuded utmost confidence as he directed his gaze toward the heavenly palace, his eyes filled with fervent battle spirit. From this day forth, Xiao Wuji shall rise anew, seeking Xiao Yun as his devoted follower. Within the celestial palace, Xiao Yun has cultivated the chaos scripture to the 72nd level, finally forging a half-step chaos body. At this moment, myriad wondrous manifestations and boundless laws unfurl within his mind, akin to the fabled opening of a mysterious portal, where countless scriptures converge into a singular truth that elucidates the profound simplicity of the Tao. Each of these fundamental symbols of the Tao has long been inscribed upon the very essence of Xiao Yun's soul and flesh, elevating both his spirit and corporeal form to a new zenith. This transformation transcends the ordinary. It is akin to a rebirth. Xiao Yun perceives a profound enhancement permeating his entire being, from his soul to his mental faculties. His body seems to have unlocked a treasure trove, unleashing a formidable force. Within the ocean of his consciousness, various symbols of the Tao bound, and his mental energy core has significantly expanded. His formidable mental power surges like tumultuous waves, roiling within the depths of his mind. As he opens his eyes, the void behind him shatters, and radiant pillars of light ascend toward the heavens, manifesting the projections of the Tao. However, This time, Xiao Yun possesses not merely 30 projections, but 300. These projections coalesce into a realm of chaos, enveloping the entire celestial palace and solidifying the surrounding space. In this chaotic domain, where myriad laws cannot encroach, its might is indeed formidable. Xiao Yun, feeling the essence of his chaotic domain, is instantly filled with elation. Chapter 148. The 10th Heavenly Cave. Ordinarily, a cultivator would only attain a domain after reaching the spirit offering realm. However, Xiao Yun, still in the divine bridge realm, had already manifested a domain, one that was remarkably powerful and chaotic in nature. This early achievement set him apart from others significantly. Moreover, the capabilities of the chaotic domain filled Xiao Yun with immense satisfaction, for it not only diminished the potency of his enemy's divine abilities but also allowed him to confine time and space. This domain was truly invincible. In future encounters with Emperor Li Qing, Xiao Yun would no longer need to rely on formations. The mere emergence of his chaotic domain would suffice to restrain Emperor Li Qing's temporal and spatial powers. It was no wonder that his master could suppress numerous extraordinary prodigies with merely a half-step chaotic body, rivaling even the supreme physiques. The might of this chaotic domain was astounding, enabling a half-step chaotic body to stand shoulder to shoulder with those of supreme caliber. Xiao Yun found himself increasingly eager to witness the true chaotic body. How formidable it must be. However, upon inspecting his comprehension system, he promptly abandoned the idea of further cultivating the chaotic scripture. He had only 26 insights remaining, having expended 234 on forging the half-step chaotic body, depleting his reserves entirely. Naturally, Xiao Yun did not lament this expenditure, for the formidable power he gained from manifesting the half-step chaotic body brought him immense satisfaction. The chaotic body was indeed the foremost among the 10 supreme physiques, and if the half-step chaotic body possessed such strength, how powerful would the true chaotic body be upon its eventual formation? Xiao Yun resolved to accumulate more insights in the future, hastening his journey toward the creation of the true chaotic body. Now, the time has come to open the cave of heaven. Xiao Yun collected his thoughts and gazed skyward, his eyes shimmering with radiant divine light, resembling a constellation reflected in the void. He had transcended the limits of the divine bridge realm and had now forged a half-step chaos body. Next, he would strive to break through to the cave of heaven realm and establish his own cave of heaven. If Zhao Wujie could open 9 caves of heaven, then I shall establish 10. An overwhelming sense of ambition surged within Xiao Yun, his eyes brimming with confidence. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yun shattered the void with a single punch, propelling himself out of the divine hall and into the skies. It is Xiao Yun. The esteemed son of God has already forged a half-step chaos body, and now he is set to open the cave of heaven. How many caves of heaven will he establish? Surely, it will be 9. The son of God will not be inferior to Zhao Wujie. Around the imperial peak, the members of the Chaos Sacred Land turned their gazes toward Xiao Yun, engaging in animated discussions, their eyes filled with anticipation. Zhao Wujie fixed his stare on Xiao Yun, his eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. Crack! Above the divine hall, the void shattered, and a massive black hole gradually emerged, resembling a dark abyss inhabited by demons, continuously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Xiao Yun displayed immense power, opening a cave of heaven with a single punch and bringing it to perfection. Rumbling above Xiao Yun, a surge of blood energy soared into the sky, akin to a blood-colored true dragon, soaring proudly among the 9 heavens, unleashing boundless potential. Behind Xiao Yun, 300 projections of the great Tao emerged, exuding an aura of vastness and profundity, as if they represented the ultimate destination of the Tao, the very essence of the laws of heaven and earth. In this moment, Xiao Yun was undoubtedly at his zenith, his vitality and spirit reaching an unparalleled peak. Streams of chaotic energy cascaded down like the manifestation of myriad great Taos, enveloping him entirely, rendering him increasingly divine and transcendent. As he stood in the sky, his robe billowed and his long hair danced in the wind, each strand shimmering with brilliance. His physique radiated an overwhelming light, emanating an aura unique to celestial beings. Suddenly, the void shattered as Xiao Yun swung his golden fist, continuing to forge his own celestial realms. One black hole after another appeared around him, devouring the boundless spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The immense power that surged back from these realms intensified his aura, causing divine brilliance to ripple across his body, transforming him into an invincible war god. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth, Xiao Yun proclaimed his supremacy. Golden energy surged from his fists, sweeping through the sky with a magnificent force. A melodious and resonant voice emanated from above the imperial peak, reverberating throughout the entire Chaos Sacred Land. As he opened one celestial realm after another, it seemed as if he transcended the passage of time, crossing through various realms. When Xiao Yun glanced back, he realized he had entered a new world. This was the celestial realm. In this realm, practitioners could open celestial domains, refine their true spirits, awaken their innate divine abilities, and wield unparalleled power. The greater the number of celestial realms one manifests, the more profound the potential of the cultivator, thus rendering them increasingly formidable within the domain of the celestial realms. Xiao Yun had successfully opened 9 celestial realms, and a resplendent divine radiance surged forth from him, enveloping the entire imperial peak. From afar, onlookers perceived Xiao Yun's figure standing tall like a majestic mountain, his youthful and handsome visage adorned with an aura of inviolable authority akin to that of a deity. Indeed, he possessed 9 celestial realms. I always believed that the Son of God would not be inferior to Zhao Wuji. Truly remarkable. He is worthy of being our Son of God from the chaotic sacred land. The denizens of the chaotic sacred land were instantly filled with exhilaration upon witnessing Xiao Yun's achievement of 9 celestial realms. Zhao Wuji's expression grew grave, yet he felt no fear. He took a step forward, preparing to challenge Xiao Yun, when suddenly he heard Xiao Yun's thunderous proclamation. This is not enough. I shall manifest the 10th celestial realm and transcend the ultimate limits. Xiao Yun bellowed, his long black hair billowing in the wind, his eyes sparkling with a brilliance that surveyed the heavens and earth. His gaze was sharp and compelling, emanating a terrifying aura. This overwhelming presence and piercing stare sent chills through the onlookers, instilling a profound sense of dread within them. Some of the weaker individuals could not help but recoil in fear, unable to meet Xiao Yun's gaze any longer. Boom. In the sky, Xiao Yun harnessed the power of the 9 celestial realms, pushing his half-step chaotic body to its limits as he swung his golden fist, unleashing an unparalleled and astonishing combat prowess. He resembled an invincible war deity, his eyes radiating an endless blaze of electric fervor, reminiscent of a thunderstorm erupting in the heavens. In the next moment, Xiao Yun swung his golden fist, entwined with the essence of the Tao, shattering the void and fracturing the vacuum. A resounding roar echoed. Amidst the deafening tumult, a colossal black hole flickered into existence in the sky, emanating an aura of unfathomable terror. Is this the 10th celestial realm? Could it truly exist? Was it not said that within the celestial realm, 9 is the ultimate limit? How could there be a 10th celestial realm? The Lord Divine Sun seems poised to forge an unprecedented record, unparalleled by any past or future. The onlookers around the imperial peak were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Xiao Yun would indeed manifest the 10th celestial realm. On the imperial peak, Zhao Wuji found it impossible to maintain his composure. His gaze fixated intently on Xiao Yun in the sky, as he felt an immense pressure welling up within him. Chapter 149. Zhao Wuji's challenge. Zhao Wuji was taken aback by Xiao Yun's unprecedented achievement of the 10th celestial realm, which instilled in him a profound anxiety. Fortunately, the 10th celestial realm was not easily attained. Xiao Yun had been striking for quite some time, revealing only a fleeting phantom, yet failing to fully manifest it. This realization brought Zhao Wuji a sense of relief, for he could distinctly sense that this 10th celestial realm was immensely powerful, seemingly more terrifying than the combined might of the previous 9 realms. Undoubtedly, should Xiao Yun fully establish this 10th realm, he would not stand a chance against him. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, Xiao Yun continued to strike at the void, striving to bring the 10th celestial realm into existence. However, the space surrounding the 10th heavenly cavern is extraordinarily solid, each layer more impenetrable than the last. No matter how fiercely he strikes, he cannot fully unveil this 10th heavenly cavern. Open up. Xiao Yun roared, his hair swirling wildly, each strand translucent and radiant, emanating a splendid divine light that rendered him akin to a celestial being, dazzling in his brilliance. The invincible fist seal was propelled by Xiao Yun to its zenith, his fists radiating golden luminescence, intertwining with myriad grand textures, transforming into fervent divine radiance, striving to pierce through the void. Boom! The void trembled violently. A tremendous explosion echoed deafeningly, akin to a divine dragon roaring in the heavens, resonating with a thunderous sound, causing the entire imperial peak to sway. Xiao Yun's figure exuded a crimson glow, resembling a warrior deity, his formidable physique radiating divine brilliance. The invincible fist seal rent the firmament, unleashing a terrifying wave that rendered the surrounding world dim. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated through the void. Some keen-eyed observers immediately noticed that Xiao Yun had indeed torn through the void, allowing the 10th heavenly cavern to be fully revealed. The sun truly aims to establish the 10th heavenly cavern. Is this the legendary 10th heavenly cavern? The cultivation world has no records of it. It exists solely in legend. Yet unexpectedly, someone has managed to bring it into being. Around the imperial peak, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists, his gaze filled with apprehension, his eyes fixed intently on the imposing figure in the sky. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yun would truly manifest the 10th heavenly cavern. What extraordinary talent this is. In this moment, Zhao Wuji felt an immense pressure. Boom. A profound tremor reverberated through the heavens as the surrounding spiritual essence of the world became utterly tumultuous, akin to a flood that has breached its banks, relentlessly converging towards Xiao Yun's 10th cave heaven. Astonished onlookers soon realized the terrifying enormity of Xiao Yun's 10th cave heaven, which was thrice the size of the others and exhibited a remarkably fierce absorption rate of the world's spiritual energy. It was as effortless as drinking or eating. The ambient spiritual essence was effortlessly devoured by Xiao Yun's 10th cave heaven. Truly, it was a formidable entity, capable of such veracity that, in future battles, Xiao Yun would have ample access to replenishing his spiritual power, almost inexhaustibly. An esteemed elder from the Chaos Sacred Land marveled at the spectacle. The crowd nodded in agreement. Xiao Yun's 10th cave heaven was indeed fearsome, reminiscent of a genuine black hole, ruthlessly consuming spiritual energy from vast expanses. Consequently, the rate at which Xiao Yun could replenish his spiritual power would increase significantly. For any adversary hoping to exhaust him, such a task would be insurmountable. As long as there remained spiritual energy in this realm, Xiao Yun's power would flow abundantly. This conferred an immense advantage. To defeat him, one would need to act swiftly. Otherwise, as time dragged on, it would be he who would ultimately prevail. On the summit of the Imperial Peak, Zhao Wujia witnessed the capabilities of Xiao Yun's 10th cave heaven and felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Yet, could he truly defeat Xiao Yun swiftly? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Given Xiao Yun's extraordinary strength, the idea of vanquishing him quickly was nothing short of a folly. However, should time be prolonged, Xiao Yun, relying upon the 10th cave heaven, would still be able to maintain his peak condition. Yet, the enemy's spiritual energy would likely be exhausted. This is destined to become an insurmountable dilemma for Xiao Yun's adversaries. At last, I have succeeded in mastering the 10 great cave heavens. In the vast expanse above, Xiao Yun felt the surging and unrelenting power within him, and he could not help but release a long, resonant howl that reverberated through the void. His voice was thunderous, scattering the clouds above, while the terrifying energy surged mightily, as if rising and falling in rhythm with his chest. The surrounding mountains rumbled. As though on the verge of shattering, Xiao Yun stood like an ancient deity, having traversed the boundless river of time and space. His hair, dark as ink, danced in the wind, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding an unparalleled grace and extraordinary demeanor. Behind him, 300 projections of the great Tao pierced through the heavens and earth, while 10 dark cave heavens devoured the spiritual essence of the world, accentuating his formidable presence. Many female cultivators from the chaotic sacred lands gazed at Xiao Yun with fervent eyes, entranced, their gazes filled with wonder. "Have you finished your show?" Zhao Wuji remarked impatiently, casting a cold glance at Xiao Yun, who continued to display his prowess in the sky. "Come down and fight me." Xiao Yun looked down at Zhao Wuji and shook his head. "Perhaps not. I have already opened the 10th cave heaven, and you are no match for me." Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Enough with the nonsense. Come down and battle me." He was well aware that he might not be Xiao Yun's equal, but as an ancient sacred body, he would not retreat without a fight. Moreover, he was eager to discern the extent of the disparity between himself and Xiao Yun. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to invincibility in 100 battles. Zhao Wuji's ultimate ambition was to vanquish Xiao Yun. Thus, prior to achieving this goal, he sought to deepen his understanding of his rival, for only through such knowledge could he hope to triumph. "Very well, I shall indulge you." Xiao Yun, recognizing the futility of persuading Zhao Wuji, refrained from further discourse. Instead, he unleashed a golden fist, hurling it downward towards Zhao Wuji. Boom! The radiance of the golden fist swept across the expanse, and the terrifying energy, amplified by Xiao Yun's 10 celestial realms, cascaded down like an ocean in full tide, overwhelming the entirety of the Imperial Peak. "Fall back." Old Fu urgently commanded Lin Xiaoya and the others to retreat, swiftly erecting a protective barrier to shield against the force emanating from Xiao Yun. The sheer might of that energy was akin to the world-ending power of a cataclysmic deity, sweeping through with unrelenting ferocity, causing the surrounding void to tremble in turmoil. The strength of that punch could undoubtedly obliterate a mountain. Roar! Zhao Wuji felt an immense pressure that left him breathless. He desperately summoned his maximum combat power, letting out a roar that resonated through the heavens. In the next moment, the golden war god manifestation behind him fused with his being, transforming into a dazzling beam of golden light that hurtled towards Xiao Yun with ferocity. Boom! The violent collision instantly caused the void to collapse, and the deafening explosion echoed like thunder, reverberating through the entirety of the imperial peak. Chapter 150. Still invincible, the might of Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji was undeniably formidable. Their clash unleashed a terrifying energy that leveled the summit of the imperial peak. Were it not for the protective formations surrounding the nearby palaces, they would have surely been reduced to ruins, and the entire imperial peak would lie in utter devastation. With a hint of exasperation, Uncle Fu shouted, "Young master, you must ascend and engage in battle above. Otherwise, the imperial peak is doomed." Whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing Uncle Fu's words, Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji soared into the heavens, resembling two resplendent meteors, their graceful trajectories slicing through the void. The practitioners of the chaotic sacred land also ascended into the skies, observing the unfolding battle from the sidelines. Boom. Zhao Wuji struck fiercely, his fist raining down with ferocity, unleashing a myriad of brilliant runes that cascaded like divine light, engulfing Xiao Yun's form. These beams of light were terrifying, akin to golden swords, tearing through the fabric of space, intent on piercing Xiao Yun's body. "Let me demonstrate the power of the chaotic domain," Xiao Yun bellowed, summoning the manifestation of the half-step chaotic body, which immediately cloaked the surrounding realm in a vast chaotic domain. Bang, bang, bang. As the beams of light entered Xiao Yun's chaotic domain, they disintegrated into nothingness, posing no threat to his being. Within this domain, Xiao Yun stood as an unparalleled sovereign, impervious to all attacks, his divine might resembling that of a prison. "You have already attained the power of the domain." Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression growing increasingly solemn. "This is the chaotic domain. Upon forging the half-step chaotic body, one can wield such power." Xiao Yun replied with a smile, simultaneously manipulating the chaotic domain to confine the surrounding void. In that instant, Zhao Wuji felt as though the surrounding space had been frozen, severely diminishing his speed. This domain was astonishingly powerful. Startled, Zhao Wuji hastily summoned the manifestation of the primordial sacred body, amplifying it with the might of his golden battle spirit, attempting to shatter the frozen expanse and continue his assault on Xiao Yun. Yet, his velocity remained hampered by Xiao Yun's chaotic domain. With a mere sidestep, Xiao Yun deftly evaded Zhao Wuji's attack. "You are too slow." After dodging Zhao Wuji's strike, Xiao Yun retaliated with a formidable punch, radiant brilliance coalescing into what resembled a golden divine dragon, crashing fiercely into Zhao Wuji's chest. With a grunt, Zhao Wuji was sent hurtling backward, blood spurting from his mouth, sustaining significant injuries. Boom. Xiao Yun propelled the chaotic domain forward, relentlessly advancing toward Zhao Wuji. The 10 celestial realms behind him continuously fueled the chaotic domain, augmenting its formidable power. The binding force within the void intensified. It was indeed the chaotic domain. It was no surprise. One who forged a half-step chaotic body could possess such a domain. In the past, Elder Taishang of the Imperial Heaven had relied on the chaotic domain to sweep through countless prodigies, dominating an era. Now, the Son of God had reached this pinnacle as well. The Son of God was destined to surpass Elder Taishang, for he was not yet 20. Having already forged a half-step chaotic body, the creation of a true chaotic body was surely just around the corner. Surrounding onlookers murmured amongst themselves. Upon witnessing Xiao Yun effortlessly subdue Zhao Wuji, a sense of elation enveloped them. In their hearts, Xiao Yun was the true ally of their chaos sacred land, and naturally, they yearned for his victory. As for Zhao Wuji, he was destined to remain a follower of Xiao Yun, with aspirations of becoming a formidable figure within their chaos sacred land in the future. Cursed be his fate. Zhao Wuji found himself ensnared within the chaotic realm, feeling as though he were surrounded by insurmountable resistance, which severely hindered his speed. Furthermore, the divine powers he unleashed were significantly diminished by the chaotic domain, greatly reducing his strength. In stark contrast, with the assistance of the chaotic realm and the 10 great caves, Xiao Yun was nearly overpowering Zhao Wuji. "Submit. You are no match for me," Xiao Yun remarked coolly, gazing at Zhao Wuji before him. Zhao Wuji was indeed formidable. Otherwise, he would not have endured until this moment. Yet, the disparity between them remained vast. "Xiao Yun, do not rejoice too soon. Today, I shall surely defeat you." Zhao Wuji bellowed in fury, his entire being radiating with golden light, as if a golden flame ignited from his very surface, engulfing the sky in a fierce blaze. Boom. In the next instant, a golden war god's phantom materialized behind him, merging once more with his form, amplifying his combat prowess immensely. Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened momentarily, before he suddenly comprehended. "You have fused with an ancient holy body, which grants you the manifestation of 2 ancient holy bodies. However, This also indicates that you have not fully integrated with that ancient holy body. Otherwise, the two manifestations would unite, elevating your power to new heights. Zhao Wuji was undoubtedly aware of this fact, yet fully integrating that ancient sacred body would require some time. After all, he lacked the assistance of Xiao Yun's enlightenment system. Everything depended solely on his own comprehension. Individuals like Xiao Yun, who possessed such systems, could afford to speak from a position of comfort. Boom! With a mighty punch. Enhanced by the dual phantoms of war gods, Zhao Wuji's strength surged to new heights, reaching the pinnacle of his combat prowess. As he unleashed this blow, golden symbols soared through the air, enveloping his fist and showcasing an unparalleled, formidable strike. It seemed as though nothing could withstand the force of his punch, which shattered all in its path with relentless ferocity. Your combat strength is already formidable. With a bit more effort, you might even forge the 10th heaven. Xiao Yun's eyes glimmered with admiration, yet he simultaneously formed the invincible fist seal in his hands, entwining it with the essence of the Tao, transforming it into a resplendent assault that surged forth to meet the challenge head-on. Rumble. This was a cataclysmic clash, akin to two torrents of gold colliding fiercely, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions, fracturing the surrounding void. The immense shockwave stirred ripples in the emptiness, causing the onlookers to stagger backward in astonishment. Splutter. Ultimately, the crowd beheld Zhao Wuji spitting blood as he was propelled backward, while Xiao Yun remained steadfast, his golden radiance gradually receding, revealing an ethereal demeanor akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. You have been defeated. Xiao Yun regarded Zhao Wuji with a serene smile. Zhao Wuji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied with a scoff. Just you wait. Within 3 months, I shall establish the 10th heaven. I believe I am on the verge of entering the spirit offering realm. Xiao Yun chuckled. Zhao Wuji. Xiao Yun continues to be insufferable as ever. Alas, I am unable to best him. Otherwise, I would certainly give him a good thrashing. Just as Zhao Wuji was engulfed in his own frustration, a resonant voice suddenly echoed throughout the chaos sacred land. The secret realm of all spirits shall be open tomorrow. All cultivators of the cave heaven and spirit offering realms are welcome to enter and seek the true spirits. A golden edict soared through the sky, carrying the resounding voice of the master of the chaos sacred land. The crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Chapter 151, The Secret Realm of All Spirits. The master has decreed the opening of the secret realm of all spirits. It seems that the time for its opening has not yet arrived. How can you not understand this? Fool, the master must have specifically opened it for the Son of God. I see now. The Son of God has ascended to the cave heaven realm, and at that, to the ultimate level. To advance to the spirit offering realm, he requires the refinement of true spirits, hence the Master's special decree to open the secret realm of all spirits. The Son of God is the future of our chaos sacred land, and the Master's actions are entirely justified. The cultivators of the chaos sacred land engaged in animated discussions. Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji returned to the Imperial Peak to confer with Uncle Fu and the others about the secret realm of all spirits. Uncle Fu, being of considerable experience, smiled as he addressed Xiao Yun and the others. The secret realm of all spirits is a unique place, teeming with true spirits, which are the remnants of ferocious beasts slain by the mighty cultivators of our chaos sacred land throughout the ages. Among them, there are even true spirits of divine beasts, specifically reserved for the disciples who are about to step into the spirit offering realm. Xiao Yun nodded, understanding that to enter the spirit offering realm, one must refine a true spirit within a cave. Each cave can refine a single true spirit, and the more true spirits one refines, the stronger their power naturally becomes. Thus, the essence of the spirit offering realm lies in these true spirits. Many wandering cultivators from the outside world find themselves at a significant disadvantage upon reaching the spirit offering realm, primarily because they struggle to obtain powerful true spirits. In contrast, within major sects, there exist places akin to the wandering spirit secret realm, allowing disciples of these sects to acquire formidable true spirits, consequently enhancing their strength. The Holy Lord is quite considerate of me. Knowing that I have advanced to the cave heaven realm, he promptly opened the wandering spirit secret realm. Xiao Yun remarked with a smile. Uncle Fu smiled gently, thinking, who else would I take care of if not you? This time, Xiao Yun not only opened an unprecedented 10th cave but also forged a half-step chaos body. With such extraordinary talent and potential, any sect would cherish and nurture him as a prized asset. It can be said that whatever Xiao Yun desires now, the Chaos Holy Land will endeavor to assist him in acquiring. Even the Sunflower Scripture and Evil-Repelling Sword Manual, which Xiao Yun casually mentioned on his return from the True Dragon Nest, have prompted the Chaos Holy Land to mobilize considerable manpower to search for them, though they have yet to locate them. Uncle Fu, Have you ever visited the Wandering Spirit Secret Realm? What is it like inside? Xiao Yun suddenly inquired. The others turned their attention to Uncle Fu as well, recognizing that gaining insight into the Wandering Spirit Secret Realm would facilitate their pursuit of powerful true spirits. The realm of 10,000 spirits constitutes a distinct space, purportedly an independent domain established by a quasi-emperor from the chaotic sacred land. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu gradually elaborated. This space is neither vast nor diminutive. It mirrors the outside world with its mountains, rivers, and lands, yet lacks the sun, moon, and stars. Enveloped in perpetual darkness, akin to a realm of the deceased. Within the realm of 10,000 spirits dwell numerous true spirits. These entities possess no physical form, only fragmented souls and incomplete memories. They are exceedingly ferocious, attacking upon sight. Thus you must exercise utmost caution. At the heart of this realm lies the cave of 10,000 spirits, a place saturated with boundless soul energy, favored by the most formidable true spirits. Should you wish to capture these powerful beings, you must venture into the cave of 10,000 spirits. The cave comprises 9 levels, with the weakest true spirits residing on the first level and the strongest on the 9th. However, you must remain vigilant. Should you become trapped within the cave and besieged by these spirits, your demise is inevitable. Uncle Fu spoke eloquently, imparting knowledge about the realm of 10,000 spirits, granting Xiao Yun and his companions a clearer understanding. They nodded in agreement, feeling greatly enlightened. Gaining insight into the realm beforehand was undoubtedly preferable to recklessly traversing it without knowledge. Xiao Yun continued to inquire, Uncle Fu, how are these true spirits classified in terms of rank? How can I discern their highest levels? Must I test each one individually? Before Uncle Fu could respond, Zhao Wujia interjected mockingly. You do not even comprehend this? Do you not read? A lack of education is truly alarming. Begone, vanquished foe. Xiao Yun glared at him, causing Zhao Wuji to seethe with anger, his teeth clenched in fury. Uncle Fu chuckled warmly and remarked, Young master, the strength of the true spirits is easily discernible, as their soul bodies exhibit varying colors, from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, white, to gold. The progression of colors indicates ascending ranks, with greater strength accompanying higher levels. Ah, I see, Xiao Yun responded with a smile. In that case, I shall simply seek out the golden true spirit. Uncle Fu cautioned, Young master, the golden true spirits are divine beast spirits, each possessing formidable power. In life, they were at least of saintly caliber. The only remnants of their former selves remain. They should not be underestimated. Understood. I shall exercise caution. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. He then bid farewell to his companions and retreated to the heavenly palace to enter seclusion, having just broken through to a new realm. He needed to consolidate his foundation and adjust his state in preparation for the morrow's journey into the myriad spirits' secret realm. Meanwhile, at East Jade Peak, within a resplendent palace, the grand doors swung open to reveal a young man of exceptional bearing and commanding presence. He was Li Bufan, the saint son of the chaotic Holy Land. The myriad spirits' secret realm has unexpectedly opened early. This time, I shall capture a divine beast spirit, Li Bufan proclaimed, gazing upward at the golden decree in the sky. His eyes sparkled with radiant divine light, and a powerful aura surged forth, enveloping the entire East Jade Peak. Congratulations to the Saint's Son for ascending to the Cave Heaven Realm. Congratulations, Saint's Son. Li Bufan's followers erupted in cheers, their spirits lifted with exuberance. To them, the greater Li Bufan's strength, the better their treatment. Thus, they fervently hoped for his continuous ascendance. As Li Bufan basked in the cheers surrounding him, a faint smile graced his lips. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at his followers and remarked with a cold chuckle, That lad, Xiao Yun, must have perished within the true dragon's nest, hasn't he? Who is it that dispatched him? When we meet in the future, I shall extend my gratitude. Having uttered these words, Li Bufan continued, It must have been the Emperor Li Chong, for his remarkable prowess as a being of time and space indeed surpasses the ordinary. Xiao Yun surely could not contend with him. The followers, upon hearing this, bowed their heads in silence, not daring to utter a word for fear of inciting Li Bufan's wrath. What's the matter? Li Bufan inquired, observing the downcast expressions of his followers. His countenance darkened, an ominous premonition stirring within him as he intoned, Could it be that Xiao Yun is still alive? Has he escaped from the true dragon's nest? Your Excellency, the Holy Son, Xiao Yun is indeed alive, and, a voice stammered nervously. Li Bufan thundered, Speak quickly. What is Xiao Yun's current state? Your Excellency, Xiao Yun has ascended to the rank of a quasi-divine son, and he has recently achieved the realm of Dantian, having opened an unprecedented 10 Dantian. The frightened follower exclaimed hastily, Upon hearing this, Li Buffan's pupils constricted in disbelief. Chapter 152. The Prophecy on the Imperial Peak. Within the celestial hall, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged, the manifestation of the Ten Dantian visible behind him. He summoned his vast mental energy to perceive the conditions of these 10 realms. The 10th cave abode is immense, 3 times the size of the other 9, which encircle it, treating it as their nucleus. Xiao Yun discovered that the 10th cave abode can absorb the energies of the other abodes, yet the others cannot draw upon its power. He meticulously explored and pondered, finding this peculiarity intriguing. If Zhao Wuji's 9 cave abodes represent the pinnacle of the cave realm, then my 10 cave abodes must have transcended this peak, he mused softly. What perplexed him was the absence of a heavenly tribulation. Logically, transcending the pinnacle should invoke such a trial, unless, perhaps, he had not truly surpassed the limits yet. Could it be akin to the body refinement realm, where the pinnacle is a force of 100,000 pounds, yet the true limit is 1 million pounds? As Xiao Yun contemplated the body refinement realm, a spark of realization ignited within him. The 9 cave abodes merely represent a superficial pinnacle, while the 10 cave abodes signify the genuine peak, indicating there is still a possibility to transcend beyond 10. Could there exist an 11th cave abode? Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, recalling the powerful intuition he felt when he was establishing the 9th cave abode, convinced that there was a 10th. Thus, he followed this instinct and forged the 10th cave abode. However, during its creation, he did not sense the presence of an 11th. Furthermore, after establishing the 10th cave abode, Xiao Yun discerned that the number of these 10 abodes had reached its limit, making the emergence of an 11th impossible. Moreover, upon careful reflection on his 10 cave abodes, he realized they existed in a remarkably balanced state. If another cavity were to emerge, it would not enhance Xiao Yun's power. Rather, it would disrupt the delicate equilibrium, leading to the collapse of Xiao Yun's 10-cavity matrix. Thus, Xiao Yun deduced that there should not be an 11th cavity. Yet, if there is no 11th cavity, how then can one transcend the ultimate realm? Xiao Yun pondered deeply, meticulously researching, and even commenced utilizing his insights to deduce methods for surpassing the ultimate realm of the cavity. In this state of enlightenment, a multitude of inspirations surged within Xiao Yun's mind, propelling his thoughts into a rapid whirl as he swiftly formulated strategies to transcend the ultimate realm of the cavity. The absence of an 11th cavity signifies that 9 represents the limit, and 10 embodies completeness. Thus, 10 cavities already encapsulate the ultimate realm. Perhaps it is feasible to merge the cavities, amalgamating the other 9 into the 10th, thereby creating a singular cavity. As the saying goes, one must break before one can establish. Perhaps the destruction of the cavities could pave the way for their rebirth, resulting in an even more formidable new cavity. Alternatively, the cavities might be integrated into my chaotic domain, engendering a realm of unparalleled might. In this state of enlightenment, Xiao Yun was inundated with inspirations, each flash of brilliance illuminating his mind and resonating in his heart. However, he soon found himself compelled to exit this state of enlightenment, for he had expended too many insights. Originally, Xiao Yun possessed 26 insights, and after triggering several waves of astonishment during the establishment of the cavities, he gained an additional 12 insights, amassing a total of 38. Yet, after his recent calculations, he had utilized 30 insights, leaving him with a meager 8 insights remaining. This form of deduction involves a high frequency of potential excavation, distinctly different from the cultivation of techniques, and demands a considerable number of moments of enlightenment. Particularly, the deduction that transcends the ultimate realm requires an exceptionally rapid and abundant expenditure of such insights. After all, the ultimate realm has existed since ancient times, leaving traces that can be followed, making its deduction relatively straightforward. However, to surpass the ultimate realm is to forge a new path entirely, a task of considerable difficulty. The ultimate realm pertains to following in the footsteps of predecessors, while transcending it entails the creation of an entirely new way. Naturally, the latter presents the greatest challenges. It seems one must devise a strategy to accumulate more moments of enlightenment. I wonder if venturing into the illusory demon tower would still elicit gasps of astonishment. Xiao Yun mused to himself. He had just deduced several methods to surpass the extreme realm of the cave heaven, yet they remained unverified, necessitating further deduction. However, the number of insights was insufficient. With no system tasks available, he could only resort to ostentation to earn more moments of enlightenment. Yet, ostentation has its limitations. When one lacks sufficient strength, performing unexpected feats will provoke others' astonishment. Conversely, when one possesses great strength, similar feats are deemed normal, eliciting no surprise. Take, for instance, the confrontation with Zhao Wujin. Before Zhao Wujin arrived at the chaotic sacred land, Xiao Yun's defeat of him caused a stir of shock. Now, however, Zhao Wujin has become one of Xiao Yun's followers, having been defeated by him multiple times. Thus, should Xiao Yun defeat Zhao Wujin again, it would merely be regarded as a foregone conclusion, leaving no room for astonishment. The same principle applies to the challenge of the illusory demon tower. Xiao Yun has recently opened the 10th cave heaven, and coupled with his previous victories over the ancestral master, it is now common knowledge among the inhabitants of the chaos sacred land that he is certain to prevail once more. Given that the outcome is already anticipated, would they still be astonished? Xiao Yun deemed such a possibility unlikely. How vexing it is that the system has yet to issue any tasks. This cursed system. Why must it be so complicated? Others simply log in and receive their chaos body, while I must toil to complete arduous missions. Xiao Yun pondered this with a hint of gloom. Senior brother, the 10,000 spirit secret realm is about to open. Are you not coming out soon? Suddenly, Lin Xiaoya's voice echoed from outside the room. Xiao Yun was taken aback, turning to gaze at the sky outside. Sunlight streamed through the window, revealing that the second day had already dawned without his notice. Never mind, I shall first capture some true spirits. Perhaps if I manage to seize 10 divine beast true spirits and refine them within the cave heaven, I might transcend the extreme limits of this realm. With this thought, Xiao Yun made his way outside. At the entrance of the heavenly hall, Fu Bo, Lin Xiaya, Shi Chunyu, Zhao Wuji, and others had long awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Xiao Yun emerge, Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed with a golden light, brimming with combat fervor. Xiao Yun, I am confident that I will establish the 10th cave heaven within a month, and when that time comes, I shall surely defeat you. Oh, Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. Having lost the enthusiasm to confront Zhao Wuji again, for defeating him would yield no insight, merely a waste of effort. What is with your attitude? Do you look down upon me? Do not be too arrogant. Once I also establish the 10th cave heaven, you will lose your advantage at that time. Who will triumph remains uncertain. Zhao Wuji, perceiving Xiao Yun's indifferent disregard towards him, couldn't contain his displeasure and exclaimed, "Let us depart." Xiao Yun, however, chose to ignore Zhao Wuji entirely, soaring into the air towards the summit of the chaos sacred land. Shi Chunyu followed closely behind, while Lin Xiaoya, still uninitiated into the realm of the cave heaven, could only watch helplessly as her senior brother departed. He has disregarded me once again. Zhao Wuji glared fiercely at Xiao Yun's retreating figure, clenched his fists, and trailed after him. Chapter 153. A lack of social disciplinary measures. The apex of the chaos sacred land, known as Chaos Peak, towered into the heavens, steep and straight, resembling a divine sword thrust into the sky, encircled by myriad clouds, akin to a celestial mountain. This was the residence of the sovereign of the chaos sacred land, a forbidden zone where disciples were typically not permitted to wander. However, today, as the sovereign was to unveil the realm of all spirits, certain disciples were granted permission to attend. At this moment, hundreds of disciples had already gathered on the platform atop Chaos Peak, and the numbers continued to swell. We welcome the Divine Sun. By the time Xiao Yun and his companions arrived, the count had exceeded 1,000. Over 1,000 disciples of the chaos sacred land bowed respectfully to Xiao Yun, their faces adorned with reverence, collectively offering their congratulations. Such was the treatment befitting a prospective divine son. The sovereign's offspring did not enjoy such an exalted reception. There is no need for such formalities, my fellow disciples. Xiao Yun addressed the assembled disciples with a gentle smile. These are the blossoms of our homeland. No, our chaos sacred land's future. Yet, not all blossoms are exquisite. Some may be flawed. For instance, who is that fellow lurking in the corner? What is he doing there? Why does he not come forth to pay his respects to this divine son? Xiao Yun turned his gaze towards the individual, extending his mental prowess outward, and instantly recognized the person's identity. A smirk graced his lips as he mockingly inquired, "Li Bufan, what are you doing hiding over there? Fear not, for I, the divine son, have ascended to my rightful status. I am magnanimous enough not to hold a grudge over those trivial matters from the past." The person concealed in the corner was none other than Li Bufan, the holy son who harbored a long-standing animosity towards Xiao Yun. Li Bufan harbored a deep disdain for Xiao Yun and, naturally, wished to avoid an encounter with him. However, according to the customs of the chaos sacred land, he was compelled to pay his respects, thus he chose to remain at a distance, preferring to avert his gaze. Little did he anticipate that Xiao Yun would take such an interest in him. Reluctantly, Li Bufan emerged with a sullen expression, casting a frosty glance at Xiao Yun, and casually clasped his fists, coldly stating, "I pay my respects to the esteemed Xiao Yun divine son." He deliberately emphasized the word Yun, the implication unmistakable. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, fixated on Li Bufan, astonished that this fellow dared to mock him, clearly lacking an understanding of the harsh realities of society. "Li Bufan, I recall stating that every time I encounter you, I would strike you," Xiao Yun retorted, an icy glint in his eyes, exuding an air of lethal intent. Li Bufon's lips twitched in response. Did you not just declare yourself magnanimous? Your change of heart is swifter than the turning of a page. Gritting his teeth, Li Bufon glared at Xiao Yun, retorting icily, Xiao Yun, do not be overly arrogant. This is Chaos Peak, where combat is strictly prohibited, even as the divine son. You must not behave in such a disrespectful manner. It was you who acted disrespectfully first. Upon encountering me, the divine son, you did not hasten to pay your respects, instead opting to hide away. What is your intention? Do you harbor any grievances against this deity? Xiao Yun queried coldly. Indeed, I do have my reservations about you. Is that a problem? Li Bufon retorted icily, resolute in his stance. Bowing to Xiao Yun was out of the question, now and forever. Xiao Yun gazed at Li Bufon, whose face bore a stubborn expression, and suddenly, the frostiness on his face melted away, replaced by a gentle smile. It matters not if you have objections. Once we enter the mystic realm of all spirits, I shall engage in a thorough discussion with you, striving to ensure your satisfaction. A threat. A blatant threat. Li Bufon discerned the underlying implication in Xiao Yun's words, yet he felt no fear. With a cold smirk, he replied, very well, I too look forward to our encounter within the mystic realm of all spirits. With that, Li Bufon turned aside, dismissing Xiao Yun entirely. Xiao Yun watched Li Bufon's retreating figure, a sense of perplexity brewing within him. What audacity did this fellow possess? From his demeanor, it seemed he was eager to engage in a duel within the mystic realm. Did he truly believe that his ascension to the spirit-offering realm made him a worthy opponent? Shaking his head, Xiao Yun mused that although Li Bufon's talent was commendable, he had merely just ascended to the spirit-offering realm and had yet to reach its pinnacle. In contrast, Xiao Yun had slain a foe with strength rivaling that of the spirit-offering realm while still in the divine bridge realm. Now that he had ascended to the cave heaven realm and forged a half-step chaotic body, having opened 10 cave heavens, his combat prowess had increased exponentially. Defeating cultivators of the spirit-offering realm was exceedingly effortless for Xiao Yun, unless one possesses extraordinary talent akin to that of Zhao Wuji. Surpassing Xiaoan by a single tier in realm makes it exceedingly challenging for Xiaoan to transcend such boundaries. However, Li Bufon lacks the innate gifts that Zhao Wuji possesses. Within the entire cultivation realm, only Li Qingdi among the younger generation can be compared to Zhao Wuji. Moreover, with his dragon, Zhang Haoran may also stand in comparison to Zhao Wuji. As for Xiao Yun, he has long since surpassed these individuals, leaving them far behind. Suddenly, a light cough resonated through the air. The crowd instinctively turned to see the arrival of the master of the Chaos Sacred Land, promptly bowing in respect. Greetings, master, they collectively exclaimed. The master of the Chaos Sacred Land smiled gently, gesturing for them to rise. There is no need for excessive formality, since you are all gathered. Let us prepare to enter the realm of all spirits. After a brief pause, the master glanced at Xiao Yun with a smile and remarked, you have likely inquired with your respective elders about the realm of all spirits, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. I offer you but one piece of advice. Act according to your capabilities. Shifting his gaze from Xiao Yun to the assembly, the master spoke with a serious demeanor. What does it mean to act according to one's capabilities? It means to capture true spirits of a level commensurate with your strength. Do not recklessly attempt to seize powerful true spirits, for such folly may lead to your demise. Do not underestimate these true spirits merely because they are remnants of souls. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. The reminder from the Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land proved to be quite valuable, as many in the crowd wore grave expressions, no longer daring to be careless. Although the mortality rate within the realm of all spirits is typically low, there inevitably exist casualties, and none wish to be unfortunate enough to become one of the fallen. Hence, they exercised utmost caution. Only those like Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji, endowed with formidable strength and confidence, remained unperturbed. The realm of all spirits is a unique microcosm, concealed within layers of void, accessible solely through a specially forged key. At this moment, the Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land produced a small knife, no larger than a palm, and gently sliced through the void above. Instantly, a colossal spatial rift manifested, revealing a shadowy world beyond. This is the realm of all spirits. Enter, but remember to return within 3 days. Otherwise, the realm shall close. Sealing your fate, the Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land proclaimed with authority. Xiao Yun and the others promptly soared into the air and flew into the spatial rift. Chapter 154. Vulnerable upon entering the realm of all spirits through the immense rift, Xiao Yun was immediately enveloped by a chilling aura, reminiscent of arriving in the underworld. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, as though obscured by ominous clouds, with only a feeble light filtering through, rendering this small world exceedingly dim. The ground was littered with withered grasses and scattered stones, while a nearby forest of ebony stood, flickering with colorful lights that resembled dark spirits. To his astonishment, there was an utter absence of natural spiritual energy in this place. Suddenly, Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of surprise. He sensed that there was not a trace of spiritual energy in the surrounding world, only an endless surge of malevolent aura. This posed a significant predicament for cultivators. Battles necessitate a replenishment of spiritual energy. Without sufficient natural spiritual essence, once their own reserves are depleted, their formidable powers would be greatly diminished. However, for a prodigy like Xiao Yun, this was not an insurmountable issue. His physical form was exceptionally robust, allowing him to engage foes far beyond his level even in the absence of spiritual power. Moreover, Xiao Yun's spatial ring housed a wealth of spirit stones, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding the exhaustion of his spiritual energy. Suddenly, a cold gleam shot forth, a chilling intent enveloping the entire realm and causing the temperature around Xiao Yun to plummet. It was a purple flying sword, slicing through layers of void with an imperceptible velocity, swiftly arriving before Xiao Yun. This sword was exceedingly sharp, its speed reaching an apex, appearing to encounter no resistance as it traversed the air. As the purple flying sword approached Xiao Yun, it aimed for his throat, seemingly intent on beheading him. Li Bufan, do you truly believe that you can slay me with merely a flying sword? How naive! Xiao Yun regarded the impending strike with indifference, extending a single finger to swiftly redirect the sword's trajectory, compelling it to veer off course. As the flying sword collided with Xiao Yun's fingertips, it erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, akin to the impact of refined iron. This vividly illustrates the formidable strength of Xiao Yun's physique, which even the flying sword could not easily sever. Xiao Yun, do not let your arrogance surpass reason. This is the realm of 10,000 spirits, a space unto itself. Here, you cannot draw upon the power of the chaos spell. Witness how I compel you to kneel and beg for mercy today. Li Bufan descended from the void, his ebony hair dancing in the wind, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Yun, his countenance radiating an icy menace. With a swift motion, the purple flying sword, under Li Bufan's command, traced an exquisite arc through the air, aimed directly at Xiao Yun. So, you presume that without the chaos spell's power, I am no match for you. Xiao Yun sneered, his palm glimmering with a translucent sheen. It appeared as fragile as jade, yet concealed within it lay an astonishing and terrifying might. As the purple flying sword approached, Xiao Yun gently clapped his palm, causing the sword to tremble violently, releasing a sound that seemed capable of shattering stone and piercing eardrums. The purple sword then reversed its course, racing back towards Li Bufan. Humph! Li Bufan scoffed, channeling his mental energy to regain control of the purple sword. However, he refrained from directing it against Xiao Yun again, for the latter's physical prowess and defensive capabilities were simply beyond what his sword could contend with. However, Li Bufan remained unperturbed, for this was the realm of all spirits, a realm independent from the external world, where Xiao Yun could not harness the power of the chaos clock. Without the might of the chaos clock, Xiao Yun was merely a cultivator at the cave heaven stage, and a newly ascended one at that. Such cultivation was a full realm beneath Li Bufan. If he were to lack confidence now, it would indeed be a disgrace. Thus, Li Bufan fixed a cold gaze upon Xiao Yun, as 7 black holes gradually emerged behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Xiao Yun, devoid of the chaos clock's assistance, you are nothing more than a fledgling in the cave heaven stage, while I have already entered the spirit offering stage, surpassing you by an entire realm. How could you possibly contend with me? Li Bufan declared with unwavering confidence. Xiao Yun, with one hand resting behind his back, beckoned to Li Bufan with the other, a scornful expression gracing his features. Come here, I can subdue you with just one hand. Such audacity! Li Bufan, infuriated yet amused, advanced with the 7 cave heavens, resembling a dark abyss descending upon Xiao Yun. The heavens roared, the sky trembled, and the void quaked restlessly. Meanwhile, some disciples of the Chaos Holy Land, who had recently arrived, felt their curiosity piqued and flew over to observe the unfolding scene. Zhao Wujie and Shi Chunyu also made their way there. Upon witnessing the clash between Xiao Yun and Li Bufan, Zhao Wujie could not help but shake his head. This guy truly attracts enemies wherever he goes. Such an extraordinary prodigy, during their time in the ancient Holy Land, was almost universally respected, with few daring to provoke him. He was always the center of attention, revered by many, who would dare to underestimate him. However, Xiao Yun had already ascended to the status of a quasi-deity. Yet he still encountered adversaries within the Chaos Sacred Land. This truly reflected a dismal situation. Zhao Xingzi, your emergence as the ancient sacred body marks you as a paragon among men, one whom none dare offend. Yet our senior brother Xiao, who began as an ordinary physique and later cultivated the chaos scripture, was naturally underestimated, leading to the dissenters, Shi Chunyu remarked. Boom. As soon as Shi Chunyu's words fell, a disheveled figure plummeted from the sky, crashing violently into the ground and creating a deep crater. This individual was none other than Li Bufan. In this moment, Li Bufan appeared exceedingly pitiful, his hair in disarray, with a handprint emblazoned on his face, evidently having been struck and sent flying. Li Bufan, you are utterly weak, so weak that I have lost interest in continuing to pummel you. Take care of yourself, Xiao Yun declared from midair, looking down at the fallen figure with an air of indifference. The Li Bufan from a year prior, who had towered above him in strength, now seemed but a shadow of his former self, and Xiao Yun found no inclination to engage with such a minor character. He gestured to Xiao Wujie and Shi Chunyu below, saying, "Let us proceed directly to the 10,000 Spirits Cave. There is no need to squander time here." Xiao Wujie and Shi Chunyu promptly followed Xiao Yun's lead. Damn you, Xiao Yun! Li Bufan glared with bloodshot eyes. His face twisted with bitterness as he watched Xiao Yun's retreating figure, his heart brimming with humiliation. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yun's prowess would be so formidable. Despite being at a higher realm than Xiao Yun, he found himself utterly defenseless before him. How could he possibly seek revenge in such a scenario? Li Bufan brimmed with resentment, his mind concocting a nefarious scheme. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Xiao Yun's retreating figure and ominously declared, "Xiao Yun, I shall ensure that you meet a fate worse than death." Chapter 155. The Lightning Eagle. After delivering a sound reprimand to Li Bufan, Xiao Yun, accompanied by Zhao Wujie and Shi Chunyu, ventured towards the heart of the Wanling secret realm in search of the Wanling Cave's location. Both Xiao Yun and Zhao Wujie harbored a singular ambition to capture the most elite true spirits, specifically the golden true spirits of divine beast caliber. Only such esteemed true spirits would be worthy of their extraordinary talents. It was evident that these top-tier true spirits would be found in the 9th level of the Wanling Cave, inaccessible from the outside world. Thus, they made their way directly to the Wanling Cave. Every cave can foster a true spirit, and with 19 caves at their disposal, could they truly expect to find 19 divine beast-level true spirits? Xiao Yun mused aloud. It was evident even to the most naive that such a notion was ludicrous. Did they think divine beast-level true spirits were as common as cabbages? Zhao Wujie rolled his eyes and remarked. Xiao Yun shared his skepticism. After all, the birth of a true spirit required at least extraordinary cultivation. Such a level of power, combined with the innate gifts of a divine beast, could easily overpower celestial beings. It was hardly conceivable that the formidable cultivators of the chaotic Holy Land could effortlessly vanquish so many divine beast true spirits. Moreover, in this vast expanse, the number of divine beasts is lamentably scarce, and those of the divine beast level are even rarer. No sect could possibly possess a dozen divine beast level true spirits. Had the chaotic sacred land not been immensely powerful long ago, it is unlikely that it would have any divine beast level true spirits. Why must one select a divine beast true spirit? Human cultivators who have reached the transcendent realm can also give rise to true spirits. Why is there no one refining human true spirits? Xiao Yun suddenly remarked. You truly are woefully uninformed. You should read more books. The lack of knowledge is indeed frightening. Zhao Wujie retorted sarcastically, then soared ahead, ignoring Xiao Yun. Hey, you are my follower. Do not forget your place. Xiao Yun admonished, pointing at Zhao Wujie. In response, Zhao Wujie accelerated even more, provoking Xiao Yun to grit his teeth in frustration. Beside them, Shi Chunyu chuckled and said, Brother Xiao, the reason we cultivators refine true spirits is to awaken the innate divine abilities contained within these spirits at the awakening realm. As for us humans, we are inherently ordinary and lack any innate divine abilities to inherit, which is why no one refines human true spirits. However, it is different for the demon beasts. They possess bloodline-transmitted divine abilities. The more powerful the demon beast, the stronger its bloodline abilities, which is precisely why we human cultivators choose to refine demon beast true spirits. Upon hearing Shi Chunyu's explanation, Xiao Yun suddenly understood. It turns out that refining true spirits is a preparation for the next realm, the awakening realm. Regrettably, the two true spirit remnants I vanquished within the true dragon nest were merely at the body refinement realm, yet to give birth to a true spirit. Had they been so, capturing a true dragon true spirit for sacrificial refinement would have granted me the legacy and divine abilities of their dragon lineage, lamented Xiao Yun. Hearing this, Shi Chunyu was rendered speechless. It is essential to understand that only extraordinary beasts can manifest true spirits. If those two true dragon remnants were extraordinary, would you have been able to contend with them? With a graceful flick of her hair, her eyes sparkling with clarity, she smiled enchantingly, her lips curving into a gentle smirk. Brother Xiao, There is truly no need for you to seek so many true spirits at this moment. Simply capture a true spirit of divine beast caliber and hasten your ascension to the spirit sacrifice realm. In the future, once your strength has grown formidable, you may supplement the remaining true spirits for refinement at your leisure. Xiao Yun nodded in understanding. Securing a singular true spirit now was indeed a strategy to expedite his advancement to the spirit sacrifice realm. Once liberated from the constraints of cultivation, he could eventually hunt formidable beasts and acquire their true spirits. After all, as long as the cave heavens endure, he would inevitably refine the remaining true spirits. With this thought, Xiao Yun felt an exhilarating surge of ambition and proclaimed, "When I ascend to sainthood in the future, I shall personally slay several divine beasts and seize their true spirits." Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air, accompanied by an icy malevolence that enveloped the surroundings like a frigid tempest. "Who dares?" Xiao Yun bellowed, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice, his eyes flashing with cold intensity as his aura began to escalate. Beside him, Xiao Yun appeared equally on guard, exuding an air of utmost caution. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from a towering tree not far away, revealing a colossal avian creature that flapped its wings, as cold and unyielding as iron. Soaring towards Xiao Yun and Xiao Yun. What an arrogant young fool. This magnificent bird, resembling a giant eagle, possessed a robust physique. Its enormous wings adorned with feathers akin to steel, resembling a multitude of inverted swords, glinting with an icy shimmer and exuding an unparalleled sharpness. Having observed the realm of chaos for many years, I have discerned that your sacred land has indeed declined over generations. However, I must say, I have never encountered such an audacious individual as yourself. The eagle perched nearby, its piercing gaze radiating a chilling intensity, fixed firmly upon Xiao Yun. In that instant, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming aura wash over him, far surpassing even that of Li Bufan. It was evident that this eagle possessed formidable power. Given the radiant white light enveloping its body, it was unmistakably a second-tier true spirit, a sacred beast second only to divine creatures. Brother Xiao, that is the sacred beast lightning eagle. Among avian beings, its speed is second only to the divine golden-winged Daping. Its inherited divine abilities are likely related to speed, making it an exceptionally rare and invaluable true spirit, came Xiao Yun's voice, tinged with excitement. Xiao Yun, however, held no interest in sacred beasts. His sights were set on divine creatures. With a smile, he replied, "In that case, I shall capture it and present it to you as a gift, junior sister." "Thank you, senior brother Xiao." Xiao Yun nodded, her face brimming with gratitude as she expressed her thanks to Xiao Yun. She was not one to be polite, for she understood that Xiao Yun's aspiration was to capture a divine beast. "Sister, there is no need for gratitude." Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. The exchange between the two ignited the ire of the lightning eagle across from them. With piercing eyes that glinted with a frigid menace, the lightning eagle coldly proclaimed, "You two youngsters dare to aspire to capture me as a sacrificial spirit? Such audacity is utterly foolish. Today, I shall demonstrate just how terrifying the power of a sacred beast can be." Whoosh! As soon as the words left the lightning eagle's beak, it transformed into a streak of white lightning, lunging towards Xiao Yun with ferocity. Boom! Anticipating the attack, Xiao Yun swiftly activated the golden bell shield, a dazzling golden barrier that surged forth, instantly repelling the oncoming lightning eagle. You, a mere cultivator of the cave heaven realm, have actually perfected the golden bell shield to such a degree. The lightning eagle halted a short distance away, its face a mask of astonishment as it gazed at Xiao Yun within the radiant shield, disbelief flooding its eyes. Chapter 156. Deliberately letting go, the lightning eagle was profoundly shocked. It had unleashed its attack without restraint, capable of effortlessly slaying a cultivator of the cave heaven realm. Yet, with just the golden bell shield, Xiao Yun had managed to repel it, a display of formidable defense that left the lightning eagle in awe. "Oh, you actually recognize this divine ability," Xiao Yun remarked, glancing at the lightning eagle with unexpected intrigue. The lightning eagle glared at Xiao Yun with gritted teeth, its voice laced with extreme fury as it bellowed, "It was I who was slain by the very individual who conceived this divine ability." Understanding dawned upon Xiao Yun, and he promptly grinned, saying, "The esteemed elder who developed the golden bell shield is a quasi-emperor of our chaotic sacred land. It is only natural that you fell to his might." The lightning eagle let out a cold snort, relishing the moment as it remarked, "Ultimately, he never attained the status of a great emperor. What significance does it hold that he vanquished me? Huh, after all these years, he must be nearing his end as well. At least that elder once dominated an era, still regarded as one of the world's foremost powers. What pride can a mere specter like you possess?" Xiao Yun replied disdainfully, his gaze fixed on the lightning eagle. With a derisive smirk, The lightning eagle countered. Indeed, I am his defeated foe, yet I have also slain one of your chaotic sacred land's chosen ones, ensuring your lineage faced extinction. Haha. Over the years, I have observed that your disciples have declined with each generation, likely relegated to the bottom among the 6 great sacred lands. Am I not correct? The lightning eagle's expression was one of glee, laughing heartily as if releasing the pent-up grievances within. These true spirits were inherently steeped in resentment, their former consciousness long since eroded. This particular lightning eagle, due to its formidable power, barely managed to retain some semblance of normalcy. Otherwise, had it been another true spirit, it might have been consumed solely by a frenzied bloodlust. Unbeknownst to me, your origins are quite formidable. Thus, it seems that my act of slaying you would not tarnish my reputation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's gaze turned icy. He had not anticipated that this lightning eagle had previously slain the son of chaos from their sacred land, revealing its immense power in life. At the very least on par with the sage. Even in its diminished state, with merely a trace of its true spirit remaining, its strength remained formidable. Xiao Yun did not underestimate the creature, beginning to channel his half-step chaos body, unleashing a powerful aura that surged toward the lightning eagle before him. Youngster, judging by your prowess, you must also be a son of the chaos sacred land, am I correct? The lightning eagle regarded Xiao Yun with a derisive smile, its eyes ablaze with murderous intent. I have dwelled here for over 3,000 years, during which I have dispatched 2 of your sacred sons. Today, you were fortunate enough to be the 3rd. As the words fell, the void trembled violently. The lightning eagle had made its move, its speed astonishing, akin to a divine ray shooting forth. With a crack, the wings of the lightning eagle tore through the very fabric of space, emanating an unparalleled sharpness as it lunged toward Xiao Yun, seemingly intent on rending him in twain. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yun unleashed a punch, a blazing golden radiance illuminating the entire expanse. The terrifying and invincible fist imprint resembled a colossal golden primordial mountain, descending upon the lightning eagle with overwhelming force. Boom! The very void quaked in trepidation. Xiao Yun's indomitable fist imprint obliterated the surrounding space, sending the lightning eagle careening backward, blood spewing forth. Yet the residual might continued to bear down upon it. Behind Xiao Yun, 300 projected a magnificent display, accentuating his formidable presence, as if he were a celestial being of unparalleled might. At this moment, Xiao Yun exuded an overwhelming power, embodying an aura of invincibility. The very fabric of space around him seemed to warp, yielding to the immense force radiating in all directions. A half-step chaos body. The lightning eagle's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed upon Xiao Yun, exclaiming in astonishment, "You have actually cultivated the chaos scripture, and at such a young age have forged a half-step chaos body. How is this possible? I recall the youngest genius from your chaos sacred land only attained a half-step chaos body at over 900 years of age. How old are you this year? Are you even 50? The revelation of Xiao Yun's half-step chaos body left the lightning eagle astounded. 50? Xiao Yun replied, glancing at the lightning eagle with a cold scoff. I am still quite young, merely 17, far younger than you presume. 17? The lightning eagle's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, how can this be? Even if you began comprehending the chaos scripture from your mother's womb, it could not have been less than 20 years. How could you have achieved the chaos body so swiftly? I am a prodigy, the most formidable talent in the annals of the chaos sacred land. Even our ancestral figure, the Chaos Emperor, was defeated by me at the same level, Xiao Yun confidently asserted, gazing at the lightning eagle. The chaos scripture is but a trivial matter. I can master it with ease. The lightning eagle, his expression darkened, could hardly fathom the claim that the chaos scripture was easy to cultivate, having never before encountered such a statement. If the chaos scripture were an easy path to mastery, then the cultivation realm would not be graced by only a single chaos emperor. The occurrence of even a half-step chaos body throughout history has been exceedingly rare. Given your extraordinary talent, it is imperative that I eliminate you, lest you forge a chaos body and lead your sacred land of chaos to a resurgence. The lightning eagle's eyes flared with murderous intent as it transformed once more into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards me. This time, the lightning eagle unleashed a formidable divine technique, flapping its colossal wings, releasing a barrage of feathers that coalesced into immense bolts of lightning aimed directly at Xiao Yun. An overwhelming torrent of lightning and blinding radiance swiftly enveloped him. Boom! Xiao Yun soon emerged from the tempest, invigorated by the baptism of lightning, wielding golden fist imprints that exuded an invincible aura as he launched a ferocious assault against the lightning eagle. You! The lightning eagle's pupils constricted, its gaze filled with shock and disbelief, as Xiao Yun's prowess far surpassed its expectations. A deceased remnant soul, regardless of its past strength, is no match for me. Xiao Yun coldly gazed down upon the lightning eagle as the golden, invincible fist imprint descended with tremendous force, sending the creature reeling, bloodied, and battered. You will pay for this, just you wait. After being struck by Xiao Yun, the lightning eagle seized the opportunity to flee into the distance, casting a venomous glare back at him and leaving behind a menacing threat. Brother Xiao, why did you let it escape? Beside him, Shichunyu looked at Xiao Yun with a face full of confusion. She understood that Xiao Yun's capabilities exceeded what he had displayed. Given that he had not yet revealed his full prowess, even the top 10 realms. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly slain the lightning eagle. Therefore, she concluded that Xiao Yun had deliberately chosen to let the lightning eagle go. After all, how could he lure the true spirit of the divine beast without it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun could not help but smile faintly. Chapter 157. A task awaits. Xiao Yun observed the lightning eagle fading into the distance and scoffed. It is no match for me. It harbors deep resentment towards our chaos sacred land, and now that it is aware of my talents, it undoubtedly wishes to eliminate me. Yet, it is still no match for me. Thus, it can only summon the true spirit of the divine beast to contend with me. I can simply wait in ambush, exerting no effort whatsoever to capture a true spirit of the divine beast. Why not seize such an opportunity? Shichunyu suddenly realized the brilliance of Xiao Yun's scheme, albeit acknowledging its inherent danger. After all, who could foresee how many formidable true spirits that lightning eagle might summon? If the numbers were overwhelming, Xiao Yun might struggle to withstand them. With concern, Shichunyu gazed at Xiao Yun and softly said, Senior brother Xiao, I will seek out Zhao Wuji. If you join forces, your chances of success will be much greater. There's no need for that. Let him amuse himself. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. I can handle those true spirits alone. Shichunyu let out a resigned sigh. Xiao Yun's pride was undeniable. Yet it was to be expected of such an unparalleled prodigy who swept all before him. After all, having even defeated the ancestor, if he lacked a bit of arrogance, would he still be considered normal? Having devised a plan, Xiao Yun refrained from hastily seeking out the Wanling Cave, choosing instead to remain in place while awaiting the Thunder Eagle to summon reinforcements. Sitting cross-legged in midair, he continued to contemplate methods to transcend the peak of the cave heaven realm. This time, he refrained from excessively expending his moments of enlightenment, opting to utilize them only at pivotal moments. However, even after depleting all 8 remaining moments, he found himself yielding no substantial results. Is my comprehension truly so abysmal? Xiao Yun lamented, opening his eyes with a sense of dismay. Devoid of the system's assistance, his understanding was regrettably poor. Even a random cultivator would likely surpass him. I must devise a means to acquire additional moments of enlightenment. When will this accursed system task finally arrive? Xiao Yun cursed inwardly. Suddenly, a chilling mechanical voice resonated within his mind, igniting a surge of excitement that nearly propelled him to his feet. It was the notification sound for a newly issued system task. Latest task: slay a golden true spirit for a reward of 100 moments of enlightenment. Slay a white true spirit for a reward of 30 moments of enlightenment. Slay a purple true spirit for a reward of 10 moments of enlightenment. At last, the system had issued a task. Xiao Yun sprang to his feet, laughter erupting from him, startling the nearby Shichunyu. Ha ha ha, splendid. This divine child is about to become formidable once more. Xiao Yun's face illuminated with exhilaration. The rewards for this task were exceedingly generous. By vanquishing more true spirits, he might even forge a chaotic body directly. However, the cave heaven realm necessitated the refinement of true spirits, and if he were to slay them outright, would that not be a tremendous waste? Xiao Yun found himself ensnared in a moment of inner conflict, as he still required true spirits for his ascension to the spirit refinement realm. If one were to encounter a golden-level true spirit, the dilemma arises, to slay or to spare. The reward for its demise is a staggering 100 insights, a most exhilarating prospect. However, the golden true spirit belongs to the echelon of divine beasts. Should one choose to refine such a being, upon entering the spirit sacrifice realm, its power would be formidable. The choice is indeed a perplexing one. Xiao Yun found himself in a quandary, as the system presented him with a significant conundrum. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. What to do? Perhaps the opportunity to earn insight counts will arise again in the future. Yet divine beast-level true spirits are scarce. Being a decisive individual, Xiao Yun soon reached a resolution. He resolved to capture the divine beast-level true spirit, while the remaining spirits would be eliminated to accumulate insight counts. In doing so, he would fulfill his purpose for venturing into the myriad spirit secret realm and also gain some insight counts to devise methods that surpass the limits of the cave heaven realm. Boy, I never expected you would dare linger here. Truly, you are the one who shuns the path to heaven and forces your way into hell. Today, Your demise is certain. Suddenly, a familiar roar resonated from the distant horizon. It was the lightning eagle. Xiao Yun looked up to behold a vast swarm of avian demon beasts soaring through the skies, their numbers overwhelming, obscuring the heavens with their presence. Each exuded a formidable aura. Evidently, the lightning eagle had indeed summoned reinforcements, bringing forth a multitude of powerful true spirits for Xiao Yun. Among them, the white true spirits, along with the lightning eagle, totaled 9. There was also a golden true spirit, radiating with blazing golden light, its massive form eclipsing the sun. With eyes as cold as lightning, emanating a commanding presence. This was a true spirit of divine beast caliber. Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. The lightning eagle had indeed exceeded his expectations. Not only had it brought him 8 white true spirits, but it had also delivered a golden divine beast true spirit. This was a tremendous windfall. Not only did he no longer have to worry about advancing to the spirit offering realm, but he could also seize the opportunity to gain a significant number of enlightenment moments. Overcome with excitement, Xiao Yun burst into laughter, gazing at the lightning eagle across from him. Lightning eagle, you truly have not disappointed me, bringing such powerful true spirits. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. The lightning eagle, grasping Xiao Yun's intent, couldn't help but scoff in rage. You are indeed exceedingly arrogant, young man. While I acknowledge your strength, do you truly believe you can contend with so many beasts alone? Moreover, our sovereign has arrived. Your demise is inevitable. As the lightning eagle spoke, the golden true spirit flapped its wings and flew closer, its icy gaze scrutinizing Xiao Yun. Coldly, it inquired, are you the chosen one of the chaos sacred land? Excellent. I am the one killed by the mighty from your chaos sacred land. Today, I shall slay you to quench my hatred. Sovereign, why waste words with him? Just kill him. Yes, let me take his life. Behind the sovereign and the lightning eagle, a group of true spirits spoke with menacing fervor, their eyes ablaze with a frenzied, killing intent, each exuding an aura of bloodlust. Clearly, aside from the golden and white true spirits, the other ranks had lost their autonomy, reduced to mere pawns of slaughter. Golden-winged rock. At this moment, Xiao Yun disregarded the other trivial true spirits and focused his gaze upon the golden true spirit across from him. He finally discerned the true nature of this divine beast spirit. It was the golden-winged rock, a renowned avian deity famed for its unparalleled swiftness, even surpassing that of the lightning eagle. As the verse goes, the rock rises with the wind, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles. This illustrates the extraordinary speed of the golden-winged rock. Indeed, your inherited divine ability must be that of incredible speed, which I find quite appealing. You shall serve as my sacrificial spirit. Xiao Yun regarded the golden-winged rock before him, nodding in satisfaction. Instantaneously, the expression of the golden-winged rock darkened to an extreme chill, its eyes glinting with a menacing light as it enunciated clearly, tear him to shreds. Boom. At its command, a legion of avian demon beasts surged forward like a torrential wave, intent on overwhelming Xiao Yun. Chapter 158. A bountiful harvest. Countless demon beast spirits charged forth, their momentum terrifying, reminiscent of an army of thousands galloping toward the fray, their might capable of obliterating any adversary. Yet, Xiao Yun's countenance bore no trace of fear or trepidation. With hands clasped behind his back, he gazed coldly at the onrushing demon spirits, his eyes reflecting a defiant spirit that seemed to challenge the very heavens. Junior sister, are you afraid? Xiao Yun inquired without turning back, his tone indifferent. Hey, afraid? Shichunyu replied with a wry smile, not out of cowardice, but rather due to the realization that many of the approaching demon spirits were far more powerful than she. To claim she was not afraid would be disingenuous. Ha! Xiao Yun smiled gently, his long hair dancing behind him, and a fierce light radiated from his eyes. With a bold and carefree laugh, he declared, rest assured. With my senior brother here, these true spirits are nothing but a heap of refuse, incapable of causing you any harm. Shichunyu gazed at the imposing figure of Xiao Yun, her eyes shimmering with admiration. At that moment, Xiao Yun was undeniably captivating. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky above, countless avian creatures descended upon them, causing the very air to tremble. The cacophony of their cries filled the small world with an overwhelming vibrancy, startling nearby demonic beasts and disciples from the chaos sacred land. A mere collection of refuse, easily dispatched. Xiao Yun strode forward, braving the tempestuous winds, his dark hair billowing around him, his eyes filled with determination. 2 beams of divine light shot forth, instilling a chilling sense of murderous intent. Even when confronted by a multitude of demonic beasts and true spirits, Xiao Yun remained undaunted. He did not retreat, but rather charged boldly towards the swarm of birds. Humph! What a presumptuous fellow! The lightning eagle, witnessing Xiao Yun's reckless advance, scoffed derisively, convinced that Xiao Yun was courting death. The golden-winged roc circled high above. Casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yun, its expression icy, it refrained from intervening, for as the king of these avian creatures, it could not afford to lead the charge. Moreover, the roc believed that Xiao Yun would be utterly incapable of withstanding such a horde of demonic beasts and true spirits, rendering its involvement unnecessary. Perish. At that moment, a violet avian creature lunged toward Xiao Yun, its eyes glinting with malice, sharp claws gleaming with a deadly light, accompanied by a howling tempest. Boom! Xiao Yun wielded his golden fist imprint, obliterating the avian creature before him. The formidable force surged forth, creating ripples in the void. Yet, he was but a solitary individual. The remaining avians, undeterred by fear, continued their relentless assault on Xiao Yun. These beastly spirits had long since relinquished their autonomy, consumed solely by a frenzied desire for slaughter, yearning to annihilate all living beings within their sight. A handful of white beastly spirits also engaged, possessing their own consciousness and the ability to wield supernatural powers. Unlike their lesser counterparts who relied solely on instinct in battle. It must be said, once this cadre of beastly spirits joined forces, their might was truly terrifying. An overwhelming force that threatened to engulf Xiao Yun entirely. 10,000 swords flow. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated through the heavens and earth. In the next moment, the black demon sword transformed into a multitude of sword shadows, tearing through layers of the void, akin to an unending river of black blades, surging forth to cleave through the avian onslaught. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries, as numerous lesser beastly spirits were swiftly vanquished. And even some of the more formidable ones, after enduring several waves of assault, were torn to shreds by the relentless sword energies. In the sky, it was as if fireworks had erupted. Many beastly spirits met their demise, their own radiance exploding in the high heavens, casting a myriad of colors across the firmament. In but a brief moment, the once formidable flock of avians was reduced to a mere handful of white spirits, alongside the solitary golden spirit that remained. Xiao Yun stood high above, sheathing the black demon sword, and coldly addressed the golden-winged Dapeng across from him. Having dealt with these insignificant beings, it is now your turn. The golden-winged Dapeng's expression darkened, its eyes filled with murderous intent and a hint of astonishment. It had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of Xiao Yun's power. To slay so many avian creatures in but a fleeting moment was a display of formidable prowess. All of you, attack together and kill him. The golden-winged Dapeng commanded with a chilling tone. In the next instant, 9 white true spirits, including the lightning eagle, surged towards Xiao Yun, encircling him. Let us form a formation and eliminate him. The lightning eagle bellowed. These white true spirits possessed independent consciousness, retaining the abilities they had in life, and were capable of orchestrating combined attack formations. The formation created by the 9 white true spirits would allow them to unleash tremendous power. Yet, Xiao Yun remained undaunted. He wielded his golden fist imprint, as 300 projections of the great Tao descended upon him, enveloping the area in a chaotic domain. What is happening? My speed has diminished. Me too. As the lightning eagle and its companions were ensnared in the chaotic domain, panic ensued, their expressions shifting dramatically. These avian demon spirit beings excelled in speed, yet the chaotic domain confined the void, severely restricting their velocity and diminishing their strength. Kill. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun advanced. Wielding his golden fist imprint, manifesting the patterns of the great Tao, and elevating the power of the invincible fist imprint to its zenith. Boom. A white true spirit was instantly obliterated by Xiao Yun. In his mind, the system notified him that he had gained 30 insights, which filled Xiao Yun with exhilaration. Having previously slain 17 purple true spirits, he had amassed a total of 170 insights. Now, with the defeat of a white true spirit, he had directly acquired an additional 30 insights, bringing his total to 200. This mission was indeed delightful, providing me with such a bounty of insights. With a beaming expression, Xiao Yun swung his golden fist and charged towards another nearby white true spirit. Shortly thereafter, this white true spirit too fell victim to his might. Retreat. The lightning eagle's pupils constricted sharply as it bellowed, for it had finally sensed the true extent of Xiao Yun's power, far more terrifying than it had previously imagined. Now you wish to flee? Xiao Yun scoffed, launching his fist towards the third white true spirit. At that moment, the 10 great heavens behind him manifested, and combined with his chaotic domain, he dispatched the white true spirit with ease. The remaining white true spirits were already paralyzed with fear, desperate to escape. But within the confines of the chaotic domain, their speed was severely diminished, rendering them incapable of evading Xiao Yun's pursuit. It was far too late to think of fleeing now. Xiao Yun swiftly annihilated several more white true spirits, leaving only the lightning eagle and another lightning falcon, which he subsequently sealed and handed over to Shi Chunyu. Why did you not stop me? After vanquishing the white true spirits, Xiao Yun lifted his gaze. Fixing his eyes upon the golden-winged rock across from him, his expression tinged with curiosity. Given the opponent's formidable strength, they could effortlessly prevent the slaughter of these white true spirits, yet they refrained from intervening throughout. As you have stated, they are merely a pack of worthless beings. What purpose do they serve? The golden-winged rock cast a frigid glance at Xiao Yun and remarked nonchalantly, moreover, they have long ceased to exist. What merit is there in preserving their true spirits? It would be far better to grant them release. Then allow me to bestow upon you that release. Xiao Yun retorted with a cold sneer, brandishing his golden fist imprint as he charged towards the golden-winged rock. Whoosh! The golden-winged rock demonstrated astonishing speed, vanishing from Xiao Yun's sight in an instant, a velocity so terrifying it eclipsed even lightning, rendering the rock's form invisible to Xiao Yun's eyes. Chapter 159. Weakness Such Swiftness. Xiao Yun expanded his chaos domain, revealing the 10 celestial realms and the projections of 300 great paths behind him, his expression a mask of vigilance as he scanned his surroundings. Attuning himself to the golden-winged rock's aura, the rock's speed was unparalleled, so swift that it evaded even his keen eyesight. In terms of velocity, he had only ever witnessed one individual capable of rivaling the golden-winged rock, Emperor Li Qing, who possessed the body of time and space. However, Emperor Li's speed was derived from the manipulation of temporal and spatial forces, whereas the golden-winged rock embodied the essence of pure speed. Boom! Suddenly, the golden-winged rock struck, plunging into the chaos domain at breakneck speed, transforming into a radiant beam of light that shattered the void itself. Swoosh! The rock's sharp claws, akin to razor blades, tore toward Xiao Yun's back. Boom! With a cold sneer, Xiao Yun turned and unleashed a powerful punch, the golden fist radiating an intensity that was almost blinding. The formidable force enveloped the golden-winged rock, the indomitable imprint of his fist showcasing unparalleled might. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to the collision of the heavens and the earth, the deafening sound reverberating through the air. Brilliant flames illuminated the sky as a terrifying wave of energy surged outward in all directions, obliterating numerous trees on the ground, reducing them to mere splinters in an instant. The golden-winged rock, staggered by Xiao Yun's blow, retreated swiftly from the chaotic domain, gazing at him with disbelief. Xiao Yun, with a chilling demeanor, remarked, "Your speed is commendable, yet within my chaotic realm, you remain constrained. Is that so?" The rock's eyes blazed with fervor as its body surged forward like a swift arrow. With a crack, its razor-sharp claws seemed to rend the very fabric of space, tearing open a colossal rift in the void, akin to a dark abyss that threatened to engulf Xiao Yun. Boom! A radiant golden light erupted from Xiao Yun, manifesting as a colossal golden bell that enveloped him, shielding him from the encroaching darkness. Thud! 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 The golden-winged rock charged with astonishing speed, its piercing claws relentlessly clawing at the golden shield surrounding Xiao Yun, causing the outer layer of golden energy to surge violently. Yet, the protective barrier of the bell was remarkably resilient, successfully fending off the rock's fierce assault. Myriad swords flow. Xiao Yun let out a cold snort, standing within a golden protective shield, wielding his formidable mental energy to manipulate the black demon sword. A magnificent river of shimmering black swords surged forth, swiftly engulfing the golden-winged rock. In a flash, the rock unleashed its incredible speed, evading the dark torrent and vanishing from Xiao Yun's sight once more. Frowning, Xiao Yun pondered the creature's terrifying swiftness, realizing that eliminating it would prove exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind, and his eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly formed a hand seal. "Immovable King Seal," he proclaimed. In an instant, a resplendent golden Buddha materialized behind him, emanating a fervent and fiery wrath as it descended upon the void before him. The force was considerable, yet its speed was lacking. The golden-winged rock smirked disdainfully, but its expression abruptly shifted as it spat out a mouthful of blood. "How could this be?" the rock exclaimed in shock, gazing at Xiao Yun in disbelief. "It contains a mental attack." Xiao Yun chuckled coldly. Although he could not match the rock's speed, the velocity of his mental assault was far greater, rendering the rock unable to evade. Perish! Realizing the efficacy of the immovable King Seal, Xiao Yun relentlessly unleashed this technique upon the golden-winged rock, causing it to spew blood repeatedly. The rock was undeniably swift, Yet the mental assault transcended the constraints of space, akin to instantaneous movement, an evasion beyond its capability. Ha! You are ultimately but a mere spirit, not even a remnant soul. Thus, your vulnerability lies within your mental capacity. Xiao Yun let out a hearty laugh and continued to channel the imprint of the unmoving king to strike at the golden-winged great Peng. The resounding Buddhist chants accompanied a terrifying mental assault, which caused the golden-winged great Peng to cough up blood repeatedly, sending it hurtling backwards. Had I been alive, slaying you would have been a trivial task, it declared, wiping the blood from the corner of its mouth, glaring at Xiao Yun with an expression of deep resentment. Xiao Yun scoffed, in the same realm, it would be effortless for me to vanquish you. As a mere spirit, spare us your futile words and submit to becoming my ritual offering. After severely wounding the golden-winged great Peng, Xiao Yun employed the four-symbol sword formation to seal off all its escape routes, gradually suppressing it. Become your ritual spirit? Dream on. The golden-winged great Peng's eyes blazed with fury as it bellowed defiantly. Upon witnessing the madness reflected in those eyes, Xiao Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Boom. It was already too late. Xiao Yun had no time to react as the golden-winged great Peng self-destructed. The terrifying force erupted outward, sending Xiao Yun reeling. Blood spilling from his mouth. Brother Xiao. Shi Chunyu exclaimed in alarm, hastily flying over to assist him. I'm fine. Xiao Yun waved his hand, producing some spirit stones to refine and restore his internal spiritual energy. Gazing at the remnants of the golden-winged great Peng, now reduced to ashes, Xiao Yun's countenance darkened. This scoundrel, how resolute in its self-destruction. I was so close to capturing it. The loss of a divine beast's true spirit weighed heavily on him, filling him with profound regret. However, he took solace in the fact that he had indeed slain the golden-winged great Peng, thus earning the system's reward of 100 insights despite the loss. His spirits lifted significantly, and he no longer felt regret over the self-destruction of the golden-winged great Peng. What had transpired here? At that moment, a beam of golden light shot in from a distance. It was Zhao Wuji. Xiao Yun turned to Zhao Wuji and smiled, saying, You have perfectly missed a splendid spectacle. Just a moment ago, I vanquished a divine beast's true spirit, 7 white true spirits, and 17 purple true spirits. What? Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted, and he glared at Xiao Yun with a mixture of frustration and disbelief, exclaiming, You actually killed a divine beast's true spirit? Do you have any idea how precious that creature is? You madman! Zhao Xingzi, that divine beast's true spirit detonated itself. It is not Brother Zhao's fault, explained Shi Chunyu, who stood nearby. Zhao Wuji grimaced in pain and muttered, You should have informed me sooner. Together, we could have subdued that divine beast's true spirit. Xiao Yun looked at him with disdain and replied, I hate to burst your bubble, but you are truly no match for that divine beast's true spirit. It is the golden-winged great Peng, possessing incredible speed, and only my chaos domain can restrain it. You're impressive, all right, Zhao Wuji retorted, his face flushed with indignation. He then said, Let us go? I have already located the Wanling Cave. We should proceed there immediately and join forces to battle our way to the 9th layer and capture the divine beast's true spirit. Chapter 160, Wanling Cave. Wanling Cave? Upon hearing Zhao Wuji mention the 10,000 Spirits Cave, Xiao Yun's interest was instantly piqued. He promptly exclaimed, Let us go to the 10,000 Spirits Cave at once. Eager to capture the divine beast Junling and simultaneously acquire additional moments of enlightenment, he relished the current task, which was exceedingly gratifying. Naturally, he sought to maximize his opportunities for insight, as one could never predict when such a rewarding mission might arise again. Xiao Shixiao, I shall refrain from burdening you. Shi Chunyu interjected from the side. Since her arrival in the secret realm of 10,000 spirits, she had primarily played a passive role and had been of little assistance to Xiao Yun. She feared that venturing to the 10,000 spirits cave might encumber him further. Thus she resolved to exit first. Xiao Yun regarded his beautiful junior sister with a gentle smile and said, In that case, you may leave for now. As for the 2 white Jinling, you and Lin Xiaoya shall each take one. He had intentionally left behind the Lightning Eagle and Lightning Hawk for Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya, knowing that the white Jinling would be exceedingly valuable to them, a rarity that even the most esteemed disciples might not obtain. Thank you, Xiao Shixiao. Shi Chunyu expressed her gratitude and, with a playful glint in her eyes, softly cautioned. Please be careful, Xiao Shixiao. There may be more than one divine beast Jinling within the 10,000 spirits cave. Indeed, Xiao Yun nodded, watching as Shi Chunyu departed. His gaze lingered, reflecting on her increasingly alluring figure, pondering an opportunity to engage her in a discourse on the profound truths of life. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji, standing nearby with arms crossed, coldly remarked, I advise you to keep your distance from women. For those of us aspiring to become emperors, women are but a poison. Best avoid it. Xiao Yun cast a peculiar glance at Zhao Wuji, particularly directing his gaze toward Zhao's lower body, and could not refrain from asking, "Have you, like Emperor Li Chong, also transformed into a sister?" Instinctively, Zhao Wuji crossed his legs and, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, glared at Xiao Yun, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? I merely meant to say that women are a source of trouble. Emotions will only hinder our cultivation. Moreover, once we attain the status of great emperor, we shall live for at least 10,000 years. By then, you will realize that your cherished companions have long since turned to dust, mere remnants of beauty." Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively, replying, "A life devoid of women is incomplete. If your father had no woman, how would you have come into existence? Did you simply spring forth from a rock? In the future, my child will inherit my chaotic physique, and once I ascend to the celestial realm, he too shall become a great emperor, ruling as I do." Zhao Wuji scoffed. "Do you truly believe that the chaotic physique is so easily inherited? Dream on. The chaotic physique, which takes millions of years to emerge, cannot simply be passed down through blood. In contrast, our ancient sacred body is far more easily bequeathed to the next generation. Once I ascend to the celestial realm, my son shall undoubtedly defeat yours and become the new emperor." Xiao Yun retorted with a cold snort, "You are inferior to me now, and your son will certainly be inferior to mine in the future. He is destined to be my son's subordinate. Temporary victories and defeats mean nothing. I will surely surpass you, and my son, born with the ancient sacred body, will undoubtedly triumph over yours." Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh, his face radiating disdain. "Is the primordial sacred body truly formidable? Was it not but a defeated foe beneath my hand? Even if my son, like me, is merely a mortal body, he shall ascend to the imperial throne and reign supreme over the world. No, your son shall merely become a follower of mine. Only my son is destined to attain the path of the great emperor. Our lineage of the primordial sacred body is fated to be invincible." Zhao Wuji glared at Xiao Yun and declared, "My son is undoubtedly stronger than yours." Xiao Yun retorted fiercely, "My son is certainly superior to yours." The two engaged in a prolonged dispute, each refusing to yield to the other. Eventually, Xiao Yun could not help but mock, "Do you even have a son? So much idle chatter." Zhao Wuji snorted coldly, "You have no son either, yet you babble just as much. At least I have 2 junior sisters. You are but a solitary dog." Xiao Yun dismissed him with scorn. Zhao Wuji proclaimed proudly, "With my status, I can merely beckon, and a multitude of beauties will flock to me. Weren't you just saying that women are poison?" Xiao Yun taunted. Zhao Wuji replied with a cold snort, "What I meant is that I shall not seek a woman before attaining enlightenment. After I become a great emperor, then I may pursue a companion. I regret to inform you that you may never have that opportunity. Only I am destined to become a great emperor, while you are fated to remain a lifelong virgin. Of course, you might consider sisterly. I believe you two would make a fine match," Xiao Yun said with a smile. "Get lost. Are you still going to the Wanling Cave or not?" Zhao Wuji glared at Xiao Yun with a face full of indignation. "It is you who babbles nonsense here. Do not delay any further. I am unfamiliar with the path to the Wanling Cave." Xiao Yun scoffed. After exchanging a few more words, the two finally concluded their tedious dialogue and set forth towards the Wanling Cave. The cave lay at the very heart of this dark forest. Upon Xiao Yun's arrival, he beheld a pitch-black abyss at his feet, leading deep into the earth. It resembled a colossal maw, devouring all in its vicinity. Devoid of any glimmer of light, only darkness prevailed. "Let us descend." Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji, both audacious and skilled, fearlessly stepped into the Wanling Cave. Though enveloped in darkness, they could still perceive their surroundings clearly through their mental acuity. In this obscurity, countless skeletal remains littered the ground, remnants of the true spirits who once lived. Many of the bones shimmered with a golden hue, emitting a faint radiance that offered a semblance of illumination in the pitch-black space. The ancestors vanquished numerous formidable beasts in their time. Xiao Yun marveled at the multitude of bones. Beside him, Zhao Wuji echoed his sentiments, exclaiming, "Your Chaos Holy Land was renowned as the mightiest force during the primordial era, and even into the ancient era, it remained among the top powers. This period gave rise to many exceptional individuals. I have heard that at the zenith of your Chaos Holy Land, there were even 7 quasi-emperors, and over 100 great sages, truly terrifying." Xiao Yun, fully aware of this history, felt a profound shock within, the notion of 7 quasi-emperors coexisting in the same era, all hailing from a singular sect, was indeed a staggering thought. Regrettably, the current chaotic sacred land is left with only 1 quasi-emperor, and his lifespan is dwindling. As Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji entered the Wanling Cave, a familiar figure appeared before them. It was Li Bufan. "Xiao Yun, this is your place of demise." Li Bufan's dark, eerie eyes fixated on the abyss before him, his expression somewhat grotesque, exuding a chilling aura. Chapter 161. Golden Ant within the depths of the Wanling Cave. Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji continued their descent towards the 9th level. However, throughout their journey, they encountered not a single true spirit, which struck them as rather peculiar. Xiao Yun pondered aloud. Shouldn't there be numerous true spirits within the Wanling Cave? Where have they all gone? The lower-tier true spirits lack independent consciousness. Upon sensing the arrival of disciples from the chaotic sacred land, they have already surged forth to hunt down those disciples, Zhao Wuji replied coolly. Xiao Yun was taken aback. He then recalled that those lower-tier true spirits, devoid of self-awareness and consumed by the instinct for slaughter, must have already ventured out to seek the chaotic sacred land disciples. Even some higher-tier true spirits may have departed, for all spirits within this realm are victims of the chaotic sacred land's formidable beings, harboring deep-seated animosity towards its disciples. For instance, the lightning eagle, a white true spirit, had long since made its way outside, poised to enact vengeance upon the disciples of the chaotic sacred land. Are we not wasting our time then? Are there any true spirits left within? Xiao Yun expressed his concerns. Zhao Wuji spoke softly, rest assured. The truly formidable spirits will not abandon the myriad spirits cave, for within it lies a unique energy that nurtures their essence, rendering them even more powerful. Thus, they would not squander their time hunting the disciples of the chaotic sacred land. Only upon encountering a particularly potent disciple from that realm would a spirit come forth to alert them. For instance, after you vanquished the lightning hawk, it sought out a divine beast spirit from the myriad spirits cave to assist against you. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Xiao Yun was struck with realization. The two hastened their pace toward the 9th level. Zhao Wuji was indeed correct. It was not until the 7th level that they encountered a few white spirits. Without further ado, the duo launched an immediate assault. After a fierce battle, Zhao Wuji captured 2 white spirits and approached Xiao Yun with a broad smile, only to discover that Xiao Yun had already slain 5 of them. How did you manage to kill them all? Zhao Wuji exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Yun. What purpose would they serve if not to be eliminated? My objective is the divine beast spirit. Not these white spirits, Xiao Yun replied with a sense of inevitability while secretly checking his system. He found that he had gained an additional 150 instances of enlightenment, bringing his total to 630, a most gratifying revelation. You are squandering resources, Zhao Wuji remarked. Exasperation etched across his face. These white spirits, even if sold, would command an immeasurable value. Moreover, even if you have no use for them, they could be preserved for your family. Is your father not at the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm? When he stepped into the realm of the cave heaven, it was precisely the opportune moment. Xiao Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement as he nodded in agreement, proclaiming, you are indeed correct. When we encounter the white true spirits again, we shall capture 2. Zhao Wuji, feeling that there was no room for dialogue with such a person, turned and made his way to the 8th level. Xiao Yun, invigorated, hurried to the 8th level as well, realizing the system's tasks were remarkably rewarding. He had already earned several hundred instances of enlightenment, and with the elimination of another batch of white true spirits, he might very well achieve 1,000 instances of enlightenment. At that point, he could directly forge the chaos body and even transcend the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, significantly augmenting his strength. As the two continued their journey, upon entering the 8th level, they sensed the presence of dozens of formidable auras. To their astonishment, there were 30 white true spirits. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the nearby white true spirits, his face alight with joy. Should they eliminate all 30? It would yield a staggering 900 instances of enlightenment. Moreover, there was a divine beast true spirit among them. Beside him, Zhao Wuji was captivated, fixated on one of the golden true spirits. In total, there were 31 true spirits, 30 white and 1 golden, all glaring menacingly at the uninvited guests. Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji. They were disciples of the chaos sacred land. How audacious to venture into the cave of 10,000 spirits. They were truly courting death. Eliminate them. A group of true spirits, resembling ferocious beasts, fixated their murderous gazes upon Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji, their eyes ablaze with a crimson fury, exuding an overwhelming aura of malice. Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji gazed intently at the true spirits before them, their eyes gleaming with determination. One sought to attain moments of enlightenment, while the other yearned to capture a divine beast true spirit, both radiating an aura of fierce ambition. Kill, Xiao Yun bellowed, transforming into a radiant beam of light that surged towards the cluster of white true spirits with astonishing speed. Leave that divine beast's true spirit to me, Zhao Wuji shouted, also charging forward, yet his pace could not match Xiao Yun's. However, Xiao Yun had no intention of engaging with the divine beast's true spirit, for its form was merely that of an ant. A divine beast in the guise of an ant? How formidable could it truly be? Better to leave it for Zhao Wuji. Xiao Yun shook his head dismissively. He held little regard for this ant-like creature, as ants were the most feeble of insects. Even as a divine beast, how powerful could it be? Conversely, eliminating these white true spirits to gain moments of enlightenment was of paramount importance. As for the divine beast's true spirit, was there not a ninth level? Surely, there would be more than one divine beast there at that time. He could select the most formidable to capture, aligning with Xiao Yun's interests. In that instant, Xiao Yun charged into the throng of white true spirits like a tiger among sheep, while Zhao Wuji propelled himself towards the golden divine beast's true spirit. If I am not mistaken, you must be the legendary golden ant, one of the top 10 divine beasts. Zhao Wuji's gaze was fixed upon the golden divine beast's true spirit, his eyes ablaze with fervor, as if he were beholding an unparalleled treasure. The divine beast's true spirit before him resembled an ant, yet its entire form shimmered in gold, as though forged from the finest gold, exuding a majestic aura. This was indeed one of the top 10 divine beasts, the golden ant, reputed to possess unparalleled combat prowess at the pinnacle of strength. The ancient sacred body. The golden ant fixed its gaze upon Zhao Wuji, who radiated a dazzling golden brilliance. Its eyes narrowed slightly, soon revealing an expression of astonishment. It had never encountered such a unique constitution during its lifetime, and now, after death, it found itself face to face with one. It was said that such extraordinary physiques were dubbed the sacred body of combat, while the golden ant was renowned as a divine beast of battle. Today, it would determine whether the sacred body of humanity or the divine beast of the abyss was superior. The golden ant emanated a resplendent golden glow, and the two figures resembled twin golden suns, their light intensely radiant, illuminating the entire 8th layer of space. If you lose, become my sacrificial spirit. What say you? Zhao Wuji remarked, his eyes brimming with a formidable fighting spirit. The golden ant replied with a cold smirk, agreed, but should you falter, death shall be your only fate. Then it is settled. Let the battle commence. With that declaration, the two launched themselves like twin golden meteors, piercing through the dark void and colliding with tremendous force. Not far away, Xiao Yun, who was in the midst of vanquishing the white true spirits, heard their exchange and was taken aback, his expression shifting in shock.